unexpectedly transmigrated into the world of cultivation. Yangbai found himself ensnared within the temporal tunnel during the process of his journey. To his astonishment, he was trapped for an unfathomable span of trillions of years. At long last, one fateful day, Yangbai descended into a new body. Almost immediately, a voice echoed in his mind. Host has idly cultivated for trillions of years. Congratulations, Host has acquired trillions of years of cultivation. Would you like to extract it? Host has idly cultivated for trillions of years. Congratulations. Host has obtained 999,999,999,999 low-grade spirit stones. 9,999,999,999 mid-grade spirit stones. 99,999,999 high-grade spirit stones, and 9,999,999 supreme grade spirit stones. Would you like to extract? Yangbai responded eagerly. Extract. All of it. Chapter 1. Trapped for eons, Yangbai, the child bride. Within the tumultuous temporal tunnel, the chaotic space was incessantly stirred by a raging time storm. At that moment, a slender youth with partially closed eyes stifled a yawn. Suddenly, a rift in space appeared beside him, swiftly engulfing him. After a dizzying whirl, Yangbai's consciousness landed on the Kunlun continent. In the desolate state of Haizhou, within the fiery realm of the Fire Yuan Kingdom, in the city of Mufeng, he awoke in a modest apothecary. As his consciousness settled into a new form, he felt disoriented. Once he regained his senses, he discovered that he was reclining on a bench, eliciting a surge of joy. Ah, I have finally escaped that accursed place. The fresh air is simply delightful. Yangbai was originally a university student for Blue Star. Upon awakening, he found himself trapped within that temporal tunnel. Initially, he was elated, astounded that such a transmigration had befallen him. However, the awkward reality of being ensnared within the tunnel for eons was a bitter pill to swallow. And this entrapment spanned trillions of years. Finally, on this day, Yangbai had emerged from that confinement. That moment, a chime resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! Host has successfully transmigrated to the Kunlun continent. Upon hearing this, Yangbai's fury ignited. Congratulations, my foot. I was trapped in that dark, desolate tunnel for so long. All thanks to you. Ding! Host has successfully idly cultivated for trillions of years. Ding! Congratulations! Host has acquired billions of years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations! Host has obtained 9,999,999 low-grade spirit stones. 9,999,999 mid-grade spirit stones. 99,999,999 high-grade spirit stones, and 9,999,999 supreme grade spirit stones. As the incessant chimes echoed in his mind, Yangbai's initial anger dissipated like mist. His expression transformed into one of embarrassment as he sheepishly remarked, "Dear system, I admit I may have raised my voice a tad too much just now." Ding, would you like to extract? Without hesitation, Yangbai replied, "Extract." Instantly, he felt a powerful, overwhelming aura emanating from within him, radiating outward. The space around him rippled beneath the pressure of his burgeoning might. The fabric of reality around Yangbai began to fracture. Unable to withstand his overwhelming presence, a multitude of spatial fragments cascaded down, revealing the chaotic void beyond. Simultaneously, dark storm clouds gathered ominously above, shrouding the skies for nearly 1,000 miles, expanding outward. Seeing this, Yangbai hastily reined in his aura. The celestial phenomena dissipated, and the void surrounding him began to mend. A mere slight release of his power nearly overwhelmed the entire world. Fortunately, he managed to suppress his aura just in time, avoiding attracting the attention of the denizens of Mufeng City. Overjoyed, Yangbai clenched his fists, his gaze sweeping over his body as he murmured, "I am now immensely powerful. Who dares to challenge me?" Then a thought crossed his mind, and he arrogantly queried, "System, where have my spirit stones gone? You haven't consumed them, have you?" Ding! This system possesses a spatial compartment due to the immense quantity of spirit stones. They have all been stored within the system space. Upon hearing this, Yangbai mused that if all those spirit stones were released, the entire Mufeng city would likely be filled to overflowing. Just as he was reveling in his newfound strength, a clamorous voice erupted from outside. Yangbai, you little brat, hurry up and come out. When will you repay the money you owe me? Suddenly, a series of vigorous knocks echoed at the door. Yangbai prepared to rise and investigate. A delicate hand reached out from behind him, pulling him back. Turning to look, he barely had time to react before a sharp pain shot through his ear. Before him stood a graceful young woman, effortlessly gripping his ear with one hand, her expression a mix of exasperation and disappointment. Yangbai, when did you sneak off to the gambling den again? Do you think we have an abundance of money? The apothecary left to you by our father is nearly depleted. The young woman, named Yang Yuchan, was Yangbai's elder sister and, at the same time, his betrothed. For a moment, Yangbai was utterly stunned. Her skin was as smooth as jade, with captivating almond-shaped eyes and delicate brows. Beneath her gentle demeanor lay an undeniable spirit, making it impossible to look away. Shortly after his birth, Yang Tianxiong had found her by the roadside and named her Yang Yuchan, intending for her to be Yang Bai's wife in the future. After reprimanding Yang Bai, Yang Yuchan found herself at a loss and retrieved a storage ring. Reluctantly approaching the door to open it, as the door swung open, a burly man stepped forth. The man arrogantly declared, "You must be the caretaker of that scoundrel Yangbai. Hurry up and pay up. He owes me a considerable sum." Hearing this, Yang Yuchan had no choice but to hand over the storage ring to Lu Hansan. Her practiced motions indicating this was not her first time bailing Yangbai out. After inspecting the contents of the storage ring, Lu Hansan expressed his dissatisfaction. "Is this all you have? It won't even suffice for a beggar. We'll be frank with you, Yangbai has mortgaged the entire apothecary. If he doesn't repay the debt, the entire apothecary will become mine." However, with that, Lu Hansen's malevolent gaze incessantly roamed over Yang Yuchan. He had long coveted Yang Yuchan from the Yang family's apothecary, and now the opportunity had finally presented itself. Upon hearing his words, Yang Yuchan gasped in astonishment. "What?" She then turned to cast a fierce glare at Yangbai, only to find Lu Hansan leering at her with sinister intentions. Trembling, she inquired, "What do you mean? This is all we have left. Should we exchange the herbs from the apothecary for spirit stones to repay you?" At this proclamation, Lu Hansan retorted with dissatisfaction, "Debts must be settled today. Those worthless herbs of yours can barely yield a pittance. If you cannot repay, then so be it, Yangbai. Just allow me to take your managing wife as my bride, and that shall suffice as repayment." Having said this, Lu Hansen's greedy gaze roamed over Yang Yuchan's alluring figure. Upon hearing his proposition, Yang Yuchan shook her head in panic, her body trembling uncontrollably as she retreated, her fair complexion paling. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yangbai's fury erupted. "You wretched toad! How dare you set your sights on my wife? You'd best abandon such thoughts." Lu Hansen's expression darkened. "Ah, you little waste. Since you refuse my hospitality, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, he lunged at Yangbai, fists raised in aggression. In that moment, the previously terrified Yang Yuchan resolutely positioned herself in front of Yangbai, disregarding her own safety. Chapter 2. An instantaneous defeat. The world's finest Yang Yuchan, Lu Hansan, possessing the formidable strength of the 5th stage of body refinement, faced Yang Yuchan, who was merely at the 3rd stage. As Yang Yuchan bravely positioned herself in front of Yangbai, Lu Hansen's eyes darkened as he remarked, "Since you seek your demise, do not blame me for ruthlessly shattering your flower." At that critical moment, Yangbai's gaze suddenly sharpened. Instantly, the space around them erupted with ripples, and both Yang Yuchan and Lu Hansan were frozen in place, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Yangbai's eyes glimmered ominously, and a terrifying surge of soul power erupted forth. The profound impact of his soul energy swept through the surroundings, warping the very fabric of space. Under the overwhelming force of this soul assault, Lu Hansen's spirit was obliterated, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes devoid of life. With a cold expression, Yangbai observed, "Humph, mere ants of the body refinement realm, seeking death." Yang Yuchan's delicate face turned pale, and as she slowly opened her tightly shut eyes, she beheld Lu Hansan's lifeless form. Shocked, she turned to Yangbai, incredulously asking, "Yangbai, did you do this?" Upon hearing this, Yangbai nodded and cheerfully replied, Elder sister, do you see how powerful I am now? From this day forth, we shall no longer be bullied. Yang Yuchan, filled with skepticism, inquired. Have you encountered some extraordinary master recently? Yang Bai, finding it difficult to explain, after all. He had been known as the useless young master of the Yang family just yesterday, decided to playfully lean on Yang Yuchan's fragrant shoulder and said, Elder sister, let me let you in on a secret. I am actually the legendary recluse of the martial world. I had concealed my true abilities. However, as he spoke, Yang Yuchan looked at him with a condescending gaze, as if to say, do you think I would believe that? Embarrassed, Yang Bai scratched his nose and attempted a different approach, saying, this time I truly speak the truth. You sacrificed all your cultivation in your previous life for me, allowing me to find you again in this reincarnation. Just as he was halfway through his explanation, Yang Yuchan seized his ear, pinching it firmly, and scolded. Can't you speak properly? Do you take me for a fool? Continue with your nonsense, and I shall pluck your ear off. Ouch, elder sister, be gentle. You're going to rip my ear off. Yang Bai lamented, clutching Yang Yuchan's soft, delicate hand while he feigned distress. Yet, internally, he felt warmth. Having just traversed into this new realm, he had encountered such a wonderful elder sister, who was also his child bride. The moment she shielded him, fully aware of the danger, he had already regarded her as his wife. Previously, due to Yang Bai's carefree lifestyle, frequently indulging in gambling and nearly squandering the family's wealth, Yang Yuchan had never abandoned him. Instead, she diligently upheld the Yang family, managing their apothecary with utmost care. After Yang Bai's father passed away, Yang Yuchan took on the role of a guardian, nurturing Yang Bai with unwavering dedication. Though she often appeared stern with him, it was all for his own good. Not wishing to see him stray onto a misguided path, Yang Yuchan, possessing remarkable talent, had refrained from using any of the spiritual stones meant for her cultivation, saving them all for Yang Bai. As he caressed her soft little hand, he felt its delicate warmth. At that moment, Yang Yuchan realized that Yang Bai was taking advantage of her. Quickly, she extended her other hand and lightly tapped his head, scolding, thinking of taking advantage of me again? Hurry up and dispose of that corpse. If the law enforcement team from the city lord's mansion sees it, we shall be doomed. After saying this, she released her grip on Yang Bai. Yang Bai responded with a soft, oh, and then employed the same technique to freeze time once more. He stepped in front of Yang Yuchan and planted a quick kiss on her cherubic face. Then, feigning nonchalance, he waved his hand, summoning spatial power to make the corpse vanish into the endless void. As Yang Yuchan returned to normalcy, she blinked in confusion, glancing at Yang Bai, who was busily engaged in his task, murmuring, why does it feel strange? And why is my face slightly wet? She touched her cheek, perplexed. She felt that Yang Bai was somehow different today. Despite still appearing to be the same mischievous lad, it seemed he was concealing something from her. Yang Bai clapped his hands and cheerfully informed her, hey, elder sister, I've taken care of everything. I assure you, it won't be discovered. That night, Yang Bai stood at the kitchen door, admiring Yang Yuchan as she diligently cooked, mesmerized by her beautiful and dignified countenance. This image of a virtuous wife left him spellbound. Before long, Yang Yuchan finished cooking and, seeing this, Yang Bai hurriedly approached, asking, elder sister, let me see what you've prepared. Yang Yuchan presented him with a plate of dark, charred food. Yang Bai's lips twitched involuntarily as he cautiously inquired, elder sister, do we eat this regularly? Yang Yuchan tilted her head slightly and replied, isn't this what we usually eat? At that moment, Yang Bai finally grasped why he had always preferred to go out. Who could endure such culinary disasters on a daily basis? Elder sister, perhaps we should eat out instead. The fragrant pavilion seems delightful, he suggested. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan furrowed her brow and retorted angrily, do we have any money left at home? Haven't you squandered it all? The little that remains is meant for your cultivation. With that, she turned away, lost in melancholy. Witnessing this, Yang Bai silently cursed his previous self for failing to appreciate such a wonderful wife. After scolding himself, he retrieved a small amount of spiritual stones from his system space and presented them to Yang Yuchan, declaring, elder sister, who said we have no money left? Look, here it is. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan turned her head to see Yang Bai holding a handful of spiritual stones, her eyes widening in astonishment. After counting, she realized there were a full 1,000 pieces. Her mouth fell agape, unable to conceal her surprise. Seeing her reaction, Yang Bai grinned and said, these are all for the world's finest elder sister. Chapter 3. A beauty drunk beneath the blossoms and moonlight. Yang Yuchan gazed at the 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones in Yang Bai's hands. It was enough for her to cultivate for an entire year. The apothecary earned barely 600 low-grade spiritual stones in a year. I won these at the gambling house, Yang Bai explained. At this, Yang Yuchan's earlier joy faded, her expression darkening as she responded, you won these through gambling? Noticing her displeasure, Yang Bai quickly reassured her. Elder sister, please don't be angry. I swear I will never set foot in a gambling house again. However, upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan's face did not brighten. Instead, she asked, how many times have you sworn that already? Upon hearing this, Yang Bai felt a slight awkwardness, but soon responded, oh dear sister. Let's not dwell on that for now. Allow me to take you to Manxiang Tower for a splendid meal, where you can savor the exquisite delights of this world. Without waiting for Yang Yuchan to utter another word, he swiftly lifted her in his arms amidst her startled exclamations. Ah, what are you doing, Yang Di? Put me down at once. Yang Yuchan exclaimed in a flurry. Unfazed by her small fists pounding against his chest, Yang Bai propelled himself upward, soaring into the sky with her in tow. As they ascended higher and higher from the ground, Yang Yuchan suddenly realized that Yang Bai was indeed carrying her into the heavens. In her moment of panic, she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Glancing around in awe, her cheeks flushed, unable to conceal the excitement bubbling within her. Noticing her exhilaration, Yang Bai teased, how does it feel, dear sister? I presume you have never experienced the sensation of flying through the sky before. Experiencing the liberating thrill of flight, Yang Yuchan could not help but shout in delight. Wow. Wow, how exhilarating. Observing her unrestrained joy, Yang Bai felt a pang of heartache for the girl in his embrace. She must be feeling a sense of relaxation she had not known in ages. Ever since Yang Bai's father had taken on the family responsibilities, she had never felt so unburdened. After assuming her father's duties, Yang Yuchan lost the essence of her youth. She should have been like her peers, carefree and adorned, radiating beauty. Yet, she had not. She had never adorned herself nor lived as a girl should. Once the initial shock wore off, Yang Yuchan, astonished, asked, Yang Di, you can actually fly? Isn't that a feat reserved for those of the Xianling realm? Have you truly concealed your prowess? With a hint of pride, Yang Bai replied, indeed, allow me to share with you a little secret. Oh, what secret? She inquired eagerly. Actually, your husband is invincible across the realm, Yang Bai said with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan's face flushed with a rosy hue, and she lightly scolded, Yang Di, don't speak nonsense. I am your elder sister. Undeterred, Yang Bai retorted, but you are also my child bride. At these words, Yang Yuchan, embarrassed, buried her face in Yang Bai's chest and retorted softly, who is your child bride? Yang Bai was delighted to witness this shy demeanor from her, a side of her he had never seen before. Usually, she appeared stern towards him, and he had always felt intimidated, fully aware of her status as his child bride. However, he had never dared to bring it up in her presence. Reflecting on the situation, Yang Bai mused. Was it his displayed strength that made her feel she no longer needed to be so strict with him, allowing her true self to surface at last? Watching Yang Yuchan nestle against him like a delicate bird, Yang Bai felt a surge of happiness. Soon, they arrived at Manxiang Tower. It was night market time, and the street housing the tower was the busiest in the entire Mufeng city, naturally making it the center of attention. As they entered the establishment, a waiter promptly approached them. May I ask if it is just the two of you? Are you dining or seeking lodging? Yang Bai replied, given such a splendid night view, we shall dine here. He then instructed the waiter, please find us a table with a good view of the night sky. With that, he discreetly handed the waiter a few spirit stones. The waiter's eyes lit up as he glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, then swiftly pocketed the stones. Beaming as he said, certainly, esteemed guest, please follow me. Yang Bai took Yang Yuchan's delicate hand and led her into the building. Initially, she resisted, attempting to pull her hand away, but seeing that it was futile, she relented. Before long, they arrived at a table on the first floor. As they sat close together, the dishes they ordered quickly arrived. Gazing at the sumptuous spread before them, Yang Bai drooled. He had never tasted such delicacies in his past life on Blue Star. He pointed at the food and exclaimed, sister, behold, this is what we call cuisine. At his words, Yang Yuchan's previously pleasant mood was abruptly shattered. Her cheeks puffed in indignation, yet she found herself at a loss for a retort, resorting to a flurry of gestures towards the food on the table. Seeing her reaction, Yang Bai could not help but chuckle. The scene was utterly comical. The pair, a golden boy and a jade girl, soon attracted the attention of others. Before long, someone approached them. Well, if it isn't our young master Yang. What is this? Have you recently struck it rich, bringing along your managing lady to dine? Oh, Yang brother, you truly have forgotten your old friends. Now that you have money, you don't think of me, your good buddy. My heart is truly broken. This remark made Yang Yuchan, who had just been boasting about the food, lift her head in anger, glaring at the newcomer. She loathed being referred to as Yang Bai's managing lady. Yang Bai retorted, what's wrong? Did I win a little at the gambling house? Is that not permissible? The newcomer, Lu Go, was aptly named. He resembled a wretched creature from a filthy drain. He had often encouraged Yang Bai to gamble, and every month when Yang Yuchan sent him spirit stones, Lu Go would pester him to hurry to the gambling den. Yang Yuchan harbored a deep disdain for him, believing that he and his ilk had led her Yang Di astray. Now that you have wealth, what are you waiting for? Come on. Let us head to the gambling house and earn some more, Lu Go exclaimed, his astonishment evident. At this, Yang Yuchan cast a worried glance at Yang Bai, shaking her head in disapproval. Observing her anxious expression, Yang Bai addressed Lu Go. I'm afraid my wife won't allow me to gamble, so I shall have to decline. Please, feel free to do as you wish. With that, Yang Bai filled Yang Yuchan's cup with wine under the astonished gazes of the two. Lu Go, intending to pull him away, froze in place upon hearing those words. He wanted to continue persuading, but was met with a fierce glare from Yang Bai. That terrifying gaze, akin to a fearsome beast, nearly caused Lu Go to soil himself. Thus, he opted for discretion and fled in embarrassment. Yang Yuchan could hardly believe that Yang Bai had truly refused to gamble. Her face lit up in joy as she smiled brightly at him, her eyes sparkling like willow leaves. Cheers. Yang Bai raised his cup to her, sensing the atmosphere was just right. Cheers. Yang Yuchan genuinely felt happy for him as she drank the peach blossom wine. In her heart, she silently mused. The Yang Di of old has returned. After several rounds of drinks, both were feeling somewhat tipsy, particularly Yang Yuchan, who was not accustomed to alcohol. Had it not been for her joy today, she would not have indulged. With a tipsy grin, Yang Yuchan tilted her head back to gaze at the round moon above. Her hands clasped together as she silently prayed, Father, do you see? Yang Di has returned, and he is now so powerful, I no longer need to worry about him. At that moment, Yang Bai was watching her, silently addressing the moon. I have become invincible. I desire nothing more than to protect her for the rest of my life. Chapter 4. Little Lamb Lu Linger and Mother Leopard Yang Yuchan. Observing the inebriated Yang Yuchan before him, Yang Bai gently assisted her to her feet. With a swift motion, he whisked her away to the apothecary. Upon carrying her into the room, Yang Bai initially intended to remain there, but she suddenly regained consciousness. Moments later, upon realizing Yang Bai's intentions, she hastily expelled him from the room. Reluctantly, Yang Bai retreated to his own quarters, feeling somewhat disgruntled. At the break of dawn the following day, Yang Bai was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of shouts emanating from outside the courtyard. Yang Bai, are you at home? A rather corpulent old woman stood at the door. With no other option, Yang Bai reluctantly rose to open the door. As he stepped outside, he coincidentally encountered the similarly awakened Yang Yuchan. Good morning, what a coincidence. You're up as well, he remarked. Yang Yuchan gave a slight nod and inquired, who could be knocking at this early hour? Yang Bai shrugged his shoulders and proceeded to open the door, only to be met with the familiar visage of Mei Pa, the renowned matchmaker of the area. Ah, Yang Bai, how could you have forgotten? Remember a few months ago when you sought my assistance to find a match? Well, I brought you a lovely girl. Would you care to meet her? She is waiting outside, Mei Pa proclaimed. Yang Bai fell into deep contemplation, slowly recalling the matter. Previously, Yang Yuchan had been adamant about keeping him at bay, to the extent that he could scarcely hold her hand. As a grown man, he found himself intimidated by Yang Yuchan, prompting him to seek Mei Po's help in finding a little lamb. Meanwhile, Yang Yuchan overheard Mei Po's words and shot Yang Bai a dangerously piercing glance. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Yang Bai stammered, Mei Pa, this seems rather sudden. Mei Pa, with a knowing smile, replied, this is a young lady I've diligently selected for you, and let us not forget, it was you who requested my assistance. You mentioned that your child bride was an unyielding mother leopard. Now, I've found you a little lamb who is not only beautiful, but also gentle and obedient. At this, Yang Bai felt an unsettling chill run down his spine, sensing a palpable threat behind him. Yang Yuchan absorbed Mei Po's words with a menacing glare directed at Yang Bai. Oh, so I'm the mother leopard while others are mere little lambs? Mei Pa, bring her in. I wish to see what this little lamb looks like. With that, Yang Yuchan positioned herself behind Yang Bai, gripping his waist firmly, a clear warning that any misstep on his part would not go unpunished. Mei Pa chuckled nervously, casting a sympathetic glance at Yang Bai before pulling forth the shy girl who had been lingering behind the door. Take a look, what do you think? She asked. Yang Bai raised his gaze to meet that of the bashful maiden, who stood demurely in a simple light green dress. Her cherubic face was etched with anxiety, and her delicate hands clutched the hem of her skirt tightly. Indeed, she resembled a little lamb. Mei Pa leaned in closer to the girl, whispering, Dear, this is your last chance. If you're not chosen here, you know what lies ahead. At her words, Lu Linger trembled slightly, her eyes glistening with fear. Summoning her courage, she addressed Yang Bai in a timid voice, Hello, I'm Lu Linger. The 16-year-old girl appeared exceedingly nervous, her voice quaking as she introduced herself, clearly anxious about Yang Bai's perception of her. I don't eat much, I'm easy to take care of, and I can help you with chores. Yang Bai was momentarily taken aback, He had anticipated Mei Po would present him with a striking, voluptuous woman, not this petite girl. Meanwhile, Yang Yuchan, still gripping Yang Bai's waist, was taken aback by the girl's name. The furious demeanor she had just displayed melted away into an unusual calm as she released her hold on him, her gaze now scrutinizing Lu Linger. You say your surname is Lu? At this question, Lu Linger's expression dimmed, and she responded weakly with an affirmative. The thought of her uncertain future caused tears to well up in her large, round eyes, glistening like pearls on her delicate face. Mei Po shook her head in dismay, sighing internally, lamenting the unfortunate fate of such a fine young lady. After visiting numerous homes, Yang Bai's was the last, and she hadn't held high hopes for this encounter. However, the next words from Yang Yuchan left all three astonished. Mei Po, let her stay. Really? Yang Bai and Mei Po chorused in delight. Yet, in the next moment, Yang Yuchan shot Yang Bai a fierce glare. Yang Bai quickly suppressed a grin, attempting to maintain composure. Are you serious? Mei Po inquired once more, while Lu Linger looked on with hopeful eyes. Absolutely. My word is my bond, Yang Yuchan asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Lu Linger's face lit up with joy as she wiped away her tears, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, sister. Thank you. Yang Yuchan, however, promptly interrupted the girl, saying, Don't celebrate too soon. First and foremost, my brother Yang will not marry you. You'll stay here and assist with the apothecary. Don't even think about anything beyond that. Yang Bai gazed at Yang Yuchan in bewilderment, questioning, Isn't this a bit unreasonable? But before he could finish, he was silenced by another fierce glare from Yang Yuchan. Very well, I'll defer to my sister, he conceded awkwardly, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Observing the playful banter between the two, Lu Linger quickly grasped the dynamics and looked at Yang Yuchan with admiration, saying sweetly, Sister Yang, rest assured, I have no intentions toward brother Yang Bai. Chapter 5. Honesty and Openness. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan regarded Lu Linger with satisfaction, saying, Very well, Linger, from now on, you shall stay here. Upon hearing the good news of the matchmaking success, Granny Mei's face lit up with delight. She then approached Lu Linger, gently caressing the girl's flowing tresses, genuinely feeling happy for her. My dear Linger, I have found a suitable match for you. You must be obedient while you are here. Lu Linger turned and embraced Granny Mei softly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Granny Mei. After they parted, Granny Mei cheerfully darted over to Yang Bai, extending her hands toward him. Understanding her intention, Yang Bai inquired, How much? Granny Mei then extended 5 fingers. Seeing this, Yang Yuchan promptly retrieved the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones that Yang Bai had given her the day before. With a pained expression, she reluctantly produced 50 spirit stones and handed them to Granny Mei. However, Granny Mei shook her head, saying, Not 50, dear Yuchan. Confused, Yang Yuchan asked, Not 50? Then it must be 5? How surprisingly cheap. With a bright smile, she reclaimed 45 low-grade spirit stones and generously offered the remaining 5 to the matchmaker. Granny Mei then clarified, It is 500. At this revelation, Yang Yuchan exclaimed, What? 500? Granny, we are practically neighbors. How is this any different from robbery? In response, Granny Mei stated, This young lady's situation is unique, dear Chaner. I believe you have some inkling of this, hence the price. Yang Yuchan fell into hesitation. Spending 500 spirit stones to assist a young girl seemed imprudent. Having been frugal all her life, she found it difficult to justify such an extravagant expense. Observing her distress, Lu Linger also began to worry. Just as Yang Yuchan was about to refuse Granny Mei, Yang Bai generously tossed 500 low-grade spirit stones to her. Upon receiving the stones, Granny Mei beamed with joy, thanked him briefly, and then hurriedly departed, seemingly anxious that Yang Bai might change his mind at any moment. Yang Yuchan stood there, stunned, unable to process what had just transpired, as Granny Mei dashed away. Angrily, she turned to Yang Bai and demanded, Where did you get those spirit stones? Yang Bai replied, Oh, my dear elder sister, didn't I explain this to you yesterday? I am a hidden master. For someone as unparalleled as I, these spirit stones are merely trifles. Yang Yuchan attempted to say more, but he interrupted her. Leaning gently against her fragrant shoulder, he whispered, Let us not dwell on that now. I promise to reveal all my secrets to you in due course. With this, Yang Bai managed to calm Yang Yuchan's concerns. After tidying up the room for Lu Linger, Yang Yuchan pulled him into the kitchen. Yang Bai, still bewildered, followed her. Once inside, Yang Yuchan swiftly closed the door and, with lightning speed, planted a fleeting kiss on Yang Bai's lips. Subsequently, in the midst of his astonishment, she murmured, Don't always think about those wildflowers outside. Upon speaking, her cheeks flushed with a rosy glow, even her earlobes turning crimson. She herself was taken aback by her boldness. Previously, she had refrained from allowing Yang Bai to get too close, believing it unwise for him to engage with women too early. Now, she felt an urge to flee the scene. finding his young bride so endearing. Yangbai touched the spot where he had just been kissed and pulled her back as she attempted to escape. With a mysterious grin, he said, "Sister, aren't you curious about where my spirit stones come from? Allow me to enlighten you." Then, to her astonishment, he poured out a mound of spirit stones. Countless stones cascaded, quickly accumulating until the kitchen was nearly filled. Finally, he ceased pouring, and they stood amidst a veritable sea of spirit stones. Yang Yuchan, gazing in disbelief, pinched herself hard. "Ouch, that hurts." Seeing her reaction, Yangbai found her demeanor utterly charming, as she stared at the towering pile of spirit stones. Realizing they were not low-grade but rather top-grade, she swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Is it true, Yangbai? Were you really telling the truth? Are you truly a hidden master?" Yangbai, delighted by her astonishment, replied, "Absolutely. Henceforth, dear sister, you need not scrimp and save. All these top-grade spirit stones are for your cultivation." Yang Yuchan, concerned, asked, "If you give me all these spirit stones, what will you do? Don't you need to cultivate?" Touched by her concern for him, Yangbai responded, "Did I not say that I am invincible in this world? I have no need for cultivation. It is you who has suffered for so long, constantly economizing for my sake, not even sparing a single low-grade spirit stone for your own advancement." At this point, Yangbai expected her to express heartfelt gratitude and affection towards him. However, her icy retort shattered his fantasy. "You know how hard I've had it. If you have so many spirit stones, why didn't you take them out sooner? Were you not sincere?" Yang Yuchan's voice was laced with cold scrutiny. Caught off guard, Yangbai struggled to find an explanation, for he could hardly admit to having crossed over from another world. Noticing his flustered state, Yang Yuchan adopted a playful tone, sticking out her pink tongue and teasingly saying, "Oh, Yangbai, don't be so serious. I don't want to pry into your every secret. After all, who doesn't have a few secrets of their own? It's fine if you don't tell me. I just want you to live well." Her words dispelled Yangbai's previous panic, replacing it with a warm and grateful smile. To have Yang Yuchan as his childhood betrothed was a true blessing. He silently thanked his fortunate father. Had he not casually picked up Yang Yuchan from the streets, where else could he find such a wonderful person? Yang Yuchan smiled sweetly at the dazed Yangbai, then used her storage ring to gather the mountain of top-grade spirit stones. "Oh, I never expected you to transform so quickly into an unparalleled master. This puts a lot of pressure on me. I must cultivate diligently, so I cannot refuse these spirit stones." Chapter 6. The Great Tragedy of the Lu Family. The Turmoil of the Fire Yuan Kingdom. Amused by Yang Yuchan's teasing, Yangbai couldn't help but chuckle. He then inquired about the events of that morning regarding Lu Linger. "Sister, what were you thinking this morning? Why did you agree to let that little girl stay in our pharmacy?" Upon hearing Yangbai's confusion, Yang Yuchan explained, "You truly do not know about that matter?" Yangbai scratched his head, perplexed, and replied, "What matter? I genuinely do not know." Seeing Yangbai in such a state, Yang Yuchan couldn't help but sigh and say, "Well, it's only natural for you to be oblivious to the happenings of the world, given how you spend your days in idleness. This incident occurred about a week ago. A renowned stronghold, the Lu family fortress near our Mufeng city, was annihilated by the Black Dragon Gang. The girl named Lu Linger is the offspring of the fortress's master, who fought valiantly to protect her before his demise. It was only through his sacrifice that Lu Linger managed to escape to Mufeng city." Upon hearing this, Yangbai remarked, "I see. The Black Dragon Gang is a notorious bandit group in the vicinity of Mufeng city, possessing strength that rivals, if not surpasses, our own city. The leader of the gang, known as Zhou Yuanfang, has achieved the realm of Xinling. Due to his formidable prowess, few forces dare to provoke him. Even the imperial court of the Fire Yuan Kingdom has sent formidable warriors on several occasions to eliminate him, yet each time they have failed. As Zhou Yuanfang has always been one step ahead, the Lu family fortress fell victim to their disputes over interests, and with a single command, Zhou Yuanfang led his men to obliterate it. In the aftermath, only Lu Linger managed to escape. How tragic her background is." Yangbai lamented upon learning of Lu Linger's plight. Yang Yuchan expressed her sympathy for the girl, saying, "Upon discovering that she was from the Lu family fortress, I felt a pang of compassion. I had previously heard of old May's efforts to find her a home, yet no one was willing to take her in. Our family is likely her last hope. Should we fail to shelter her, Lu Linger would have no choice but to end up in a brothel." At the mention of the brothel, Yangbai paused before saying, "So, sister, you cannot bear to see such a young lady's life ruined, can you?" To this, Yang Yuchan nodded slightly. "Indeed, I cannot stand by and watch," she replied. "Yang Di, would you mind if I took the liberty to act on this? After all, it is your spirit stones being used." With this, Yang Yuchan cast a worried glance at Yangbai. Hearing her words, Yangbai felt a wave of emotion. Despite her own less than fortunate circumstances, she could not bear to witness another's misfortune. Such kindness is truly admirable. However, It must be noted that his notion of misfortune was entirely based on the time before Yang Bai's arrival in this world. Presently, with his unparalleled cultivation and boundless wealth, he would support Yang Yuchan in whatever endeavor she wished to undertake. Observing his sister's concerned expression, Yang Bai chuckled and said, "Oh, sister, what are you saying? Though I may not be a paragon of virtue, what harm is there in lending a helping hand when it is within my power? Furthermore, we are not lacking in 500 inferior spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan's face brightened with a smile. Soon, night fell. Yang Bai took Yang Yuchan to the Manxiang Tower for a meal. This time, accompanied by Lu Linger, Yang Yuchan decided it would be best to walk, allowing them to enjoy the nighttime scenery of Mufeng City. The bustling streets of Mufeng City remained alive with activity, filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. The streets were crowded with people, and lanterns floated gracefully in the night sky, creating a lively atmosphere. Yang Bai and Yang Yuchan walked side by side through the vibrant streets, with Lu Linger trailing behind them. In no time, the trio arrived at the Manxiang Tower, where the same waiter from the previous day greeted them with enthusiasm. "Ah, esteemed guests, you've returned." Yang Bai, recognizing the waiter, handed him a few spirit stones, saying, "As per usual." The delighted waiter beamed as he replied, "Certainly, esteemed guests, please come in." They ascended to a window-side table on the second floor. The crowd was noticeably larger than the previous night. Yang Bai settled into his seat, surveying the room, and noted, it seems nearly every table is occupied, creating quite a lively ambience. Before long, their table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. "Linger, do indulge," Yang Bai declared. "This meal serves as a welcome banquet from the Yang family to you, as we embrace you into our fold." He raised his cup towards Lu Linger, who, slightly bashful, murmured, "Thank you, young Master Yang." The warmth in Lu Linger's heart blossomed as she realized how kind Yang Bai and Yang Yuchan were towards her, filling her with gratitude. Thus, the three of them enjoyed their meal with merriment. However, just as they were relishing their dinner, lively discussions erupted from a nearby table. "Have you heard? Our borders are in peril," a refined youth inquired. "Indeed, this matter has caused quite the uproar throughout the Fire Yuan Kingdom. Reports of defeats have been pouring in from the borders, and we've lost dozens of cities in a single sweep," replied a middle-aged man. "What? That cannot be. The power of the 5 kingdoms of the wasteland is nearly equal. How could this happen? Is another nation conspiring against us?" Another voice interjected, expressing skepticism. "Nay, no other nation has united against us. The aggressor is our neighboring Dezhou kingdom," the middle-aged man clarified. "Dezhou? How could a single kingdom possibly conquer dozens of our cities?" As the voices from that table grew louder, they attracted a crowd eager to debate the unfolding crisis. "Isn't Mufeng City rather close to the borders? Does this mean Dezhou's cavalry will soon march upon us?" The surrounding crowd erupted into a frenzy. "If this news is true, what shall we do? Indeed, how did Dezhou suddenly become so formidable? Alas, the heavens seemed to conspire against us not long ago. The tragedy of the Lu family fortress occurred, and now we face war." With the specter of conflict looming, many began to gather their belongings, preparing to flee before the Dezhou forces could arrive. Yang Bai listened to the chatter with calm composure, unperturbed by the escalating panic around him. Conversely, Yang Yuchan, seated beside him, was visibly worried for their safety. After all, in the face of such calamity, who could emerge unscathed? Thus, Yang Yuchan turned to Yang Bai, asking, "Yang Di, should we not also pack our belongings?" Having learned of Yang Bai's strength the previous evening, she had gradually begun to shift her reliance from her own authority to his formidable presence. In response, Yang Bai smiled reassuringly. "Fear not, sister, with me here, everything shall be just fine." Despite his comforting words, Yang Yuchan remained hesitant, her worry evident in her eyes. Observing her distress, Yang Bai gently placed his hand on the soft back of her hand, saying, "Sister, do not fret. Did I not assure you? Your Yang Di is invincible." At this, Yang Yuchan rolled her eyes, exclaiming with exasperation, "Oh, you and your bravado. Brother Yang, you have come again," Yang Bai remarked. "Sister, rest assured, I shall handle everything." Subsequently, the three of them, having satisfied their appetites, swiftly returned to the apothecary. In Yang Yuchan's room, she was in a state of disquiet after returning from the Satisfaction Fragrance Pavilion, fearing that the troops of the great Zhou kingdom might imminently besiege the city. Lying in bed, sleep eluded her. "I must take precautions against unforeseen circumstances." Yang Yuchan resolutely decided to forego sleep that night and dedicate herself to cultivation. Having previously neglected her training due to the spiritual stones and Yang Bai's influence, with determination, she retrieved the exquisite spiritual stones Yang Bai had gifted her that day. Gazing at the precious stones in her hand, she mused, "Brother Yang possesses secrets. His strength must now be at least in the profound spirit realm. I must catch up with him." With that thought, Yang Yuchan began to absorb the spiritual energy from one of the exquisite stones. Wow, truly, these are exceptional spiritual stones. The energy they contain is remarkably rich, she exclaimed, astonished, as she had never even used a low-grade spiritual stone before, let alone imagine that one day she would wield exquisite ones. Thus, Yang Yuchan remained awake throughout the night. The following day, as dawn broke, Yang Bai noted that Lu Linger was already awake. The little girl was busily organizing the disordered herbs within the apothecary. Upon noticing Yang Bai standing behind her, Lu Linger promptly greeted him. Good morning, young Master Yang. I am tidying up the apothecary. I just finished categorizing the herbs. Hearing her, Yang Bai couldn't help but reach out to pat her head, charmed by her diligent demeanor. The petite girl stood at his chest level, her slight frame giving her the appearance of a little doll. Oh, my little doll, how thoughtful of you. Lu Linger, upon receiving Yang Bai's compliment, allowed a rare smile to grace her face. Shortly thereafter, Yang Yuchan emerged from her room. Upon seeing her, Yang Bai let out a gentle gasp. To his perception, in just one night, Yang Yuchan had advanced from the 3rd to the 5th level of body refinement. Observing the dark circles under her eyes, he immediately understood that she had foregone sleep to train. Approaching her, he said, Sister, I appreciate your desire for progress, but there is no need to sacrifice your rest for cultivation. In response, Yang Yuchan replied, It's fine, it's just one night without sleep. Besides, you have quietly reached the profound spirit realm, and as your elder sister, I certainly do not wish to lag too far behind you. However, I must say, these exquisite spiritual stones are truly effective. In just one night, I managed to break through 2 minor realms. Yang Bai could only shake his head in exasperation. On this leisurely day, a few customers visited the apothecary, all of which Lu Linger managed splendidly without requiring his direct involvement. Relaxing on a long bench in the courtyard, basking in the sun, Yang Bai watched Lu Linger, who was intently perusing a medical book beside him. Glancing toward the house where Yang Yuchan diligently practiced, he felt a profound warmth in his heart, thoroughly enjoying the ambience. Before long, an elderly man rushed into the apothecary, calling out urgently, Dr. Yang, Dr. Yang. Yang Bai, roused by the commotion, rubbed his eyes, and, upon recognizing the visitor as Old Man Chow, inquired, Old Man Chow, what brings you here? He then nudged Lu Ling, still engrossed in her book, quickly, little doll, go attend to the patient. Lu Linger obediently responded and approached Old Man Chow. Seeing her, Old Man Chow anxiously asked, is that young lad at home? I need to find you, Chan. There's an urgent matter. Realizing the visitor was not there for treatment, but rather to seek Yang Yuchan, Lu Linger returned to Yang Bai's bench, resuming her study. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Yang Yuchan ended her training and stepped out of her room. Upon seeing Old Man Chow, she asked, Old Man Chow, what urgent matter do you have for me? Old Man Chow, whom they had befriended during a previous visit to the apothecary, was a kind man who had offered them much assistance after learning of Yang Xiongtian's departure. He often slipped a few spiritual stones into Yang Yuchan's hand. Though meager, they symbolized the goodwill of a warm-hearted elder. Seeing him now, Yang Yuchan approached eagerly. Oh dear, Yuchan, something terrible has happened. My son returned from hunting in the mountains this morning and collapsed on the bed, unable to rise. His face is ashen, trembling all over, and he is foaming at the mouth. Before he could finish, Old Man Chow suddenly collapsed. Yang Yuchan rushed to support him, while Yang Bai swiftly left the bench and approached. Taking hold of Old Man Chow, he noted the pallor on the elder's face. What's happening? Yang Yuchan inquired anxiously. Lu Linger, too, abandoned her book and hurried over. Yang Bai then used his spiritual sense to investigate Old Man Chow's condition, stating, he appears to have been poisoned. Poisoned? Yang Yuchan asked, bewildered. How could Old Man Chow have been poisoned without reason? Yang Bai then gestured, summoning a holy, luminous light in his palm. He placed his hand upon Old Man Chow's chest, allowing the sacred light to enter his body. Instantly, the toxins within him were purified. Yang Yuchan and Lu Linger stood in awe, watching as Yang Bai radiated a divine glow. Lu Linger, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, Young Master seems like a celestial being just now. Yang Yuchan nodded in agreement, feeling increasingly intrigued by her enigmatic brother. Chapter 8. The complete detoxification. Once the poison was cleansed from Old Man Chow's body, he gradually regained consciousness. Seeing him awake, Yang Bai and the others hurried to his bedside, inquiring about his condition. Old Man Chow, how do you feel now? Are you feeling any better? Yang Yuchan asked, gripping his frail hand anxiously. She held deep respect for the elder who had cared for her in the past. Cough, cough. What has happened to me? Old Man Chow coughed violently, clearly bewildered by the events. Yang Bai quickly interjected, Old Man Chow, you were poisoned. Old Man Chow, still disoriented, struggled to comprehend. Yang Yuchan chimed in, yes, indeed, You fainted as soon as you entered our apothecary. You were poisoned, but Yangbai helped to detoxify you. It took a moment for old man Xiao to collect himself before he exclaimed, Poisoned? Yes, poisoned. My foolish son has been poisoned. Having spoken, Elder Qiao seized Yang Yuchan's sleeve and exclaimed, Cicada girl, hurry. My son has been poisoned and lies incapacitated in bed. I came to seek your assistance for this very matter. Please, rush to Tiniu village and aid my son. Upon grasping the gravity of the situation, Yang Yuchan responded, Do not fret, Elder Qiao. With that, she turned to urge Yang Bai, Brother Yang, let us hasten to Tiniu village. However, Yang Bai shook his head and replied, Sister, should you proceed on foot, you may not return in time. Moreover, Elder Qiao has taken quite some time to enter Mufeng City. Your current haste will undoubtedly prove insufficient. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan's face contorted with anxiety as she inquired, Brother Yang, what shall we do now? Observing her fidgeting like a restless ant on a hot stove, Yang Bai found amusement in her distress. He waved his hand, and the individuals in the room suddenly felt the space around them shift, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. They were instantaneously transported to Elder Qiao's home. There, they beheld Qiao Tiniu, lying motionless on the bed, his face pale and breathing faint. Beside him knelt a middle-aged woman cradling an infant, presumably Qiao Tiniu's wife. The group, astonished by their sudden arrival at Elder Qiao's residence, stood in disbelief. Lu Linger, with a large question mark hovering above her head, adorably pinched her cherubic cheeks, exclaiming, Ouch, that hurts. Sister Yang, this doesn't seem like a dream. Meanwhile, Yang Yuchan gazed at the composed Yang Bai in shock, evidently unprepared for her brother's formidable abilities, which enabled them to arrive at Elder Qiao's house in the blink of an eye. The distance between Mufeng City and Tiniu village was considerable, spanning dozens of miles. At that moment, Yang Yuchan couldn't help but question whether her brother's cultivation truly rested solely within the Xianling realm. Surely, it must be more than that. Could a practitioner of the Xianling realm truly achieve such a feat? Elder Qiao, too, was taken aback by the scene before him, unable to fathom the events that had just transpired. Yet, before he could dwell on his astonishment, he turned his gaze back to the unconscious Qiao Tiniu and approached the bedside. The woman by the bed was startled, asking, Father, why have you returned so soon? Did you not go to the city to find a doctor? In response, Elder Qiao quickly pulled Yang Yuchan to the bedside, his voice trembling with urgency as he implored, Cicada girl, you must save my Tiniu. He is my only son. Should he fall, our family will crumble. I beseech you. As he spoke, Elder Qiao prepared to kneel before her. In an instant, Yang Yuchan steadied him, reassuring, Elder, please do not do that. Remain calm. Uncle Tiniu can surely be saved. With that, she directed her gaze toward Yang Bai, who exchanged a knowing look with her, conveying his reassurance. Upon witnessing this exchange, Qiao Tiniu's wife quickly lifted her daughter to clear space. Yang Bai extended his hand toward Qiao Tiniu, and soon, a radiant light emanated from his entire being. As this holy light entered Qiao Tiniu's body, the poison within him was instantly purified. Gradually, color returned to his face, and his breath strengthened. Remarkably, after a brief moment, he even began to snore. With Qiao Tiniu's recovery, the group finally breathed a collective sigh of relief. Elder Qiao, feeling an immense weight lift from his shoulders, repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Yang Bai, reflecting on how he had underestimated him, once viewing him as a frivolous young man unworthy of Yang Yuchan. At that moment, as Qiao Tiniu's wife prepared to drink from a cup of water, Yang Bai sensed something amiss and swiftly admonished, Do not drink that water. Startled by the sudden exclamation, she lost her grip, and the cup shattered on the floor, the liquid hissing ominously as it pooled. The onlookers jumped in alarm, and Qiao Tiniu's wife, now terrified, collapsed to the ground. There is poison in the water. Who could be so malicious as to poison it? Yang Yuchan quickly pieced together the situation. Yang Bai then instructed her, Quick, hand me the child you are holding. Realizing her infant had been silent for quite some time, she hastily passed the baby to Yang Bai, pleading, Dr. Yang, please save my child. Utilizing the same method, Yang Bai purified the infant of its poison before returning the child to her. Yang Yuchan observed Yang Bai silently, her heart swelling with gratitude, thinking, It is truly a blessing to have my brother by my side. Elder Qiao continued to express his thanks to Yang Bai, when Lu Linger inquired, Who could be so vile as to poison the water in Elder Qiao's home? Yang Bai, employing his spiritual sense, meticulously scanned Tiniu village and concluded, It seems the poisoning extends beyond just Elder Qiao's family. Someone has poisoned the entire village's water supply. As he surveyed the village, Yang Bai noted that many households exhibited similar symptoms of poisoning. Indeed, the water source for the entire Tiniu village has been tainted, he deduced. At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. Brother Yang, are you suggesting the entire village's water has been poisoned? Yang Yuchan exclaimed, her shock palpable. Yang Bai nodded. then raised his hand toward the sky above Tiniu village. Instantly, golden light illuminated the skies, radiating a sacred glow that enveloped the entire village. Many villagers, who had been bedridden with poison while their families sat despondent by their sides, found their ailments cured as the divine light descended upon them. The once hopeless faces of the villagers now brimmed with renewed hope. Witnessing the miraculous healing, numerous villagers knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "It is a deity. Surely, an immortal has descended to save us." Meanwhile, Yangbai and his companions arrived at the village well. Through his spiritual sense, he determined that the well had indeed been poisoned. "Let me see who could be so heartless," he declared, preparing to unveil the truth. With that, he invoked his unparalleled powers, his eyes blazing with radiant light. In an instant, he perceived all that had transpired near the well, comprehending the full scope of the events that had unfolded. Soon, Yangbai swiftly identified the perpetrator. 3 days prior, a shadowy figure had stealthily approached the well. The individual then produced a pouch of powder from their bosom and proceeded to pour a handful into the well. Muttering incantations, "Let these foolish denizens of the fire elemental nation taste the latest concoction of poison from the grand priest." Witnessing this, Yangbai immediately locked onto the aura emanating from the individual. Judging by their attire and speech, it seemed they were not a citizen of the fire elemental nation. At this moment, Yang Yuchan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Yang, what is the matter? Have you made a discovery?" In response, Yangbai, exuding confidence, replied, "Sister, you and little Do Ding stay here and do not move. Wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, Yangbai's figure vanished in an instant. "Yang is indeed quite mysterious," Yang Yuchan remarked, somewhat pouting in frustration. In a secluded forest near Iron Bull village, a figure was quietly observing the situation within the village. Suddenly, an ethereal presence appeared behind him unbeknownst to him. In a flash, Yangbai seized the individual by the throat from behind. "Speak. Who are you? Why did you poison the well in Iron Bull village?" From the moment Yangbai entered Iron Bull village, he had sensed the individual lurking there. With his unmatched prowess, nothing occurring within a radius of several 100,000 miles could escape his keen perception, even while he deliberately suppressed his own aura. Realizing his scheme had been uncovered, the individual swiftly ingested a lethal poison he had been concealing in his mouth. Moments later, he breathed his last. Yangbai coldly scoffed him. "I anticipated you would resort to such measures, but will this prove effective?" Subsequently, Yangbai's gaze sharpened, and with his other hand raised, he began to rotate it counterclockwise. Time around him began to rewind, returning to the very second before the individual committed suicide. The individual, momentarily stunned, felt as though he had experienced an illusion, only to once again resolve to take the poison. Yangbai, however, displayed remarkable patience. "Since you enjoy this game, I shall indulge you." With that, he reversed time once more. Once again, time returned to the second before the individual took the poison. This time, the individual, undeterred, repeated his act of suicide. Yangbai, unwilling to relent, continued this back and forth for numerous iterations. Eventually, the individual gasped for breath, pleading, "Oh, noble hero, my lord, my ancestor, could you grant me a swift end? I beseech you to show mercy." Yangbai, in a teasing tone, replied, "What? Are you weary of the game? Shall we continue?" Upon hearing this, the individual shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum, his expression one of sheer terror, as if encountering the king of hell, his voice tinged with desperation. "Woo-woo, ancestor. What do you wish to know? I shall confess everything. Just grant me a swift end." "Pleased," Yangbai finally asked, "Speak. Who are you? And why did you poison the well of innocent civilians?" The individual hastily responded, "I am merely an ordinary soldier of the great Zhou kingdom. I was sent by the grand priest to stealthily test poison within the borders of the fire elemental nation." Yangbai then inquired, "Tell me the name of your grand priest." "Lin Tianin," the individual replied. Without hesitation, Yangbai concluded the individual's life. Next, he placed his left hand across his chest, emanating a terrifying aura as he began to materialize a tome from within himself. The tome appeared unremarkable, yet bore the striking title Book of Life and Death inscribed upon its cover. Then, with his right hand, he conjured a brush that materialized from thin air, inscribed with the words Celestial Origin Brush. Slowly, Yangbai opened the Book of Life and Death, inscribing the name Lin Tianin upon its pages. As he completed the writing, the tome erupted with a powerful surge of energy. Fortunately, Yangbai managed to suppress it in time to prevent it from spilling outward. At this moment, on the border of the fire elemental nation, within the great Zhou military camp, numerous commanders had gathered. "Ha! How valiant is our Grand Marshal! Under his leadership, our iron cavalry has swiftly breached the defenses of the fire elemental nation. Indeed, it is thanks to the Grand Marshal's command that our forces have advanced with such relentless momentum. A toast to our Grand Marshal." At this celebration within the Great Zhou military camp, Zhao Tianyong was presiding over a victory banquet. Graciously accepting the toast from his generals, Zhao Tianyong reciprocated. The ease with which we have invaded the fire elemental nation owes much to the valiant efforts of all of you generals. As the revelry continued, Zhao Tianyong turned to Lin Tianyin within the tent and asked, Grand Priest, as the master of poison, your contributions are invaluable. But have you completed the task I entrusted to you? At that moment, Lin Tianyin, lost in merriment, confidently responded, Rest assured, Grand Marshal, I have arranged for my subordinates to test the poison at the nearest location. It will be foolproof. However, mid-sentence, Lin Tianyin's bowl slipped from his grasp, shattering and abruptly shattering the celebratory atmosphere. In the grand tent, the commanders of Great Zhou exchanged bewildered glances as Lin Tianyin silently collapsed. The Grand Marshal quickly reacted, rushing to his side and catching him, exclaiming, Grand Priest, what has happened? The other commanders gathered, calling out Lin Tianyin's name in concern. After a thorough examination, Zhao Tianyong sighed in resignation. There is no need to call out. He has already passed. This revelation sent shockwaves through the tent. What? The Grand Priest, not only a master of poison but also a formidable practitioner of the void refinement realm, has perished so silently? A flurry of anxious murmurs erupted among the commanders, each gripped by unease. After all, the ability to cause the demise of a void refinement expert without a trace was an unfathomable feat. Realizing the morale of the troops was faltering, Zhao Tianyong swiftly stepped forward to stabilize their spirits, declaring in a commanding voice, What are you all afraid of? The Grand Priest has merely succumbed to the frailty of age, with his latent ailments flaring during this campaign, leading to his untimely demise. Summon my orders. Transport the Grand Priest's remains back to Great Zhou. He has sacrificed himself for the nation. Let us honor him with the highest ceremony. With that, several soldiers entered the tent, bearing Lin Tianyin's body away. At this moment, the once exhilarating atmosphere within the grand tent descended into a profound gloom. After all, the cultivation levels of the generals present were predominantly inferior to that of the high priest, with even the mightiest among them, the Grand Marshal, merely reaching the pinnacle of the void refinement stage. Confronted with such an enigmatic scene, how could they not feel fear? Thus, Zhao Tian, not daring to neglect the matter, promptly reported it upward for a decision from above. In the Fire Yuan Kingdom, at the Phoenix City, within the palace hall, a figure adorned in exquisite attire sat regally upon the highest throne. This woman, crowned and wielding a scepter, donned a resplendent red robe that flowed gracefully, revealing a pair of long, elegant legs beneath. Your Majesty, urgent news has arrived from the borders. The Tiger Fortress has also fallen. At this moment, the Holy Maiden of Yuqing knelt on one knee, delivering the latest updates from the front to the Empress of the Fire Yuan Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the ministers present in the hall displayed expressions of shock. At that moment, a minister stepped forward to offer counsel. Your Majesty, the loss of Tiger Fortress now leaves our central lands completely exposed to the iron cavalry of the Great Zhou. I advise that we dispatch troops to the front lines for support. This suggestion was met with widespread agreement from the other ministers in the court. Seeing this, the Empress made an immediate decision, proclaiming to those below, by my decree, I command the Holy Maiden Yuqing to lead 100,000 troops to Mufeng City to halt the advance of the Great Zhou army. Hearing this, the Holy Maiden Yuqing stepped forward to accept the imperial edict, stating, I, Xian Yuqing, accept the decree. With that, the Empress announced the end of the court session. Soon, only the two women remained in the grand hall. Yuqing, Mufeng City is the essential route for the Great Zhou's invasion of our central plains. You must defend it on my behalf, ordered Gong Qingya with resolve. In response, Xian Yuqing crossed her arms confidently and declared, Your Majesty, rest assured. As long as the city stands, so shall its defenders. With that, Xian Yuqing took her leave from the hall. Watching her retreating figure, Gong Qingya furrowed her brow, a look of concern crossing her face as she gazed toward Mufeng City, murmuring, When did the Great Zhou's national strength surge to such a degree? It is truly perplexing. With that, her silhouette vanished from the hall. At this time, within the Empress's chamber, Gong Qingya gradually shed her voluminous robes, leaving only a loose undergarment. She made her way to a bathing pool within the chamber, her long, graceful legs stepping lightly. Upon entering the water, she washed away her fatigue. Just then, a young woman clad in a delicate green dress approached from behind the curtain, her features exquisite. Your Majesty, I have cast a fortune for you. I have discerned some reasons behind the rapid rise of the Great Zhou's power. Following this, a somewhat languid voice emerged from behind the curtain. Pray tell, for I am quite curious how the foolish monarch of the Great Zhou has managed such feats in such a short span. As she spoke, Gong Qingya lifted one of her long, elegant legs out of the water. Observing this, the heavenly mechanism mystic maiden hastily replied, I have deduced that it seems related to the 10,000 great mountains. Upon hearing this, Gong Qingya exclaimed in astonishment. Is there some inheritance emerging from within the 10,000 great mountains? After Yang Bai sent the high priest to the afterlife, he departed from Tiniu village with Yang Yuchan in tow. Before leaving, he took a moment to inform Old Master Chow, Old Sir, the well water in your village is safe for consumption once again. Upon hearing this, Old Master Chow expressed his gratitude with his entire family. Returning to the apothecary, Yang Bai resumed his uneventful life. Meanwhile, after witnessing the earlier events, Yang Yuchan once again recalibrated her perception of Yang Bai's strength. No, my brother's prowess is formidable. I cannot afford to lag behind. Thus, Yang Yuchan commenced her relentless training. As for Lu Linger, Yang Bai had recently observed that the girl was acting quite strangely. While she often sat beside him, engrossed in medical texts, she frequently cast glances at him as if she had something to say but hesitated. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yang Bai finally inquired, Little Do Ding, feel free to speak your mind. There is no need to hold back. At this, Lu Linger stammered, Well, I also wish to cultivate. Could you possibly lend me some spirit stones for my training? Following this, the little girl added nervously, Just a little bit will suffice. With that, Lu Linger lowered her head in embarrassment. Deep down, she understood that she was merely a small maidservant taken in by Yang Bai at the apothecary. She felt immense gratitude for his kindness. Otherwise, she might have already been sold into a brothel, and yet here she was making such a request. In her heart, she felt this behavior was rather greedy, but she yearned for it nonetheless. Seeing her bashful expression, Yang Bai gently extended his hand, ruffling her hair, and said, I thought it was something significant. Is that all? What is there to be shy about? I am not a miserly young master. I can certainly afford to support a little doding like you. With that, Yang Bai produced a storage ring containing a full 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 11. Revenge and Retribution. Upon receiving the storage ring, Lu Linger, filled with anxiety, declared, Young master, I cannot accept this without giving something in return. I will trade you something. With that, the little girl produced a miniature necklace from her bosom. She held it in her hand for a moment before solemnly placing it into Yang Bai's hands. Young master, this necklace has been with me since birth. Though it holds little value, it is my only possession. Once I earn enough, I shall return it to you. But for now, consider it a pledge. Yang Bai examined the necklace closely, easily discerning that it came with a matching piece. Thus, he affectionately ruffled her hair again and chuckled, All right then. Since I have accepted all your belongings, you may keep the spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Lu Linger squinted her eyes and eagerly opened the storage ring. She was instantly taken aback by the mountain of high-grade spirit stones within. Then, with a pout, she remarked, Young master, it seems even selling me Wu Ti sufficed to repay this debt. Seeing her reaction, Yang Bai found the little girl quite endearing and affectionately tousled her hair once more. At this moment, Lu Linger shot him an annoyed glance, puffing her cheeks as she said, Young master, please stop. Look what you've done to my hair. Hearing this, Yang Bai finally withdrew his hand, a satisfied smile on his face as he reassured her, Fear not. My little Do Ding is worth far more than just a few spirit stones. Even if someone offered me 1,000,000 spirit stones, I wouldn't trade you for them. Upon hearing this, Lu Linger's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her teeth biting her lip as she exclaimed, Really? Young master, you are too kind to me. I don't want to be just your maidservant. Yang Bai, upon hearing Lu Linger's words, immediately adopted a serious expression and remarked, Little one, who has ever regarded you as a mere servant? From now on, do not speak in such a manner. Quickly, gather the spirit stones. You wish to cultivate, do you not? Allow me, your master, to guide you in your training. With that, Yang Bai produced a handkerchief and gently wiped away the tears and mucus from her face. Realizing her lack of decorum, Lu Linger hastily seized the handkerchief and clumsily cleaned her face. Subsequently, she took out a top-quality spirit stone and, following Yang Bai's instructions, began to absorb the spiritual energy contained within. As the energy flowed through her meridians, she finally embarked on the first step of her cultivation journey. Meanwhile, Yang Bai observed Lu Linger with a curious expression as she entered a state of cultivation. This little one may not be as simple as she appears. Through his spiritual perception, Yang Bai detected a powerful force awakening within Lu Linger. It seemed to be a potent bloodline power. Yang Bai fixated on Lu Linger, and in the next moment, a brilliant light erupted from her body. An ancient, overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the entire Mufeng city. Fortunately, Yang Bai reacted swiftly, employing his invincible cultivation to shield against this aura with remarkable speed. At that moment, an enormous serpent phantom manifested above Lu Linger's head, exuding an aura that instilled profound pressure. Yang Bai, gazing intently at the apparition, exclaimed in astonishment, So it is the ancient heavenly serpent. This little one is not of human lineage, but rather a descendant of the serpent clan. Just then, Yang Yuchan, having heard the commotion outside, hastily concluded her cultivation. Upon exiting her room, she witnessed the scene before her and gasped in shock. Yang Di, what has happened to Ling? I just gave her the spirit stone to cultivate, and now she has transformed. Yang Bai shrugged his shoulders, then explained, this little one is of the serpent clan, possessing the bloodline of the ancient heavenly serpent. She must be awakening her ancestral bloodline at this moment. At these words, Yang Yuchan's astonishment deepened. It seemed all would be revealed once her bloodline awakening was complete. After a considerable time, Lu Linger's bloodline awakening finally reached its climax. As the ancient heavenly serpent phantom fused into her body, her aura began to surge powerfully. First stage of body refinement. Second stage of body refinement. Third stage of body refinement. Ninth stage of body refinement. Lu Linger's aura stabilized only upon reaching the ninth stage of body refinement. Witnessing this, Yang Yuchan's eyes widened in disbelief. She had toiled for an entire week just to barely reach the sixth stage of body refinement, while Lu Linger, having just begun her cultivation, soared to the ninth stage as if propelled by a rocket. Keenly perceptive, Yang Bai noticed Yang Yuchan's frustration and comforted her, saying, this little one has achieved such heights through her bloodline power. If we were to consider mere cultivation talent, she may not surpass you, eldest sister. Hearing this, Yang Yuchan's eyes dimmed as she replied, Yang Di, you need not console me. Your eldest sister is not so fragile. As they conversed, Lu Linger opened her eyes, having completed her bloodline awakening. Noticing this, Yang Bai approached her and inquired, do you feel any discomfort? Lu Linger, looking perplexed, responded, not at all, master. Why do you ask? Reassured by her response, Yang Bai said, little one, your desire to cultivate stems from a wish to avenge your father and family, does it not? Lu Linger nodded, her heart heavy with the weight of her thoughts. She had kept this matter close to her heart, rarely expressing it openly. Now, with Yang Bai's gentle prodding, she no longer held back. Indeed, I seek to avenge my father against the vile ruffians of the Black Dragon stronghold. They slaughtered everyone in our Lu family fortress, leaving me as the sole survivor. Had it not been for my father's desperate protection, I too would not have escaped. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. Yang Bai, seeing her distress, assured her, do not worry. I shall eradicate those scoundrels for you. With that, he placed his hand upon her head. Feeling the warmth radiating from him, Lu Linger found solace in the moment. Then, before the astonished gazes of the two women, Yang Bai tore open a rift in space with his bare hands. Above the Black Dragon stronghold, the sky suddenly split apart, revealing a vast chasm. The inhabitants of the stronghold sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from above and looked up in trepidation. What is this? Such a dreadful aura, what could it be? On the other side of the rift, Yang Bai, akin to the will of heaven itself, gazed down upon the minuscule figures below. Gradually, he extended his hand into the rift. In that instant, a colossal hand materialized above the Black Dragon stronghold, descending with a dreadful force. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Zhou Yuan had already burst forth from the stronghold. Gazing up at the sky, where the massive hand obscured the sun, he experienced an unparalleled dread deep within his soul. In that moment, he realized just how insignificant he truly was. The people of the Black Dragon stronghold, poised to flee, were instantly pinned to the ground by the aura of the enormous hand, unable to move. Then, under their despairing gazes, that hand obliterated the area, reducing it to ashes. Chapter 12. Reunion with Old Friends. Far away in Mufeng City, many witnesses beheld the scene at the Black Dragon stronghold. What was this enormous hand? Merely glancing at it sent shivers through their souls. Indeed, this must be the will of the heavens. The Black Dragon stronghold had brought this upon themselves with their nefarious deeds. Now, even the heavens could no longer bear it, and had chosen to act against these villains. Instantly, those who beheld the colossal hand began to murmur among themselves. In the apothecary, Yang Yuchan and her companions stared wide-eyed at Yang Bai, momentarily lost for words. What is the matter with you? Why do you all look at me in such a manner? Having completed his task, Yang Bai clapped his hands and turned to face the two women. They gazed at him as if they had stumbled upon a ghost in broad daylight. At this moment, Yang Yuchan swallowed hard, stammering, is it truly you, my Yang Di? To her, this Yang Bai seemed utterly unfamiliar, his strength beyond comprehension. Yang Bai, finding this amusing, chuckled and replied, eldest sister, did I not inform you earlier? Your Yang Di is unrivaled across the world. 3 days later, after avenging Lu Linger, Yang Bai reclined comfortably on a bench while Lu Linger attended to him, massaging his shoulders and legs. Master, how is it? Is it comfortable? Yang Bai, feeling at ease, responded with a satisfied hum. Yes, quite nice. A bit higher. Yes, that's it. As Yang Bai reveled in his blissful existence, a sudden voice pierced through the tranquility from outside the door. Big brother Bai, big brother Bai? Upon hearing the call, Yang Bai turned to see a figure dashing through the entrance like a shooting star, closely followed by a young woman. Xiao Fei, Yang Bai exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer. The two rushed toward each other, quickly embracing and shedding tears of joy. Oh, Xiao Fei, you've been gone for so long. I missed you dearly. What prompted you to visit me so suddenly? Indeed, big brother Bai, I missed you too. I heard you came into sudden wealth recently. When will you repay the money you owe me? The moment those words escaped his lips, Yang Bai's face darkened in an instant. Without hesitation, he executed a shoulder throw, sending Xiao Fei tumbling behind him, then pushed him toward the door, saying, "Take care, I'm not seeing you off." Hey, what do you mean by that? Big brother Bai? Watching the playful antics of the two, Li Qingluo couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. You two are quite the amusing pair. It's just like old times. At this, Yang Bai finally ceased his playful banter with Xiao Fei. I didn't know Sister Qingluo was also here. Little Bean, come greet our guests. At Lu Linger's call, she bounced over with great enthusiasm. Ever since Yang Bai helped her avenge her grievances, she had completely embraced her carefree nature, radiating joy every day. You needn't be so polite, Xiao Bai. Where's Yuchan? Li Qingluo inquired hastily. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Yang Yuchan emerged from the house, her face lighting up upon seeing Li Qingluo. She stepped forward, linking arms with her and cheerfully asked, "Oh, Sister Li, how does such a busy official suddenly have time to rush from Chaofeng City to visit me? Stop teasing me." Yuchan, Li Qingluo replied, and the two young women affectionately strolled into the room, whispering secrets to one another. Li Xiao Fei and his sister were childhood companions of Yang Bai and Yang Yuchan, having grown up together and formed an unbreakable bond. However, their idyllic camaraderie was short-lived, as Xiao Fei's parents were favored by the court, and Yang Bai's father abandoned him, leaving him to rely solely on Yang Yuchan. Big brother Bai, I was just joking earlier, don't take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai's irritation diminished significantly, and he inquired, "It's been several years since we last met. What brings you and Sister Qingluo here now?" Sighing, Li Xiao Fei replied, "Sigh, don't even mention it. It's because the great Zhou is about to invade. As one of the deputy commanders of the Yuqing, I naturally had to accompany the army to Mufeng City. So, I thought I would stop by to see you, big brother Bai." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Bai chuckled and playfully tapped his head, saying, "Well, who would have thought? You're quite loyal, aren't you? I thought once you became an official, you would forget about your older brother." Li Xiao Fei smiled sheepishly, scratching his head. "How could that be? Don't tease me, big brother Bai. It's not that big of a position, just a deputy commander." "That's already quite impressive," Yang Bai said, giving him a friendly punch on the chest. "Not bad. You've done well. You didn't forget the time I took you to sneak a peek at the neighbor's second daughter while she was bathing. And I let you have the best spot." At this, Li Xiao Fei's face turned crimson with embarrassment, and he helplessly chuckled. "Oh, big brother Bai. How do you still remember that? But it's been years. I wonder if your skills have improved?" Yang Bai responded playfully, "Haha, Xiao Fei. I didn't expect that after years apart. You've grown taller, but your bravado has increased as well. Let us go. Big brother Bai will show you my skills." With that, the two brothers linked arms and headed toward a nearby stream outside the city. Seeing everyone leave the courtyard after preparing tea, Lu Linger hurriedly called out to Yang Bai, "Young master, where are you going to play? Can you take Linger along? It's so lonely at home." Upon hearing this, Yang Bai and Xiao Fei exchanged glances, a mischievous smile spreading across their faces. Yang Bai then turned to Lu Linger with a significant grin, saying, "Well, little bean, if you want to join in the fun, then come along." Unaware of the implications behind Yang Bai's meaningful smile, the innocent Lu Linger eagerly followed behind the two boys. Before long, the trio exited the city gates and soon arrived at the stream on the outskirts. "Young master, what are we doing here?" "There's nothing fun to be had," Lu Linger said, blinking her large eyes in confusion. Yang Bai turned his head and replied, "Oh, little bean, you'll find out soon enough." He then turned to Li Xiao Fei, asking, "So, Xiao Fei, are you ready?" "All set," Li Xiao Fei responded, excitement gleaming in his eyes. With a swift tug on their belts, accompanied by the girl's shrieks, two jets of water shot forth from between their legs. "What do you think, little bean? Didn't you want to play together? Come over and join us." "Wow." Lu Linger, witnessing this spectacle, blushed profusely, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. As Yang Bai encouraged her to join, she quickly covered her eyes and shyly ran away. The sight of the flustered girl prompted both boys to burst into laughter. "Hey, Xiao Fei, you aren't being honest. Why did you sneak forward?" "Big brother Bai, you're talking nonsense. You clearly moved forward first. You're going to lose today." They laughed heartily together. Chapter 13, Caught in the Act. Before long, Yang Bai and Li Xiao Fei lay exhausted beside the stream. "So, Xiao Fei, are you convinced yet?" "Absolutely. I'm completely convinced. Big brother Bai, you're still the superior one," Li Xiao Fei admitted. They exchanged knowing glances and erupted into laughter once more. By the way, Xiao Fei, how has your military life been? Yang Bai suddenly asked. It's been all right, but I've encountered quite a few stunning beauties at court, Li Xiao Fei replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai's interest was piqued, and he pressed, do tell me more. Li Xiao Fei began to recount. When it comes to beauties, our Fire Yuan Kingdom's Empress is a true beauty, though I dare not even raise my head to look at her during court sessions. Then there are the 9 heavenly xian under her command. Each one of them is a beloved confidant of the Empress, and they are all breathtakingly beautiful. The one leading the army to resist the Great Zhou is one of the 9 xian, the Yu Qing xian. At this revelation, Yang Bai was momentarily taken aback, not having expected that the ruler of the Fire Yuan Kingdom would be a woman. Brother Bai, Li Yifei remarked. I heard that the Tianla Pavilion in Mufeng City has recently welcomed many enchanting beauties. Shall I accompany you for a delightful outing? Suddenly, Li Yifei sat up and proposed to Yang Bai. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai initially felt a surge of joy, but soon a contemplative expression clouded his face. And he responded with some discomfort. Is that truly appropriate? Besides, as a dignified man of 7 feet, how could I possibly be interested in such frivolous women? Li Yifei regarded Yang Bai with a bemused expression, a hint of mockery dancing in his smile. Oh, come now, Brother Bai, after all this time. Why are you still so afraid of Sister Chan? At this, Yang Bai sprang to his feet, his eyes wide as saucers, and protested vehemently. What nonsense are you spouting? I would never fear that woman. At home, I am usually the one who speaks with authority. Li Yifei countered. Oh, is that so? Who was it that peeked at Sister Chan while she bathed and was chased through the streets? This statement unearthed a long-buried memory within Yang Bai, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. He cleared his throat and stammered, ahem, those past events are mere wisps of smoke now. What of it? It's just a visit to a brothel. I shall go if I wish. With that, Li Yifei jovially nudged Yang Bai towards the city. Meanwhile, the blushing Lu Linger dashed into the town and fortuitously encountered Yang Yuchan and her companion, who were leisurely strolling down the street. Noticing Lu Linger hastily covering her flushed cheeks as she hurried home, Yang Yuchan, curious, blocked her path. Lingu, did you not go out with young Master Yang? What brings you here? And why is your face so red? At this inquiry, Lu Linger became even more bashful, recalling the earlier scene, her mind swirling with embarrassment. She stammered, young Master Yang is truly too mischievous. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Yang Yuchan refrained from pressing further. Instead, she gently took Lu Linger's hand and said warmly, how fortuitous that you are here. You can accompany us for a shopping spree. As they strolled through the streets, Lu Linger felt a warm glow in her heart, thinking to herself, not only is young Master kind to me, but even Sister Yang treats me with such affection. They truly make a splendid pair. The trio meandered through the bustling streets, occasionally pausing to admire various wares. Yuchan, how is your relationship with young Master Yang progressing? Li Qingluo inquired with a curious expression. At this, Yang Yuchan felt a wave of unease wash over her, her eyes darting about nervously. What do you mean? It's just as it is. Li Qingluo chuckled knowingly. I expected you would say that. What I meant to ask was, when will you two be wed? Wed? I do not know, Yang Yuchan stammered, her mind swirling with confusion at her friend's unexpected question. Oh, it seems you are still uncertain about how to formally confront him. After all, having been his elder sister for so long, it must be challenging to adjust your role. Li Qingluo observed, her gaze penetrating. This is a matter you will have to face sooner or later. I hope you can confront your feelings honestly and stop avoiding the issue. Yang Yuchan merely murmured in agreement, feeling overwhelmed. Shall I tell you where my brother is likely to go? Li Qingluo leaned in closer, whispering softly. Where? Yang Yuchan asked, her mind a flurry of thoughts. Li Qingluo leaned in, her voice conspiratorial. To a brothel? Surely not. He wouldn't dare. Yang Yuchan exclaimed, her entire body tensing with alarm. Then look ahead at those 2 sneaky figures. Where do you think they are headed? At her words, Yang Yuchan glanced ahead and spotted the furtive silhouettes of Yang Bai and his companion entering the Tianla Pavilion. Rage ignited within her, and she stormed towards a nearby stall selling knives. I want to buy a knife. Xianxia, what do you need a knife for? Lu Linger ventured cautiously. To castrate him, Yang Yuchan replied, her eyes glinting with determination. Seeing her fury, Lu Linger silently prayed for Yang Bai's safety. Meanwhile, Yang Bai remained blissfully unaware of the impending storm as he entered the Tianla Pavilion. Esteemed guests, which lady has caught your eye? The madam greeted them eagerly as they entered. It's nothing, ahem, we just want to look around, Yang Bai replied, feeling awkward as this was his first visit to such an establishment. As they ascended to the second floor, Li Yifei teased, Brother Bai, why do you seem so bashful about visiting a brothel? You weren't like this before. Yang Bai awkwardly rubbed his nose. But soon his attention was caught by a statue standing in the corner. A beautiful female figure carved from stone captivated his gaze. Seeing him so transfixed, Li Yifei inquired, "Brother Bai, what is it? Why are you staring at a statue?" Yang Bai, feeling an odd sensation, reached out and removed an earring from the statue's ear. After examining it closely, he pocketed it and reached for the necklace around the statue's neck. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside as Yang Yuchan's furious voice echoed through the hall. "You Yang Bai, sneaking off to a brothel without me. Get out here this instant." As she stormed up the stairs, Yang Bai panicked, his hand dropping the necklace. Yet, to his astonishment, what he felt was not cold stone, but warm, soft flesh. "You're touching my chest?" A voice questioned. Yang Bai turned, his eyes widening in disbelief. The statue had transformed into a living girl. With white hair and a delicate horn adorning her head, the girl's cherubic face was undeniably adorable. This scene unfolded just as Yang Yuchan reached the staircase, her eyes widening in shock. "Wait, this is not what it looks like." Yang Bai attempted to explain. But before he could finish, the girl vanished into thin air. "Big sister, this is not a defense, it's an excuse." Yang Yuchan's cheeks were flushed with indignation, and her lips were tightly pursed, her eyes blazing with fury. At that moment, Lu Linger arrived, gently grasping Yang Yuchan's knife-wielding hand. "Xianxia, you shouldn't make a scene in public, it would embarrass young master." Hearing this, Yang Yuchan hesitated, glaring at Yang Bai with a look that seemed to say, "I will settle this with you at home." Chapter 13. Yang, would you consider marrying me? Outside Mufeng City, 100 kilometers away, soldiers of the Great Zhou marched in disciplined formation. Under the blazing sun, the rays glistened upon the soldiers' armor. At this moment, outside the gates of Windward City, a grand army was gradually entering the city. At the forefront was a female general, elegantly mounted on a chestnut steed. The young attendant respectfully welcomed the esteemed envoy. Leading the army into the city, the Lord of Windward City stood within the gates, offering a slight bow towards Xian Yuqing. "Lord Ning, do we have news of the Great Zhou army?" inquired the composed and capable Xian Yuqing, her long hair neatly tied back, exuding a striking presence. In response, Ning Yuan replied, "According to our scouts, the Great Zhou forces have been sighted 100 miles outside the city and are currently making their way here." Upon hearing this, Xian Yuqing furrowed her brow. Logically, with the marching speed of the Great Zhou, they should have reached the city gates by now. Why the delay? Ning Yuan, witnessing her concern, answered, "In response to your inquiry, I have just received word from the front. A week ago, the high priest of Great Zhou unexpectedly died in their encampment." Surprised by this revelation, Xian Yuqing's lips parted slightly, expressing her astonishment. "Oh, it is said that their high priest was a formidable cultivator. How could he have met such a sudden demise?" The reasons for this, she could not ascertain. With a shake of her head, Xian Yuqing dismissed her concerns and called out to the soldiers behind her, "Hasten your pace. Ensure we are all within the city before nightfall." Outside the apothecary, Yang Bai was stealthily attempting to enter, wary of causing any disturbance. Finally back. "I thought you might be stuck at Tianla Pavilion." He heard from the kitchen door, where Yang Yuchan and Lu Ling stood. "Haha, it's my elder sister. What is this? Are we not dining out today?" Yang Bai asked, noticing the kitchen ablaze with activity. "Humph. Tonight, I shall be the one cooking. What are you dawdling for? Come in and lend a hand." With that, Yang Yuchan pulled Lu Linger inside. Reluctantly, Yang Bai followed, curious about their antics. Upon entering the kitchen, he was taken aback by the sight before him. "Elder sister, are we really having turtle for dinner?" he exclaimed as he observed Yang Yuchan wielding a knife, poised over a turtle on the chopping board. With a swift motion, she severed the turtle's head cleanly. Then, brandishing the knife menacingly towards Yang Bai, she declared, "Indeed, tonight we feast on turtle." The glint of the blade sent a chill down Yang Bai's spine, especially when he glanced at the severed head on the board. A gust of cold wind seemed to sweep through, causing him to shiver in fear. Seeing Yang Yuchan's fierce demeanor, he could not suppress a cry of alarm. "Elder sister, please, don't act impulsively. If you proceed with that, what will become of your future happiness?" He promptly hid behind Lu Linger, peeking out from her shoulder. "If you cannot contain yourself, then perhaps you should reconsider. I've heard that there are alternatives available. I wonder if you might be interested in experiencing one?" Yang Yuchan said ominously. In response, Yang Bai, still concealed behind Lu Linger, fervently shook his head. Observing Yang Bai's pitiable state, Lu Linger could no longer bear it. She stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of him, and pleaded with Yang Yuchan, "Sister Yang, perhaps we should let this go. I believe the young master has realized his mistake and will not repeat it." Seeing the small girl stand up for him in such a precarious moment filled Yang Bai with gratitude. "Ah, my dear Linger, you truly are a treasure. Clearly, my affection for you has not been in vain. Next time I venture out, I shall certainly invite you along." Upon hearing this, Lu Linger recalled a particularly embarrassing moment. causing her to dash behind Yang Yuchan, her cheeks flushed. Humph, the young master is incorrigible. I shan't plead for you any longer. Mentioning the incident made her blush uncontrollably. Left alone, Yang Bai squatted on the floor, casting a pitiful glance at the two women, embodying the image of a wilting flower. Sensing his vulnerability, Lu Linger's heart softened again, yearning to speak up for him, but was interrupted by Yang Yuchan. Enough, Linger. Do not plead for him any further. I merely intended to frighten him, and it appears he has indeed been sufficiently cowed. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Fervently nodding in agreement, he then changed his demeanor, beaming as he approached Yang Yuchan, grasping her hand, and exclaiming, I knew you could never truly be angry with me. It was all just a ruse to scare me. Then, with reckless abandon, he whispered into Yang Yuchan's ear, next time, I'll choose a girl who is far gentler than you. With that, he turned and fled. Yang Yuchan's temper flared at his words, her eyes widening in fury as she chased after him. Yang Bai, you little miscreant, you're going to pay for that. Thus commenced a lively chase within the courtyard of the apothecary, with Yang Bai in the lead and Yang Yuchan in pursuit. Lu Linger, observing the playful antics of her young master, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Though clearly terrified of Yang Yuchan, he still found ways to provoke her. Watching the two frolicking in the courtyard, she mused, perhaps the young master does not fear Sister Yang at all. Rather, he holds her in great respect. With that thought, Lu Linger joined the fray, her petite face filled with concern as she called out, Sister Yang, please calm down. As dusk fell, the three of them cast elongated shadows in the warm glow of the setting sun. Yang Bai, stop running. Come chase me, echoed the playful banter as the sun dipped below the horizon, giving way to the night. With every household aglow, the trio, now exhausted, leaned against the rooftop. Gazing at the full moon above, bathed in the gentle moonlight, Yang Yuchan admired the night sky, glancing sideways at Yang Bai's striking visage illuminated by the silvery glow. As she contemplated her earlier conversation with Li Qingluo, she bit her lip, seemingly resolved to ask him a pivotal question. Yang Bai, would you consider marrying me? Yang Bai, caught off guard by the typically aloof elder sister's unexpected query, turned to face her. Under the moonlight, her enchanting face was flushed, her long eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a timid bird, betraying her bashful demeanor. Realizing Yang Bai's gaze upon her, she instinctively lowered her head but quickly steeled her resolve, bravely lifting her chin to meet his eyes. The two individuals locked eyes, and for a fleeting moment, the air was thick with the scent of hormones. Yang Bai gazed at the delicate figure before him and softly, yet undeniably declared, of course. I am willing. I've been willing for the past decade. Upon uttering these words, their gazes gradually became enraptured. Thus, on the rooftop, the two silhouettes inched closer together while Lu Linger, seated below, cupped her face in her hands, radiating contentment as she watched the two shadows above, muttering, I truly hope that young master and sister can remain like this forever, never depart. Chapter 14. An army approaches. Those who cross the line shall perish. 3 days later. Yang, have you chosen the date? Yang Yuchan asked, her face brimming with anticipation as she looked at Yang Bai reclining on the bench. For the past few days, she had been in this state of exuberance, even setting aside her training to meticulously select attire for the wedding with the company of Lu Linger and Li Qingluo. Yang Bai felt immense joy at her enthusiasm. Let's set the date for the day after tomorrow. As for the guests, we need not invite too many. Just the neighbors from the street and Mr. Chow will suffice. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan nodded, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, I shall defer to you, Yang. Subsequently, she began to envision the scene of that day, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Witnessing her infatuated demeanor, Yang Bai could not help but find the beauty before him utterly enchanting. Yet, he silently mused, alas, some do not wish for our peace. However, he reassured himself, fear not, elder sister. Even if the mightiest of beings were to arrive, they shall not disturb us. At this moment, atop the city walls of Mufeng City, Xian Yuqing and Ning Yuan fixed their serious gazes upon the ominous mass of troops below. The great Zhou truly came prepared this time, with an unprecedented 50,000 soldiers mobilized. Observing the glinting armor of the army below, the onlookers atop the walls displayed grave expressions. Listen well, lads atop the walls. Open the city gates and surrender willingly. Should my army breach the gates, there shall be no survivors within. The commander, Zhao Tianyong, proclaimed with a fierce bravado. In response to this intimidation, Xian Yuqing leaped into the air. Zhao Tianyong, I did not expect you to assume the role of the supreme commander this time. Is your high priest faring well? Upon hearing this, the morale of the great Zhou soldiers plummeted. Zhao Tianyong, acknowledging the disarray within his ranks right at their first encounter, privately lamented, Xian Yuqing truly lives up to her reputation as one of the 9 heavenly maidens under the Empress of Huiyuan Kingdom. with but a few words. She has thrown my army into disarray. Thus, Zhao Tianyong soared into the sky to confront her, retorting, Huh? Xianxiaaudiobooks, our high priest merely returned due to illness. And you think you can thwart the iron cavalry of Great Zhou? Such delusions. He added, if you were wise, you would surrender and become a concubine of His Majesty. Perhaps, should your empress comply, His Majesty might graciously bestow upon her the title of noble consort. Faced with Zhao Tianyong's sharp tongue, Xianxiaaudiobooks was no fool. She swiftly shot back, inciting a chorus of whistles from the great Zhou soldiers below. Huh, excellent. The Empress of Huiyuan Kingdom and her 9 heavenly maidens shall marry into Great Zhou. Marvelous, marvelous. Upon hearing such an insult directed at the Empress, Xianxiaaudiobooks' rage flared, her veins standing out as she vehemently shouted, Preposterous. Zhao Tianyong, how dare you insult Her Majesty the Empress so brazenly? Unable to tolerate the affront any longer, Xianxiaaudiobooks declared with authority, Humph. I shall not waste my breath on you. Let me see how much you have improved over the years. With that, she vanished in a flash, drawing her longsword and charging at Zhao Tianyong. Unfazed, Zhao Tianyong scoffed, You think you can challenge me? He too brandished his spear to meet her head-on. The two clashed, and the sky above the city walls was engulfed in a powerful surge of energy. As their weapons collided, a tempest arose below, prompting the army to retreat a mile in response. Zhao Tianyong chanted an incantation, conjuring a massive golden sword that surged toward Xianxiaaudiobooks with lethal intent. Yet, she adeptly evaded the strike with an uncanny agility. Seizing the moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks unleashed a formidable wave of sword energy towards Zhao Tianyong, cleaving through the sky. In a daring display, Zhao Tianyong did not flinch. He shattered the attack with a single punch. Their figures continued to clash in the heavens, leaving Ning Yuan on the city walls in awe, exclaiming, So this is the might of a refined virtual master. Each movement generates such formidable power. Even with my cultivation at the Xianling realm, should I inadvertently be caught in their clash, I would likely perish without a trace. Xianxiaaudiobooks fought with fervor, appearing to handle the battle effortlessly, yet beneath the surface, she was far from untroubled. In stark contrast, Zhao Tianyong appeared to be reveling in the confrontation, concealing his true strength. Huh, Xianxiaaudiobooks. I never imagined that after all these years, you would scarcely reach the pinnacle of the refined virtual realm. You are strong, but not strong enough. With that, Zhao Tianyong ceased to conceal his prowess, his aura surging with tremendous intensity. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the battlefield. The first stage of escape. How is this possible? Xianxiaaudiobooks gasped, sensing the aura radiating from Zhao Tianyong that unmistakably belonged to one of the first stage of escape, her disbelief evident. Suddenly, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. Zhao Tianyong, with lightning speed, appeared behind Xianxiaaudiobooks, and with the force of thunder, he struck her back with a powerful punch. Before she could respond, Xianxiaaudiobooks coughed up blood, her figure propelled backward. The pinnacle of the refined virtual realm, Xianxiaaudiobooks, had been bested in a single blow. The onlookers atop the walls had yet to process their dismay when Zhao Tianyong pointed his sword towards Mufeng City, proclaiming, Soldiers, the time to achieve glory has arrived. Charge with me and breach the city gates. Upon hearing these words, the morale of the great Zhou army soared to new heights. With Zhao Tianyong's command, the soldiers surged forward toward Mufeng City. Kill. In stark contrast, the defenders of Mufeng City found their spirits waning as they hurried to defend against the onslaught. Zhao Tianyong orchestrated the charge while plunging into the city, wreaking havoc in his wake. In no time, the gates of Mufeng City were breached by the enemy forces. In less than a quarter of an hour, if I lose the city, I shall have no face to present to His Majesty. Xianxiaaudiobooks, seeing the gates wide open, quickly positioned herself as a barrier against the advancing army. The soldiers hesitated, daunted by her defiance. Zhao Tianyong, witnessing this, swiftly appeared before her and struck her back, forcing her to retreat. Meanwhile, on the city walls, Li Xiaofei, serving as the vice commander, was embroiled in a bloody battle with the enemy forces when suddenly a flying dagger appeared behind him. With no time to evade, he faced imminent demise. But at that moment, a spatial rift materialized behind him, and a hand emerged from within, effortlessly crushing the flying dagger. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Great Zhou, now unimpeded, were poised to charge into the city for a massacre. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, accompanied by the thunderous roar of lightning in the sky. In an instant, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the heavens, tearing a vast gash in the dim sky. A terrifying rift appeared directly above the crowd. Retreat. A chilling voice echoed from the rift. With a mere utterance, the soldiers of the Great Zhou, including Zhao Tianyong, who were ready to storm the city, were enveloped by an immense force of space. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves 10 miles outside the city walls. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, a laser shot forth from the rift, marking a boundary that extended for dozens of miles in front of Mufeng City. Cross this line, and you shall perish. Chapter 15, Untitled. The voice bore an unyielding authority, cold and commanding. Just a moment ago, Xian Yuqing, who had been prepared to sacrifice herself for her country, was equally bewildered by this turn of events. Seizing the opportunity, she rallied her troops to the city gate, ready to defend against the great Zhou's advance once more. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyong's expression darkened as he fixated on the ominous rift above. Who was this formidable being capable of such a display of power? To his astonishment, such a powerful entity lurked within the fire element nation. It would be wise to avoid provoking them. Without even having laid eyes on the individual, he could surmise that this was someone far beyond his capacity to engage. The overwhelming aura emanating from the rift sent shivers down the spines of all present. The situation had reached an impasse. Just as Zhao Tianyong was about to issue a retreat order, an oblivious general beside him led his troops toward the city gate. As Zhao Tianyong attempted to call them back, their feet had already crossed the line. The moment they stepped over, a terrifying force erupted from the rift. The oppressive pressure was suffocating, as if even the heavens and earth could not contain its might. Instantly, flames of an unseen nature ignited upon those who had crossed the line, reducing them to ashes in an instant, leaving only a pile of remains scattered on the ground. Witnessing this scene, the soldiers who had charged forward hastily halted their advance, retreating in fear. Observing their panic, an overwhelming dread surged within Zhao Tianyong's soul. He quickly ordered a retreat. Fall back. Withdraw. Without even having seen the enemy, his army was thrown into disarray. How could they possibly continue fighting? This was a clear case of dimensional suppression. Only a fool would remain here. As the enemy fled in terror, the warriors of the fire element nation erupted in cheers. Xian Yuqing, however, remained fixated on the rift above. In her understanding, even her most revered empress could not achieve such a feat. Yet this unseen figure had effortlessly repelled the invading forces. Was this the true essence of unparalleled strength? Gazing at the sky, Xian Yuqing murmured, her eyes filled with longing. She then bowed slightly toward the rift, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your great mercy. May I know your name? And I humbly request you reveal yourself so that I may express my gratitude in person. After a long silence, there was no response. Alas, such powerful beings are often elusive, like dragons whose heads are seldom seen. Even the empress of the Taishe realm could not accomplish this. One could only wonder what level of terror this elder possessed. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of it all, Yang Bai, reclined leisurely on a bench, with Lu Linger dutifully massaging his back and legs. The young girl, starry-eyed and filled with admiration, gazed at Yang Bai. Wow, young master, you're truly remarkable. You effortlessly repelled so many foes. Relishing her admiration, Yang Bai replied, of course. You should know who your young master is. Keep up your training, little one. With hard work, you too can achieve my level. Upon hearing this, Lu Linger clapped her hands, her excitement palpable. Really? Then I'll start training right now. I want to be like young master. With that, she dashed off to begin her training. Soon after, Li Xiaofei rushed to find Yang Bai. Big brother Bai, do you know what just happened? A major event unfolded. Oh, what happened? You seem quite agitated. Yang Bai feigned ignorance as he rose. The great Zhou invaded, and I, your little brother, fought valiantly, sending their soldiers fleeing in chaos. But that's not even the most important part. An extraordinary being was alerted by this battle. That elder used immense power to draw a line around Mufeng City, preventing the great Zhou soldiers from approaching. Li Xiaofei animatedly recounted the events of the recent battle. Hearing this, Yang Bai couldn't help but smirk, thinking to himself, what great power. It was merely a flick of my hand. Oh, by the way, you're just in time. I have something important to tell you. Li Xiaofei inquired. What is it, big brother Bai? In a few days, I will be marrying your sister Chan. Be sure to come. With a proud look, Yang Bai turned to Li Xiaofei. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaofei was taken aback, exclaiming, impressive, my big brother Bai? I truly admire you for securing sister Chan. Yang Bai, buoyed by this praise, replied, winning over your sister is an effortless task. You'll come to admire me even more in the future. Li Xiaofei instantly gave Yang Bai a thumbs up. I'll be eagerly waiting. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was the day of Yang Bai and Yang Yuchan's wedding. Before dawn, Yang Yuchan rose early, brimming with excitement, having scarcely slept the night before. For this was a monumental event in her life. A once-in-a-lifetime affair. How could she not be thrilled? She hurriedly retrieved her meticulously prepared wedding gown, sitting at her vanity, repeatedly admiring it with a beaming smile. Meanwhile, Lu Linger helped her with her makeup, grumbling, young master is truly something else. It's such an important day. Yet he's still sound asleep. Hearing this, Yang Yuchan couldn't help but chuckle. You little rascal, it's rare to hear you complain about your young master. With a gentle smile, she added, it's fine. If he wants to sleep, let him continue. There's no rush. Just then, Yang Bai's voice rang from outside. Oh, I must see which little girl dares to speak ill of her young master behind his back. Upon realizing she had been caught, Lu Linger instantaneously blushed, her ears aflame with embarrassment, and stammered defensively. I didn't speak ill of you behind your back, young master. Witnessing the little one's inadvertent admission, Yang Bai found her antics exceedingly amusing. Oh, is that so? Humph, even so, I must impose a punishment upon you. With that, Yang Bai stepped forward and began to tickle Lu Linger. Her laughter rang out, vibrant and joyous, as she giggled uncontrollably. Hee hee, young master, I acknowledge my mistake. Observing the playful scuffle between the two, Yang Yuchan couldn't help but stifle a smile, remarking, all right, Yang Bai, you should stop teasing Linger now. At her words, Yang Bai finally relented. He then turned his gaze towards Yang Yuchan in the mirror, exclaiming, Sister, you look absolutely stunning. Chapter 16, like a rainbow. One only discovers its beauty upon encountering it. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan couldn't help but smile radiantly, followed by a playful eye roll. Such flattery, you little rascal. Soon, as dawn broke, the guests who had received invitations, including Li Xiaofei and others, began to arrive in succession. Among them, Old Master Chao surprisingly brought his entire family along. Consequently, Yang Bai joined the others in bustling about the apothecary. After a considerable time, the apothecary was adorned festively, with red carpets stretching from the entrance to the bridal chamber. The neighbors from the streets also gathered to witness the event. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, Yang Yuchan gracefully emerged from the room. At that moment, Yang Bai, clad in a ceremonial red robe, stood at the opposite end of the red carpet, quietly watching the beauty approach him. As Yang Yuchan made her entrance, a wave of applause erupted from the crowd. She was adorned in a resplendent red bridal gown, exuding grace with a light veil draped over her, cinched at the waist with a flowing phoenix belt, and her shoulders adorned with double happiness incense pouches. This exquisite gown had taken her considerable time to select, and upon wearing it, even the most vibrant peonies would feel a sense of shame. Together, they tied the ceremonial ribbons and entered the grand hall to exchange vows. As both of their elders were absent, the hall was devoid of witnesses. They bowed to heaven and earth, then to their ancestors, and finally, as a couple, they bowed deeply to one another. After this simple ceremony, Yang Yuchan was escorted into the bridal chamber, while Yang Bai remained to entertain the guests. That night, a grand banquet was held within the apothecary. Brother Bai, we must drink to our heart's content today, Li Xiaofei exclaimed, raising his cup towards Yang Bai. Without hesitation, Yang Bai replied, indeed, today, as your brother Bai is in high spirits, I shall indulge you. Thus, they began a contest of drinking prowess. Before long, Li Xiaofei collapsed to the ground, intoxicated and mumbling, Brother Bai, you're cheating. Hearing this, Yang Bai replied with mild annoyance, hey, you rascal, I still need to enter the bridal chamber later. There's no way I can let you impair my important affairs. During their drinking, Yang Bai had discreetly utilized his cultivation to digest the alcohol. I won't accompany you any longer. With that, Yang Bai made his way toward the bridal chamber. At the entrance of the chamber, Lu Linger and Li Qing Luo had just emerged. Thus, under their beaming gazes, Yang Bai stepped inside. Upon entering, he gently closed the door behind him. At this moment, Yang Yuchan, adorned with her veil, sat demurely at the edge of the bed. Seeing this, Yang Bai swallowed hard, then approached the bed to gently lift her veil. Beneath it lay a breathtakingly beautiful visage. Sister, the words escaped Yang Bai's lips, prompting Yang Yuchan to give him an exasperated look, followed by a playful smile. Still calling me sister? In response, Yang Bai's expression shifted, and he quickly corrected himself, my dear wife. The moment he uttered wife, Yang Yuchan's heart fluttered. Gazing at the delicate Yang Yuchan before him, Yang Bai was instantly captivated and teasingly grasped her chin, grinning, why not call me husband promptly? In response, Yang Yuchan bashfully turned her head away and, in a voice barely above a whisper, murmured, husband. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai burst into laughter. My dear, as the saying goes, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Let us quickly partake in this cup of mingled wine. As he spoke, Yang Bai lifted 2 cups of wine, offering one to her. After a brief toast, Yang Bai eagerly pushed Yang Yuchan onto the bed. The curtains gently descended, enveloping the room in a tender ambience. The following day, Yang Bai arose feeling refreshed. Behind him, Yang Yuchan emerged, supporting herself with one hand on her waist, limping slightly as she stepped out. Witnessing this, Lu Linger hurried over to assist her, inquiring with concern, Sister Yang, what has happened to you? At this question, Yang Yuchan's face flushed with embarrassment. Yang Bai, feeling awkward, cleared his throat a few times. Ahem, that little rascal, your wife has merely sprained her leg. He hadn't expected his little companion to be so innocent, her words astonishing him. Upon hearing this, Lu Linger pondered thoughtfully, observing Yang Bai's triumphant demeanor. Yang Yuchan silently expressed her dissatisfaction, thinking, this thick-headed ox has no sense of cherishing delicate beauty. In the imperial palace of Chaofeng City, Your Majesty, I have important matters to report. At that moment, Xian Yuqing knelt on one knee outside the chambers of Gongqingya. Yes, I have just received news. You have performed admirably, Yuqing. I initially only requested you to defend Mufeng City, yet you managed to repel the invading forces of Dezhou. A voice tinged with delight and languor emanated from within. Following the Battle of Mufeng City, Xian Yuqing deduced that Dezhou would not invade again in the near future, prompting a hasty return to court. Your Majesty, the ability to repel the enemy troops was not solely my merit. I was astonished that Zhao Tianyu managed to break through to the first level of evasion in such a short time. At that moment, I was overwhelmed. Just as the enemy forces breached the city gates, when suddenly, an elder appeared to assist me, helping me to repel them. Xian Yuqing recounted the day's events to Gongqingya in precise detail. After listening to her account, Gongqingya gazed towards Mufeng City with a complex expression, murmuring, to achieve such feats with mere words, to tear through the void barehanded, without revealing their face, and easily repel Dezhou's 400,000 troops. These are accomplishments even I cannot attain. What kind of existence is that esteemed elder? Gongqingya's shock was no less than that of Xian Yuqing. Although she had only revealed her prowess at the Taishe level, in reality, her cultivation had long reached the Gui Yuan level. Yet even so, she could not accomplish a single one of the feats Xian Yuqing had described. This only highlighted the formidable strength and profound realm of the individual who intervened. No, that elder should still be in Mufeng City. I must personally meet them. Gongqingya, unable to maintain her composure any longer, swiftly rose to her feet. In her realm, the sudden emergence of such a terrifying powerhouse was not an opportunity she could afford to miss. She needed to win their favor. Having spoken, Gongqingya emerged from the bath, raising her long, graceful legs as she donned her vibrant crimson robe, enveloping her alluring figure. Meanwhile, within the walls of the imperial capital of the Great Zhou, the King Wu of Zhou, upon receiving news from the front lines, was so enraged that his nostrils flared. He cast aside the scroll he held, bellowing furiously, This is infuriating. Zhao Tianyong is nothing but a useless glutton, a mere consumer of resources. I granted him the chance to venture into the 10,000 great mountains, offering him such immense opportunities. Yet this is the response I receive. Witnessing the king's wrath, the ministers below bowed their heads in silence. Let it be decreed, Zhao Tianyong is to be stripped of his position as Grand Marshal. Henceforth, a prince who has diligently cultivated in the mountains shall assume this role, and an additional 500,000 troops shall be dispatched to engage the Huiyuan kingdom. Chapter 17, The Auction, the Elven Maiden. As King Wu's commands echoed, the ministers busied themselves. 3 years prior, the Great Zhou had discovered significant opportunities within the 10,000 great mountains. Over this span, the kingdom had leveraged these opportunities to experience a meteoric rise in strength. With this newfound power, the long-buried ambition of King Wu emerged, revealing his intent to dominate the 4 neighboring kingdoms. Thus, he resolved to target the nearest Huiyuan kingdom to fulfill his dream of unification. However, to his dismay, this was merely the inception of his endeavors, and he stumbled at the very threshold of Huiyuan. How could he not be enraged? In the bustling streets of Mufeng City, Yang Yuchan, with her hands linked around Yang Bai's arm, meandered joyfully, while Lu Linger followed silently. Since their marriage, Yang Bai and Yang Yuchan had indulged in a blissful world of two. Yang Bai relished the softness of her embrace, his heart brimming with contentment. Yang Jun, I have heard that the annual auction in Mufeng City begins today. Shall we join in the festivities? Yang Yuchan suggested, to which Yang Bai replied, indeed, as long as my wife is happy. With that, the trio made their way to the auction house. Every year, Mufeng City hosted an auction where merchants showcased treasures gathered from far and wide. The entrance to the auction house was teeming with people, many having arrived early, eager to see what treasures awaited them this year. The auction drew attention from all corners, with cultivators from neighboring cities flocking to attend. Noticing the throngs, Yang Bai quickly took hold of both their hands. My dear wife and little bean, the crowd is overwhelming. If we queue, we may miss the start of the auction. With a swift motion, he led them discreetly inside the auction house. They soon arrived at a private room within the venue. Yang Yuchan and Lu Linger were unfazed, their expressions unchanged. They had witnessed Yang Bai repel hundreds of thousands of troops with a mere gesture. This was but a trivial scene. The auction commenced officially, as a tall and graceful woman took the stage. Esteemed guests, welcome to the 103rd auction of Mufeng City. Without further ado, we shall begin with our first item. The stunning woman continued, the first auction item is a washing essence pill. Its effects need no elaboration. The starting bid is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. with increments of no less than 100. Soon, bids began to rise. 1,100 low-grade spirit stones. Ultimately, a burly man secured the washing essence pill. This was Yang Bai's first experience witnessing such an electrifying atmosphere. Typically, he lounged idly in the apothecary. He had attained invincibility, finding little to occupy his time. My dear, if you desire anything, do not hesitate to inform me. We lack nothing except spirit stones, he tenderly assured Yang Yuchan. Oh, and little bean, if you fancy something, feel free to tell me as well. Hearing this, Yang Yuchan smiled brightly, her hand gently covering her mouth. Yang Jun, you are wonderful. The auction soon escalated to a fervent climax. The subsequent items were the highlights of the event. The celestial lotus of transformation. Consuming this will enhance not only your cultivation but also improve your physique, elevating a cultivator's innate talent. The starting bid was set at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, with increments of no less than 10,000. This announcement drew gasps from the audience. Yang Bai, noticing Yang Yuchan's eager gaze, prepared for the intense bidding war that was about to ensue, only to be astounded by a sudden voice. 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Yang Bai's startling declaration left the attendees speechless. Who was this formidable presence in the second-floor private room? Good heavens, such audacity. 1 million low-grade spirit stones right off the bat. Is this what it means to be wealthy? They left us no chance to compete. Observing the crowd's murmurs, the auctioneer was momentarily flustered. Since no one is countering the bid, what are you waiting for? Announce the result. Yang Bai prompted, noticing the delay. The auctioneer, regaining composure, had never witnessed such a bold bid in her years of service. She slowly announced, congratulations to the esteemed guest number 83, who has bid 1 million low-grade spirit stones for the celestial lotus of transformation. Ah, if only my finances were sufficient, lamented one attendee. Together, I barely possess 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. It seems this auction will leave me empty-handed. The crowd grumbled in frustration. Then came the true piece d'resistance of the auction. As the last words faded, a colossal iron cage ascended from below the stage. The onlookers craned their necks, eager to see what lay within. Inside the cage was an extraordinarily beautiful girl, with long golden hair, pointed ears, and a delicate visage filled with trepidation. Despite her striking beauty, she was clad in tattered rags, her attire riddled with holes that exposed her fair skin. The frightened maiden glanced around anxiously, her small hands instinctively shielding her body from the piercing gazes of the audience. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in whistles, some casting lewd glances at the girl. Esteemed guests, I presume you have never encountered such a creature from the eastern wilderness. Allow me to introduce her. This girl is a member of the elven race, renowned for their fair skin and stunning beauty. Imagine the joy of bringing her home, the auctioneer explained. With these words, the audience's desire for the elven maiden intensified. Let the auction commence. My anticipation has reached its zenith. Very well. The starting bid for this item is set at 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, with no restrictions on the increments. 510,000. 520,000. As an increasing number of participants engaged in the bidding, the price soared in an instant, causing many to hesitate in awe. Chapter 18. Intimidation. Listening to the escalating bids from outside, Yang Bai could not help but furrow his brow within the private chamber. My husband, I am well aware of what you wish to convey, my dear. Just as Yang Yuchan was about to speak, she was interrupted by Yang Bai. I, too, harbor a profound aversion to this trade in human lives. Yet, this world is as it is. I cannot save everyone. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan lowered her head in disappointment, but the subsequent words from Yang Bai reignited a spark in her eyes. Although I cannot rescue her to remain by my side, I can still offer assistance in this manner. With that, Yang Bai's gaze sharpened, and he clenched his fist tightly. At that moment, the very laws governing the auction house began to surge, with the power of time and space enveloping the vicinity. 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. The room fell into an abrupt silence. Aside from Yang Bai and his companions, along with the terrified elven maiden on stage, the remaining attendees stood frozen in place. Witnessing the supreme power effortlessly demonstrated by Yang Bai, Yang Yuchan and Lu Linger once again recalibrated their perception of his formidable prowess. Yang Bai then took a small step towards the stage, and in the next moment, he appeared within the cage. The young girl, sensing the peculiar disturbance outside, cautiously peered around, half her head emerging from her concealment. Upon noticing that the crowd was motionless, her expression morphed into one of incredulity. Yet, upon seeing Yang Bai by her side, she panicked and quickly buried her head between her trembling legs. Fear not, little one. Yang Bai extended his broad palm, gently resting it upon her delicate head. Instantly, a radiant and warm light enveloped the girl, continuously mending the wounds upon her frail form. In no time, the various injuries she bore healed at a visibly accelerated pace. Once he had completed this task, Yangbai retrieved a sizable garment and draped it over her shoulders. The girl, feeling a comforting warmth envelop her, could not suppress a soft whimper. After a prolonged moment, the girl finally lifted her head, her large eyes gazing at Yangbai, filled with confusion and bewilderment. I can rescue you from this place. However, whether you survive ultimately rests upon your own fate. With that, Yangbai effortlessly tore open a void before her. This passage will transport you deep into the eastern wasteland, a realm where human presence is nearly non-existent. Upon hearing that escape was possible, the girl sprang to her feet in excitement. She gazed at the void tunnel ahead and then back at the unfamiliar man before her. After a brief moment of hesitation, she resolutely stepped into the tunnel, turning back to Yangbai to say, I am Musuner. Thank you for your life-saving grace, esteemed elder. With that, her figure vanished into the tunnel. Witnessing this, Yangbai swiftly returned to the private chamber, where he casually snapped his fingers. In an instant, the suspended time resumed its flow, and the crowd was released from their paralysis. As the attendees were about to continue bidding, some soon noticed the anomaly and shouted, Hey, where did the person in the cage go? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned to see that the girl who had just moments ago been in the cage had vanished without a trace. How could this be? She was just there. Indeed, how could she suddenly disappear? This is disastrous. If she is no longer here, what is left to auction? The audience erupted in astonished exclamations, and the atmosphere became rife with speculation. The beautiful woman on stage, Qi Shuang, was equally flustered. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. In light of this situation, our Futian Trading Company will certainly provide compensation. We will investigate this matter thoroughly, in an effort to stabilize the situation and placate the crowd. Qi Shuang felt compelled to speak. Thus, the auction concluded rather hastily. After receiving compensation from Futian Trading Company, the cultivators begrudgingly exited the venue. My dear, you and the little one wait for me outside, Yangbai instructed as he prepared to retrieve the first turn Tianxian lotus he had just purchased. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan nodded and took Lu Linger by the hand as they made their way outside. Before long, Yangbai found himself within the inner sanctum of the auction house, where Qi Shuang sat poised at a table. Upon his entrance, she greeted him with a charming smile. I never anticipated encountering a being of your caliber in this wild and untamed land. Even our elder, who serves as the steward of our trading company, could not discern your strength. Might I inquire your esteemed name? Just as Yangbai stepped into the chamber, Qi Shuang discreetly sent a telepathic message to the hidden elder nearby. Elder Wu, what is your assessment of this individual's strength? Immeasurable. I sense only the depths of an unfathomable abyss. His power likely exceeds my own. Shortly thereafter, a voice filled with trepidation echoed in Qi Shuang's ears. Upon hearing this, Qi Shuang was momentarily stunned. The elder who transmitted this message was a formidable return to origin expert. If even a return to origin cultivator could not discern his strength, just how terrifying was this man? Does your Futian Trading Company still adhere to such rules? Yangbai replied coldly. At this, Qi Shuang felt a tinge of embarrassment. Typically, guests approached her with utmost deference towards the Futian Trading Company. Never had she encountered someone as forthright as Yangbai. Ahem, indeed. We do not have such a rule. I must apologize for my offense. Please forgive me. Qi Shuang found herself somewhat overwhelmed by the imposing aura emanating from Yangbai. Let us expedite the transaction, then. Here is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please count them. Yangbai casually tossed a storage ring onto the table. Qi Shuang, having overheard the earlier exchange between herself and the concealed elder, recognized that in the presence of his unparalleled prowess, their whispers were as loud as a trumpet in his ears. Seeing this, Qi Shuang quickly stowed away the storage ring and produced the first turn Tianxian lotus. There is no need to count. A being of your strength is more than trustworthy enough for our Futian Trading Company. Yangbai accepted the Tianxian lotus and turned to leave. As he made to exit, the concealed elders could no longer remain composed. Are we truly allowing him to leave just like that? Given his formidable power, he likely abducted the elven maiden. Elder Lu voiced a sensible concern. If we permit him to brazenly take away auction items right under our noses, what will become of our company's reputation? He is but a single individual. How powerful could a being born in this wilderness truly be? Surely, with our numbers, we could subdue him. That is unwise. Since he managed to abscond with the girl while we were oblivious, his strength far exceeds our own. Silence. Let us hear Qi Shuang's opinion on this matter. Upon hearing this, Qi Shuang discreetly conveyed her thoughts. This individual exudes pressure that rivals, if not surpasses, that of the person in charge. Hence, I propose we remain still for the time being. With this, the elders dispelled their previous intentions. At that moment, Yangbai, who was about to step outside, suddenly turned around and remarked, You ought to consider yourselves fortunate. You have just made a rather astute decision. As he spoke, he clenched his hand, and a terrifying aura immediately enveloped the entire area. The several elders who had been lurking in the shadows were effortlessly lifted out by Yang Bai's telekinetic grasp. Chapter 19. The fate of the 9 transformations. Celestial Lotus. The elders dangled in the air like chicks caught in Yang Bai's formidable hand. Observing these once mighty figures now rendered powerless before him, Qi Shuang gasped in astonishment, covering her cherry lips. With a casual flick, Yang Bai discarded the elders at her feet, then turned and floated away, leaving behind a solitary and aloof silhouette. The elders, finally regaining their composure, struggled to swallow their disbelief. This person can intercept our thoughts directly. Our strengths are not even on the same plane. This matter must be reported to our superiors. Such a formidable being could not possibly arise from this insignificant eastern wilderness. As Qi Shuang watched Yang Bai's retreating figure, she silently rejoiced in her earlier decision. Husband, why have you taken so long? Did the auctioneer give you a hard time? Upon finally emerging from the auction house, Yang Yuchan approached with a face full of concern, her words laced with care. She scrutinized him closely, her anxiety palpable as she had been worried sick waiting for his return. It's nothing. Did they really think they could trouble me? I was fortunate not to have overturned their auction house, Yang Bai replied, feeling a warm glow in his heart at her evident concern. He gently pulled her into his embrace, speaking tenderly. However, a sudden pain shot through his waist. Humph, after making me worry for so long, you still want a hug? Hearing that he was unharmed, Yang Yuchan exhaled in relief, but then, in a fit of anger, she pinched his waist and spun him around sharply. Ouch, that hurts. Dear wife, let go, he cried out. Why do you always resort to this method when you're angry? As Yang Bai was playfully pinched back home, Yang Yuchan retaliated. Then what do you want me to use? Not my dear wife. Do you actually have other methods? Yang Bai exclaimed dramatically. Meanwhile, Lu Linger, following closely behind, watched the playful bickering with a twinkle in her eye, striding along to join them. Upon returning to the apothecary, Yang Bai displayed the first-tier celestial lotus before Yang Yuchan. She leaned in closely to examine it. Husband, do you truly believe this thing possesses such miraculous properties? In response, Yang Bai remarked, it should be as the auctioneer described. Gazing at the azure lotus in his hand, a sudden realization struck him. He had been troubled by Yang Yuchan's inadequate cultivation talent. Ever since she had seen Lu Linger's prowess, she had harbored concerns. Although she had not voiced them recently, Yang Bai had noticed the envy hidden beneath her eyes. The emergence of this first-tier celestial lotus provided a glimmer of hope. Why hadn't I thought of this sooner? He mused inwardly. Eagerly, Yang Yuchan expressed her desire to consume the lotus, prompting Yang Bai to sigh in exasperation. My dear, please hold your horses. While this celestial lotus can enhance your talents, its effects are minimal. I can help you find something even better. Yang Bai refrained from allowing her to consume the lotus because such treasures yield their best results upon first use. Subsequent attempts would significantly diminish their efficacy. Yang Yuchan understood this principle, of course, and wished to consume something superior. Yet, the thought of Yang Bai risking danger for her sake quelled her desires. She smiled sweetly at him. I appreciate your intentions, dear husband, but you have already done enough for me, and I am quite content. Moreover, treasures that enhance one's talent are often guarded by fearsome beasts. I do not wish for you to face such peril on my behalf. Feeling a warmth spread within her heart, she rejoiced at her husband's kindness. Yang Bai gently caressed her delicate face, beaming with confidence. My dear, do not overthink it. Haven't I already told you? Your husband is invincible. His tone was imbued with authority. Surprised by Yang Bai's newfound assertiveness, Yang Yuchan nodded softly and melted against him, surrendering to his embrace. That night, as Yang Bai prepared to sleep, he sensed a powerful aura. My dear, you should rest. I have a matter to attend to, he said, turning to leave. Return swiftly. I shall await your return at home, Yang Yuchan called after him. Unbeknownst to them, Xianxia had arrived at Mufeng City. She searched the city with her divine sense, yet found nothing amiss. Disappointment washed over her face. Could it be that the esteemed elder has already departed? As if on cue, a voice echoed in her ears. If you could detect my presence, I might as well have turned into a dog. With that, a void portal suddenly materialized before Xianxia, from which a figure emerged. She bowed respectfully. This humble girl, Xianxia, pays her respects to the esteemed elder. The figure merely acknowledged her with a nonchalant grunt. Upon lifting her gaze, she beheld a person shrouded in a nebulous gray mist, exuding an air of enigma. She strained to discern the individual's features, but her efforts were in vain. Even standing before them, she could not grasp their true visage. I was unaware of your esteemed presence here. I regret not extending my hospitality, she said. I have come to express my gratitude for your previous intervention in saving the citizens of Mufeng City. In response, Yang Bai replied casually, it was but a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. However, your arrival is fortuitous, for I have a query to pose. What is it? Please, esteemed elder, speak freely. I shall divulge all that I know. Gong Qingya responded earnestly. Yang Bai then inquired about treasures that could enhance a cultivator's talents. As Gong Qingya entered Mufeng City, she had sensed his presence immediately, recognizing her as the formidable empress of Huiyuan Kingdom. As the empress of the Fire Yuan Kingdom, Gong Qingya possesses formidable strength at the Return to Origin realm and undoubtedly holds vast knowledge. It is indeed fortuitous that I am aware of the whereabouts of a 9 revolutions celestial lotus. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai eagerly inquired, where is it located? It lies in the deepest part of the eastern wilderness, I replied. I recall vividly that over a decade ago, I ventured alone into the eastern wilderness for exploration. By chance, I stumbled upon a 9 revolutions celestial lotus growing in a secluded mountain. Initially, I was exhilarated, but just as I approached to pluck it, I discovered a terrifying demon dragon coiled around it, seemingly waiting for the blue lotus to fully mature. The mere aura it exuded sent shivers through my very soul. Fortunately, I did not disturb it and fled in haste. Gong Qingya recounted her experience with a calm demeanor. Chapter 20. The blue lotus matures, and all are present. The Kunlun realm is divided into 4 vast territories: the northern plains, southern borders, western deserts, and eastern wilderness. The eastern wilderness is characterized by its expansive landscapes, where the human influence is minimal, overshadowed by the dominance of barbaric tribes and beast clans. The region known as Wild State among the practitioners of the Fire Yuan Kingdom is merely a fragment of human authority within the eastern wilderness. Upon concluding Gong Qingya's account and learning of the 9 revolutions celestial lotus's location, Yang Bai was elated. Since you have graciously shared this knowledge with me, I shall not be stingy in return. Allow me to present you with this talisman as a token of my gratitude. With that, Yang Bai conjured a powerful rune and bestowed it upon Gong Qingya. Seeing this, Gong Qingya quickly waved her hand, saying, Senior, you overstayed its significance. It is but a piece of information. Moreover, you have already shown me kindness. How could I accept more from you? Nevertheless, she promptly extended her hand to receive the rune. The moment she grasped it, it seamlessly integrated into her being. In times of peril, this talisman shall be activated. Yang Bai remarked before vanishing from sight. Farewell, esteemed senior. Gong Qingya bowed toward the spot where Yang Bai had disappeared. She then began to keenly sense the rune hidden within her body. To her astonishment, it radiated an overwhelming and terrifying aura. Such a casually forged rune exudes a breathtaking presence. This senior's strength is truly formidable. Who could he possibly be? She murmured in awe. On the following day, as dawn broke, Yang Bai prepared to embark on his journey to the depths of the eastern wilderness. My dear, I shall step out for a while. Please wait for my return with Xiao Do Ding, he instructed. Yes, Yang Jun, prioritize your safety, she replied. Yang Bai then turned to Lu Linger, saying, Xiao Do Ding, be sure to stay at home. Young master, return swiftly. When you come back, Linger will prepare shrimp for you. Lu Linger nodded earnestly. Thus, Yang Bai swiftly vanished into the horizon under the watchful eyes of the 2 women. Before departing, he had taken precautions to ensure their safety by setting up a formation within the apothecary and placing a life and death seal on Yang Yuchan. Should she encounter danger, the seal would be activated, summoning a fragment of Yang Bai's spirit to her aid. In no time, Yang Bai arrived in the depths of the eastern wilderness. With his immensely powerful consciousness, he scanned the entire region, rendering it all within his purview. In other words, a mere thought from Yang Bai could extend his awareness across the entirety of the Kunlun realm without difficulty. After a thorough search, he swiftly located his target. With a single step, he appeared high above, 1,000,000 miles away from his previous position. From his vantage point in the sky, Yang Bai beheld a 9 revolutions celestial lotus blossoming atop a mountain peak on the verge of maturity. Guarding it was the formidable heavenly Tao demon dragon, which opened its enormous eyes, resembling bronze bells, fixated upon the blue lotus, poised to seize it the moment it ripened. At that instant, the hidden human practitioners could no longer contain themselves and revealed their forms. Greedy humans, finally showing your true colors. Do you dare to compete with me? The heavenly Tao demon dragon roared, its voice reverberating through the heavens and the earth, unleashing a wave of sonic booms and an overwhelming aura that engulfed the surroundings. In response, Wang Dongjin laughed heartily. Little dragon, do you think I am intimidated? All you can do is roar. With that, he arrogantly opened his massive mouth, causing his clothes to tear apart, and retaliated with a roar directed at the heavenly Tao demon dragon. As he roared, a powerful and domineering aura emanated from Wang Dongjin, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to boil. A barbarian is but a barbarian, lacking refinement. A refined man, adorned in elegant attire with a white turban, looked contemptuously at Wang Dongjin. Infuriated, Wang Dongjin retorted, "Humph. A stinking scholar, what are you pretending for? Dare to look down upon my barbarian kin? Let me see what you can do." As soon as his words left his mouth, Wang Dongjin launched the first attack, delivering a punch imbued with immense strength towards Jiang Liran. Unfazed, Jiang Liran took a step back, allowing them to brush past each other. "Barbarians are indeed uncultivable," he remarked, before producing a feather fan and striking Wang Dongjin on the back. The pained Wang Dongjin was sent flying, but for one with such tough skin and flesh, it was hardly a wound at all. "Is this it? I can't believe after all this time, you're still stuck at the initial stage of the indestructible realm." Jiang Liran scoffed. "Enough, junior brother, do not engage with that barbarian. Let us not forget our purpose here is the 9 revolutions celestial lotus." A similarly refined man appeared beside him to remind him. "Indeed, brother, that demon dragon possesses profound cultivation. Only by combining our strengths can we hope to contend with it." At that moment, a graceful woman joined them, saying, "Very well, let us seize the blue lotus." With that, the 3 of them charged towards the soon-to-mature blue lotus. The heavenly Tao demon dragon, however, would not allow them to succeed. It spread its immense black wings, spanning several miles, and leapt into action. Just as the trio was about to reach their destination, the massive form of the heavenly Tao demon dragon obstructed their path. "Be cautious," the eldest brother, Gu Haotzen, called out urgently. He then gathered his energy and struck at the dragon with his sword, while the younger sister, Shang Wanyu, and Jiang Liran simultaneously launched their own assaults on the demon dragon. In an instant, the 3 practitioners and the dragon were locked in a fierce battle, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that swept through the area, shaking the very ground beneath them. Meanwhile, Wang Dongjin, who had been sidelined, seized the opportunity and darted towards the blue lotus. "Cunning humans, how dare you?" the dragon bellowed. "Barbarian, you dare?" In an instant, the battle paused as Shang Wanyu and Jiang Liran focused on holding off the heavenly Tao demon dragon, while Gu Haotzen single-handedly intercepted Wang Dongjin in his quest for the blue lotus. Suddenly, the celestial way demon dragon found itself entangled by the 2 opponents. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Just as Gu Haochen was about to intercept Wang Dongjin, a colossal finger abruptly emerged, striking down upon the man's back. The immense digit propelled him fiercely towards the ground, stirring a whirlwind of dust and causing the earth to crack open. The terrifying aura emanating from the giant finger swept across the battlefield in an instant. "Master brother." Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Liran and Shang Wanyu's eyes widened in horror, and they anxiously shouted. Seizing the opportunity, the celestial way demon dragon unleashed a powerful tail swipe, crashing down upon the chests of the 2 individuals. They both spewed blood and were sent hurtling away, penetrating through dozens of mountain peaks until they were embedded deep into another mountain several dozen miles away. "Humph. Merely 3 mid-stage immortals, yet they dare to covet the Qinglian? They are simply courting death." With that, the celestial way demon dragon turned its gaze towards the figure that had just launched a sneak attack from above. "It's you. You barbarian, how are you still alive?" Wang Xiongba chuckled heartily in response. "Ha ha ha. If this demon dragon hasn't perished, how could I possibly allow myself to die first?" At that moment, the 9-turn heavenly Xian lotus blossomed with a radiant brilliance, marking the complete maturation of the Qinglian. Just as Wang Dongjin was about to touch the Qinglian, another unexpected turn of events unfolded. The previously clear sky became overcast with dark clouds, followed by a tremendous world-ending thunderbolt that struck down violently. Wang Xiongba had anticipated this and swiftly dodged the lethal divine lightning with Wang Dongjin in tow. "If you wish for the 9-turn heavenly Xian lotus, you barbarian tribe must first consult me, Lei Jun. This Qinglian is mine for the taking." In the high heavens, a terrifying figure emerged anew. "Ha ha ha, brother Lei. What do you mean by yours for the taking? Before that, you ought to ask about the sword in my hand." As the 9-turn Qinglian reached full maturity, the figures hidden in the shadows finally revealed themselves. Chapter 21, The World Within the Palm. Having been suppressed underground, Gu Haochen finally staggered to his feet. He surveyed his surroundings and sensed the dire situation, hastily awakening the unconscious Jiang Liran and the others before fleeing into the distance. As they departed, he didn't forget to issue a fierce warning. Remember this, my Taichu sacred land will not forget this matter." With that, the 3 vanished into the horizon. TCH, merely 3 stray dogs, yet they dare to utter threats. "You'd do better to summon your sovereign," Su Wenhao mockingly taunted, wielding his longsword. At this moment, 5 individuals remained on the battlefield, locked in a deadlock. In truth, there was a 6th observer, Yang Bai, who took in the entire scene from below. What an amusing farce, he mused. However, things are about to get even more interesting. The 5 below remained oblivious to the figure that had been silently watching their every move. This stalemate cannot continue. Friends of the barbarian tribe, Though we are not of the same kin, we are all part of the human race. Why don't we join forces to eliminate that demon dragon together? Su Wenhao was the first to break the deadlock, proposing this to Wang Xiongba. Among the four present, aside from Wang Dongjin, who possessed merely the strength of a beginner immortal, the rest were at the pinnacle of immortality. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiongba pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. For he had long viewed that demon dragon as a thorn in his side. Delighted, Su Wenhao then turned to Lei Jun. Just as he was about to persuade him to join their cause, he suddenly felt a chilling shock as he looked down to see a massive claw piercing through his body. How is this possible? He was utterly astonished, failing to notice when the celestial Wei demon dragon had appeared behind him. With a swift motion, the celestial Wei demon dragon withdrew its claw, shaking off the blood, and Su Wenhao plummeted headlong towards the ground. The remaining three were left in shock, with Lei Jun exclaiming, "Quasi-saint. That demon dragon is actually a quasi-saint." With that, Lei Jun wasted no time and turned to flee. The two barbarian tribesmen, realizing the gravity of the situation, also bolted in different directions. A pinnacle immortal, obliterated without even a chance to react. Only a quasi-saint could accomplish such a feat in the Kunlun realm. Numerous sacred lands existed, and to be regarded as a sacred land, a sect must at least have one quasi-saint level powerhouse. The reputation of a sacred land is formidable, drawing visitors from all directions, with half of its fame attributable to the deterrence of its quasi-saint stronghold. After waiting so long for you mongrels to reveal yourselves, how could I possibly let you escape so easily? The celestial Wei demon dragon roared at the fleeing figures. It then dragged its massive form, slamming its claw down upon the ground. In the next moment, the earth began to tremble violently, and within a radius of several thousand miles centered on it, a black barrier materialized instantaneously. The three were obstructed by this barrier, and no matter how hard they struck it, the barrier remained unmoved, not even a ripple stirred. Meanwhile, the celestial Wei demon dragon unfurled its wings and soared into the sky, charging towards Lei Jun. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance to less than 100 meters from him. At this moment, the three finally felt the overwhelming oppressive force emanating from the quasi-saint. Friends of the barbarian tribe, I implore you to assist me, or we shall all perish here today. Lei Jun shouted urgently to the two barbarians as the celestial Wei demon dragon approached with ferocity. Resigned to their fate, he planned to combine their strengths in a desperate bid for survival. A noble ideal, but reality was harsh. Just as Wang Xiongba and the others attempted to converge, he was directly slain by the celestial Wei demon dragon, unable to last even a heartbeat. Witnessing this, the two barbarians instantly abandoned any thoughts of resistance. Demon Dragon Elder, this time it was my barbarian tribe's fault. I am willing to offer my entire fortune as atonement. Please spare me. Before Wang Xiongba could finish his plea for mercy, the celestial Wei demon dragon swiftly evaded him. I have no interest in your life as fortune. I only desire your death. With that, Wang Xiongba met his end with eyes wide open. At the same time, Wang Dongjin, standing nearby, was paralyzed with terror. How dare you? Aren't you afraid of inciting the endless pursuit of my barbarian tribe? In response, the celestial Wei demon dragon grinned menacingly. Once you are all dead, how would your barbarian tribe know that it was I who killed you? With that, the celestial Wei demon dragon ceased its banter and unleashed a torrent of searing dragon breath. Wang Dongjin did not even have time to scream before being reduced to mere ashes. Subsequently, it did the same to obliterate Wang Xiongba's corpse. Thus, the contest for the 9-turn Heavenly Xian Lotus concluded with the celestial Wei demon dragon's quasi-saint prowess sweeping the battlefield. After completing this grim task, the celestial Wei demon dragon dispelled the black barrier and excitedly soared towards the 9-turn Heavenly Xian Lotus. Just as it was about to pluck the flower, a round of applause resounded from the horizon. Bravo, what a splendid performance. Upon hearing these words, the celestial Dao demon dragon was suddenly startled, swiftly turning to glance behind. Who dares to hide in the shadows? Show yourself if you possess the courage. With a vigilant demeanor, the celestial Dao demon dragon surveyed its surroundings. Soon after, a terrifying and boundless pressure descended from the heavens upon it. Under this overwhelming force, even the circulation of its blood came to a halt. Down, a voice, cold and authoritative, commanded, and the celestial Dao demon dragon was forcefully suppressed to the ground. It struggled desperately to rise, but no matter how hard it fought, that pressure felt like an insurmountable mountain, pinning it firmly down. In no time, a colossal hand descended from the sky towards it. Boom! With a resounding crash, the celestial Dao demon dragon briefly lost consciousness. Meanwhile, high above in the clouds, Yangbai withdrew his hand. He raised it before his chest, carefully examining the diminutive dragon resting upon his palm. After a few moments, the celestial Dao demon dragon regained its senses. It looked around in confusion, Where am I? When it inadvertently looked up, it was startled to find a gigantic eye fixated upon it. This truly took it by surprise, and upon seeing the 5 towering pillars, it exclaimed, "Could it be that I am in the palm of that person?" No sooner had it uttered these words than Yangbai playfully seized its small tail, swinging it about in the air. "Stop! Stop! You'll make me dizzy." The celestial Dao demon dragon, stripped of its earlier majesty, was now akin to a plush toy in Yangbai's hands, at his mercy. I dare say this form suits you better. Perfect for bringing home as a pet for my wife." Hearing the word pet, the celestial Dao demon dragon immediately flared up. "You insolent human. I am the esteemed celestial Dao demon dragon. How could I possibly be your pet? I would rather die than submit." Observing the creature in his grasp, Yangbai's temper flared. "Oh, you are still being stubborn? Let us see how long you can hold out." With that, he began to shake it vigorously in the air. After 2.5 minutes of relentless shaking, the celestial Dao demon dragon, foam spilling from its mouth, hastily pleaded with Yangbai, "Hero, I yield. Please stop. I am on the verge of fainting." Upon hearing this, Yangbai ceased his actions, a smug smile adorning his face. "Huh, little one. A bit of hardship does you good." With that, he withdrew it back into his palm. He then soared towards the 9-transformation celestial lotus, and upon reaching it, effortlessly uprooted the plant and stored it within his storage ring. Chapter 22. The army approaches the phoenix. Time to face death. On the border of the Fire Origin Kingdom, the Prince of the Great Zhou personally led the army in yet another assault on the Fire Origin Kingdom. At the forefront of the vast army rode the Zhou Prince, flanked closely by his 8 deadly subordinates, each exuding an aura of danger. Soon, the army halted before the city of Mufeng. The Zhou Prince gazed up at the immense void above the city. Ever since Yangbai had torn apart the fabric of that space, it had remained open, the boundary still intact. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from it, the Zhou Prince could not help but furrow his brow. "Zhao Tianyong, I command you to scout ahead." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyong looked alarmed, quickly responding, "But, that boundary. Consider this a punishment for your previous failure in battle. If you can scout for the army, it will serve as atonement." The Zhou Prince replied coldly, his gaze fixed upon him. Feeling as though he was being pushed into a fire pit with no way out, Zhao Tianyong reluctantly began to approach the boundary. The Zhou Prince watched closely as he gathered all his courage and crossed the line, only to be instantly reduced to ash by an invisible flame. Witnessing this scene, the Zhou Prince quickly abandoned any thoughts of attacking Mufeng City and ordered his army, "All troops, heed my command. Bypass Mufeng City." If even Zhao Tianyong, who had reached the Transcendence realm, perished at that line, how could the Zhou Prince dare to continue his designs on Mufeng City? Subsequently, the great Zhou army traversed mountains and valleys, successfully circumventing Mufeng City. However, the cities behind Mufeng were not so fortunate. Under the command of the Zhou Prince, the Iron Cavalry of Great Zhou captured one Fire Origin city after another. Meanwhile, at Xiaofeng City, battle reports continued to flood into Gong Qingya's hands. Seated upon the throne, she displayed none of her usual languor. "Your Majesty, the commander is the Prince of Great Zhou. Just days ago, he led the Great Zhou army to bypass Mufeng City and is now approaching our capital." Yuling Zuinv reported from beside her, accompanied by 8 equally striking maidens, each exuding their own unique charm within the Grand Hall. Based on the strength demonstrated by the Great Zhou Prince, it was feared that he was not below the level of the Taisha realm. At that moment, Tianji Zuinv stepped forward to analyze the situation. As her words echoed, the assembly of ministers displayed expressions of alarm. Yet among them, one individual took a contrary stance. "Your Majesty, I volunteer to lead the army to intercept the approaching Zhou Prince." Amidst the turmoil, Baihu Zuinv stepped forward, proactively requesting permission from Gong Qingya. Clad in form-fitting armor that accentuated her perfect figure, she stood resolute, undaunted. Upon hearing this, Su Tao Zuinv interjected, "Baihu Zuinv, you must reconsider. We are all aware of the Zhou Prince's formidable strength. Last time, even with the combined might of several Zuinv, we struggled against his 8 deadly subordinates. To send you alone now would be tantamount to seeking death." In response, Baihu Zuinv retorted, "That was because I was absent. Had I been there, they would not have breached the city gates so easily. Moreover, must we simply stand by and watch as they approach our capital?" Sitting high upon her throne, Gong Qingya expressed her approval. "Baihu General, you are indeed commendable. It is no wonder you are the leader of my 9 heavens Zuinv. Possessing such confidence is admirable. However, Su Tao Zuinv makes a valid point. The great Zhou Prince will soon arrive at Xiaofeng City. Therefore, I have decided to confront him at the capital, allowing me to gauge his true strength." Upon hearing this, the assembly dared not voice any dissent. "We shall abide by your command." Within mere hours, the Zhou Prince led his army to the foot of Xiaofeng City. On the city walls, Gong Qingya stood amidst the crowd, flanked closely by her 9 heavens Zuinv, Who goes there? Gong Xingya regarded the Zhou prince with disdain, her voice cold yet imbued with authority. Even on the brink of battle, she exuded an imperial aura. Her voice reverberated through the ranks of the great Zhou army, invoking an invisible pressure that weighed heavily upon them. In response, the Zhou prince declared, "I am the Prince of Great Zhou." The two voices collided in the air, echoing ominously, with a single command from him. The soldiers of the great Zhou finally exhaled in relief. The two had subtly engaged in countless exchanges during their recent probing. How could this mere prince of the great Zhou possess such terrifying strength today? Gong Xingya felt a surge of astonishment within her, yet maintaining an outward facade of tranquility. She remarked, "The opportunities hidden within the 10,000 great mountains must be substantial. Indeed, your great Zhou is fortunate. It seems that after this matter concludes, I shall personally pay a visit." Upon hearing this, the Prince of Zhou flashed a wicked smile and said, "Ha ha ha. Indeed, nothing can escape the discerning eyes of Her Majesty the Empress. It appears that not all the 9 heavenly maidens under your command are mere idle hands." At this, the maidens on the city walls, led by Xianxiaaudiobooks, displayed expressions of indignation. "What? Am I mistaken?" The prince continued, disdainfully regarding them. "Last time, my mere 8 death warriors sent you scurrying for cover. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Prince of Zhou, with a dismissive glance, added, "It is said that the 9 heavenly maidens are as cold as ice. Coincidentally, I have yet to savor such a chilling experience. I advise you to surrender gracefully and become my 9 handmaidens, serving me well. Perhaps then I shall consider granting you a reprieve." His words elicited cheers and whistles from the great Zhou army, while the maidens atop the city walls clenched their fists in fury. To be humiliated in such a manner on the battlefield was an affront they could not tolerate. Thus, they sought permission to avenge their dishonor. "Do not speak. Her Majesty will not acquiesce to your pleas. Collectively, you are no match for the 8 death warriors. Your Majesty, Luo Xie requests to battle the 8 death warriors." At this moment, the White Tiger maiden intervened, then promptly sought permission from Gong Xingya. Upon hearing this, Gong Xingya gently patted her shoulder and solemnly declared, "Very well. I grant it. Let you, the leader of the maidens, personally restore the honor of the 9 heavenly maidens." Immediately, with a fierce glint in her eyes, Luo Xie leaped forward to stand before the great Zhou army. Her cold and commanding voice resonated throughout the ranks. 8 death warriors. It is time to march forth and meet your demise. Chapter 23. White Tiger vs. 8 death warriors, an unexpected turn of events. Witnessing her audacity, the Prince of Zhou's gaze darkened, and he commanded the 8 death warriors behind him, "Go, annihilate her." No sooner had he spoken than 8 shadowy figures clad in black silks, their heads wrapped in bandages, surged forth. Each emanated a formidable aura, all at the initial stage of the Escape One realm. Faced with the onslaught of these 8 formidable foes, Luo Xie let out a cold snort and drew her Yunnu sword from her waist. In the next instant, she swept her sword with a flourish. The blade sparkled like a dragon dancing through the clouds, the Yunnu sword revealing its awe-inspiring presence. The 8 death warriors, however, were not to be outdone. Their movements were as swift as clouds fleeing the sun, effortlessly evading her fierce sword energy. They quickly closed in on Luo Xie, each fist gathering immense power, and hurled their punches towards her, the force generating a howling tempest. Seeing this, Luo Xie plunged her sword into the ground. A terrifying beam of light shot up from the earth, enveloping the advancing 8 death warriors within its radiance. The pillar erupted with blinding brilliance, and with a thunderous crash, the 8 death warriors were sent flying. As the dust settled, Luo Xie found herself soaring once again into the air. She held her sword aloft, a fierce and unmatched sword aura coalescing at its tip. Simultaneously, countless sword shadows began to materialize above the Yunnu sword. Even from 10 miles away atop the Chaofeng city wall, Xianxiaaudiobooks felt the overwhelming sword intent, her cheeks stinging from the pressure of the sword energy. Beside her, the Sutao maiden echoed her sentiments, exclaiming, "Look at this momentum. Sister has emerged from her retreat, and has even broken through to the pinnacle of the Escape One realm. Indeed, it is no wonder she possesses such confidence." With her peak strength in the Escape One realm, combined with her swordsmanship, it seems the 8 death warriors are truly destined for death, remarked Xiao, the Tiangong maiden, dressed in a light green gown. As the 8 death warriors regained their footing, the myriad sword shadows had fully coalesced. Luo Xie extended her jade finger, pointing at the 8 below, her gaze sharpening as the rain of swords cascaded down. All swords returned to their origin. Faced with this deluge of sword rain, the 8 death warriors could only respond in panic. Clang, clang, clang. Below, the sounds of swords clashing echoed as they struggled to withstand the onslaught. Before long, they were overwhelmed and submerged by the torrential sword rain. With a flourish, Luo Xie sheathed her Yunnu sword and turned to Gong Qingya, saying, I have not disgraced my mission. However, as she spoke, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth, indicating that she had sustained considerable injuries during the confrontation. Witnessing this, the Prince of Zhou's expression darkened completely. Humph. Truly a bunch of worthless fools. 8 practitioners of the Escape One realm could not even best a single girl at the pinnacle of that realm. Abruptly, he stood, his foot striking the ground and creating ripples in the space around him, instantaneously appearing behind Luoxia. Sister, be careful, cried the other maidens atop the city wall. Yet Luoxia was caught off guard, her heart racing, so fast, just as the Prince of Zhou was about to unleash his deadly punch. Gong Qingya had anticipated the move. She swiftly positioned herself between them, shielding Luoxia from the lethal blow. As their fists collided, the shockwave of their terrifying power swept across the surrounding area, enveloping all within a destructive aura. Following the clash, both retreated a step. Your Majesty, Luoxia finally realized the gravity of the situation. Return quickly. Gong Qingya gestured behind her, and an invisible force propelled Luoxia back onto the city wall. As she landed, Luoxia gazed intently at the standoff between the two. The other maidens hurried to support her, expressing their concern. Sister, how are your injuries? Having heard this, the Su Tao maiden began to perform healing techniques to aid her wounds. Observing the worried expressions of the maidens surrounding her, Luoxia smiled gently. I am fine. There is no need for concern, sisters. Indeed, sister, you have swiftly reached the pinnacle of the Escape One realm. Remember when all 8 of us together could not match those death warriors? If this continues, the gap between us and you will only widen. Upon hearing this, some maidens praised her while others sighed in resignation. The 9 heavenly maidens were favored by Gong Qingya, and their bond was as close as that of biological sisters. There is no need for you to belittle yourselves. As your elder sister, I must be strong, Luoxia reassured them. Afterward, she cast her gaze skyward, while the maidens looked on with concern. Humph. Though the Prince of Zhou has vastly improved, he remains a dog that cannot change its ways. Still bearing that despicable and ugly visage, Gong Qingya taunted. Humph. Her Majesty the Empress can only rely on her sharp tongue. This prince values results above all. Today, let us see whether your Huiyuan kingdom will survive or perish, and whether you, Gong Qingya, are truly strong or weak. As soon as the words fell, Prince Zhou lunged towards Gong Qingya with ferocity. 2 figures clashed in midair, each collision sending tremors through the fabric of space. Around them, the very air seemed on the verge of being torn asunder. The terrifying aftershocks of their battle compelled onlookers to exert all their strength to withstand the pressure, while those of lesser cultivation were rendered helpless, collapsing to the ground under the oppressive force. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in several hundred exchanges. Gong Qingya, with her palms pressed together, radiated a brilliant light from her eyes, unleashing a surging wave of energy towards Prince Zhou. In response, Prince Zhou hastily formed a hand seal, summoning a colossal azure dragon apparition. The two forces collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent Prince Zhou hurtling backward, clearly indicating that he had fallen to the disadvantage. Though both were at the same level of cultivation, Prince Zhou had only recently broken through, while Gong Qingya had spent considerable time honing her skills within the realm of returning to the origin. Her cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of returning to the origin, far surpassing that of her opponent. The greater one's cultivation level, the more stark the differences between even minor realms. Humph, you are nothing but talk. Gong Qingya swiftly followed up with a magnificent strike, sending Prince Zhou flying, his form crashing deep into the earth. Cough, cough. Truly deserving of the title of Empress of the Fire Yuan Kingdom. It seems I cannot contend with you alone. Fortunately, this prince has a backup plan. Rising slowly from the ground, Prince Zhou appeared disheveled, dirt-streaked, with blood trickling down his face. Without delay, he stood up and produced a jade slip he had concealed on his person. Then, before the astonished eyes of the gathered crowd, he crushed it in his hand. Upon witnessing this, an unsettling feeling washed over Gong Qingya. Moments later, laughter echoed from a distance. Ha! Empress of the Fire Yuan Kingdom. Truly a name that does not deceive. Just as the words fell, a man clad in golden silk robes suddenly appeared before Gong Qingya. I have the honor of meeting your majesty. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a vassal of the great Zhou. With that, the elegantly dressed man removed his hat and performed a graceful bow. Chapter 24. The Might of the Runes, Terrifying Power of the Runes. Gong Qingya regarded the newcomer with a serious expression, probing his aura, her heart racing with astonishment. Late stage of returning to the origin. When did the great Zhou acquire such a formidable vassal? Seeing his ally finally arrive, Prince Zhou revealed a mocking smile. Humph. How dare you, a mere daughter state, think to contend with the great Zhou? It is akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Your demise is inevitable. As the situation shifted dramatically, The nine heavens, Xianxiaaudiobooks atop the city wall sensed the impending doom. Faced with two powerful cultivators in the realm of returning to the origin, one of whom had reached the late stage, xianxiaaudiobooks was undoubtedly doomed. At that moment, the treacherous Prince Zhou seized the opportunity while she was distracted by the vassal, launching a surprise attack. Despicable. Realizing his intentions, Luoxia could no longer remain idle and charged forward alongside the nine heavens Xianxiaaudiobooks. Just as xianxiaaudiobooks was momentarily distracted, the vassal of the Zhou lunged at her. Humph! To challenge me and dare to lose focus, you seek death. The vassal was engulfed in flames, a fierce blaze spiraling into the sky as he unleashed a powerful punch toward xianxiaaudiobooks, the force of his strike howling through the air. Seeing this, xianxiaaudiobooks hurriedly prepared to defend herself. At that instant, her internal spiritual energy erupted, a torrent of formidable power surging from her palms. Their fists met, and in an instant, they exchanged dozens of blows. After this flurry of encounters, xianxiaaudiobooks was forced to retreat, her palms trembling, gasping for breath, her chest rising and falling violently. In contrast, the vassal displayed an air of ease. And just as she was recovering, he charged at her once more. Determined, xianxiaaudiobooks pushed her spiritual energy to its limits, meeting him head-on. Thus, the two resumed their fierce aerial duel. Meanwhile, Baihu Xianxiaaudiobooks led the nine heavens Xianxiaaudiobooks in an attempt to block Prince Zhou. Under Luoxia's guidance, the nine women formed a unique formation, channeling all their powers into her. With the formation's might, Luoxia managed to temporarily hold off Prince Zhou, but she was urgently fending off his relentless attacks. Hee, how intriguing. I never expected the nine heavens Xianxiaaudiobooks to possess such a card up their sleeves. Prince Zhou gathered two orbs of energy in his hands, the winds around him howling, and then launched an assault on Luoxia. Utilizing her sharp sword techniques and elusive movements, she danced around him, but soon her breath became erratic. Having sustained significant injuries from her earlier battle with the eight assassins, her situation was now dire. Despite their combined efforts, the gap in cultivation between her and Prince Zhou was insurmountable. Meanwhile, xianxiaaudiobooks, locked in combat with the vassal, was not faring any better, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. She noticed the dire predicament of Luoxia and the others below, her brow furrowing in concern. Your Majesty, I offer you, along with the nine heavens Xianxiaaudiobooks, one final choice. Submit to the great Zhou and become a vassal to the Zhou king, or today, you and your Fire Yuan kingdom shall face utter annihilation. The vassal urged. At these words, xianxiaaudiobooks clenched her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. Your Majesty, my patience is limited. Confronted with his aggressive demeanor, xianxiaaudiobooks recalled the power rune within her, a gift from Yang Bai days prior. Turning to the vassal with a wicked smile, she declared, become your great Zhou's vassal? I fear you may not be able to handle the consequences. With resolve, xianxiaaudiobooks activated the power rune within her. In an instant, an unparalleled might erupted from her being, her aura skyrocketing. Late stage of returning to the origin. Peak stage of returning to the origin. Early stage of 100 Jia. Mid stage of 1000 questions. Her aura continued to ascend until it finally plateaued at the mid stage of 1000 questions. Overwhelmed by the terrifying energy surging from within, xianxiaaudiobooks was utterly astonished. The power rune had catapulted her 2 entire realms, soaring past the 100 Jia realm to arrive at the 1000 questions realm. Across from her, the vassal stared in disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight, exclaiming, how is this possible? How did you accomplish this? Without answering, xianxiaaudiobooks fixed her gaze upon him and, with a swift motion of her left hand, she grasped the air. The space around her warped dramatically. The vassal, sensing the impending doom, became terrified and attempted to flee. Yet in the next moment, he felt the space constricting around his body. With a fierce grip, xianxiaaudiobooks ended his life in an instant. At that moment, Luoxia, engaged in a fierce battle with Prince Zhou, could no longer withstand the pressure, and was sent flying by his palm, crashing heavily into the city wall. Due to the defeat of the main formation's Luoxia, the other prominent Xianxiaaudiobooks spat blood, their vitality waning. Humph. A mere practitioner of the first realm dares to engage in battle with this prince for such an extended period. You may take pride in your accomplishments in the underworld. With that, Prince Zhou lunged towards Luoxia. Upon witnessing this, Xin Yuqing and Xiao Xiarua gasped, eldest sister. Just as Prince Zhou was on the verge of triumph, xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly appeared before him. Remarkably, she grasped his sword with her bare hands. In disbelief, Prince Zhou pondered, is she not engaged in combat with the offering? Has the offering already? No, it cannot be. This is utterly impossible. The offering is a formidable warrior at the late stage of returning Yuan. He struggled to withdraw his sword, but it remained immovable in xianxiaaudiobooks' grip. Reluctantly, Prince Zhou abandoned the sword and retreated, attempting to create distance. Yet, in the next moment, He felt a delicate hand pressing against his back. A surge of mortal peril instantly engulfed his heart. Just as Prince Zhou was about to plead for mercy, Xianxia twisted her hand, and his body disintegrated into a mist of blood. A once great hero thus met his demise. After accomplishing this, Xianxia yearned to further experience the terrifying power, but soon realized her body could scarcely endure such might. Cracks began to appear on her exquisitely beautiful face. Alarmed, Xianxia hastily retracted the power rune. To her astonishment, she found that the rune did not dissipate but continued to hover quietly within her. At this moment, Xianxia found herself at a loss for words to express her exhilaration. She had initially believed this rune to be a one-time use, never anticipating its immense power. Yet, the reality was that this rune could be employed multiple times. Moreover, under her perception, the limits of this power rune extended far beyond what she had experienced. The mid-stage of the Thousand Inquiry realm was merely the limit of her physical endurance, not the rune's potential. Chapter 25. Return and Changes, the Whining Yongbai. Contemplating this, Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim, to think that a rune casually conjured by that predecessor possesses such formidable power. I wonder what terrifying realm that predecessor has reached. With the successive falls of Prince Zhou and the Zhou offering, the remaining forces of the great Zhou army crumbled without resistance. Under the leadership of the Nine Heavens Xian'an, they were entirely annihilated. After the battle, within the imperial palace of the Empress of Chaofeng City, congratulations, Your Majesty. For eradicating the invading enemy, the great Zhou shall no longer pose a threat to our Huiyuan kingdom. The Nine Heavens Xian'an were gathered together. Indeed, my triumph in this battle is largely thanks to you. Yuqing, Xianxia smiled at Xian Yuqing. Hearing this, Xian Yuqing replied with confusion, Your Majesty, what do you mean? Although she had exerted herself fully in this battle, her contributions paled in comparison to Luo Shishua, who had single-handedly taken down 8 death warriors. Xianxia then clarified, the reason I was able to swiftly defeat that late-stage Great Zhou offering was entirely reliant on this. With that, she produced the power rune. The Nine Heavens, Xian'an, being her most trusted confidants, could be completely trusted. The women fixed their gazes intently on the floating power rune in her hand. This rune was bestowed upon me by the predecessor who once repelled Zhao Tianyong in Mufeng City. Upon hearing this news, I hastily made my way to Mufeng City. Subsequently, Xianxia recounted all that had transpired that day. Thus, I owe you a debt of gratitude, Yuqing. Had it not been for your timely warning, I fear both I and the Huiyuan kingdom would have suffered greatly today. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuqing finally understood. The sudden improvement in the Empress's strength was due to this object. Your Majesty is too kind. There is no need for such formalities between you and Yuqing. Your Majesty saved my life. The several Xian'an had all been rescued by Xianxia, each having endured similar fates. No, I must find a time to express my gratitude to that predecessor once more. Yongbai, who had successfully retrieved the 9-turned celestial lotus, had just returned to Mufeng City. As soon as he stepped into the apothecary's courtyard, Yang Yuchan rushed over upon hearing the sound. Husband, you have finally returned. Are you unhurt? Seeing Yongbai's return, she quickly grasped his hand, her eyes scanning him anxiously. Of course, I'm fine, and I've brought something back for you. Here, he said, producing the 9-turned celestial lotus and offering it to Yang Yuchan. Where's little Do Ding? Where has that girl gone? You little Do Ding. Not even coming out to greet young master upon his return. Just wait until I find you. I shall surely punish your little backside. After not seeing Lu Linger emerge for a while, Yongbai went inside to search, still grumbling. Hearing this, Yang Yuchan hesitated before saying, Husband, you needn't call out anymore. Linger is missing. Upon hearing this, Yongbai jolted. What? Little Do Ding is missing. Has she been kidnapped by human traffickers? Heaven! How can I live without little Do Ding? Yang Yuchan was just about to comfort him, but his next words rendered her speechless. Little Do Ding, you've left. Who will massage my shoulders and wash my feet at night? Yongbai knelt in the courtyard, lamenting his sorrow to the heavens. Meanwhile, Yang Yuchan could only roll her eyes, thinking, you truly care for that little girl. After Yongbai had cried for a full 2.5 minutes, Yang Yuchan could no longer bear it. She stepped forward and delivered a kick, sending Yongbai sprawling on the ground. With her hands on her hips and her lips pouting in displeasure, she exclaimed, Hey, I say, can you not act so foolishly? Linger is missing, and you don't even go to find her. What good is it to just stand there crying? That little girl has been so good to you, always thinking of her young master. Once knocked down, Yongbai gazed at Yang Yuchan's angry stance with her hands on her hips and couldn't help but sigh. I prefer this elder sister look of yours. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan was left in a mix of laughter and exasperation. I don't even know what to say to you. Meanwhile, the heavenly Dao demon dragon, hidden within Yongbai's grasp, witnessed this scene and exclaimed in shock. What the heck? This deity is utterly powerless before this woman. Let me see what kind of existence this heroine is. Curious. The heavenly Tao demon dragon probed with its divine sense and was left even more astonished. What? Only at the body refining stage? Countless question marks appeared above the heavenly Tao demon dragon's head. Hearing the exclamations, Yang Bai finally remembered that he still had a small plush toy in his hand. He turned to Yang Yuchan, speaking mysteriously, "My dear, let us set Linger aside for now. I have a surprise I want to give you." Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan resembled an ant on a hot skillet. Anxious and distressed as she exclaimed, Are you truly not concerned about Lingo? She has yet to return since she left this morning to buy lobsters. And I have no heart to discuss other matters with you right now. Hurry and find Linger. I have searched all over Mufeng City and cannot locate her." In response, Yang Bai, with a resigned demeanor, divulged the truth. He had sensed Linger's abduction the moment he seized the Qinglian. His consciousness had never strayed far from Mufeng City. However, he refrained from intervening because he detected the ancient bloodline power of the Tian snake in the person who had taken Linger. Most significantly, that individual wore a necklace identical to the one Linger had gifted him. Thus, Yang Bai deduced that this person must be Linger's true kin. Moreover, his awareness indicated that this individual had transported Linger deep into the territory of the Serpent clan in the eastern wilderness. At this moment, Yang Bai's consciousness remained fixated on the young girl. He would perceive any danger she encountered instantly. Hence, he remained entirely unperturbed. After hearing Yang Bai's explanation, Yang Yuchan covered her mouth in astonishment and asked, "Husband, what realm do you occupy? Your consciousness can extend over such vast distances." In reply, Yang Bai laughed heartily. Haha, did I not mention this earlier? Allow me to reiterate one last time. Your husband is invincible throughout the world. Yang Yuchan gazed at him, momentarily dazed. Then curiously inquired, "What was that surprise you mentioned earlier?" Upon learning that Linger was unharmed, she finally relaxed her anxious heart. In response to Yang Yuchan's query, he did not rush to answer but instead pointed to his cheek. Understanding his implication, Yang Yuchan shot him a playful glance before planting a kiss on his cheek. Observing this, Yang Bai chuckled with delight. His laughter, filled with joy, elicited a proud thought from Yang Yuchan. "Humph, you think you are invincible, yet you still find yourself kneeling beneath my pomegranate skirt. Hey, silly, what are you grinning about?" she called out, noticing his continued foolish grin. To her surprise, Yang Bai pointed again to his cheek and shamelessly pouted, My dear, that was not loud enough." Seeing him so audacious, Yang Yuchan, with a sigh of resignation, kissed him once more, this time with a sound that was even more resounding. "How about that? Was that loud enough? Now, tell me, what is that surprise of yours?" Yang Bai, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Well, my dear, one must also consider my lips." With that, he began to nuzzle against her chest, exhibiting his playful demeanor. By the end of it, Yang Yuchan's lips had swollen from all the kisses. Only then did Yang Bai relent. Meanwhile, the heavenly Tao demon dragon, witnessing the scene, was left utterly dumbfounded, internally raging, "Am I truly being so easily manipulated by this creature? Is this how all human cultivators behave?" Chapter 26, Little Black. "You rascal. Are you satisfied now?" Yang Yuchan muttered, touching her swollen lips and shooting a fierce glare at Yang Bai. In response, Yang Bai chuckled softly, then grasped the tail of the heavenly Tao demon dragon and placed it before her. "Here, my dear, this is the surprise I prepared for you. A plush toy dragon." Receiving the little dragon from Yang Bai's hands, Yang Yuchan disdainfully shook it off. "Ugh, it's so ugly and black." Upon hearing this, the heavenly Tao demon dragon erupted in fury. "Hey, little girl, what is with that disdainful look? I am the renowned heavenly Tao demon dragon, a supreme quasi-saint. How could a mere body-refining cultivator treat me so?" Yang Yuchan glared with her beautiful eyes. The little one may be small, but has quite the temper, huh? Humph. Let us see you boast now." With that, she fiercely flicked its little tail. Stop that." Yang Bai, forcing a smile, interjected, "My dear, this little dragon indeed possesses the bloodline of the heavenly Tao demon dragon and has reached quasi-saint level." Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan stood in shock, as if struck by lightning. She was genuinely holding a heavenly Tao demon dragon? A quasi-saint? Ha! Little girl, did you hear that? Your dragon lord is a quasi-saint, capable of annihilating a realm with a mere flick of his finger, the heavenly Tao demon dragon declared pompously. Yet, deep down, it felt a sense of gloom. After narrowly surviving the thunder tribulation and finally stepping into the realm of quasi-saint, it found itself confronted by the seemingly monstrous Yang Bai. Seeing its sudden retreat into humility, Yang Bai remarked, "Humph, what are you boasting about? I brought you here so you could recognize my wife as your master." At this statement, the heavenly Tao demon dragon was instantly humbled. It had forgotten the scene of Yang Yuchan beating Yang Bai moments ago, and now terror gripped its heart. "Oh no, I went too far. I forgot that little girl is that monster-esque partner. I'm doomed. I don't want to die." seeing no hope for survival. The heavenly Tao demon dragon's eyes dimmed. Subsequently, Yang Bai formed a hand seal, summoning enormous ancient runes around Yang Yuchan. This was the soul recognition contract. Once signed by a beast and a human, it would bind them in a master-servant relationship. There were two types of contracts, one of servitude, where the human controlled the other's life and death, and another of equality, fostering a mutually beneficial partnership. Yang Bai employed the first type of soul contract, urging Yang Yuchan to sign it swiftly. Under his imposing gaze, the heavenly Tao demon dragon reluctantly complied. If it resisted, death was its only alternative. Yang Yuchan, fully aware of the situation, tore up the contract before the astonished gazes of both Yang Bai and the heavenly Tao demon dragon. Yang Bai, confused, looked at her darling. Why did you do that? The heavenly Tao demon dragon, equally perplexed, wondered, does that little girl not want me? Then in response to Yang Bai's inquiry, Yang Yuchan smiled sweetly. I understand your intentions, my husband. However, I do not wish to easily enslave another for my own safety. Therefore, I kindly request you to exchange it for an equal contract. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai felt his wife appeared even more beautiful. He did not entirely endorse her act of kindness, as in this ruthless cultivation world, a single act of compassion could lead one into a dire predicament. In this realm, kindness must be backed by the strength to crush all opposition. Fortunately, Yang Bai possessed such power. In other words, he was invincible when he acted kindly. All must commend him. When he acted maliciously, none would dare to utter a word against him. All right, my dear wife is kind-hearted, and I support you. Yang Bai possessed boundless strength, and naturally, he was inclined to unconditionally indulge the whims of his beloved. Observing her husband's profound respect for her decisions, Yang Yuchan felt a warmth blossom in her heart. Thus, she gazed at Yang Bai with the tenderness of blossoming peach flowers, her cheeks suffused with a rosy glow, and she blissfully collapsed into his embrace. Yang Bai reciprocated by gently enfolding the enchanting maiden in his arms. Meanwhile, the heavenly Tao demon dragon, which had recently been in Yang Yuchan's grasp, was callously discarded upon the ground. It quickly emerged from its momentary joy of the contract, sitting forlornly as it cast a resentful glance at the embracing couple. Once in high spirits, it now found itself doused in their unexpected display of affection. After a brief moment, the couple gently parted. Oh, where has that little dragon gone? Yang Yuchan suddenly realized that the demon dragon she had been holding had vanished without a trace. She then surveyed her surroundings and soon spotted it seated on the ground, wearing an expression of deep resentment. Without hesitation, she grasped its tail once more and lightly patted the dust off its body. Yang Bai subsequently initiated a soul contract, this time establishing an equitable agreement. Upon witnessing this, the heavenly Tao demon dragon hastily signed the contract, seemingly fearful that they might reconsider at any moment. Observing its demeanor, Yang Yuchan couldn't help but smile and also affixed her signature to the contract. Once the soul contract was established, a unique bond formed between her and the heavenly Tao demon dragon. Overjoyed, Yang Yuchan lifted the demon dragon and placed it upon her fragrant shoulder. The thought of possessing a quasi-saint level demon dragon as her pet filled her with exhilaration. Following the signing of the contract, Yang Bai lifted the restrictions placed upon the heavenly Tao demon dragon, restoring it to its quasi-saint strength. He then imposed another restriction upon it, threateningly stating, since you have entered into a contract with my wife, keep your aura in check. My wife's cultivation is insufficient. You must restrain yourself. Should you ever harbor even the slightest intention of harming her, the restriction I have placed within you will annihilate you in an instant. Upon hearing this, the heavenly Tao demon dragon shrank its neck and quickly protested, I dare not. How could I ever harbor any ill intentions towards my master? Satisfied with its response, Yang Bai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you lack the audacity. Turning to his wife, he added, my dear, let us give this fellow a name. We can't simply keep calling it the heavenly Tao demon dragon, can we? Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan tilted her head thoughtfully, pondering, what shall I call you? Her gaze drifted towards the heavenly Tao demon dragon, which looked back at her with eager anticipation, curious about the formidable name she would bestow upon it. Observing its dark, unremarkable appearance, Yang Yuchan blurted out, From now on, I shall call you Little Black. At this proclamation, Little Black's fur bristled in indignation, and it waved its tiny claws in protest. I object. I am the heavenly Tao demon dragon, a dignified quasi-saint powerhouse. I shall never accept such a name. Unperturbed by its protests, Yang Yuchan playfully tapped its head. What's with all this I? It doesn't sound pleasant at all. Thus, it is settled. Little Black. Chapter 27. Refining the 9 Transformations Celestial Lotus. Disturbance in the 10,000 Great Mountains. That night, in the room, Yang Bai unceremoniously tossed Little Black, which had been perched on Yang Yuchan's fragrant shoulder, onto the floor. Little Black squatted sulkily, glaring at the closed door. My dear, it is time to consume this celestial lotus. The efficacy of such a heavenly treasure is at its peak when freshly picked, Yangbai declared. Yang Yuchan hurriedly retrieved the celestial lotus and inquired, how should it be used? Yangbai then produced a large wooden tub and replied, naturally, half should be consumed directly, while the other half should be used for a medicinal bath for optimal results. He filled the tub with clear water, then divided the celestial lotus in half, tossing one portion into the water. After completing these preparations, he urged, my dear, why are you still dawdling? Quickly disrobe and enter the tub. After you do, consume the other half. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan hesitantly began to undo her garments. Seeing her sluggish movements, Yangbai stepped forward. Oh, my wife, I have seen you undressed before. Why be shy in front of me? With that, he deftly stripped her of her attire. Oh, husband, there's no need. I can manage myself, she protested. Although they had shared a bed numerous times, the thought of being bared like a pristine little rabbit before Yangbai still made her blush. Eventually, with her cheeks aflame, Yang Yuchan stepped into the tub, her delicate feet touching the water. The potent essence of the 9-transformation celestial lotus reacted vigorously upon contact with her fair skin, producing sizzling sounds. She gasped in pain. My dear, hold on. It will pass soon. You must endure. Once it's over, the pain will cease, Yangbai reassured her, urging her to consume the other half of the lotus. With determination, she swiftly swallowed the remaining portion. Sitting in the tub, Yang Yuchan's skin turned a brilliant shade of crimson. Her exquisite face contorted in discomfort as the surging medicinal force worked to enhance her physique. She bit her pearly teeth, striving to withstand the agony. After a considerable duration, the tumultuous medicinal energy was finally refined. As the power dissipated, Yang Yuchan felt her aura surge mightily. 7th layer of body refinement. 8th layer of body refinement. 9th layer of body refinement. Mid-stage of earth origin. Late stage of earth origin. Her cultivation stabilized at the late stage of earth origin. Yangbai nodded approvingly. Quite impressive. Truly. The legendary treasure has enabled a direct breakthrough to the late stage of earth origin. This is merely the auxiliary effect of the 9-transformation celestial lotus. Its true horror lies in its ability to enhance a cultivator's physique. When the 9-transformation celestial lotus was nearing maturity, it attracted even the pinnacle of the undying realm. Notably, even the quasi-saint Little Black had guarded it day and night, highlighting its rarity. As the final drop of medicinal liquid was refined, Yang Yuchan succumbed to a deep slumber. Witnessing this, Yangbai gently lifted her, carefully dressed her in her garments, and then lay beside her, sleeping soundly until dawn. The following day, both were abruptly awakened by a violent tremor that shook the very earth beneath them. The ground inexplicably began to shake violently, accompanied by a series of booming sounds. Startled from their peaceful slumber, the couple quickly rose and rushed outside to investigate. They discovered that the disturbance originated from the 10,000 Great Mountains, situated 100 miles from Mufeng City. As the ground quaked, countless boulders began to rain down upon Mufeng City. Just as they were about to strike the city, a mysterious force shattered the rocks midair. At that moment, Yangbai raised one hand high, having intervened. Subsequently, he directed his consciousness towards the 10,000 Great Mountains. In his perception, an overwhelming number of presences lingered atop the mountains, including several formidable auras, some even surpassing that of Little Black. Were these powerful beings from beyond the eastern wilderness? Apart from Yangbai's consciousness penetrating through the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, all other spiritual forces were thwarted at the threshold. How intriguing. After a meticulous exploration, Yangbai discerned that the interior of the 10,000 Great Mountains concealed an extraordinary realm. Husband, what is happening? Inquired Yang Yuchan, her voice laced with confusion. It's nothing, merely the awakening of a colossal secret realm, he replied. No, rather than a secret realm. It would be more accurate to describe it as a passageway. In any case, it seems that the entire eastern wilderness will soon be abuzz with activity. Yangbai gazed toward the direction of the 10,000 Great Mountains, absorbing every detail within his sight. Meanwhile, within the capital of the Dazhou Kingdom, a tempest brewed. What is the meaning of this? How could the 10,000 Great Mountains suddenly stir up such commotion? King Zhou Wuwang, seated upon his throne, thundered in fury. He had initially intended to stealthily seek opportunities within the 10,000 Great Mountains, but with this sudden phenomenon, the secrets of the mountains could no longer remain concealed. And now they were likely exposed to all cultivators. How could he not be enraged? On the other side, within the Grand Hall of Chaofeng City, Gong Qingya, accompanied by the 9 celestial maidens, was enjoying the blooming flowers when she sensed the unusual occurrence. The 10,000 Great Mountains, you say? Dazhou, let us see how you conceal yourselves now. With a few terse commands, she set off with the 9 celestial maidens toward the 10,000 Great Mountains. Simultaneously, In the southern frontier, northern plains, and western deserts, ancient beings within various sects and sacred lands opened their eyes, all directing their gazes toward the 10,000 great mountains. Within the Tianxi sacred land, the venerable Chaoyang ancestor transmitted his voice to the disciples and elders. All disciples and elders of Tianxi sacred land set forth immediately to the eastern wilderness. Upon receiving the elders' command, the disciples mounted their flying swords, hastening toward the eastern wilderness. Not only the Tianxi sacred land, but disciples from other sacred lands and sects were also converging toward the 10,000 great mountains. At this moment, the Tianxi sacred lord approached Chaoyang ancestor, elder. The disturbances in the 10,000 great mountains are evidently related to the heavenly demons. Will you not personally make your way there? Hearing this, Chaoyang ancestor slowly opened his eyes and replied, "This matter is for me to decide. You need not fret excessively. Even if the heavenly demons strike again, there are still us old fellows to shoulder the burden. Tend to your own affairs." "What of Meng Yining?" the Tianxi sacred lord inquired. With a deep sigh, he responded, "Alas, that rebellious girl remains in her current state. Ever since we forcibly brought her back from the eastern wilderness, she has been in a daze." Chaoyang ancestor interjected, "I did not ask about that. I was inquiring about the alliance with the Longting sacred land." Upon hearing this, the Tianxi sacred lord's expression darkened further. This. There are no hidden difficulties? Yining has expressed that she has yet to consider this matter. Meng Xiaoyu stammered, as the saintess of Tianxi sacred land, she ought to actively assume the responsibility of reviving the sacred land. How can she be so coy? As her father and the sacred lord, you should persuade her more. Chaoyang ancestor stated, "You may leave now." With that, Meng Xiaoyu exited the ancestral grounds. Chapter 28. The secret realm opens, linger in peril. A month swiftly passed. Within this time, an ever-increasing number of cultivators congregated beneath the 10,000 great mountains, representatives from various powerful factions gathering in unison. As of now, the secret realm within the 10,000 great mountains had yet to unveil itself, yet numerous disciples and elders from the major sacred lands had already flooded into Mufeng City. Many cultivators from distant lands journeyed here, having heard of the happenings within Mufeng City. Upon learning of the formidable presence concealed within Mufeng City, those highborn disciples from the sacred land scoffed, dismissing it with derision, convinced that in this barren region with such sparse spiritual energy, it was inconceivable for such powerful beings to arise. At this moment, 10 miles outside Mufeng City, a group of cultivators hastened toward the city. "They say there exists an unparalleled power in Mufeng City, but I believe it to be merely a fabrication conjured by these eastern wilderness savages," remarked one. "Your Highness, what is your view?" Among the flying party were dozens of disciples hailing from a faction known as the Mingjian Sacred Land, accompanied by 5 elders at the pinnacle of the indestructible realm, serving as their protectors during this expedition. Among the throng of disciples, a distinguished young man soared at the center, akin to a star surrounded by constellations. Ling Ruobai sneered, his face betraying disdain. These eastern wilderness savages may lack strength, yet their imaginations are quite vivid. As they approached Mufeng City, they beheld the cityscape, which appeared unremarkable at first glance. The only striking feature was the enormous rift in the void that loomed above the city. The rift remained unhealed, intermittently exuding an overwhelming pressure that left onlookers breathless. Beneath the city gates, not only those from the Mingjian sacred land had gathered, the area was already filled with numerous figures. The cultivators below craned their necks, their faces alight with curiosity as they gazed at the colossal rift overhead. One individual, overwhelmed by the sight, collapsed to the ground, his vision fading to black. Witnessing this, the crowd's pupils constricted, swiftly averting their gaze, fearful that they might be the next to succumb. Ling Ruobai, too, stood transfixed, staring at the sky. Having witnessed the same scene, a burning sensation coursed through his face, rendering him momentarily speechless. The 5 elders who had silently followed him approached. One elder, Helian Ju, advised, "Your Highness, it seems there truly are formidable beings within that city. Just the faintest aura emanating from this spatial rift instills fear deep within my soul. The trials within the 10,000 great mountains are fraught with peril. The sacred lord has expressly instructed us to avoid recklessness." In response, Ling Ruobai numbly nodded. Subsequently, he and his fellow disciples from the Mingjian sacred land entered the city. Within the apothecary, Yang Yuchan sat cross-legged in meditation, rapidly depleting a collection of top-tier spirit stones. Her aura surged, significantly strengthening at that moment. The initial stage of the Tianyuan realm. Yang Bai congratulated her, seeing her breakthrough. Yang Yuchan smiled radiantly. "I must extend my gratitude to you, dear husband. Were it not for the 9 transformations celestial lotus, my cultivation speed would not have reached this level." Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed from the direction of the 10,000 great mountains. Yang Bai turned to gaze towards the mountains, his eyes illuminating with brilliance as he pierced through the happenings occurring 100 miles away. The entrance to the secret realm began to reveal itself, though a formidable array still guarded its threshold. This formation, though appearing powerful, was in a state of disrepair. Together, they could break it. Indeed, if we combine our strength, we shall surely shatter the formation and seize the opportunities within the secret realm. With this proclamation, under the guidance of one cultivator, the crowd gathered their strength to assault the array. With a tremendous roar, the formation shattered, and the secret realm was finally unveiled. Witnessing this, a throng of cultivators surged forward, eagerly entering the secret realm. Withdrawing his gaze, Yang Bai explained to Yang Yuchan beside him, "The secret realm of the 10,000 Great Mountains has been breached." The cultivators were driven to madness at this moment. Upon hearing the words, Yang Yuchan nodded thoughtfully. "My dear, mere cultivation is of no avail. If you are intrigued, you might venture into that secret realm for some exploration. It would serve as an excellent opportunity for training. Everything there is quite fascinating." With that, he displayed a playful smile. Yang Yuchan then replied, "Indeed, I have been meaning to do just that. I have yet to encounter cultivators from beyond the eastern wilderness. However, husband, you seem quite knowledgeable about the secrets of the 10,000 Great Mountains." In response, Yang Bai mysteriously remarked, "Indeed, I possess considerable knowledge about it." He then suddenly gazed deep into the eastern wilderness. Noticing this, Yang Yuchan inquired, "What is it?" "Ah, it seems our little Do Ding has encountered some minor troubles. My dear, as you are heading to the secret realm for training, it would be pointless for me to accompany you." While Yang Yuchan understood this reasoning, her expression paled at the mention of Lu Linger's troubles. "Then husband, please hurry to Linger's side. I still have Xiao He here, so you need not worry about me." With that, Yang Yuchan anxiously urged him to depart swiftly. "Yes, please take care, my lady." After bidding her farewell, Yang Bai stepped lightly, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing tens of thousands of miles away. Once he had left, Yang Yuchan began to pack her belongings, preparing to head to the secret realm. At that moment, Xiao He, who had been lazily resting on her shoulder, turned over. Upon sensing the movement, Xiao He rubbed its sleepy eyes with tiny paws and exclaimed, "Woof! Where are you going, master?" Hearing this, Yang Yuchan shot an exasperated glance and, unable to suppress her amusement, retorted, "Hey, you lazy dragon, I wonder how you managed to cultivate to the quasi-saint level." To her surprise, Xiao He's next words sparked her ire. "I am a dignified heavenly Dao demon dragon. I can cultivate even while napping. For me, cultivation is as effortless as eating or drinking." As the man and dragon bantered, they stepped out into the bustling street adorned with blooming flowers. Yang Yuchan, upon hearing these words, felt her lips curl in indignation. She then grasped its tail, ready to give it a playful flick. But Xiao He promptly bit onto her dress collar. The two engaged in a playful tussle, and by sheer coincidence, they collided with Ling Ruobai and his companions, who had just entered the city. Upon entering, Ling Ruobai encountered Yang Yuchan, who was playfully wrestling with Xiao He. Her elegant features, akin to delicate petals, instantly captivated his attention. As she laughed and glanced back, her beauty was reminiscent of 1,000 charms, rendering all comparisons to mere mortals insignificant. Ling Ruobai marveled inwardly, astonished to find such a breathtaking beauty in this barbaric land. Compared to Yang Yuchan, every woman he had previously encountered faded into obscurity. After adjusting his attire to project an image of refined grace, he approached Yang Yuchan with a faint smile. "My lady, you seem to be in a hurry. Might I inquire where you are headed?" Upon hearing someone address her, Yang Yuchan ceased her playful scuffle and turned towards the voice. Observing the cultured and composed Ling Ruobai, she politely replied, "I am on my way to the secret realm of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Is there something you wish to discuss, young master?" Ling Ruobai's eyes lit up. "Ah, how fortuitous. I too intend to venture into that secret realm for some training, hoping to seize an opportunity." If I may. Before he could finish, Yang Yuchan promptly interrupted, "Oh, then I wish you luck in obtaining your opportunities." With that, she sidestepped and attempted to pass him. Ling Ruobai found himself momentarily taken aback. As the saint son of the Ming Sword Sacred Land, he was accustomed to having countless talented women at his disposal. He had never encountered such a situation before, and an invisible anger began to simmer within him. However, he stifled it and maintained his genteel facade, hastily pursuing her again. Noticing that he obstructed her path once more, Yang Yuchan frowned slightly, her red lips parting. "Is there anything else you wish to discuss? I am quite pressed for time." Ling Ruobai maintained his composure, saying, "It is said that the secret realm is fraught with peril. I would be remiss if I did not extend an invitation for you to accompany me. It would be safer that way." The disciples of the Ming Sword Sacred Land, witnessing their saint son's unusual politeness, exchanged astonished glances. They had never seen him speak to anyone in such a manner. Yet upon beholding Yang Yuchan's beauty, they understood it was no wonder he behaved so. No need. If you have no other business, please do not impede my path. With that, Yang Yuchan prepared to turn away once more. At this, Ling Ruobai could no longer maintain his facade. He shot her departing figure a dark glare and signaled to his disciples. They instantly understood and stealthily followed Yang Yuchan out of the city. As Yang Yuchan walked alone along the forest path, Xiaohe, still resting on her shoulder, lazily remarked, "It seems a few oblivious souls are tailing you, master. Are they those from the city gate?" Upon hearing this, she quickly inquired, "Indeed? Correct. I sense their presence." "Huh. That fellow is truly a toad wishing to feast on swan meat. A mere saint son of 100 homes dares to covet my master." No sooner had Xiaohe spoken than the disciples of the Ming Sword's sacred land, who had been lurking in the bushes, leaped out and charged at her. Their strength was not to be underestimated. The weakest among them possessed the cultivation of the Taishe realm, while the strongest boasted the Gu Yuan realm. Yet to the quasi-saint Xiaohe, they were merely a ragtag bunch of chickens. Xiaohe languidly sneezed, and in an instant, a fierce gale erupted, sending the Ming Sword disciples tumbling. Some, unable to withstand the force, were sent soaring into the clouds, only to crash down and shatter upon impact. Realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent, Ling Ruobai, hidden in the shadows, gritted his teeth in frustration. A bunch of useless fools, unable to handle a mere girl of the Tian Yuan realm. With that, he charged towards Yang Yuchan with lightning speed. However, Xiaohe had already been watching the entire scene unfold. With a casual swipe of its little paw, it sent him flying. The impact caused Ling Ruobai to taste blood, and after being hurled several dozen meters away, he finally steadied himself. Yet, the incoming claw marks forced him to shout, "Elders, hurry and come out." In an instant, Helian Ju and the other 4 pinnacle elders of the immortal realm appeared, standing protectively in front of him. The 5 elders swiftly formed incantations, their peculiar seals colliding with the claw-like manifestations. With a resounding explosion, a cloud of dust erupted, sending the 5 elders and Ling Ruobai hurtling backward. Each elder was spewing blood profusely, their crimson lifeblood rapidly staining their robes. Ling Ruobai gazed at this scene in utter disbelief. How could this be? Even when the 5 peak elders of the immortal realm united their strength, they could not withstand a single blow from their adversary, and crucially, he had not even caught a glimpse of his opponent's face. A quasi-saint. At that moment, the 5 elders, including Helian Ju, staggered to their feet, exclaiming in horror. Only a quasi-saint could deliver such a devastating strike to 5 peak immortal realm powerhouses. Quasi-saint. Ling Ruobai recognized the grave trouble he had invited, his expression morphing into one of sheer terror as he scanned his surroundings. The mere mention of a quasi-saint nearly made him lose control of his faculties. Within the entire Ming Sword's sacred land, there was only one quasi-saint, the Ming Sword's sovereign. In the vast expanse of the Kunlun realm, a quasi-saint was a figure of great might. And today, he had inadvertently provoked one. How could he not be afraid? May we inquire which quasi-saint has graced us with their presence? We are but humble denizens of the Ming Sword's sacred land. Today's incident was indeed instigated by our holy son, and we beseech you to pardon us, Helian Ju declared, clasping his hands in respect as he addressed the air around him. The wind rustled through the fallen leaves as Yang Yuchan emerged slowly from the depths of the forest. Following her, Xiaohe leapt from her fragrant shoulder and, with an air of pretentious superiority, declared, "Humph, is the Ming Sword's sacred land truly so formidable? A place devoid of even a single saint dares to bark in my presence. A mere ant of the 100 Jia realm has the audacity to covet my master's attention." Upon seeing Xiaohe, Helian Ju's eyes widened in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets. The heavenly Dao demon dragon. Yet, upon hearing the term master, he abruptly turned his gaze to the seemingly inconspicuous Yang Yuchan. "You are the master of the heavenly Dao demon dragon. Humph, you shall perish," Xiaohe exclaimed as it charged toward Ling Ruobai. Helian Ju, alarmed and aghast, found himself unable to intervene in time, just as the situation seemed dire. The jade slip at Ling Ruobai's waist flickered. Suddenly, a phantom emerged from the slip, intercepting Xiaohe's attack with a single palm. As the smoke dissipated, Xiaohe regarded the phantom with a mischievous glint. Meanwhile, Helian Ju and Ling Ruobai bowed respectfully to the apparition, uttering, "We pay our respects to the sovereign." The phantom waved its hand dismissively, then addressed Xiaohe, "Heavenly Dao demon dragon, I never imagined you would acknowledge such a weak human woman as your master." At this, Yang Yuchan shot a disapproving glare at it. The Ming Sword sovereign then snorted, "Ant, how dare you show such disrespect to a powerful being?" Instantly, a terrifying soul attack erupted from the sovereign's gaze. Xiaohe quickly positioned itself in front of Yang Yuchan, shielding her from the onslaught. "Humph, why should I explain my actions to you? Dare to harm a single hair on my master's head, and I swear I will reduce your Ming Sword's sacred land to rubble. Xiao He bellowed in fury upon witnessing the Ming Sword sovereign's aggression toward Yang Yuchan. Is that so? The Ming Sword sovereign replied, and with a swift motion, he swept away the individuals from the Ming Sword's sacred land. Xiao He refrained from intervening, knowing that while it did not fear the Ming Sword sovereign, it could not gamble with Yang Yuchan's safety. Thus, Xiao He watched helplessly as the figures vanished from sight. Fuming, Xiao He leaped back onto Yang Yuchan's shoulder, muttering incessantly, I am infuriated. How dare he belittle me? To think they could escape right beneath my nose. Witnessing the escape of the 5 elders filled it with both ire and vexation. Observing Xiao He's temperamental display, Yang Yuchan smiled gently. Let them go. It is for the best. After all, they have a quasi-saint among them. As she contemplated this, her desire to grow stronger intensified. Without the heavenly Tao demon dragon by her side, today could have ended in calamity. Though she had Yang Bai, her vigorous and assertive nature refused to be merely a decorative presence beside him. She aspired to one day stand alongside him, rather than remain in his shadow. With renewed determination, Yang Yuchan set her sights on the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains, striding forth purposefully. Unbeknownst to her, all of this was observed by Yang Bai's spirit, concealed within the life and death talisman. At that moment, in the dark confines of the life and death talisman, Yang Bai slowly opened his eyes, murmuring, the Ming Sword's sacred land, is it? Outside, Xiao He, preparing to doze off, was suddenly yanked into the life and death talisman by a surge of immense soul power. Dazed, Xiao He looked around, finding itself enveloped in darkness. In a beam of light, a figure sat cross-legged. With curiosity, Xiao He inquired, my lord, were you not out and about? How is it that? This is merely a projection of my spirit, Yang Bai explained nonchalantly. I see. Xiao He's expression shifted as Yang Bai's demeanor turned serious, his gaze sharpening. What audacity from the Ming Sword's sacred land, and such insolence from their sovereign, daring to harm my Yuchan. You have just clashed with that sovereign and transmitted a trace of his aura to me, Yang Bai remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiao He revealed the sovereign's aura. With this essence, Yang Bai swiftly locked onto his target. He runs swiftly, having returned to the sacred land rather quickly. With a low, ominous snort, Yang Bai vanished alongside Xiao He, instantly materializing above the Ming Sword's sacred land. Sensing a potent aura from the outside, the Ming Sword sovereign was gripped by an overwhelming sense of unease. He quickly emerged from the great hall, looking up to find Yang Bai and Xiao He. The heavens are boundless. Both Xiao He and the Ming Sword sovereign exclaimed in astonishment. The Ming Sword sovereign, having discerned the situation at a glance, was not alone in his realization. Xiao He grasped it as well. The figures of Yang Bai and Xiao He hovering above the sacred land were merely projections. Their true forms remained within the confines of the life and death talisman. In the dark space of the life and death talisman, Xiao He stared incredulously at Yang Bai's spirit, swallowing hard. My lord, are you certain this is just a projection of your spirit? Absolutely, Yang Bai replied, spreading his hands nonchalantly. The boundless heavens is an unparalleled divine art, one that only a sovereign can comprehend. A master of this art can project an image equal to their true power within their realm of consciousness. This surpasses the capabilities of a mere spirit projection by countless magnitudes. The fact that you can execute this technique with just a projection of your spirit has left me utterly astounded. What astonished Xiao He even more was that while ordinary sovereigns could only project their own forms, Yang Bai could project himself along with Xiao He. Stunned, Xiao He could only stare in disbelief. At first, it was believed that Yang Bai was merely a sage at the pinnacle of his realm, yet in this moment, it became apparent that his strength was vastly underestimated. The prowess exhibited by his ethereal form suggested that his true body was likely a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. Xiao He mused inwardly, a chill running through its mind. A quasi-emperor. Such a level of strength was the zenith of the Kunlun realm. The mightiest within Kunlun were merely quasi-emperors, and true emperors had not graced the world for thousands of years. At this moment, above the sacred land of engraved swords, the entire sanctum activated its protective array at the command of the swordmaster. Yang Bai, however, cast a cold gaze downward, refraining from intervening. The swordmaster, seeing the heavenly Tao demonic dragon by his side, suddenly contemplated a possibility but, feeling the pressure, steeled himself to speak. Esteemed guest, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our sacred domain? Immediately, a chilling voice echoed from Yang Bai. Surrender the heads of those 6 individuals and sever an arm. Then, this matter will be concluded. The swordmaster knew precisely which 6 Yang Bai referred to. His complexion turned ashen as he replied, your strength is formidable. While it is true that my disciple acted inappropriately by harassing that young lady, they have already received their due punishment. Moreover, The girls suffered no substantial harm. Do you not think your demands are excessively tyrannical? Furthermore, my sacred land of engraved swords is backed by the Dragon Ascension's sacred land. Do not overstep your bounds. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai's gaze turned icy as he regarded the sword master, resembling a predator eyeing its prey. I had initially considered sparing you, as you are not the principal offender. However, your lack of awareness is disheartening. What of tyranny? Today, I shall embrace it. Let us see who dares to challenge me. With that, Yang Bai ceased his dialogue and, with a single hand, forcefully pushed against the protective array. Upon contact, the formation shattered like glass struck by a stone. And in the next moment, an overwhelming force descended upon every individual within the sacred land of engraved swords. The sword master attempted to resist in a desperate gamble for survival, but his legs were instantly pinned to the ground, followed by his arms and head, rendering him immobile. Observing this, Yang Bai scanned the area with a frigid indifference, swiftly identifying the 6 figures. With a mere snap of his fingers, thunder roared from the heavens, and 6 annihilating bolts of divine lightning descended upon Ling Ruobai and her companions with ferocious intensity. In that moment, Ling Ruobai was reduced to nothingness, not even a scream escaping her lips. The sword master ultimately succumbed to the oppressive force, meeting a grim fate. Witnessing a once great quasi-saint perish so effortlessly under Yang Bai's released pressure filled Xiaohe with dread and astonishment. It was clear to Xiaohe that Yang Bai's intent in bringing it along was not solely to seek vengeance for Yang Yuchan, but also to instill a sense of restraint, warning it against harboring any ulterior motives. This, of course, was a figment of Xiaohe's imagination. Yang Bai had not contemplated such matters. In reality, should Xiaohe entertain even a hint of such thoughts, it would swiftly find itself summoned before the King of Hell. Chapter 31. One hand of the saint destroys. One eye of the saint king falls. Observing the disheveled state of the sacred land of engraved swords beneath his overwhelming pressure, Yang Bai retracted his might. He was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. With Ling Ruobai and her cohort eradicated, there was no need to further harm others. The oppressive weight lifted, and the remaining individuals gasped for breath, having narrowly escaped death's grasp. Yet, at that moment, the situation was far from resolved. A powerful aura surged toward them. A square-faced, middle-aged man raced toward the sacred land of engraved swords. Upon witnessing the devastation, his expression shifted dramatically when he spotted the sword master's lifeless form on the ground. His gaze quickly shifted to Yang Bai, and he instantly grasped the events that had transpired. With a slight bow, he addressed Yang Bai, signaling the respect due to a powerful figure. I am Nan Liqing, from the Dragon Ascension sacred land. May I inquire your esteemed name and the reason for your actions against the sacred land of engraved swords? Yang Bai's cold eyes narrowed as he regarded Nan Liqing disdainfully. What concern is it of yours? The sacred land of engraved swords is a vassal of my Dragon Ascension sacred land. Your overt slaughter of the sword master is a blatant disregard for our authority. Seeing Yang Bai's impolite demeanor, a flicker of shadow crossed Nan Liqing's eyes. He seemed unperturbed by the apparent strength of this suspected Saint King. For the Dragon Ascension sacred land was the foremost in the southern frontier, boasting its own Saint Kings. Is this a threat? Yang Bai replied with evident annoyance. Are you advocating for the sacred land of engraved swords? I shall say this once more. The grievances between the sacred land of engraved swords and myself are none of your concern. Should you utter another word, the fate of the sword master shall be yours. Hearing this, Nan Liqing's heart sank. Yet he pressed on for the sake of his sanctum's dignity. Even if you have profound grievances with the sacred land of engraved swords, it is unjust to execute the sword master without due process. Before he could finish, Yang Bai, now thoroughly exasperated, emanated an aura of danger. Dare you speak further? Then you shall join him. With that, Yang Bai unleashed his terrifying, boundless pressure. The very heavens trembled, the void shattered, and a force so great that even the earth could scarcely endure, engulfed the scene. Xiaohe, sensing the ominous shift in Yang Bai's gaze, was the first to flee. Soaring far away, the mere glance filled it with an instinctual terror that resonated deep within its soul. Meanwhile, Nan Liqing, the saint, was swiftly overwhelmed by the oppressive force. Unable to raise his head, in that moment, he felt the sacred blood within him cease to flow, the suffocating pressure rendering even breathing a challenge. Why you? Should you dare to kill me, the Dragon Ascension sacred land will not spare you. In this life and death moment, Nan Liqing clung desperately to the hope that the reputation of the Dragon Ascension sacred land would compel Yang Bai to relent. Yet, he had grossly overestimated the significance of the Dragon Ascension sacred land in Yang Bai's eyes and underestimated Yang Bai's might. With a swift motion, Yang Bai placed his hand upon Nan Liqing's crown, and an intangible flame erupted from his palm. In an instant, Nan Liqing was consumed by the flames, leaving only a wisp of smoke in his wake. At this juncture, the elder guardian of the Dragon Ascension's sacred land, who had been observing with narrowed eyes, suddenly opened them wide, astonished at the sight of Nan Liqing's shattered soul jade slip. Such a powerful figure would typically possess a soul jade slip within the sanctum, allowing for the tracing of any mishaps to the perpetrator. Yangbai was well aware of this, yet he behaved as if utterly unconcerned, casually brushing off the dust from his garments. Little Black gazed in terror at Yangbai, a formidable figure of the Saint Realm who had so abruptly fallen. With a sweeping motion of Yangbai's hand, the two figures instantly vanished from the spot. Furthermore, the lingering aura they had left within the sacred land of engraved swords was entirely erased by Yangbai. Within the battered remnants of the sacred land, disciples and elders alike stared in bewilderment at the shattered walls surrounding them. What had transpired? Was this truly our sacred ground? Why had it become so dilapidated? My heavens, is that not the Holy Master kneeling there? Upon hearing this, many elders of the immortal realm rushed forward to inspect, hastily assisting the Holy Master of engraved swords to his feet. Realizing that their Holy Master's life force had been utterly extinguished, they all clutched his lifeless body and wept inconsolably. The members of the sacred land had no recollection of the recent events. Their memories had been obliterated by an unseen, overwhelming force. In the dragon's soaring sacred land, within the elders' hall of the Soul Tablet Pavilion, a congregation of holy kings and guardians had gathered. At this moment, the Holy King of Nothingness wore a grave expression as he gazed upon the shattered soul jade tablet of Nanli City. Then turned to the elder in charge of the pavilion. How long has it been? Just a moment ago, came the reply. Hearing this, he turned to the Holy King of Celestial Mechanisms, his anger boiling over. Holy King Jiang, you are adept at divining the heavenly mechanisms. Please ascertain the identity of the audacious individual who dared to slay our elder. The dragon's soaring sacred land possesses considerable authority, not only in the southern frontier, but throughout the entire Kunlun realm. For thousands of years, none have dared to provoke us, yet today, someone has had the audacity to offend us. Nodding in response, Jiang Tian's eyes suddenly blazed with radiant light, enveloped by the aura of the heavenly Tao. Conjuring images of clouds and peaks, through the endless darkness, he finally glimpsed a vague silhouette in the unfathomable abyss. That figure slowly turned, locking eyes with Jiang Tian from afar. The sight left Jiang Tian in shock, and he attempted to discern the visage of this entity, to lock onto its aura. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, he could not unveil the face. It was shrouded in layers of murky mist, with its aura completely elusive. Suddenly, as the shadow's gaze sharpened, an unfathomable power erupted from it, instantly obliterating the channel of celestial divination. Jiang Tian was gravely injured by this force, spitting blood, and compelled to withdraw from the divination. Outside, Jiang Tian continued to cough up blood uncontrollably, his eyes, which had just met the shadow's, now streaming crimson. The other holy kings, witnessing this, were filled with astonishment and rushed to support the nearly collapsing Jiang Tian. At that moment, his aura was exceedingly feeble. Had they not been so close, they might not have sensed his presence at all. Jiang Tian, clinging to the last vestige of his strength, uttered the terrifying shadow. With those final words, he succumbed to an infinite regret. The Holy King of Nothingness stared in disbelief at the hasty demise of the Holy King of Celestial Mechanisms. A Holy King had fallen so easily. When did it become so effortless to slay a Holy King? My lord, has the era changed? Chapter 32, West Buddha, East Qilin, South Immortal Crane, North Qingtsong. The loss of a Holy King was indeed a grievous blow, even for the foremost power in the southern frontier. After all, the dragon soaring sacred land publicly boasted only 10 Holy Kings as guardians. The loss of even one would tarnish the dignity of the sacred land. This was no trivial matter. The forces involved were beyond our comprehension. You must report this incident to the Holy Master immediately, the Holy King of Nothingness said, his expression one of fear as he looked at the lifeless form of Jiang Tian. Internally, he felt a sense of relief that he had refrained from attempting the divination himself, for his strength was on par with that of the Holy King of Celestial Mechanisms. If the adversary could easily extinguish Jiang Tian, then eliminating him would surely not be a great challenge. Thus, the elder in charge of the pavilion, his face etched with fear, proceeded to inform the Holy Master of Dragon Soaring. Within the Dragon Soaring Great Hall, Su Chongkong sat cross-legged in a secluded chamber. Hearing the panicked voice of the elder outside, he furrowed his brow. Enter. Upon receiving the summons, the elder stumbled through the doorway, drenched in cold sweat. Su Chongkong remained composed. As an elder of the sacred land, do you not see how you present yourself? What calamity has befallen us that even the 10 guardians cannot handle, disturbing my seclusion? Upon hearing this, the elder panicked, his legs trembling. Please punish me, Holy Master. A grave incident has occurred within the sacred land. The Holy King of Celestial Mechanisms has just perished. Upon receiving this news, Su Changkong's expression remained unaltered, as if a mountain had crumbled before him. He did not display any signs of alarm. Oh? Do you know who is responsible? Who would dare offend my dragon's soaring sacred land? As the leader of the foremost power in the southern frontier, if he lacked such composure, he would not occupy his position. The elder recounted every detail of the incident. After grasping the entirety of the situation, Su Changkong's brows knitted together. Jiang Tian had merely attempted a simple divination of the opponent's heavenly mechanisms, only to be instantly extinguished. Such a method of killing from thousands of miles away, especially against a peerless holy king, underscored the formidable strength of the assailant. After much contemplation, Su Changkong suppressed the urge to divine the identity of the perpetrator. He surmised that an individual capable of such a feat must possess strength surpassing the 6 calamities quasi-emperor. As the holy master of dragon soaring, he was merely a 5 calamities quasi-emperor. I am aware of this matter. I shall make my own decisions. You may leave now. Furthermore, inform the holy king of nothingness that they should cease their investigations. Such matters are beyond their grasp. Upon hearing this, the elder respectfully bowed and slowly retreated from the hall. Once the elder had departed, Su Changkong swiftly rose and made his way to a highly secretive realm within the sacred land. This secluded area was surrounded by towering mountains, shrouded in mist, with the occasional immortal cranes soaring overhead, resembling a scene from a celestial realm. At the summit of the ethereal mountains, one could faintly discern the figure of an elderly sage seated in meditation. He sat upon the precipice, holding a fishing rod, seemingly pondering what he might catch from such a lofty perch. Master, I have an urgent matter to report. Su Changkong addressed the figure atop the mountain with a respectful gesture. The sage, slightly opening his eyes, was immediately enveloped by the harmonious calls of cranes, ethereal figures bowing to him. Ah, my dear disciple, as the esteemed holy master of dragon soaring, a 5 calamities quasi-emperor, what brings you to seek your master? The unexpected visit from Su Changkong surprised the celestial crane Taoist. In his speech, the mist surrounding him dissipated, revealing his snow-white hair akin to crane feathers, a youthful complexion, and a kind visage. The elder was the Tao ancestor of the dragon's soaring sacred master, also recognized as the strongest figure in the southern frontier. Alongside the esteemed Qing Tsang of the northern plains, the Buddhist saint monk of the western desert, and the Qilin demon sovereign of the eastern wilderness. In the Kunlun realm, they were collectively referred to as the West Buddha, East Qilin, South Immortal Crane, and North Qing Tsang. The 4 individuals represent the pinnacle of combat prowess within the Kunlun realm, universally acknowledged as the 4 greatest powers. They are also the only 4 existing quasi-emperors of the 9 tribulations in the Kunlun world. At this moment, the venerable elder before Su Changkong is none other than the celestial crane Taoist, who is also his current master. Master, just now, one of our holy king's powerful practitioners was slain in our sacred grounds. I suspect the assailant is at least a 6th tribulation quasi-emperor, hence my audacity to disturb you. I seek your assistance to uncover the identity of this adversary. Otherwise, our Longting sacred ground has lost a holy king for no reason. If we cannot even ascertain the identity of the murderer, our sacred ground will be utterly disgraced, and our authority will be irrevocably diminished. Su Changkong recounted the situation earnestly. Upon hearing this, the celestial crane Taoist set aside his fishing rod, forming a series of intricate hand seals, and conjured a mystical mirror in front of him. Observing this, Su Changkong hurriedly approached, eager to witness firsthand who dared to oppose his Longting sacred ground. However, just as the celestial crane Taoist prepared to divine the secrets of heaven, a radiant light suddenly erupted from the jade talisman hanging from his Tao robe, along with visible cracks appearing on its surface. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the celestial crane Taoist was momentarily taken aback. His expression twisted in disbelief as he grasped the jade talisman. How can this be? His already wrinkled visage contorted further in distress. This was the first time Su Changkong had seen his master display such a grave and terrified demeanor, prompting him to inquire anxiously, "Master, what is the matter?" To Su Changkong's astonishment, the celestial crane Taoist's next utterance left him rooted in shock. The jade talisman has been passed down from our ancestors to me. Whenever its owner is on the brink of facing a fatal crisis, it issues a warning, just as you have witnessed moments ago. Countless generations of our Longting Tao ancestors have narrowly escaped calamity thanks to this talisman. Su Changkong was rendered speechless, struggling to comprehend the implications of this revelation. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to swallow hard. Does this imply that? Indeed, the celestial crane Taoist confirmed gravely. Just as I was about to divine the identity of that person, the talisman warned me that to do so would surely result in my demise. His words were staggering, leaving Su Changkong utterly astounded. Who was his master? The celestial crane Taoist, the foremost power of the southern wilderness, one of the 4 nine-tribulation quasi-emperors of the Kunlun realm. Yet, even he faced certain death merely by attempting to calculate the secrets of the adversary? What kind of formidable being were they confronting? Could it be an emperor? Su Changkong could hardly believe it. Master, could it be that there is a fault with the talisman? In contemplation, the celestial crane Taoist nodded thoughtfully. It is not without possibility, but it is wiser to err on the side of caution. Su Changkong's skepticism was not unfounded. After all, it had been tens of thousands of years since an emperor had appeared in the entirety of the Kunlun continent. The sudden emergence of one now seemed implausible. You must keep this matter to yourself. It cannot be divulged to anyone, the celestial crane Taoist instructed earnestly. Yes, master, I shall remember this, Su Changkong replied, still shaken as he exited the secret realm, leaving the celestial crane Taoist alone atop the mountain in deep contemplation. Chapter 33, Queen Medusa. The humiliation of the serpent people at the northernmost edge of the eastern wilderness lies an endless, desolate desert. The eastern wilderness is already barren, and this desert is the epitome of desolation. Yet, upon this sweltering land resides the serpent people, being inherently associated with the shadows. The serpent people find themselves in a harsh environment. Their plight is dire, as their meager influence in the eastern wilderness is continuously suppressed by the powerful dragon clan. It is under the duress of the dragon clan that the serpent people have been forced to migrate to this inhospitable territory. Within the temple of the serpent people, a petite maiden clad in a delicate green dress sits by the window, tenderly holding a sprig in her delicate hands. Sigh, it's the first time I've been away from young master and sister Yang for so long. I wonder if they are worried about Linger. Lu Linger gazes sorrowfully at the swirling sands of the desert, lost in thought. Suddenly, an idea strikes her. She plucks a leaf from the sprig and murmurs, "Well." A joyful expression brightens her face. She then removes another leaf, saying, "Will not. Will not." Once the final leaf is plucked, her little head droops, her eyes dimming with despair. Yet, an idea strikes her again, and she tosses the sprig aside, her eyes sparkling with delight. He will. Just then, a figure resembling Lu Linger enters the room. Her skin is smooth and flawless, resembling translucent white jade, evoking an irresistible urge to touch her. Her figure is captivating, with long legs and a graceful waist. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Linger quickly approaches, her face beaming as she links her arms around the woman's slender waist. "Sister, what brings you here to see Linger?" Bai Su affectionately brushes her fingers through her sister's flowing hair and counters. "You have yet to tell me why you were smiling one moment and frowning the next." The newcomer is Bai Su, the queen of the serpent people, known as Queen Medusa. Though Lu Linger and Bai Su are sisters, their fates diverged tragically on the night of Lu Linger's birth. The serpent people faced an unexpected calamity as the dragon clan launched a shameless surprise attack. In the ensuing chaos, the leaders of the serpent people rushed into battle, leaving no one to care for the newly born infant. Amidst the turmoil, Lu Linger vanished without a trace, and despite the serpent people's relentless search, she could not be found. However, Bai Su never ceased her quest to locate her sister over the years. It was only when Lu Linger awakened her ancient bloodline, the heavenly serpent, that Bai Su, sensing the connection through their shared lineage, was able to pinpoint Lu Linger's location in the vast eastern wilderness. Thus, Bai Su stealthily departed from the serpent people and ventured into the realm of humankind, eventually encountering Lu Linger, who had just finished shopping for lobsters in Mufeng City. After being brought back, Lu Linger realized that Bai Su was her true kin. The bond of their shared blood, coupled with Bai Su's consistent warmth and care, allowed Lu Linger to gradually accept her sister. And nothing. As Bai Su persisted in her inquiry, Lu Linger's face flushed crimson. She hastily changed the subject. "By the way, sister, what is the situation with the dragon clan?" Upon hearing this, Bai Su immediately adopted a serious demeanor, her playful smile vanishing. "Sigh, you have only just returned to the clan. It is not prudent for you to be too involved in clan matters." "Sister, how can you say that? Linger is also a member of the serpent people and the inheritor of the ancient heavenly serpent bloodline. I have the right to know about clan affairs." Lu Linger insisted resolutely. Reluctantly, Bai Su explained the current plight of their people. "The dragon clan now watches us with predatory intent, planning to completely eradicate us and annex our serpent people. Linger, as the inheritor of the ancient heavenly serpent bloodline, should the time come, you must lead the remnants of our clan to escape the eastern wilderness and seek refuge in the northern plains. You have only just returned to the clan, and the dragon clan is unaware of your existence. Thus, the future of the serpent clan rests solely upon your shoulders. The strength of the serpent clan is utterly incapable of contending with the formidable might of the dragon clan. Queen Bai Su, the Medusa of the serpent clan, has merely reached the pinnacle of the undying realm. Meanwhile, The Dragon Clan boasts several quasi-saint powerhouses, with their chieftain being a true saint. In terms of high-end combat power, the Serpent Clan is left several streets behind. Thus, should the Dragon Clan truly set their sights on the Serpent Clan, Baisu must prepare for the worst and ensure that her people do not perish under her watch. Lu Linger, as a descendant of the ancient celestial serpent bloodline, could potentially escape with the ember of their race, and through her innate bloodline talents, it is not inconceivable to revive the Serpent Clan. Hearing the weight of Baisu's words, Lu Linger nodded earnestly. Yes, sister, I will, and you must take care of yourself. The following day, at the break of dawn, the beacon fires of the Serpent Temple were ignited. An enemy attack was underway. Countless massive fireballs rained down upon the serpent structures. In an instant, with each thunderous explosion, innumerable serpents were buried beneath the debris. The land of the Serpent Clan was engulfed in cries of despair, resembling a hellish nightmare. Have they finally lost their restraint? Seated within the Queen's chamber, Baisu immediately sensed the commotion outside. With a swift motion, she appeared in the skies above her territory, witnessing the inferno below. With a wave of her delicate hand, she conjured a vivid crimson energy barrier above. Countless fireballs collided violently with the barrier. Dragons, is this all you can resort to? Baisu seethed with fury as she gazed upward. Parting the clouds, several imposing figures emerged, looking down with disdain. You dare to send such pathetic beings to wreak havoc upon the territory of the Serpent Clan? Upon hearing this, the figures above erupted in laughter. Humph, facing death. You still dare to bark. The only reason your Serpent Clan has survived this long is thanks to your predecessor, the previous Medusa Queen. Were it not for her noble sacrifice, your kin would have long since become mere fodder for the grave. Almost every member of the Dragon Clan has savored her sweetness. To be frank, your mother was quite delectable. At these words, Baisu could no longer contain the rage boiling within her. For these years, she had regarded this event as her greatest taboo, and those who dared to touch it would meet their end. In the past, the Serpent Clan had faced a sudden assault from the Dragon Clan, much like today. Unsurprisingly, they were overpowered, and the last Medusa Queen, who was the mother of both Baisu and Lu Linger, made the ultimate sacrifice to ensure the survival of their race. Each Medusa Queen was a paragon of beauty, captivating all who beheld her, inevitably drawing the envy of neighboring clans. She traded her own freedom for the continuation of the Serpent Clan. Thus, on that fateful day, under Baisu's anguished gaze, she bravely stepped into the Dragon Clan's territory alone. The nature of dragons is inherently lustful. A beauty from an enemy clan was akin to falling into an endless abyss. After enduring relentless torment, she was ultimately humiliated to death by the Dragon Clan. Within days, her lifeless body was discarded at the entrance of the Serpent Temple, while the Serpent Clan managed to survive for decades thereafter. Baisu could never forget the mocking expressions of the Dragon Clan as they left her mother's corpse behind. She had clutched her mother's body, her eyes fixed on the retreating figures, their faces twisted in ridicule. Faced with the disappearance of her sister and the humiliation suffered by her mother, Baisu swore that she would restore the Serpent Clan to its former glory. As tears of blood streamed from her eyes, she proclaimed, "Today's grievances shall be repaid 100-fold." Chapter 34. A Fierce Battle, the Ruthless Baisu. The inferno of rage within Baisu erupted completely as she faced their taunts. A colossal silhouette of the ancient celestial serpent manifested behind her, its undying aura permeating the space and creating ripples in the air. With a powerful tremor of her hands, her spiritual energy surged forth. The leading figure, Xianxiaaudiobooks, stepped forward, declaring, "Let me see just how remarkable the ancient celestial serpent truly is." With that, their figures intertwined, unleashing a terrifying collision of energy. Baisu unfurled a pair of vibrant crimson wings, their feathers ablaze like flames. She formed intricate seals with her hands, chanting incantations as a grand array materialized before her, shimmering with various runes. The array instantly shielded her kin behind her. "You dare to engage me while distracted? You seek death." Xianxiaaudiobooks, seizing an opportunity, unleashed a barrage of dragon claws, covered in shimmering scales, aimed at Baisu. The colossal claws sliced through the air with a shrill sound as they struck her. Just as he reveled in his triumph, the claws passed right through Baisu's form. Not good. It's an afterimage. Xianxiaaudiobooks panicked. Baisu had already stealthily maneuvered behind him. Fixating her gaze upon him, a dangerous glint flickered in her eyes. Baisu conjured dual blades from her spiritual energy and struck towards him. Countless sharp sword energies tore through space, raining down with Baisu's boundless fury. Xianxiaaudiobooks had no time to react and was swiftly engulfed. As the thick smoke dissipated, he staggered to his feet, only to find Baisu seizing his head and slamming him violently into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. After several resounding thuds, Xianxiaaudiobooks lay crumpled on the ground. Baisu then delivered several punishing blows to his head, burying it into the earth. The remaining 4 Dragon Clan powerhouses were rendered dumbfounded. They could hardly believe that Shun Rohong, a prodigy of the Dragon Clan, had been utterly defeated in mere moments. Baisu shook the blood from her hands, her gaze fierce as she regarded them. Though she appeared as a beautiful maiden on the surface, she exuded an aura of ruthless ferocity. The 4 undying powerhouses of the Dragon Clan were thoroughly stunned by her ferocity, feeling a chill run down their spines. In the next moment, Baisu's figure inexplicably appeared behind them, gripping the heads of 2 of them. With a sudden, forceful squeeze, her overwhelming spiritual energy obliterated them into a mist of crimson. Dragons, today you shall pay in blood for your debts. Baisu transformed into an unparalleled harbinger of death. The remaining 2 undying powerhouses, witnessing the scene before them, saw Baisu dispatching her foes with the ease of slaughtering livestock, and in terror, they fled. Soon, she held 2 more lifeless bodies in her grasp. The serpents within the protective array looked on as their queen wreaked havoc, annihilating the invading enemies, and they all raised their hands in jubilant cheers. Lu Lingyer stood amidst the crowd, her face a mask of concern as she gazed upward. Sister following the urging of the elders, she silently began to fulfill Baisu's earlier instructions, quietly preparing the plan for the preservation of their race's ember. Just as the invaders were vanquished suddenly, from the boundless heavens above, a terrifying breath of dragon fire descended. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the formation, which shattered instantaneously without even a second of resistance. Bereft of the formation's protection, the serpent men became mere lambs awaiting slaughter. The boundless horror of the dragon fire, accompanied by a conflagration of flames, prompted the serpent men to wail in despair. As the dreadful dragon fire threatened to annihilate the entire serpent tribe, Baisu was compelled to stand in its path. She struggled valiantly to withstand the onslaught. Only after exerting every ounce of her strength did the dragon fire gradually dissipate. At that moment, Baisu was left scarred and burnt, her delicate hands reduced to a gruesome state of flesh and blood. Finally, a worthy opponent had arrived. She gazed skyward, her eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. Rather than succumbing to the overwhelming disparity in power, her inner resolve was ignited even further. What is a mere immortal to fear? I shall grant your serpent tribe a singular opportunity. Emulate your mother and forever submit to my dragon lineage. A resplendent, holy light radiated from the heavens, parting the clouds to reveal a magnificent figure bathed in divine luminescence. Bah! If it is war you seek, then let us engage. Do not harbor foolish dreams. Baisu glared fiercely at the figure, her gaze so lethal that, had it the power to kill, the individual before her would have perished 100 times over. Unmoved by the offer of surrender, Baisu found such a compromise utterly distasteful. She believed that she would rather die in battle than live in such humiliation. Even a wolf, when biting a duck, would not leave its feathers unscathed. Humph, stubborn fool. With that, Gu Tianai unleashed his supreme pressure as a quasi-saint upon Baisu. She immediately felt her body grow heavy, as if her wings had been clipped, crashing heavily to the ground. Enduring the immense force, she gritted her teeth and remained steadfast. In a remarkable display of will, she transcended the quasi-saint's pressure and transformed into the ancient celestial serpent, lunging towards Gu Tianai with ferocity. Gu Tianai's eyes widened in astonishment. As the colossal tail of the ancient celestial serpent swept towards him, he effortlessly raised a single hand to grasp it. Humph, ancient celestial serpent. Is this all you amount to? Gu Tianai shook his head slightly, dismissing her struggle as futile. Yet at that moment, the scales of the ancient celestial serpent became razor-sharp, unleashing a flurry of scales that hurtled towards Gu Tianai with the force of a gale. Reacting swiftly, he relinquished the tail and vanished several miles away in an instant. However, he was still a moment too late. A sharp sting erupted on his face, and upon touching his cheek, he discovered a nearly imperceptible cut from which dark green blood oozed forth. A dignified quasi-saint had been injured by a mere cultivator of the immortal realm. Gu Tianai's face flushed with rage, his anger boiling over as he glared at the massive celestial serpent before him. Damn it! I will not rest until I eradicate your serpent tribe today, to quell my wrath. With that, he prepared to unleash his spiritual power to annihilate Baisu. But then he sensed something amiss. Most of his spiritual power was sealed. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Baisu charged at him again, spewing forth a stream of emerald venom. You seek death. Faced with Baisu's audacity to attack a quasi-saint, he felt humiliated but had no choice but to evade. Cursed wench! How dare you conspire against me with poison on your scales? Gu Tianai evaded her assault with remarkable agility. Chapter 35. The Tides of Battle Shift. Better to die in valor than live in disgrace. Poisoned, Gu Tianai was unable to wield the full might expected of a quasi-saint. Meanwhile, Baisu, drawing upon the formidable bloodline power of the ancient celestial serpent, pressed him back with relentless fury. Each blow she struck was imbued with the full force of her wrath. Seizing an opportunity, she unleashed a powerful punch upon Gu Tianya's chest, leaving a deep imprint in its wake. Forced into a corner, he had no choice but to reveal his true form. A massive azure dragon materialized, its scales gleaming with an otherworldly luster, sharp fangs bared. To compel me to unveil my noble dragon form in battle, you may die without regrets. Gu Tianyi roared at Baisu. He was perhaps the most unfortunate of quasi-saints. In this fierce confrontation, neither combatant could gain the upper hand. Just as they reached a stalemate, a voice echoed through the air. Humph, Gu Tianyi. You have brought shame upon our dragon lineage, failing to subdue even a mere serpent tribe. I suspect your quasi-saint cultivation is riddled with flaws. Upon hearing these words, Gu Tianyi's veins bulged with anger, but he had no rebuttal. Baisu, on the other hand, remained vigilant, her heart steeling itself for the possibility of death. As the last syllable fell, a figure clad in a crimson robe descended. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems the current Queen Medusa possesses quite the capabilities to achieve this. Dragon Qian mocked Gu Tianyi. Enough. The clan leader summoned us to assimilate the serpent tribe, not to squabble among ourselves. Before long, another terrifying presence emerged. Yi Tian, exuding an air of superiority, looked down upon the scene. Faced with the sudden arrival of two more quasi-saints, Baisu's heart plummeted. One Gu Tianyi had already pushed her to the brink. Now, two more quasi-saints had joined the fray. Humph. The dragon lineage seems to hold my serpent tribe in higher regard than I thought, sending 3 quasi-saints in succession. Baisu braced herself against the trio. You certainly have a talent for self-aggrandizement. If not for Gu Tianyi's incompetence, I alone could easily topple your serpent tribe. Dragon Qian, known for his fiery temper, was the first to strike. He charged at Baisu with a ferocious assault, each move invoking the power of the heavens, as giant dragons of flame surged towards her. Confronted with the onslaught of a fully powered quasi-saint, Baisu dared not be negligent. The ancient celestial serpent's form emanated a radiant spectrum of light, enveloping her as she clashed violently with the giant dragons. With a thunderous sound, Dragon Qian showed no mercy, relentlessly pursuing Baisu. In response, she ignited her very essence, her aura surging to unprecedented heights. Thus ensued a chaotic battle that shook the heavens. As the sky reverberated with their clashes, Gu Tianyi, realizing he could not overpower Baisu, rushed to intervene. Yet he was intercepted by the approaching Yi Tian. Brother Yi, why do you impede me? Gu Tianyi asked. Showing respect for Yi Tian, the strongest among them, a mid-tier quasi-saint, knowing the dragon lineage revered strength above all, Baisu poses little threat. She merely struggles with the aid of her bloodline and the burning of her essence. It won't be long before she succumbs. Instead, let me assist you in purging the poison first. With that, Yi Tian began to work on alleviating Gu Tianyi's affliction. The secret realm of the 10,000 mountains had opened, and their clan now urgently required manpower to venture into its depths. After resolving the matters at hand, the clan leader ordered the 3 of us to serve as the vanguards of the dragon tribe and venture into the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Gu Tianyi reluctantly set aside thoughts of revenge, prioritizing the greater affairs of the clan. After a considerable duration, the poison within Gu Tianyi was finally dispelled entirely. Meanwhile, Baisu, after clashing palms with Long Qian, turned pale and violently coughed up blood. She had reached her limit, her vital essence nearly exhausted. Confronted with the impending specter of death, Baisu felt no trace of regret. Instead, a sense of liberation washed over her. Gazing towards the direction where Lu Linger was fleeing with the clan, she silently hoped. Linger, may you lead the snake people towards a bright new future, so that I can die without regrets. However, before her demise, there was still one act she could perform. Baisu's eyes gleamed with determination as she looked at the 3, embodying the spirit of one who faced death unflinchingly. With a moment of respite, Gu Tianyi finally seized the opportunity for vengeance. Thus, he and Long Qian charged towards her. Meanwhile, Yi Tian silently observed, refraining from intervening, not out of reluctance to join the assault against an indestructible realm cultivator, but rather as if he were contemplating something profound. Suddenly, he discerned a crucial insight and vanished from sight in an instant. Baisu, already on the brink of collapse, now faced the combined assault of 2 quasi-saints. A frenzied expression emerged on her face as her aura surged violently, the surrounding spiritual energy boiling over. This is not good. Gu Tianyi and Long Qian immediately sensed an ominous turn. She was poised to self-destruct, taking them down with her. Ha ha ha. Come forth, vile dragon spawn. Baisu had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for the dragon race. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Yi Tian's figure materialized between the 3. In his grasp was another figure. Upon seeing the person Yi Tian held, Bai Su instantly quelled her urge to self-destruct, her face turning ashen as she glared at the captive. Behind Yi Tian floated a multitude of snake people children, the very seeds of the snake tribe. Bai Su's eyes widened in despair at this sight. Her entire hope rested here, with Lu Ling'er as a backup. She could have fearlessly led the snake tribe into a glorious battle against the dragon clan. But now, her vulnerability had been seized, plunging her into a depth of despair. Yi Tian looked at Bai Su with a mocking gaze and remarked, "Fortunately, I detected the anomaly in time. Otherwise, you might have succeeded. TSK. I never expected the snake tribe to possess a hidden lineage of the ancient celestial serpent." At this moment, Long Qian and Gu Tianai halted, standing behind the captive. Upon hearing that the girl in Yi Tian's grasp also bore the bloodline of the ancient celestial serpent, they were taken aback. "Bai Su, I offer you one last chance. Submit willingly. You wouldn't want the snake tribe to perish under your leadership, would you?" With these words, Bai Su's resolve wavered. Noticing her faltering spirit, Yi Tian quickly transmitted a message to the two behind him. Was tragedy about to repeat itself? Just as despair gripped her heart, the cries of her fellow snake people erupted from below. "Do not agree to them, Your Majesty. Yes, the snake tribe shall no longer live in servility. We would rather stand and die than kneel and live. Better to stand and die than kneel and live." In the burning temple, more and more snake people rose, shouting towards the heavens. They had witnessed the tragic fate of Bai Su's mother. Seeing their queen endure such humiliation ignited a fury within each snake person. At that moment, they no longer wished to continue in existence. Hearing the heartfelt cries of her kin, Bai Su severed the thoughts of making the same choice as her mother. In this instant, her spirit transcended. Bai Su finally relinquished the burdens of the snake tribe from her heart, breaking through her cultivation barrier. Her power surged to the quasi-saint realm. An inexhaustible force erupted from within Bai Su, waves of terrifying energy rippling outward from her being. Witnessing their queen's breakthrough, the snake people felt an overwhelming surge of strength, and an indomitable battle spirit erupted throughout the entire tribe. "The queen has broken through. Brothers and sisters, let us slay them, wipe out those dragon scum. Kill, kill, kill." With these resounding battle cries, all the snake people, including the elderly and children, seized their weapons and charged valiantly at the invaders. Witnessing this scene, Yi Tian's expression darkened. He never anticipated that merely a few words from him would propel Bai Su to break through amidst boundless despair and pressure, fully igniting the fighting spirit of the snake tribe. Reluctantly, he gestured, and a host of dragon clan warriors appeared behind him. The war between the two races erupted forth. Though the overall strength of the snake tribe paled in comparison to that of the dragon clan, their momentum surged, disregarding life and death as they fought valiantly to even the odds. Good, good, good. Watching the tumultuous battlefield below, Yi Tian shouted thrice in indignation. "What a magnificent Medusa queen! I underestimated you." The three quasi-saints felt ashamed after suffering defeats at her hands. Bai Su, emboldened by her newfound battle spirit, charged toward them first. Chapter 36. The Art of Deception by Ling'er. The mighty and tempestuous spiritual energy surged from Bai Su, engulfing the area. Observing this, Gu Tianai and Long Qian rushed forward, and the three soon became embroiled in a fierce clash. Empowered by the ancient celestial serpent bloodline, Bai Su resembled a goddess of war. With a flick of her wrist, a massive blade of light, hundreds of feet long, pierced through the void, hurtling towards the two. However, a sudden breakthrough does not equate to supremacy. Acting decisively, Long Qian transformed into his true form. Fiery dragon breath. A colossal dragon engulfed in relentless flames emerged, exhaling a torrent of dragon breath. The two forces collided, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy that filled the surrounding space. All that transpired was vividly captured in Yangbai's eyes. At this moment, high above the endless expanse, Yangbai sat leisurely among the clouds, casually crossing his legs and observing the unfolding drama below. What a splendid spectacle! He squinted, munching on sunflower seeds as the tumultuous battlefield appeared to him merely as an enthralling performance. Upon witnessing Lu Ling'er being discovered by Yi Tian as she fled, Yangbai nonchalantly sculpted a wooden figure. Once completed, he tossed it down from the clouds. Thus, in a manner unbeknownst to anyone, he swapped Lu Ling'er with the wooden figure below. Now, the figure in Yi Tian's grasp was the very wooden statue Yangbai had just carved. At this moment, Lu Ling'er was adorably massaging Yangbai's back. As Bai Su approached a desperate situation, Lu Ling'er's expression tightened. Grasping Yangbai's arm, she whimsically shook it from side to side, playfully pleading, "Young master, please stop watching the show and go help sister. Ling'er is begging you." Lu Ling'er pressed her small chest tightly against Yangbai's arm. Her lips pouted high, and her big eyes looked at him with a pitiful expression. Feeling the softness against his arm, Yang Bai thought to himself, well, who would have expected that in just a month since little Do Ding left? She has already developed quite a bit. However, upon seeing Lu Linger's still youthful face, he suddenly felt his cheeks flush, realizing that he had just been too brazen. Noticing Yang Bai's slightly reddened cheeks, the innocent Lu Linger couldn't help but ask, young master, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The little one sensed his discomfort and tightened her grip on his arm. In a hurry to escape the awkwardness, Yang Bai coughed a few times to mask his embarrassment, saying, ahem, little Do Ding, why are you so anxious? But how come you are so confident in me? Aren't you afraid that I might not be able to handle those giant bugs below? Upon hearing this, Lu Linger's sparkling eyes darted around, and she replied earnestly, but didn't the young master say that you are invincible? Could it be that you cannot defeat those pesky bugs? In that case, you should not go down. Immediately, a worried expression appeared on her face. At this, Yang Bai felt a surge of delight in his heart, but he decided to tease the little girl further. Well, it's not that I can't defeat them, it's just that it would come at a considerable cost. However, since my little Do Ding has asked so earnestly, I shall face those bugs with my life on the line. After saying this, Yang Bai feigned a heroic expression. His exaggerated acting would surely have been seen through by any normal woman. Yet, the naive Lu Linger was completely taken in, gazing at him with tears in her eyes. Young master, you're too good to linger. I'm so moved. As she choked out her words, tears began to form in her big, glistening eyes, rolling down her cherubic cheeks. Watching the little girl so touched by his words, Yang Bai felt an odd sensation akin to the allure of abducting a young girl. Seizing the moment, he said, little Do Ding, don't you think I have sacrificed a lot for you? Lu Linger nodded vigorously, a large bubble of snot hanging beneath her nose. Then, shouldn't you give the young master a little reward? As he said this, Yang Bai mischievously pointed to his lips. If Yang Yuchan were present, she would have surely skinned him alive for fooling Lu Linger so shamelessly. Upon hearing his suggestion, even the naive Lu Linger understood his intent. She hesitated for a moment, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her skirt, and stammered, young master, I'm not sure if that is appropriate. What if Sister Yang finds out? Yang Bai continued to coax her without any reservations. Oh, my little Do Ding. This is merely your way of thanking me, with no other implications. Besides, with me here, if you don't say anything, how would Sister Yang ever find out? Hearing this, Lu Linger seemed to grasp a hint of reason. Her face flushed shyly as she murmured, then, young master, please close your eyes. At her command, Yang Bai observed the adorable demeanor of the little girl, resembling a docile kitten. He felt a surge of desire to embrace her tenderly, yet he ultimately suppressed the urge, wary of frightening her. Thus, he obediently closed his eyes. Seeing him with his eyes shut, Lu Linger nervously leaned closer. However, instead of the anticipated gentle caress, he felt an unexpectedly soft and intoxicating sensation on his lips. It seemed the little Do Ding had misunderstood his intentions, but this misunderstanding was rather delightful. The delicate feeling vanished almost instantly, and Lu Linger hurriedly retreated, her face flushed with embarrassment, her ears burning. From a distance, she looked like a ripe apple. Yang Bai watched her with a smirk, while Lu Linger, too shy to meet his gaze, averted her eyes. He mused to himself, with such an innocent nature, this little Do Ding is bound to be led astray someday. Recognizing the need to preserve the girl's modesty, Yang Bai said, well then, little Do Ding, I shall be going down. With that, he leaped downwards. Hearing this, Lu Linger suppressed her embarrassment and called out, young master, remember to prioritize your own safety. Understood. Little Do Ding, just wait here for my good news. Came Yang Bai's confident voice from below. At that moment, Lu Linger covered her flushed cheeks, her heart racing, whispering to herself, oh my, what have I just done? Chapter 37, Dominance. At this moment, countless serpent people were engaged in fierce combat with the dragon clan. Their formidable will plunging the battlefield into chaos. Meanwhile, Baisu and Long Qian were also locked in a stalemate. Observing Baisu grow increasingly vigorous, Yi Tian shifted his focus to Lu Linger in his grasp. To avoid bloodshed, he seized the opportunity and gripped Lu Linger by the neck, threatening Baisu, if you continue to be so obstinate, do you believe I want to just crush her right now? This sudden turn of events caught Baisu off guard, giving Gu Tianai and his companion the chance to strike, launching a powerful assault. Baisu was struck hard, her figure retreating violently. Despicable. Regaining her footing, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of her mouth. Seeing Baisu wounded and her combat strength diminishing, Gu Tianai wasted no time in launching a relentless assault against her. Meanwhile, Long Qian seized the moment to condense his fiery spirit energy into a massive dragon claw, aiming for her crown. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, Baisu, already battered from previous encounters, was in no condition to withstand it. Just as she was on the brink of collapse, Yangbai appeared like a specter between them. With a mere breath, he dissipated the enormous claw into nothingness. Then, with a silent yet explosive flatulence, he sent Long Qian hurtling hundreds of miles away. Long Qian felt as though an overwhelming, divine force pressed down upon him, causing him to be propelled backward, crashing through countless rocky terrains until he finally came to a halt after sliding for miles. Yangbai then pointed towards Gutianai, and a colossal finger of the heavens emerged, plummeting downwards. Just as Gutianai attempted to evade, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him without warning. In an instant, he found himself immobilized by an overwhelming force. He could only watch in horror as the colossal finger of the heavens descended upon him, ready to extinguish his life. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Yi Tian gazed fearfully at the newcomer, exclaiming, "Who are you, my lord? Why do you meddle in the affairs of my dragon clan?" To his astonishment, Yangbai's subsequent words nearly drove him to the brink of fury. "Oh, I merely felt a bit restless and wanted to test a few techniques. I happened to notice those two little bugs, so I gave them a slap. I thought, given their fearsome appearance, their power couldn't be too lacking. But who would have guessed?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's rage surged, his veins bulging as he retorted, "Are you so dismissive of my dragon clan?" The chaotic battlefield below came to an abrupt halt, all eyes turning skyward to the imposing figure. "Oh, so you are of the dragon clan? I thought you were mere reptiles." Upon hearing these words, Yi Tian's anger reached a boiling point. "Humph, you go too far." No sooner had he spoken than a powerful aura erupted from within him, whipping up a tempest that engulfed the surroundings in swirling sands. Beside him, the bewildered Baisu was momentarily stifled by his released might, thinking to herself, so powerful. In a flash, Yi Tian transformed into his true form, a divine dragon, and lashed out at Yangbai. "Humph," an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly unaware of its own insignificance. Yangbai, unfazed by the ferocious assault, merely raised his right hand and effortlessly seized the dragon's tail, not moving back an inch. Witnessing this, Yi Tian gasped, "How is that possible? You wish to compare sizes? Do you? Then watch closely." With that, as Yangbai concentrated his thoughts, his form began to expand, growing to a staggering height of 100,000 zhang. In that moment, Yi Tian appeared as nothing more than a tiny insect, easily caught and toyed within Yangbai's grasp. "See, I told you my eyes weren't deceiving me. If you are not a mere reptile, then what are you?" His voice boomed like thunder, reverberating in Yi Tian's ears with a deafening resonance. Baisu, stunned, gazed at the comical scene unfolding before her, her lips parting in disbelief. "My lord, surely, you care for the life of the person in my grasp. If you spare me, I shall release her. Otherwise, I shall take her down with me." Realizing the dire situation, Yi Tian instinctively resorted to using Lu Linger as a hostage, understanding that Yangbai was clearly aligned with the serpent tribe. "Oh, then do show me how you will perish together," Yangbai replied, utterly unperturbed, his tone laced with mockery. Hearing this, Baisu was taken aback, quickly looking up at Yangbai's colossal form. "Senior, I implore you, save Ling. If you rescue her, I shall become your servant." Yangbai, attempting to reassure her, replied, "Do not worry. With me here, there is no need for concern." "Humph, if that's the case, then let this little girl die with me." With despair washing over him, Yi Tian glared at the girl in his grasp and abruptly snapped her neck. Baisu's face turned ashen as she fell to her knees, crying out, "Ling!" However, Yi Tian soon sensed something amiss. To his shock, the girl he held had inexplicably transformed into a puppet. Staring in disbelief at Yangbai's smirking visage, he stammered, "Impossible. How did you accomplish this?" Yangbai merely responded, "You might want to ask the king of hell about that." With a single, firm grip, Yangbai concluded the confrontation. "No, I hate this." Yi Tian's anguished scream marked the fall of a once great prodigy. Seeing Yi Tian's demise, the remaining Dragon Clan warriors scattered in panic, abandoning their posts. The serpent folk, witnessing this, erupted in triumphant cheers, pursuing their retreating foes. After all was said and done, Yangbai noticed Baisu kneeling on the ground, her face twisted in anguish. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Lu Linger, bringing her down from the clouds to stand beside Baisu. As Lu Linger touched down, she looked around in wonder, exclaiming, "Huh? Wasn't I on a cloud? Why am I suddenly here?" Upon hearing her voice, Baisu quickly looked up to see the lively Lu Linger and embraced her tightly. "Linger, I am so relieved you are unharmed." Confused by her sudden display of affection, Lu Linger gently stroked Baisu's hair and innocently said, "Sister, don't cry. Young master has come. We need not worry about those nasty bugs anymore." It was then that Lu Linger noticed Yangbai's massive form standing quietly nearby. She tilted her head in curiosity, asking, "Wow, young master, how did you get so big?" Chapter 38. Immense gratitude. Yangbai chuckled in response, then reverted to his original size, landing beside her. Young master, this looks like so much fun. How did you do that? Can you teach me? I want to be that big too. Lu Linger exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Unable to resist, Yangbai reached out to ruffle the little girl's hair. Feeling a sense of long-lost comfort, he affectionately replied, Haha, if little bean wants to learn, let us make a pact. When your cultivation reaches the Taisha realm, I shall teach you. How does that sound? With the 1,000 top-tier spirit stones gifted by Yangbai and the innate talent from her ancient celestial serpent bloodline, Lu Linger had already reached the Xianling realm. Her cultivation speed was nothing short of astonishing, akin to soaring through the skies on a rocket. Upon hearing Yangbai's promise, Lu Linger beamed with joy, her eyes crescent-shaped as she said, Then young master must not go back on your word. Who am I? I shall never go back on my word. Then let us seal the deal with a pinky promise. With that, Lu Linger extended her small hand toward him. Yangbai, both amused and exasperated, reciprocated the gesture, intertwining their pinkies. A pinky promise, if broken, shall result in 100 years of hanging by the neck. If young master deceives Linger, I shall tell Sister Yang about what happened on the clouds. With that, Lu Linger lowered her blushing face, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet a mischievous smile danced upon her lips. Yangbai's expression shifted to one of surprise as he envisioned Yang Yuchan's wrath upon learning of this incident. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Quickly shaking his head, he remarked to the petite Lu Linger, who barely reached his shoulder, Oh, it's only been a month since I left, and you've already learned to threaten your young master. Humph, just wait until I teach you why flowers bloom so red. As those words left his mouth, Lu Linger hurriedly concealed her small hands behind her back, tightly covering her bottom. As Yangbai approached her with his hands outstretched, she hastily covered her dairy re and fled in a panic. Humph, does the little one think she can escape? You cannot elude the grasp of the young master. He promptly gave chase after Lu Linger. Please, young master, I acknowledge my mistake. After a considerable time, Lu Linger ultimately fell into Yangbai's clutches. He conjured a small chair using his spiritual power, seated himself upon it, and laid Lu Linger across his lap, her backside elevated. Without delay, his large palm came down heavily upon her small posterior. With each resounding smack, the little girl cried out in protest. Let us see if you dare to misbehave again. This is a lesson for your wayward ways. With every utterance, Yangbai delivered another smack to Lu Linger's behind. At that moment, Bai Su, having recovered from her earlier anguish, observed the scene before her. Her heart finally at ease upon seeing that Linger was unharmed. Watching the comical spectacle unfold, the corners of her mouth twitched. In Yangbai's eyes, she discerned an infinite affection for Linger, which warmed her heart. She couldn't help but reflect. This formidable individual, so powerful, was indeed a person of genuine sentiment. Now, as Lu Linger was publicly chastised by Yangbai, she felt utterly humiliated. Previously, in the apothecary, there had been no witnesses, but now, before so many onlookers, she felt the sting of embarrassment as her cheeks flushed. Whoa, young master, please stop. How am I to marry in the future? Hearing this, Yangbai's temper flared. Oh, little one, what foolish thoughts occupy your mind? You dare to think of following that yellow-haired boy? Not a chance. With that, he intensified his efforts. Overwhelmed with shame and indignation, Lu Linger turned her gaze towards Bai Su. Woo, sister, please save me. Upon hearing this, Bai Su feigned dizziness and exclaimed, Oh dear, I've been injured in battle and can see nothing. Where are you, Ling? She exaggeratedly flailed her hands about, searching the vicinity. After a considerable time, Yangbai finally relented and released Lu Linger. As soon as she was set down, the young girl hid her face behind Bai Su. Bai Su, having managed the aftermath of the recent conflict, returned to Yangbai. I am deeply grateful for your generous intervention, which has saved Linger and the entire serpent clan. As the queen of the serpent tribe, I sincerely extend my thanks to you. Bai Su respectfully clasped her hands in gratitude. Oh, it was merely a trivial matter. Yangbai replied modestly. I do not yet know your name, but the serpent tribe shall certainly regard you as an esteemed guest. At this moment, Lu Linger peeked out from behind Bai Su. Sister, his name is Yangbai. He is my young master. After the destruction of the Lu family fortress, I managed to escape, and it was fortunate that my young master took me in. Otherwise, I would have ended up sold to a brothel. Lu Linger elaborated on her backstory, recounting every detail to Bai Su. Reflecting on her fortune, she felt immensely lucky to have encountered such a benevolent young master. Once Bai Su grasped the entirety of the situation, she promptly knelt before Yangbai. Thank you, young master Yang, for your immense kindness. I am eternally grateful. Should you require assistance in the future, I would willingly brave any peril on your behalf. Yangbai's benevolence towards Lu Linger and the serpent tribe was, without a doubt, a life-saving grace, a debt she felt could never be repaid. Since taking over the ailing serpent clan from her mother, she had never received such substantial support. Her mother had once told her that someday, a towering figure would emerge to uphold all. In the past, she had scoffed at such notions, thinking no such person could exist. Yet, with Yang Bai's arrival, a warm, radiant light pierced through her previously dim world. In response, Lu Linger knelt alongside Bai Su. Casting aside her earlier embarrassment, her expression now one of profound gratitude. Chapter 39, Terrifying Power. Linger in a daze in the eastern wasteland, the domain of the dragon clan. Aoing suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing an immediate tempest of spatial energy around him. A terrifying aura enveloped the entirety of the dragon clan territory, awakening countless slumbering figures. The air resonated with the sound of dragon roars. The clan leader. He has emerged from seclusion. Many elders also stirred from their rest. Aoing quickly communicated with the elders, who soon gathered together. I sense that Yi Tian has perished. His words sent shockwaves through the assembly, igniting a mixture of shock and fury among the elders. Impossible. Yi Tian is our clan's prodigy. The strongest among the serpent clan is merely at the peak of immortality. How could he slay one who is a quasi-saint? An elder questioned incredulously. Not only has Yi Tian fallen, but Gu Tianai and Long Qiyin have also perished alongside him. This revelation plunged the group into silence. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Serpent Hall, Yang Bai noticed the two women paying him such homage and quickly used his spiritual power to gently assist them to their feet. I have mentioned before, this was merely a trivial act on my part. There is no need for such formalities. And you, little one, need not be so polite with your young master. Upon hearing this, Lu Linger joyfully ran to his side, linking her arm through his and shaking it in delight, seemingly having forgotten all previous grievances. After attending to all subsequent matters, Yang Bai followed the two women into the Serpent Hall. Once inside, Bai Su promptly invited him to take the main seat. Remembering the dragon clan, her expression turned grave as she spoke. Young Master Yang, the ones you have slain are among the three great prodigies of the dragon clan. Their power should not be underestimated, as many quasi-saint-level cultivators reside within their ranks, not to mention several saint-level beings. Legends speak of their ancestor as a being of kingly stature. Given the nature of the dragon clan, it is likely they will seek vengeance soon. We must prepare accordingly. Upon hearing this, Lu Linger displayed a worried expression, while Yang Bai remained unfazed, calmly sipping his tea, seemingly unconcerned by her words. Observing this, Bai Su continued. Young master has offended the dragon clan on behalf of my serpent tribe. Should they come for retribution, I will risk my life to escort you to safety. Flee. Who said I intend to run? Why should I escape? Yang Bai suddenly lifted his head, looking at her with confusion. I understand your strength is formidable, but we face the entire dragon clan. As the saying goes, the few cannot withstand the many. As she attempted to continue, Yang Bai raised his hand to interrupt her. Bai Su looked at him in puzzlement, and Yang Bai promptly released a fraction of his power. Suddenly, the entire Serpent Man Hall began to tremble incessantly, as the sky darkened ominously, filled with ominous clouds and the crackling of thunder. The aura emanating from Yang Bai was so overwhelming that it caused the surrounding space to buckle under its pressure, leading to the collapse of vast areas of space, revealing terrifying and grotesque void fissures. The countless serpent men within the temple displayed expressions of sheer horror. What was happening? Was there another enemy assault? At this moment, Yang Bai slowly rose from his seat, merely taking a single step. Behind him, the ethereal moonlight surged forth, an endless cascade of pure lunar illumination converging into myriad streams of light. With another step, he shattered the boundary of the Kunlun realm that lay above, fracturing it for thousands of miles. Facing the terrifying aura that surged towards him, Bai Su could only perceive Yang Bai as a master of the heavenly Tao, looking down upon all beings with disdain. At this moment, all the top-tier powerhouses of the Kunlun realm sensed the dreadful aura emanating from the eastern wasteland. With Yang Bai's two steps, the entire Kunlun realm trembled thrice. Countless formidable beings sought to locate the source of the aura through their perceptions, but all efforts were thwarted by an insurmountable force. This included the four formidable quasi-emperors of the Nine Tribulations. In the Longting sacred land, within the secret realm of concealment, the white crane Taoist gazed solemnly at the space fissure stretching for millions of miles across the endless sky. He pondered aloud, could it be the same individual? The mere presence of such a vast void indicates that this person's power must exceed my own. If it were me, I could never achieve such a feat. This formidable being seems to harbor animosity towards my Longting sacred land. What are we to do? The other three quasi-emperors of the Nine Tribulations shared similar sentiments, their brows laden with worry. The closest, the Chilan demon sovereign, felt the aura more acutely, sensing it emanating from the northern part of the eastern wasteland. Could it be from the dragon clan? No, that old dragon is merely a saint king. To err on the side of caution, The Qilan demon sovereign commanded that no one approach the northern eastern wasteland. Within the Serpent Man Hall, the fierce aura surged and dissipated just as swiftly. This was the first time since his transmigration that Yang Bai had unleashed such a formidable pressure. And this was merely the tip of the iceberg. What now? Do you still believe I am not a match for the Dragon Clan? Bai Su gazed at the figure before her in disbelief, struggling to regain her composure. The suffocating, terrifying pressure was unprecedented. Even the aura emitted by the Qilan demon sovereign, whom she had been fortunate enough to encounter at the Qilan clan banquet, paled in comparison to the presence of Yang Bai. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be akin to a flickering firefly attempting to rival the resplendent full moon. Who was the Qilan demon sovereign? A quasi-emperor of the 9 tribulations. A revered figure in the demon realm, recognized as one of the 4 mightiest beings in the Kunlun realm. If the Qilan demon sovereign was so terrifying, how overwhelmingly powerful must Yang Bai be? The thought of having previously compared him to the mere Dragon Clan filled Bai Su with a sense of profound embarrassment. Noting Bai Su's awkward expression, Yang Bai seized the moment and inquired, I have but one question for you. Do you wish to take revenge? He had already familiarized himself with the past grievances between the Serpent Clan and the Dragon Clan and learned of their mother's tragic history from Lu Ling. The little girl had recounted the harrowing tale of her biological mother, and he had seen the endless sorrow reflected in her eyes. From that instant, Yang Bai had silently condemned the Dragon Clan to death. Anyone who brought sorrow to those Yang Bai cherished would meet their demise. With his absolute strength, Yang Bai exuded an unyielding dominance, having no other pursuits than to protect those dear to him. If he could not even accomplish that, what use was his power? Upon hearing his words, Bai Su grasped onto them as if they were a lifeline, her expression charged with excitement. Is young master serious? With your formidable and invincible strength, if I could receive your assistance, avenging myself would be a mere trifle. Meanwhile, Lu Ling, standing nearby, displayed little excitement, instead murmuring in confusion, Wasn't he young master's strength supposed to be rather mediocre? Did he just pretend to be impressive earlier? At that moment, as Yang Bai's prowess became apparent, the naive and innocent Lu Ling began to discern some clues. Did this mean young master had acted deliberately, intending for Ling to kiss him? Could it be that young master had feelings for Ling? Upon this realization, the little girl felt a rush of giddiness, her cheeks flushed crimson, steam rising from her head. Thus, Lu Ling hurriedly shook her head. No. Sister Yang is young master's wife. I am merely young master's little maid. How could I compete with Sister Yang for young master? No, I cannot do that. It would be too unfair to Sister Yang. At this moment, Lu Ling felt an array of fluttering butterflies in her heart, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 40, A Rampage of Slaughter. Yes, I absolutely cannot act in such a manner. If I were to do so, I would no longer be little Do Ding in young master's eyes, but rather a troublesome little brat. Henceforth, Lu Ling resolved to maintain a certain distance from young master, adhering to the principle of a gentleman's word. Upon hearing this, Bai Su was instantly overjoyed. However, the matter of vengeance was one she would have to undertake herself. She would not personally intervene to assist her. Yang Bai then added, This is a power rune I casually condensed. Take it. Saying this, he formed a rune in his hand and tossed it to Bai Su. Seeing this, she hastily caught the rune. Just as she was curiously examining the peculiar symbol, it silently and seamlessly integrated into her body. With your quasi-saint strength, activating this rune will grant you the power to crush all beings below the Saint King level. If you encounter a Saint King level expert, use this. With that, Yang Bai gently plucked a strand of hair from his head and handed it to her. Bai Su accepted it without suspicion, expressing her gratitude once more. Young Master Yang, this immense favor I will remember for all my days. Yang Bai nodded lightly. With that rune and this strand of hair, you shall be more than capable of sweeping through the entire Dragon Clan. Just as Bai Su prepared to depart, she finally noticed the unusual behavior of Lu Ling beside her. Ling what is wrong? Why is your face so red? She reached out to touch the little girl's cheek. Oh, so hot. Ling what is going on? Are you feeling unwell? Upon hearing this, Yang Bai also turned his gaze towards Lu Ling. And no, sister, can Ling go with you? Upon being seen through by Bai Su, Lu Ling felt uncomfortable all over, steam billowing from her head, and she stammered, No, Ling your cultivation is only at the Xianling realm. It would be too dangerous to accompany sister. I cannot guarantee your safety. Indeed, little Do Ding, don't be foolish with your meager skills. You would only be a burden. Stay here with young master and don't go anywhere. Yang Bai also advised. Faced with this, Lu Ling could only nod in agreement. How strange. Ling remain within the clan and await the good news from your sister. I shall undoubtedly avenge our mother. As soon as the words left her lips, Bai Su soared toward the horizon. Lu Ling hurriedly pursued, calling out loudly, Sister, Be careful. All right, little darling. I have prepared everything for your sister. She will be just fine, Yangbai consoled, patting the young girl on her fragrant shoulder. Lu Linger recoiled as if struck by lightning, hastily evading and stammering. That young master, Linger, is going into seclusion for cultivation. With that, she fled without a backward glance. What is the matter with this little darling? It feels rather strange. Could it be that she longs to learn my technique? Is she eager to break through to the primordial realm? Meanwhile, the Dragon Clan had intended to confront the Serpent Clan for retribution. However, just then, Ao Ing and a multitude of elder saints from the Dragon Clan sensed a terrifying pressure emanating from that direction. Even from such a distance, the aura sent chills down their spines. Shortly thereafter, they received a directive from the Qilin Demon Sovereign. Only then did they abandon their plans, deciding to hold off on the matter and approach the Serpent Clan after the situation had settled. Clan leader, that direction is precisely the territory of the Serpent Clan. Do you think the deaths of Yi Tian and the others are related to the master of that aura? Speculated the Grand Elder Wang Xingzhou. Surely not. It must be mere coincidence. Yi Tian and his companions are not foolish enough to provoke such a powerful being, countered the Punishment Elder Feng Chun. Listening to the analysis of the two elders, Ao Ing fell into deep contemplation. The Dragon Clan boasted 3 Lotus Saints, namely the Grand Elder Wang Xingzhou, the Punishment Elder Feng Chun, and clan leader Ao Ing himself. The Saint Realm is divided into 3 major tiers: 1 Lotus Saint, 2 Lotus Saints, and 3 Lotus Saints. Upon reaching the Saint Realm, a cultivator who condenses a Saint Lotus can be termed a 1 Lotus Saint. A 1 Lotus Saint possesses a formidable advantage over those who have not condensed a Saint Lotus, akin to a chasm. A 1 Lotus Saint can single-handedly battle 3 non-Lotus Saints. As the saying goes, 1 Lotus, 1 Heaven. The difference of a single Saint Lotus is like that between mud and silk. The Dragon Clan's 3 Lotus Saints showcase their terrifying strength, establishing their dominance in the eastern wilderness. Just as Ao Ing pondered, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted outside the hall. The entire great hall trembled incessantly, accompanied by the anguished cries of dragons outside. Ao Ing and the others sensed the impending danger. Outside the great hall, within the confines of the Dragon Clan's territory, a quasi-saint gazed at the terrifying figure in the sky as it wreaked havoc, urgently shouting, "Enemy attack! Quickly activate the clan's protective formation." With that, the individual hastily produced a formation plate, preparing to collaborate with others to activate the Great Array. The shout of the quasi-saint successfully drew Baisu's attention. At that moment, she moved through the dragon horde as if traversing an uninhabited realm, advancing toward the quasi-saint. Along her path, anyone daring to obstruct her was swiftly dispatched. Instantly, the entire Dragon Clan was thrown into chaos by her slaughter. With a sudden flash, Baisu appeared before the individual and, with one hand, gathered immense power into a single punch, striking down upon the formation plate, causing the surrounding space to collapse under the force of her blow. The formation plate shattered like rotten tofu beneath the weight of her fearsome strike. Following this, Baisu grasped the individual by the throat. The person struggled futilely, gasping, "You don't be so smug. If it weren't for our clan's elders not being present, you wouldn't." Before he could finish, she instantly snapped his neck, extinguishing his life. With the power rune bestowed by Yangbai, her current combat capability equated to that of a peak 3 Lotus Saint. Slaughtering these quasi-saints and lower-ranked cultivators was as effortless as butchering livestock. She marveled once more at Yangbai's formidable strength. Merely a casually condensed rune held such immense power. Meanwhile, within the Great Hall, Ao Ing and the others finally arrived, accompanied by the assembled Elder Saints. Chapter 41, Embodying Thousands of Saints, Blood Vendetta Fulfilled. Upon witnessing the carnage strewn across the ground, Ao Ing and his companions were filled with rage. "Vile woman, how dare you?" Baisu pointed her sword at the intruder. Her teeth clenched in fury as she glared at Ao Ing. "You wretched scum. Today, I shall offer your entire clan as a sacrifice to the heavens, to comfort my mother's spirit." With that, she unleashed the full extent of her power, her aura surging to its zenith. 3 ethereal Saint Lotuses gradually materialized above her head. Seeing this scene, Ao Ing and Feng Chun stood frozen in shock. Wang Xingzhou gasped, 3 Lotus Saint. How is that possible? Without further ado, Baisu, fueled by the rage accumulated over the years, charged toward the assembly of Elder Saints. With a furious punch, imbued with tremendous force, the very void behind her shattered. An Elder Saint who had yet to condense a Saint Lotus was sent flying by her sudden blow. The Elder's body twisted as he was propelled backward, blood spewing from his mouth, until he eventually lost consciousness. To have survived a direct hit from Baisu's nearly Saint King-level punch without being pulverized was a testament to the strength of his physique. Impudent, arrogant. In response, Ao Ing, Feng Chun, and Wang Xingzhou unleashed their full auras. Three sacred Saint Lotuses slowly appeared above their heads. Under the overwhelming and terrifying pressure released by the three Lotus Saints, many members of the Dragon Clan buckled under the strain and collapsed to the ground. The three then joined forces to launch a collective assault on Baisu. Unfazed, Baisu's battle spirit surged even higher, her eyes ablaze with madness. She charged forward, engaging the three in a brutal melee. At that moment, her arms, limbs, and every organ became formidable weapons. For a time, the four were evenly matched in combat. Aoing ceased holding back, transforming into his true form for battle. He raised his colossal, razor-sharp dragon claws, tearing through countless spaces with a piercing sound, and struck fiercely at Baisu. Seeing this, Baisu initially intended to evade, but Wang Shengzhou and the others suddenly ensnared her. Humph. Let us see how you can dodge. Windbind. Wang Shengzhou and his companion unleashed a powerful wind net to restrain Baisu, rendering her immobile. As the enormous dragon claws descended upon her, a violent cloud of dust erupted. When the dust settled, Baisu was found kneeling on one knee, blood gushing from her pristine back. Falsehoods are ultimately falsehoods. Humph. You shall pay the price for your recklessness. Fear not. I shall not allow you to die so swiftly. I want you to witness the annihilation of the Serpent Clan. I will make you suffer countless humiliations before you meet your end, just like your mother, Aoing declared. Observing the devastation wrought upon the Dragon Clan by the aftermath of the battle among the four other Elder Saints, heed my command. Immediately head to the Serpent Clan. I shall ensure that these filthy and lowly serpents are utterly erased from this world. Gazing upon Ao Ying's contorted and ferocious visage, one could surmise that he was utterly infuriated at this moment. Firstly, the three prodigies of his clan had fallen, and now, Baisu had brazenly invaded their territory. Such a series of humiliations, all stemming from the Serpent Clan he had long looked down upon, was enough to ignite his wrath. Indeed, as the esteemed elders of the Holy Realm received their orders and prepared to act, Baisu, staggering, rose once more. Bah! You old fool, your delusions are laughable. With that, she produced a single strand of hair left to her by Yangbai. She then blew gently upon it, causing the hair to drift slowly towards Ao Ying and his companions. Ha ha ha, this is utterly amusing. I thought she might have some formidable trump card up her sleeve. How ridiculous. It seems that wretched woman has lost her mind, though I have yet to taste the delights of such a beauty. The gathering erupted into laughter at Baisu's display of the hair strand. Yet, the three saints of the three lotus were silent, their expressions grave as they scrutinized the seemingly mundane strand. It is merely a hair. One reckless elder of the Holy Realm reached out to grasp it. Be careful. Feng Chun was the first to sense something amiss and hastily warned. But alas, it was too late. The moment the elder clutched the hair, he was embraced by the clutches of death. In the blink of an eye, the elder was consumed by a strange flame, reduced to ashes without a single cry escaping his lips. Witnessing this, the remaining elders recoiled in terror, hastily distancing themselves from the hair. Elders, heed my command. Withdraw from that eerie strand and join forces to eliminate that wretched woman. Aoing shouted urgently. This unfathomable technique had surpassed their understanding, and at that moment, he felt fear. He feared that Baisu would produce more strands of hair like that one, terrified of what other formidable surprises she might possess. Thus, he resolved to eradicate her without further hesitation. Just then, the strand of hair erupted with a blinding radiance, the brilliance rendering all present unable to open their eyes. When they finally regained their sight, they were utterly astonished by the sight before them. Countless terrifying energy entities stood behind Baisu, each adorned with three holy lotuses atop their heads. Each of these throngs possessed the cultivation of a three lotus saint. Impossible. This cannot be real. It must be an illusion. Yes, it must be a trick devised by that wretched woman, Wang Shengzhou murmured in disbelief. Such a horrifying scene was beyond even his wildest imaginings. Baisu, too, was taken aback. She had previously been unaware of the hair's true capabilities. Only now did she grasp the extent of its terror. She soon realized that with a mere thought, she could command these energy entities with ease. Elders, join me in vanquishing this wretch. This is mere illusion. Do not be deceived. With that, Ao Ying charged forth towards Baisu, accompanied by Wang Shengzhou and Feng Chun. Humph, wretched woman. I never expected your illusions to be so convincingly real. I almost fell for it. Wang Shengzhou sneered coldly, seeing their leader express such confidence. The other elders rushed to attack Baisu. A sardonic smile graced Baisu's lips as she remarked, "Fools, to hell with all of you." With a mere thought, the multitude of energy entities surged forward, dark and overwhelming in their approach. Without a doubt, this was a one-sided massacre. At this moment, the countless energy entities unleashed a pressure that resonated with the aura of three Lotus Saints. Under the weight of this overwhelming force, A colossal spatial black hole manifested in the sky above the Dragon Clan's territory, an abyss so vast that it threatened to engulf an area of millions of miles, nearly swallowing a quarter of the eastern wastes. Countless beasts dwelling in the eastern wastes lifted their heads, their expressions filled with abject terror as they gazed at the ominous black hole above. From within, a sinister aura seeped out, causing souls to tremble merely from a distant glance. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Clan's territory, as Ao Ing and his fellow warriors charged towards Baisu, an indescribable pressure descended upon them. In that instant, apart from the Holy Realm powerhouses before them, every other dragon was crushed to a pulp. The entire Dragon Clan was suddenly awash in a gruesome scent of blood, the surroundings stained crimson. Ao Ying's eyes widened in horror at the scene unfolding before him. At that moment, Baisu approached him with measured, crisp footsteps, her expression devoid of emotion. Though he was filled with venomous words, none could escape his lips. Baisu's exquisite features twisted into a mask of rage as she delivered a fierce blow to his face. "This punch is for my mother." She raised her hand and struck again. "This punch is for my sister. This punch is for all the serpent people you have slaughtered. And the final punch is for myself." After enduring a relentless barrage of blows, Ao Ing was left breathless and defeated. Baisu then turned her wrath upon those who had once insulted her mother. Under the oppressive weight of her power, they could not even muster a cry of despair, only able to watch helplessly as she rained down punch after punch. After venting her fury, Baisu concentrated, amplifying her pressure, and the bodies lying on the ground were instantly turned to blood mist. Once this was accomplished, Baisu looked skyward, tears streaming down her cheeks as she choked out, "Mother, Su has finally avenged you. Can you see me?" Chapter 42. Am I to marry Linger? Regaining her composure, Baisu surveyed the blood-drenched landscape, her gaze devoid of pity. All of this was their just desserts. As the saying goes, good and evil will eventually be rewarded. The heavens ensure a cycle of retribution. She turned to regard the countless energy entities behind her, a mixture of awe and reflection filling her heart. Indeed, young Master Yang's power is truly extraordinary. Even a single strand of his hair possesses such terrifying might. As her words faded, the unconscious energy entities began to dissipate, coalescing into radiant orbs of light. These orbs then reformed into a single strand of hair before vanishing into the ether. As the hair dissolved, the immense and terrifying spatial black hole above also disappeared. Once again, tranquility reigned, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the jagged scars in the heavens bore witness to the unspeakable horrors that had just unfolded. Meanwhile, within the Serpent Temple, Yangbai lay comfortably upon a long bench, his eyes half closed. The moment he saw the spatial black hole in the sky, he understood that the events on the other side had essentially reached their conclusion. Beside him, Lu Linger pouted, her small face drooping in reluctance as she begrudgingly massaged his shoulders. She was brought here by Yangbai. Yangbai gazed curiously at the young girl standing beside him, perplexed by her demeanor. How curious, he mused inwardly. What has this little one upset? Just earlier, she was brimming with joy while giving me a back rub, cheerfully asking questions. Why does she now wear such a sorrowful expression? Unable to contain his intrigue any longer, he rose swiftly and inquired, "Little one, do you harbor any troubles? Speak freely to your master." As he spoke, he extended his large hand towards her head. However, in the next moment, Lu Linger nimbly dodged his approach. Yangbai's hand hovered in the air, his words abruptly halting. 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind. Oh, could it be that my little one has fallen out of favor with her master? Has she truly encountered some scoundrel outside? No, this is my precious gem. How could I allow another to take her away? His thoughts raced like lightning. Frustrated, Yangbai resorted to his usual tactics. "Oh, young master, what are you doing?" "Boo-hoo. Young master, I shall inform Sister Yang that you bullied little Do Ding in her absence." Lu Linger cried out as she felt Yangbai approaching her once more, an ominous premonition creeping in. Just as she prepared to flee, Yangbai seized her collar and lifted her into the air. The little girl shut her eyes tightly, her short legs flailing helplessly in the air. When she finally realized she had been captured, Yangbai brought forth a small stool, seated himself, and laid Lu Linger across his lap, his large hand landing on her tender backside. "Speak. What is troubling you? You seem awfully strange today," he insisted, his hand continuing to pat her. Unable to escape, Lu Linger felt the sting on her backside and whimpered. Just then, Baisu returned after handling matters concerning the Dragon Clan and was greeted by this peculiar scene. "Sister, save me," Lu Linger called out, her big, watery eyes pleading as she looked at Baisu. Upon witnessing this, Baisu's lips twitched in exasperation, and she responded with an expression that conveyed her helplessness. "Let us see if you dare to treat your master with such indifference again, and try to sneakily report to Sister Yang." "Boo-hoo, young master, I was wrong. I shall never do it again." Lu Linger, seeing her sister's lack of support, reluctantly submitted to Yangbai. Humph. For now, I shall spare you. But should there be a next time, I will make certain to leave a mark. Hearing her plea for mercy, Yangbai finally set her down. Escaping his grasp, Lu Linger quickly distanced herself, casting wary glances around. Once she confirmed there were no others present, she let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. No one else saw. Little Doding, why aren't you coming over to massage your master's legs? Yangbai reclined once more, commanding her. Hearing this, Lu Linger pouted, her little hands covering her backside, and she walked over, visibly annoyed. With a sulky expression, her face resembled a balloon ready to pop as she gently massaged his legs. Thinking to herself, humph, the young master is so mean, always bullying Linger. Next time I see Sister Yang, I will definitely tell her. Unbeknownst to Yangbai, Lu Linger was secretly noting this incident in her little book, while she greeted Bai Su. I didn't expect you to return so soon. How did you find the treasure I gifted you? Bai Su expressed her gratitude. Thank you for the item, young master. I am immensely grateful. She then retrieved the power rune from within her body and offered it back to him. Although it pained her to part with it, after all, it could elevate her power to the level of a 3-lotus saint. She insisted on returning it. Yangbai waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, oh, consider this rune a gift to you. It is of no use to me. Moreover, as the sister of Little Do Ding, I have yet to provide a dowry for your serpent clan. Let this item serve as your dowry. Do not refuse. Bai Su paused, momentarily taken aback, but then understood. After all, it was through a matchmaker that Lu Linger entered the Yang family. Moreover, Lu Linger was, in essence, a young bride of the Yang household. Bai Su could hardly resist the prospect of having such a powerful brother-in-law, one who dotes on Linger so affectionately. Who could refuse such a situation? Upon hearing Yangbai's words, Bai Su quickly stowed away the power rune, as if fearing he might change his mind. Simultaneously, Lu Linger froze, her actions halted. Her mind became a whirlwind, and her face flushed crimson. Struggling to contain her embarrassment, she thought, a dowry? Is the young master planning to marry Lingu? Chapter 43, The Qilan Realm, the 8 divisions of Qilan, descend. But what about Sister Yang? If only Linger had met the young master sooner, then I could. What am I thinking? Lu Linger's mind spiraled with thoughts, and unable to endure the atmosphere any longer, she fled in a panic. Seeing Lu Linger dash away, Bai Su awkwardly addressed Yangbai. Ahem, I shall go after Linger. With that, she hurried after her, leaving Yangbai bewildered, unsure of what to make of the situation. These two sisters are truly alike, both so peculiar. Yangbai remained oblivious to the fact that his casual remark had stirred up a tempest in the tranquil waters of a young girl's heart. These two indeed posed no small amount of worry. Bai Su, the queen of the serpent clan, still had much to learn. Suddenly, Yangbai's eyes brightened, focusing on the distance as he murmured to himself. In the next moment, he stepped forward, and a projection of his power instantaneously vanished into the void. In the Qilan realm, within the Qilan temple, the high-ranking members of the Eastern Wilderness tribes had gathered. They had come at the behest of the Qilan demon lord to discuss the terrifying aura that had seemingly emerged in the Eastern Wilderness. A massive projection stone stood in the center of the hall, displaying scenes of the recent battle in the Dragon territory. When the Qilan demon lord saw a single strand of Yangbai's hair suddenly manifest into countless 3-lotus saints, he could no longer maintain his composure. He sprang to his feet, his gaze fixated on the myriad energy forms suddenly appearing on the screen. Recognizing the sacred aura emanating from each figure, he revealed a rare expression of fear. With such a formidable faction, they could likely sweep across the entire Eastern Wilderness. Below, the members of the Qilan 8, under the command of the Qilan demon sovereign, gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide open. Xianxia, who had arrived at the Qilan realm for discussions, found himself overwhelmed, collapsing onto the ground in a state of utter shock. Here was a once mighty sacred king, now displaying such a disgraceful demeanor before the assembly. Yet, none among them expressed surprise or disdain. They too were gripped by fear. The mere strand of hair that could conjure countless 3-lotus saints raised the question, how formidable was the individual behind it? As the ancient ancestor of the Dragon clan, Xianxia, witnessing the annihilation of his kin, felt no trace of anger or desire for vengeance. He was wholly consumed by terror. To the world, he was an unparalleled powerhouse, but to the master of that strand of hair, he was merely a slightly larger ant. The Qilan 8 turned their gaze towards the Qilan demon sovereign, astonished. Since their allegiance to him, they had never perceived a hint of fear in his eyes, yet now, they found him perturbed. Demon sovereign, this matter requires your judgment. Indeed, as the shared sovereign of the demon realm, it was fitting for the demon sovereign to determine the fate of such a remarkable incident occurring within the Dragon clan. Another individual rose from the audience. A proud blue deer, the chieftain of the Blue Deer clan, and the most loyal general of the Qilan demon sovereign. Upon his declaration, All eyes shifted towards the Qilan demon sovereign once more, eager to witness the stance of this ruler of the eastern wilderness regarding the unfolding calamity on his own territory. After a prolonged silence, the Qilan demon sovereign finally spoke. This matter is of great significance, and I am yet to ascertain the full circumstances. Therefore, I cannot make a decision at this moment. However, I wish to understand your perspective, Xianxia. The Qilan demon sovereign deftly transferred the burden of this delicate issue onto Xianxia, given that the incident had transpired within the dragon clan. And Xianxia held considerable authority as its ancient ancestor. All eyes converged upon him, feeling the weight of their stares. Xianxia, still trembling from earlier fear, spoke with a quivering voice. In response to the demon sovereign, my dragon clan has never provoked such powerful beings, and I am unaware of the circumstances. No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure emerged from the Qilanate, directing a fierce gaze at Xianxia, demanding, Xianxia, what do you mean you are unaware? The woman that appeared moments ago on the screen was none other than the fallen Medusa queen of the Serpent clan. Do not presume we are ignorant of the disgraceful deeds your dragon clan has committed. Do not treat us like fools. Clarify the situation, or else at this. Muse's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. Indeed, I truly know nothing. Xianxia stammered. Before he could finish, a faint imperial aura emanated from Muse, instantly crushing Xianxia under its weight, causing his bones to creak painfully. Each of the 8 members of the Qilan demon sovereign's entourage was a quasi-emperor, having one foot firmly planted on the threshold of true emperor status, able to command a whisper of imperial might. Yet, the imperial aura of a quasi-emperor was but a shadow compared to the true imperial presence. Enough. The Qilan demon sovereign's sharp rebuke echoed through the hall. At his command, Muse withdrew his imperial might. Demon sovereign, this matter is grave, and I am indeed fearful that this wretched Xianxia may conceal the truth, endangering us all. The assembly below began to feel a collective anxiety, fearing that Xianxia's actions would implicate their own clans. Observing their expressions, the Qilan demon sovereign's fury ignited, and he bellowed, silence. What is with the expressions on your faces? I am not dead yet. Why this panic? Each of you is a sovereign of your own domain, yet you display such disarray. As he chastised them, the Qilan demon sovereign unleashed his overwhelming imperial aura, filling the grand hall with an indescribable pressure. The overwhelming might stifled the assembly, rendering them breathless, as if countless mountains bore down upon them. In comparison, the imperial aura Muse had released was but a drop in the ocean, while that of the Qilan demon sovereign was an expansive sea. Feeling the strength of the Qilan demon sovereign's aura, they finally found a semblance of security, steadying their racing hearts, silently thanking their good fortune for the continued presence of their sovereign. However, just as they began to feel a sliver of comfort, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A section of space within the hall began to collapse, emanating a pressure that utterly eclipsed that of the Qilan demon sovereign. In an instant, this new force suppressed his imperial aura, replaced by an oppressive presence that filled every corner of the Qilan realm. In the void where the space collapsed, an indistinct figure slowly emerged. The assembly, grappling with the overwhelming pressure, strained to lift their gazes towards this apparition. Strangely, though it was right before them, the figure remained shrouded in mist, enshrouded by layers of chaotic vapor that obscured their understanding. They found themselves immobilized by the aura emanating from the newcomer, unable to move. Those who had not attained quasi-emperor status were nearly sunk into the ground, adopting a prone position like frogs. Even the quasi-emperors fared little better. The floor beneath them splintered, and beads of cold sweat streamed down their faces. Then, a voice resonated, gender indiscernible, little mouse, consider yourself fortunate. You nearly escaped a dire fate. Upon hearing this, Xianxia felt a chilling gaze directed at him, sending a shiver down his spine, paralyzing him with dread. Realizing the imminent calamity he faced, he mustered his courage to shout, "Ah, I hate this. If there is a next life, I shall annihilate your entire lineage and feast upon your flesh. TSK, TSK, TSK. I am quite benevolent, granting you the opportunity to leave behind a final word. I bestow upon you a death filled with terror." With that, Yang Bai's gaze pierced through like a bolt of lightning. Instantly, Xiaojia's face contorted with terror as he succumbed to an overwhelming dread. Perishing in the depths of endless fear, a mere glance had effortlessly claimed the life of a top-tier sacred king. The assembly, witnessing this spectacle, was left in a state of shock. At this moment, the Qilan demon sovereign could no longer remain silent. Struggling against the overwhelming pressure, he managed to voice, "Pray tell, who are you? Is it not excessive to slaughter an entire race at will?" Each word was enunciated through gritted teeth. Hearing this, Yang Bai regarded him with a look of surprise. The Qilan demon sovereign, his expression darkened, stared at the indistinct figure before him. As the supreme of the eastern wilderness and a shared sovereign of the demon realm, witnessing an entire dragon clan being slaughtered under his very nose, including the death of their ancient ancestor, was nothing short of a profound humiliation for the Qilin demon sovereign. Humph! With a cold snort from Yangbai, the oppressive force descending upon the Kirin demon lord suddenly intensified. Creaking sounds echoed as the pressure mounted, causing a series of sharp cracks to emanate from his knees. Soon, his legs were on the verge of buckling, threatening to bow before the ground. Yet, the Kirin demon lord, bolstered by his formidable will, continued to hold his ground. As a revered figure of the demon realm, should he kneel, the dignity of the entire demon race would be irrevocably shattered. Observing his steadfastness, Yangbai's face revealed a hint of admiration. Subsequently, he decided against further tormenting the others and with a grand gesture, dissipated the oppressive weight. As the suffocating aura lifted, everyone gasped for breath, their hearts racing with the sensation of having narrowly escaped calamity. Should any among you desire vengeance for the Dragon Clan, feel free to come forth. The outcome will be akin to that of Aogia. Remember this well. No sooner had his words echoed than Yangbai's projection vanished unexpectedly, leaving only the reverberation of his voice lingering within the grand hall. Once Yangbai had departed, the tension that had gripped the hearts of the assembly began to ease. Muze's expression mirrored disbelief. Yet he soon regained his composure and led the 8 divisions of the Kirin forward. My lord, there is no need for further words. I will weigh this matter in my heart. He is beyond our comprehension, and I would never risk offending such a terrifying figure over a mere dragon clan. At that moment, the Kirin demon lord regained control over his trembling legs, though beads of cold sweat still streamed down his face. Issue my command. What transpired today must not be divulged outside this gathering. Those who defy this order shall be executed without mercy. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for their departure. Yes, we shall obey the demon lord's command, came the unified response as the high-ranking members of the various demon clans retreated, leaving only the 8 divisions of the Kirin and the leader of the Qinglu clan. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows of the hall, fixated on their every move. Heh, Kirin, you ought to be grateful for your astute decision, otherwise. A surge of palpable murderous intent flickered momentarily. Once they had left, the Kirin demon lord slumped back into his seat, his complexion grievously pale. Suddenly, a jet of blood erupted from his mouth, and his body swayed precariously. My lord. The remaining individuals gasped in horror at the sight, with Muze being the first to rush forward and support his faltering frame. The Kirin demon lord had merely been enduring, and another second could have revealed his weakness. He was acutely aware that he represented the greatest standing of the demon race. Should he fall, chaos would inevitably ensue in the eastern wilderness. Witnessing this scene, the 8 divisions of the Kirin rushed forward, joining Muze in a seated position to heal their lord. In the chambers of the Serpent Clan, Lu Ling, the young girl, buried her head deep within her blankets, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. Restlessly, she pondered her thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing a knock at the door, she instantly tensed, leaping up like a startled kitten. Who is it? Lu Ling inquired cautiously. It's me, Linger. Open the door quickly, came the reply. Linger is not home. Hearing it was by Su, Lu Ling recalled her sister's earlier unyielding demeanor and felt a surge of indignation, blurting out her response. Immediately, she clasped her cherry lips shut. Oh, who is it inside? Bai Su, amused by the girl's reaction, chuckled softly. Enough, Linger. Stop the antics. I have serious matters to discuss with you. Oh, Lu Ling weakly responded, reluctantly opening the door. Sister, what is it? Without uttering a word, Bai Su gazed at her with a motherly smile, taking her hand as they moved to sit together on the edge of the bed. This time, I wish to have a serious conversation regarding young Master Yang. Upon hearing Yang Bai's name, Lu Ling's demeanor shifted dramatically, her face flushing a deep crimson. Adorably flustered. What could Linger possibly have to do with young Master? Noting her shy reaction at the mention of Yang Bai, Bai Su felt a sense of certainty but still pressed on. Sister wishes to earnestly ask, have you developed feelings for that young master of yours? Faced with such a question from her sister, Lu Ling became flustered and panicked. Her face turned as red as a ripe persimmon, making her avert her gaze to the floor. Sister, don't say such things. Ling doesn't he? Oh, is that truly the case? Bai Su probed further, her eyes fixed intently upon her younger sibling. How could Lu Ling's expression deceive her elder sister? Do you consider me a stranger? What is it that you cannot share with me? Just tell me the truth. Do you or do you not? Under Bai Su's relentless questioning, Lu Ling's defenses crumbled, and she stammered. Actually, Linger is unsure if that feeling is indeed affection. Then share with me, what is this feeling like? Bai Su inquired eagerly. Lu Ling, lost in thought, began to recall moments shared with Yang Bai, sitting beside him as he dozed, joyfully massaging his shoulders, and witnessing him standing by the riverside, Ha 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 ha. This naive girl found herself grinning foolishly at the delightful memories, observing her sister's lovesick expression. Baisu was both amused and exasperated. If I don't bring you back to reality, you might as well be dreaming of marrying your beloved brother. Baisu shot a teasing glance at the girl. That is not true. You needn't elaborate on your feelings. I already have a good idea. All right. It's getting late. I won't disturb you any longer. Rest well. With that, Baisu exited Lu Ling's room. Standing outside the door, she caught a glimpse through the crack and saw her sister giggling once more, propping her head up with her hands, her legs swinging excitedly, occasionally erupting into fits of laughter. Witnessing this scene, Baisu couldn't help but shake her head. In the grand hall, could she not discern that Yang Bai's words were merely whimsical? Looking at her sister seated on the bed, Baisu internally sighed. Ah, I hope this girl's romance does not conclude in tragedy. The vast mountain concealed secrets within. The mountain's secret realm is divided into 9 layers. As one descends deeper into the 9th layer, the degree of peril escalates incessantly, which simultaneously signifies that the treasures and opportunities grow ever more substantial. Numerous cultivators, fervent in their quest to explore the secret realms, fervently proclaim that within the 9th layer lies the legendary imperial weapons. Presently, the foremost cultivators have ventured as far as the 6th layer. Their exploration of the 6th layer indicates that they have faintly sensed the aura of the imperial weapons emanating from the passageway leading to the 7th layer. This news has spread like wildfire throughout the Kunlun cultivation world, prompting various powerful sects to dispatch their elite saints into the secret realm. An increasing number of disciples and elders from formidable factions are entering the realm, scavenging for treasures and opportunities on behalf of their sections. Meanwhile, solitary cultivators without any backing have banded together, forming a formidable alliance known as the Solitary Cultivator Alliance. The allure of the imperial weapons is utterly irresistible to the cultivators of the Kunlun realm. Imperial weapons, as their name suggests, are the supreme armaments wielded by emperors. Each imperial weapon is forged through the unyielding essence of an emperor's own power, meticulously refined over time. Currently, only those factions possessing imperial weapons stand as titans within the Kunlun realm. The mere release of a fraction of the imperial might from these weapons can effortlessly obliterate a quasi-emperor. Such is the deterrent power of the imperial weapons. However, only an emperor possesses the capability to fully harness their might. For those below the emperor rank, recklessly wielding an imperial weapon results in catastrophic backlash. Only a quasi-emperor may manage to wield an imperial weapon, albeit at the risk of severe retribution. Those beneath the quasi-emperor rank are certain to meet their demise when attempting to activate such weapons. This explains the frenzy among cultivators upon hearing news of the imperial weapons within the 10,000 secret realms. At this moment, within the 1st layer of the secret realm, a striking figure clad in red attire is observing her surroundings with keen interest. Notably, a plush dragon toy perches atop her delicate shoulder. The young maiden is none other than Yang Yuchan, who, after a considerable journey, has finally arrived at her destination. The first 3 layers of the secret realm possess a unique characteristic: equality among all beings. Once a cultivator steps into the spatial confines of the first 3 layers, regardless of their cultivation level, they are all suppressed to the Yuan spirit realm. At this moment, Yang Yuchan, being merely at the Tianyuan realm, finds her cultivation aura transformed to that of the Yuan spirit realm upon entering the secret realm. Initially elated, she soon learns from her companion, Little Black, that this state is only temporary. Should she leave the secret realm or advance to the 4th layer, she will revert to her original Tianyuan realm. This revelation douses her excitement like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the joy in her heart. Alas, my master, I must speak candidly. There is truly no need for you to venture into this so-called secret realm for training. Simply remaining by the side of a formidable individual like yourself would suffice for you to surpass, even me, in no time. Observing Yang Yuchan's dejected demeanor, Little Black could not help but interject. Having witnessed Yang Bai's unparalleled strength firsthand, it had no doubt that he could stride confidently across the entire Kunlun realm. Reflecting on this, it couldn't help but wonder why it had never heard of Yang Bai's illustrious name before. How did such a terrifying powerhouse suddenly emerge in the Kunlun realm? Hearing Little Black's words, Yang Yuchan recalled Yang Bai's previous boastful declarations. My dear, remember, your husband is invincible in this world. A smile graced her lips as she shook her head. Little Black, while it is true that my husband possesses the ability to help me grow stronger swiftly, I do not wish to become his subordinate nor merely a decorative presence by his side. By the way, Little Black, do you know what level of cultivation my husband has truly attained? Upon hearing Yang Yuchan's inquiry, Little Black found itself momentarily speechless. While it was quite aware of Yang Bai's formidable prowess, it struggled to articulate his exact realm. Is he a first tribulation quasi-emperor? A second tribulation quasi-emperor? To be honest, I'm not entirely certain of my master's specific level, but you must understand, he is considered an absolute powerhouse within the entire Kunlun realm. Those so-called saints or holy kings are but insignificant beings in his presence. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan couldn't help but cover her mouth in disbelief, her expression reflecting her astonishment. Chapter 46. The path of saints is fraught with difficulty, countless remains of the fallen. Below the saint realm, all are but ants. The return to origin realm has integrated the 8 preceding realms. Cultivators who reach this stage have begun to grasp the essence of returning to one's true nature. They may attempt to ascend towards the domain of the saint realm. However, at this juncture, 3 formidable challenges lie ahead for the cultivator: the 100 shackles, the 1,000 questions, and the myriad phenomena. These 3 realms are the necessary trials for any cultivator aspiring to step into the saint realm, and they are collectively referred to as the 3 stops of the saint realm. The first stop is the 100 shackles. To put it simply, those who reach this realm find themselves bound by 100 shackles. A cultivator at the 100 shackles realm must continuously strive to break free from these bindings to advance to the next level. The second stop is the 1,000 questions. This stage involves the cultivator questioning their own resolve. Only those with steadfast hearts may attain this state. During the 1,000 questions phase, cultivators must solidify their resolve to prepare for the mental trials posed by the quasi-saint thunder tribulation. The final stop is the myriad phenomena. As the name implies, it encompasses the myriad manifestations of the heavens and earth, the myriad experiences of humanity. To enter this realm, one must personally experience the vastness of existence, traverse the world, and cultivate their unique insights regarding the myriad phenomena. This realm tests the cultivator's comprehension. Those lacking sufficient insight risk becoming utterly lost amidst the myriad manifestations, forgetting their own identity and losing their resolve. Is it truly so easy to step into the domain of the saint realm? Countless cultivators have fallen in pursuit of these 3 stops. Each stop is more arduous than the last, each more perilous. With the slightest misstep, one could easily become an unknown skeleton along the path of the saints. After overcoming countless trials, having finally traversed the 3 stops, the cultivator has yet to truly grasp the threshold of the saint realm. Surviving the trials of the 3 stops, the cultivator will return to their true essence, reaching an entirely new level, the undying realm. Those in the undying realm, having undergone a transformative baptism, possess the power to move mountains and fill seas, capable of shaking the very heavens and earth with a mere gesture. Those who reach this realm can break through to quasi-saint at any time. However, the final hurdle to crossing into the quasi-saint realm is the most formidable of all. It is incomparably more challenging than the preceding 3 stops. This is the quasi-saint thunder tribulation. The quasi-saint thunder tribulation cannot be assisted by external forces. One must rely solely on their own strength to endure it. A total of 49 bolts of heavenly thunder descend, with each subsequent strike growing in power. But that is not all. At critical moments, mental demons will emerge from the thunder tribulation to disturb the mind. A single misstep may lead to utter annihilation. The most despairing moment comes with the final bolt of thunder, which contains a trace of saintly might. This faint aura of saintly power is sufficient to overwhelm the vast majority of cultivators. Even a single trace of this power can suppress those below the saint realm. Yet some cultivators, endowed with potent bloodlines, can evade this thunder tribulation, achieving complete mastery of the undying realm, allowing them to directly ascend to quasi-saint. For instance, the ancient celestial serpent bloodline possessed by Baisu enabled her to bypass the quasi-saint thunder tribulation and directly step into the quasi-saint realm. Little Black is similarly endowed. The bloodline power of the heavenly Tao demon dragon is hardly inferior to that of the primordial celestial serpent, and may even surpass it. However, bypassing the lightning tribulation is not necessarily a favorable outcome. While the tribulation ravages the cultivator, it concurrently refines their body, significantly enhancing their physical strength. The benefits of being baptized by the lightning tribulation extend beyond this. The heavenly thunder can also improve the cultivator's innate qualities. For those with extraordinary comprehension, it is even possible to glean insights into the principles of thunder after surviving the tribulation. The so-called power of principles is a force far more formidable and sophisticated than spiritual power. Generally speaking, only those who reach the Saint King realm can barely sense and comprehend a fragment of this principal power. It is thus evident how rare and precious this power is. Cultivators who master these principles are considered titans within the Kunlun realm. Therefore, the advantages of the lightning tribulation for cultivators are self-evident. Yet the prerequisite for all of this is the ability to survive the terrifying tribulation. Some cultivators, driven by unfounded confidence and the allure of the tribulation's benefits, recklessly attempt to endure the tribulation, ultimately meeting a tragic end. In summary, whether to undergo the tribulation or not, each carries its own merits. As the saying goes, beneath the saint realm, all are but ants. This statement is not baseless. I recall when Little Black had just broken through to the quasi-saint level. He effortlessly annihilated several peak indestructible cultivators. Those formidable beings were unable to muster even a shred of resistance. This starkly illustrates the vast chasm between the mighty of the saint realm and those beneath it. And if a mere newly ascended quasi-saint is already so extraordinary, one can only imagine the terror possessed by those who have fully attained the saint and saint king realms. Yet at this moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks learned from Little Black that such powerful beings could be dismissed as trifles in the presence of her husband. Xianxiaaudiobooks was well aware of the arduous path to becoming a saint, having witnessed countless cultivators perish on the road to sanctity. And yet, these strong individuals within the realm of saints appeared so ineffectual before Xianxiaaudiobooks. Xianxiaaudiobooks cast a skeptical glance at Little Black. Little Black, do not deceive me. I am all too familiar with my husband's capabilities. While I have come to understand that he possesses certain secrets, surely it cannot be as exaggerated as this. In response, Little Black nonchalantly licked his little paw. My master, how could I possibly deceive you? Once upon a time, I too was thoroughly humbled by the master. When it comes to the terror of the master, no one can speak with greater authority than I. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded, albeit still somewhat doubtful. Within the secret realm of the 10,000 mountains, treasures abound in hidden corners. Various rare elixirs, talismans, and unparalleled weapons, seldom seen in everyday life, can be found in this realm. This abundance inevitably leads to conflicts among the cultivators who enter the secret realm. In their quest for elixirs and equipment, many cultivators resort to robbery, and the scenes of murder and treasure grabbing unfold incessantly within the secret realm. Amidst this chaos, a nimble and petite red figure darted through the secret realm. Wherever the enchanting beauty passed, a unique fragrance wafted in her wake. The red silhouette was none other than Xianxiaaudiobooks. Ever since her joyous union with Xianxiaaudiobooks, she has developed a profound affection for her red dress. For on that day, when she felt the greatest happiness, she was adorned in a flowing red gown, and now, clad in red, she feels perpetually enveloped in that blissful atmosphere. At this moment, she was hastening towards a nearby secret chamber, her expression tinged with anxiety as she murmured, Qing Luo, please, do not meet with misfortune. Chapter 47. A familiar encounter with the dashing cicada. Inside the secret chamber, a pill exuding a faint fragrance hovered in the center. It bore several unique pill patterns, known as the Breaking Void Pill. A peak primordial spirit cultivator, upon advancing to the void refinement stage, can consume this pill to increase their chances of success by 40%. At this moment, within the secret chamber, Li Xiaofei supported Li Qing Luo with one arm, while glaring fiercely at the three burly men encircling them. The three muscular men hailed from the same faction, as discerned from their attire, revealing that they were from the Western Desert. Not long ago, Li Xiaofei and Li Qing Luo had been the first to discover this secret chamber containing the Breaking Void Pill. However, just as they seized the pill, three unwelcome guests arrived. A struggle ensued for possession, and it was evident that Li Xiaofei and his companion were at a disadvantage. Brother, cough, 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 do not mind me, just run. Li Qing Luo coughed, spitting blood as her pallid complexion spoke of her dire condition. Humph, little beauty, do not worry. I shall not allow you to perish so soon. To their surprise, even in the eastern wilderness, such delicate beauties existed. The men leered at Li Qing Luo's alluring figure, their salivation barely contained. Bah! You three filthy brutes dare to covet my sister. Li Xiaofei scolded them angrily upon hearing their vile words. Humph! You insolent brat. Still so brazen in the face of doom. One of the burly men charged at Li Xiaofei, his muscles surging with raw power. Li Xiaofei immediately felt a fierce wind from the punch barreling toward him. With no choice, he pushed Li Qing Luo aside and raised his sword to block the impending blow. Bang! The brute's fist struck the sword, and Li Xiaofei was immediately overwhelmed by an avalanche of force, sending him flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, another burly man dashed behind him and delivered a powerful strike. Li Xiaofei found himself outnumbered, his defenses crumbling under the relentless assault, blood surging in his veins. Just as the three burly men closed in on him, Xianxiaaudiobooks, having heard the commotion, finally arrived. Seeing the dire situation, she swiftly drew a black iron sword from her waist, her aura surging forth. For symbols, sword technique, Azure Dragon Slash. Her eyes gleamed with a sharp sword light as she twirled the black iron sword, unleashing a sword ray accompanied by an Azure Dragon's phantom towards the three foes. The formidable sword intent erupted into the sky, and by the time the three men felt the chill creeping down their spines, realizing they were locked in the sword's intent, It was already too late. The azure dragon's sword ray engulfed them in an instant. Yang Yuchan then quickly withdrew the two from the secret chamber to avoid the aftermath of her sword strike. As the thick clouds of dust settled, the three burly men revealed themselves. Clearly, they had not perished, but their bodies bore the brutal marks of Yang Yuchan's sword rays. The three, with their tough skin and muscle, had endured her sword technique. Cough, cough, cough. I did not expect there to be a helper. And a more beautiful one at that. Humph. You wretched woman, do not get too proud. You merely succeeded through a lucky sneak attack. Noticing that the three remained defiant, Yang Yuchan stepped forward, sword in hand. Humph. You disgusting pests. I am already married, and yet you dare to lay eyes on me? Your very presence sickens me. She made a face of disdain and softly intoned. For symbols, sword technique. For symbols, unite. For symbols, slash. Instantly, an unprecedented torrent of sword intent erupted around her. The intangible sword rays piercing the skin of the three men, while the unleashed sword energy rendered them unable to open their eyes. Not good. Within the slowly rising essence of the sword, they sensed an overwhelming threat of death. Yet, contemplating escape at this juncture was far too late. The ethereal images of the four divine beasts emerged simultaneously, exuding a devastating momentum that engulfed the three, obliterating any flicker of life left within them. Witnessing this, Yang Yuchan elegantly retracted her mystical sword, her movements fluid and graceful, exuding a striking demeanor. This sword technique, known as the four-symbol sword art, was acquired by Yang Bai during his audacious quest in the eastern wilderness to seize the 9-transmutation heavenly lotus, pilfered from the corpses of several peak immortals. While this sword art proved futile for Yang Bai, he chose to bring it back and bestow it upon Yang Yuchan. Concurrently, the dark iron sword was also a companion blade of one of those peak immortals. With the layers upon layers of enhancements from these artifacts, Yang Yuchan unleashed a terrifying prowess, effortlessly taking on three adversaries. Li Qingluo and the others gazed at the somewhat unfamiliar figure before them, falling into a profound silence. Once the threat had dissipated, and after ensuring the surroundings posed no further danger, Yang Yuchan enthusiastically approached the two, eager to reminisce. What a coincidence! It has truly been ages since we last met, Qingluo and little Fei. Since her grand wedding with Yang Bai, they had not crossed paths again, making their reunion inevitable for some light banter. Upon hearing her words, they snapped back to reality, with Li Qingluo exclaiming in incredulity, "Is that really you, my Yuchan? How have you become so formidable?" As she spoke, Li Qingluo scrutinized Yang Yuchan closely, assessing her from head to toe. "Indeed, Sister Yuchan, it has only been a little over a month, and you seem like a completely different person. I can hardly recognize you." Yang Yuchan relished their astonishment. Feeling a sense of vindication, with a hint of playful disdain, she nudged the close Li Qingluo. "I am who I am, Yang Yuchan at your service. How do you find me now? Quite strong, wouldn't you say?" Seeing her look of pride, Li Qingluo couldn't help but chuckle, no longer doubting her identity. This was indeed her character, unmistakably so. "Oh, Yuchan, how is it that you suddenly found yourself in this secret realm? And where is that Yang Bai, your brother? Why did he not accompany you?" Li Qingluo's concern for Yang Yuchan's solitary venture led her to cast some blame on Yang Bai. "Indeed. Why didn't Brother Bai come along with Sister Yuchan? How could he leave you alone in such a perilous place?" Li Xiaofei chimed in, echoing his sister's sentiments. Feeling the warmth of their defense, Yang Yuchan was touched, realizing they believed Yang Bai had abandoned her. She hastily clarified, "I ventured into this secret realm primarily for the purpose of honing my skills. Yang Bai did not forsake me. He even gifted me a formidable bodyguard. Quick, Xiaohong, greet my best friends." Chapter 48, The Bond of Friendship. Glub, glub. The sound of bubbling drew Yang Yuchan's attention. She looked over to find Xiaohong lazily sprawled on her shoulder, bubbles emerging from its nostrils. The sight incensed her. Pouting in annoyance, she extended her delicate hand to pop the bubbles. Startled awake, Xiaohong sat up in a daze, rubbing its eyes and surveying its surroundings. What has transpired, master?" Li Qingluo, initially prepared to relish the spectacle, was astonished to witness Xiaohong's awakening. At first, she had presumed it to be a mere plush toy. "Wow, Yuchan, where did you acquire this adorable little dragon? It's so cute and bouncy." Li Qingluo found herself utterly captivated by the charming creature. Snatching Xiaohong into her hands and playfully tugging at its delightful face. "Let go. I am not a toy. I am the illustrious celestial demon dragon. How dare you treat me so?" Xiaohong fumed, its temper flaring. "Ah, little cutie, do you think your sister is beautiful? You've got good taste. I'll reward you." Li Qingluo, smitten, puckered her lips to plant a kiss on Xiaohong. Fortunately, Yang Yuchan swiftly reclaimed Xiaohong, rolling her eyes at Li Qingluo. "Calm down, Qingluo." Li Xiaofei, witnessing his sister's antics, could not suppress a smirk. This was a stark contrast to her usual poised and graceful demeanor. "Oh dear, my dear Yuchan, don't be so stingy. Please let me have the little dragon. I'll exchange it for spirit stones." At those words, Yang Yuchan became immediately vigilant, clutching Xiaohong protectively, her gaze wary. "Absolutely not. This is a gift from my dear brother Bai. I cannot part with it." She shook her head fervently, her motions reminiscent of a bobbing drum. "Your brother Bai gifted this to you? Then I shall demand one for myself when I encounter him." Li Qingluo, her eyes sparkling with desire, prompted Yang Yuchan to quickly explain Xiaohong's true identity. Actually, everything Xiaohong said is true. It is indeed a celestial demon dragon. After her explanation, Li Qingluo's yearning subsided, and she gazed at the creature in Yang Yuchan's embrace with a hint of regret. "Ah, I see. What a pity. Xiaohong is such an adorable name. Yet your brother Bai has such poor taste in names." Meanwhile, Li Xiaofei's focus had shifted entirely away from his sister's remarks. "Quasi-saint? Celestial demon dragon? A pet?" he exclaimed incredulously. "Sister Yuchan, is this truly a gift from brother Bai himself?" The mere notion that brother Bai had gifted his wife a quasi-saint level celestial demon dragon left him utterly astounded. Quasi-saint? That is a realm beyond my wildest dreams. A level I could never hope to attain. Was this truly the brother Bai he knew? Honestly, I find it hard to believe too. It was so sudden. He claimed himself to be invincible. Yet, he had always seemed such a rogue. It is truly hard to fathom. Initially skeptical, only after witnessing Yang Bai's displayed strength did he come to accept that he indeed harbored some secrets. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Li Xiaofei regained his composure. Meanwhile, Li Qingluo remained oblivious, still fixated on Xiaohong. "Oh, how I envy Yuchan for having such a powerful and considerate husband. If only I had been the one promised to brother Bai in our childhood." Yang Yuchan, keenly aware of the implications of her words, shot a warning glare at Li Qingluo, her eyes gleaming dangerously. "Qingluo, what are you thinking? You wouldn't dare covet Yang Bai for yourself, would you? I shall not hesitate to strangle you." As the words left her lips, Yang Yuchan lunged at Li Qingluo, gripping her neck tightly with one hand while pinning her down with her body, the other hand playfully roaming across Li Qingluo's form. "He. Cicada. Cicada. Don't, please. Am I not allowed to joke with you? He. Don't tickle me." Li Qingluo, utterly defenseless beneath Yang Yuchan's hold, burst into laughter, her eyes watering with mirth. "Let us see if you dare to harbor any ill intentions again. Humph. Still wishing to set your sights on my dear Yang Bai. I think you're asking for a beating." With that, she playfully slapped Li Qingluo's rear. "No, I surrender." "Is that not enough?" Li Xiaofei stood quietly to the side, observing the two girls rolling on the ground in joyful chaos, reflecting to himself. How wonderful it is that they remained just as they were in childhood. The four of them had shared many memories, having grown up together in the same playful spirit. Not only did Yang Bai and Li Xiaofei often engage in playful banter, but the two girls did as well. Within the confines of the life and death talisman space, Yang Bai's spiritual form silently observed everything outside, a wave of contentment washing over him. He had lost his mother at birth and his father had departed when he was very young, claiming he would return with his mother, yet he had never reappeared. Remembering this, Yang Bai had previously used his divine sense to probe every corner of the Kunlun realm, yet he could not sense his father's presence. With a heavy heart, he had to abandon the search. Thus, he had grown up deprived of parental love, but fortunately, he had Yang Yuchan, who was both his wife and elder sister, always caring for him tenderly. Additionally, the close friendship with Li Xiaofei and Li Qingluo had filled the emotional void he felt. After a brief moment of playful tussling, the two girls paused, breathless, gazing at each other as their chests rose and fell like the peaks of mountains. "By the way, how did you and Xiaofei come to this secret realm? Were you also here for training?" Yang Yuchan suddenly inquired with curiosity. "Not at all. My brother and I accompanied Lord Yuqing here. However, we recently got separated from the Empress, and Zhou Xian knew who came with us. Afterward, we fortuitously stumbled upon the secret chamber containing the Pasu Dan, leading to the commotion you just witnessed. I never expected to encounter you here." Li Qingluo excitedly recounted her experiences to Yang Yuchan. "In that case, let us proceed together. It will be safer that way," Yang Yuchan suggested. Li Qingluo nodded in agreement without hesitation. Thus, the three of them set off together, encountering numerous scenes of murder and treasure theft along their path. In the eastern wilderness, within the Qilin realm, the Qilin demon lord lay in bed, his complexion still pale. A series of violent coughs echoed, reaching Mu Zhe, who had been vigilantly guarding him. "Mu Zhe, how long have I been unconscious?" the Qilin demon lord asked. "To answer your question, you have been in a coma for a full 3 days. 3 days? During this time, have those old foxes noticed anything?" the Qilin demon lord inquired, concern etched upon his face. "Rest assured, my lord. I have been keeping them at bay all this time. However, it seems they have caught a whiff of something amiss. Those old geezers, without receiving your command, have taken the liberty to send people to the 10,000 Great Mountains, Muse reported. Recalling the subtle signs of chaos in the eastern wilderness since the Qilan demon lord's unconsciousness, the Qilan demon lord maintained a calm demeanor, his expression as serene as still water. All of this was within my expectations. Now tell me, who are they? Hearing this, Muse respectfully listed the names. The most audacious among them is Ancestor Swan and I, alongside the Golden-Winged Dapeng. They, along with the Swan and I and Kunpeng tribes, are on the verge of breaking free from the Qilan realm's control. This was their own doing. I implore you, my lord, to take action and intimidate them. The Qilan demon lord smirked wickedly. Do they think I am incapable? Ancestor Swan and I and the Golden-Winged Dapeng possess formidable power, both at the 7 tribulation level. In the entire eastern wilderness, they rank just below me, with their heritage only slightly inferior to that of the Qilan clan. In the eastern wilderness, they are a tribe above all others. During my prime, they would not have dared to show their faces. However, upon learning of my grievous injury at the hands of a mysterious powerhouse, they can no longer sit idly by. Since that is the case, it is high time for a thorough cleansing of the eastern wilderness. It has been far too long. They have almost forgotten who truly commands this land. Muse then asked, and my lord, regarding the 10,000 Great Mountains. I know what you are going to say. Let them be. However, the 10,000 Great Mountains are not as simple as you think. It is not yet time. We must observe the situation first. It involves the celestial demon. The Qilan demon lord interrupted him sharply. Upon hearing the term celestial demon, Muse's expression shifted noticeably. The 10,000 Great Mountains are actually connected to the celestial demon? In the Kunlun realm, only a select few are aware of this matter, so keep it under wraps. Let those ignorant souls scout the way for us first. As Muse, his most trusted confidant and the leader of his strongest forces, was privy to the secrets of the 10,000 Great Mountains, the Qilan demon lord decided to disclose them. Muse, I now order you to take this item to the Swan and I and Kunpeng tribes. With your 6 tribulation level prowess, you are the most suitable for this task. With that, the Qilan demon lord produced an object and handed it to Muse. Upon seeing it, Muse immediately understood, promptly exiting the main hall. After his departure, the Qilan demon lord spat a mouthful of blood and fell back into unconsciousness. As one of the 4 great powers of the Kunlun realm, the 9 tribulation level Qilan demon lord had sustained such severe internal injuries from merely a simple pressure exerted by Yangbai. In the secret realm of the 10,000 Great Mountains, after overcoming numerous challenges, Yang Yuchan and the others successfully arrived at the entrance to the second layer. With Yang Yuchan as their formidable ally, they had amassed quite a bounty along the way. Li Qingluo had acquired a handful of Red Wind mysterious threads, which, when combined with the Peiyuan Dan, would permanently enhance her cultivation speed to a small degree. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofei had obtained a strand of extraordinary flame known as the White Cloud Spiritual Flame. He was exhilarated by this acquisition, as the world was not devoid of peculiar flames akin to the White Cloud Spiritual Flame. Gaining such a flame could significantly boost a cultivator's combat prowess. This flame is simply spectacular. Li Xiaofei marveled as he admired the white flames swirling around him. All right, little brother, enough playing. We must now proceed to the second layer. It will be even more perilous than the first. We must remain vigilant, Yang Yuchan advised the two of them. Throughout their journey, she had not taken any interest in the treasures around them, for she already possessed what Yang Bai had bestowed upon her, rendering these trinkets beneath her notice. As more and more cultivators flooded into the secret realm, including disciples from powerful sects, they were formidable enough to disregard the offerings of the earlier layers, naturally venturing deeper into the unknown. As news of the 9th layer possessing imperial weapons spread, the once loyal elders stationed at the secret realm to protect their disciples could no longer suppress their inner desires and greed. Previously priding themselves as formidable beings of the holy domain, they now cast aside their dignified postures and entered the secret realm to seek opportunities. Consequently, the influx of these powerful practitioners rendered the secret realm increasingly perilous. Yang Yuchan and her companions gazed at the passage leading to the second layer, resolutely stepping inside. After a tumultuous descent, they landed unceremoniously, sprawled on the ground in disarray. As they straightened their garments, Yang Yuchan surveyed her surroundings, noting that the space of the second layer was markedly more stable. The environment was shrouded in darkness, exuding an ominous aura. While the trio pondered their whereabouts, a figure unexpectedly emerged before them. Yang Yuchan instinctively grew alert, slowly drawing her dark iron sword from her waist. Esteemed friends, please do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. Judging by your appearances, you must be newcomers to this second layer, the figure said. Li Qingluo and the others remained cautious. unwilling to let their guard down merely due to the stranger's seemingly benign words. Throughout their journey, they had encountered numerous treacherous scenarios. There were instances where someone, appearing friendly one moment, would strike from behind the next. During their earlier encounters, the trio had suffered greatly from the darker aspects of human nature. Once, they had rescued a seemingly pitiful little girl, believing they had performed a noble deed. However, when they found themselves in peril, she had unexpectedly launched a lethal strike from behind. Thankfully, their companion, Little Black, had seen through her intentions and intervened just in time to save them. That experience had opened their eyes to the treacherous nature of the world they inhabited, a side of humanity they had rarely encountered. This realization was also why Yang Bai strongly supported Yang Yuchan's desire to venture forth for training. Having lived in the Blue Star during his previous life, he had read countless fantasy novels and possessed a deep understanding of the cultivation world. In Chapter 50, Gathering of the Maidens, the terrifying corpse of the celestial demon appears. The tension heightened. What of it? Yang Yuchan's gaze remained fixed on the figure ahead, her demeanor vigilant. Esteemed friends, I assure you, I bear no malice. I seek your assistance for a matter of importance. From the shadows emerged a kindly old man with a youthful countenance. I apologize, but we cannot assist you. Farewell, Yang Yuchan replied, pulling Li Qingluo to depart in another direction. The old man hastily obstructed their path. Ladies, you are unaware of the circumstances on the second layer. Unlike the first, the treasures here are not scattered but concentrated within a central grand hall. However, that hall is protected by formidable restrictions, making it nearly impossible for any single faction to breach it alone. This is why I have summoned cultivators to join forces. The old man elaborated on the specifics of the second layer. Yang Yuchan and Li Xiaofei exchanged glances, uncertain of whether to trust his words. What the elder says is true. I can sense it, Little Black communicated telepathically. In the central area, a multitude of practitioners has gathered. Hearing this, the trio finally relaxed their guard. Then, as the elder suggests, we are willing to lend our strength, they agreed. Following the old man to the entrance of the grand hall, there, a multitude of practitioners had assembled. With the absence of competing interests, conflicts had ceased. Yang Yuchan's gaze was drawn to the magnificent hall, its grandeur marred by visible cracks that bore witness to its age. A terrifying restriction enveloped the structure, the very barrier preventing the gathered practitioners from entering. Sister, I seem to sense the presence of Lord Yuqing. Li Xiaofei exclaimed excitedly to Li Qingluo. Upon hearing this, Li Qingluo expressed her joy, affirming that she too felt the same. She turned to Yang Yuchan. Cicada, we have detected the traces of the Empress and others. Shall we proceed to reunite with them? That sounds prudent. The competition on this second layer may prove even fiercer than the first. Additional allies would be beneficial. Yang Yuchan concurred. Following the sensed aura, they swiftly located Xian Yuqing and her companions. Junior Li Xiaofei and Li Qingluo pay their respects to you, esteemed ones, they greeted. At that moment, Gong Xinya stood alongside the 9 heavenly maidens, also awaiting the breaking of the restrictions. Having sensed the disturbances within the 10,000 mountains, Gong Xinya had brought the 9 maidens to investigate. However, they had not anticipated that this disturbance would attract practitioners from across the entire Kunlun realm. Upon noticing the newcomers, Xian Yuqing was taken aback. Li Xiaofei, Li Qingluo, you two have also reached the second layer? Previously, they had parted ways on the first layer. And amidst the dangers of the secret realm, Xian Yuqing had feared for their safety. Esteemed one, allow me to introduce Yang Yuchan, a childhood friend of Xiao Fei and me, Li Qingluo began. Cicada, this is Lady Yuqing, our superior, who treats us exceptionally well. As a native of the Fire Element Nation, Yang Yuchan had indeed heard of the illustrious Yuqing. With respectful composure, she greeted, I am Yang Yuchan. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Yuqing. Ah, so you are a friend of Qingluo and Xiao Fei. What a pleasure. As Gong Qinya and the others approached, she inquired, what is it, Sister Yuqing? What has transpired? Xian Yuqing quickly explained, oh, nothing of consequence. My 2 subordinates have merely arrived to join us. Oh, Gong Qinya remarked, casting curious glances at the trio. Yuqing, your subordinates are impressive. They managed to reach the second layer on their own. Indeed, Yuqing, I did not anticipate your subordinates possessed such capabilities. I wonder where my own companions currently are, Xian Tao teased. While the group conversed, a powerful voice resonated from a distance. Esteemed cultivators, I am the steward of the Loose Cultivator Alliance, Dugu Wentian. It is I who summoned you all here to acquire the treasures within. Now is the moment for us to unite our strength to break the restrictions and enter the Grand Hall. I guarantee that once the barriers are lifted, those who contribute will receive opportunities. Follow me as we join forces to dismantle these restrictions. With that, Dugu Wentian unleashed a surge of energy, rippling through the space. Before launching a decisive strike against the barrier, the gathered practitioners, witnessing his resolve, began to channel their own power to strike the restriction as well. As for the final words he uttered, the crowd dismissed them as mere nonsense. Anyone with a modicum of sense recognized that he was merely spinning grandiose tales. Once the barrier was lifted, he would undoubtedly reveal a different countenance. A thunderous clash ensued as the barrier collided with the myriad attacks unleashed by the crowd. This barrier had existed for quite some time, yet its power remained undiminished. Despite the combined efforts of everyone, it still stood unyielding. Observing this, Dugu Wentian inwardly cursed, and then shouted, "Everyone, stop holding back. If this continues, none shall claim the treasures within." With that, Dugu Wentian augmented his strength and hurled himself against the barrier. At that moment, Gong Qingya and the Nine Heavens, Xiannu, were relentlessly bombarding the barrier as well. Yet none had truly exerted their full strength. After a prolonged period of heated effort, the barrier was finally breached by the collective might of the crowd. As the barrier shattered, the doors of the grand hall began to creak open. Many cultivators, who had awaited this moment for days, could no longer contain their excitement and surged towards the central hall. "Ha! The treasures are all mine." Li Xiaofei, witnessing this scene, attempted to advance but was halted by Xian Yuqing. She gestured for him to refrain from acting impulsively, while Gong Qingya and the Nine Heavens, Xiannu, remained motionless. Suddenly, a horrifying scream echoed from the entrance of the grand hall. Li Xiaofei turned to see the first few cultivators who had entered the hall, now emanating a faint black aura, clutching their necks in agony. Dugu Wentian's gaze fixed intently on the figures emerging from the grand hall's entrance. After a long moment, those cultivators collapsed to the ground, their life force extinguished. Soon after, several shadowy figures emerged from the depths of the hall, similarly wreathed in a faint black mist, exuding a foul stench. The crowd was taken aback. Could there be indigenous beings within this secret realm? Just as they were engulfed in confusion, the shadowy figures charged towards them, emitting chilling, anguished cries. Astonishingly, the previously lifeless cultivators slowly rose to their feet. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Gong Qingya and her companions felt utterly bewildered. They had never encountered such a grotesque spectacle. At this moment, the little black creature resting on Yang Yuchan's shoulder finally woke. Rubbing its sleepy eyes and, in a daze, beheld the horrifying sight. Startled, it jolted awake, exclaiming, "What in the heavens are these demonic corpses? How can this be?" Chapter 51. The little black creature unleashes its might, slaying all in its path. The demonic corpses exuded a potent aura, transcending to the first layer of the void. These demonic corpses astonishingly disregarded the laws of the secret realm, their power not suppressed to the spirit realm. In the midst of the crowd's astonishment, the shadowy corpses swiftly plunged into their ranks. How could the cultivators of the spirit realm stand a chance against these first-layer corpses? In an instant, the second layer of the secret realm was filled with the sound of agonized cries. Witnessing this chaos, Dugu Wentian's face turned ashen as he stared at the entrance of the grand hall. From deep within the central hall, an unending stream of demonic corpses continued to emerge. The cultivators were slaughtered without the slightest chance to retaliate. "Retreat!" Gong Qingya shouted, observing the disarray within the alliance of cultivators. Just as she intended to lead the Nine Heavens Xiannu to safety, a corpse charged at them, blocking their escape. Reluctantly, Gong Qingya steeled herself. "Sisters, form a formation." Luo Shishue remained composed under pressure, promptly directing the Nine Heavens Xiannu to establish a combined attack formation alongside Gong Qingya, unhindered by the laws of the realm. The corpse possessed the power of the first layer, while Gong Qingya and Luo Shishue, whose abilities were suppressed to the spirit realm, found themselves outmatched. They were sent staggering back by a single blow, their blood surging as they sustained injuries. In the midst of this perilous situation, Gong Qingya immediately activated the power rune bestowed upon her by Yang Bai. Instantly, her aura surged, and she charged once more at the corpse. Although the cultivators entering the secret realm had their powers suppressed to the spirit realm, those with greater innate strength still surpassed their weaker counterparts in combat skills and understanding of the Tao. What on earth are these creatures that can disregard the laws of the secret realm? Empowered by the rune, Gong Qingya, alongside Luo Shishue, barely managed to hold their ground against the corpse. Fortunately, these beings employed no magical techniques, or the danger would have escalated further. They were corpses, not living beings. After several exchanges, the keen-eyed Luo Shishue quickly discerned the corpse's weaknesses. She realized that although the corpse was immensely powerful, it relied solely on brute physical strength. "This creature is quite troublesome. We must find a way to escape this place quickly," Xian Yuqing remarked, glancing towards other battlefields and noting more corpses approaching them. Her expression filled with concern. The corpses charged towards them as if they were in an unassailable realm. The temporary alliance of cultivators crumbling under their onslaught without any means of retaliation. Unfortunately, the corpse showed no fear of pain. After being repelled, it relentlessly lunged forward, ensnaring Gong Qingya and her companion, leaving them utterly trapped. Meanwhile, Dugu Wentian, acting as the enforcer of the scattered cultivator alliance, commanded the remaining cultivators to fend off the corpses while stealthily slipping away. He was the strongest presence among them, having attained the 1,000 questions realm. Yet even he, like a tiger fallen into a valley, felt the need to flee in the face of so many first-layer corpses. The tide of battle swiftly turned against them. Just as the standoff persisted, another corpse lunged towards the formation of the 9 heavens, Xiannu. In this life and death moment, Yang Yuchan gathered her strength and unleashed a 4 symbols sword technique. The corpse was sent flying, retreating several hundred meters. Little Black, do you know the origins of these creatures? Yang Yuchan inquired, having clearly heard Little Black's earlier exclamation. In response, Little Black gazed incredulously at the pain-immune, slaughtering corpses. These are known as demonic corpses. They appeared in the ancient memories I received when I transcended to the quasi-saint level. However, I am not entirely certain of their origins. Another one is coming, Yang Yuchan exclaimed. In the midst of their conversation, the corpse charged back once more, this time targeting her. Sensing the imminent danger, Li Qingluo and her companion stepped forward without hesitation to shield her. The corpse moved with lightning speed, arriving before them in the blink of an eye, its iron fist descending upon them. The wind from its punch howled past, leaving them no time to react. However, in the next moment, a similarly dark tail struck the corpse's chest, sending it flying. A massive, shadowy dragon figure, exuding malevolent energy, loomed behind Li Qingluo and her companion. Faced with such a dire situation, Little Black ceased its playful demeanor, standing resolutely in defense. It emitted a piercing dragon roar, stamping its enormous foot on the ground, shaking the very heavens. The rigid corpses collapsed onto the ground, seizing the opportunity. Xiao He swung his dragon claws and sent flying the corpse entangled with Gong Qingya and others. He promptly lifted Yang Yuchan and Li Qingluo, making a hasty retreat from this treacherous place. However, the massive form that Xiao He had transformed into successfully captured the attention of a multitude of corpses. A great throng of them rose, charging towards Xiao He with relentless fervor. The speed of these corpses was extraordinary, and Xiao He was unable to evade them. Soon enough, he found himself surrounded by a dense swarm of corpses. In a desperate bid to protect Yang Yuchan and the others, Xiao He hurled the 3 towards Gong Qingya and her companions. Come forth, you wretched beings. Do I fear the great ones? And would I tremble before you mere living dead? With that, ancient runes glimmered in circles upon Xiao He's colossal body, and an aura of power erupted from him, summoning forth a tempest. The horde of corpses roared, charging heedlessly towards Xiao He. In response, he gathered his strength, unleashing a torrent of dark, fearsome dragon fire from his maw. Wherever the infernal flames passed, the corpses were reduced to ashes. Any corpse that bore even the slightest touch of the dragon fire was instantaneously incinerated. This breath of infernal fire was an innate divine ability unique to the celestial Dao dragon lineage, a peak-level supernatural skill. Despite Xiao He being a quasi-saint, even with his cultivation suppressed to the primordial spirit realm, he was more than capable of dealing with these half-witted, spell-less corpses of the first escape realm. This was an absolute suppression by the laws of the Dao. The multitude of corpses were consumed by the dragon fire, yet due to their sheer numbers, many still managed to reach Xiao He's proximity. In desperation, Xiao He seized his fiery breath and engaged in close combat. The number of corpses was countless, a vast horde as far as the eye could see, and from the depths of the grand hall, even more corpses continued to emerge. Numerous corpses climbed upon Xiao He's massive form, raining blows upon him like a downpour, some even gnawing at him with their teeth. Xiao He's body was shielded by impenetrably hard scales, rendering their attacks utterly ineffective. With a mighty display, Xiao He spread his immense wings and roared fiercely at the throng of corpses before him. His razor-sharp wings slashed forward, like the scythe of death, relentlessly reaping the corpses. Yet the corpses continued to throw themselves at him, undeterred by the threat of death. Meanwhile, Gong Qingya and the other women successfully received Yang Yuchan and the others, their expressions a mix of disbelief as they beheld the brutal scene unfolding before them. They watched Xiao He, towering above, valiantly battling the horde of corpses. Gong Qingya and the 9 heavens, Xiannu, exchanged incredulous glances with Yang Yuchan, pondering silently. This dragon, with a cultivation at the primordial spirit level, can slay these escape realm corpses as easily as one would slaughter a dog. Its cultivation must be unfathomably profound. Yet, such a powerful dragon recognizes this woman as its master. She must be extraordinary. Chapter 52, The Holy Source Stone. Xian Yuqing also regarded Yang Yuchan with astonishment. unable to fathom that a friend of Li Xiaofei and Li Qingluo possessed such formidable abilities. The battle raged on, the corpses seeming to be an endless tide, surging forth from the depths of the central hall. On the other side, although Xiao He had drawn the majority of the corpses, the scattered cultivators quickly fell victim to the onslaught. The commander, Dugu Wentian, abandoned them, and those cultivators unable to flee were mercilessly slaughtered. Aside from those who had chosen to flee from the outset, only Yang Yuchan and her companions remained alive. Soon, they became the focus of attention. A horde of corpses charging towards them. The situation for Xiao He was equally grim, as he single-handedly faced countless corpses, embroiled in an unending struggle. Though the corpses were no match for him individually, their overwhelming numbers posed a significant challenge. Seeing the corpses rush towards Yang Yuchan and the others, he intended to provide assistance, but in the next instant, he was engulfed by a sea of corpses. Xiao He anxiously exclaimed, "My lady, please do not merely observe. I can barely hold on, and your safety is at stake, within the realm of the life and death seal." Yang Bai remained composed as he observed the unfolding events. "Ah, has it reached the point of exhaustion so soon? Very well, go." With a wave of his hand, a rune inscription entered Xiao He's body. As the mark fused with Xiao He, it shattered the special laws of the secret realm within him. Consequently, freed from the constraints of the secret realm's laws, Xiao He unleashed the full extent of his quasi-saint prowess. A flash of golden light erupted, obliterating the corpses into mere dust. Xiao He's massive form re-emerged, the terrifying aura of a quasi-saint unmistakably radiating from him. An overwhelming energy field formed an absolute vacuum around him, the terrifying presence sweeping across the entire area. Finally breaking free from that damned constraint. How exhilarating it is to wield my true power. He unfurled his grand wings, swiftly positioning himself before the group of women. Then, raising his dragon claw, he clenched it fiercely, powerful spatial energy swirling around his claw. The densely packed corpses were lifted into the air, the space around them compressing relentlessly. In the next moment, the corpses were crushed into a shower of blood and gore. The women, witnessing so many corpses annihilated in an instant by Xiao He's gesture, covered their mouths in astonishment. Unable to conceal their shock, Gong Qingya gazed in disbelief at the towering figure before her, sensing an unprecedented pressure emanating from Xiao He, a being of the holy domain. Perhaps, beside her, Luo Shixue, well-versed in such matters, deduced Xiao He's cultivation from the aura he had just emitted. This energy she had encountered before, and she knew of many who surpassed even Xiao He. Naturally, Xiao He heard her murmurs and turned his dragon head in her direction, mildly surprised. He too found it astonishing that a mere peak escape realm cultivator could discern his cultivation so accurately. It seemed that Luo Shixue was not a native of the eastern wilderness. Her background must be impressive. Li Qingluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, I didn't expect Xiao He to be so powerful. No way. When Yang Bai returns, I must insist that he give me one too. At that moment, Gong Qingya, accompanied by the nine heavens Xian Nu, stepped forward and clasped her hands towards Yang Yuchan and Xiao He, saying, "Thank you, young lady, an esteemed elder of the Dragon Clan, for your life-saving grace. No need for such formalities. I have heard from Qingluo and Xiaofei of the care you have shown them. Consider this a repayment for your kindness," Yang Yuchan replied. "Now, my master, let us not linger. We must swiftly enter the Grand Hall. I am eager to uncover the treasures that lie within." With that, Xiao He's massive form slowly dissipated, transforming into a petite version that perched upon Yang Yuchan's fragrant shoulder. Time is of the essence, and the group hastily made their way to the entrance of the Grand Hall, their curiosity piqued about what lay inside. Unbeknownst to them, distant eyes were observing everything that had transpired. Once they entered the central hall, Dugu Wentian slowly revealed himself, muttering, "A quasi-saint level celestial Dao dragon has appeared. It can even disregard the laws of the secret realm and wield its original power. This matter is of great significance. I must report it to the elders within the alliance immediately." With that, Dugu Wentian vanished from the spot. The treasures and opportunities within the central Great Hall no longer occupied his thoughts. As long as he was not foolish, he would refrain from harboring ulterior motives. On the second level, there existed a heavenly Dao demon dragon capable of wielding quasi-saint powers. How could anyone else possibly contend with that? Was this not an unassailable advantage? As Yang Yuchan and her companions entered the Grand Hall, they were greeted by a sight strewn with spirit stones and spirit herbs, alongside magical artifacts. Gazing upon the scattered treasures, the group could not help but swallow hard. Yang Yuchan, however, did not display excessive surprise, for this spectacle paled in comparison to the previous display of premium spirit stones by Yang Bai. Most of the spirit stones were of high quality, with only a few rare exceptional ones mingled among them. Some peculiar spirit stones, glimmering with a golden hue, caught Yang Yuchan's attention. She had never encountered such before. Unable to contain her curiosity, she approached and picked one up. Little Black, what kind of spirit stone is this? I have never seen it before. Little Black gazed at the stone held delicately in her hand, its eyes sparkling with excitement as it explained, this is a sacred source stone. Sacred source stones are specifically crafted for the cultivation of those in the sacred domain. Unlike ordinary spirit stones, they are not born of the world. Rather, they are refined by powerful beings in the sacred domain. A quasi-saint requires an entire year to refine a single sacred source stone. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan's mouth fell agape in astonishment, forming a Na shape. Immediately, Little Black hurriedly began to collect the scattered sacred source stones throughout the hall. These sacred source stones are for the cultivation of sacred domain experts. You have no need for them, so allow me to take them. I will not contend with you for the other treasures. With that, Little Black frantically searched the hall for more sacred source stones. For a being of quasi-saint caliber like Little Black, these stones were desperately needed. One sacred source stone could equate to 6 months of arduous training. This clearly illustrated the immense allure these stones held for those in the sacred domain. Typically, only sacred domain experts from prominent sects had access to sacred source stones. Much like the previously mentioned quasi-saint, the sword master of inscription, who adhered to the Dragonting sacred land not merely for protection, but primarily for the sacred source stones. Even so, he could only obtain 3 sacred source stones per year from the Dragonting sacred land. For those from smaller factions or solitary cultivators, utilizing sacred source stones for training was merely a distant dream. Chapter 53. The Secrets of the 10,000 Great Mountains, Quasi-Saint Weapons. An unexpected turn. After Little Black diligently collected the sacred source stones, turning the central Great Hall inside out, it had managed to gather a meager 10. Yet, this could still be considered a pleasant surprise. Aside from the sacred source stones, there were also Emperor source stones, which shared similar functions and origins with sacred source stones. Little Black carefully cradled the 10 sacred source stones, treating them as if they were rare treasures. Meanwhile, the others began to search separately. After a considerable time, they all reconvened in the main hall, each bearing substantial findings. The main hall, however, was barren, devoid of the treasures they had anticipated. The only furniture present was a dilapidated wooden table, upon which floated a spirit sword engulfed in flames. Little Black, perched on Yang Yuchan's shoulder, gasped at the sight of the sword, exclaiming, "This is a quasi-saint's paired sword." The blade of the spirit sword shimmered like fire, and the mere radiance emanating from its edge instilled a sense of dread in all who entered the main hall. Little Black's startling revelation prompted Xianxia to remark, "We owe our fortune to you, dear lady, for being granted entry into the central Great Hall. Now that we have amassed sufficient treasures, it would be fitting for you to claim the items within this main hall." Li Xiaofei and his sister concurred. "Indeed, Sister Chan, the Empress is right. This quasi-saint paired sword is beyond our means. It is best left to you." Yang Yuchan, who cherished swordsmanship, currently possessed only a common iron sword, far inferior to the fiery quasi-saint paired sword before her. With her formidable 4 symbols sword technique, acquiring this sword would undoubtedly enhance her combat prowess to unprecedented heights. Thus, she gracefully nodded and approached the spirit sword. Just as her delicate hand was about to touch the blade, the spirit sword suddenly quivered and evaded her grasp. Soaring toward a corner of the main hall, quasi-saint paired swords, also known as quasi-saint weapons, exhibited a significant transformation once they entered the sacred realm. Unlike ordinary spirit artifacts, quasi-saint weapons possessed a degree of sentience. In the hands of anyone other than their rightful master, they would be as useless as scrap metal, unable to exert even a fraction of their capabilities. While quasi-saint weapons may not hold the same renown as imperial weapons, they were still considered rare within the Kunlun realm. Typically, only quasi-saints from major forces could afford to wield such weapons. At that moment, a figure slowly began to materialize in that corner. The group regarded this apparition with heightened vigilance. There's no need for alarm. It is merely a remnant soul of a quasi-saint, Little Black discerned with ease. Yang Yuchan and the others observed the figure, which appeared translucent and flickering, as if on the verge of dissipating. Upon the appearance of this figure, the spirit sword trembled slightly, as if expressing its inner excitement. Jian Chun extended a hand to gently caress the sword's blade, his voice imbued with a profound sense of nostalgia. "Ah, old comrade, after all these years, you are finally to see the light of day again." With that, he turned his gaze toward Yang Yuchan and her companions. "There is no need for concern. I am but a remnant soul." Jian Chun, once a powerful quasi-saint from ancient times, had perished in a great battle millennia ago. His remnant soul had survived thanks to the preservation of a powerful soul artifact. Before his demise, he had personally constructed this central great hall to leave behind a legacy. The entrance of Yang Yuchan and her companions into the main hall had awakened his long-dormant soul. Unable to contain his curiosity, Little Black cut straight to the point. Old man, since this is your legacy, what of those heavenly demon corpses we encountered? And what is their origin? Those corpses do not belong to the Kunlun realm. Upon hearing this, Jianshun turned to face Little Black, astonished. In this era, it is indeed rare to encounter a descendant of the heavenly Dao demon dragon. With that, he fell into a reverie. Hey, old man, if you don't clarify things soon, your remnant soul may very well dissipate. Hearing this, Jianshun remembered the pressing matter and hastily replied. Those corpses are indeed not of the Kunlun realm. They hail from a place known as the heavenly demon realm. He quickly elucidated everything. At this point, his remnant soul was on the verge of collapse. His form was slowly dissipating, and the spirit sword emitted a sharp wail of lamentation. This sword was known as the flame wind piercing heaven sword, and he hoped that all present would allow it to reclaim its former glory. With that, Jianshun's lingering soul dissipated completely between heaven and earth. From Jianshun's words, Xiao He and the others learned of an astonishing secret. The 10,000 Great Mountains, 100,000 years ago, served as a battleground for the cultivators of the Kunlun realm and the celestial demons. The celestial demons, not of the Kunlun realm, hail from a planet known as the celestial demon realm. As invaders, they ravaged the Kunlun realm, violently plundering resources to augment their own strength. The celestial demons were immensely powerful, and it was only after sacrificing countless cultivators that the forces of the Kunlun realm managed to barely repel them, sealing the pathways that allowed the celestial demons entry into the Kunlun realm. Numerous such pathways existed within the Kunlun realm, and the 10,000 Great Mountains were one of them. Jianshun had sustained fatal injuries during that decisive battle in the 10,000 Great Mountains, and, seeing no hope of recovery, hastily established a legacy. What he did not foresee was that the celestial demon soldiers who had perished at his hands would undergo a transformation over the endless ages, becoming celestial demon corpses. Such phenomena were not uncommon. Those deceased celestial demons, after a sufficient passage of time, would ultimately metamorphose into dried corpses. The presence of the celestial demon clan was a revelation to all present, including Xiao He, who were hearing of such invaders for the first time. Had it not been for Jianshun's narration, they would have remained oblivious to the existence of the celestial demons. The fearless corpses of the celestial demons reflected, in a roundabout manner, the formidable strength of their kind. An oppressive cloud of foreboding descended upon the group, with the main hall brimming with an intense sense of suffocation. Hadn't we driven the celestial demons away from our Kunlun realm? This suggests that the so-called celestial demons may not be as terrifying as we believed. Observing the sudden shift in atmosphere, Li Xiaofei hastily stepped forward to alleviate the tension. Yang Yuchan, gripping the firewind breakthrough sword, fell into a profound contemplation. Could she truly wield this sword? A divine weapon endowed with sentience is not something just anyone can master. Should a cultivator's mental fortitude prove insufficient, they could face devastating backlash during the bonding process with the divine weapon. Yang Yuchan hesitated, fearing to act rashly. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in Xiao He's ear. It rolled its eyes and promptly addressed her. Mistress, worry not about refining this divine weapon. You will surely succeed. Trust me. All right. With that, it bestowed a reassuring glance upon Yang Yuchan. Uncertain yet inclined to believe that Xiao He would not deceive her, she began the process of refining the divine weapon. The instant she commenced, a powerful soul backlash surged forth from the divine weapon. However, the figure of Yang Bai within the life and death seal suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a terrifying soul force capable of shattering the heavens, which instantly subdued the divine weapon's soul. The divine weapon, overwhelmed by this formidable soul pressure, dared not resist and soon relinquished its spirit, acknowledging Yang Yuchan as its master. Witnessing this, Yang Bai's soul force gradually dissipated. Yang Yuchan gazed in bewilderment at the firewind breakthrough sword in her hand. Is this it? Is this how easily it recognizes its master? This is astonishingly simple. In her astonishment, she casually swung the sword a few times, finding no abnormalities whatsoever. Gong Qingya and Zhu Tianzun, upon witnessing this, widened their eyes in disbelief as they watched Yang Yuchan wield the divine weapon with such ease. The girl is truly deserving of being the master of the heavenly Dao demon dragon. Such talent is indeed enviable. Having thoroughly searched the second layer, we shall take our leave for now. Gong Qingya, recognizing her own meager strength, decided not to venture further, having nearly lost her life in this perilous second layer. She bid farewell to Yang Yuchan. Qing Luo, Xiao Fei, there is no need to rush back to the palace. Spend some more time with Miss Yang to reminisce a bit. Xian Yuqing added one final remark before following Gong Qingya as they retreated towards the central hall. This last statement was clearly a subtle attempt for them to establish a good rapport with Yang Yuchan through the siblings, Li Xiaofei and his sister. Yang Yuchan nodded gently. She too was disinclined to continue exploring, thus expressing her thoughts to the two. Very well, it's likely that what lies below will be even more perilous. Both agreed to cease their further exploration. The siblings had relied heavily on Yang Yuchan throughout their journey. The mysteries below would only prove to be more dangerous. Not only would there be entities akin to the celestial demon corpses, but also the elite disciples of various sacred sects. It was a veritable gathering of heroes. Rumors had it that recently, even powerful figures from the Sacred King realm had ventured into the depths of the secret realm. With their current strength, they would merely become cannon fodder. Before long, the three exited the secret realm and returned to the surface. They were now en route to Mufeng City. As they sat upon Xiao Hei's back, greedily inhaling the fresh air, Li Xiaofei stretched widely and exclaimed, "Ah, the air outside is truly refreshing." Just then, an extraordinary event unfolded. A powerful pressure descended upon them, forcing Xiao Hei's form toward the ground. Boom! Xiao Hei shielded Yang Yuchan and the others with its wings. Soon, two figures emerged not far away. One of them was Dugu Wentian, who had narrowly escaped from the second layer. He stood there with utmost respect behind an elder. Yun Fan, expressionless, fixed a hawk-like gaze upon the group below. "Are you certain? Elder Yun, I swear upon my life. This matter is absolutely something I witnessed with my own eyes," Dugu Wentian replied earnestly. Upon witnessing Xiao Hei's ability to disregard the laws of the secret realm and utilize quasi-saint level prowess in the second layer, he had hastily exited the secret realm to report this astonishing revelation to Yun Fan. Serving as an elder of the Loose Cultivator Alliance and Dugu Wentian's superior, Yun Fan was greatly astonished to learn of this earth-shattering secret. To him, this was nothing short of a monumental revelation. Recently, the news of the imperial weapon had spread, prompting a quasi-emperor to personally investigate. However, upon entering the first layer of the secret realm, even that quasi-emperor's powers were suppressed to the level of the Yuan Shun realm. Even a quasi-emperor could not break free from the laws of the secret realm. This revelation left everyone in a state of alarm, casting an enigmatic veil over the 10,000 great mountains. If even a quasi-emperor could not disregard the laws of the secret realm, then how could a quasi-saint accomplish such a feat? This left Yun Fan utterly astonished. Initially skeptical, he decided to trust in the possibility of the claim and followed Dugu Wentian to investigate further. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Fan addressed Yang Yuchan and the others below. "You would do well to reveal the secret of the secret realm. How did you manage to escape its laws?" His voice was deep and commanding, each word resonating with immense pressure upon Xiao Hei and the others. Xiao Hei resolutely protected the group behind it, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Yun Fan. "I do not comprehend your words, but I advise you to tread carefully. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Noticing the presence of the heavenly Dao demon dragon, which had escaped his attention before, he found it rather intriguing. "Are you threatening me?" As Yun Fan spoke, his powerful aura surged forth, and two sacred lotuses began to rise behind him. A two-lotus saint. This elder of the Loose Cultivator Alliance was, in fact, a two-lotus saint. With that, Yun Fan ceased to engage in further conversation, swiftly darting towards the group. The overwhelming pressure surged dramatically, causing the weaker Yang Yuchan and her companions to feel as though an immense mountain was bearing down upon them. Observing this, the little black creature resolutely shielded Yang Yuchan with its wings. "It appears you hold a significant concern for that girl." Thus, Yun Fan immediately fixated his target upon Yang Yuchan, unleashing a terrifying punch imbued with majestic holy might aimed directly at her. Yang Bailing, trapped within the life and death seal, was about to intervene, but seemingly sensing something, she halted. Is the true body arriving? Just moments ago, Yang Bailing sensed that her true form was nearby, indicating that Yang Bai had returned from the Serpent Man tribe. In this critical moment, Yang Bai suddenly positioned himself in front of Yang Yuchan, absorbing the blow meant for her. The fearsome punch detonated violently against Yang Bai's back. Clinging tightly to Yang Yuchan, the two were sent tumbling away by the residual force. After a chaotic roll, they finally came to a halt. Yang Bai coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale as he gazed at the person in his arms. Meanwhile, Yang Yuchan stared blankly at Yang Bai, whose complexion was ashen. "My dear, from this moment forth, I fear I can no longer protect you. You must take good care of yourself and seek a worthy partner in the future. To encounter you has been a stroke of fortune across 3 lifetimes." With what seemed to be the last of his strength, Yang Bai looked at Yang Yuchan with profound affection, lifting his bloodied hand slowly to caress her cheek. Upon hearing his words, Yang Yuchan's expression turned vacant, and tears streamed down her face as she cried sorrowfully, "You big fool. You great liar. Did you not claim to be invincible?" Grasping his hand and placing it against her lovely face, she gently nuzzled it. The little black creature, witnessing this sudden turn of events, stared in bewilderment at Yang Bai, who was on the brink of death, a large question mark hovering above its head. How could the esteemed master be so grievously injured by a mere second lotus saint? Just as it was about to approach with inquiries, it noticed Yang Bai's eyes blink at it. In an instant, the little black creature understood. To play along, it began to wail dramatically, tears flowing, lamenting, "Oh, my lord, your demise is most tragic. How could you abandon me like this?" While expressing such sentiments, it secretly thought to itself, "Remarkable, truly remarkable. The methods employed by my lord to woo a maiden are exceptional. I shall employ these tactics when I deceive Mother Dragon in the future." Onlookers Li Qingluo and Li Xiaofei, upon seeing Yang Bai in such a state, rushed over, wailing in despair. Meanwhile, Lu Linger was left alone high in the clouds. The little girl puffed out her cheeks, glaring down in indignation. "Humph, master is truly wicked. Not only does he bully Linger, but he even dares to deceive Sister Yuchan." Yun Fan cast a disdainful glance downward. "Seeking death? Then I cannot be blamed for what follows. Hey, you all." His words were abruptly cut off as he looked down in horror, disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the sword piercing through his own heart. In that moment, Dugu Wentian, sword in hand, stood there in shock. After a brief interval, he finally regained his senses, only to realize he had inadvertently thrust his sword into Yun Fan. "This esteemed one, At this moment, Yang Yuchan trembled, tightly embracing Yang Bai's body, resting her forehead against his chest. "You wretched soul, hold on. You must endure. Do not leave me behind." Yang Bai's chest became soaked with her tears, and gazing at her sorrowful countenance, he felt a pang of guilt. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. With a faint voice, he said, "My dear, in truth, I need not perish. You can save me." Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan's eyes sparkled as if she had grasped a lifeline, and she clutched his hand tightly. "Is that true? How can I save you? My dear, you possess a unique constitution. With your loving kiss, you can revive me." At this moment, Yang Yuchan was completely entranced, her mind solely focused on saving Yang Bai. Without hesitation, she leaned in and kissed him. Instantly, Yang Bai felt enveloped by a gentle warmth. Savoring the delicate softness of her lips, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, the little black creature, ever perceptive, turned to the still-dazed Li Qingluo and Li Xiaofei. Guiding them to turn away, it discreetly raised a paw and gave Yang Bai a thumbs up. Elsewhere, Yun Fan, in a fit of rage, dispatched Dugu Wentian with a single strike, only to turn back and find Yang Bai and the others utterly disregarding him. Enraged, he prepared to charge at them. Observing someone daring to disturb his moment of bliss, Yang Bai discreetly snapped his fingers. The next moment, Yun Fan was horrified to find his body gradually dissipating. Moments later, he was utterly obliterated, a once mighty second lotus saint meeting an ambiguous end. Chapter 55. Raising the Celestial Body. Hark, Fairy. Yang Bai thoroughly relished the taste of the maiden's ruby lips, even taking the initiative, his hand pressing against the back of her head, demanding more. Yang Yuchan became dazed, her body growing limp. Soon, however, the Navi girl realized something was amiss. She quickly opened her eyes, her sparkling gaze fixated on Yang Bai. Now, probing with her breath, he bore no trace of weakness, appearing as vibrant as ever. Indignant, the little fool resolved to retaliate, and with a swift motion, she sank her pearly teeth into him. Ouch! Yang Bai winced in pain, realizing she had come to her senses, and attempted to pull away. Yet, Yang Yuchan's stubborn nature prevailed, and she continued to bite down on his lips. With a look of reproachful longing, her beautiful eyes remained locked onto him. "Woe is me, my dear. Oh, I was wrong. Please release me." Yang Bai's lips were firmly held captive, muffled sounds escaping from him. After a prolonged moment, Yang Yuchan finally relented, sensing that the little black creature and the others were nearing. Once free, she lunged into Yang Bai's embrace, causing even him, strong as he was, to stumble back. Cradling the maiden in his arms, Yang Yuchan playfully struck his chest with her small fists several times. Then, breaking free from his hold, she mounted the little black creature and commanded, "Little Black, let us return home." The little black creature, not daring to defy an irate Yang Yuchan, hoisted her and Li Qingluo, soaring towards Mufeng City. Before departing, it cast a meaningful glance back at Yang Bai, a silent message urging him to fend for himself. "Brother Bai, you've gone too far. Indeed, big brother Bai, you've made us suffer unnecessarily." The two girls gazed at him with expressions of reproach. Sighing, "Yuchan, my dear." Seeing his beloved wife ignoring him, Yang Bai hurriedly called out, chasing after them. "Young master, Sister Yuchan, do not leave Linger behind." As everyone departed, Lu Linger, stranded atop the clouds, stamped her feet in frustration. They had completely forgotten about her. In the Yang family apothecary of Mufeng City, Yangbai gently knocked on the door. "My dear, I am coming in." Having spoken, he stealthily entered the room. Since her return, Yang Yuchan had persistently ignored him, clearly still miffed about the earlier incident. There was no choice. Having displeased his wife, he had to coax her back to a good mood, even if it meant shedding a few tears. Nearby, Xiao He and Li Qingluo exchanged glances of helplessness. Upon seeing Yang Yuchan fuming while perched on the edge of the bed, Yangbai gently closed the door. As he turned around, Yang Yuchan's exquisite and beautiful face was merely inches away, her warm breath brushing against his cheek. Suddenly, she seized him and threw him onto the bed. Her sparkling eyes gazed deeply into his, as if she intended to etch him into her very soul forever. "You are not to make such jokes again. That feeling is unbearable. The sensation of nearly losing someone so vital. I never wish to experience that again." At this moment, her delicate hand tenderly caressed his cheek, relishing the tangible presence of the person before her. There shall not be a next time." Yangbai reciprocated her gaze with equal tenderness, and the atmosphere in the room instantly blossomed with warmth. Like dry tinder meeting a fierce flame, their passion ignited fervently. Inside, Yangbai's large hand caressed the smooth, delicate skin of his beloved's back, while the other hand mischievously wandered. "You rascal, can't you behave during the day without being a scoundrel?" Yang Yuchan swiftly swatted away his wandering hand, casting him a disdainful glance. What? Is it a crime to shower affection upon my wife? If that's the case, I shall be a scoundrel every day." Hearing her words, Yangbai felt invigorated. You lecher. To be under the pomegranate skirt of my wife is worth being a rogue, is it not? Listening to Yangbai's brazen words, though Yang Yuchan feigned resistance, her heart felt as though it were immersed in a pot of honey, sweet and delightful. This feeling of regaining what was almost lost swiftly rekindled the flames of affection between Yang Yuchan and Yangbai. "By the way, my dear, how was your experience during this journey?" Although Yangbai was well aware of everything that transpired, he could not resist inquiring. "It was quite splendid. However, as soon as I left Mufeng City, I encountered an insufferable fellow pretending to be a gentleman. I heard he is the holy son of the sacred land, but thankfully, I had Xiao He with me." With that, Yang Yuchan animatedly recounted the events of her journey, alternating between laughter and melancholy. Yangbai listened attentively to her captivating narration. Feigning ignorance, he gazed at her enchanting eyes, which seemed to hold the brilliance of countless stars, shining brightly. Resting his chin upon his hand, he felt a profound sense of tranquility, as if nothing in the world could compare to the beauty of the person before him. "Alas, in the end, we had to withdraw from the secret realm due to insufficient strength, and that's when I encountered you, my husband," she said with a playful grin. After speaking, Yang Yuchan turned her head, smiling at Yangbai, noticing that he was lost in thought while staring at her face. She gently waved her hand in front of his eyes. "Husband?" Yangbai was jolted back to reality. "What's the matter?" "Oh, nothing. It's just that my wife is so stunning, more beautiful than a fairy, that I couldn't help but be captivated." Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan lightly covered her lips, playfully tapping his forehead with her delicate fingers. "You silly, always with your sweet talk. Stop being so glib. My dear, haven't you always wanted to grow stronger? Just so happens I have a method." With that, Yangbai concentrated and summoned a drop of his blood essence at his fingertip. "What is this?" Yang Yuchan curiously examined the drop of blood. "You will find out shortly." Then, as the drop of blood underwent a transformation through Yangbai's spiritual energy, it became thinner yet more mysterious. At this moment, the blood had been diluted countless times by Yangbai and infused with a hint of his unparalleled cultivation. It had now completely transformed into a drop of the legendary Xianling immortal body's blood essence. By refining and consuming this essence, one could attain the fabled Xianling immortal body. Yangbai explained its significance to her, then urged, "My dear, quickly, absorb and refine this drop of blood essence. I will protect you while you do." Upon realizing the extraordinary value of this blood essence, Yang Yuchan was even more astonished by Yangbai's formidable power. However, this time, she refrained from asking further questions. Whatever Yangbai said, she would follow. She promptly sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning to refine and absorb the blood essence. This essence originated from Yangbai, who watched over her, ensuring everything would proceed flawlessly. After a considerable time, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from within Yang Yuchan. At that moment, a natural phenomenon occurred. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed across the skies of Mufeng City, dark clouds rolling in, enveloping the city and its surroundings for over 1,000 miles. This was the birth of a prodigious constitution, one that even the heavenly Tao of the Kunlun realm sensed and feared, wishing to extinguish it before it could rise. "Begone! With Yang Bai's furious gesture pointing at the heavens, the heavenly Tao fled in terror, not daring to look back. Yang Yuchan was enveloped in a holy radiance, as every cell of her body underwent a remarkable transformation. Her cultivation surged dramatically. Peak of the Tianyuan realm, peak of the Yuanshan realm, peak of the Lianshu realm, peak of the Dunyajing realm. It only halted when it reached the peak of the Dunyajing realm, all while Yang Bai deliberately suppressed the rapid growth. If left unchecked, such a drastic increase could destabilize her foundation, hindering her future cultivation. The Xianling immortal body had never even been born in the Kunlun realm, and even in the entirety of the Hongmeng universe, it ranked among the top 10 constitutions. This illustrates the terrifying nature of the Xianling immortal body. Yet, such a formidable constitution was merely the result of a single drop of Yang Bai's blood. With a mere wave of his hand, he could give rise to a peerless constitution. Enveloped in radiance, Yang Yuchan had now completed her metamorphosis. After achieving the Xianling immortal body, she was even more breathtaking than before, her beauty radiating an additional aura of sanctity, resembling an ethereal being untouched by the mortal realm. Her alluring eyes sparkled, and to describe her beauty as world-shattering would still fall short. With a complexion as pristine as a lotus emerging from clear waters, her exquisitely defined features radiated an air of cold elegance. Yang Yuchan cast a flirtatious glance, embodying the very essence of a captivating enchantress. This sight left Yang Bai dry-mouthed, unable to contain the surge of desire within him. Thus, amidst Yang Yuchan's exclamations of surprise, he pounced on her, playfully declaring, "Ah, fairy, today I shall bring you to justice, so you may experience the might of the rod." Now he sought to pull this celestial being down to the realm of mortals. Chapter 56, A Gentle Breeze. After a period of tender exchanges, both were now drenched in sweat. "You rascal, are you satisfied now? How can you be so tireless?" Yang Yuchan cast a helpless glare at Yang Bai, feeling utterly exhausted and unable to rise from the bed. Yang Bai chuckled in delight, proudly holding his beloved. "My dear, why not take this opportunity to practice your cultivation?" Possessing the transcendent Xianling celestial body, Yang Yuchan's future cultivation speed is likely unmatched throughout the entire Kunlun realm. Thus, she produced several exquisite spirit stones and commenced her training. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy became vibrant, affectionately converging towards her. Even the laws of heaven and earth seemed to stir restlessly in response. Observing the spiritual energy actively coalescing around her, Yang Yuchan was taken aback. Is this truly the Xianling celestial body? At this rate, within 3 days, I shall surely break through to the Taishe realm. Thank you, my husband. Witnessing such a remarkable transformation within her body, Yang Yuchan sweetly addressed Yang Bai. "That little fox, how shall you express your gratitude to your husband?" Yang Bai replied, firmly grasping her delicate chin with an air of authority. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Bai lay leisurely upon a bench when suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within the house. In this short span of time, Yang Yuchan had made another breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of the Taishe realm. "Oh no, it seems I have forgotten something." Glancing around the empty space, he recalled how, whenever he reclined, Lu Linger would merrily rush over to massage his back. At this moment, he finally remembered the little girl. With a wave of his hand, the power of spatial laws surged, and after a brief distortion, Lu Linger appeared in the small courtyard of the pharmacy. The little girl was sulking on the ground, clutching a small twig of unknown origin, drawing circles in the dirt with a pout. "Umph, I despise the young master. I'll draw circles to curse you." The little darling was utterly dejected, a cloud of gloom hovering above her head. "Ah, little darling," Yang Bai said, scratching his head in embarrassment, at a loss for words, having indeed forgotten about her. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Linger trembled but refused to turn around. Just then, Yang Yuchan emerged from the house after her breakthrough and, seeing her, exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Linger, I thought you hadn't returned." Upon seeing Yang Yuchan, Lu Linger stood up and trotted over to her, voicing her grievances. "It's not like that. The young master left me all alone on the cloud and just walked away." "I see," Yang Yuchan said, looking at the pitiful little girl before her, her heart both amused and sympathetic as she gently patted the girl's head. "And also, the young master is so wicked. He even spanked me and wouldn't he let me speak to Sister Yang." Lu Linger continued to relay Yang Bai's misdeeds, her small hands covering her bottom. "All right, Linger. Sister knows all about it. Don't worry, I will certainly seek justice for you." As soon as these words left her lips, Yang Bai felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition enveloping him. "This is bad. I should make my escape." Thus, he hastily tiptoed towards the door. "My husband, where are you going? You can't go anywhere today." Yang Bai then saw Yang Yuchan and Lu Linger approaching him with an enigmatic glint in their eyes. "Wife, what do you intend to do?" "Please, no," Yang Bai pleaded. Yang Yuchan sat regally in a chair, while Yang Bai found himself unceremoniously placed over her lap. His rear and facing up. Lu Linger stood beside them, a satisfied expression on her face, clapping her small hands in joyous anticipation. Lu Linger, he treated you this way before, and now I shall repay him. With that, she raised her delicate hand and brought it down towards Yang Bai's posterior. Yang Bai feigned a cry of agony. Ah, murder of a beloved husband. From atop a nearby willow tree in the pharmacy courtyard, a small black figure watched the scene unfold, its mouth twitching in amusement as it mused. The master truly fears his wife. He is indeed one of a kind. Rarely do beings of such immense power display such regard for family. As the golden hues of dusk bathed the ancient and romantic city of Mufeng, the shadows of the three playfully tussling figures stretched long in the small courtyard of the pharmacy. A month passed in an instant. In this time, Yang Yuchan, with her Xianling celestial body, soared through her cultivation like a rocket, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the Taishe realm. She was now but a step away from the Guiyuan realm. Thanks to Yang Bai, Li Qingluo and Li Xiaofei also benefited upon their return to Mufeng City. Yang Bai enhanced their physiques, employing ordinary blood instead of essence blood. Nevertheless, their cultivation aptitude experienced a tremendous boost. Moreover, Yang Bai gifted them a spatial ring filled with a multitude of spirit stones and personally constructed a gathering array for them. Within this formation, the concentration of spiritual energy surpassed that of the outside world by hundreds of times, accelerating their cultivation beyond measure. Upon their return, the siblings, Li Qingluo and Li Xiaofei, immersed themselves in the array, diligently refining their skills. Their experiences in the secret realm, witnessing the ruthless nature of the cultivation world, where cultivators would kill for treasures and engage in deceit, undeniably stirred their hearts, compelling them to recognize their own insignificance and yearn for strength. Had it not been for Yang Yuchan's protection, they would never have made it out of the secret realm. Now, emerging from the array after a month of intensive training, their progress was nothing short of astounding. They had advanced from the Xianling realm to the early stages of the Dunyaj realm. Li Qingluo and Little Fei, you've concluded your retreat, haven to you? How was it? Significant gains, I presume? Yang Bai greeted them as they stepped out. Thud. Li Qingluo and Li Xiaofei knelt before Yang Bai, their voices filled with boundless gratitude. Brother Yang Bai, such immense kindness, we shall remember it for a lifetime. Upon witnessing this, Yang Bai's expression turned serious. He promptly helped them to their feet. What are you doing? There is no need for this among us three. Do you think I, Yang Bai, would forget my friends once I gain strength? Upon hearing this, Li Qingluo and Li Xiaofei's eyes glistened with emotion. What you say is true. We should not stand on ceremony. Seeing the couple treat them as family, just as in their childhood, they all exchanged smiles. In this treacherous and merciless world of cultivation, such pure friendship is indeed a rare treasure. Chapter 57. The Mysterious Man, Not My Concern. In Xiaofeng City, atop the towering and majestic city walls, a beautiful silhouette stood. Clad in white garments, her delicate visage marred by worry and melancholy. Luo Xie gazed toward the north, gripping her Liuli sword with an air of composure. Aunt and sister, are you both well? As she peered into the distance, a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped Xiaofeng City, accompanied by a resonant voice echoing through the vast void. Since you long for them so, why not return and see them? Suddenly, the sky above shattered, and fragments of the void, steeped in a sense of destruction, began to rain down. A tall, shadowy figure emerged from the chaos, advancing with measured steps. Luo Xie gazed at the handsome man in the heavens above, her eyes brimming with resentment. After such a prolonged silence, it turns out he has taken refuge in this desolate land. No wonder her father was unable to locate him. The handsome man, like a sovereign of this world, caused the very fabric of space to simmer with every step he took, various Tao rhythms swirling around him. He looked down upon Luo Xie with disdain, his voice laced with anger. Is this how you regard your father? Truly disrespectful. With that, he unleashed a palm strike towards her from afar. A resounding slap echoed as it struck her delicate face, sending Luo Xie flying like a feather caught in the wind. A vivid red imprint appeared on her fair cheek, blood seeping from the mark, a testament to the force of the blow. At that moment, Xianxia rushed over. Catching Luo Xie as she stumbled, her gaze fiercely fixed on the man above. My lord, as Xia's father, how could you resort to such brutality? She had initially thought it a fortunate event, believing he had come to take her daughter home, feeling pleased for him. The 9 heavens, she knew, were all unfortunate girls taken in by Xianxia. But now, it seemed the situation was far more complicated. Meanwhile, Xian Yuqing, accompanied by Su Tao and the other Xian En, surrounded the two, ready for confrontation, their eyes vigilant against the man. Cough, cough, cough. My father, you wretched scoundrel. Do you even deserve that title? Luo Xie coughed up blood, each word laced with venom. At this, The man did not seem angered. Instead, he replied with a sardonic smile. "Ah, my dear daughter, I shall ask you one last time. Will you return with me? Only a corpse would accompany you," Luo Xie declared firmly. Upon hearing this, the man erupted in fury, a suffocating aura radiating from him. In an instant, he vanished like a specter, reappearing above her. His hand outstretched to seize her. "Xie, be careful. Sister, watch out." Gong Qingya and the other Xian exclaimed, desperately shielding her from harm. Ants seeking death. The man unleashed a wave of energy, sending the women hurtling away. However, he deliberately held back. Prior to his arrival, he had gleaned certain information. Aware of a recent powerful presence in the eastern wilderness, including the terrifying spatial black hole, he had felt a sense of foreboding even from the distant North Plains. Before coming to he had explored Mufeng City, where he observed the persistent spatial rift in the sky. Just as he prepared to investigate further, Yangbai, lounging on a bench in the apothecary, had already detected him and flicked his finger, sending him flying away. Thus, he connected the dots. Believing that the formidable emperor was concealed within Mufeng City, Chaofeng City was neither too close nor too far from Mufeng City, which made him cautious. Wary of attracting unwanted attention, the women, now sprawled on the ground, were left in tatters, their garments in disarray. The man, akin to a deity descending upon the mortal realm, regarded them with contempt. "My patience is limited." Even so, faced with such a staggering disparity in power, Gong Qingya resolutely rose to her feet, positioning herself before Luo Xie, her gaze unwavering. "If you wish to take her, you must first step over our corpses." They had shared countless moments together, akin to sisters, their bond surpassing that of mere kinship. Luo Xie's eyes reddened, a hint of moisture glistening at the corners. Her heart stirred by the softest of emotions. "I will go with you." Just as the man was about to explode with rage, Luo Xie spoke up. Gong Qingya and the others turned in shock. "What? Xie, have you lost your mind? Look how he treats you. He is no father." "Indeed, sister, even in death. We shall accompany you," Xin Yuqing declared resolutely. Yet, Luo Xie shook her head slightly. "No, it is my honor to have encountered His Majesty and all of you. My sisters." She understood her father's nature. Should this continue, Gong Qingya and the others would meet their demise. She could not bear to see them perish for her sake. With that, Luo Xie walked towards the man, her gaze hollow, despair etched upon her features. Ah, such deep sisterly affection. The man waved his hand, enveloping her, and they vanished from sight. In that fleeting moment, Luo Xie cast one last glance back, as if bidding her final farewell. "I shall forever remain your white tiger Xian Nu." Gong Qingya and the others could only watch helplessly as Luo Xie was taken away, powerless to intervene. Xian Yuqing slumped to the ground, the Tianji Xian Nu no longer exuding her usual composure, while Su Tao wept openly, her small fists pounding the earth in frustration. For so long, the white tiger Xian Nu, as the pinnacle among the Xianen, had taken great care of them. Now, witnessing her abduction right before their eyes, they felt utterly helpless. Gong Qingya clenched her fists, blood seeping from her palms, but then a thought struck her. Grasping at the last glimmer of hope, she produced the power talisman. "Senior, I beseech you to assist us. I will repay you to the best of my ability." She was uncertain if this would reach Yangbai, but there was no other option. She had to try. Everything here would naturally not escape Yangbai's notice. Far away in Mufeng City, upon receiving her message, he smiled lightly. "This is of no concern to me. You cannot offer me anything of interest with this talisman. We are even. Do not trouble me again." Yangbai had no intention of meddling in their familial affairs. He was not their caretaker and had no obligation to intervene. As long as that man did not harm them, he had no desire to involve himself, all the while considering the favor owed to Li Qingluo and her brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't even cast a glance in their direction. Yangbai's enigmatic voice echoed in the air. After hearing his words, Gong Qingya sat helplessly on the ground, gazing longingly in the direction of Luo Xie's disappearance, sighing deeply. Chapter 58, Su Yao, Ling Yifan vs. Luo Qingcang. Luo Xie was lifted by Luo Qingcang's spiritual force as they journeyed toward the North Plains. Her enchanting visage now bore an expression of profound sorrow. Her eyes vacant like a lifeless doll, merely a puppet to be manipulated. Luo Qingcang's cultivation was extraordinary. The surrounding space receded at an astonishing pace, traversing millions of miles in the blink of an eye. Yet, before them, two slender figures obstructed their path. "Indeed, it is you. The news from the Songhai sect travels swiftly. It seems your spirits remain unbroken," Luo Qingcang remarked darkly. "Luo Qingcang, you are indeed a revered figure in the North Plains. Over the years, I had thought you had abandoned that revolting notion, yet here we are," Su Yao retorted. Sword pointed defiantly at him. Ling Yifan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind his beloved, his expression wary as he eyed the man. "Aunt, uncle, Upon encountering the two individuals blocking her path, Luo Shishiue's gaze regained its clarity. Do you truly believe that you can snatch someone from my grasp? Are you certain you do not wish to summon that old coot from the Xianxia sect? My memory fails me. I almost forgot that your Xianxia sect's imperial weapon was lost. Faced with their obstruction, Luo Qingcang remained unfazed, instead indulging in mocking laughter. Seeing his derisive mirth, Su Yao gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "How infuriating! This matter is undoubtedly tied to you. Dear sister-in-law, it is wise to refrain from baseless accusations in the absence of evidence." At that moment, Luo Qingcang's whisper reached Su Yao's ears, causing her to hastily retreat. Upon noticing her disappearance, Ling Yifan swiftly reacted, raising his spear to thrust towards Su Yao's side. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted, and the violent fluctuations of spiritual energy surged outward like a tempest. The surrounding laws began to boil in response. In the face of this astonishing strike, Luo Qingcang nonchalantly extended his hand, effortlessly intercepting the dreadful spear with his bare hands. TSK. It appears that you two are still as feeble and useless as ever. Today, I shall once again take her away before your very eyes. Yes, that is precisely the expression. You bore the same countenance back then. How utterly delightful. At this moment, Luo Qingcang appeared almost possessed, a sinister grin gracing his features as he grotesquely licked his lips. The venomous glares from Su Yao and the others only served to heighten his excitement. Beast, I shall not allow you to take Shishua today, no matter what. Su Yao, driven to madness by his taunts, felt the precious blood of the quasi-emperor within her boiling fiercely. The terrifying aura of a quasi-emperor spread, shattering the surrounding space. Behind her, a colossal bronze figure, towering 10,000 zhong, slowly coalesced, wielding twin blades. With that, Su Yao's eyes radiated a brilliant green light as the bronze figure swung its blades, unleashing a devastating strike upon him. Unfazed by this breathtaking assault, Luo Qingcang maintained his imposing presence, showing no signs of retreat. He executed a seamless series of movements, first sending Ling Yifan flying with a single palm before ensnaring Luo Shishua within his internal realm. As the twin blades descended, he extended his hands, firmly grasping the blades' bodies. The terrifying shockwaves reverberated through the heavens and earth, creating a vacuum within a radius of several hundred zhong. Is this the extent of your blood's fervor? Luo Qingcang's eyes narrowed, and he summoned the formidable power of the laws within his palm. In an instant, the twin blades shattered, while his eyes emitted two heart-stopping beams of light. The lasers sliced through space at lightning speed, leaving Su Yao no time to evade as they pierced through her shoulder, causing flesh to scatter. Yet, even so, Su Yao recklessly charged towards Luo Qingcang. But how could a quasi-emperor of the third tribulation possibly contend with Luo Qingcang, who had attained the ninth tribulation? Even the reckless burning of her blood could not bridge the chasm that lay between them. Seeing this, Ling Yifan anxiously shouted, "Yaoer, do not act impulsively. Silence. You may flee, but from this day forth, our bond as husband and wife shall end here," Su Yao declared while relentlessly attacking Luo Qingcang. His strikes rained down upon her, yet she remained oblivious to the pain, determined to exchange injury for injury. Soon, blood gushed from Su Yao's mouth, her body riddled with gaping wounds, blood seeping continuously, rendering her plight utterly tragic. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Ling Yifan gritted his teeth and ignited the blood within him, prepared to engage Luo Qingcang in a desperate battle. "Yaoer, if you are so determined, then I shall accompany you. Together, we shall embrace the afterlife." With that, Ling Yifan stepped forward, joining hands with Su Yao to confront Luo Qingcang. The fourth tribulation quasi-emperor, Ling Yifan, and the third tribulation quasi-emperor, Su Yao, both ignited their blood. Battling fiercely against Luo Qingcang, they faced death with abandon, launching a relentless assault upon him, heedless of the law's power striking them. Faced with such reckless determination from the couple, Luo Qingcang, the foremost figure of the Northern Plains, found himself momentarily flustered. A dignified elder of the Northern Plains was indeed being made to look so disheveled by a fourth tribulation and a third tribulation quasi-emperor. "If you are so eager for death, then I shall oblige." With that, a massive bow slowly revealed itself from the void behind him. Luo Qingcang drew the bow with ferocity, forming a crescent shape, before unleashing an arrow towards the two. The arrow was forged from the convergence of countless laws under his command. The law arrow pierced through the boundless void, imbued with infinite destructive power, hurtling towards Ling Yifan and Su Yao. The two combined their strength to form a law shield several thousand meters thick to protect themselves. Upon impact, in the fleeting second, the law shield was punctured. Ling Yifan distinctly sensed the overwhelming scent of death. However, just as the arrow was about to pierce through them, A pair of colossal hands suddenly extended from the space, dragging the two into the void. As he retracted the bow, Luo Qingcong raised an eyebrow and snorted, "Humph. It seems the old coot arrived just in time. But next time, you and your Xianxia sect will have nowhere to escape." With that, he continued his flight towards the northern plains. Ling Yifan and Su Yao, having narrowly escaped death, were drenched in cold sweat. No, I cannot allow Xixue to fall into that beast's clutches. As thoughts of what awaited Luo Xixue and Tiannan flooded her mind, Su Yao instantly regained her composure, intent on returning. However, the elder of the Xianxia sect, who had rescued them, reached out to stop her. "Thank you, elder, for your timely assistance today. But even if it costs my life, I must save Xixue." Chapter 59, Past Events. The Battle of the Two Sects. Western Desert Buddha versus Northern Plains Qingcong. Seeing Su Yao's resolve, the elder coldly responded, "Calm down. How can you, a mere third tribulation quasi-emperor, hope to contend with Luo Qingcong?" In response, Su Yao remained obstinate. "Knowing I am outmatched, I still wish to fight." I said, "Calm yourself. What does Qingcong seek in capturing his daughter? It is merely to attempt a breakthrough to the emperor realm. He covets Luo Xixue's innate Taiyan physique. Even if he succeeds now, how easy is it to break through to the emperor realm? Besides the innate Taiyan physique, he also requires a blood moon night. Only on the blood moon night, with the purest primordial yin from the innate Taiyan physique, does he stand a sliver of a chance to advance to the emperor realm. Until then, Xixue is not in immediate danger. In fact, Qingcong will have to ensure her well-being meticulously. The pressing matter is to locate the Xianxia pearl. Only by wielding an imperial weapon can we pose a threat to him. Listening to the elder's thorough analysis, Su Yao and Ling Yifan felt a sense of clarity. They bowed in gratitude. "We are foolish. Thank you, elder, for your guidance. Now, I command you both to immediately seek out the whereabouts of the Xianxia pearl. This matter concerns not only Xixue, but the entire Xianxia sect." Thus, the two hastily set off towards the northern plains in search of the Xianxia sect's whereabouts. Time rewinds several decades. At that time in the northern plains, two celestial maidens held a reputation that resounded throughout the region. They were universally regarded as the most beautiful maidens in the northern plains. In a bid to determine who reigns as the foremost fairy, numerous cultivators engaged in fierce confrontations. Remarkably, these two celestial beings are none other than sisters. One of them is Su Yao, while the other is her elder sister, Su Shiying. Both are not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also possess extraordinary prowess, standing as the pinnacle of quasi-emperors in this era. During an expedition in a secret realm, Su Yao serendipitously encountered the charming and dashing Ling Yifan. Together, they faced perilous trials, unknowingly nurturing feelings for one another, ultimately becoming partners in the path of cultivation. Meanwhile, Luo Qingcong, the overlord of the northern plains, had long coveted both sisters. He extended an invitation to the Xianxia sect, aspiring to bring them into his harem. As both belonged to the Xianxia sect, they were taken aback upon receiving the invitation. The higher-ups of the sect, motivated by the sect's interests, contemplated agreeing to this union. Setting aside the fact that Su Yao had already found her partner, Su Shiying harbored no fondness for Qingcong. In the northern plains, it is widely known that Luo Qingcong is a lecher with a harem boasting over 3,000 beauties, as he actively gathers lovely women into his palace. Few women seek wealth and power, willingly entering his harem. Unbeknownst to them, what awaited them was akin to hell. With the power of a quasi-emperor at the ninth tribulation, he wielded immense authority in the northern plains. Su Shiying could hardly bring herself to like his debauched character. Yet, under the pressure from the sect and for the sake of her sister's happiness, Su Shiying resolved to sacrifice herself. "I can marry into Tiannan, but my sister cannot. As long as Qingcong agrees to this, I shall raise no objections." She understood that her beloved sister had already found her destiny. Unable to bear the thought of Su Yao being separated from her beloved, she chose self-sacrifice. Subsequently, Qingcong acquiesced to this arrangement, relieved that her sister would be safeguarded. Su Shiying exhaled deeply. Had neither of them consented, they would have faced the terrifying repercussions from Tiannan and Qingcong. In the northern plains, no force could rival his might. Soon after, Su Shiying, under the watchful gaze of Su Yao, went into Tiannan. "Sister." Witnessing her dear sister entering the lair of demons, Su Yao's eyes brimmed with tears. A year swiftly passed, and Su Yao learned of her sister's birthing a daughter. She yearned to travel to Tiannan, yet Qingcong issued a decree forbidding anyone from approaching Su Shiying. Helpless, she had no choice but to retreat, filled with frustration. Over the course of more than a decade, Su Yao and Ling Yifan welcomed a daughter of their own. Since learning of Su Shiying's child, she had not set eyes on her sister again. Though doubts lingered, the intimidation from Tiannan and Qingcong kept her from acting recklessly. Thus, She continued to recount tales of her and Su Shiying's past to her daughter. Not long after, news of Su Shiying's sudden demise reached Su Yao. Unable to contain her fury, she brandished her sword and stormed into Tiannan, bellowing towards the grand hall. "Xianxiang, you old scoundrel! Where's my sister?" Upon hearing this, Ling Yifan hurried to Tiannan as well. "How audacious! Tiannan is not a place for your insolence." A cold voice echoed as Luo Xianxiang appeared. "If you do not clarify matters today, I shall bathe Tiannan in blood. Is that so? What if I add my presence to the equation?" At this critical juncture, the elder of the Xianxia sect, accompanied by formidable sect members bearing imperial weapons, arrived belatedly. He understood that today's events could not be resolved amicably, for Su Shiying, as a member of the Xianxia sect, had unjustly perished in Tiannan, regardless of the sect's reputation or his own sense of obligation. He had to convene the sect's council, bringing the sect's might and imperial weapons to Tiannan to uncover the truth. Xianxiang, Su Shiying, as a member of the Xianxia sect, is a quasi-emperor of this age, and now she has suddenly passed away. What do you have to say for this? A farce. Shiying was mine, and I owe you no explanation. Seeing Luo Xianxiang's unwavering stance, the elder furrowed his brow. With his cultivation at the seventh tribulation, even with imperial weapons, he could only hold his ground temporarily against Xianxiang. Prolonging the confrontation would surely lead to his defeat. At that moment, a voice resounded from afar. "Since the esteemed guests cannot reach a decision, allow this monk to deliver justice." The crowd turned to see an ascetic monk approaching. "Bald donkey, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you." Luo Xianxiang glared ominously at the monk. "Amipa, Su, in her lifetime, had shown me kindness. Alas, when she sought me decades ago, I was preoccupied with pressing matters. Now that she has passed, I must uncover the truth behind her demise in gratitude for her past kindness." The newcomer was none other than the Buddha of the Western Desert, one of the 9 quasi-emperors of this era and the most powerful being of the Western Desert, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xianxiang. With such a powerful ally supporting her, Su Yao led a contingent of Xianxia sect cultivators into the Great Hall, while the Western Desert Buddha confronted Xianxiang. And the elder of the Xianxia sect faced the remaining powers of Tiannan. Soon, Su Yao reached her sister's chamber, where she found Luo Xixue in despair. Slumped beside the bed, Su Shiying lay lifeless, her complexion devoid of color, skin withered, and the stunning beauty of her past completely vanished, leaving behind an appearance of age. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yao could not help but realize that her sister had been drained of life by that beast Xianxiang through dual cultivation techniques. When she saw Luo Xixue, her pupils constricted, gasping, a primaline body. In an instant, she unraveled Xianxiang's sinister plot. That beast intended to utilize Luo Xixue's primordial yin to break through to the status of an emperor. He would even stoop so low as to exploit his own daughter. Without a moment's sorrow, she hastily retrieved her sister's body, grasped the anguished Luo Xixue, and fled. Upon reaching the outside world, she laid bare Xianxiang's transgressions. The crowd gasped in shock, and Xianxiang, consumed with fury, charged towards Su Yao. Fortunately, the Western Desert Buddha intervened just in time. "Ah, Tiannan, heed my command. Kill Su Yao immediately. Capture Luo Xixue." The powers of Tiannan swiftly activated their array, while Su Yao fled desperately with Luo Xixue in tow. Upon learning of Su Shiying's tragic fate, the cultivators of the Xianxia sect erupted in righteous anger. "The scoundrels of Tiannan, they have gone too far. A true man born between heaven and earth cannot remain suppressed for long. Xianxia sect members, heed my call. Let us battle against Tiannan together." With that, the elder of the Xianxia sect led a host of cultivators to intercept those pursuing Su Yao. Under the protection of the Xianxia sect's formidable forces and the Western Desert Buddha, Su Yao buried Luo Xixue deeply in the eastern wasteland. She warned her, "Without the strength of a 9th tribulation quasi-emperor, do not return." After casting a concealment array within her body, she forced herself to suppress her sorrow and turned to leave. This was her sister's daughter, and she vowed to protect her at all costs. "Sister, you saved me once, and now, no matter the sacrifice, I shall protect Xixue." Had it not been for Su Shiying, it was likely that she would now be the one lying lifeless. Meanwhile, in Tiannan, a devastating conflict erupted between the two sects, leaving the entire region ravaged by the aftermath of battle. Surveying the surroundings, witnessing Tiannan reduced to rubble, Xianxiang seethed with rage. "A bunch of insolent wretches. And you, bald donkey, today? This sovereign shall not rest until you are vanquished." With that proclamation, Xianxiang engaged in a terrifying duel of magic with the Buddha. "Humph, Xianxiang, you are unexpectedly cruel and unfeeling. Today, this humble monk shall seek justice for Master Su." Meanwhile, the battle between the Xianxia sect and Tian raged fiercely. The venerable elder of the Xianxia sect, a 7 tribulation quasi-emperor, single-handedly contended against 3 6 tribulation quasi-emperors from Tian. This conflict endured for several months. Both formidable factions of the northern plains suffered grievous losses. The contest between Qing Tsang and the Buddha persisted for a full decade. As both were 9 tribulation quasi-emperors, neither could gain the upper hand over the other. You bald donkey, this matter is of no concern to you. Why meddle in affairs that do not involve you? I am here to uphold justice in this world. This is the essence of my cultivation. The two traversed the entire northern plains, dragging the region into a quagmire, only retreating after sustaining grave injuries. Even now, Qing Tsang has yet to fully recover, which is one reason he has not eradicated the Xianxia sect. Another significant reason is his fear of the imperial weapon held by the Xianxia sect. Following this protracted conflict, Qing Tsang ultimately failed to retrieve Luo Shixue, while the Xianxia sect and Tian have been recuperating these past years. Until today, with the emergence of the secret realm of the 100,000 Mountains. He arrived in the eastern wilderness, sensing Luo Shixue through his supreme cultivation and bloodline connection. Chapter 60, The Demon Realm. A year has swiftly passed. Yang Yuchan has once again broken through, achieving the realm of returning to origin. The Xianling immortal body is indeed terrifying. Such an astonishing rate of cultivation would surely leave the practitioners of the Kunlun realm astounded. Typically, a peak practitioner of the Taisha realm would require 4 to 5 decades to break through to the realm of returning to origin, while Yang Yuchan, endowed with the Xianling immortal body, accomplished it in merely a year. Li Qing Luo and his sister also successively advanced to the Taisha realm. Their physiques, enhanced by Yang Bai, may not rival Yang Yuchan's talent, yet they are still considered top tier within the Kunlun realm. In just 1 year, they ascended from the initial stage of escaping to the Taisha realm. The three, now endowed with significantly enhanced power, decided to return to the 100,000 Mountains to further refine their newfound strength. Indeed, it is evident that continued seclusion is not suitable for you at this time. Should you persist, your spiritual power may become superficial. Yang Bai concurred with their intentions, recognizing that combat experience is essential to solidify their fluctuating spiritual energies. Then, my dear husband, would you care to join us? Yang Yuchan inquired, her beautiful eyes gazing at Yang Bai, while Li Qing Luo and her brother also looked on with hopeful expressions. In response, Yang Bai gently shook his head. What significance would my presence hold if I merely followed behind you? Should I accompany you, then your training would be rendered moot. Merely trailing after me, with a slight exertion, I could inadvertently collapse the entire secret realm. Precisely, training is your endeavor. If the master were to join, then your training would be unnecessary, echoed Little Black from the side. Very well, we shall depart shortly. Yang Bai reclined lazily in the courtyard, while Lu Lingair supported herself on his belly, her large eyes curiously examining him. Young master, I see you have not practiced cultivation at all. Yet you are so formidable. How did you become so remarkable? Ah, that is simply my innate talent. Yang Bai boasted playfully before the young girl. Oh, I too wish to accompany Yang Jie and the others. Lu Lingair gazed longingly at Yang Yuchan and her companions as they packed their belongings. If you wish to go, then go ahead. No one is stopping you. Over the past year, Yang Bai has bestowed upon Lu Lingair an extraordinary opportunity. Under the influence of his blood, the girl's ancient celestial serpent bloodline underwent a remarkable transformation. The ancient celestial serpent bloodline evolved into the even more extraordinary 9 Li Tsang Qiong Python. Now, her strength has reached the Taisha realm. Really? Can Lingair also go? Of course, why not? Yay. The little girl joyfully skipped towards Yang Yuchan and the others. Yang Jiejia, Li Jiejia, Li Gugu. I can join you too, hee. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan affectionately patted her head. Noticing this, Little Black stealthily climbed onto Yang Bai's bench and implored with a pitiful expression, My lord, would you not bestow upon me a modicum of fortune as well? Ordinary blood would suffice. After all, with my meager quasi-saint cultivation, how could I possibly protect them against those holy beings? Upon hearing this, Yang Bai narrowed his eyes and casually produced a drop of blood, subjecting it to a series of transformations. He then tossed this diluted blood to the creature. This drop of blood is comparable to that of a 9 tribulation quasi-emperor from the heavenly Dao Demon Dragon clan. Little Black, quick as a flash, seized it. This quasi-emperor's blood is more than sufficient for its absorption. Were it to receive the blood of an emperor, it might very well burst from the excess. Immediately, Little Black began to refine the drop of blood on the spot. After a considerable time, Little Black's body surged with energy, fluctuating ominously, signaling an impending breakthrough. With a pop, Little Black shattered the barriers of its cultivation. Mid-stage quasi-saint. High stage quasi-saint. Pinnacle quasi-saint. Saint realm. Little Black ascended directly to the saint realm. Just from a drop of diluted ordinary blood, it achieved a breakthrough to the saint realm. A 9-tribulation quasi-emperor possesses less than 10 drops of blood. The essence of that blood is incomparable to ordinary blood. It embodies the practitioner's vital essence. Each drop lost causes immense heartache, for it takes no less than a decade to condense a single drop anew. Thus, in the Kunlun realm, high-tier practitioners seldom utilize their vital blood to aid lower-tier cultivators in their breakthroughs. Vital blood is a means of survival in times of peril. By igniting their vital blood, practitioners can experience a surge in power for a brief period. Thank you, my lord. Little Black was overjoyed, grateful for having encountered Yangbai. Following the master ensures there is plenty to feast upon. Soon, the group prepared to depart. My husband, brother Yangbai, young master, brother Dabai, farewell. After bidding their farewells, they hastened towards the direction of the 100,000 mountains. Watching their retreating figures, Yangbai called out, "Take care." Meanwhile, in the demon realm, this is a world awash in crimson, where even the sky is stained a blood-red hue. Viewed from the cosmos, the demon realm appears as a scarlet orb. Yet within this dim and sanguine world lies a place that seems utterly out of place. Unlike the surrounding blood-red landscape, there exists a sanctuary of pure, pristine white. The inhabitants of the demon realm are known as celestial demons in the Kunlun realm. The overall strength of the demon realm surpasses that of the Kunlun realm. When it comes to top-tier combatants, the demon realm outshines the 4 9-tribulation quasi-emperors of the Kunlun realm. The demon realm is ruled by 4 sovereigns, each an emperor. They are the Black Fiend Demon Emperor, the Netherworld Demon Emperor, the Night Shadow Demon Emperor, and the Sacred Heaven Demon Emperor. Under their command lie countless quasi-emperors. Among them, the most formidable is undoubtedly the Sacred Heaven Demon Emperor. The territory he commands is that incongruous land of pristine white sanctity. Upon this land resides a unique race, the Holy Demons, distinct from their more ferocious brethren. Unlike the ordinary demons, who possess a fearsome and grotesque appearance with sharp fangs bared, the Holy Demons are endowed with exquisite beauty, their hair as white as snow, and a delicate horn adorning their foreheads. This marked difference has incited considerable aversion from the other demonic tribes. Thousands of years ago, the demon realm abruptly ceased its incursions into the Kunlun realm, launching a surprise attack against the Holy Demons in a bid to eradicate these anomalies. The long-standing conflict between the demons and Holy Demons erupted into open warfare. The Holy Demon Emperor, armed with formidable strength, managed to stalemate the other 3 demon emperors. Meanwhile, the demon realm found itself embroiled in a civil war, leaving it unable to attend to the vulnerable Kunlun realm, which, in the eyes of the demons, was akin to fish on a chopping block, ripe for slaughter. Chapter 61. The Return from Trials, the Elder with White Hair. Half a year has swiftly passed, and the influx of cultivators into the 10,000 Great Mountains continues to swell. Following the emergence of demonic traces in the 2nd layer a year prior, the 3rd and 4th layers have also unveiled the haunting remnants of demons. Without exception, all layers have revealed the same gruesome sight of demonic corpses as seen in the 2nd layer. Recently, harrowing news has emerged from the depths of the secret realm. The 3rd layer has suddenly revealed the presence of a holy demon corpse at the return to origin stage. Faced with the insurmountable gap of 4 realms while their own cultivation is suppressed to the nascent soul stage, not a single cultivator escaped unscathed. Utter annihilation ensued. At this moment, the indifferent Yangbai sits alone in the fragrant pavilion, savoring tea while observing the bustling scene of Mufeng City. Every cultivator arriving in the eastern wilderness has heard whispers of an enigmatic expert residing within Mufeng City. Initially, those from the top sects scoffed at such tales. However, 6 months ago, the esteemed Qing issued a decree forbidding any cultivators from Tiannan to approach Mufeng City, with dire consequences for disobedience. Qing, a revered figure from the northern plains and one of the 4 great powers of the Kunlun realm, wields immense influence that reverberates throughout the entire Kunlun realm. The issuance of his decree has solidified the belief that a hidden master indeed lurks within Mufeng City. Presently, the city is shrouded in an aura of mystery. Many cultivators, upon learning of this, have chosen to steer clear of Mufeng City, especially since even the formidable Qing harbors trepidation toward this elusive expert, leaving little hope for lesser cultivators. Yet, this has also attracted numerous aspirants eager to uncover the truth behind the mysterious figure. Consequently, the flow of people into Mufeng City has surged, with disciples and elders from powerful factions flocking there, hoping to forge a favorable connection with the one who instills fear even in Qing. The visiting cultivators dare not display any arrogance within the city, despite their disdain for the local inhabitants. Yangbai regards all of this with a bemused smile, paying little mind to the throngs of curious cultivators. Mufeng City is indeed lively. Observing the bustling streets below, filled with a throng of people, Yangbai finds the atmosphere quite vibrant. Suddenly, the sound of weeping reaches his ears from a nearby table. A handsome young man is seen with his face buried in his hands, weeping. "What troubles you, dear friend?" inquires a compassionate young cultivator. "Oh, it is the third layer of the secret realm. Not long ago, my beloved perished there." Upon hearing the reason, the young cultivator sighs and walks away. The news of the holy demon corpses at the return to origin stage from the third layer has indeed caused quite a stir. With their cultivation suppressed to the nascent soul stage, facing countless corpses at the return to origin stage, it is clear that the third layer harbors the greatest peril. Another significant event is the entrance of the ancestral leader of the Swan and I and the golden-winged Great Peng, accompanied by their tribes, into the secret realm. This marks the first entry of a superlative force since the opening of the secret realm. In the Kunlun realm, power is classified into strict hierarchies. Forces with a 5 tribulation quasi-emperor or greater at their helm are deemed superlative. The 6 tribulation quasi-emperor represents a watershed moment in the quasi-emperor realm. Upon reaching this level, one can easily obliterate the heavens. Forces with a quasi-emperor of 1 or more tribulations are classified as first-rate. Accordingly, a holy king corresponds to second-rate status, while a sage aligns with third-rate and a quasi-sage with fourth-rate. Any force lacking even a quasi-sage is considered insignificant. The ancestral leader of the Swan and I and the golden-winged Great Peng are both at the 7 tribulation quasi-emperor level, esteemed figures even among superlative forces. However, despite their status, they remain bound by the constraints of the secret realm, their powers similarly suppressed to the nascent soul stage. Utilizing their foundational strength as 7 tribulation quasi-emperors, they swiftly swept through the first 3 layers, even conquering the notoriously treacherous third layer, deemed hellish by many cultivators. Currently, the foremost cultivators of the Kunlun realm have reached the 7th layer, leaving only 2 layers until the final threshold. Yangbai gazes toward the 10,000 great mountains, harboring no concern for the safety of Yang Yuchan and the others. With the spiritual body he left within the life and death talisman of Yang Yuchan, the secret realm cannot possibly pose a significant threat. The women in Li Xiaofei have made remarkable progress, having ventured to the 4th layer 5 months ago. Unlike the previous layers, the 4th layer does not impose the same egalitarian restrictions, allowing them to return to their original cultivation levels. A month has now elapsed. The time has come for the return of those who undertook the trials. After 7 long months of trials, they have all made considerable advancements, not only in cultivation but also in combat skills and the growth of their Dao hearts. However, accompanying Yang Yuchan back is an elderly man. Just as Yangbai prepares to rise and greet the returning group, he immediately spots the elder trailing behind them. The elder's spiritual body only awakens in the face of lethal danger, remaining dormant otherwise. Hence, Yangbai is unaware of the specifics of their experiences in the secret realm and prefers not to know. He does not wish for his beloved to live under constant surveillance. Such an arrangement would be a profound disrespect to her autonomy. "My dear, after such a long separation, I have truly missed you." Upon seeing the one he has longed for finally return home, Yangbai disregards the presence of the unfamiliar elder. Sweeping Yang Yuchan into his arms and twirling her around playfully, as one would with a child. "Haha, you rascal, what are you doing? Put me down." With an outsider present, Yang Yuchan feels a flush of embarrassment, her cheeks turning crimson. However, Lu Linger, being a genuine child at heart, finds the scene amusing and rushes over, exclaiming, young master, I want to." In response, Yangbai promptly sets Yang Yuchan down and turns to indulge the little girl. Observing the harmonious interaction among the three, Li Qingluo and her brother cannot help but stifle their laughter. Upon returning to the apothecary, the bloodthirst and malevolence that clung to them dissipate considerably. In this small courtyard, they finally find solace for their minds and bodies. Ahem, a sudden cough interrupts this warm atmosphere. Yangbai furrowed his brow, clearly displeased with the old man who disrupted the atmosphere. "Hey, whose old man are you? Have you come to the wrong door?" He sensed that this venerable elder, with his youthful demeanor despite his white hair, was extraordinary. He was a formidable quasi-emperor. How could someone of Yang Yuchan's cultivation encounter such a powerful being? As soon as the words left his mouth, the old man's face flushed with rage. "Hey, you little brat. How rude you are." "Little brat? Old man, you seem to be tired of living," Yangbai retorted, glaring fiercely at the elder. Observing this, Yang Yuchan quickly interjected, "Husband, you must not misunderstand. This esteemed elder is my master, whom I recently took as my teacher." At this revelation, Yangbai was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed. "Master? My dear wife. With me around, why would you need a master?" Yang Yuchan shook her head gently, a smile gracing her lips. I know that you can help me grow stronger. But my master hails from the holy land of enlightenment, and I wish to explore the world outside. In the time since her training began, Yang Yuchan had encountered many things she had never experienced before. After a brief contemplation, Yang Bai responded, Since you have made your decision, I shall support you. After all, you are not my possession. Pursue whatever you desire. Touched by Yang Bai's understanding, Yang Yuchan leapt into his embrace. A moment later, Yang Bai began to scrutinize the old man before him. Little brat, I am the grand elder of the holy land of enlightenment. My name is Wu Ju, and others respectfully refer to me as Taoist Wu Ju. Rest assured, your little wife possesses exceptional talent. While she is under my tutelage, she will not suffer the slightest grievance. Wu Ju introduced himself, hoping to intimidate Yang Bai with his esteemed status, for in his eyes, Yang Bai was merely a barbarian from the eastern wilderness. He felt that someone as gifted as Yang Yuchan was far beyond Yang Bai's league. To his surprise, Yang Bai did not display the astonishment he anticipated. Instead, he warned, Old man, I care not where you come from. If I discover that my wife has endured even the slightest hardship in your so-called holy land of enlightenment, I shall pay you a visit. Determined to make an impression, Wu Ju was about to reprimand this audacious young man when, in the blink of an eye, a blinding light erupted from Yang Bai's eyes. Instantly, Wu Ju's soul was ejected from his body, and he felt the world around him shift dramatically. The fabric of time and space warped incessantly, and his soul was thrust into a transcendent realm. Countless hands grasped at his body as Wu Ju gazed in horror at the unimaginable scene before him. Suddenly, a gaping void reminiscent of an endless abyss appeared, and his soul was drawn into it, engulfed by an overwhelming darkness. Just then, a delicate hand emerged before him and snapped its fingers. In the external world, Wu Ju awakened, drenched in cold sweat, while the image of Yang Bai snapping his fingers lingered before him. Filled with dread over the recent events, everything felt surreal. As he looked upon the enigmatic youth before him, who flashed a charming smile, Wu Ju's realization dawned. He recalled the rumors of a hidden powerhouse in Mufeng City and understood that this youth was the very one. Senior, please forgive this old man for his earlier rudeness. Wu Ju hastily bowed to Yang Bai. What's going on here? The others, oblivious to the preceding events, regarded the two with puzzled expressions. Senior, since you are my wife's master, I assent that a breach of hierarchy? Yang Bai remarked coldly. Remember what I just said, and do not doubt the veracity of my words. Yes, the old man will remember, Wu Ju replied, trembling with trepidation. Given the extraordinary method he had just witnessed, even he, a quasi-emperor of the third tribulation, could not fathom it. The suffocating pressure he experienced surpassed anything he had ever felt. Even from the esteemed ancestor of the holy land of enlightenment, who was an eighth tribulation quasi-emperor and second only to the revered Taoist of the southern frontier. This was a realm he could scarcely comprehend. Hence, he dared not delay further and reflected on how he had been toying with death moments ago, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Enough. Do not frighten my master any longer. He is actually very kind. There was an instance in the secret realm when we found ourselves in dire straits, and he came to our rescue, Yang Yuchan interjected, unable to bear Wu Ju's subservience before her husband. Sister Yang speaks the truth. The old man may seem rather lecherous, but he is indeed quite decent, chimed in Lu Linger, playfully covering her mouth. Brother Yang Bai, actually, little Fei and I came to say our goodbyes as well. The siblings Li Qingluo and her brother interjected. Sister Qingluo, little Fei, you too? Indeed. Little Fei and I have been accepted into the Songhai sect of the Northern Plains. An elder from the sect noticed our potential, so in a few days, we shall be heading north, Li Qingluo expressed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the expansive world ahead. All of this is thanks to you, Brother Bai. Otherwise, with our previous cultivation talents, we might not even have had the chance to witness such a realm. Seeing this, Yang Bai couldn't help but chuckle. What is with all of you wanting to flee? Very well. I wish you all the best in reaching the pinnacle. Though reluctant, Yang Bai chose to respect their decisions, understanding that each individual had their own path to follow in becoming who they aspired to be. Before their departure, the group decided to gather in the courtyard of the apothecary for a feast. In the kitchen, Yang Yuchan wielded a spatula, fervently attempting to whip up a delightful meal for everyone. Witnessing this, Yang Bai, reclining on a bench, could no longer remain idle and hurriedly intervened. Wow, my dear, do you wish for Sister Qingluo and the others to suffer from stomach issues on their first day of departure? Hey, what? Are you disparaging my culinary skills, Yang Bai? You're asking for a beating, Yang Yuchan retorted, her delicate nose scrunching in indignation as she brandished the spatula and chased after him. Li Qingluo and her brother, who were assisting with the fire, couldn't help but stifle their laughter. As Lu Linger returned with a large basket of crayfish, she stumbled upon this scene. Oh, How come young master is being chased by Sister Yang again? That night, a sumptuous feast was laid out, complete with several candles adorning the table. Under the full moon, the five of them gathered around, raising their glasses in a toast. Yang Bai seized a large crayfish, took a bite, and exclaimed, "Little Do Ding, you truly excel as the apothecary's little chef. Delicious. Far better than someone's dark culinary endeavors." Hearing this, Yang Yuchan shot him a glare. In such a beautiful moment. "I don't wish to hit you." Ha ha. The playful banter between the couple had become a familiar sight for the others. After the feast, Yang Bai, with an air of authority, hoisted Yang Yuchan onto his shoulder and declared to the others, "All right, everyone, head back and rest early." Ignoring the petite fists that fell behind him, Yang Bai carelessly tossed her onto the bed. "You wretched spirit. Such a lack of decorum." On this fateful night of impending separation, a tempest was destined to unfold. Chapter 63, The Holy Demon Emperor versus the Three Great Demon Emperors. The following day, Yang Bai watched as Yang Yuchan and the others departed. The pharmacy now lay desolate once more. For Lu Linger had also joined Yang Yuchan in her journey to the sacred land of enlightenment. Lying on the bench, he found himself unaccustomed to the absence of the little one affectionately calling out young master. The silence enveloped him, plunging Yang Bai into a state of unconsciousness. Perhaps a consequence of spending countless eons in the space-time tunnel during his transmigration. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye. The demon realm, an expanse of unparalleled vastness. One solitary continent stretched across several light years. In the vast cosmos, a world governed by an emperor, boasting planets with radii exceeding 100 light years, is classified as a Tier 3 world. The demon realm indeed fits this classification. In contrast, the Kunlun realm fails to meet either criterion and is relegated to the status of a primitive world. In this sunless domain, a tall figure with flowing white hair darted through the skies at a speed rivaling light itself, cleaving the heavens as he traveled. Wherever he passed, the very fabric of space trembled and erupted. Shortly thereafter, three other figures of similarly unfathomable power pursued him relentlessly. The Holy Demon Emperor held two breathtakingly beautiful women tightly in his embrace. Sensing the three ominous presences drawing ever closer, he furrowed his brow. "Your Majesty," said Lu Zhiruo. Worry etched across her face. "If you carry me and Qingji, you will inevitably be caught. Please, abandon us for your own safety. As long as you remain, the Holy Demon Clan can hope for resurgence." "No, there is no longer any chance," he replied grimly. "Once Qingji returns, all hope is lost." At these words, the Holy Demon Emperor's expression darkened, his gaze fixated ahead. A swirling hurricane, stretching over several light years, obstructed their escape. Upon reaching the realm of emperors, a cultivator's life essence undergoes an unprecedented transformation. An emperor, at full speed, would scarcely lag behind light. The casual strike of an emperor could extinguish entire realms. The Night Shadow Demon Emperor, the Black Fiend Demon Emperor, and the Netherworld Demon Emperor encircled the trio from three distinct directions. "Do not overstep your bounds," thundered the Holy Demon Emperor, his eyes wide with fury. "Those not of my kin harbor different intentions. Today, we shall offer the Holy Demon Clan as a sacrifice to the heavens." With little left to say, the three demon emperors launched their assault on the Holy Demon Emperor. In this dire moment, he had no choice but to temporarily retreat the two women into his already battered internal world. Drawing the imperial weapon, Abyssal Rainbow, he unleashed a cataclysmic strike towards the three opponents. The weapon's blade, sharp beyond measure, tore through the void, imbued with the power of dozens of laws. Piercing through space towards the adversaries, a beam of light, spanning dozens of light years, soared skyward, illuminating the entirety of the demon realm. The blinding sword light was unmistakably visible in every corner of the realm. Faced with this astonishingly powerful assault, the Black Fiend Demon Emperor stood resolutely at the forefront. Summoning his innate imperial weapon, the Demon Bell. The bell was adorned with mysterious and ancient runes. When the bell clashed with the sword light, a colossal shockwave erupted, igniting a fierce spatial storm that swept across a continent stretching a full light year. The land, as fragile as an eggshell, shattered upon impact. A realm comparable in size to the Kunlun realm was thus reduced to ashes, along with the countless lives that inhabited it. Had that strike landed in the Kunlun realm, it would have likely been annihilated instantaneously. The overwhelming might of the emperors permeated the entire demon realm, leaving innumerable demons and holy beings prostrated in submission. Seizing the moment, the Night Shadow Demon Emperor, cloaked in darkness, melded seamlessly with the void, his presence vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, the Netherworld Demon Emperor, wielding the Godfire Bow of the demon realm, emanated a fierce aura, unleashing a formidable arrow. Countless rifts in the void erupted as the arrow tore through the very fabric of space-time, hurtling towards the Holy Demon Emperor at light speed. In desperation, he raised his sword to defend himself, the arrow colliding with a thunderous boom. The force sent him hurtling through the air, his body plummeting toward the cosmos. Alone, he faced the three emperors, resisting too openly, while remaining vigilant against the hidden threat of the Night Shadow Demon Emperor. If one were to assess the greatest threat, it would undoubtedly be the Night Shadow Demon Emperor. His concealed menace was exponentially more perilous than the visible opponents, capable of delivering a lethal blow when the Holy Demon Emperor was at his most vulnerable. Consequently, he could not fully unleash his power against the other two, remaining wary of the lurking danger. The Holy Demon Emperor fell heavily into an uninhabited satellite beyond the demon realm. As he rose, sword in hand, the two demon emperors bore down upon him, wielding imperial weapons and channeling supreme might, directing a massive celestial meteor towards him. In response, the Holy Demon Emperor positioned his sword across his chest, his eyes ablaze with intense light. The invisible sword intent pierced through the cosmic expanse. Abyssal Rainbow Sword Technique. Abyssal Rainbow Strike. A radiant sword light, akin to a star, cleaved the meteor in two. However, unprincipled as ever, the Night Shadow Demon Emperor seized the opportunity, his claws aimed menacingly at the Holy Demon Emperor's crown. At that critical moment, a fleeting glimmer flashed in the Holy Demon Emperor's eyes, causing the spatial laws around him to boil with energy. Though the relentless pressure from the three demon emperors limited his movement, he managed to evade the deadly strike, the claws ultimately landing upon his shoulder. While the overwhelming strength of the emperor's physique ensured that the blow to his crown would not claim his life, it would nonetheless significantly diminish his combat prowess in the short term. The Holy Demon Emperor endured the blow, forcing the Night Shadow Demon Emperor to reveal himself. He swiftly pivoted, clenched his fist, and gathered countless laws of martial arts within, channeling the power capable of shattering planets. He delivered a devastating strike to the left cheek of the Night Shadow Demon Emperor. The latter was sent flying, with the other two demon emperors rushing to catch him. They skidded for several 100,000 miles before finally regaining their footing. This strike brought the Holy Demon Emperor a moment of satisfaction, for among the three, it was the Night Shadow Demon Emperor he loathed most. This scoundrel had lingered in the shadows, forcing him to hold back his full strength. This punch, however, had allowed him to vent his frustrations, bringing him immense relief. Yet, having endured several attacks, the Holy Demon Emperor could scarcely hold on any longer, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the Night Shadow Demon Emperor's jaw had been dislocated by the blow. Chapter 64, The Secret Legacy. Holy Demon Brother, do you still intend to resist stubbornly? If you are willing to obediently hand over the method of your clan's power inheritance to me, I assure you that I will withdraw immediately and refrain from ever infringing upon the sacred demon clan again. What do you say? The Emperor of the Netherworld spoke with a languid tone. The sacred demon emperor stood resolute, his eyes wide with fury. Have you finally ceased your pretense? I have long declared that such thoughts are futile. On the surface, the three great demon emperors led the celestial demon clan in their campaign against the sacred demon emperor due to issues of race. However, in truth, the higher echelons of the celestial demon clan were acutely aware that the three great emperors had long coveted the unique power inheritance of the sacred demon. The excuse of foreign invasion was merely a base pretext. The sacred demons and celestial demons were essentially of the same lineage. Yet, each sacred demon emperor possessed a unique secret art. This art allowed every sacred demon emperor, upon nearing the end of their lifespan, to transfer their entire cultivation to their biological offspring. Moreover, the side effects were minimal, enabling the offspring to perfectly assimilate the emperor's cultivation. Not only that, but it also included the combat skills and profound principles of the previous emperor, all of which could be flawlessly received. Many powerful factions possess similar means, but the inherited cultivation rarely exceeds the immortal realm, and the recipients often suffer various side effects, such as a drastic reduction in lifespan. The prospect of perfectly inheriting an emperor's cultivation is truly terrifying. This is the reason behind the formidable strength of the sacred demon emperor, an accumulation over generations. In terms of profound principles alone, he utterly eclipses the other three emperors. Although this secret art is indeed extraordinary, it is not without its costs. The price is the sacrifice of the inheritor's innate talent for cultivation. After inheriting the emperor's power, further advancement in cultivation becomes exceedingly difficult. The realm of an emperor is one that countless individuals find nearly impossible to attain in their lifetime. Thus, even so, the value of this secret art is incalculable. Prior to the onset of war, the sacred demon emperor had already made preparations. Even though he was immensely powerful, no single emperor could match him. Yet, when faced with the combined assault of three emperors, he appeared to be outmatched and unable to contend with their might. Therefore, 3 years prior, He secretly employed the secret art to imbue his entire cultivation into his daughter, Xiao Qingji. The process of inheritance is lengthy, requiring at least several hundred years. During this time, the inheritor temporarily transforms into a statue. Only after fully absorbing the emperor's cultivation can they be unsealed. However, this method has a critical weakness. Each statue possesses a key, and once the key is removed, the secret art is forcibly interrupted. Thus, the statue is usually kept in a secure location with great care. When Xiao Qingji became a statue, the sacred demon emperor naturally lost all his cultivation. The sacred demon domain, at that time, was perilous, closely monitored by the forces of the three great emperors. Hence, sacred demon Lu Zhuruo, along with several sacred demon quasi-emperors, forcefully breached the space-time passage between the celestial demon realm and the Kunlun realm. The other side of that passage led to the hidden realm of the 10,000 mountains. Sending Xiao Qingji into the Kunlun realm would allow her to evade the detection of the three great emperors. Once Xiao Qingji attained the status of emperor, it would signify the resurgence of the sacred demons. However, much to the chagrin of the sacred demon emperor and Lu Zhuruo, just as they transported her to the Kunlun realm, the key from Xiao Qingji's statue was removed. The key was one of her earrings. Once one earring was taken, the secret art was interrupted, as Xiao Qingji was unsealed at the moment of the sacred demon emperor's cultivation restoration. He instantly transmitted her back to his side through her other earring. This earring was also a contingency left by the sacred demon emperor to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Once the secret art was interrupted, it would take another 10 years before it could be utilized again. The sacred demon emperor was both enraged and perplexed. This earring was not something just anyone could remove. He had placed terrifying restrictions on it, ensuring that only a true emperor could take it off. Logically speaking, there should be no emperor-level beings in the Kunlun realm, with the strongest merely being a meager quasi-emperor of the 9 tribulations. This was precisely why they had chosen to send Xiao Qingji into the Kunlun realm. No one there could possibly remove the earring. Yet, the harsh reality struck him like a slap in the face. To investigate further, the sacred demon emperor forcibly opened the spatial passage and dispatched several quasi-emperors to the Kunlun realm. This was the fundamental reason behind the unusual activity in the 10,000 mountains and the opening of the hidden realm. All of it stemmed from the sacred demon emperor's actions. Since you remain obstinate, do not blame us for being merciless. With that, the three of them charged towards the heavily injured sacred demon emperor. Who fears whom? If a battle is what you seek, then let us fight. If you three can obtain the secret art, I shall immediately take my own life. Yuanhong's sword art. Yuanhong's second slash, heaven and earth move. In an instant, countless sword principles from the cosmic space within a range of several light years converged upon the sacred demon emperor's Yuanhong sword blade. The Yuanhong sword unleashed a terrifying beam of sword light, its brilliance eclipsing even a star in a moment. Emperor seal art. All laws return to one. Dark Knight's fiendish shadow. The Netherworld Emperor gathered his strength for a single strike, with an arrow imbued with terrifying arrow principles, shooting forth a celestial arrow that spanned the ages. The Night Shadow Emperor completely melded into the void, his dark cloak exuding numerous shadows, which morphed into 3 equally powerful phantoms, lunging towards the sacred demon. The Black Fiend Emperor formed a hand seal, then struck out with a massive palm imprint that soared toward the sacred demon emperor. Boom! The combined might of the 3 emperors collided with the sacred demon emperor's sword light. In an instant, the terrifying shockwave obliterated the massive satellite into dust. A satellite comparable to the Kunlun realm was reduced to mere paper under the duel of the 4 emperors. With a crackle, the sacred demon emperor evidently found himself outmatched. Already grievously wounded, he now appeared even more unsteady. His inner world crumbled entirely. The mother and daughter hidden within fell out. Seeing this, the sacred demon emperor desperately shielded the two, for with their cultivation, a mere brush with the aftermath of an emperor's duel would lead to their instant annihilation. This is the insurmountable chasm between quasi-emperors and emperors. I'm sorry, I cannot protect you both. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhuruo gently shook her head, her jade hand caressing her beloved's cheek. Your Majesty, this is not your fault. The situation is not yet beyond redemption. As long as Qingji is alive, there is still hope. With that, Lu Zhuruo revealed a resolute expression. No, what are you planning to do? Lu Zhuruo employed a peculiar secret art, sacrificing her 9 tribulations quasi-emperor cultivation, and then her entire being transformed into a radiant orb. The light enveloped the bewildered Xiao Qingji, whisking her away from the scene. The sacred demon emperor, witnessing this, allowed a single tear to escape his eye. With a wife like this, what more could a husband desire? Lu Zhuruo sacrificed herself to send Xiao Qingji away, leaving the sacred demon emperor without any attachments. Now, He had no vulnerabilities left. Thus, nothing could threaten him anymore. The three great emperors sought the secret art, and it was known solely to the sacred demon emperor. This way, his life could be preserved. Chapter 65. The Quasi-Emperor is born. In the Kunlun realm, East Wilderness, in the city of Mufeng, within the apothecary, Yangbai languidly reclined on the bench, his eyelids fluttering as he dozed off. This year had proven to be exceedingly monotonous. Suddenly, a graceful figure descended from the heavens, plummeting directly into his arms. Startled awake from his slumber, Yangbai found himself utterly bewildered. Was he dreaming? Had a maiden truly fallen from the sky? The girl possessed a cascade of snow-white tresses and donned a gown as pure as freshly fallen snow. Her delicate visage seemed to be sculpted by the very hands of fate. There she lay, Zhou Qingji, nestled in his embrace, their gazes locking in an oddly charged atmosphere. The proximity was striking, with her crimson lips mere inches from his. In her nervousness, her long lashes fluttered rapidly, their bodies pressed intimately together, and Yangbai could distinctly feel the softness emanating from her chest. To his dismay, he found himself inadvertently grasping a handful of. A piercing scream shattered the silence. Mei Pa, residing nearby, heard the commotion and sported a knowing smile. Oh dear, this young lad Yangbai is quite the flirt. Who would have thought that this timid fellow, so fearful of his wife, would so easily let go after merely a year? After the scream, Zhou Qingji sprang from his grasp like a startled kitten, her head lowered in embarrassment. A rosy hue spread across her beautiful cheeks, reminiscent of the splendid twilight. She tightly wrapped her small arms around her chest. As the cherished daughter of the holy demon emperor, Zhou Qingji was of noble lineage. Having never engaged in conversation with any male aside from her father, never before had she found herself in such close quarters with a stranger. Ahem. Yangbai felt the heat rise to his cheeks. However, as he gazed at the enchanting maiden before him, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. My dear miss, I assure you, it was merely a misunderstanding. Who could have anticipated that you would descend from the heavens while I was napping? But tell me, have we crossed paths before? As he scrutinized the girl before him, Zhou Qingji finally lifted her head. Upon recognizing Yangbai's features, her shyness evaporated, replaced by a fierce glint in her large, beautiful eyes. With a stomp of her foot, she raised her small, delicate fist and struck him. Humph. It's all your fault, you wicked scoundrel. As she scolded him, tears began to flow unbidden. Yangbai, momentarily bewildered, allowed her small fists to land upon him, acknowledging that he was indeed at fault for her distress. As the blows continued, fatigue set in, and Zhou Qingji's vision blurred with unshed tears, her large eyes glistening with sorrowful moisture as she gazed at him. Her pitiful demeanor stirred a protective instinct within Yangbai, compelling him to comfort her. Dear miss, I truly apologize, but did we not meet somewhere before? He recalled that their previous encounter had been fleeting, marred by the chaos caused by Yang Yuchan, which had clouded his memory. At his words, Zhou Qingji recalled the events that transpired in the demon realm. Her mother, Lu Zhiruo, had sacrificed herself, utilizing one of Yangbai's earrings to send her to him. The thought of her mother's passing overwhelmed her anew, and she wept inconsolably. Seeing her in such despair, Yangbai quickly produced a handkerchief, standing by as she poured forth her grief. After what felt like an eternity, her sobs gradually subsided. I must say, my dear, was it truly necessary to cry so bitterly over a mere touch? It was merely an accident, after all. Besides, in terms of size, my wife's watermelon is far more impressive, of course. He refrained from voicing the latter thought, keeping it to himself. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Qingji shot him a fierce glare, her voice quivering with indignation. You wicked man. According to my mother, you are nothing but a lecherous scoundrel. Recalling Lu Zhiruo, she clenched her teeth, her fury unabated. You are the one who caused my mother's demise. Yangbai found himself lost in confusion, hastily retorting, Miss, please do not cast such baseless accusations. I do not know your mother. Still attempting to deny it? Were it not for your pilfering of my earring, my family would not have faced such a tragic fate, and my mother would still be alive. Zhou Qingji's words struck him, and he suddenly recalled the scene at Xuanla Pavilion. You are the statue. Astonishment washed over him as he regarded the girl, and he produced the earring. But how does this relate to your mother's death? Upon seeing the earring, Zhou Qingji remembered her father, the holy demon emperor, stating that only a true emperor could remove it. Lu Zhiruo had known that the one who took the earring was likely a powerful emperor. Yet, she had chosen to take that gamble, unwilling to let Zhou Qingji remain as her father's Achilles heel. If Zhou Qingji stayed, both would perish. Conversely, sending her away might ensure the survival of the holy demon emperor, and at worst, only he would be lost. However, upon sensing Yangbai's aura, she discovered he bore no trace of a cultivator, not even a dantian. Through her tears, Zhou Qingji recounted the events leading to her mother's sacrifice. As Yangbai absorbed her story, realization dawned upon him. This incident was indeed intricately linked to him. Had he not been so impulsive in taking Zhou Qingji's earring, perhaps the Holy Demon Emperor's family would not have met such a dire fate. Gazing at the heartbroken girl before him, Yang Bai felt an unfamiliar pang of guilt. Unable to resist, he reached out to comfort her, yet she deliberately evaded his touch, shooting him a resentful glare. In her heart, she harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. Yet, recognizing that he was unaware of the implications of his actions, her expression softened slightly. Alas, this situation is also partly my fault. Please, do not cry any longer. Tell me your mother's name, and I shall bring her back to you. At this, Zhou Qingji ceased her weeping, springing to her feet with excitement. Is that truly possible? Absolutely, Yang Bai asserted confidently. Humph, should you dare deceive me, I shall never forgive you. With that, she divulged her mother's name. Yang Bai then spread his hands, a formidable power coalescing within them, an energy both mysterious and profound. It was unlike any spiritual energy or law he had ever encountered. To Zhou Qingji, it felt as if this force was beyond the realm of mere cultivation. The surrounding energies bowed before him, as if acknowledging the arrival of a sovereign. At this moment, a tome of life and death gradually materialized in Yang Bai's left hand, while a celestial pen coalesced in his right hand. Subsequently, he opened the tome, revealing a page imbued with an infinite essence of life. With the celestial pen in hand, he inscribed the name Lu Zhihua in bold characters. Instantly, a brilliant radiance erupted from the tome, enveloping the surrounding realm in an overwhelming aura of vitality. A multitude of extraordinary phenomena followed. Yet Yang Bai quelled each one with ease. Before long, under the astonished gaze of Zhou Qingji, the figure of Lu Zhihua slowly took form beside Yang Bai. Chapter 66. The World of No Return, an alternate dimension, the realm of hell. Bewildered, Lu Zhihua surveyed her surroundings, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. She distinctly remembered meeting her demise not long ago. How had she suddenly arrived in this unfamiliar place? Just as her confusion deepened, Zhou Qingji, her petite frame trembling with excitement, leapt into her embrace. Gazing upon the beloved figure in her arms, Lu Zhihua struggled to comprehend the surreal scene before her, unable to believe she was truly alive. Qingji, my dear daughter, she murmured, gently caressing the forehead of the girl in her arms. Zhou Qingji clung tightly to her, tears glistening in her eyes, fearing that this reunion might be a fleeting dream. After enduring a harrowing separation between life and death, mother and daughter embraced each other fervently. After a considerable time, they finally parted ways. Qingji, please tell me, what is happening? Where are we? After completing this remarkable act, Yang Bai silently stored the tome of life and death and the celestial pen. At his words, Zhou Qingji gazed at him with disbelief, astonished that he possessed such extraordinary powers. The mere act of inscribing her mother's name had resulted in her resurrection. This was truly a shocking feat, one that had never been heard of before. Surely, even her father, the Holy Demon Emperor, could not achieve such a thing. Then, with a soft and hesitant voice, Zhou Qingji spoke, thank you. Her cheeks flushed with crimson, clearly still flustered by the nature of their recent reunion. She then recounted the events that had transpired. At that moment, Lu Zhihua noticed someone standing nearby. Upon learning that it was Yang Bai who had resurrected her through such miraculous means, she immediately felt a surge of respect and expressed her gratitude. I am Lu Zhihua. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace, esteemed senior. The ability to resurrect her with a mere stroke of the pen indicated that this formidable being was undoubtedly far beyond the stature of an emperor. At least in her eyes, her husband, the Holy Demon Emperor, could never accomplish such a feat. It is nothing. I also owe you a debt, Yang Bai replied casually. The earlier incident involving the earring was purely accidental, and the recent occurrence was likewise unintended. With that, he turned his gaze towards Zhou Qingji. Upon hearing this matter brought up again, Zhou Qingji playfully scoffed, her cheeks burning as she turned away in embarrassment. Lu Zhihua had never witnessed her daughter display such shyness, and quickly realized that something had transpired that she was unaware of. Her thoughts drifted to the possibility that Yang Bai might be a transcendent being, surpassing even the emperor. If her daughter, Qingji, could truly forge a bond with him, it would be a monumental blessing for both her and the Holy Demon clan. The prospect of aligning with such a powerful entity sparked an immediate desire within her to facilitate a union between the two. Suddenly, an extraordinary event unfolded. Countless dark tendrils erupted from the ground. With lightning speed, they ensnared Lu Zhihua's ankles and dragged her into the abyss of darkness. Witnessing this, Zhou Qingji cried out, "Mother! What is happening? What are those tendrils? Why are they taking my mother away?" In her desperation, the girl rushed to Yang Bai, grasping his hand tightly. Disregarding any notions of propriety, her face filled with urgent concern. "Ah, This truly is a troublesome situation. It seems a thorough lesson is in order, otherwise. These creatures dare to meddle in my affairs. Yangbai sighed. Rest assured, I shall return your mother safely. He lightly patted the delicate hand of the girl to soothe her. Unable to contain his curiosity, he reached out to touch the small horn adorning her head. At that moment, the sensitive girl sprang back, her face flushed with embarrassment. You must remain here and not wander. Wait for my return. Yet, Xiao Qingji firmly grasped his hand, insisting, no, I want to accompany you. Unable to resist her stubbornness, he relented. Very well. It would be fortuitous for you to witness your brother's gallant prowess. With that, he swiftly enveloped her petite waist and effortlessly tore open the fabric of reality, creating a passage into an alternate dimension. Together, they stepped boldly into the realm beyond. The realm inhabited by all living beings is referred to as the real space. Upon tearing through the veil of reality, an endless void unfurled before them, known as the world of no return. This desolate expanse is fraught with peril. Its harsh environment is riddled with sharp rifts in the void and the terrifying tides of boundless energy. A careless cultivator could easily be torn to shreds by the void's fissures. Even an emperor would hesitate to linger in the world of no return for long. Should a quasi-emperor enter, they would likely be obliterated by the energy tides almost instantaneously. Beyond the world of no return lies yet another dimension, the alternate dimension. This realm serves as the final barrier of the primordial universe. Crossing this layer reveals the realm of hell, the underworld that governs the fate of the deceased. Souls that have departed from this world arrive here. By rights, the realm of hell is also a part of the primordial universe, intertwined within its fabric. The alternate dimension exists as a chaotic space between the realm of hell and the primordial universe, infused with chaotic energies. In this space, conventional laws of power do not apply. Only the relentless principles of chaos prevail. Consequently, cultivators find themselves powerless to wield any other forms of energy within the alternate dimension. It is far more perilous than the world of no return, and only the legendary reincarnation masters can hope to navigate it. To traverse the alternate dimension, only those at the transcendent level can achieve such a feat. Now, Yangbai had directly breached both the world of no return and the alternate dimension, tearing open the barriers with ease. Ahead lay the realm of hell. The tunnel behind the barriers of the alternate dimension stretched infinitely long, far beyond the measure of light years. Should an emperor unleash their full speed, racing at the speed of light each second without regard for energy consumption to reach the tunnel's end, even as their lifespan dwindled, they would never arrive. Inside the tunnel, Xiao Qingji was left utterly speechless, her mind reeling as she beheld the spectacle before her. She had heard of the world of no return from her father, the holy demon emperor, who could not linger there for long. Yet now, Yangbai had effortlessly torn through both the world of no return and the alternate dimension. Such unfathomable abilities beg the question, how powerful must Yangbai truly be? The realm of causality? Insufficient. The realm of destiny? Still inadequate. Reincarnation? Perhaps not even that. At this moment, Xiao Qingji remained blissfully unaware that her delicate, fragile form was intimately pressed against Yangbai's. Yangbai distinctly felt the softness of the young girl's body, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Yet he showed no intention of loosening his embrace. On the contrary, he held her even tighter, openly indulging in the moment. After a brief pause, the end of the otherworldly tunnel materialized before them, and following a burst of blinding light, they were met with a chilling and desolate scene. Permeated by the acrid stench of charred remains and haunting wails, the blood-red sun loomed ominously in the sky, casting an eerie glow over a sinister world of slaughter. Towering demonic statues stood resolutely, each stained with the crimson of blood. An expanse of hellish fortresses, resembling grotesque demon heads, stretched endlessly, while countless skeletal remains floated in the oppressive gloom. Beyond the fortresses lay an infinite expanse of the underworld, ablaze with unquenchable hellfire. Within these castles resided myriad souls of the deceased, their wills having traversed to this realm after their demise in the mortal world. Unlike the soul power cultivated by practitioners in the real world, these were conscious souls, a distinctly different entity altogether. Xiao Qingji surveyed this unfamiliar and death-laden world with a curious expression, completely oblivious to the fact that she remained closely entwined with Yangbai. He hovered in the air, gazing down upon the infernal landscape. Suddenly, his eyes blazed with an incandescent light. This was the first time he had unleashed 50% of his soul power. His formidable consciousness allowed him to perceive the vastness of this hellish domain in its entirety. At that moment, every corner of the underworld lay bare before his soul's detection. The territory of the underworld was immensely expansive, not merely a planetary body, but rather a colossal prehistoric continent, stretching over 1,000,000 jingtian. 12,800 light-years constituted one azer, and 12,800 Isers equated to 1 Jingtian. Thus, the realm of the underworld extended to an astonishing million Jingtian. In comparison, the Kunlun realm was nothing more than a mere speck of dust. This was the first time Yang Bai's consciousness had encompassed such a vast expanse, leaving him momentarily dazzled. Yet, this was merely a fraction of his total power, and even he could not fathom the extent of his capabilities. How terrifying would he be if he unleashed his full strength, deep within a demonic fortress? In the grand hall where hellfire blazed around them, 4 terrifying figures sat in a circle. The mere aura they exuded was enough to crush an emperor. These 4 were the supreme rulers of the underworld, each presiding over their domain. Their gathering indicated that monumental events were unfolding within the realm. Yama, what explanation do you have regarding the Book of Life and Death? The Emperor of Fengdu, adorned with a crown and resplendent robes, was the first to speak. His voice commanding and grave. Yama, with his fair visage framed by ear protectors and clad in a flowing robe, sat upright, his expression darkened. I know not. 3 years ago, the Book of Life and Death inexplicably slipped from my grasp. The revelation stunned the delicate goddess of earth, whose skin was as flawless as spring snow. What? Such a thing could occur? The 4 powerful beings had convened due to the recent anomaly concerning the Book of Life and Death. A quasi-emperor woman had inexplicably vanished from the underworld. Following Yama's inquiries, it became apparent that the robe book was responsible for this disturbance. Upon learning of the situation, the other 3 supreme rulers of hell hastened to Yama's fortress to demand answers. Upon grasping the full narrative, the King of Earth personally intervened, employing supreme powers to retrieve the fugitive Lu Zhuruo from the mortal realm. I suspect this woman must be of significance to a transcendent being in the primordial universe. This act undoubtedly originated from the transcendent realm. The Emperor of Fengdu gestured toward the trembling Lu Zhuruo. The invisible pressure they exuded was enough to cause this once mighty quasi-emperor's soul to quiver. Regardless of the circumstances, this matter concerns the entirety of the underworld. Even transcendent beings must not challenge our authority. If kin perish, and every transcendent disregards decorum, would chaos not ensue? Yama, as a supreme ruler of the underworld, is it not frivolous to fail to report the loss of such a crucial artifact as the Book of Life and Death? The goddess of earth, her intellect sharp as a blade, expressed her dissatisfaction towards Yama. In response, Yama could only remain silent, his embarrassment palpable. As one of the underworld's 4 supreme rulers, how could he face them if they learned that his own life as treasure had been taken from him? After all, he was a dignified, transcendent being. Now that the incident has transpired, speculation is futile. Let us search the woman's soul, and all shall be revealed. The Emperor of Fengdu declared, striding towards the kneeling Lu Zhuruo. Just as he was about to probe her soul, the King of Earth, who had remained silent until now, interjected. There is no need for such trouble. The individual has already arrived. The King of Earth abruptly opened his previously closed eyes. At his words, the other 3 supreme rulers felt a surge of overwhelming soul power wash over them. All 4 were taken aback. They had not anticipated such audacity. That someone would dare intrude upon their domain. How dare this insolent wretch? Yama, seething with pent-up frustration, bellowed. With that, he and the Emperor of Fengdu vanished from their location. It has been ages since some fool with transcendent strength dared to storm into hell. It has been rather tedious these years. Do not kill him off too quickly. Let me have some fun. The goddess of earth hastily pursued them. Meanwhile, only the King of Earth remained motionless in the grand hall. After pondering for a moment, he sensed that the situation was far from simple. If the intruder could effortlessly control the Book of Life and Death, they could not merely be a typical transcendent being. These 3 brainless fools. He chastised under his breath, yet found himself compelled to follow suit as the others had already breached his domain. Before departing, he ensured to bring Lu Zhuruo along. On the other side, Yang Bai, having detected Lu Zhuruo's presence, led Xiao Qingji toward that direction. With a single step, Yang Bai harnessed the laws of space, leaping a distance of 100 Jingtian. Finally aware, are you? Let's see just how formidable the 4 supreme rulers of hell truly are. Ahead, the 4 formidable auras stirred the very fabric of the underworld's laws. The infernal flames blazed more fiercely, and the towering heaps of bones began to stir as if summoned by an unseen force. The 4 supreme rulers emerged, unleashing chaos upon the realm with their overwhelming power. The King of Hell, Emperor Fengdu, Lady Hutu, and the King of Xianxiagarba appeared in succession. Yang Bai gazed ahead at the 4 formidable presences, then shifted his focus to the delicate figure of Lu Zhuruo in the hands of the King of Xianxiagarba. Upon seeing the instigator, the King of Hell erupted in fury, bellowing, "Human warrior, you possess audacity beyond measure. How dare you intrude upon the realm of the underworld?" Emperor Fengdu restrained the wrathful King of Hell, his gaze fixed cautiously on the slender figure before them. With his transcendent realm of supreme detachment, he sensed an unsettling aura emanating from this individual, realizing that the newcomer was far more formidable than he initially presumed. What he had thought to be a mere transcendent of the uninhabited realm now appeared to embody much more than that. Among transcendent beings, there exists a hierarchy of strength, subdivided into the uninhabited, the empty clarity, the pure essence, the sudden manifestation, and the immortal. Lady Hoodoo's flawless brow furrowed slightly as she communicated discreetly. Can the three of you discern this individual's strength? It is unfathomable, tranquil like a clear spring, yet upon probing the soul, it reveals itself as an abyss without end. Emperor Fengdu responded through thought. With our combined prowess, we cannot fathom his true strength. He is likely at least a sudden manifestation level transcendent. The earlier composure of the four dissipated, replaced by a palpable gravity. The underworld? Is there anywhere in this realm that I cannot traverse? You ought to recognize my purpose for being here. Thus, I shall refrain from further verbosity, surrender the person. The unspoken exchanges among the four did not evade his keen perception. And with a mocking chuckle, Yangbai addressed them, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. When the dead return to the underworld, it is a matter of principle. As a supreme transcendent of the primordial universe, do you truly find it difficult to accept the cycle of life and death? Lady Hutu interjected. Do not let your strength lead you to recklessness. We possess the means to retain you within this realm. Depart now, return the ledger of life and death, and we shall let bygones be bygones. Upon her utterance, an overwhelming force erupted from within Yangbai, shaking the very heavens and earth. As if the cosmos itself could not contain it. It appears you have no intention of releasing him, he declared, and in a swift motion, he embraced Xiao Qingji's slender waist and vanished from sight. In the next instant, he materialized behind the four, pushing forward with a single hand as the intangible space around them compressed violently, producing a deafening explosion. The four immediately sensed an invisible force barreling towards them, prompting Lady Hutu to summon the heavenly refining furnace, conjuring countless formidable imperial weapons. Yet, as these weapons clashed with the intangible might, they disintegrated into nothingness, vanishing into the void. You insolent wretch, just because you are powerful, do you think we would fear you? Facing the relentless onslaught of the unseen force, Emperor Fengdu drew back his arms as if to knock an arrow. In a fleeting moment, the very power of the underworld and the laws of nature converged in his hands, coalescing into an energy storm capable of obliterating billions of stars. This tempest transformed into a lethal arrow, the Seven Fiends' Annihilation Arrow. Surrounded by a maelstrom of fury, the arrow surged forth, tearing through the fabric of space. The collision of the Seven Fiends' Annihilation Arrow with the intangible force unleashed a wave of devastating energy. Souls queued in the demon castle, awaiting their reincarnation, were momentarily blinded by the brilliant explosion that erupted in the distance. The Seven Fiends' Annihilation Arrow, Emperor Fengdu, and the other three sovereigns. A significant event is unfolding in the underworld. The 10 Yama kings, stationed in the demon castle, awakened from the depths of hell and rushed to the surface. Mengpa, guarding the Naiha bridge, gazed in shock at the terrifying energy storm. The four sovereigns converged beside the Naiha bridge. One of the Yama kings, his expression grave, questioned Mengpa, what transpired? Why have the four sovereigns suddenly gathered? Mengpa could only shake her head slightly, conveying her limited knowledge of a breach by a being from the real world, prompting the four sovereigns to emerge. Beyond that, she was not privy to the intricacies of the situation. At this moment, the black and white impermanents, along with other underworld beings, arrived at the scene. This is dire. The terrifying energy storm approaches. The most powerful of the 10 Yama kings commanded, all officials of the underworld, heed my call. Stand with me against the storm. As the tempest intensified, it transformed into horrifying spatial white holes. With the residual energy from the clash of the Seven Fiends' Annihilation Arrow and the intangible force engulfing half of the underworld. United, the 10 Yama kings, the black and white impermanents, the water and fire judges, Mengpa, and the other underworld officials barely managed to protect the demon castle from the onslaught. However, as the storm and spatial anomalies passed, the protective barrier was left teetering on the brink of collapse, marred by countless fractures, though the demon castle remained intact. Other areas suffered catastrophic destruction, leaving half of the underworld in ruins. At the storm's epicenter, a figure exuding a feeble aura was sent tumbling backward. Observing this, Lady Hutu, the king of hell, and the king of Xianxiagarba rushed to catch him. The Emperor Fengdu, now appearing gravely weakened, lost the imposing aura he once exuded. The king of Xianxiagarba swiftly summoned his life-bound treasure, the golden scepter, which glimmered with radiance, and with a firm tap on his chest, stabilized his breath. Simultaneously, the three turned their grim expressions toward Yangbai, who strolled toward them with an air of tranquility, showing no signs of injury. Even his garments unruffled by the aftermath of the battle. In his arms, he cradled a delicate xianxia, who was so stunned she could scarcely utter a word. Not a single strand of her hair had been harmed by the residual force. Xianxia, in disbelief, surveyed her surroundings, struggling to comprehend the overwhelming spectacle before her. Who stood before her? It was none other than the legendary Emperor Fengdu, a figure so formidable that even her own imperial father trembled at the mere mention of his name. Yet now, he lay stricken by the very man who held her tenderly. It was a scenario beyond her wildest imagination. In stark contrast, the king of Xianxiagarba and the others were left reeling, their vitality in turmoil, their breaths erratic. The disparity in strength was painfully evident following that single exchange. The Seven Fiends' annihilation arrow, renowned as the most potent weapon in the underworld, demanded even the extraordinary to retreat in its wake. It was this very arrow that had felled a transcendent intruder in the past, a being of sudden manifestation. Chapter 69. The Celestial Demon Array, 2 out of 10. Even so, this attack was but a trifle before Yangbai, the king of Xianxiagarba, in a state of horror, discovered that the Lu Zhirua he had been holding was now mysteriously absent. As he regained his composure, he found Lu Zhirua standing behind Yangbai, leaving the king of Xianxiagarba and his companions stunned into silence. How could he achieve such a feat? In a state of utter invulnerability, he managed to silently abduct the individual. The four supreme lords of hell could not help but be astounded by the prowess displayed by Yangbai. Ahem. Your skills are indeed remarkable. I concede without regret. The Emperor of Fengdu, with the assistance of King Yanluo, staggered to his feet, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. His breath was utterly depleted, clearly shaken by Yangbai's overwhelming strength. For a being of his stature in hell, it was a first to be so thoroughly vanquished by an opponent. Should you find life burdensome, I would be more than willing to lend a hand. Yangbai's gaze was filled with disdain as he coldly surveyed those below, embodying the judgment of a celestial sovereign. Humph, your prowess is certainly suffocating. But do not presume that the realm of hell is without its means of retaliation. Lady Hutu, wielding the heavenly refining furnace, met Yangbai's gaze without flinching. In the next moment, the 10 Yama kings, the judges of water and fire, Meng Pu, and the spectral duo of black and white, along with a multitude of judges from hell, arrived at the scene. All practitioners of hell, heed my command. Form the heavenly god and demon formation. Immediately, with the 10 Yama kings as the focal point, a formation capable of sealing heaven and earth was established. The heavenly god and demon formation swiftly enveloped Yangbai and his companions. Each of the 10 Yama kings was a powerful reincarnation realm expert, and with 10 such beings anchoring the formation, it became unassailable. Lu Zhirua, merely a quasi-emperor, had never witnessed such a spectacle. The formation amassed nearly all the practitioners of hell, a veritable sea of figures. Each silhouette radiated an aura potent enough to make even her tremble. Within the formation, the weakest among them possessed the cultivation of an emperor. Consequently, Lu Zhirua found herself involuntarily inching closer to Yangbai, shivering with trepidation. Faced with such overwhelming strength, she could do naught but pray for Yangbai's capability to cope, though her heart was laden with doubt. In stark contrast, Xianxia, cradled in Yangbai's embrace, was devoid of her mother-esque fear. She stole glances at Yangbai's handsome profile, noting his unwavering composure in the face of the collective assault from the mightiest of hell. As she beheld his chiseled features, an inexplicable sense of security enveloped her. She felt that as long as she remained by his side, no crisis could unsettle her. Gradually, the young girl found herself unable to divert her gaze. Her large eyes fixated on him, as a rosy hue began to grace her cheeks. The heavenly god and demon formation took shape. Within the formation, a colossal figure of a god and demon began to coalesce slowly. This immense figure emanated an aura of unfathomable terror. From its sheer presence, it effortlessly overshadowed the four supreme lords of the transcendence realm. In the face of this towering entity, Yangbai's form appeared diminutive. Under the manipulation of the 10 Yama kings, the very laws of heaven and earth within hell converged into the fists of the god and demon figure. Countless laws surged forth in a frenzy. Then, the colossal figure, representing the full might of hell, unleashed a devastating punch towards Yangbai. As the fist cleaved through the air, hellfire ignited in its wake. Confronted with this cataclysmic strike, Yangbai finally stirred. Now, this is intriguing. At least I no longer feel drowsy. He merely raised his left hand slightly, extending a solitary finger towards the oncoming force. Arrogant fool. King Yanluo was incensed at Yangbai's presumption to counter the full might of the god and demon figure with a single finger. The fist of the colossal figure descended like a celestial calamity. Yet, as it collided with Yangbai's finger, the raging hellfire was abruptly extinguished. The myriad laws contained within the fist dissipated in a mysterious and intangible manner. In the next instant, the entire arm of the god and demon figure began to shatter. Yang Bai, however, had not retreated an inch, merely retracting his finger. This strike did not generate a violent energy backlash. Not even a ripple disturbed the fabric of space. The god and demon figure, now nursing its broken arm, began to stagger backward. The onlookers within the formation were struck by a backlash, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Among them, the 10 Yama kings suffered the most severe repercussions. The esteemed reincarnation realm experts found their breath thrown into disarray, blood erupting uncontrollably from their mouths. With just a single blow, the heavenly god and demon formation was on the brink of collapse. Witnessing this, the 4 supreme lords were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief, their expressions incredulous. How can this be possible? Just how powerful is he? Could it be that he has reached the level of the supreme Tao ancestor? The formation, forged from the collective strength of all practitioners in hell, was rendered utterly impotent against his might. It seemed the power of the god and demon figure was dangerously close to that of the supreme Tao ancestor. To suggest that such a being, who had long transcended the mortal realm, could be so effortlessly repelled, was unthinkable. Is this truly the extent of your capabilities? You have truly disappointed me. Yang Bai had scarcely exerted even 20% of his strength. He had merely utilized 10%. Initially, he had hoped to use this opportunity to gauge the true extent of his power. However, it was now evident that this group was utterly ineffectual. At this juncture, my esteemed colleagues, we must go all out. Regardless of his strength, the dignity of hell must not be infringed upon. We cannot allow this interloper to abscond with the souls that are meant to perish. With that, the 4 supreme lords ceased their concealment, their auras erupting with ferocity. As they soared into the formation, seizing the focal point, each of the 4 supreme lords was a transcendent being of the transcendence realm. With their inclusion, the formation was undeniably bolstered. The god and demon figure swiftly healed its injuries, its aura surging to a higher echelon. The pressure emanating from the god and demon figure had now solidified to a tangible force. A visible weight descended, shattering the surrounding space. This terrifying pressure shattered the outer chaotic barrier, revealing the boundless chaotic essence beyond the world. At this moment, the power of the god and demon figure had ascended to the level of the supreme Tao ancestor. Quite formidable indeed. Yet, I have declared it. Today, I shall witness who dares to obstruct me. Yang Bai's dwindling patience had been entirely spent. He recognized that they could not grasp his true strength, and thus there was no further reason to allow them to continue their display. With a steely gaze, an unparalleled aura eclipsed that of the god and demon figure. An unprecedented pressure surged forth. A potent sense of suffocation filled the hearts of the 4 supreme lords. This is bad. Realizing the grim turn of events, Lady Hutu and her companions hastily invoked their innate treasures. Soon, the heavenly refining furnace, the 7 fiends' soul-extinguishing arrows, and the golden scepter of Zen were unleashed. Swirling with the supreme laws of the Tao, let me show you the spectacle of what remains of my full power, at a mere 2 or 3/10. Chapter 70. The Sword Crossing the Vastness. The Outer Chaos. 50% strength. A different world. Yang Bai's entire aura erupted, the solidified pressure descending upon the entirety of hell like a tempest. This marked the first occasion he unleashed his strength to 20%. In the minor skirmishes of the Kunlun realm, he had not even utilized a fraction of this power. The entirety of hell was enveloped in this oppressive force, teetering on the brink of annihilation. With a finger as his sword, his eyes ignited with a magnificent sword intent. Sword crossing the vastness. The sword light spun at the tips of Yang Bai's fingers, and with a swift horizontal motion, the blade's radiance was unleashed in an instant. The sword's brilliance conjured a tempest of energy, extinguishing all vitality in its wake. The 3 Supremes' life weapons disintegrated upon contact with the sword light, vanishing into nothingness. Yet, the might of the sword light remained undiminished, piercing forward and tearing through layers of space. Its speed was astonishing, reaching an incredible 100,000 celestial realms per second. Within the blink of an eye, the sword light penetrated the great array of divine demons, annihilating the colossal divine figures in an instant. After 10 breaths, the sword light reached the boundary of the hell realm. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, even the chaos barrier could not withstand its power for a moment. Being swiftly breached, this revealed the grotesque outer chaos, as the surging chaotic energy surged into the hell realm. The strength of this strike not only swept through the entirety of the hell realm with overwhelming force, but also breached the chaos barrier. In the eyes of the cultivators of the primordial universe, the chaos barrier was deemed the most formidable barrier in the cosmos. It was remembered that the supreme ancestor of the Supreme Temple once gathered numerous transcendent powerhouses to combine their strength in an attempt to shatter the chaos barrier. to glimpse the world beyond the primordial universe. Yet, despite their efforts, the Supreme Ancestor could not achieve this goal. The Supreme Temple is the dominant force within the Supreme Celestial Domain, and the Supreme Ancestor is an unparalleled being. Even so, he could not break the Chaos Barrier, highlighting its formidable nature. Since then, the Chaos Barrier has been hailed as the hardest substance in the primordial universe. The cultivators of the Hell Realm have heard whispers of this. Yet now they bore witness as Xianbai effortlessly penetrated the Chaos Barrier with a single stroke of his might, and it did not hold for even a moment. With the array shattered, the four Supremes were severely wounded, especially the three who unleashed their life weapons. Emperor Fengdu fell unconscious, his aura so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Having suffered 3 successive blows, a typical transcendent being would have surely perished. The King of Earth and his companions struggled to rise, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the Chaos Barrier pierced by this strike. After accomplishing this feat, Xianbai slightly retracted his stance, satisfied with the effectiveness of his move. Behind him, Lu Zhuo gazed numbly at the incredible scene unfolding before her. Could this truly be the realm attainable by mortals? How utterly tedious. Today, I shall show mercy and spare your lives. With that, Xianbai gently lifted his hands, preparing to take the 2 women away from this place. He had no intention of exterminating the 4. Doing so might incite chaos throughout the entire primordial universe, a scenario he wished to avoid, given the Hell Realm's significant position within it. However, at this moment, the King of Earth and his companions hastily approached, respectfully kneeling before him. Your Excellency, we were blind and have offended you. Yet, we beseech you, for the sake of the countless innocent souls in the Hell Realm, to mend the Chaos Barrier. Xianbai paused momentarily, then turned his gaze towards the Chaos Barrier. He observed a small section had been shattered, and through that breach, an immense flow of chaotic energy surged into the Hell Realm. This chaotic energy carried with it boundless destructive power, rampaging uncontrollably. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of reality seemed to tear asunder. Moreover, the areas swept by this chaotic energy were assimilated into spaces filled with the essence of destruction. Faced with this annihilating force, the cultivators of the Hell Realm had no means of resistance. If this continued, it would not be long before the entire Hell Realm was wholly consumed and transformed into an extension of outer chaos. Consequently, Xianbai found himself obliged to rectify the chaos left in the wake of his actions. Even with the combined strength of the 4 Supremes, they could do nothing against this chaotic energy. In an instant, Xianbai vanished from his position, only to reappear before the Chaos Barrier, leagues away. In but a moment, he had traversed vast distances. Turning to face the chaotic energy that wreaked havoc behind him, he raised his hand slightly, unleashing a formidable suction force. The grayish chaotic energy was drawn into his palm by this immense power. At that moment, Xianbai resembled a human-shaped black hole, voraciously consuming the chaotic energy. Within mere moments, the chaotic energy flooding into the Hell Realm had been absorbed into his grasp. Curious, he examined the small mass of gray mist resting in his palm. The outer chaos continued to pour forth its chaotic energy. Realizing this, he turned around, his eyes filled with curiosity as they scanned the depths of the outer chaos. Yet, the outer chaos was a realm of desolation, devoid of any semblance of life. His consciousness extended nearly 1,000,000 celestial realms into the outer chaos, yet yielded no discoveries. Aside from the chaotic storms imbued with the scent of destruction, there was naught else, only a vast, gray, infinite expanse. The chaotic energy rampaged endlessly within. Even an immensely powerful transcendent being could not survive long in such an environment. Not even an unparalleled ancestor could endure, as they would be torn to shreds by the obliterating force of the chaotic storms. Recognizing this, Xianbai felt compelled to follow the trail and uncover the secrets of this world. His aura began to ascend steadily. A formidable presence emanated from him, causing even the most unruly chaotic energies to shy away, retreating in fear and pushing deeper into the outer chaos. Shortly thereafter, a vacuum formed within the outer chaos. Several tens of celestial realms ahead of Xianbai, he unleashed an unprecedented aura of terror. This time, he directly employed half of his strength, determined to uncover the truth. His consciousness swept forth in an instant, traversing millions of celestial realms in a heartbeat. With fervent exploration, he finally discovered, after sweeping through several 100 billion celestial realms, the presence of another chaos barrier. There truly existed another world. Upon obtaining this revelation, Xianbai retracted his consciousness, deeming further exploration unnecessary. He casually cast a sealing barrier, directly blocking the breach in the chaos barrier created by the sword light. Then, he simply brushed off the dust from his garments, waved his hand, and summoned Xianxia and her daughter, propelling them through the spatial rift away from the Hell Realm. We bid you farewell, esteemed sir. The king of earth and his companions acknowledged, bowing slightly in respect. The four supremes were thoroughly impressed by Yongbai's prowess. He was indeed a formidable figure capable of easily breaching the chaos barrier. It was laughable that Emperor Fengdu had dared to challenge him alone, and even more absurd that they had contemplated uniting their forces to resist him. Chapter 71. The mysterious celestial treasure, supreme Tao weapons, primordial artifacts, chaos armaments. Following several earth-shattering battles, the Hell Realm lay in ruins. In the aftermath of those cataclysmic skirmishes, nearly 20 to 30% of its territory had been obliterated. The judges of the underworld were left questioning their existence after being thoroughly bested by Yongbai. The most unfortunate were the four supremes, who, despite being transcendent beings of the Tongpu realm, had seen their life weapons shattered. The king of earth and his companions silently collected the remnants of their weapons, which were indeed primordial treasures. The weapons wielded by the emperor were of an even more formidable caliber. After the imperial weapons, there exist even more formidable treasures such as the Xiantian spiritual treasures, the supreme Tao weapons, the primordial supreme treasures, the chaotic supreme armaments, and the legendary Genesis artifacts, as well as the ancestral artifacts born at the dawn of the multiverse. The primordial supreme treasures are already the mightiest weapons within the primordial universe. However, the chaotic supreme armaments have yet to make an appearance. Typically, only those cultivators of the fate realm and those with karmic ties may possess the Xiantian spiritual treasures. Those who have transcended the cycle of reincarnation generally wield the supreme Tao weapons. The primordial supreme treasures are weapons so peerless that even the most exalted Tao ancestors would covet them. Now, having lost this extraordinary divine weapon, the four supremes of hell, who were previously endowed with the primordial supreme treasures, are now in profound anguish. In the demon realm, within the depths of the netherworld demon palace, the holy demon emperor finds himself unable to withstand the onslaught of the three demon emperors. Despite his valiant struggle, he cannot escape. At this moment, his corporeal form is ensnared within the confines of the netherworld demon coffin, another imperial weapon of the netherworld demon emperor. Trapped within such a formidable artifact, the holy demon emperor is rendered incapable of utilizing even his divine consciousness, his entire being immobilized. The three demon emperors stand before the coffin, visibly disheveled, their bodies marred by numerous sword wounds, oozing with dark, viscous demon blood. Although they have combined their strengths, capturing the holy demon emperor has come at a significant cost. The battle among the four was exceptionally fierce, with the holy demon emperor resorting to self-detonating the imperial weapon, Abyssal Rainbow. The explosion reverberated through the cosmos, obliterating several planets in its wake. The extent of its power is evident, and although the three had anticipated such a drastic measure, they were taken aback by his resoluteness. All three were severely injured, with only the Night Shadow Demon Emperor, clad in a shadowy cloak, appearing slightly better off. Holy Demon Brother, at this juncture, do you still wish to resist? The Netherworld Demon Emperor entices. Quickly surrender the secret methods of your inheritance, and we shall grant you clemency. How does that sound? Humph. Such foolish delusions. You dare utter such words without fear of ridicule? The Holy Demon Emperor retorts with a cold snort from within the coffin. We are all seasoned foxes of a millennium. What games do you wish to play with me? Since you refuse to heed our offer, humph. With that, the Netherworld Demon Emperor casts a glance at the Black Fiend Demon Emperor beside him. Upon understanding the cue, the Black Fiend Demon Emperor, with an air of sinister charm, steps forward. A venomous scorpion emerges from his sleeve, which he then places into the coffin. The Black Fiend Demon Emperor is renowned for his mastery in nurturing extraordinarily toxic creatures. His creations are lethal enough to have claimed the lives of several quasi-emperors. As the scorpion crawls into the coffin, it gradually ascends to the Holy Demon Emperor's forehead under the Black Fiend Demon Emperor's guidance. It subsequently raises its sharp, venomous tail and plunges it into him. A scream of agony erupts from within the coffin. Hee. Extracting secrets is my forte. The Black Fiend Demon Emperor exclaims with a grotesque grin, his wrinkled visage contorting into an unsettling expression. The screams echo incessantly, prompting the Black Fiend Demon Emperor to release several more venomous creatures. In an instant, the coffin is teeming with various poisonous insects. Enough. That should suffice. If you kill him, I shall send you down to accompany him. The Night Shadow Demon Emperor coldly observes. Haha, rest assured. How could these poisons possibly threaten an emperor's life? You overestimate my abilities, the Black Fiend Demon Emperor dismisses, continuing to unleash more creatures. After a considerable time passes, silence falls within the coffin. The Holy Demon Emperor, now utterly tormented, is unrecognizable, his body marred with patches of purple and green, the toxins having spread throughout him. Damn, this fellow is truly resilient. The Black Fiend Demon Emperor exclaims in frustration upon seeing the Holy Demon Emperor lose consciousness. They could only extract the secret methods of inheritance from the holy demon emperor's lips, as they dared not invade his soul. Soul searching requires entering his mental realm, and before doing so, one must obliterate his spiritual will. But who is the holy demon emperor? He is a supreme being, and the spiritual will of such an emperor is not easily extinguished. Despite enduring such torment, his will remains unyielding. Those who achieve the pinnacle of emperorship are indeed the finest among humanity. Although the holy demon emperor's cultivation is inherited, the secret methods are so otherworldly that even his spiritual will remain steadfast. If they attempted to force a soul search, the holy demon emperor might self-destruct his imperial source, leading to their mutual demise. The detonation of an emperor possesses the capability to annihilate even other emperors. Thus, the netherworld demon emperor and his companions dared not pursue such a course, unwilling to drive him to desperation. To extinguish an emperor's will, one must at least be a being of the fate realm. Yet such beings can only emerge from a second-tier great world. As the three lament their predicament, a supreme pressure suddenly descends from the heavens. A force of unparalleled strength immediately envelopes them. Under this terrifying pressure, the entire demon realm trembles violently. The netherworld demon emperor and his companions are forced to kneel upon the ground. With a loud crash, their foreheads collide heavily with the floor. The sound of cracking bones resonating as their imperial bones shatter under the weight. As their sinews and bones fracture, their bodies collapse like a heap of flesh, intimately connecting with the earth in an unprecedented manner. At this moment, the reputation of the emperor is truly justified. Struggling to raise his head, the netherworld demon emperor gazes toward the source of this overwhelming pressure. The blood-red sky fractures, revealing an endless void. From within that void emerges a frail, yet imposing figure. The netherworld demon emperor fixates on the newcomer, attempting to discern the identity of this formidable being, who has rendered 3 emperor-level cultivators powerless with mere pressure. But the next moment, 2 figures emerge behind this slender silhouette. Upon their appearance, the netherworld demon emperor is engulfed by an unprecedented terror, a chilling sense of impending death flooding his heart. In an instant, Yang Bai and the others vanish from their original positions, only to reappear before the 3 demon emperors. Chapter 72. Departing from the demon realm, the vast universe. Father, your majesty. Upon their descent, Xiao Qingji and her mother rush anxiously toward the unconscious holy demon emperor within the coffin. Yang Bai stands before the 3 demon emperors, his expression cold and detached. He raises his hand slightly, and the netherworld demon coffin is shattered by an invisible force, causing the holy demon emperor to slump downwards. Xiao Zhao and her mother quickly catch him, horrified by the multitude of potent toxins coursing through his body. Big brother, please, you must save my father. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai lets out a gentle sigh, deciding to assist them fully, recalling the time he had inadvertently disrupted their affairs by taking a pair of earrings. With a wave of his hand, a radiant light filled with boundless vitality surges into the holy demon emperor's body. Such trifling poison is easily dispelled by him. The life force embodied in the divine light is immensely potent, and shortly after, the holy demon emperor's wounds begin to heal. Before long, he slowly opens his eyes and awakens. Upon regaining consciousness and seeing the 3 demon emperors kneeling before him, he is struck with profound astonishment. After a brief explanation from the 2 women, the holy demon emperor regards Yang Bai with a look of deep respect. He solemnly bows, saying, I am Xiao Kanglin, and I am deeply grateful for your timely intervention, my lord. Upon hearing the account from the 2 women, he gazed incredulously at the slender youth before him. It was hard to fathom that such a delicate figure could possess the strength to single-handedly pierce through the entire realm of hell, trampling both the domain and the 4 supreme beings beneath his feet, to say nothing of the 4 supreme beings. Even a mere judge from the hell realm could effortlessly crush him. Faced with the youth standing before him, Xiao Kanglin dared not exhibit the arrogance befitting an emperor. Such a powerhouse was beyond the realm of his comprehension. There's no need for such formality. It was merely a trivial matter. Yang Bai casually waved his hand in dismissal. As the 2 conversed, the 3 infernal emperors desperately activated their imperial weapons, channeling their thoughts in a bid for self-detonation. In an instant, the shadow cloak, the celestial demon fire bow, and the celestial demon bell expanded dramatically. Be careful, my lord, Xiao Kanglin exclaimed in alarm. Yet, Yang Bai remained utterly unfazed, a look of disdain crossing his face. With a mere snap of his fingers, the space surrounding the imperial weapons froze instantaneously. Under the shocked gazes of the 4 demon emperors, he pinched the 3 imperial weapons and placed them in his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Yang Bai savored the imperial weapons, producing crisp sounds of chewing. After finishing, he let out a satisfied burp towards the 3 on the ground. As expected of imperial weapons, the flavor is quite delightful. The expressions on the faces of the three infernal emperors were nothing short of spectacular, their countenances turning ashen with rage. The Black Fiend Emperor, in particular, coughed up a mouthful of old blood. It was a profound humiliation, a grievous affront. Yet, even amidst Yang Bai's overwhelming pressure, they could scarcely utter a word. Their gazes filled with venomous fury directed at him. Realizing their impending doom, the three of them gritted their teeth, their spirits surging with desperation as they prepared for a final struggle. Do you still wish to resist? The self-detonation of an emperor is not to be trifled with. Its destructive power surpasses that of an imperial weapon. However, such attempts were akin to brandishing a sword in front of Guan Yu in Yang Bai's presence. With a focused gaze, a formidable wave of soul power erupted from his eyes. A terrifying storm of mental energy swept through the surroundings, penetrating the mental realms of the three, causing their wills to shatter, let alone three mere emperors. Even extinguishing the mental wills of the four supreme beings of hell would pose no challenge to Yang Bai. With a mere thought, the bodies of the three infernal emperors disintegrated into ash. Thus, in a matter of mere moments, three once mighty emperors were utterly obliterated from existence. Xiao Qingji and her mother, having witnessed the carnage in the hell realm, did not display excessive astonishment at this scene. They had grown numb to such events during their time in hell. This mere display could only be deemed a minor skirmish. Very well. Since all matters have been resolved, I shall take my leave, Yang Bai declared. At these words, Xiao Kanglin emerged from his stupor and called out hastily, "My lord, please wait." "What is it?" Yang Bai paused, turning to face him. "In gratitude for your mercy, I wish to lead the entire celestial demon realm in submission to you." Beside him, Xiao Qingji looked at Yang Bai with hopeful eyes, yearning for him to remain. However, Yang Bai replied coldly, "I have no need for your submission. But, big brother, I do not yet know your name." With his intentions set, Xiao Qingji finally summoned her courage. Her face flushed as she gazed at him. Upon closer inspection, her fair visage appeared exceedingly charming. Then, with a step into the vast cosmos, Yang Bai vanished from sight. Yang Bai. His voice lingered in the air as he departed. Xiao Qingji silently etched these two syllables into her heart, the name reverberating within her thoughts. As she gazed longingly in the direction Yang Bai had departed, she continually repeated his name, her cheeks glowing with a rosy hue. For the first time, Xiao Kanglin witnessed his proud daughter in such a state and could not help but exclaim. At that moment, Lu Zhuhua threw herself into his embrace, her eyes glistening as she looked toward Xiao Qingji's distant silhouette. Alas, that foolish girl. Both understood that a being of Yang Bai's caliber was a titan in the vast expanse of the Hongmeng universe. How could he possibly take an interest in their daughter? Yet, at such an impressionable age, how could Xiao Qingji not be captivated by such a formidable figure? As Yang Bai departed the celestial demon realm, he did not rush back to the Kunlun realm, but instead flew leisurely through the cosmos. The distance from the celestial demon realm to the Kunlun realm spanned a staggering 10 xianxia, that equated to approximately 1.28 million light years. Yet for Yang Bai, it was a journey he could traverse in the blink of an eye. Along the way, Yang Bai continuously surveyed the starry expanse of the universe. The dazzling stars radiated brilliant light. Countless stars formed an immense cluster, known as a galaxy. A typical galaxy would measure at least several hundred xianxia in diameter. Both the Kunlun realm and the celestial demon realm resided within the Orion galaxy, which spanned a distance of 300 xianxia. Moreover, countless galaxies coalesced to form a vast river of stars, with a single river containing no fewer than tens of millions of galaxies. The Orion galaxy was merely an inconspicuous entity within the starry river. Above the river lay star domains, generally composed of multiple star rivers. In this boundless universe, where lies the end? In the grand scheme of the immeasurable Hongmeng universe, even a distance of 1 Jingtian appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust. Chapter 73, The Creator God. The 9 Eternal Laws, the Origin Law. Within this boundless universe, Yang Bai's slender form seemed exceedingly diminutive. Since his transmigration, it was his first time wandering the vast cosmos. As he beheld the resplendent rivers of stars in the depths of space, he unexpectedly felt a faint calling. Thus, Yang Bai halted, murmuring, "That sensation cannot be mistaken." With his formidable consciousness sweeping across the cosmos, the entire starry river emerged within his mind's eye. His awareness expanded further, finally capturing some elusive traces. "Shall I draw you out, or will you come forth on your own?" A distant sigh echoed from the far reaches of the starry sky. Indeed, before the Supreme Creator God, these petty maneuvers were futile. Before Yang Bai, a humanoid energy entity began to coalesce amidst the starlight, exuding an aura of primordial chaos. Observing the being radiating the essence of the Hongmeng universe, Yang Bai curiously remarked, "So it is, the will of the Hongmeng universe." Indeed, Standing before him was the manifested embodiment of the will of the Hongmeng universe. Esteemed Creator God, please forgive my previous transgressions, the energy entity said, bowing deeply to Yang Bai, its demeanor profoundly respectful. This display surprised Yang Bai. He had initially believed the being to be an adversary. After all, as the will of the Hongmeng universe, it could very well have discerned his identity as an otherworldly demon. Yet, it appeared that it had not. The Creator God? Yang Bai gazed at it with a countenance full of perplexity, utterly bewildered by its recent address. Indeed, the esteemed Creator God, Your Excellency. Is this a mark of identity, or perhaps a realm of existence? Yang Bai, not one to be easily deceived, quickly discerned a sliver of insight. In the battle of hell, he had aspired to ascertain the true extent of his combat prowess. Yet, his desires remained unfulfilled. Even when the four supreme beings united to form the divine demon array of the entire realm of hell, there might barely equated to that of the supreme Tao ancestor. With merely 2/10 of his strength, he could not withstand a single strike. Upon uttering this, the energy entity appeared momentarily stunned. Despite its profound confusion, it dared not inquire further. A being of Yang Bai's unparalleled caliber could effortlessly extinguish its existence. A full-force strike could obliterate an entire cosmos. Such is the Creator God. The Creator God embodies the zenith of cultivation across the heavens, an invincible entity. Do elaborate. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai's interest was piqued. Beyond the supreme Tao ancestor lies the true spirit Tao ancestor, the chaos Tao ancestor, and the chaos sovereign, followed by the Creator God. So this is how it is. After the battle in the realm of hell, he discovered that his true strength far surpassed that of the supreme Tao ancestor by numerous magnitudes. Yang Bai meticulously probed this so-called primordial universe will. This energy entity was but a mere supreme Tao ancestor in cultivation. So, the Creator God represents my current state of being? How intriguing. What brings you here? Yang Bai inquired with clarity. I have come to disturb Your Excellency out of sheer necessity. I implore you to lend your assistance and rescue the primordial universe from peril. The energy entity recounted its predicament. It transpired that prior to a Yuan meeting, a chaotic wall within the primordial universe was breached by an external entity. A Yuan meeting spans 128,000 years. The breach was caused by a spear inscribed with the words Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver. The Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver spear originated from another universe, a true chaotic weapon. The rupture of the chaotic wall allowed chaotic energy to surge into the primordial universe, wreaking havoc in the Dragon Abyss star domain. The moment the chaotic energy flooded into the primordial universe, it, as the will of the universe, sensed the disturbance immediately. It rushed to the scene, yet found itself powerless, for the chaotic weapon was firmly lodged in the chaotic wall. Had it merely been a typical rupture, its cosmic will would have been more than capable of addressing and mending the breach. With the Dragon Gallbladder Bright Silver spear present, it could only repair the surrounding chaotic walls, but the gap at the spear's tip remained unsealed. Throughout the Yuan meeting, it had no choice but to summon all supreme Tao ancestor cultivators across the universe under the banner of cosmic will to collaboratively erect a barrier. However, the chaotic energy's inherent laws, the boundless obliteration laws, the terrifying ashes laws, and the myriad laws of the origins of the celestial universes were far beyond the capabilities of these supreme Tao ancestors to withstand. The laws of power exist in hierarchies. Common paths such as Fist Tao and Palm Tao fall under the category of the 3,000 Great Tao laws. Meanwhile, Sword Tao, devouring, death, causality, and destruction belong to the 72 supreme laws. Above the 72 supreme laws lie the 9 eternal laws, which include time, space, darkness, truth, fate, origin, nothingness, morality, and light. Yet, the 9 eternal laws are not the ultimate laws of heaven and earth. Beyond them lies the origin laws. The origin laws existed even before the birth of the myriad worlds. In other words, these laws represent the path of origin. The sources of the myriad worlds stem from the origin. Chaos, ashes, and obliteration are all origin laws. Even the supreme Tao ancestor dares not lightly engage with origin-level laws. Thus, the barrier could hardly prevent the incursion of chaotic energy, serving merely to delay its advance. The supreme Tao ancestors of the primordial universe took turns guarding the barrier every 10,000 years. Thus, a Yuan meeting passed. Thanks to the barrier's delay and the small size of the chaotic fissure, the chaotic energy did not wreak havoc throughout the entire primordial universe. However, the Dragon Abyss star domain was not so fortunate. Presently, among the 8 star rivers of the Dragon Abyss star domain, 4 have already succumbed to chaos. Half of the Dragon Abyss star domain has been engulfed. If another Yuan meeting passes, the entire Dragon Abyss star domain will undoubtedly fall. That is an entire star domain. How vast is a star domain? It spans several tens of hell realms in extent, stretching across millions of celestial miles. The entire primordial universe comprises merely 10 star domains. At this rate, it is likely that after 20 yuan meetings, the primordial universe will merge with the external chaos. The will of the primordial universe laments this daily. Until recently, it sensed a tremendous pressure erupting from the realm of hell, a force so immense it caused it to tremble uncontrollably. Immediately after the incident, it hastened to the realm of hell. Witnessing the devastation there, upon seeing the chaotic wall breached and subsequently sealed, a flicker of hope ignited within its heart. Guided by the four supreme beings, it successfully located Yangbai. Upon sensing the ethereal aura of supremacy emanating from Yangbai, it was initially taken aback, never anticipating that the individual before it was, in fact, a creator god. Yet, amidst its astonishment, it clutched at the lifeline of hope and approached Yangbai. Chapter 74. The barrier shattered, crisis looms, the 10 Dao ancestors. Yangbai arrived. After listening to the energy entity's account, he pondered for a moment before acquiescing. The two were now hastening toward the Dragon Abyss star domain. Yangbai moved with astonishing speed, taking a single step through the cosmic void, traversing millions of celestial miles. The star domain housing the Star of Illusions is named the Illusionary Sky star domain. The distance between the two star domains spans hundreds of billions of celestial miles. In mere moments, he stepped beyond the Star of Illusions. Outside the barrier of the Dragon Abyss star domain, in the Dragon Abyss Divine Valley, the Valley Master, Longbai, gazed solemnly at the towering barrier before him, teetering on the brink of collapse. The Dragon Abyss Divine Valley stands as the supreme power within the Dragon Abyss star domain. Presently, over half of the Dragon Abyss star domain has succumbed to chaotic energy, and countless star rivers have been annihilated. As the mightiest being within the Dragon Abyss star domain, a supreme Dao ancestor, how could he not grieve for his realm? Alas, even as he is regarded as a supreme power by myriad beings, he remains powerless against the chaotic energy, merely a bystander. He is not alone before the barrier. Other supreme beings from the 9 star domains are also present. The domain lord of the supreme star domain, the supreme Dao ancestor, shares in the concern. After all, the supreme star domain lies adjacent to the Dragon Abyss star domain. Should the latter fall, the former will surely follow. I wonder if the will of the primordial universe has summoned us here for a specific purpose? The lord of the great Luo heavenly domain inquired curiously. We shall know once it arrives. Just then, a resonant and distant voice echoed from afar. The illusionary sky Dao ancestor rushed over upon receiving the news. Soon after, the other 6 Dao ancestors from various star domains followed suit. Each star domain has birthed a supreme Dao ancestor. Thus, at this moment, all 10 supreme Dao ancestors of the primordial universe have gathered here, having received the urgent call from the will of the primordial universe. The 10 supreme ancestors have gathered, marking a grand occasion in the primordial universe. Each of these 10 figures emanates an aura of boundless terror, as if a mere wisp of their pressure could obliterate an entire galaxy. Behind each of them lies the representation of a distinct star domain. Suddenly, the supreme ancestor glanced towards the barrier and exclaimed in alarm. It became evident that the unparalleled barrier, which they had jointly established, was now forcibly torn apart. Revealing a fissure, chaotic energy surged wildly through this breach. This chaotic essence, intermingled with primal laws, mercilessly annihilated all matter in the primordial universe as though it were an uninhabited realm. The barrier, constructed through the combined efforts of the 10 ancestors, finally succumbed after an era. Wherever the primal laws ventured, even the ancestors had to retreat. The supreme ancestor, the first to perceive the anomaly, immediately withdrew, his figure vanishing to a distance of 100,000 celestial realms in an instant. The others, including Longbai, belatedly realized the danger and hurried to distance themselves from the primal laws. They dared not become tainted by such terrifying forces. In a bid to halt the spread of chaotic energy, the supreme ancestor raised both hands, summoning a total of 72 supreme laws that erupted from his palms. The terrifying aura instantly enveloped the surroundings, as infinite Dao rhythms exploded forth from his hands. Even a mere fragment of these rhythms could annihilate an entire galaxy. Subsequently, the supreme ancestor reversed his palms, directing the supreme rhythms formed by the 72 laws towards the rampaging chaotic energy. The 72 supreme rhythms coalesced into a colossal celestial cage, encompassing both the fissure in the barrier and the chaotic energy. The might of the supreme rhythms forged by the 72 laws was formidable enough to halt the advance of the chaotic energy momentarily. The title of Supreme Ancestor stemmed from his mastery over all supreme laws. Quick, assist me. At that moment, the Supreme Ancestor's face flushed crimson, resembling that of a monkey's posterior. The primal laws were overwhelmingly powerful, and even the Dao rhythms formed by the 72 supreme laws could only endure for a brief moment. Supreme Elder, we are here to assist you. The remaining 9 ancestors simultaneously channeled their formidable power, injecting their own law rhythms into the celestial cage. Instantly, a violent energy tempest erupted in the starry sky where they resided. The space behind the 10 ancestors shattered, revealing the void realm to the true world. The combined might of the 10 supreme ancestors was capable of obliterating existence itself. Witnessing the convergence of alternate dimensions with the true world was a sight to behold. The supreme ancestors were indeed fearsome. Their every action could induce a merging of worlds. With the support of the other 9 ancestors, the celestial cage expanded significantly. Just as the two sides reached a stalemate, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. In the outer chaotic space, a terrifying tide of chaos surged forth. Countless chaotic energies, intertwined with primal laws, advanced towards the primordial universe with overwhelming ferocity. Through the barrier, the Huantian ancestor and the others beheld this unfolding catastrophe. Continuing in this manner was ultimately untenable. A solution had to be devised, for if the tide of chaos were to strike, they would surely be buried. The consumption of their energies in battling the primal laws was alarmingly swift. At this rate, they could only hold out for a few years at most. Moreover, it was unfortunate that they were caught in the midst of the chaotic tide. Whether they could endure a year was uncertain. What else could they do? They could only hope that the wretched individual would arrive swiftly. How unfortunate it was to encounter such a calamity upon their summits. The supreme ancestor and the others could only endure desperately, awaiting the arrival of the will of the primordial universe. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Tao rhythm cage became increasingly tenuous, continuously expanding into the cosmos. After 3 days, every one of the 10 ancestors was drenched in cold sweat, struggling to maintain their stance. By their side, numerous figures had begun to arrive, all transcendent beings hailing from various corners of the universe. 3 days prior, each ancestor had urgently relayed messages to their respective star domains, summoning all transcendent beings to converge. Presently, the majority of those who had arrived were from the Long Yuan star domain. The forces from other star domains, due to the vast distances, would require more time to reach them. The distances between the star domains were staggering. Even transcendent beings needed considerable time to traverse an entire star domain. Damn it! Why hasn't that fellow arrived yet? Does the will of the universe still hold any sway? The irritable Deluo Tian master erupted in anger, venting his dissatisfaction with the primordial will. Suddenly, a deep rumbling sound resonated from the boundless depths of space. At last, the will of the primordial universe arrived, swiftly mobilizing the cosmic forces to join the fray. With its participation, the burdens upon everyone's shoulders were significantly alleviated. Thank you for your patience. From here on, you need not worry. Leave everything to that esteemed individual. Chapter 75. The Retreat of Chaotic Energy. System 20. Primordial Deity. Upon hearing this, Long Bai and the others curiously turned towards the source of the spatial tremors. Not far away, ripples began to form in the fabric of space. In that area, no figure could be discerned. The only evidence of presence was a series of footprints left in the void. The footprints leisurely approached them, each step causing ripples to cascade through space. Ultimately, the footprints halted before the cage formed by the 72 supreme rhythms. The Huantian ancestor and the others gazed in bewilderment at the series of footprints in the void. In truth, Yangbai stood right before them. Yet their meager strength as supreme ancestors rendered them incapable of perceiving his form. Just as their confusion mounted, one of the footprints stepped into the cage. In that instant of contact, the 72 supreme laws dissipated into nothingness. The 10 ancestors were forcefully repelled by the overwhelming backlash, with the supreme ancestor instinctively attempting to flee. However, a far more astonishing scene unfolded. As the cage shattered, the once rampant chaotic energy inexplicably halted, becoming exceedingly docile. No, it was less about docility and more akin to fear. The gray chaotic energies coalesced in place, not daring to advance even a fraction further. Moments later, the previously arrogant chaotic energies retreated in a frenzy, avoiding the footprints as they scrambled back towards the fissure in the barrier. Witnessing this spectacle, the 10 ancestors felt a sense of discomfort akin to consuming something repugnant, their expressions vividly displaying their astonishment. What was happening? Were the chaotic energies afraid of those footprints? The supreme ancestor was left speechless, swallowing hard. Never had he encountered anything in the entirety of the primordial universe that evoked such shock within him. The other 9 ancestors shared similar sentiments. Accustomed to their status as sovereigns of their respective domains, they were now struck by an unprecedented sense of fear. The footprints continued their advance towards the barrier. Wherever they tread, the chaotic energies receded. Under the guidance of the primordial will, everyone entered the barrier. After a considerable duration, the chaotic essence was expelled from the primordial universe, leaving no trace behind. Throughout this entire ordeal, none could discern the identity of the footprint's owner. Upon completing this feat, Yangbai arrived at the fissure of the chaotic wall, where a long spear was lodged. Inscribed upon its body were the formidable words "Dragon's Gallant Silver." Is this the essence of chaos? With that, Yangbai grasped the spear's shaft and effortlessly extracted it. Perfect. I have long been in need of a weapon. And this spear certainly possesses an impressive aesthetic. Its name is equally grandiose. The Dragon's Gallant Silver Spear. He scrutinized the spear with fondness, unable to part with it, and then casually waved it a couple of times. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, shocked that he had managed to pull out the spear. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in Yangbai's mind. Ding. System update 20. Updating system. Ding. System update complete. System. Yangbai was taken aback. Ever since he attained the status of a creation god, the system had been as though it had vanished, no longer making its presence known. Had it not suddenly reactivated, he might have forgotten he even possessed a system. Ding. Detection indicates the host's cultivation level is that of a creation god. Thus a system update gift package is awarded. Would you like to open it? Hearing this, Yangbai felt a rush of joy. How delightful, an update accompanied by a gift package. However, he pondered momentarily. Given that he had already achieved the cultivation of a creation god, what could possibly entice him now? Open. Nevertheless, he thought, why refuse a gift? He ultimately decided to open the package with a mere thought. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the cultivation level of a primordial god. Would you like to accept it? Upon hearing this, Yangbai was momentarily stunned, a large question mark appearing above his head. Primordial god? Isn't the creation god the pinnacle of cultivation in all realms? What then is the cultivation level of a primordial god? Ding. The creation god is merely the limit achievable by beings within the heavens, but it is not the utmost pinnacle of the universe. Above the creation god lies the primordial god. At that moment, the system provided clarity to Yangbai. The primordial god existed before creation, during a time when the universe was still shrouded in chaos, and is the progenitor of all beings. Following the system update to version 20, it gained a modicum of intelligence. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yangbai's excitement surged. The creation god represents the limit for beings in the heavens. Yet it is not his ultimate potential. Only by reaching the status of a primordial god can he truly be invincible. The utmost limit achievable by celestial beings is the creation god, but that is not his personal limit. The primordial god stands as the sole entity in the universe. It is a realm unattainable by mere beings. Only upon attaining the status of a primordial god can one truly claim invincibility. Accept. Thus, without hesitation, Yangbai accepted on the spot. To refuse would be to invite folly. As he focused his intent, suddenly, the entire primordial universe began to tremble incessantly, with vast portions of space fracturing. No, it was not merely the primordial universe. It was the entirety of the myriad realms. At that moment, the cosmos trembled in unison. Boom. At this juncture, all forces of law within the primordial universe, the power of the heavens and earth, as well as countless spiritual energies, converged upon Yangbai. The 3,000 great laws, the 72 supreme laws, the 9 ancient laws, the origin law. Instantly, the entirety of the universe's law power was siphoned away, coalescing toward Yangbai. The primordial universe quaked, while the 10 great ancestors of the outside world remained utterly oblivious to the events unfolding. Their expressions filled with trepidation as they surveyed their surroundings. The various forces of law, the power of the heavens and earth, and spiritual energies of the entire universe were being drained. The supreme ancestor, utilizing spiritual perception, exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing this, the others promptly activated their spiritual senses, their disbelief palpable. Nearby, the well-informed will of the primordial universe could not help but wipe the cold sweat from its brow. Even it, the consciousness of the universe, felt a sense of shame, contemplating the magnificent footprints ahead. Is this the unparalleled prowess of a creation god? Truly unprecedented. With a mere gesture, it can command the power of the entire universe. Moments later, energies from other universes began to seep through the chaotic wall, flooding into Yangbai's being. My goodness. Oh my dear mother. Must it be even more absurd? This is simply outrageous. Witnessing this spectacle, the will of the primordial universe could no longer contain itself and exclaimed in exasperation. While mobilizing the power of the primordial universe was one thing, drawing upon the strength of other universes seemed excessively excessive. The energy storm before him was beyond description. It surpassed the bounds of terror. Even a minuscule fragment of this energy could effortlessly obliterate a chaos ancestor. Chapter 76. The Time-Space Tunnel, returning to Kunlun. Simultaneously, deep within the myriad universes, various powerful entities opened their eyes, emanating terrifying auras. They all sensed the energies from across the cosmos surging like a tidal wave, fervently converging toward a single direction. Among them, several powerful auras could even rival Yang Bai's current presence. As more and more energy pooled within Yang Bai, his aura erupted in full force. Ding! Due to the immense energy from ascending to the primordial god level, the impact on the host's consciousness is formidable. The host will once again enter the time-space tunnel. Countdown to entering the time-space tunnel: 10, 9, 8. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai was taken aback. Surely, this was not how it was meant to unfold. Realizing time was running short, he quickly glanced back at the will of the primordial universe and others. You all can repair the chaotic wall on your own. I have other matters to attend to. With that, Yang Bai charged toward the direction of the Kunlun realm in the illusory sky star domain, accelerating to full speed. At full throttle, he traversed half of the primordial universe in mere seconds. In the final moment, his figure landed within the Kunlun realm. Upon hearing this, the will of the primordial universe respectfully clasped its hands in farewell. We send you off, revered deity. For a full 10 breaths, it maintained this posture without rising. After all, the other party was a creation god, and this was a basic show of respect for such a being. Once it finally rose, it hurriedly summoned the 10 great ancestors to join forces in repairing the chaotic wall. Just who is this revered deity you speak of? When did such a formidable figure emerge in my primordial universe? The Dragon Abyss ancestor and others, while working to mend the chaotic wall, turned to the will of the primordial universe, their curiosity evident as they inquired. The will of the primordial universe pondered for a moment before responding. That individual is undoubtedly a taboo figure within the primordial universe. He is a creation god. Upon uttering these words, a tidal wave of shock rippled through the gathered crowd, igniting a storm of astonishment. What? A creation god? The supreme ancestor, the illusory sky ancestor, and others, upon hearing this, disregarded the authority of powerful beings, their faces betraying fear and disbelief. The revelation that the other party was a legendary creation god stirred a tempest within their hearts. That is the creation god. In the myriad universes, they are an existence of supreme authority, invincible and aloof. Such a tier is beyond their reach. The transcendental cultivators present had never even heard of the creation god's name. Moments later, with the combined efforts of the 11 unparalleled ancestors and numerous transcendental cultivators, they finally succeeded in completely repairing the chaotic wall. Looking back, one could see the realm ravaged by the chaotic energies. It lay barren and desolate. After the sweeping tempest of chaos, it had irrevocably transformed into a wasteland devoid of life. The Dragon Abyss star domain was engulfed in an eerie silence. With no celestial worlds expected to emerge for at least a decade, the Dragon Abyss ancestor, Long Bai, bitterly pressed his lips together. Although the chaotic energies had been expelled and the crisis averted, a profound sorrow lingered in his heart. After all, the Dragon Abyss star domain, under his dominion, had suffered a calamity that had diminished its strength to the lowest tier among the top 10 star domains. As the matter drew to a close and the dire crisis of the primordial universe was resolved, the assembly of powerful beings harbored complex emotions as they prepared to depart. Before their exit, the primordial will deliberately called out to the ancestor of illusions, Huantian, you must exercise caution. Allow me to offer you a gentle reminder. The words were laden with profound significance, resonating deeply in every utterance. With the conversation reaching this juncture, none present were anything less than the remarkable figures of their era. The ancestor of illusions understood the underlying meaning and cast a grateful glance towards the will before turning to leave. The other ancestors hesitated momentarily, their gazes fixated on the direction of the illusionary heaven star domain, filled with reverence. This was not without reason. They were acutely aware that among those resplendent stars resided a creator god. In the illusionary heaven star domain, within the starry river of Huanhuan, in the Orion galaxy, there lay the Kunlun realm. Above the vast expanse of the eastern wasteland, a slender, emaciated figure plummeted towards the ground. Like a meteor, the body crashed violently to the earth. With a thunderous roar, the ground was gouged into a colossal pit, and a gigantic mushroom cloud billowed into the sky. Despite the ferocity of the impact, Yang Bai's form remained unscathed. He was the embodiment of a creator god. The strength of a creator god's physique could rival that of a creator artifact, even if thousands of supreme ancestors unleashed relentless assaults upon his body. Not a single injury would befall him. The creator god operated on an entirely different dimensional plane, rendering any attacks from lesser beings utterly ineffective. This location was deep within the eastern wasteland, devoid of human presence, teeming instead with wild beasts. The violent rumbling soon attracted numerous ferocious creatures, some of which possessed strength reaching the 100 Shackles realm. The leader of the night howling wolves, a formidable beast of the 100 Shackles realm, led its pack towards the source of the sound. Under its imposing presence, The other beasts dared not approach the gaping pit. The leader of the night howling wolves cautiously advanced towards Yongbai's body, its lantern-like eyes scanning him with curiosity. As it drew nearer and caught the scent of the rich, physical Tao aura emanating from him, a greedy expression overtook its features. A single drop of ordinary creator god blood was an irresistible temptation for any cultivator. Just one drop could elevate a transcendent being to the level of an ancestor. The creator god blood Yongbai had previously given to Yang Yuchan, and the others had been diluted countless times. Otherwise, a mere drop could have easily overwhelmed them. Especially the drop given to Yang Yuchan, which was a pure drop of creator god blood, far superior to ordinary divine blood. In its state of insatiable greed, the night howling wolf lunged at Yongbai's arm. Yet in the next moment, its fangs shattered upon contact, and the supreme creator god's body ignited with an invisible flame. The night howling wolf was instantly reduced to ashes. Witnessing this spectacle, the other beasts trembled in terror, scattering in panic to escape. Within the time-space tunnel, Yongbai languidly reclined, finding himself utterly bored. This chaotic time-space tunnel was the very one he had traversed to arrive here. The impact of ascending to the ancestor god was so terrifying that he was compelled to take refuge within the time-space tunnel. The overwhelming consciousness of that ascent was beyond what an ordinary creator god could withstand. Moreover, Yongbai's realm was not attained through gradual cultivation. It had been accumulated over countless eons of passive training. Thus, he was even less capable of resisting the consciousness impact of ascending to the ancestor god. To revisit the realms, as there are now quite a few and it may become confusing: body refinement, earth origin, heaven origin, mysterious spirit, primordial spirit, refining void, escape one. Great beginning, returning origin, 100 shackles, 1,000 questions, myriad forms, indestructible, quasi-saint, saint, saint king, quasi-emperor, great emperor, cause and effect, heavenly mandate, reincarnation, transcendence, supreme ancestor, true spirit ancestor, chaos ancestor, primordial sovereign, creator god, ancestor god. Weapons, quasi-saint weapons, quasi-emperor weapons, emperor weapons, Xiantian spirit treasures, supreme Tao weapons, primordial treasures, chaos weapons, creator artifacts, ancestor artifacts. Chapter 77, The Elven Clan and the Encounter with Mu Sun'er. In the uninteresting time-space tunnel, a decade swiftly passed. During these 10,000 years, Yongbai remained in a state of slumber. To him, 10,000 years felt like the briefest of moments. Meanwhile, only a single year elapsed in the outside world. Yongbai's body had lain exposed in the wilderness for a full year. Though a decade had passed in the time-space tunnel, he was still some distance from attaining the status of ancestor god, yet the goal was drawing near. In this year, the aura emanating from his creator god body continuously enriched the surrounding environment. The air around the pit not only became infused with a denser concentration of spiritual energy compared to the outside world, but various Tao laws also thrived with newfound vitality. In a secluded region of the eastern wasteland, within a prehistoric forest, resided the Elven clan. Here, emerald greens reigned, colossal trees surrounded them, and the essence of life was palpably abundant. This place was so remote that even the beast clans of the eastern wasteland seldom ventured into its depths. Despite the picturesque scenery of the prehistoric forest, the concentration of spiritual energy was rather meager. Long-term habitation in such an environment would impede any cultivator's progress. Nevertheless, generations of elves continued to dwell here, compelled by necessity. The entire Kunlun realm maintained an exceedingly adverse attitude towards the Elven clan. Given the elves' exquisite beauty, male elves strong and handsome, and female elves fair-skinned and breathtaking, they were often hunted and captured to serve as playthings for the powerful. The Elven clan, being relatively weak, could not resist. Over the years, many elves had been captured by cultivators, with those unfortunate enough to be ensnared facing a grim fate. A significant reason for this was the elves' unique hearts. In the Kunlun realm existed a rare and invaluable elixir known as the life essence pill. As the name suggests, this pill extends the lifespan of cultivators nearing the end of their days. The rarity of this elixir is evident. The key ingredient for creating the life essence pill is the heart of an elf. It is easy to imagine the frenzied pursuit that ensues when cultivators encounter elves, as they are the source of a life-extending elixir. Unable to oppose the entirety of the Kunlun realm, the elves had no choice but to retreat to such secluded locations to seek refuge from the world. Thus, elves often found themselves as auction items, fiercely contended in various bidding wars. The fate of those auctioned elves was invariably tragic. First, they would be toyed with by their buyers, and once the novelty wore off, they would be killed, their hearts harvested for the crafting of life essence pills. Consequently, the status of the Elven clan within the Kunlun realm was even lower than that of ordinary mortals. The unfortunate elves lead a life fraught with anxiety each passing day. A year has slipped by once more. The garments of Yangbai, lying in the pit, have been ravaged by the elements over 2 years, becoming tattered and worn. His body is shrouded in dust, rendering him a pitiable sight. Meanwhile, Yangbai, ensconced within the temporal tunnel, remains blissfully unaware, his consciousness still ensnared in slumber. When he awakens once more, he shall truly ascend to become a primordial deity, an indomitable existence among the myriad realms of the cosmos. The vast pit is situated not far from the primeval forest, resting on its very edge. At this moment, a small portion of a head suddenly emerges from the thick foliage. It belongs to a young elf maiden with golden hair and pointed ears. Her skin is as fair as congealed cream, delicate to the touch. Her charming visage betrays a palpable sense of panic and fear. Mu Sunur has ventured out for her patrol, determined not to fall prey to the clutches of the cultivators once again. The recollection of being targeted by them upon her first exit from the forest years ago, only to be captured and sold, sends shivers down her spine whenever it crosses her mind. Each day, the elf clan dispatches members to patrol the forest's periphery, reporting any sightings of cultivators. Today, it is Mu Sunur's turn to perform this duty. Last time, fortune smiled upon her. After being captured, she miraculously returned from the human realm. Thanks to Yangbai's timely intervention at the auction in Mufeng City. As she traversed the spatial tunnel, she fortuitously found herself back here. The girl is uncertain whether this was a deliberate act by her benefactor. However, as she peeks curiously into the abyss, she unexpectedly spots the figure of a human cultivator lying within. Instinctively, she turns to flee. Yet, after running a short distance, she senses something amiss. That fleeting glimpse of his face ignites a spark of familiarity within her. Thus, with her heart racing, she cautiously inches closer, peeking into the pit once more. Alas, it is he. Mu Sunur gasps in surprise upon recognizing the face within the pit. Without further hesitation, she approaches the gaping maw of the pit. Her exquisite features reflecting a blend of nervousness and trepidation, not of the man within, but rather of the potential emergence of other cultivators. In a swift motion, she reaches Yangbai's side, gazing at him closely. Gently, she nudges his body and inquires with concern, "Senior, what has happened to you?" After several gentle shakes, she realizes that no matter her efforts, Yangbai remains unresponsive. Observing his disheveled and dusty form, a thought strikes her. She covers her mouth with her delicate hand, trembling fingers extending to sense his vitality. Residing in such a place where spiritual energy is scarce, and being merely 18 with only a weak foundation in the earth realm, she has yet to awaken her spiritual consciousness, which can only be attained at the soul realm. Upon sensing a flicker of life within Yangbai, Mu Sunur breathes a sigh of relief, her delicate hand patting her unremarkable chest. "He's still alive. You gave me quite a fright," she murmurs. The great tree matriarch was right. Kind-hearted individuals are blessed with great fortune, especially someone like you, Senior. Considering the elves' deep-seated animosity towards cultivators, Mu Sunur hesitates, but ultimately decides she cannot leave Yangbai exposed in this desolate wilderness. The thought of him encountering wolves or tigers sends a chill down her spine. Resolving to bring him back, she steels herself, believing that the clan and the great tree matriarch would understand her decision. With determination, she rolls up her sleeves, revealing her pale arms, and grasps Yangbai's collar. Summoning all her strength, she manages to drag him a short distance. "Oh, how heavy he is!" she exclaims, wiping the sweat from her brow, pausing intermittently to catch her breath. After 3 arduous hours, she finally manages to pull him into the safety of the forest. Exhausted, she collapses to the ground, her light green dress completely soaked with perspiration, clinging to her petite form. In her state of exhaustion, the unique fragrance emanating from her is lost on Yangbai, who remains oblivious. In the heart of the primeval forest stands a majestic and ancient tree, a colossal entity beneath which the elf clan resides. Their dwellings are simple and modest, primarily treehouses nestled among the branches. At this moment, numerous curious little heads peek out from the treetops, their bell-like eyes gazing downwards. Mu Sunur struggles to drag Yangbai's body towards the great tree, her efforts drawing the attention of the elves above, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Some display outrage, while others hastily close their windows in fear. The elf clan has long suffered oppression, many of their kin mercilessly slain and treated as mere playthings. Thus, the appearance of human cultivators sends them into a frenzy. After much toil, Mu Sunur finally brings Yangbai to the base of the great tree, known as the wood's spirit tree, where the spiritual energy is notably richer. "Great tree matriarch," she calls out, panting heavily as she gestures towards the tree. Moments later, an elderly woman with flowing white hair emerges from behind the tree. With a benevolent expression, she leans on her cane, taking slow, measured steps. Upon seeing Yangbai, a flicker of alarm crosses her face, causing her cane to tremble and fall to the ground. A cultivator from the outside world. Great Tree Matriarch. Please, do not be alarmed. He is not a villain, and he is currently unconscious. Seeing her distress, Mu Suner rushes to support her, explaining Yongbai's plight. The Great Tree Matriarch, revered as the eldest in the elf clan, is said to have lived for over 10,000 years, possessing the formidable strength of a saint king. While her power is formidable, it is insufficient to sustain the crumbling elf clan as she nears the end of her long life. After listening to Mu Suner's explanation, the Great Tree Matriarch turns her gaze to Yongbai, her eyes reflecting profound understanding. In this world, it is not uncommon to encounter such benevolent souls. Great Tree Matriarch. He saved my life once. I could not bear to see him left to suffer in the wilderness, vulnerable to fierce beasts. Mu Suner, her heart earnest, quickly rushes forward, grasping the matriarch's gnarled hands and shaking them gently, imploring her with youthful charm. The elves have always repaid their debts of kindness. You must allow him to stay among us. Indeed, you have done well, little one. Rest assured, let him remain with our clan. At these words, Mu Suner leaps for joy, her spirit buoyed. Within the clan, the Great Tree Matriarch is held in the highest esteem, not only for her immense power, but also for her renowned kindness. Within the elven race, she held an undeniably significant position. This venerable elder, revered among her kin, exhibited not a trace of the aloofness or severity often associated with authority. Instead, she radiated warmth and kindness. Consequently, the younger generation interacted with her in an affectionate manner, regarding the grandmother of the sacred tree as their collective matriarch. Grandmother, you mustn't. A voice echoed from behind the sacred tree. A tall young woman emerged, adorned with a crown atop her head, her golden locks elegantly secured by a hairpin. This individual was none other than the Queen of the Elves. The Elven Queen approached, her long, graceful legs carrying her toward the scene, her expression alert as she scrutinized the unconscious Yongbai on the ground. Upon witnessing the situation, Mu Suner fervently shook her head, resembling a frantic rattledrum. Your Majesty, the elder is not of such a nature. It was she who intervened to rescue me when I was captured for auction. Thus, I firmly believe that she harbors no ill intentions. I would stake my life on it. With that declaration, Mu Suner clasped her hands earnestly over her heart, conveying her sincerity. However, the Elven Queen retorted, alas, the human heart is a treacherous thing. The most difficult mystery to unravel in this world is the human heart. Mu Suner, have you forgotten the matter of Yu Wu? At the mention of Yu Wu, Mu Suner trembled violently, her delicate face paling as anguish flickered in her star-like eyes, casting her into a painful reverie. Once, Mu Suner had a dear friend named Yu Wu. They had grown up together, inseparable, vowing to be lifelong companions. Yu Wu, a princess of the elven race and the queen's daughter, awakened her cultivation talent at the age of 16, inheriting an unprecedented bloodline gift, the wood spirit's sacred body. That year, Yu Wu unexpectedly awakened this powerful constitution unique to the elves. Provided she did not meet an untimely demise, she was destined to ascend to the level of a quasi-emperor. The grandmother of the sacred tree herself possessed a special constitution, having attained the realm of the Holy King through her wood spirit profound body. Yu Wu's wood spirit's sacred body surpassed the latter, its prowess immeasurably greater. Thereafter, Yu Wu became the radiant star of her clan, revered by all as the elven race as hope for revival. Only with Yu Wu, blessed with the wood spirit's sacred body, could the elves rise in strength and no longer suffer the indignities inflicted by other races. Indeed, the emergence of a quasi-emperor within the elven ranks would deter many forces in the Kunlun realm from casting their eyes upon them. Ascending to quasi-emperor was a monumental leap in the hierarchy of existence. Even those forces already possessing a quasi-emperor would not dare to act recklessly. With a quasi-emperor, the elves could once again hold their heads high in the Kunlun realm, no longer treated as mere commodities to be traded. Yu Wu understood the gravity of the responsibilities resting upon her shoulders. Thus, she ceased to frolic with Mu Suner and instead dedicated herself to rigorous training under the tutelage of the grandmother of the sacred tree. As a holy king, the grandmother was more than capable of guiding her. Aware that she herself had missed the opportunity to become a quasi-emperor, having already one foot in the grave, she devoted all her efforts to Yu Wu, eagerly anticipating the day of her success. As Yu Wu's closest friend, Mu Suner felt genuine joy for her friend. Yet her eyes betrayed a hint of sorrow and concern. She observed the once vivacious girl, now burdened with overwhelming responsibilities, and her heart ached for Yu Wu. Desiring to share the weight of reviving their race, Mu Suner, however, lacked the formidable talent needed. To this day, she remained merely a fledgling in the Earth origin realm. Previously, Yu Wu too had been the cherished darling of her kin, adored by everyone, from the elderly to the young children. Her lively spirit and radiant smile were infectious. Yet, a year following the joyous awakening of her sacred body, a harrowing news shattered their happiness. Yu Wu had vanished. Despite a thorough search throughout the forest, her presence remained elusive. In desperation, the grandmother of the sacred tree ventured beyond the ancient forest to seek her out. A month later, she returned bearing tragic tidings. Mu Suner would forever remember the scene of the grandmother cradling Yu Wu's lifeless body, a sight too horrific to bear. The once beautiful girl was marred. A gaping wound in her chest, blood long dried, her body riddled with scars, her garments torn and tattered, save for the cloak provided by the grandmother. Upon witnessing her dear friend in such a state, Mu Suner was overwhelmed with grief, nearly losing consciousness. That day marked the darkest hour for the elven race. With Yu Wu's brutal demise, their hopes for revival were extinguished. Mu Suner was the one who laid her to rest. Following that day, the grandmother appeared even older, her eyes devoid of their former brilliance. I certainly remember. The elven queen's words struck at the most tender and vulnerable part of Mu Suner's heart. Over the past year, the mention of Yu Wu had been rare within their community, a pain too profound for anyone to articulate. Yet, in that moment, Mu Suner responded. But I remember even more vividly what she once said to me. She expressed that there are indeed individuals in this world who differ from the rest. And one cannot generalize that all human cultivators deserve death. Mu Suner believed that the elder was one of those exceptional individuals, for she had once saved her from peril. With that assertion, she pointed towards the unconscious Xianbai on the ground. Upon hearing this, the elven queen was taken aback. Realizing she could not sway Mu Suner, she sighed deeply, feeling the weight of her daughter's tragic fate more acutely than anyone. Very well, if you insist, then so be it. However, before proceeding further, the elven queen swiftly moved to Xianbai's side, extending her delicate finger to unleash her divine sense, intending to discern his true nature. Yet, the moment her consciousness made contact with Xianbai's body, a terrifying aura erupted from him, sending shockwaves through the space around them. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the surroundings, instantly pinning the three present to the ground. Oh, how painful! Under the weight of the pressure, Mu Suner found herself sprawled on the ground, her fair, smooth forehead colliding with the earth. Fortunately, the oppressive force was fleeting, dissipating as quickly as it had arrived, vanishing without a trace the moment the elven queen's divine sense withdrew. This was merely an unconscious release of pressure from the body of a primordial deity, far less than a fraction of its full might. Otherwise, the sheer aura alone would have been sufficient to obliterate the entire Kunlun realm. The grandmother of the sacred tree gazed at Xianbai in terror, turning to Mu Suner to inquire about his origins. Child, who is this benefactor of yours? To possess even a mere fragment of unconscious pressure capable of overwhelming a holy king is truly astonishing. Just how powerful must he be? At this moment, the elven queen rose in terror, refraining from further probing and directing her gaze towards Mu Suner. Mu Suner, with a delicate tilt of her head, stammered, unable to articulate a coherent explanation. Well, I'm not entirely clear about the senior's background either, hee. Upon uttering this, the young girl emitted an awkward chuckle. Enough of that. Suner, please take him to your dwelling, commanded the elder tree's spirit and the elven queen, who, finding no answers, departed one after the other. Subsequently, Mu Suner exerted considerable effort, finally managing to drag Xianbai back to her tree hut. The girl's abode was simple yet elegant, exuding a faint, fragrant aroma. As she beheld Xianbai's tattered clothing and disheveled appearance, Mu Suner hastily retrieved several pieces of her garments. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself in a quandary, her expression turning bashful as she gazed at Xianbai's countenance. However, calling upon other elves would yield no assistance, for the entire elven race harbored animosity towards human cultivators. Thus, with a determined bite of her lip, she shyly extended her delicate fingers, her demeanor tense as she slowly unfastened his clothing. Beneath the ragged fabric, Xianbai's robust and muscular physique emerged. The sight caused the girl to flush crimson, steam seemingly rising from her head. After a flurry of activity, she finally managed to submerge Xianbai in a wooden tub filled with clear water, carefully cleansing his body. Throughout the process, Mu Suner covered her face with her small hands, occasionally unable to resist peeking through her fingers, only to swiftly close her eyes again. Her cheeks suffused with color, reminiscent of a perfectly ripened apple. Once the cleansing was complete, Mu Suner dressed Xianbai in her garments, seemingly enamored with shades of light green, all of which appeared rather mismatched on him. After finishing this task, she gently laid Xianbai on the bed and collapsed wearily onto a wooden chair. Gazing at Xianbai, she couldn't help but admire his youthful and equally innocent profile. I still don't know your name, she murmured to herself. You seem quite young, and calling you senior feels rather odd. Sigh, dear benefactor, why one till you awaken? Mu Suner was well aware of Yang Bai's formidable prowess, having witnessed it at the auction in Mufeng City, where he effortlessly tore open a spatial tunnel spanning half the eastern wilderness with a mere gesture. A simple snap of his fingers had immobilized numerous powerful figures present. Such incredible feats were beyond anything she had seen, even from the Elder Tree Spirit. Yet now, such a powerful Yang Bai remained in a deep slumber, leaving her perplexed. Thus, Mu Suner succumbed to sleep, her murmurs fading into the night. In the southern wilderness, at the sacred land of enlightenment, atop Sacred Source Peak, a graceful silhouette stood, clad in a vibrant red dress. Her beautiful eyes gazed into the ravine ahead as she murmured, "It's been 2 years, my husband. Where are you? I miss you so much." From childhood, they had shared their lives, and this was the first time they had been separated for such an extended period. After nearly 2 years of cultivation at the sacred land of enlightenment, Yang Yuchan had made remarkable progress. She was now a cultivator of the Thousand Questions realm. Just before she departed, she had been at the Return to Origin realm. In merely 2 years, she had transcended through the 100 Shackles realm to the Thousand Questions realm. Yang Bai's awakening of her profound spiritual body had proven to be extraordinarily formidable. At this moment, Lu Linger approached her side. The young girl had also made significant strides, her powerful bloodline heritage from the 9 Litsang Qiong Python elevating her to the 100 Shackles realm. Chapter 80, The Heavenly Soul Mountain Range. The young girl rested her hands beneath her chin, perched on the edge of a cliff. "Ah, I miss my young master. This place is so dull," she lamented, her little feet swinging restlessly. The two girls had only recently arrived at the sacred land of enlightenment, exhibiting astonishing talent and receiving focused training. Lu Linger had become the chief disciple of Sacred Source Peak, while Yang Yuchan was now one of the 10 holy maidens of the sacred land. The sacred land was divided into various holy peaks, each led by a peak master who was at least an elder of the sacred realm. Their master, Taoist Wuju, was the peak master of Sacred Source Peak and one of the few quasi-emperors who also served as a grand elder. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan gently covered her lips with her hand, reaching out to ruffle Lu Linger's hair. "You miss your young master that much? Then you should hurry and cultivate. If your young master sees that you are still in the 100 Shackles realm, he might just spank you. And when that time comes, I won't be able to stop him," she teased. At these words, Lu Linger quickly covered her bottom, her face paling in alarm. Seeing her reaction, Yang Yuchan couldn't help but chuckle. "Humph, Sister Yuchan, you're so cruel. Even you like to scare Linger." Lu Linger pouted, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she glared at her junior sister Ling. At that moment, a figure approached from the mountainside, adorned with a scholar's cap and holding a folding fan, exuding an air of elegance. "Ah, senior sister Yang, you are here." Li Haoran greeted the two girls with a slight bow. Yang Yuchan nodded in acknowledgement. "What brings you here, junior brotherly?" Li Haoran, also a son of the sacred land, ranked beneath her as one of the 10 sons of the halls. He was also the eldest disciple of Taoist Wuju, belonging to Sacred Source Peak as well. In the sacred land, strength was paramount, and since her cultivation surpassed his, he naturally addressed her as senior sister. Upon hearing her inquiry, Li Haoran's clean-cut face took on a serious expression. "Senior sister, you have been in seclusion and are unaware of recent events. There have been earth-shattering developments in the southern wilderness." "What developments?" Yang Yuchan inquired eagerly. "The Demon of Heaven. The Demon of Heaven has launched a rampant assault, particularly in the Heavenly Soul Mountain Range of the southern wilderness. I have come to inform junior sister Ling that our master has gone with the sacred lord to suppress the Demon of Heaven. Along with them are numerous esteemed elders." Before they set out, the sacred lord ordered that disciples of the sacred land be led by the 10 holy sons and the chief disciples of each holy peak to the front lines to collectively resist the invasion of the Demon of Heaven. The entire southern wilderness is in chaos. With that, Li Haoran turned to leave, his expression darkening. "Since the news has been conveyed, I must prepare as well. Farewell." Upon hearing the mention of the Demon of Heaven, Xiao He, who had been lazily lounging in the pavilion, suddenly lost all sleepiness, attentively processing Li Haoran's words. The Demon of Heaven, it had encountered before in the great 10,000 mountains. Even a mere group of demon corpses had left it overwhelmed. After that encounter, it had vowed to reclaim its dignity next time. 2 years had passed, and having absorbed the quasi-emperor's essence blood from Yang Bai, its bloodline power had reached unprecedented heights, and its strength had advanced immeasurably. Its cultivation had progressed even more rapidly than Yang Yuchan and Lu Linger, and it had now become a 3-lotus sage. Chapter 81, The Invasion of the Demon of Heaven. Yet it was clear that Yang Yuchan had been deliberately suppressing her cultivation. Should one allow her to unleash her full potential, she would undoubtedly have already ascended to the realm of quasi-saint. It subtly sensed that even the quasi-saint Thunder Tribulation could hardly pose a threat to her. One could only wonder what extraordinary constitution the master had awakened within her. Upon receiving the message from Li Haoran, Yang Yuchan pondered for a moment before resolutely deciding to descend the mountain and head towards the Tianhan mountain range. Linger, go summon the disciples of Shenyuan Peak to accompany me at once. Yes, I'll do it right away. Lu Linger nodded enthusiastically and hurried off to the main hall of the sacred peak to announce this news. Over the past 2 years, significant events have unfolded within the Kunlun realm. Just a year ago, the secret realm of the 10,000 Great Mountains witnessed the emergence of several quasi-emperor celestial demons. Under the leadership of the golden-winged roc and the ancestral figure of the swan and eye, along with a coalition of quasi-emperor powerhouses, they managed to repel the quasi-emperor celestial demons. Shortly thereafter, as the cultivators were on the verge of breaking through to the 9th layer of the secret realm to acquire imperial weapons, the secret realm abruptly sealed itself. All the cultivators of the Kunlun realm were forcibly returned to the outside world by an irresistible force. In the end, everything turned to naught, and not even a shadow of the imperial weapons was seen. In a fit of rage and humiliation, the ancestral swan and eye and the golden-winged roc unleashed a furious assault on the gate of the secret realm, yet it remained unyielding. With no other option, the two had no choice but to return to their clan in disgrace. Upon their return, they were met with further calamity. Muze, under the auspices of the Qilan demon sovereign, declared that within their 2 clans, the imperial weapon known as the Qilan divine Bao had been discovered. Consequently, Muze led the Qilan 8 tribes in a ruthless cleansing of the clans. Anyone who did not submit or confess was executed in public. When the ancestral swan and eye and the golden-winged roc returned with the clan's formidable members, they were greeted only by the aftermath of a bloody massacre. Having already faced defeat in the 10,000 Great Mountains, the two were immediately filled with thunderous rage upon witnessing the devastation within their clan. They promptly retaliated against the Qilan 8 tribes in anger. Unbeknownst to them, the injured Qilan demon sovereign suddenly emerged, capturing both in an instant. Faced with the intimidation of a quasi-emperor of 9 tribulations, the two were left with no choice but to surrender with their entire clan. Subsequently, under the command of the Qilan realm, the entirety of the eastern wilderness was unified. Within the grand hall of Shenyuan Peak, numerous disciples gathered, creating a bustling atmosphere. At the center of the hall stood a massive stone tablet, inscribed with a plethora of tasks from various sections. There were group tasks issued by disciples, with rewards of various medicinal pills upon completion. Additionally, there were tasks decreed by elders and sacred grounds, which promised substantial contributions to the sacred grounds as rewards. Contribution points could be exchanged for treasures within the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. The pavilion contained an array of heavenly and earthly treasures, and with sufficient contribution points, anything could be redeemed, even the sacred essence of a sacred king. These were merely strategies employed by the higher-ups of the sacred grounds to motivate the disciples to diligently cultivate and contribute to the sect. Not only did the Tianxi sacred ground implement such a system, but major forces throughout the Kunlun realm also established similar measures. At this moment, many disciples preparing to undertake tasks suddenly noticed a peculiar transformation in the task stone tablet. The originally listed tasks had now morphed into an enormous blood-red leaderboard. The names of all sect disciples were inscribed upon it, with the top 10 positions bearing the names of the 10 sacred children or daughters, each followed by the number 0. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the disciples of Shenyuan Peak were left utterly bewildered. This phenomenon was not limited to Shenyuan Peak. The entire sacred ground was similarly affected. The task stone tablet had transformed into a merit board. At this juncture, Lu Linger, the chief disciple, rushed over. Upon her arrival, the disciples of Shenyuan Peak greeted her with reverence. "We have seen the senior sister." The disciples in the task hall bowed slightly at her presence, filled with admiration for Lu Linger, who had ascended to the position of chief disciple in just 2 short years. Observing this, a hint of pride crept onto Lu Linger's small face as she relished the adoration from her peers, secretly thinking, who would have thought that I, Lu Linger, would have such a glorious day? If young master were to know how impressive this little being has become, I wonder how he would praise me. Despite her heart brimming with joy, the mischievous girl maintained an air of composure, stating in a somewhat mature tone, "Ahem. The sect has issued a decree. All disciples of Shenyuan Peak are to accompany me to the Tianhan mountain range to suppress the celestial demons." Understood, they collectively responded, following their senior sister. If Yangbai were to witness Lu Linger's current demeanor, brimming with nonchalance and pride, he would surely be tempted to give her a playful swat. Shortly thereafter, all the disciples of Shenyuan Peak gathered aboard the warship. The skies above the Tianxi sacred ground were thick with countless warships. The Tianxi sacred ground boasted hundreds of sacred peaks, each housing at least hundreds of thousands of disciples. The total number of disciples across the entire sacred ground exceeded several million. At this moment, all the disciples of the sacred ground were mobilized. The imposing momentum surged skyward, instilling awe even from thousands of miles away, evoking dread in the hearts of all. Each warship was a quasi-saint vessel. The sight of hundreds of quasi-saint warships illustrated the formidable foundation of the Tianqi sacred ground. Upon the warship of Xingyuan Peak, Li Haoran, Yang Yuchan, and Lu Linger stood at the bow. Behind them were several renowned disciples of Xingyuan Peak. Linger, I have heard that the celestial demons are extraordinarily ferocious. When the time comes for battle, feel free to hide behind me. I will ensure your safety. A handsome male disciple from the neighboring Tianling Peak approached Lu Linger, eager to offer his assistance. Huh, you, with your mere 100 shekels realm, think you can protect Linger? Scoffed the chief disciple of the neighboring Phelan Peak, who had also joined the warship of Xingyuan Peak. Linger, that fellow from Tianling Peak cannot ensure your safety. It is far safer to stay within my formation. Huh, you and your pathetic formation, retorted the chief disciple from Tianling Peak, visibly displeased. Just as it seemed a quarrel was about to erupt, Li Haoran, standing at the forefront, furrowed his brow and sternly commanded, silence. Enough. The overwhelming pressure emanating from his Qianwen realm enveloped the two, compelling them to cease their bickering, their expressions betraying their fear. After all, he was one of the 10 sacred children. His status far surpassed that of a mere peak chief disciple. Thank you both for your kind intentions. I appreciate it, Lu Linger replied, turning to the two with a sweet smile, her eyes shimmering with delight. This moment left the two men momentarily speechless, each feeling that their efforts had been worthwhile. Since Lu Linger entered the Tianqi sacred ground, she had showcased an astonishing talent for cultivation. Coupled with her captivating beauty and vivacious personality, she quickly attracted a multitude of admirers. In this way, such a clever and gentle little sister, with her exceptionally formidable cultivation talent, was beloved by all. Her fame was hardly inferior to that of the 10 sacred children or daughters. Not only within Xingyuan Peak, but those who sought after this charming young girl could be found extending from the West River to the East River. The exceptionally talented Yang Yuchan initially attracted a multitude of admirers. However, her demeanor was decidedly frigid, and her formidable prowess deterred many suitors. Within the sacred land of Tianqi, she was renowned as the unparalleled Ice Beauty, a title that resonated throughout the realm, rivaling even that of Lu Linger. One day, news spread like wildfire that the 9th saintess, Yang Yuchan, had taken a husband. On that fateful day, countless male disciples found their dreams shattered, for their beloved had already entered into matrimony. With your cultivation levels, do you truly believe you can protect Lingu? It remains uncertain whether you could even contend with her. As the time to depart approached, the two chief disciples were urged to return to their respective warships. Yang Yuchan cast a chilling glance at them, her icy gaze slicing through the air. Yes. The 9th saintess has spoken, they stammered, hastily retreating to their ships. At that moment, a majestic figure emerged at the forefront of the fleet. Upon recognizing this presence, numerous disciples bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. The newcomer, the Grand Elder of the sacred land of Tianqi, was a pinnacle figure, a quasi-emperor of unparalleled strength. With his white hair and aged visage, Xianxiadrama waved a hand dismissively, his expression composed as he addressed the assembly. You are all aware of the news regarding the invasion of the demons. The reappearance of the merit list presents you with an extraordinary opportunity. Whether you seize it or not depends entirely on your capabilities. Now, let us not linger on idle chatter. Disciples, heed my command. Let us vanquish the demons together. With that, Xianxiadrama led the charge, his aura irradiating power as he advanced towards the Tianhun mountain range, the very air around him charged with imperial might. Kill. The disciples, invigorated by the Grand Elder's imposing presence, raised a thunderous battle cry that echoed through the heavens. Soon after, the warships tore through the fabric of space, their momentum surging towards the Tianhun mountain range. Simultaneously, various factions in the southern regions rallied their disciples, leaving only a few elders behind to guard their sections. All were aboard their warships, heading towards the Tianhun mountain range. In an instant, the skies of the southern regions were filled with banners, a dark tide of cultivators surging towards the mountains. Among them were numerous rogue cultivators as well. The news of the demon invasion had ignited a fervor throughout the entire southern region. Above the vast expanse of the southern skies, a monumental merit stone tablet descended. It landed amidst the pilgrimage mountains of the southern region, and scarcely had it touched the ground when it was surrounded by a throng of cultivators. Before long, the pilgrimage mountains were destined to become the epicenter of the southern region. The enormous merit stone tablet was inscribed with the names of countless cultivators from the Kunlun realm. Its arrival signified an invasion of the Kunlun realm. By annihilating sufficient demons, one could earn corresponding merit points. Slaying a demon of the body refinement realm would yield 1 merit point. The higher the rank of the demon exterminated, the more merit points one would accrue. After obtaining merit points, one could exchange them for various treasures at the merit stone tablet. Anything imaginable could be found there, provided one possessed ample merit points. Saint realm puppets, 9 transformation celestial lotuses, sacred sources, and even imperial sources, alongside a plethora of extraordinary elixirs, were all available. What drove cultivators to frenzy was the prospect of cultivation enlightenment. The method of direct cultivation enhancement was the aspiration of the vast majority of cultivators. Chapter 84, The Moral Law. Open Defiance. The Merit Stone Tablet is a treasure bestowed by the world will of the Kunlun realm. During the last demon invasion, the Kunlun will likewise manifested the Merit Stone Tablet. Even the strongest of the sacred realm and quasi-emperor cultivators coveted it greatly, while lower-tier cultivators sought enlightenment. Higher-tier cultivators had far grander ambitions. In reality, the Merit Stone Tablet possessed an even more extraordinary function. It pertained to the moral law among the 9 ancient laws. The merit points inscribed on the tablet could be exchanged for insights into moral principles, not to mention the 9 ancient laws. Even the 72 supreme laws elude the grasp of ordinary emperors. The Kunlun world will, faced with the demon incursion, deployed the Merit Stone Tablet as a means of self-preservation. It essentially issued a bounty on the demons throughout the Kunlun realm. What drove high-tier cultivators to madness was the allure of moral insights. The warships, shrouded in a darkened sky, all sailed towards the Tianhun mountain range. The Tianhun mountain range lies on the frontier of the southern regions, at the intersection of the western desert. There, the southern powers are relatively sparse, and their strength is generally weak. The warships of the sacred land of Tianxi drew ever closer to the Tianhun mountain range. Standing aboard their vessels, the disciples were alight with excitement. The thought of the bountiful rewards from the Merit Stone Tablet inciting a fervent desire to eradicate the demons. The rewards from the Merit Stone Tablet were incomparable to those found in the Sacred Land's treasure pavilion. Clad in crimson robes, Yang Yuchan's long hair danced lightly in the breeze. From millions of miles away, gazing towards the Tianhun mountain range, she beheld a scene drenched in blood-red hues. Even the air was thick with the scent of iron. In response, Yang Yuchan furrowed her brow slightly and turned to her companion, Li Haoran. Junior brotherly, how much do you know about these demons? Observing the ominous crimson ahead, she felt none of the exhilaration displayed by the other disciples. Rather, she exhibited a profound seriousness. In response, Li Haoran's expression grew grave as he shook his head. I do not know much. Only that they are a bloodthirsty race capable of rapidly advancing their cultivation by feasting on the blood of our Kunlun cultivators. This was revealed to me by our master in passing. Very well, senior sister. We shall soon discover the truth. The warship sped onward. Before long, a small village encircled in blood appeared on the horizon. The anguished cries of the villagers echoed from within, and vague shapes, drenched in crimson, surged towards them. Witnessing this scene, Yang Yuchan prepared to draw her sword and descend. However, the Sacred Land's warship showed no signs of slowing down, prompting her to question loudly. Do you not see the demons slaughtering the villagers below? Hurry and stop the ship. We must descend to slay the demons. Yet, the disciples steering the vessel replied. The Grand Elder has commanded us to proceed straight to the Tianhun mountain range. We cannot halt the ship. The demons we encounter en route are of lowly strength and not worth our attention. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan looked around at her fellow disciples in shock. It was evident that they had no desire to intervene, dismissing the lowly demons below. Weak demons meant fewer merit points for their efforts, and they were unwilling to waste their energy on such trivial matters, preferring to concentrate on more significant threats. Seeing the expressions of her fellow disciples, Yang Yuchan was consumed by anger. I command you now, stop the ship. Initially, she had believed that the sacred land of Tianxi, as one of the foremost righteous sects of the southern region, had come to eradicate the demons to protect their homeland. But now it seemed that their true motivation was solely for the sake of those insipid merit points, with no regard for the lives of the innocent civilians. Senior sister, what are you doing? By so openly defying the Grand Elder's orders, you will invoke the sect's punishment. Li Haoran urged, attempting to dissuade her. I shall say it once more. Stop the ship. When the Grand Elder's punishment descends, I shall bear the brunt of it alone. Disciples of the Sacred Source Peak, heed my command. Follow me off the ship. Should there be any unwilling to comply, they may make their way to the warships of other sacred peaks. Under the formidable intimidation of the Ninth Princess, the ship's crew had no choice but to halt. They promptly followed the Ninth Princess. The disciples of the Sacred Source Peak, united in resolve, decided to accompany Yang Yuchan on her venture. Forthwith, Yang Yuchan, accompanied by Lu Linger and a multitude of disciples from the Sacred Source Peak, disembarked, with only a scant few remaining behind. Observing this scene, Li Haoran gritted his teeth and joined their reckless escapade, leaping off the vessel. The other warships continued their normal course towards the Heavenly Soul Mountains, without pausing along the way. The Grand Sun, Zhou Yuan, glanced back, seemingly sensing the unusual disturbance behind him. He swiftly propelled himself toward the front, where Qiu Daoran led the charge, reporting to the Grand Elder. The disciples of the Sacred Source Peak have all followed the Ninth Princess, departing from the formation. Upon hearing this, a flicker of shadow crossed Qiu Daoran's gaze. Among the elders in the sacred land, none held the same level of authority as the Grand Elder. In the sacred grounds, who would dare disobey his commands? That Yang Yuchan possesses audacity beyond measure. Relying on Taoist Wu Ju's favor, she dares to openly defy the Grand Elder's orders. At this moment, the third princess, Li Yuexin, fanned the flames. Before Yang Yuchan arrived at the Heavenly Enlightenment Sacred Land, she had been the universally acknowledged goddess of the realm. However, since Yang Yuchan's arrival, her beauty, renown, and even her cultivation talent had eclipsed Li Yuexin's. Such a reality was unbearable for this small princess, whose pride was exceedingly narrow. Henceforth, Li Yuexin harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her. Pay her no heed. This ninth princess's defiance of my authority shall soon attract the punitive measures of the sect's laws. Upon hearing this, Li Yuexin's heart swelled with joy, realizing she had successfully stoked the Grand Elder's ire against Yang Yuchan. Subsequently, the warships of the Heavenly Enlightenment Sacred Land continued their advance toward the Heavenly Soul Mountains. Before the blood-soaked village, Yang Yuchan led the disciples of the Sacred Source Peak into the fray. The celestial demons within the village were generally of lowly strength, most residing in the first step realm, with the strongest merely at the primordial beginning realm. The Heavenly Enlightenment Sacred Land, indeed the second mightiest force in the southern region, boasted even its ordinary disciples at the primordial beginning stage. However, the scene before them was harrowing. The village lay in ruins. The lifeless bodies of the villagers strewn about amidst pools of blood. A strong stench of blood filled the air, and though Lu Linger had encountered battle before, she had never witnessed such a nightmarish slaughterhouse. The young girl crumpled to the ground, retching uncontrollably. Simultaneously, many disciples of the Sacred Source Peak shared her horror. As celebrated talents of the Heavenly Enlightenment Sacred Land, all eyes were upon them. Yet, confronted with such a gruesome tableau, their faces turned pale with fear. While they were accustomed to a life of luxury and cultivation, scenes of such bloodshed left them paralyzed in shock. At that moment, a hulking celestial demon was seen ravenously devouring a villager's corpse, the sound of gnashing bones sending chills down the spines of the disciples. Even Li Haoran, typically cool and composed, turned ashen at the sight. The celestial demon seemed to sense the disturbance behind it and slowly turned its head. The disciples finally beheld its terrifying visage, with a long tongue flickering menacingly in the air. Although this celestial demon was merely of the first step realm, upon seeing so many primordial beginning cultivators encircling it, it was instantly thrown into a panic. It let out a piercing shriek. Shortly after, from deep within the village, a swarm of celestial demons surged forth, their claws bared, gazing hungrily at the disciples as if they were prey. Yang Yuchan, witnessing the scene, quickly drew her quasi-sacred spirit sword, her palms clammy with sweat. Yet, as the senior sister, she felt compelled to ensure her disciples' safety. Beside her, Li Haoran regained his usual composure. Fear not, everyone. These repugnant creatures may look terrifying, but their cultivation is far beneath ours. Let us not forget, we are disciples of the Heavenly Enlightenment Sacred Land. We shall not be intimidated into retreat by these beasts. With that, Li Haoran produced his life-bound treasure, the Overlord's Spear. Exuding an overwhelming aura, his formidable presence surged forth, and he charged headlong into the fray against the celestial demons. True to his title as the 10th Prince, Li Haoran had trained longer than Yang Yuchan, swiftly overcoming his fear and plunging into battle against the celestial demons. At the pinnacle of the Thousand Questions realm, wielding the Overlord's Spear, he moved as if in an unoccupied realm, each swing of his spear conjuring spirals of spiritual energy. The celestial demons fell in droves before him. His mastery of such a domineering and potent spear technique stood in stark contrast to his previous refined demeanor. This is the mark of a true warrior, capable of facing and conquering the fears within. Inspired by his indomitable spirit, the disciples of the Sacred Source Peak rallied behind him. The 10th Prince was right. Indeed, those loathsome creatures were but mere first-step beings. Slay, annihilate these invaders. With the 10th Prince and the 9th Princess at their side, the disciples were emboldened and surged forth to confront the celestial demons. Even Lu Linger, typically timid and frail, clenched her small fists, her face displaying a hint of indignation as she charged at the celestial demons. With her strength in the 100 Shackles realm, A single punch dispatched a cluster of first step and primordial beginning celestial demons. Hee. These fellows are not so formidable after all. One punch sends them sprawling. Linger is truly impressive. The mischievous girl laughed triumphantly as she swung her fists. In contrast, Yang Yuchan exhibited even greater ferocity. A single arc of her sword obliterated the celestial demons in its path, leaving deep rifts in the ground and freezing those beyond the sword light into ice sculptures. With one decisive strike, she decimated a significant portion of the celestial demons. Under the concerted efforts of the disciples from the sacred source peak, every last celestial demon in the village was eradicated. Long live Senior Sister. Long live the 10th Prince. Long live Sister Linger. Following their resounding victory, the disciples of the sacred source peak fervently chanted the names of the three. Following this battle, the disciples of the sacred source peak became unprecedentedly united. Hearing her name called, Lu Linger beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling as her little tuft of hair bobbed excitedly. Meanwhile, a transformation occurred upon the stone tablet on the pilgrimage mountains. Suddenly, the names of Yang Yuchan and Li Haoran appeared upon the stone. A grand leaderboard was inscribed upon it, documenting the names of any cultivator who had slain a celestial demon. The names of both individuals fluctuated intensely. Before long, Yang Yuchan settled at the astonishing rank of 108,000, while Li Haoran stood at 123,000, with a string of numbers trailing behind their names. Those figures represented the merit points they had accrued from vanquishing celestial demons. In contrast, Lu Linger and the other disciples found themselves ranked well beyond 1 million. Not only the cultivators from the southern wilderness have come to hunt down the celestial demons, but also a multitude of practitioners from the other three realms. The leaderboard of the Merit Stone tablet shines brightly, with the name at the top gleaming resplendently. The cultivators from the Kunlun realm can perceive the rankings with but a thought. At this moment, Yang Yuchan and the others are also keeping a keen eye on the fluctuations of the leaderboard. Look, the name at the very top, exclaimed a disciple in astonishment. The crowd turned to follow the sound, and there it was, the four characters Chaoyang Laozu engraved in the foremost position. It's Chaoyang Laozu, our revered ancestor. Chaoyang Laozu is the guardian deity of the Tianxi Holy Land, possessing a terrifying cultivation level of the 8 Tribulations Quasi-Emperor. He stands as the second strongest in the southern wilderness, surpassed only by the immortal Crane Taoist of the Longting Holy Land. The Tianhun mountain range is in close proximity to the Tianxi Holy Land. Thus, when any disturbance erupted within the Tianhun mountain range, Chaoyang Laozu, being in the Tianxi Holy Land, would rush over. Following Chaoyang Laozu's name, the number of merits astonishingly reached into the millions. Yang Yuchan and Li Haoran, on the other hand, barely accumulated a few thousand merit points. Sister Yang, look, it's Master, exclaimed Lu Linger, her sparkling eyes adept at spotting individuals amidst the sea of names, quickly locating Wuju a Taoist. Following the direction of the little girl's finger, Wuju a Taoist was ranked 23rd, boasting a commendable 1 million merit points. The Tianhun mountain range sprawls over several million miles in the southern wilderness. This place was once a battlefield against the celestial demons thousands of years ago, naturally hosting the spatial passageways from the demon realm to the Kunlun realm. Upon a mountain peak, several figures stood in confrontation. Among them was none other than Chaoyang Laozu, flanked by 2 shadows, the Tianxi Holy Lord and Wuju a Taoist. Opposing them stood a celestial demon radiating an aura of terror, exuding a pervasive stench of blood. The only being capable of rendering Chaoyang Laozu on high alert is a 9 Tribulations Quasi-Emperor. This celestial demon was indeed a peak 9 Tribulations Quasi-Emperor, one of the leaders of the invasion into the Kunlun realm, known as the Bloodthirsty Demon Emperor. Originally, the Bloodthirsty Demon Emperor was a demon lord under the Nightshade Demon Emperor. However, with the demise of the 3 great demon emperors at the hands of Yangbai, he realized that remaining in the demon realm would inevitably attract the attention of the Holy Demon Emperor. Faced with a formidable emperor, a mere 9 Tribulations Quasi-Emperor would be doomed. Thus, he desperately forged a passageway to the Kunlun realm, leading his demonic followers to invade in a bid for survival. Chapter 86. For Quasi-Emperors battle the Bloodthirsty Demon Emperor. The entire Tianhun mountain range trembled violently. Vast swathes of space shattered, revealing the gaping void beneath. Boom, boom. Terrifying energy tides surged across the Tianhun mountain range. In the boundless firmament, 4 figures clashed against one another. Each fierce collision unleashed waves of terrifying aftershocks, toppling countless peaks in their wake. The 8 Tribulations Quasi-Emperor Chaoyang Laozu, in concert with the 5 Tribulations Quasi-Emperor Tianxi Holy Lord and the 3 Tribulations Quasi-Emperor Wuju a Taoist, confronted the 9 Tribulations Quasi-Emperor Bloodthirsty Demon Emperor. However, despite their combined efforts, the situation remained precarious. The trio found themselves suppressed by the Bloodthirsty Demon Emperor, particularly Wujua Daoist, whose 3 tribulations quasi-emperor cultivation caused him to face turbulent blood and qi with every clash. Humph. A mere 3 tribulations quasi-emperor dares to challenge a 9 tribulations quasi-emperor. It's akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly absurd. The bloodthirsty demon emperor was shrouded in a mist of blood, his hands gathering terrifying blood rays. He commanded the blood path among the 3,000 great paths. The blood rays pierced through the void, hurtling toward the trio. Xiaoyang Laozu could only respond hastily. Just at this critical moment, the Grand Elder of the Tianxi Holy Land finally arrived. As a 4 tribulations quasi-emperor, he immediately united with thousands of disciples to form an imperial formation. Millions of disciples from the Tianxi Holy Land collaborated to set up the imperial array. A colossal surge of energy descended, empowering Qiu Daoran. In an instant, Qiu Daoran's aura skyrocketed, his imposing presence sufficient to rival a 9 tribulations quasi-emperor. With his newfound strength, Qiu Daoran promptly joined the fray. Facing the onslaught of Qiu Daoran, whose might approached that of a 9 tribulations quasi-emperor, alongside an 8 tribulations quasi-emperor, the bloodthirsty demon emperor could only retreat momentarily. Ultimately, the formation lacked the proficiency of personal strength, and the bloodthirsty demon emperor managed to evade while fighting. As the array dissipated, Qiu Daoran offered a slight bow to Xiaoyang Laozu, saying, "Greetings, ancestor." Xiaoyang Laozu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Well done, Daoran, your timing is impeccable. However, why is there a missing corner in this formation? Which Peak's disciples have not arrived?" The next moment, Xiaoyang Laozu's gaze fell upon the formation, noticing the missing segment, his brow furrowing. Upon hearing this, Wujua Daoist hurriedly glanced at the formation, discovering that the absent corner corresponded to the position of his Xinyuan peak. Instantly, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Witnessing this situation, Wujua Daoist seemed to grasp a hint of the underlying issue, inwardly sighing, "Alas, I knew that girl would act this way." Over 2 years of companionship had afforded the old man considerable insight into Yang Yuchan's temperament. His disciple was commendable in many respects, yet her stubbornness and unwavering commitment to her beliefs often proved troublesome. Reporting to the ancestor, "It is Xinyuan Peak." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang Laozu cast a piercing glare at Wujua Daoist, his voice laced with coldness. "Once again, it's Xinyuan Peak. Wujua, you are not fulfilling your duties as a peak master." Wujua Daoist chuckled lightly to mask his embarrassment. "What the ancestor says is true. I shall ensure that I properly discipline those rascals next time." Despite his words, Wujua Daoist remained protective of his disciples, often offering only perfunctory responses whenever Xinyuan Peak's disciples erred. "Oh well, ancestor, the absence of one peak is not of great consequence. The most pressing matter now is to swiftly dispatch disciples to eliminate the celestial demons and seize more merit points before the major forces arrive." At this moment, the Tianxi Holy Lord spoke up. Subsequently, at Xiaoyang Laozu's command, the disciples hastily disembarked to eradicate the celestial demons. However, their reaction upon encountering the celestial demons surpassed even that of Xinyuan Peak, each one collapsing in fright. Meanwhile, the Tianxi Holy Lord and the others maintained their positions atop the mountain, surveying the quasi-emperor celestial demons. Xiaoyang Laozu gazed deeply into the recesses of the mountains, an instinct telling him that this invasion of celestial demons would not be simple. In the eastern wasteland, within the primeval forest, Mu Suner languidly watched the still slumbering Yangbai before her. It had been nearly a month since she brought him back to the elven clan, yet he showed no signs of awakening. Concerned, Mu Suner even sought the help of the elder of the sacred tree, requesting her to probe Yangbai's condition to uncover the reason behind his prolonged slumber. Despite his evident vitality, he remained in a state of deep sleep. In response to Mu Suner's request, even the elder of the sacred tree, with her supreme cultivation, dared not comply. The memory of the elven queen's tragic fate lingered vividly. She would not dare to carelessly inspect his body, fearful of invoking some world-destroying divine thunder. Her frail form could not withstand such a calamity, and she wished to live a few more years. Seeing Mu Suner so worried, she could only offer a comforting reminder. "Your benefactor must be an unparalleled being, possessing terrifying power. Therefore, he will surely be fine." Faced with this, Mu Suner found herself with no other recourse. All she could do was remain by his side day and night. "Benefactor, initially, it was you who rescued Suner. Yet now she is utterly incapable of assisting you. Alas, is Suner truly so ineffectual?" Mu Suner often finds herself lamenting and conversing with herself in the presence of Yangbai. A month has swiftly passed. Recently, the eastern wasteland has become increasingly tumultuous. First, the Qilin realm initiated a thorough purge of the Swanni and Kuanping clans, followed by the eruption of the demonic chaos in the southern wilderness. Upon receiving this news, The Qilan demon sovereign promptly dispatched his Qilan 8 clans and the recently surrendered Swanee ancestor to exterminate the demons in the southern wilderness and seize the merit points. The re-establishment of the merit steels signifies an impending large-scale assault by the demons. In the Kunlun realm, it is certain that the influx of demons will not be confined to the Tianhun mountain range. The Eastern Wasteland is not merely a battlefield for demons in the 10,000 Great Mountains. The Qilan realm retains a substantial portion of its strength to guard the Eastern Wasteland in anticipation of the forthcoming demonic onslaught, not only in the Eastern Wasteland, but also in the southern region of the north and the Tianfu Temple in the Western Desert. Countless formidable beings have been dispatched to support the southern wilderness. In the demonic realm, following the demise of the 3 great demon emperors, the Holy Demon Emperor has swept through the entire realm with overwhelming force. After enduring the siege of the 3 demon emperors, the Holy Demon Emperor's power has surged beyond its previous limits. The life laws that Yangbai had left within him continue to radiate with a holy brilliance, progressively enhancing his constitution. As he feels the remnants of the life laws within him, the Holy Demon Emperor cannot help but marvel at the formidable strength possessed by Yangbai. To wield such potent life laws, one can only speculate on the staggering quantity of life mysteries Yangbai comprehends. The potency of any law is contingent upon the number of corresponding mysteries a practitioner has mastered. The greater the number of mysteries understood, the stronger the law's power becomes. Conversely, the opposite holds true. After purging the remnants of the 3 great demon emperors, it is inevitable that some escapees remain. The sheer number of demon emperors serving under the 3 great demon emperors is staggering. In the demonic realm, those worthy of the title of demon emperor possess cultivation levels of 9 tribulations quasi-emperors. Should a 9 tribulations quasi-emperor conceal their secrets with full force, even an emperor would find it a daunting task to unearth them in a short span of time. Chapter 87. The Shattering of the Spatial Tunnel. Anomalies in the Western Desert, the fall of the Buddha, the Great Brahma. These hidden demon emperors are not the most troubling concern for the Holy Demon Emperor. The true source of his distress is his daughter, Xianxia. Observing Xianxia, who sits in a stupor at the cliff's edge, the Holy Demon Emperor feels a profound ache in his heart. As a mother, Lu Jiyue shares this sentiment. Ever since that last parting with Yangbai, the girl has remained in this state, sitting alone at the cliff's edge, lost in a reverie of cherished memories shared with him. The recollection of their initial meeting, back in the Xuanla Pavilion of Mufeng City, brings a smile even to the typically aloof Xianxia's face. Yet, each time she recalls that day, the moment she learned he already had a partner, a profound sense of desolation envelopes her heart. Witnessing Yangbai's unmatched prowess in the Hell Realm, his image has lingered in the young woman's heart ever since. It is akin to a once tranquil lake suddenly disturbed by a massive stone, creating ripples that surge and multiply endlessly. In light of their daughter's condition, both the Holy Demon Emperor and Lu Jiyue are at a loss. Why must she fixate on someone as overwhelmingly powerful as Yangbai? Such an existence is beyond the reach of mere mortals like them. Shifting their focus back to the hidden demon emperors, the Holy Demon Emperor has felt something peculiar in recent days. He has yet to identify even a single demon emperor. Initially, he thought they had merely grown more adept at evasion. However, it now appears that the situation is far from simple. My lady, where do you think those wretches have hidden themselves? I have been searching for days without catching a glimpse of them. The astute Lu Jiyue's eyes glimmered with insight, as if she had conceived a possibility. Your Majesty, could it be that those fiends have forged a path to the Kunlun realm and fled there for refuge? At her words, the Holy Demon Emperor's eyes ignited with intensity. The Kunlun realm. Oh no, this is dire. The mere mention of the Kunlun realm brings Yangbai to his mind. He is acutely aware that Yangbai hails from the Kunlun realm. Yet, he finds it utterly baffling that a realm as seemingly insignificant as Kunlun, not even classified as a third-tier world, could give rise to such formidable beings. The concentration of spiritual energy in the Kunlun realm is notoriously sparse. By its standards, not even an emperor should emerge from there. Setting aside his thoughts, the Holy Demon Emperor is soon engulfed in a state of panic, fearing that Yangbai might direct his wrath towards him due to this predicament. The Kunlun realm is his homeland, now besieged by those demon emperors. Should Yangbai unleash his fury, even a mere breath could obliterate the demonic realm into atomic particles, reducing it to cosmic dust. This will not do. I must personally venture to the Kunlun realm and eradicate those remaining fish that have slipped through the net. With that, the Holy Demon Emperor resolves to make the journey to the Kunlun realm himself. Meanwhile, Xianxia has been listening intently, and upon hearing that her father intends to travel to the Kunlun realm, her eyes sparkle with excitement. That is the very place where the one she has longed for resides, and she is determined to accompany him. She no longer wishes to dwell solely in memories. Even if she learns that Yangbai has a partner, what of it? For someone of his caliber, having multiple consorts is entirely normal. After all, her father, the Holy Demon Emperor, is not without his own harem of beauties. Having come to terms with her feelings, Xiao Qingji sheds her melancholy, resolutely insisting on accompanying the Holy Demon Emperor. Seeing his daughter so fervently eager, the Holy Demon Emperor is both amused and exasperated. However, ultimately, he succumbs to his little cotton-padded jacket's relentless persuasion. He affectionately pinches her cute little nose, sighing deeply. Alas, indeed, a daughter grows up too quickly. Just moments ago, she was calling me father, and now she is thinking of her brother. At her father's teasing, Xiao Qingji's face flushes instantly, her cheeks resembling the vibrant hues of a sunset. Even the adorable little horn atop her forehead takes on a slight rosy tint. Witnessing her daughter's bashful demeanor, Lu Jiue stifles a laugh, fully aware that her daughter is beyond saving. Before long, the trio arrives at the spatial passageway leading to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Xiao Qingji eagerly steps into the spatial tunnel, her figure vanishing into the depths of the profound corridor. Observing her daughter's fervent desire to reunite with her beloved, both the Holy Demon Emperor and Lu Jiue can only shake their heads helplessly. Yet, just as the Holy Demon Emperor and Lu Jiue prepare to enter the spatial tunnel, an unforeseen anomaly occurs. The spatial tunnel begins to tremble violently, and the laws of space are thrown into chaotic turmoil. The tunnel's structure rapidly becomes unstable, collapsing amidst a flurry of shattered spatial fragments. Realizing that this spatial tunnel is no longer usable, the Holy Demon Emperor swiftly retreats, taking Lu Jiue with him. Lu Jiue glances back, worry etched on her face as she gazes into the depths of the spatial tunnel, knowing that Xiao Qingji had just entered. Fear not. Qingji has entered safely. Her essence remains strong within the Soul Jade Slip, and she should have reached the Kunlun realm by now. The Holy Demon Emperor reassures his wife, while hastening towards the nearest spatial tunnel. However, as they approach the second spatial tunnel, to their astonishment, they discovered that the spatial tunnel had also been shattered. In an instant, the Holy Demon Emperor summoned his divine consciousness, meticulously scanning every spatial tunnel leading to the Kunlun realm within a radius of several light years. To his surprise, he found that all those passages had indeed been destroyed. At this juncture, how could he not comprehend that he had been deftly maneuvered? A band of impudent wretches. How dare they act so brazenly? The Holy Demon Emperor erupted with an unparalleled aura. In an instant, the entire demon realm was enveloped by his imperial might. The realm quivered under the terrifying pressure of his authority. In a moment of desperation, the Holy Demon Emperor had no choice but to rely on cosmic coordinates and set forth alone, journeying on foot towards the Kunlun realm. Leaving Lu Jiue to guard the demon realm, the anomalies surrounding the spatial tunnel to Kunlun indicated that a cataclysmic event must have transpired there. The Holy Demon Emperor could scarcely fathom the audacity of those vermin, capable of orchestrating such chaos. Over the past month, the Heavenly Soul Mountain Range had been inundated with demons. Various factions had converged upon the Heavenly Soul Mountain Range. Among them, there was an unusual occurrence. The Heavenly Buddha Temple in the Western Desert had mobilized its entire force. What was most astonishing was that the Western Desert's celestial landscape had undergone a transformation. The Buddha of the Western Desert had actually perished. Upon the announcement of this news, the entire Kunlun realm was thrown into turmoil. As one of the 4 quasi-emperors of the Kunlun realm, how could he have fallen so carelessly? Even more shocking was that the great Brahma of the Heavenly Buddha Temple had broken through to the realm of the 9 tribulations and successfully ascended to the position of the foremost figure in the Western Desert, becoming the master of the temple. Although the reputation of the great Brahma did not resonate as powerfully as that of the Buddha, he had previously been a formidable 7 tribulation quasi-emperor and the second in command of the temple. Remarkably, he had now achieved a breakthrough to become a 9 tribulation quasi-emperor. These 2 explosive pieces of news swiftly swept through the Kunlun realm. The implications were apparent. The ascension of the great Brahma and the death of the Buddha were clearly the result of a sinister plot. However, these revelations were not the most shocking of all. Following his ascension, the great Brahma had led the Heavenly Buddha Temple's forces to the Heavenly Soul Mountain Range. But rather than seeking to eradicate the demons, they had surrounded the likes of Ancestor Chaoyang and the others from the Celestial Awakening Sacred Ground. This topsy-turvy news left the cultivators of the Kunlun realm in disbelief. Chapter 88. A shocking turn of events. The calamity of Kunlun. In the Heavenly Soul Mountain Range, Ancestor Chaoyang, the master of Celestial Awakening, Xiao Daoran, and Taoist Wu Jue all wore grave expressions as they gazed at the figures surrounding them. Their faces were so dark that they seemed on the verge of dripping with water. The disciples of the Heavenly Buddha Temple, led by the great Brahma, glared at the 4 below them with murderous intent. Looking around, it was evident that the Heavenly Buddha Temple had mobilized 3-6 tribulation quasi-emperors and 5-5 tribulation quasi-emperors, with countless other strong beings below the 4 tribulation level. In stark contrast, the Celestial Awakening Sacred Ground had only a pitiful 4 quasi-emperors to defend themselves. Faced with such a stark disparity in strength, Ancestor Xiaoyang looked up at the majestic figure high in the sky and spoke in a subdued tone, "Great Brahma, I never imagined you could conceal your depths so well. How cunning you are! What is your intention in leading your forces to besiege my Celestial Awakening Sacred Ground?" Standing proudly amidst the heavens, the great Brahma replied languidly, "Hand over your merits to me, and I will allow you to leave unharmed." This declaration instantly stirred a tempest of uproar. The merits could be freely transferred by the will of the cultivators. Observers from various factions were astonished by this turn of events. The Heavenly Buddha Temple, the foremost righteous faction in the Western Desert, was now taking advantage of the demon invasion in Kunlun. Instead of exterminating the demons, they were seizing the opportunity to prey upon the people of the Kunlun realm. The great Brahma was truly despicable. Indeed, to see the Heavenly Buddha Temple fall into the hands of such scoundrels is to tarnish the very reputation the Buddha had forged for it. This sudden act of opportunistic plunder by the Heavenly Buddha Temple incited a wave of condemnation from powerful figures across the land, who denounced their actions as vile and unscrupulous. Faced with the torrent of disparaging remarks, the great Brahma's handsome, yet slightly sinister visage broke into a peculiar smile. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure radiated from him like a torrential flood. An overwhelming aura of dominance swept through the arena, crushing the few cultivators who had spoken out into a mist of blood. A gentle breeze stirred in the empty valley, mingling with the intense scent of blood. The scene fell into a profound silence as everyone was awestruck by the great Brahma's tyrannical presence. The pungent metallic aroma of blood abruptly jolted them back to reality. In an instant, the onlookers fled in a panic. Witnessing this scene, Ancestor Xiaoyang, filled with righteous indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at the great Brahma. The great Brahma slowly turned his head, smoothing his gleaming bald head with his hands, his deep-set eyes locking onto Ancestor Xiaoyang. A terrifying force of soul energy erupted from his enchanting gaze, as if it sought to pierce through Ancestor Xiaoyang. Subsequently, the surrounding forces of the Heavenly Buddha Temple unleashed their soul pressure. The 4 from the Celestial Awakening Sacred Ground felt as though mountains were bearing down upon them. Their faces flushed as they struggled to withstand the weight. "I will grant you 3 breaths of time, if you do not surrender your merits," the great Brahma, exuding an aura of lethal danger, said to the 4, "Then you shall perish." Witnessing the great Brahma's ruthless extermination of the crowd, Ancestor Xiaoyang understood that the Heavenly Buddha Temple was no longer the sanctified bastion of Buddhism it once was. Under the leadership of the great Brahma, the monks of the Heavenly Buddha Temple had transformed into a horde of demonic monks. In a desperate bid to preserve their lives, Ancestor Xiaoyang and the others ultimately chose to acquiesce, surrendering all their merits to the great Brahma. After receiving the merits from the 4, the great Brahma's ranking on the merit stone tablet surged dramatically, his name swiftly ascending to the very top, followed by an astonishing 9-digit figure of merits. On the exchange list of the merit stone tablet, the most coveted item was the law of morality. Merely a fragment of this moral essence commanded a price of 100 billion merits. Yet, none of the cultivators in the Kunlun realm felt this exorbitant. After all, it was the law of morality, one of the 9 eternal laws. The value of these merit points even seemed to eclipse that of the 9 ancient laws. Following that, the imperial weapon, the Cosmic Divine Spike, required a staggering 10 billion merit points. The Cosmic Divine Spike was a unique spatial imperial weapon, once the personal weapon of a great emperor of the Kunlun realm tens of thousands of years ago. However, after his fall, the Cosmic Divine Spike was secretly taken by the Kunlun Heavenly Tao. The 4 then hastily departed, fleeing this den of iniquity in a disheveled manner. As they made their way back to the Celestial Awakening Sacred Ground, Xiao Daren's face contorted in rage, his features twisted in fury. Clearly incensed, he exclaimed, "Ancestor, I shall return to the sacred ground and fetch reinforcements. Those scoundrels of the Heavenly Buddha Temple have gone too far." Now, the great Brahma possessed countless merit points, almost enough to exchange for the Cosmic Divine Spike. Meanwhile, the Master of Celestial Awakening maintained his composure, meticulously analyzing the situation. "There is no need to rush for reinforcements. Ancestor, I sense that this matter is far too peculiar, not to mention the great Brahma's sudden change in temperament. Breaking through to 9 tribulation quasi-emperor is no trivial feat. Moreover, the Tianfu Temple unexpectedly mobilized all its forces. Not a single soul was left behind to guard. Do they not fear a sudden invasion by the celestial demons in the Western Desert?" Upon hearing this, the elder of Chaoyang nodded slightly, his profound gaze seemingly calculating something. Soon after, a flicker of alarm crossed his eyes, and for the first time, he displayed a look of disarray. My senior brother has been intercepted by the bloodthirsty demon emperor. Upon uttering these words, the figures of the holy master of Tianxi and his companions froze, an icy dread permeating their beings. The senior brother referred to by the elder was none other than the foremost powerhouse of the southern wilderness, the celestial crane Taoist. Long before the four were surrounded by the formidable beings of Tianfu Temple, the elder had dispatched a distress signal to the celestial crane Taoist, who was far away in the Longting sacred land. Upon understanding the situation, the celestial crane Taoist hurriedly made his way to the Tianhun mountain range. However, unexpectedly, he encountered the bloodthirsty demon emperor midway, who obstructed his path. What a remarkable coincidence. How did the bloodthirsty demon emperor learn of the celestial crane Taoist's arrival in advance? Clearly, this was all premeditated. The truth soon became evident. Just then, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted. In the distance, the holy mountain of pilgrimage exploded with astonishing brilliance. A dazzling radiance of merit soared into the heavens, illuminating the entire southern wilderness. As the glow of merit dissipated, an unparalleled imperial might descended upon the land of the southern wilderness. The very heavens and earth trembled in response. The cultivators of Kunlun realm quickly focused their thoughts, scanning the information inscribed on the merit monument. To their astonishment, the monument revealed that the western desert had successfully exchanged for the imperial weapon, the Qian Kuan divine stab. This news detonated like an explosion in the hearts of the elder of Chaoyang and the others. How could this be? Wasn't he still short by several 100 million merit points? Where did he acquire such merit points? The elder's expression grew graver than ever as he gazed towards the Tianhun mountain range. The greatest calamity of the Kunlun realm is likely upon us. Chapter 89. The Transaction of Qingtian. Burning bridges. Imminent confrontation. A continuous expanse of endless mountains, which should have been lush and vibrant, now lay barren, covered in withered trees and desolate grass. All of this was due to the intertwined figures of the celestial crane Taoist and the bloodthirsty demon emperor. The clash of these two pinnacle nine tribulations quasi-emperors unleashed a wave of energy that annihilated all vitality in the vicinity. Their duel briefly paused. Never did they expect such a formidable opponent to emerge in the Kunlun realm. This would be the end for now. The next time we meet, prepare to offer your neck for slaughter. Observing the overwhelming imperial might erupting from the holy mountain of pilgrimage, the bloodthirsty demon emperor had accomplished his mission, and a myriad of blood mist swirled around him. As the mist dissipated, his figure eerily vanished from the spot, leaving only the solemn-faced celestial crane Taoist staring towards the holy mountain of pilgrimage. The unique sense of crisis possessed by a strong cultivator alerted him that this matter was anything but simple. Thus, with a flicker of thought, the celestial crane Taoist summoned a misty cloud beneath him. Parting the clouds, a pure and sacred white crane appeared at his feet. Go! In the next moment, the crane unfurled its pristine wings and soared towards the mysterious secret realm of the Longting sacred land. Subsequently, the celestial crane Taoist rushed towards the Tianhun mountain range. In the northern plains, after successfully capturing Luo Shishua back to the southern plains, Luo Qingtian had been diligently preparing for the night of the blood moon. He had risked not only his reputation but also incurred the wrath of the western desert's Buddha to keep Luo Shishua in the southern plains. The reason was that he needed to harness the pure primordial yin of the innate lunar body to break through to the emperor realm. What was a mere reputation compared to achieving the status of an emperor, even for his daughter? He would not hesitate to engage in such ethically dubious acts to attain that goal. As long as he could become an emperor, no one would dare to bring this matter to light. Yet, to ascend to the emperor realm, relying solely on the innate lunar body was insufficient. Luo Qingtian also needed to harness the boundless yin energy and blood aura from the night of the blood moon to push towards the emperor realm. Unfortunately, the night of the blood moon had yet to manifest. However, upon further reflection, Luo Qingtian considered another factor. Even if the night of the blood moon arrived, as long as the western desert's Buddha remained, he would find it exceedingly difficult to succeed in his breakthrough. With that stubborn monk's unwavering nature and his aversion to evil, on that day, he would undoubtedly come with the insect-like disciples of the Xianxia sect to impede him in the southern plains. At that time, Luo Qingtian, focused solely on breaking through to the emperor realm, would have no energy left to contend with him. The combined forces of the powerful figures of the southern plains would be utterly incapable of stopping him. Luo Qingtian was all too aware of the terror of a nine tribulations quasi-emperor. If he did not eliminate the western desert's Buddha, he would find it impossible to rest easy, and his plans would progress not even a fraction. Just as he was at his wit's end, a mysterious shadow approached him, claiming it could assist him in eliminating the western desert's Buddha. Initially, he dismissed the idea, thinking that eliminating a nine tribulations quasi-emperor would not be so simple. However, when the shadow unleashed an aura that rivaled his own, Luo Qingtian was left astounded. What followed was even more shocking. Alongside that shadow, several other figures emerged, each exuding an aura that was equally formidable as a Nine Tribulations quasi-emperor. Witnessing this, even Luo Qingtian could not suppress the cold sweat that broke out, forcing himself to quell the rising terror as he swallowed hard. How about this? Not only will we aid you in eliminating the Buddha, but we will also help you orchestrate a night of the blood moon. With that, one of the shadows dispersed the dark mist, revealing the visage of the bloodthirsty demon emperor. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of blood energy erupted from the bloodthirsty demon emperor. Such a potent essence of blood and the laws of the heavenly path were more than sufficient to create a night of the blood moon. Subsequently, under the shadow's persuasion and veiled threats, Luo Qingtian ultimately acquiesced to their demands. Their appearance filled him with both astonishment and joy. The joy stemmed from the prospect of a breakthrough to the emperor realm. Not only did they possess the power to help him eliminate the Buddha, but they could also fabricate the night of the blood moon. Yet, the astonishment arose from their terrifying nature. They could easily discern his innermost concerns. It seemed that the matter of breaking through to the emperor realm would hardly escape their notice. However, given the circumstances, if he did not comply, it was likely that in the next moment, the name of North Qingtian would vanish from the Kunlun realm. All he needed to do was hunt the celestial demons when they appeared in the Tianhun mountain range, accumulate merit points, and then hand those points over to them. Just moments ago, when the great Brahma obtained the merit points from the elder of Chaoyang and the others, Luo Qingtian had stealthily slipped into the Tianhun mountain range. Before arriving, he had already collected the merit points amassed by the powerful figures of the southern plains. Such tasks were beyond his direct involvement. He was well aware that conspiring with celestial demons was akin to seeking shelter with a tiger. Well done. We have already dealt with that Buddha for you. As for the night of the blood moon, we shall certainly assist you once our objectives are achieved. With the merit points gathered by the southern plains cultivators, the merit points of the great Brahma had now reached a staggering 1 billion. With 1 billion merit points at his disposal, he immediately exchanged them for the spatial imperial weapon, the Qian Kuan divine stab. Seeing that his merit points were so dismissively managed, Luo Qingtian could no longer contain his frustration and questioned, "Wait, wasn't it agreed that after you obtained the merit points, you would help me create the night of the blood moon? Where is the bloodthirsty demon emperor?" In the eyes of the great Brahma, who had achieved its purpose, Luo Qingtian had clearly lost his value for exploitation. It then revealed its true, menacing visage. A mere ant from a barbaric little world dares to speak so brazenly before me? Very well. As a quasi-emperor of 9 tribulations, you certainly present quite a conundrum. It seems you must not be permitted to remain. With that, the great Brahma erupted with a terrifying aura, his imposing presence seemingly overwhelming the very fabric of this realm. Humph. I had anticipated that you foul celestial demons would betray your allies. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingtsang was instantly engulfed in rage. Back in the south of heaven, he had no choice but to compromise in the face of overwhelming opposition from their many strong adversaries. Yet, as one of the 4 supreme beings of the Kunlun realm, how could he have left himself without any contingency? The celestial demons had used him to seize merit points in exchange for imperial weapons. But was he not also exploiting them? Now that the greatest threat to his ascension to emperor, the Buddha, had perished, he had countless methods to prepare for the blood moon night, never once harboring any illusions about the celestial demons. How could they possibly allow an emperor to arise in the Kunlun realm? In the next moment, Luo Qingtsang refused to be outdone. Fully unleashing the aura of a 9 tribulations quasi-emperor, he then conjured countless strands of profound energy with both hands, summoning an energy storm towards the great Brahma. Did they truly think he was as malleable as clay? The energy tempest surged toward the great Brahma, tearing apart the surrounding space and revealing a grotesque void. The high monks and formidable warriors who had accompanied the great Brahma now bore eyes filled with unrestrained bloodlust. They all charged towards Luo Qingtsang. A fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 90. The situation reverses. Years prior, the Shadow Demon Emperor under the Black Sha Demon Emperor had infiltrated the Kunlun realm. At that time, the great Brahma was on the cusp of breaking through to the 8 tribulations quasi-emperor level. Unexpectedly, the Shadow Demon Emperor had suddenly emerged, delivering a devastating blow that left the great Brahma grievously wounded. Subsequently, the defenseless great Brahma was immediately possessed by the Shadow Demon Emperor. Now, the warriors of the heavenly Buddha monastery were under the control of the Shadow Demon Emperor, their spirits manipulated by his dark sorcery. Furthermore, the Shadow Demon Emperor was proficient in a concealment imperial technique, a supreme power granted by the Black Sha Demon Emperor himself. Mastering this imperial art allowed the Shadow Demon Emperor to operate undetected, even evading the awareness of the Kunlun realm's world consciousness regarding his true identity as a celestial demon. In the face of the onslaught, Luo Qingcang remained undaunted. From a distance, a piercing sound of breaking air echoed as the formidable warriors from the south of heaven surged forward. 3-6 Tribulations Quasi-Emperors. The revered elders of the south of heaven, along with a host of quasi-emperor powerhouses, emerged to confront the warriors of the heavenly Buddha monastery. In the skies 10,000 miles above, the figures of Luo Qingcang and the shadow demon emperor intertwined, their forms illuminating the entire Tianhan mountain range like shooting stars. Each fierce collision unleashed terrifying waves of energy. The might of a 9 Tribulations quasi-emperor truly shook the heavens and the earth. This time, Luo Qingcang had come to the Tianhan mountain range well prepared, bringing with him half of the powerful warriors from the south of heaven. As the two sides remained locked in a stalemate, the ripples of their battle gradually spread throughout the southern wilderness. At that moment, the celestial crane Taoist finally arrived. Gazing at the contest before him, he was about to join the fray when, at the side of the shadow demon emperor, 8 terrifying figures gradually materialized. A total of 8 emperor-level strongmen. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Qingcang hurriedly halted, his expression filled with dread. Those were the celestial demons that had appeared that day in the south of heaven. The terrifying auras of the 9 demon emperors crashed over them, causing the celestial crane Taoist and his companion to feel an overwhelming sense of suffocation. It was only when they drew their imperial weapons that the feeling of suffocation was somewhat alleviated. They had understood beforehand that the celestial demons were undoubtedly coming with great ferocity. Thus, they had brought forth their imperial weapons. With the enhancement of the imperial weapons, their momentum surged, an infinite imperial might sweeping across the entirety of the Kunlun realm. The shadow demon emperor scoffed at this. While imperial weapons were indeed formidable, their power was not something that quasi-emperors could withstand. However, in the hands of quasi-emperors, the imperial weapons could hardly unleash their true might. With the support of the imperial weapons, the celestial crane Taoist and Luo Qingcang could at most contend with 3 opponents of equal standing. They were utterly incapable of matching the 9 demon emperors. Today, the Kunlun realm shall fall. With just the 2 of you. You dare to dream of resisting my 9 demon emperors. Truly delusional. The shadow demon emperor cackled wickedly. Then let me join, and see if I can contend with your celestial demons. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from afar, laced with threads of terrifying imperial might. From the direction of the eastern wilderness, the Kirin demon sovereign wielded an imperial weapon, his boundless aura capable of shaking the heavens. With fierce battle intent soaring into the skies. Behind him were the ancestor Swan and I, the golden-winged Great Peng, the 8 noble clans of the Kirin, and a multitude of quasi-emperor elders from the Kirin realm. Simultaneously, the quasi-emperor powerhouses of the Dragon Ascend Sacred Land, led by the 7 Tribulations quasi-emperor Celestial Crane and the 5 Tribulations quasi-emperor Dragon Ascend Sovereign, stood proudly behind the Celestial Crane Taoist, each exuding an indomitable spirit. Together with the Taoist, they would fight against the celestial demons, and any who dared to threaten the Kunlun shall perish. Led by the ancestor of the morning sun, the powerful warriors of the Tianxi Sacred Land arrived just in time. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. The expression of the shadow demon emperor grew slightly grave. He had not anticipated that the top forces of the Kunlun realm would gather here so swiftly. With a host of strong allies by his side, Luo Qingcang was the first to charge towards the 9 demon emperors. The 9 demon emperors were all aware of his secrets, and he had to annihilate them completely. The Kirin demon sovereign and the celestial crane Taoist also brandished their imperial weapons to assault the 9 demon emperors. The 3 supreme beings of the Kunlun realm, armed with imperial weapons, engaged 6 of the demon emperors in battle, while the remaining 3 were besieged by the likes of the ancestor of the morning sun and others. With the enhancement of their imperial weapons, the celestial crane Taoist and his companions exuded an exceptionally ferocious aura. The 6 demon emperors found themselves momentarily suppressed, caught in an absolute disadvantage. Meanwhile, the situation for the other 3 demon emperors was even more dire. The ancestor of the morning sun, backed by the numerous disciples of the Tianxi Sacred Land, commanded an aura that rivaled that of a 9 Tribulations quasi-emperor. Under the assault of dozens of quasi-emperors, the 3 demon emperors were forced to retreat, their injuries becoming increasingly apparent. Shadow demon emperor, where are the divine needles of the universe in your possession? Why have you yet to employ them? Do you hold us 3 in contempt? Luo Qingcang continuously swung his imperial weapon battle axe, effortlessly slicing through the void. Its supreme imperial might aimed at the shadow demon emperor. The chilling aura emanating from the axe surged towards the heavens. What Luo Qingcang and his companions could not comprehend was why the shadow demon emperor had yet to utilize the divine needles of the universe. Even as the situation had become increasingly precarious, the divine needles of the universe ranked among the pinnacle of imperial weapons. Just as the three were engulfed in confusion, a remarkable burst of spatial power erupted from a secluded mountain village near the Tianhun mountain range. Within their perception, that familiar spatial force unmistakably belonged to the power unleashed by the divine needles of the universe. It seems that they have succeeded over there. The shadow demon emperor gazed toward the mountain village, his face alight with joy. The celestial crane Taoist and his companions attempted to probe the situation using their spiritual senses. But in the next moment, their soul powers were instantly shattered by an overwhelming surge of energy. Immediately, the three of them were violently rebuffed, each spitting out blood, their auras rapidly waning. As the divine needles of the universe unleashed their terrifying spatial power, all spatial tunnels leading from the demon realm to the Kunlun realm were incinerated by this force. What the Shadow Demon Emperor and the other demon emperors had truly feared from the beginning was never the power of the Kunlun realm's warriors. What has ever instilled fear in them, if not the supreme demon emperor of the demon realm? The might of an emperor transcends that of mere quasi-emperors. No amount of quasi-emperors can stand as a formidable opponent to an emperor. Meanwhile, in a distant mountain village, an eerie altar has been erected. Upon this altar sit 36 formidable quasi-emperors, among them the bloodthirsty demon emperor, who now raises the celestial spear of the universe. This spear, powered by the collective strength of 35 demon emperors, emanates the full force of an imperial weapon, unleashing terrifying spatial energy that obliterates the spatial tunnel connecting the demon realm to the Kunlun realm. At this moment, the truth begins to surface. The bloodthirsty demon emperor and the shadow demon emperor had meticulously plotted this scheme. The instant the shadow demon emperor exchanged for the celestial spear of the universe, he entrusted it to the bloodthirsty demon emperor. Without delay, the bloodthirsty demon emperor hastened to this secluded mountain village, stealthily meeting with the 35 demon emperors who had long been lying in wait. Together, they activated the celestial spear with the intent to annihilate the spatial tunnel before the supreme demon emperor could become aware of their actions. During this time, the shadow demon emperor and the other 9 demon emperors merely needed to divert the attention of Kunlun's powerful warriors. Fortuitously, just as the supreme demon emperor was about to step into the spatial tunnel, they succeeded in obliterating it. The Kunlun realm lies several hundred aija away from the demon realm, and even at the fastest pace, the emperor can only traverse 1 light year per second. Upon realization, the supreme demon emperor would require nearly 100 days to arrive in the Kunlun realm, and that is assuming no energy is expended in the process. By the time he reaches the Kunlun realm, the bloodthirsty demon emperor and his cohorts would have already made their escape. Chapter 91. With a raise of his hand, he annihilates 36 demon emperors. What a profound scheme. The collaboration between the bloodthirsty and shadow demon emperors is indeed seamless. The plan has succeeded. Today marks the day of your demise. The very fabric of space within the Kunlun realm trembles, ripples resonating at every corner. The shadow demon emperor, with a sinister expression, charges forward alongside the 5 demon emperors towards Luo Qingtsong and his companions. The aura of the immortal crane Taoist, Luo Qingtsong, and the Qilin demon sovereign plummets to an all-time low. It seems the depths of the demon realm's forces far exceed expectations. Despite wielding imperial weapons, the 3 are utterly suppressed by the 6 demon emperors. In another corner of the secluded mountain village, where Yang Yuchan and her fellow disciples from the sacred source peak had previously arrived, after the bloodthirsty demon emperor successfully wielded the celestial spear to destroy the spatial tunnel. Yang Yuchan, along with Lu Linger and Li Haoran, arrives at this quaint village, having faced numerous battles against the demons. The trio and their companions have adapted to the brutal nature of the demon onslaught. Following Yang Yuchan's command, the disciples from Sacred Source Peak form teams to hunt down demons in various villages, striving to rescue any surviving villagers. Yang Yuchan, Lu Linger, and Li Haoran witness their standings on the merit board rapidly ascend, with even Lu Linger now ranking among the top 10,000. Just as their spirits are high, a team of disciples suddenly goes silent. Fearing the worst, Yang Yuchan and her companions hastily make their way to the village where the team had headed. However, upon entering, they are met with the sight of the bloodthirsty demon emperor and the 36 demon emperors successfully activating the celestial spear to obliterate the spatial tunnel. Beneath the altar lies the gruesome remains of the fallen disciples. The bloodthirsty demon emperor slowly lowers the celestial spear of the universe, a mocking grin spreading across his face as he gazes at the approaching trio. Oh, look! 3 little mice have scurried in, perched on Yang Yuchan's shoulder. The little black creature senses the overwhelming aura emanating from the 36 figures on the altar, instantly transforming into a pale shade of white, stuttering, 36 quasi-emperors. Upon hearing the creature's alarm, Yang Yuchan and her companions turn ashen. The realization that all 36 figures are quasi-emperors shatters Li Haoran's understanding of the world. As it seems the sacred land of revelation possesses far fewer quasi-emperors. No one could have anticipated that in this remote village lay the hidden might of 36 quasi-emperor level demons. Among them are two prime specimens. The bloodthirsty demon emperor exclaims with greedy eyes fixed on Yang Yuchan and Lu Linger. In this dire moment, the little black creature leaps from Yang Yuchan's shoulder, its diminutive dragon form rapidly expanding as it releases an overwhelming aura adorned with 3 sacred lotuses above its head. Master, you must flee. Allow me to hold them back. The creature stands defiantly before the trio. A mere insect of the 1,000 questions realm dares to challenge a 3-lotus sage dragon as a guardian? Yet you believe that such a trifling sage can escape my grasp. With a flourish of his hand, the bloodthirsty demon emperor conjures a colossal barrier that envelopes the village, facing 36 quasi-emperor demons. The little black creature senses an inevitable demise looming. It muses, surely, even if the master arrives, he would struggle against such a terrifying array, wouldn't he? Humph, little black. Do you have so little faith in me? Just 36 mere insects. I can suppress them with a single hand. Comes the languid voice of Yangbai. At this moment, within the life and death seal, Yangbai's spiritual form abruptly opens its eyes, stretching lazily. It's time to stretch my limbs. Feeling the menacing aura of the 36 demon emperors, Yang Yuchan and her companions are engulfed by an unprecedented sense of despair and suffocation. The absolute disparity in strength makes Yang Yuchan acutely aware of her own insignificance. Under the pressure of the quasi-emperor's aura, Lu Linger breaks down in tears, sobbing. Linger, doesn't he want to die? If Linger dies, who will massage the young master's back in the future, Amidst the overwhelming sense of impending death, Yang Yuchan's mind conjures the image of Yangbai, a single tear tracing down her fair cheek. Husband, I wish to be your wife in my next life. Just as despair blankets them, a faint and indistinct figure appears before them, exclaiming, Demon spawn, you possess quite the audacity. With Yangbai's cold rebuke, the oppressive weight of the quasi-emperors dissipates, replaced by his intangible order field. Under the endless realm of Yangbai's laws, the 36 demon emperors find themselves utterly powerless. Crushed under the terrifying aura, their bones cracking as they collapse to the ground, rendered limp as if turned to mud. In that instant, the bloodthirsty demon emperor senses a grave threat. The presence of Yangbai feels akin to facing an unfathomable abyss. In that fleeting moment, he attempts to activate the celestial spear of the universe to escape. However, alas, under Yangbai's law of order, the very fabric of space and time freezes, rendering all laws and powers futile, including the 9 great laws and the laws of origin. Even the 9 ancient laws and the origin law prove to be utterly ineffective, let alone a mere imperial weapon of the spatial category. Who exactly are you? The bloodthirsty demon emperor struggled to ask, expending his last ounce of strength. In his understanding, even the holy demon emperor could not possibly freeze time and space with a mere gesture. These were the laws of time and space, 2 of the 9 ancient laws. Yangbai, however, paid him no heed and turned to gaze at his beloved. With a mere thought, the 36 demon emperors were obliterated into dust by an overwhelming force. Chapter 92. Is he truly your husband? Yangbai felt that even a second of his attention on them was a squander of life. Husband, how could you appear here? Upon seeing Yangbai suddenly before her, Yang Yuchan looked at him in confusion. Before he could respond, she lightly lifted her delicate foot and leapt into his embrace, her delicate head resting against his broad chest. It had been several years since they last met, and now longing surged like a tidal wave, manifesting as tears in the young girl's eyes. Before long, Yangbai felt a dampness against his chest. My dear, the truth is that the figure before you is merely a spiritual manifestation of my true self. Reluctantly, Yangbai revealed the truth, for holding his wife in spirit form felt somewhat uncomfortable for him. Upon hearing this, the person in his arms trembled violently and quickly sprang away from him. Yang Yuchan resembled a startled little wildcat, her hands clasped protectively over her chest, glaring fiercely at Yangbai as she retorted, Then why didn't you say so earlier? Her words were laced with dissatisfaction. Standing behind her, Li Haoran remained in shock, gazing at the imposing figure before Yang Yuchan with terror. Is this truly the husband of the 9 holy maidens? His power is astonishing. With a mere snap of his fingers, he effortlessly annihilated 36 quasi-emperors. And he isn't even his true self, just a spiritual manifestation. If such a spirit is this formidable, how terrifying must his true self be? It is beyond imagination. The little girl, Lu Linger, upon seeing Yangbai, cared not whether he was his true self or a spirit. She leapt at him, clinging to him. Young master, it really is you. Linger has missed you so much. After years apart, The moment she laid eyes on Yang Bai, her emotions could no longer be contained. Ha ha. Little bean, I didn't expect that after such a long time, you've become so clingy. Upon hearing Yang Bai's teasing, Lu Linger suddenly realized she was clinging to him. Instantly, she felt a wave of embarrassment and shyly hopped down from him, unsure of how she had acted so impulsively. Master, I miss you so much too. Seeing Yang Bai's overwhelming power, which had effortlessly dispatched 36 quasi-emperors, Xiao He could not resist leaping towards him again, further reshaping its understanding of Yang Bai's strength. Yet, what awaited Xiao He was not Yang Bai's embrace, but rather the sole of his shoe. As Yang Bai disdainfully kicked it away, sending it flying 2.5 meters to collide intimately with the ground. Xiao He then staggered to its feet. Its little paw pressed against its swollen right cheek. Woo-woo, master, is this how you treat me? Witnessing Xiao He's pitiful state, Lu Linger, her face flushed, could not help but giggle, her laughter shaking the very air with delight. Seeing Yang Bai harboring a spiritual form within her, Yang Yuchan felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. Being as astute as she was, she understood Yang Bai's intentions and said to the spirit, "Husband, I didn't realize your spirit form was so powerful." This brought back memories of when they were in Mufeng City, where Yang Bai had playfully declared, "Wife, your husband is unrivaled in the world." In response, Yang Bai's spirit impulsively retorted, "Indeed, I am." Before he could finish, he saw Yang Yuchan's face light up with sweetness, smiling as she completed his thought. They exchanged knowing smiles. "By the way, where is your true self now?" Her sudden question caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. He stammered, "My true self is, well, encountering some issues and cannot come out to see you for now." Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan's face tightened, her gaze fixed on him, filled with worry. Lu Linger and Xiao He, upon hearing this, were equally astonished. However, the spirit quickly reassured them, "Do not fret, my true self is in no danger. In due time, all will be well. Just trust your husband." Once those words were spoken, the two women's concerns were swiftly alleviated. After settling all matters, Yang Bai's spirit waved his hand, instantly summoning the laws of space. The invisible force of spatial power swept up a group of disciples from Shenyuan Peak, transporting them back to the holy land of enlightenment. After completing all this, the spirit returned to the space of the life and death talisman. Meanwhile, within the Sacred Mountain's merit stone tablet, rankings were undergoing a dramatic shift. Yang Yuchan's rank was skyrocketing. Even the previous first-place holder, the Great Brahma Heaven, was pushed down by her. After her name, it was inscribed with a staggering 100 billion merit points. Upon returning to the Holy Land, Yang Yuchan and the others were astonished by the monumental changes on the merit stone tablet. She gazed incredulously at her name at the top. It turned out that after slaying the bloodthirsty demon emperor and the 36 others, Yang Bai had communicated with the will of Kunlun through his divine sense, attributing the merit points from the 36 slain demon emperors to Yang Yuchan. Though it was called communication, Yang Bai exerted such a terrifying aura that the Tao of Heaven's will in the Kunlun realm dared not even exhale. Under Yang Bai's overwhelming presence, the Kunlun will had no choice but to yield. After all, it was merely a world will that could not even be classified as a Tier 3 world, facing a being above the Emperor level, easily extinguishable with a flick of the finger. Each world births a Tao of Heaven, which is a fragment of the universal will. This is why the Tao of Heaven possesses a certain moral essence. Witnessing this absurd scene, Li Haoran was utterly dumbfounded, swallowing hard before finally managing to stutter, "Sister, is that person really your husband?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan nodded with unwavering determination. This was truly astonishing. Who would have thought that her husband was so exceptional? No. To say he was the most radiant being in the world would not be an exaggeration. His strength completely captivated him. While stunned and filled with admiration, a hint of loneliness flickered in his eyes that was difficult for others to discern. Chapter 93. An astonishing coincidence. It is all him. Deep within the Tianhun mountain range, Luo Qingcang and others were embroiled in a chaotic battle with the Shadow Demon Emperor and his faction. Though bolstered by imperial weapons, Luo Qingcang and his companions found their momentum diminished compared to before. However, the formidable power of the imperial weapons remained evident. After a prolonged battle, the 6 Shadow Demon Emperors were steadily forced into retreat, their injuries mounting. The wounds inflicted by the imperial weapons were entwined with the laws of the Emperor's Tao, rendering them unable to heal. Dark blood continuously dripped from their wounds. As they noticed the bloodthirsty demon emperor and his companions had yet to arrive for assistance, the Shadow Demon Emperors erupted in furious exclamations. How utterly detestable. What on earth are the 30-odd members of the bloodthirsty demon emperor's faction doing? It has been far too long, yet they still do not come to our aid. The 6 demon emperors found themselves increasingly suppressed by the trio from the Kunlun realm. And as their wounds multiplied, the Shadow Demon Emperor, after a moment of soul probing, was filled with dread upon realizing he could no longer sense the presence of the bloodthirsty demon emperor and his associates. It was as if they had vanished from existence. All 36 demon emperors were now mysteriously silent. In an instant, the shadow demon emperor understood the gravity of the situation. Cunning as he was, he chose to abandon the battle and swiftly retreated into the distance. Witnessing this, the three from the celestial crane Tao respected were momentarily taken aback. The situation had clearly tilted in favor of the heavenly demons, so why was the shadow demon emperor fleeing? Once he had distanced himself, the ancestor of the morning sun and other powerful forces wrapped up the remnants of the three demon emperors and began advancing towards the celestial crane Tao respected. The remaining 5 demon emperors, slow to react, found themselves unable to escape once they grasped the dire circumstances. The ancestor of the morning sun, accompanied by a throng of quasi-emperors, swiftly sealed off the entire Heavenly Soul mountain range. The 5 demon emperors immediately lambasted the shadow demon emperor for his betrayal, exclaiming how decisively he had sold out his comrades, a feat he must have accomplished many times before. The outcome was inevitable. After a brief resistance, the 5 demon emperors were engulfed by the relentless assault of the quasi-emperors. This battle stained the Heavenly Soul mountain range a deep crimson with demonic blood. All demon emperors, save for the shadow demon emperor, were dealt with, leaving only those beneath the quasi-emperor rank, who posed no threat. Days passed before the heavenly demons of the Heavenly Soul mountain range were entirely eradicated. The toll on the demon emperors was staggering, with 44 of their number having fallen. In stark contrast, the Kunlun realm suffered only significant losses in the western desert. The other 3 regions remained relatively unscathed. The sole lament was the death of the Buddha from the western region, which left the heavenly Buddha temple leaderless, as all quasi-emperors had succumbed to the control of the heavenly demons and ultimately perished. As the battle at the Heavenly Soul mountain range concluded, the rankings on the merit stone tablet within the holy mountain of pilgrimage vanished in that moment. However, in the days that followed, the majority of powerful practitioners paid little heed to the rankings. With the demise of the 9 demon emperors, the cultivators of the Kunlun realm busied themselves hunting down the heavenly demons to earn merit points, oblivious to the changes on the stone tablet. Only a handful of practitioners noticed, initially unable to believe their eyes. Following the battle at the Heavenly Soul mountain range, the Kunlun realm was left with only 3 formidable figures. At this moment, Luo Qingtsong, the celestial crane Tao respected, and the Qilin demon respected gathered at the Dragon Rising sacred land, contemplating the recent war at the Heavenly Soul mountain range. There were countless suspicious elements surrounding this conflict. For instance, the sudden appearance of the 36 demon emperors, only to vanish without a trace. Out of the 9 demon emperors, 8 had perished, yet none had shown themselves. When the Qianxiaquan divine spike unleashed its terrifying spatial power, destroying the spatial tunnel, the 3 had distinctly sensed as many as 36 quasi-emperor presences. At that time, they had been plunged into an abyss of despair. Celestrin, what is your perspective on this matter? The Qilin demon respected turned his gaze towards the celestial crane Tao respected, inquiring. Among the 3, the celestial crane Tao respected was the most proficient in the art of celestial divination. Meanwhile, Luo Qingtsong remained seated in silence, appearing indifferent. The only current dilemma was the death of the Buddha, with few privy to his plans. Now, he merely awaited the blood moon night, the moment he would strive to ascend to emperor status. As for other matters, they held no significance for him. What could possibly be more important than his breakthrough to emperor? Yet, to avoid arousing suspicion in these 2 cunning foxes, Luo Qingtsong reluctantly joined the discussion. The celestial crane Tao respected merely shook his head slightly, letting out a soft sigh. Alas, I previously attempted to deduce the truth. But his words remained unfinished as he produced a shattered jade talisman. The Qilin demon respected, and the others recognized this talisman, a relic passed down through generations of the Dragon Rising lineage. In times of dire peril, it could grant the bearer a sense of life and death, revealing fortunes and misfortunes. The fact that this talisman had shattered indicated immense calamity. Were you attempting to divine the celestial mechanism when it shattered? The Qilin demon respected asked in alarm. The celestial crane Tao respected remained silent, merely nodding slightly. At that moment, even Luo Qingtsong turned his head in astonishment to gaze at him. Unbeknownst to them, this was already the 2nd talisman to have shattered. When Yangbai had forcefully slain a sacred king guardian of the Dragon Rising sacred land, it too had broken while he was preparing to divine the opponent's celestial mechanism. In hindsight, it seemed a sheer waste for a mere sacred king to have caused the destruction of a talisman. Now, this was the last talisman remaining. The celestial crane Tao respected felt a pang of heartache, as if blood were dripping from his heart, his expression darkening with displeasure. The 3 fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere around them becoming eerily still. Finally, The celestial crane Tao respected spoke up. To be honest, I too once endeavored to divine the celestial mechanism of an individual. But it was just as fruitless as today. After deep contemplation, he ultimately decided to reveal the matter, though divulging this information might tarnish the sanctity of the sacred land. At this juncture, further concealment held little purpose. Such astonishing words should not be spoken lightly. Upon hearing this, the Qilan demon respected was instantly struck with resonance, his voice trembling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that these two individuals could very well be the same person?" Indeed. Realizing that he might have wasted two talismans to deduce the identity of a single individual filled the celestial crane Tao respected with immense frustration. This drew sympathetic looks from the others, who regarded him with pity. Since we have broached the subject, I shall no longer withhold the truth. Previously, within my Qilan domain, a mysterious powerful figure made an appearance, yet the individual did not descend in their true form. Even a mere projection of their aura inflicted grave injuries upon me. With this revelation, Luo Qingtsong could no longer remain composed and recounted his own experience in the eastern wilderness, where he had been sent flying by a hidden powerful figure with just a single finger. As their experiences converged, a singular shadow began to crystallize in their minds. Could it be that we are encountering a ghost? Are we indeed referring to the same individual? The Qilan demon respected stated with unwavering certainty. If this is indeed the case, it is highly likely that they are one and the same. After all, in the entirety of the Kunlun realm, I dare say there exists no other being capable of making 36 demon emperors disappear collectively. Chapter 94. The essence arises. Absorb the principles of morality. Who dares to harm my disciple? The realization of such a terrifyingly powerful presence within the Kunlun realm cast an oppressive atmosphere over the gathering. Anyone would feel uneasy under the shadow of such a mysterious entity. Moments later, Luo Qingtsong hastily took his leave from the Qilan demon respected and the celestial crane Tao respected, returning to the southern heavens. His most pressing concern at present is to await the night of the blood moon, when he shall break through to the rank of emperor and assuredly return to Mufeng City to avenge the grievance inflicted upon him that fateful day. Subsequently, the Kiran demon sovereign also rose to take his leave. At the sacred land of Tianxi, atop Xinyuan Peak, a graceful figure clad in crimson sat poised at the cliff's edge, enveloped in a mystical halo of ethereal light. This enigmatic aura emanated from the essence of moral principles. Not long ago, Yang Yuchan had exchanged a fragment of moral essence beneath the merit steel. At this moment, she was immersed in the enlightening glow of the moral principles, diligently striving to comprehend and absorb their essence, attempting to master the laws of morality. However, the laws of morality are among the 9 ancient principles of the universe, far from easily grasped. Even though Yang Yuchan possessed the Xianling celestial body, which grants her an intimate connection to the laws of heaven and earth, the scarcity of moral essence rendered her efforts futile, as it could not support her quest to fully comprehend these laws. Undoubtedly, as the halo dissipated, her attempt to master the laws of morality met with failure. Fortunately, this endeavor was not entirely in vain, as she successfully absorbed a small fragment of moral essence. Even a mere grasp of this essence could wield significant power in future confrontations with adversaries. Alas, if only there were a bit more moral essence available. Yang Yuchan's expression grew somewhat despondent, her delicate features drooping. This scene did not escape the gaze of Yang Bai, who was ensconced within the life and death imprint. Observing his beloved wife's forlorn visage, Yang Bai could no longer remain idle and promptly emerged from the confines of the life and death imprint. "Ah, my husband, why have you come out again?" Upon seeing Yang Bai's ethereal form, Yang Yuchan inquired with curiosity. "Is it not evident that I cannot bear to see my dear wife wearing such a sorrowful expression? It is merely a trifling matter of moral essence. Your husband can summon as much as he desires. Essence, come forth." With that exclamation from Yang Bai, multitudes of moral essence from the cosmos responded, cascading towards him. Great swathes of moral essence shimmered like fireflies on a summer night, densely illuminating the surroundings. In an instant, Yang Yuchan found herself enveloped in this radiant essence. "My dear, should you require anything, simply call out. There is more than enough essence to go around." With such a bountiful supply of moral essence, even a pig could master the laws of morality within it. To grasp the power of the laws, 2 primary conditions must be met. Firstly, a sufficient quantity of the corresponding essence is essential. Secondly, the cultivator's own comprehension and understanding of the laws of heaven and earth play a crucial role. However, should the volume of available essence reach a staggering level, then with time, any cultivator immersed within it will naturally begin to sense the power of the laws. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Yang Yuchan remained immersed in the ocean of moral essence. 3 days prior, she had even invited the young Lu Linger to join her in absorbing the moral essence. At their current pace, it was likely that within a month's time, they would successfully master the laws of morality. It had been 3 days since the grand battle at the Tianhan mountain range. Most cultivators had exchanged numerous treasures at the Merit Steel, returning laden with riches. A few others continued to linger near the Tianhan mountain range, scouring for any remaining opportunities. Just as the 2 young women were engrossed in their absorption of moral essence, they were suddenly called upon by Taoist Wujue. Yuchan Linger, come to the Celestial Hall at once. Upon receiving the summons, the 2 young women reluctantly halted their activities. It is our esteemed master calling. What could he want at the Celestial Hall? Upon hearing the mention of the Celestial Hall, Lu Linger's face contorted with disdain. The Celestial Hall was the domain of that esteemed elder, Xiao Daoran, who often clashed with their Xinyuan peak. Moreover, the 3rd saintess, Li Yuexin, was also present there. Typically, when passing the Celestial Hall, the young girl would circumvent it entirely. Very well. Since it is our master's summons, we must make the journey. Observing Lu Linger's irritated expression, Yang Yuchan gently patted her head. Subsequently, she stored the moral essence within the life and death imprint, and, accompanied by Lu Linger, hastened towards the Celestial Hall. Before long, a grand and imposing hall loomed before them. In front of the hall lay a vast plaza, where disciples patrolled the sacred grounds. Upon entering, Yang Yuchan sensed an unusual atmosphere. She beheld Elder Xiao Daoran seated regally upon the main seat, with their master, Taoist Wujue, present within the hall. Li Haoran stood at the center, accompanied by the Grand Saint's son, Zhou Yuan, and the 3rd saintess, Li Yuexin. They were evidently awaiting the arrival of Yang Yuchan and her companion. As the 2 young women finally arrived, Elder Xiao Daoran sternly addressed them. 9th saintess Yang Yuchan, I demand to know why you defied my orders and led the disciples of Xinyuan Peak away from the group on our journey to the Tianhan mountain range. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan initially thought it was a matter of great import, considering the gravity of the situation. Esteemed elder, I observed that nearby villages were being ravaged by celestial demons. Thus, I took the initiative to lead our disciples to slay the demons, slaughtering innocent civilians. Pray tell, what is the issue with that? Hearing Yang Yuchan's articulate explanation, Xiao Daoran's face flushed with anger. Is this what you consider the matter at hand? You forsook the group for the sake of a few insignificant lives, resulting in a breach in the formation, diminishing our power and complicating our battle situation. What punishment do you think you deserve for this? Faced with Xiao Daoran's inquiry, Yang Yuchan's spirit remained unyielded. A few insignificant lives. I do not comprehend the esteemed elder's perspective. Yet, I believe that as cultivators, our purpose is to save the suffering masses. How can one regard human lives as mere trifles? Impudent. Seeing Yang Yuchan's defiance, Xiao Daoran's composure shattered, his quasi-emperor's pressure surging forth like a tidal wave towards her. In that instant, a flicker of red light flashed within the space of the life and death imprint, only to vanish in an instant. Witnessing this, Taoist Wujue could no longer sit idly by. With a decisive strike upon the armrest of his chair, his quasi-emperor's aura erupted, countering Xiao Daoran's oppressive force. Within the hall, the 2 quasi-emperors faced off, each asserting their presence. Xiao Daoran, while it is right to question, resorting to fury only reveals your narrow-mindedness. The mocking tone of Taoist Wujue echoed within the hall, inciting Xiao Daoran to fury, as an overwhelming energy surged from within him. Oh, you dare challenge me? Today, I shall see, with this old Taoist present, who dares to harm my disciples. The 2 quasi-emperors clashed fiercely, their energies intertwining, giving rise to a hint of imperial might. Old Taoist Wujue, are you truly going to favor your disciple? Even the ancestor has spoken. It is necessary to punish this rebellious disciple. Will you stand in my way? The animosity between Taoist Wujue and Xiao Daoran had long been established, and this incident involving Yang Yuchan merely served as the catalyst. I find no fault in my disciple. Yet some individuals become agitated over trifles. TSK, such pettiness. Chapter 95. The Sacred Land Competition. Mastering the Laws of Morality. Strengthening Power. Upon hearing the old sage Wujue once again engage in his esoteric discourse, Xiao Daoran, the 4th Tribulation True Emperor, unleashed his formidable aura. Do you dare challenge me with your mere 3rd Tribulation status? Despite the overwhelming presence of Xiao Daoran, Wujue, a 3rd Tribulation True Emperor, gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Both of you are esteemed elders of the heavenly enlightenment sacred land. Such behavior is utterly unbecoming. At that moment, the sacred Lord of heavenly enlightenment hovered majestically above the grand hall. I pay my respects to the sacred Lord. The assembled crowd bowed reverently upon his arrival. Observing this, Xiao Daoran snorted disdainfully and retracted his oppressive aura. The ancestor has spoken. Although the 9th Holy Maiden's actions were somewhat improper, Considering her original intentions and the lack of grave consequences, the punishment shall be left to the master of Sacred Source Peak. This matter is settled. You may all disperse." With that, the Sacred Lord vanished from the hall. "As you command, Sacred Lord," Xianxiadrama begrudgingly acquiesced. "Humph, old fool. Don't celebrate prematurely. The Sacred Land competition is a month away. I hope your Sacred Source Peak does not suffer a humiliating defeat." "Oh dear, how frightening," Wujue exclaimed sarcastically. "My dear disciples, let us take our leave." With a grand gesture, Wujue summoned Yang Yuchan, Lu Ling'er, and Li Haoran, and they vanished from sight. Upon returning to Sacred Source Peak, Yang Bai's spiritual form emerged once more. "My dear, why did you stop me earlier? Did you not want me to slap that insufferable elder to death? Just a spit from me could probably drown him." Witnessing Yang Bai's fervent defense, Yang Yuchan smiled, her beautiful eyes narrowing playfully. "It's all right. I know my husband is invincible in this world. I shall avenge this grievance myself." Lu Ling'er, filled with indignation, puffed up her cheeks in agreement. "Exactly. The young master should have slapped that vile old man to death. He has bullied our Sacred Source Peak far too often." The thought of this made the young girl fume, her lips pouting adorably. Observing her charming demeanor, Yang Yuchan approached to comfort her. "Fear not. If you are still aggrieved, you can defeat that arrogant disciple of the Elder in next month's Sacred Land competition. As the chief disciple of Sacred Source Peak, the outcome will rest upon you. Therefore, we must intensify our training, especially since that disciple under the Elder possesses considerable strength." At this, Lu Ling'er nodded vigorously. "Yes, Xianxia. Let us dedicate this month to rigorous training, striving to grasp the moral principles by the time of the competition." Seeing the two girls so determined, Yang Bai was delighted and teased, "Haha, work hard, and if you find yourselves unable to prevail, do not hesitate to call for me. I shall come forth and overturn the stage." His words immediately earned him a pair of exasperated glares from the two girls. Lu Ling'er, hands on her hips, glared at him with eyes as wide as saucers. "Young master, you are truly dampening our spirits. Haha, during this time, just focus on your training. The moral principles will be more than sufficient," he replied jovially. A month swiftly passed. The Sacred Land competition was imminent. An event held every 3 years to spur disciples in their cultivation, while also selecting a new round of holy sons and daughters, as well as chief disciples from various peaks. Those who lacked the requisite strength risked being supplanted by competing disciples, thus preventing complacency among the holy sons and daughters. Having immersed themselves in moral principles for an entire month, the two girls suddenly radiated brilliant light. Mysterious halos of moral energy enveloped them, and in an instant, they felt a profound understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. As they opened their eyes, terrifying moral resonance burst forth from their pupils. The surrounding forces of moral laws in the heavenly enlightenment Sacred Land seemed summoned, converging towards Sacred Source Peak. Fortunately, Yang Bai's spiritual form was present to shield the moral laws from external detection. These were the girls' trump cards for the upcoming competition, and they could not be easily revealed. With the power of the moral laws, the two girls were poised to secure the top positions in the Sacred Land competition. However, the foremost holy sons were no ordinary contenders, having cultivated far longer than the two girls. Although they possessed formidable physiques that could allow them to defy the odds, the sheer gap in cultivation still posed a significant challenge. Yang Yuchan, at the Thousand Queries realm, could rival peak manifestations or even early-stage indestructibles due to her Xianling immortal body. Such strength would certainly guarantee victory against the lower-ranked holy sons. Yet, claiming the top spot remained a formidable task. The second holy son had reached the pinnacle of indestructibility and boasted an undefeated record against quasi-saint elders of the Sacred Land. The chasm between the pinnacle of indestructibility and quasi-saint was vast. Even hundreds of peak indestructibles might struggle against a single quasi-saint who had transcended into the realm of sanctity. The first holy son had achieved mid-tier quasi-saint status, establishing a significant power gap between him and the second holy son. The Sacred Lord of Heavenly Enlightenment proclaimed that Zhou Yuan was the most gifted holy son to have emerged in centuries. However, after the arrival of Yang Yuchan and Lu Ling'er, this assertion became contentious. After all, the two had only been in the Heavenly Enlightenment Sacred Land for a mere 2 years, yet their strength had surged dramatically. Before mastering the moral laws, Yang Yuchan, at the Thousand Queries realm, would have struggled against the mid-tier quasi-saint Zhou Yuan. But now, the situation had entirely reversed. Even Lu Ling'er, currently at the 100 Shackles realm, could contend with him thanks to her bloodline from the 9 Li Xianxiang Python and the reinforcement of the moral laws. Chapter 96. The Overwhelming Momentum. First place. In the central square of the Heavenly Enlightenment Sacred Land, countless disciples gathered, a sea of eager faces. As the ground trembled, numerous martial arenas rose from the stone crevices. The disciples gazed with fervent excitement at the ascending platforms, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. For the vast majority, this was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to turn the tide in their favor. The disciples of the heavenly enlightenment sacred land were categorized into outer disciples, inner disciples, and holy sons and daughters. Among them, inner disciples could opt to train at different sacred peaks, while outer disciples were confined to collective cultivation. The long-awaited sacred land competition was finally upon them. Suddenly, an enormous apparition of Xianxiadrama appeared above the many platforms, his voice resonating powerfully. As the grand elder of the sacred land, I hereby declare the 71st Sacred Land Competition officially commenced. Upon hearing this proclamation, the disciples erupted in a chorus of cheers. The initial round of the grand competition is the selection of the top 1,000 disciples from the outer sect. Those who secure a position among the first 1,000 gain the qualification to ascend to the sacred peak for cultivation, thereby becoming inner sect disciples. In the next moment, a numbered token appears before each outer sect disciple, with those sharing the same number engaging in a contest. The first round of the outer sect competition now officially commences. At the sound of the command, all outer sect disciples soar towards their respective arenas. Perched atop the majestic Tianchi Peak, the sacred master, Xianxiadrama, the Taoist Wujue, and various esteemed elders occupy their seats, observing the contest with narrowed eyes, evidently lacking any anticipation for this outer sect competition. Meanwhile, the disciples from the other sacred peaks watch from their own vantage points. Before long, the first round of the outer sect competition concludes hastily, with the selected 1,000 inner sect disciples choosing their sacred peaks thereafter. Now, the main event begins. I hereby declare, the second round of the inner sect competition has officially commenced. Next, let the chiefs of each peak draw lots, and the contest shall commence immediately. Xianxiadrama's voice resonated throughout the sacred grounds, prompting the elders on their thrones to open their eyes. The chief disciples of each peak ascend to the arena to draw lots. The inner sect competition primarily involves contests among the chief disciples, and the rankings of the sacred peaks are determined based on their strength. Naturally, those peaks ranked higher attract more disciples. Upon hearing the call, the quirky and spirited Lu Linger jumps down from the sacred peak to draw her lot. "Go for it, Ling," cheered Yang Yuchan, supporting her friend. "Don't worry, Sister Yang. I will definitely bring back first place for you to see." The disciples of the sacred source peak, upon seeing their senior sister, erupted in cheers. "Look, it's senior sister Ling. Go, senior sister." There are a total of 20 sacred peaks in the Tianchi sacred land. Lu Linger casually grasped a glowing orb and drew the array spirit peak. Immediately after, the young girl made her way to arena number 8. A elder serves as the judge on the arena, ensuring no mishaps occur during the contest. Lu Linger's opponent is the chief disciple of the array spirit peak, a slender young man who appears delicate and scholarly. Disciples from the array spirit peak are adept at utilizing formations in battle. Array spirit peak, Xiaotian, sacred source peak, Lu Linger. After the two exchanged respectful bows, the contest officially began at the elder's command. In an instant, both disciples unleashed their formidable auras, each reaching the pinnacle of the 100 Shackles realm. With a single hand, Xiaotian spun, and mystic patterns danced between his fingers, summoning bizarre formations that rose from the ground. A deluge of formation attacks surged toward Lu Linger, accompanied by illusory formations attempting to disrupt her spirit and mind. In response, the bloodline pressure of the 9-leaf Sangtian python within Lu Linger surged forth like a tidal wave. Behind the young girl appeared a pair of enigmatic eyes, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy, reminiscent of an ancient whisper, tore through the grand formations. Xiaotian, hidden behind the formations, could not have anticipated that this seemingly fragile girl would shatter his defenses in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Lu Linger moved with the speed of lightning, appearing before Xiaotian like a specter. With her spirit sword poised at his throat, she chuckled. "Hee, Brother Xiao? Thank you for your kindness." As she withdrew her sword with a smile, Xiaotian finally regained his composure and cupped his hands in humility, saying, "Junior Sister Linger, as talent leaves me in the dust. With such strength, I fear I shall soon be calling you Sister Linger." With that, Xiaotian dispersed his formation seal and leaped off the arena. Victory for Lu Linger of the Sacred Source Peak. The scene fell into stunned silence. How could a victor be declared so swiftly at the very start of the contest? The Array Spirit Peak Master wore an exceedingly grim expression, as if he had bitten into a sour fruit. Nearby, the Taoist Wujue could not resist uttering a few jibes. This girl is remarkable, but her talent is simply too unreal. She truly possesses a semblance of my former prowess. Array Spirit Elder, my apologies. I shall inform that girl that, in such a public setting, she ought to have shown some leniency to Xiaotian, lest your Array Spirit Peak lose face. Forgive me, forgive me." At these words, The array spirit peak master's anger surged, veins throbbing on his forehead, inwardly cursing. Humph. What a triviality. It's merely luck that he has gained such a gifted disciple. And to compare her to your former self? How shameless. Yet, he swallowed his resentment. After all, the Taoist wooed you as strength as it was evident, and as a mere saint king, he could not contend. Meanwhile, the disciples of the sacred peaks were abuzz. By the heavens, Lu Linger from the sacred source peak is exceedingly fierce. Indeed, with just one exchange, she defeated Xiao Tian, who is no weakling among the chief disciples. To their astonishment, this young girl, who appeared delicate, possessed formidable strength. The disciples were utterly captivated by Lu Linger's displayed prowess. The disciples of the sacred source peak rejoiced exuberantly, lifting the young girl to the heavens in celebration. After a prolonged period, the top 10 disciples were all selected. After a brief rest, the next round of contests commenced. In a similar fashion, Lu Linger once again defeated her opponent with overwhelming force. As the strength among the chief disciples was closely matched, upon witnessing Lu Linger's might, those who faced her in the subsequent rounds voluntarily conceded, opting to preserve their dignity. What is the point? It's just a matter of one move. Thus, the young girl effortlessly claimed the top position among the chiefs, with the sacred source peak ranking first. Chapter 97. Challenge to the Two Holy Sons. The ethical law emerges. The crowd was astounded. Disciples from various sacred peaks were left in awe, initially expecting fierce battles among the chief disciples. Who could have anticipated that it would be a one-sided affair dominated by Lu Linger? The Taoist Wujue atop Tianxi Peak smiled broadly, continuously offering his congratulations to the peak masters. The various peak masters could hardly bear to witness his smug expression, yet dared not express their discontent, opting instead to turn their gazes away, avoiding the sight and the annoyance it brought. They were all perplexed. How could such an extraordinarily gifted disciple have been noticed by that Taoist with the peculiar nose? Atop the summit of the Holy Sun Peak, the great Holy Sun, Zhou Yuan, finally opened his previously narrowed eyes, fixating intently on Lu Ling. This girl is formidable, yet she is merely at the 100 shackles realm. Why does she invoke a subtle sense of danger in me? Beside him, the second Holy Sun, Li Chunjun, also regarded Lu Linger with a somber expression. Her talent may well rival yours. Given time, she will become an extraordinary figure. Neither of them had intended to focus on the contest among the chief disciples. They both possessed unparalleled strength among the Holy Sons. Yet, Lu Linger's overwhelming prowess drew their attention. Who do you think she will challenge? Zhou Yuan, seated in the pavilion, rose and inquired. The disciple who emerges as the top chief, after the chief battles, can challenge any Holy Sun at will. If victorious, they may usurp that Holy Sun's position among the ranks. Indeed, the 10th Holy Sun, Li Haoran, also belongs to the Sacred Source Peak. As the chief disciple of the Sacred Source Peak, she is unlikely to issue a challenge. The 9th Holy Maiden shares a close bond with her, remaining inseparable, and thus, she too would not challenge. Therefore, it must be the 8th Holy Sun. Observing Zhou Yuan, who typically exhibits little interest in such matters, suddenly inquiring about them, Li Chunjun hastily began his analysis. No, I believe she will challenge you. Upon uttering this, Li Chunjun was taken aback, then indignantly exclaimed, Hey, Zhou Yuan, although you are a quasi-saint and I have always been inferior to you, this is quite an insult. She is merely at the 100 shackles realm. While she may be invincible among peers of her level, there is a full 2 realms of difference between us. Seeing Li Chunjun so dismissive, Zhou Yuan, as a longtime friend and rival, kindly cautioned him. Do you perceive her as weak? Never underestimate her. Just moments ago, I felt a faint sense of danger from her. If she chooses to challenge you, do not take it lightly. What? The mid-level quasi-saint Zhou Yuan, in fact, harbored trepidation toward a practitioner of the 100 shackles realm? Meanwhile, disciples from various peaks curiously gazed at Lu Linger, speculating which Holy Sun, or Maiden, she would choose to challenge. The majority conjectured that she would opt to challenge the 8th Holy Sun, who was already prepared for battle. I choose to challenge Senior Brother Li Chunjun. Senior Brother Li Chunjun, I seek your guidance. The moment this declaration was made, the square was engulfed in a profound silence. Following this, a tempestuous uproar ensued. The audacity of the young girl astonished the onlookers. What? She dares to directly challenge the second Holy Sun. Even those on the Holy Sun rankings do not recklessly challenge him. Such arrogance. Does she believe that defeating a chief disciple of the same level makes her invincible? Indeed. How could a mere practitioner of the 100 shackles realm dare to leap across 2 realms and confront the indomitable second Holy Sun at the pinnacle of the unyielding realm? Even the Taoist Wujue, leisurely sipping tea atop the Tianqi Peak, was so astonished by this revelation that he inadvertently sprayed tea onto the face of the Grand Elder Qiu Daoran seated opposite him. Oh dear, my apologies, esteemed Grand Elder. Wu, a Taoist, hastily grabbed a handkerchief and began to wipe Xianxiadrama's face clumsily. Enough, enough. You are a quasi-emperor. How can you lack such composure? Xianxiadrama interrupted the old Taoist's actions, his expression revealing his displeasure. Yet, deep within, the old fox was delighted, thinking, now, let us see how you gloat. Seated nearby, the various peak masters rejoiced at the sight, their previous frustrations alleviated by witnessing the old Taoist's embarrassment. Just moments ago, they had harbored deep resentment towards his arrogance. Now, seeing him humbled brought them immense satisfaction. On the Holy Sun Peak, Zhou Yuan spread his hands. See, I told you so. Hurry back, and good luck. Unperturbed by the ominous turn of events, Li Chunjun refused to believe he could truly be bested by a mere 100 shekels girl. With a flash, he appeared atop the arena. Holy Sword Peak's Li Chunjun, disciple of Sacred Source Peak, Lu Ling. Sister Lu, I wield my sword without mercy. Be wary. With that, the aura of the unyielding peak surged throughout the arena, causing the very stones beneath to shatter. Observing this, the protecting quasi-saints quickly summoned energy shields to envelop the arena, preventing any collateral damage. Li Chunjun drew his spiritual sword, a quasi-saint weapon, gathering his strength as an invisible sword intent began to permeate the arena. Even before the blade was unsheathed, fierce sword chi began to rise from the platform. Zhou Yuan had warned him that any individual capable of instilling fear in him was not to be taken lightly, and thus, he unsheathed his quasi-saint weapon without hesitation. Faced with the fully unleashed Li Chunjun, the young girl ceased her playful demeanor, fully aware of her opponent's prowess at the unyielding peak. Without hesitation, she summoned her own hidden powers, her mind moving as an enigmatic halo of moral light enveloped her. As the halo manifested, all the elders atop Tianxi Peak abruptly stood in shock, their eyes fixated on the mysterious light encircling her. Could it be the power of the law of morality? Stammering, Xianxiadrama could hardly contain his astonishment upon realizing that this young girl had mastery over one of the 9 primordial laws. Beside him, Wu, a Taoist, was even more astounded, secretly reflecting that this girl had concealed her abilities so deeply that even he, her master, was unaware of her grasp of the law of morality. Cough, cough. Grand Elder Xiao, where has your composure gone? My disciple is simply extraordinary. It's merely one of the 9 primordial laws. Despite feeling just as shocked as the others, the old Taoist managed to suppress his astonishment, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, other elders and peak masters could no longer contain their disdain and cast him scornful glances. On the Holy Sun Peak, Zhou Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the halo surrounding Lu Linger. The sense of impending danger intensified within him. Is this the source of my unease? This entity possesses such terrifying energy. What could it possibly be? Chapter 98. Instantaneous Annihilation. The second Holy Maiden, Little Bean. As the law of morality manifested, Li Chunjun, standing ready with his sword, felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. In an instant, he unleashed a blinding sword beam, a sharp strike hurtling forward with ferocity. Upon witnessing this, Lu Linger likewise activated her ultimate technique, summoning the innate divine power of the 9 Li Tsong Qiong Python, the 9 Li Sacred Seal. A sacred seal formed in her palm, while her halo of moral light radiated with brilliance, enhancing the seal's might exponentially. The sacred seal emanated immense power. Upon colliding with the fierce sword beam, it effortlessly reduced it to mere dust. The seal, imbued with unparalleled authority, surged toward Li Chunjun. Wherever it passed, even the unyielding arena floor began to crack. As Li Chunjun beheld the sacred seal approaching with a force capable of obliterating all, a chill swept through him. He unleashed waves of sword chi in a futile attempt to counter it. Reluctantly, he crossed his sword in front of his chest, using the quasi-saint weapon to brace against the onslaught. With a thunderous crash, even the protective barrier erected by the quasi-saint elders began to show signs of cracking. Witnessing this, several quasi-saint elders leaped down from the holy peak, joining forces to reinforce the barrier. Only through their combined strength did they manage to stabilize it. As the dust settled upon the arena, a deep pit was revealed, within which Li Chunjun knelt in disarray, his hair disheveled and bloodied, before collapsing to the ground unconscious. Meanwhile, Lu Linger remained unscathed and composed, albeit slightly pale from the substantial exertion of her spiritual energy. The scene fell into a hushed silence. As disciples from various peaks and the esteemed holy sons and daughters gazed in disbelief at the spectacle before them, the unyielding peak's Li Chunjun had been defeated by Lu Linger, who had only been cultivating for a mere 2 years in the Holy Land. She was merely at the 100 Shackles realm. How could a practitioner of the 100 Shackles realm vanquish one at the unyielding peak? What terrifying potential must Lu Linger possess? In the face of the shocking scene before her, Li Yuexin, the 3rd saintess of the Sacred Source Peak, felt a wave of terror wash over her. her complexion turning ashen as she swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan, standing atop the Sacred Sun Peak, was equally astonished. He had anticipated that at least the two would be evenly matched, yet he had gravely underestimated the terrifying prowess of Lu Linger. Zhou Yuan's expression grew grave as he recalled the mysterious aura that had enveloped Lu Linger moments prior. The sacred seal, initially not particularly formidable, had drastically amplified in power after merging with that enigmatic radiance, reaching heights previously unimaginable. Had he been the one to receive such an attack, he too would likely have sustained injuries. The demeanor of several quasi-saint elders indicated that this sacred seal had ascended to a high-level quasi-saint tier. The fact that a mere 100 Shackles realm cultivator could unleash an attack of such caliber was truly terrifying. At Tianqi Peak, Xiao Daoran stepped forward to announce the results of the competition. In this contest, Lu Linger of Sacred Source Peak emerges victorious. Lu Linger is now the second saintess of the sacred land, while Li Chunjun is relegated to the position of third sacred son. As the results were declared, the disciples of Sacred Source Peak felt as though they were caught in a surreal dream. The disciples of the Sword Path silently ascended the stage to carry Li Chunjun back to their sect. He, Sister Yang. Did you see how impressive Linger was just now? After the competition, Lu Linger exuberantly approached Yang Yuchan, seeking praise. Yang Yuchan smiled brightly, her delicate hand ruffling the girl's hair. Linger is truly remarkable. Sister Ling, oh no? I should now call you Sister Linger, congratulations. Defeating the third sacred son at the 100 Shackles realm is indeed a testament to your extraordinary talent. Li Haoran, standing nearby, also stepped forward to congratulate Lu Linger. Brother Li is far too courteous. It's better to still call me Sister Linger, or I might feel awkward. Lu Linger beamed, her eyes sparkling. With her elevation to the position of second saintess, Li Haoran, originally the 10th sacred son, was naturally pushed out of the sacred son's rank. However, even so, there was not a hint of resentment in his eyes. Instead, he sincerely congratulated the young girl, a rare display of character. At Tianqi Peak, the Taoist Wu Jue watched in awe as the young girl defeated Li Chunjun with a single move, his mouth agape in astonishment, his face glowing with delight. Reminiscent of a monkey's rear, the various elders and peak masters averted their gazes. Subsequently, numerous chief disciples from the various peaks stepped forward to challenge the sacred sons. Next came the highly anticipated sacred ranking challenge, where lower-ranked sacred sons and daughters could challenge those above them. At that moment, Yang Yuchan from Sacred Source Peak leapt down, landing on the stage, her sword pointing towards sacred son Zhou Yuan atop Sacred Sun Peak. I, Yang Yuchan of Sacred Source Peak, humbly request guidance from His Highness, the first sacred son. Her melodious voice echoed across the peaks, leaving the disciples astounded and abuzz with conversation. Indeed, Sacred Source Peak is fearsome. The chief disciple Lu Linger dares to challenge the second sacred son, and now the sacred daughter Yang Yuchan is challenging the first sacred son. TSK, how remarkable. It seems they truly are of the same lineage. Do you think she has a chance of success? Considering Lu Linger triumphed over the second sacred son at the 100 Shackles realm? I find it rather precarious. Sacred son Zhou Yuan is not to be compared with the second sacred son. He is a quasi-saint. No matter how terrifying Yang Yuchan's talent may be, she cannot hope to defeat His Highness, the first sacred son. Exactly. Sacred son Zhou Yuan is a mid-tier quasi-saint. What is impossible about that? Just look at how many believed in Lu Ling. What fun is there to discuss? I wager 10,000 top-grade spirit stones on Yang Yuchan. I bet 100,000 top-grade spirit stones on Zhou Yuan. At Tianqi Peak, the expressions of the elders and peak masters varied. It was evident to all that Sacred Source Peak was preparing to confront the lineage of the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Immortal Palace. Just moments ago, the Sword Path had been allied with the Heavenly Immortal Palace, and now, with the first sacred son Zhou Yuan being the heir of the Heavenly Immortal Palace, it was clear that this was a contest between the two factions. Grand Elder, what was it you said last month? Oh dear. This is quite the slap in the face, it stings. The Taoist Wu Jue resumed his mocking tone, directing his sarcasm at Xiao Daoran. What is there to gloat about? The competition hasn't even begun. Besides, Zhou Yuan is not Li Chunjun. Do you think with her 1,000 queries realm cultivation, Yang Yuchan could possibly defeat a mid-tier quasi-saint? Preposterous. Xiao Daoran retorted vehemently. You stubborn old fool. Let us await the outcome. Chapter 99. Yang Yuchan versus Zhou Yuan. The first saintess. On the stage, a gentle breeze swept through as the two participants exchanged bows in greeting. Sacred Source Peak. Yang Yuchan. Heavenly Immortal Palace. Zhou Yuan. Please bestow your teachings. Please. Beside the stage stood 3 venerable elders of the sacred land. Without delay, Yang Yuchan drew the Su Xian Jade maiden sword from her waist. This sword had recently been custom crafted for her by Yang Bailing during a moment of leisure within the life and death seal space. The xianxian sword was a growth-type spiritual sword that would strengthen alongside Yang Yuchan's own cultivation. Furthermore, it was paired with the xianxian Jade Maiden sword technique, created by Yang Bailing, a being of divine origin, whose might was unparalleled. With their hearts and breaths connected, they flowed seamlessly together. Yang Yuchan's jade sword began to spin, unleashing a multitude of sword shadows that surged toward Zhou Yuan. Standing firm, Zhou Yuan displayed no hint of fear. As countless sword shadows approached, his speed became nearly imperceptible, his afterimages flickering as he evaded each strike. Seizing the opportune moment, Zhou Yuan grasped the sword's body. In an instant, a strange smile graced Yang Yuchan's lips. With a graceful motion, she relinquished her hold on the sword, her figure vanishing from sight. The Jade Maiden sword, now held in Zhou Yuan's grasp, instantly split into countless blades, followed by a torrential downpour of sword rain. The angles of the incoming sword rain were exceptionally devious, launching a 360-degree, all-encompassing assault. Faced with the deluge of sword shadows, Zhou Yuan was horrified to discover he could not move, entrapped in place as the sword rain approached, forcing him to raise his blade in defense. The most confounding aspect was that Yang Yuchan's presence had vanished. He could sense none of her aura, and as the sword rain struck him, it dissipated into nothingness. It was then that he realized, with growing dread, that he had unknowingly fallen under an illusion. In reality, Yang Yuchan was merely one of the sword shadows he perceived. This was the sword technique created by Yang Bailing, and despite the vast disparity in cultivation levels, Zhou Yuan, a mid-tier quasi-saint, had still succumbed to its effects. With a fleeting moment, she seized the opening, channeling her energy into a single strike, the sword tip emanating a chilling aura, its radiant light soaring into the heavens. A terrifying sword chi tearing through the void, aimed directly at Zhou Yuan's chest. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan reacted swiftly, realizing he was ensnared in an illusion. He immediately unleashed his quasi-saint pressure, the overwhelming aura scattering the illusion. Following this, he concentrated countless profound insights into his fist, delivering a powerful blow toward the sword light. The brilliance of the sword shattered. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, from the commencement of the competition to this moment. Merely a few breaths had passed, and the two had exchanged blows dozens of times. Many disciples with lower cultivation levels could barely discern their figures. The overwhelming force of Zhou Yuan's strike landed on Yang Yuchan, causing her to spew forth a mouthful of blood. The gap in their cultivation was glaringly evident. Even with such a formidable sword technique, she ultimately could not unleash its full potential. The sword technique is extraordinarily peculiar. Alas, your cultivation is far too inadequate. With that, Zhou Yuan unleashed a torrent of energy. Acutely aware that his opponent wielded such a formidable sword technique, he dared not display any hint of carelessness. Golden light erupted from Zhou Yuan, enveloping him in a resplendent glow. As a holy sun, he had ascended to the mid-stage quasi-saint level at such a tender age. Relying on the celestial body he possessed, the stellar profound body, the brilliance of the stars shone forth as boundless golden radiance surged, carrying the might of a quasi-saint. Bearing down upon Yang Yuchan. Upon realizing her adversary possessed such an extraordinary physique, Yang Yuchan ceased to conceal her own power. She promptly activated her profound spirit, celestial body. This marked her first time engaging in battle while employing the profound spirit, celestial body, the mirror of profound spirit. In the next moment, a colossal mirror materialized before her, directly rebounding his attack. The golden radiance was reflected back, yet Zhou Yuan neither evaded nor retreated, resolutely absorbing the blow with his corporeal form. In the face of absolute strength, Yang Yuchan's assault felt as insipid as a drizzle upon him. Then, Zhou Yuan's figure flickered, moving with the swiftness of lightning, instantaneously appearing behind her, unleashing a terrifying punch directed at her. The pressure of a quasi-saint descended upon her, inducing an overwhelming sense of suffocation that rendered her unable to evade. The sheer force of his punch shattered the space behind Zhou Yuan, revealing a grotesque void. To be capable of shaking the void at the quasi-saint level. Yet, at that moment, Yang Yuchan split into three figures, narrowly evading this punch. And the mysterious halo of moral law enveloped her. Faced with the dreadful might of a quasi-saint, Yang Yuchan was compelled to harness the power of moral law. Upon witnessing that enigmatic halo, Zhou Yuan's eyes brimmed with trepidation. Astonished, she too has mastered this mysterious aura, empowered by the moral law. Every move she made was amplified to a terrifying degree. Her aura surged to the high-tier quasi-saint level. The avatars born from the profound spirit celestial body possessed the full strength of her true self. In the next instant, three figures emerged. each wielding the pure heart Jade Maiden sword, as fearsome sword intent swirled around the blades. With the amplification of the moral law, the sword technique reached an astonishing level. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan hurriedly activated the stellar profound body, causing countless stars to materialize around him in an instant. The sharp sword light pierced through the void, even reaching the disciples observing from the sacred peak, who felt the chilling aura radiating from the blade, causing pain to their cheeks. The sword light collided with the stars at an incomprehensible speed. In an instant, the stars shattered. At this moment, Xiao Daoran, seated on Tianqi Peak, could no longer remain still. He flashed to Zhou Yuan's side and effortlessly shattered the sword light, shielding him from this fatal strike. Even someone as powerful as the Quasi-Emperor Xiao Daoran could not help but marvel at the might of this sword technique. Before invoking the moral law, Yang Yuchan could barely match Zhou Yuan's strength at the peak of the Thousand Inquiry realm. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Yang Yuchan not only relied on the pure heart Jade Maiden sword technique, but also possessed the profound spirit celestial body. Now, with the moral law at her disposal, were her sword strikes to land upon him, he would surely suffer grievous injury, if not death. Enough. If this continues, the entire arena may well be cleaved in two by your sword. I declare, in this contest, Yang Yuchan of the Sacred Source Peak emerges victorious. From this moment forth, she shall be recognized as the first holy maiden of our Tianqi sacred land. The moment the moral law manifested, the outcome of the contest was already devoid of suspense. The Sacred Source Peak erupted into a chorus of cheers. Yet one individual wore a face of concern, lying atop Sacred Source Mountain. Little Black gazed at the ever-growing power of Yang Yuchan, feeling utterly distressed. In just 2 short years, she had grown formidable enough to defeat mid-tier quasi-saints. And when fully unleashed, her might approached high-tier quasi-saints. Reflecting on its own past, it remembered being merely a lowly initial stage quasi-saint. Now it had barely reached the Lotus Sage level. If this continues, in another 2 years, Yang Yuchan would hardly require its protection. Thus, it feared being abandoned by its master. Half a year swiftly passed since the great competition of the Sacred Land. Now, having ascended to the position of the Sacred Land's first holy maiden, Yang Yuchan had successfully broken through to the myriad phenomena realm. Meanwhile, the third holy maiden, Lu Ling, had also advanced to the Thousand Inquiry realm. As both women's powers surged, a calamity unexpectedly struck in the far-off eastern wilderness, within the prehistoric forest. Chapter 100. The Sorrow of the Elves, Inhuman and Cruel. In the eastern wilderness, beneath the wood's spirit tree, a multitude of elves had gathered, their expressions fraught with anxiety. The elder of the divine tree and the elf queen stood before the assembled elves, their gazes fiercely fixed upon the approaching human cultivators, whose intentions were clearly hostile. They hailed from a powerful faction in the northern plains known as the Proud Sky Pavilion. Possessing formidable strength, the pavilion was guarded by a quasi-emperor. Now, the quasi-emperor himself led his disciples and elders into the prehistoric forest, intent on capturing the entire elven race. How could this be? How did the outside cultivators find this place? We have lived here for decades, far removed from the mortal realm. How could they locate us so swiftly? It's over. We are doomed. The elven race is on the brink of catastrophe. A wave of intense despair surged within the hearts of the elves standing behind the elder of the divine tree and the elf queen. How could this happen? Mu Sun'er stood amidst the elves, her disbelief palpable as she gazed upon the menacing human cultivators. Upon learning of the human cultivators' advance, she had hurriedly brought Yangbai to the divine tree. Time had passed, yet Yangbai showed no signs of awakening. And Mu Sun'er felt a deep sense of worry for him. Now faced with the imminent attack of the cultivators, the elven race was undeniably in peril. With a bitter smile, Mu Sun'er murmured, "Is survival truly so difficult? Yet, rest assured, benefactor, you saved my life once. I shall ensure your safety at all costs." As Mu Sun'er gazed at Yangbai's well-defined features, her slender fingers involuntarily caressed his cheek, a faint blush gracing her delicate face. In the presence of the one who had once rescued her from dire straits, the young girl seemed to develop a peculiar affection. Then, her gaze shifted towards the group of outside cultivators, their eyes glinting with greed, and her expression hardened with unbridled hatred. The Proud Sky Pavilion cultivators must have known of the elven race's concealment here all along. For years, there had been sporadic reports of missing clan members, undoubtedly linked to the Proud Sky Pavilion. Kill. The master of the Proud Sky Pavilion regarded the assembly of elves with avarice gleaming in his eyes, then commanded his disciples and elders. At his order, the disciples and elders surged toward the elves with lethal intent. In their eyes, the elves were scarcely different from precious treasures. The heart of just one elf could yield a high-quality longevity pill. In an instant, a deluge of spells rained down upon the elves. Within the prehistoric forest, where spiritual energy was notably sparse, most elves possessed very low cultivation levels, many below the nascent soul stage. In stark contrast, the disciples from the Proud Sky Pavilion were all elite members, with the weakest among them at the refining void stage. Not to mention the presence of the unparalleled quasi-emperor of the Proud Sky Pavilion. This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. The elves were utterly powerless to resist. Just as the elves prepared to fight to the death, an unforeseen calamity arose. The ancient tree matriarch emanated a terrifying aura, her staff crashing violently against the ground. At the point of contact, ripples of spatial distortion surged forth, sweeping the area with overwhelming pressure. In the next moment, the myriad magical attacks were crushed into mere powder beneath this formidable force. This terrifying pressure was laced with a faint, ethereal imperial might, a quasi-emperor's prowess. Sensing the explosive energy radiating from the tree matriarch, the elves behind her were filled with elation as the dawn of hope began to rise. Marvelous! The matriarch has finally ascended to the ranks of the quasi-emperor. With the quasi-emperor on our side, our elven kin shall no longer endure oppression. However, the master of the Proud Sky Pavilion cast a shadowy gaze upon the tree matriarch, sneering, "Humph! How dare a mere first tribulation quasi-emperor, 1 foot already in the grave, attempt to obstruct my Proud Sky Pavilion?" Immediately, the aura of a second tribulation quasi-emperor radiated through the venue. The elves present experienced an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Undeterred by the menacing presence of the Proud Sky Pavilion's master, the tree matriarch resolutely advanced. The two quasi-emperors' figures swiftly ascended to the vast sky above. Their forms intertwined in midair. The resulting shockwaves shook the heavens and shattered countless voids. Below, the forest erupted into fierce chaos. The disciples of the Proud Sky Pavilion advanced like a relentless tide, slaying male elves mercilessly, while female elves were rendered unconscious and abducted. Despite the recent morale boost from the matriarch's breakthrough, the overwhelming disparity in strength rendered the elves powerless. The battle swiftly devolved into a one-sided slaughter by the Proud Sky Pavilion's disciples. Witnessing countless elves either slain on the spot or abducted, Moose Sunur remained grounded, not allowing the matriarch's breakthrough to cloud her judgment. Instead, she discerned the unsettling and peculiar nature of the events unfolding. Reflecting on the prior tribulations within her clan and the sacrifice of her dear friend Yuwu, the girl found the situation increasingly absurd. It seemed she had stumbled upon a dreadful realization, yet she shook her head in panic, exclaiming, "No, it can't be. This is impossible." However, in the next moment, upon witnessing the clash of the matriarch and the Proud Sky Pavilion's master in the skies, tears blurred her vision, and she collapsed helplessly to the ground. An unparalleled despair filled her heart. The image of her most revered elder shattered instantaneously, along with the future of the elven race. Moose Sunur's enchanting visage soon attracted the attention of numerous disciples from the Proud Sky Pavilion, who swiftly converged upon her. Realizing the imminent danger, Moose Sunur had no time to mourn and hurriedly lifted Yangbai, fleeing toward the spirit tree. Along the way, countless elves lay lifeless in pools of blood. As the disciples of the Proud Sky Pavilion, like reapers of the underworld, plunged their hands into the chests of the elves, extracting their still-beating hearts. The once vibrant forest had transformed into a scene of unspeakable horror, a brutal slaughter unfolding. The anguished cries of her kin and the deranged laughter of the Proud Sky Pavilion's disciples pierced through Moose Sunur's heart. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, and disregarding her blurred vision, she dragged Yangbai relentlessly away. An arrow of spiritual energy suddenly pierced through her ankle, causing Moose Sunur, along with Yangbai, to tumble to the ground, blood oozing from her wound. Meanwhile, the pursuing disciples of the Proud Sky Pavilion seized the opportunity to close in. In the vast sky above, the tree matriarch had long ceased her confrontation with the master of the Proud Sky Pavilion. Standing upon the void, she gazed down upon the massacre below. Witnessing her kin slaughtered like livestock by the disciples of the Proud Sky Pavilion, pain etched upon her face, she closed her eyes in anguish. The master of the Proud Sky Pavilion approached, mockingly patting her shoulder, and scoffed, "It's not the first time. Why do you always wear such a ghastly expression? The performance you put on was commendable. Spare me the guilt trip. If it weren't for you, this elven race would have perished long ago." Ha! Tears streamed down the matriarch's face as she angrily shook off his filthy hand. All along, she had maintained clandestine dealings with the Proud Sky Pavilion. In truth, they had known about the elves' relocation to the primordial forest since the very beginning. Each time the elves migrated, they would inevitably be tracked down by cultivators. Yet, the slaughter was never complete. The elves always managed to find new sanctuaries. The cultivators of the Proud Sky Pavilion treated the elven kin like livestock, and the matriarch was merely their intermediary. To preserve the elven race, she had no choice but to comply. Had she not made concessions, the elven race would have long vanished from existence. The most agonizing aspect for her was having to personally extinguish the hopes of her kin. Yu Wu was her disciple, the one with the greatest potential to lead the elves out of adversity. Upon learning of Yu Wu's possession of the wood's spirit sacred body, she finally glimpsed a flicker of hope. Who would willingly bear the humiliation of being a traitor and endure the pain of annihilation, if not for the sake of preserving the elven race? The moment she laid eyes on Yu Wu, the matriarch resolved to hide her away, nurturing her in secret to become a quasi-emperor. Together, they would strike down the abhorrent Proud Sky Pavilion. Yet fate had other plans. Yu Wu, bearing the wood's spirit's sacred body, was ultimately discovered by the ever-watchful eyes of the Proud Sky Pavilion. Upon receiving this news, the upper echelons of the pavilion would never allow a being so gifted to exist within the elven race. They demanded the matriarch surrender Yu Wu, threatening to annihilate the entire elven race if she refused. To placate the matriarch and prevent her from acting out of desperation, they sent Yu Wu away from the elven kin. The ancestor of the Proud Sky Pavilion even promised that if she obediently handed over Yu Wu, they would assist her in breaking through to quasi-emperor status. Reluctantly, the matriarch bit the bullet and surrendered Yu Wu to ensure the survival of her race. The hope she had nurtured was buried in her own hands, yet with the pavilion's assistance, she successfully ascended to quasi-emperor status. Rest assured, this time, just as before, I shall preserve a flicker of hope for your elven kin. So long as you obey and serve as a loyal hound to the Proud Sky Pavilion, your race shall not perish under your watch. The voice of the master of the Proud Sky Pavilion echoed ominously. A mere first tribulation quasi-emperor. He was confident in his ability to subdue her. It has only been 20 years. Wasn't it agreed upon to harvest every 40 years? The tree matriarch questioned him. Recently, the conflict between the Heavenly Soul Mountains and the Heavenly Demons had just concluded, and the elves' demands had surged significantly. Their stock was running low. Enough already. Should this slaughter continue, it may take 50 years for the elven race to recover. The matriarch cried out in desperation, witnessing her kin on the brink of annihilation. It is indeed about time. These little brats are utterly reckless. Just as several disciples of the Proud Sky Pavilion were about to capture Musuner, the matriarch's oppressive aura surged from above. Halt! If you dare harm even a single member of my elven kin, I shall crush you with my own hands. As the crowd turned towards the source of the sound, they beheld the master of the Outyin Pavilion, his aura diminished. As the elder of the sacred tree tightly gripped his throat. Look, it is the master, someone exclaimed. What? The master has actually been defeated. Immediately, the disciples of the Outyin Pavilion transformed into Oscar-winning actors, gazing at their leader in disbelief, their faces etched with terror as they dropped their weapons and cried out. Look, it is the elder. Wonderful. The elven race is saved. The remaining elves, upon witnessing this, shed tears of blood, their eyes filled with admiration for their savior. Faced with the fervent gazes of the elves, the elder of the sacred tree felt a fleeting pang of guilt, quickly dismissed with self-reassurance. All that I do is for the elven race. Subsequently, the elder coercively commanded the remaining elves to gather beneath the wood spirit tree. The disciples of the Outyin Pavilion had already conspired prior to their arrival, now retreating cautiously, their expressions wary as they watched the elder. In an instant, the elder hastily formed seals with her hands, activating the teleportation array that had long been laid out by the Outyin Pavilion. The next moment, the array concealed beneath the wood spirit tree illuminated with intricate patterns, sending forth violent ripples of spatial disturbance. Musuner, within the array, gazed at the elder with an expression of profound dismay, recalling the elder she had once revered. This elder, whom she had always regarded as the most esteemed figure of the elven race, now revealed herself as the greatest traitor. Meanwhile, the other elves remained oblivious, still viewing her as their beacon of hope. At this juncture, besides Musuner, who had discerned the elder's treachery, the elven queen had also unraveled much of the truth. As one of the last surviving elves, her past experiences mirrored the present situation, even down to the elder's abduction of the master of the Outyin Pavilion. Regrettably, just as she comprehended the reality, she fell victim to the blade of the holy king elder of the Outyin Pavilion. The schemes of the Outyin Pavilion were meticulously crafted. How could such a flaw possibly exist? The moment the elven queen grasped the truth, her fate was sealed. Contemplating the years to come, she saw a future devoid of light for her kind, destined to be shrouded in darkness. Just as the teleportation array was about to activate, it suddenly trembled violently, sending waves of tension through both parties. If the elves could not escape, how would the disciples of the Outyin Pavilion proceed? How would they continue their harvest? Alarmingly, the teleportation array was one person over its limit. What? Such an unexpected turn of events at this critical moment. One elf must voluntarily step out of the array for the others to escape. At that moment, Suner rose, casting one last glance at Yangbai, who lay upon the ground. It felt as though fate itself was guiding her. She refused to be a mere pawn, preferring to stand and face death rather than kneel in submission. The young maiden gently caressed Yangbai's handsome face, her cheeks flushing as she leaned down, her delicate lips brushing against his in a fleeting kiss. I am fortunate to have met you, my lord. Alas, in this life, you shall remain unaware of my heart. May we reunite in the next life. She recalled the auction in Mufeng City, where Yangbai had illuminated her dim world, pulling her from the depths of despair. She had hoped for a chance meeting in the future to offer herself in gratitude. Yet, time was short, and darkness loomed once more. After the kiss, with astonished gazes upon her, Suner resolutely stepped beyond the array. As she exited, the array shimmered anew. In the final moment before their disappearance, Suner cast a lingering, reluctant glance at Yangbai, whispering in her heart, "Farewell, my lord." The array's light flickered, and the elder of the sacred tree, along with the elves, vanished into the forest, leaving Suner alone in her place. Chapter 102. The Elven Auction, a gathering of giants from Kunlun. Surrounded by the disciples of the Outyin Pavilion, Suner was utterly defenseless, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, under the wicked gazes of the onlookers. Her delicate frame trembled slightly. Nevertheless, she picked up a fallen spirit sword nearby, wielding it warily against the crowd. The disciples of the Outyin Pavilion, drawn by the exquisite beauty of her features and her curvaceous form, cast lecherous glances her way. Just as they could no longer contain their urges to pounce, the master of the Outyin Pavilion intervened, curiously scrutinizing the terrified maiden. "Ha ha ha, how intriguing. Clever little girl. You must know something, don't you?" Upon hearing this, Suner's beautiful eyes glared fiercely at him, a tear slipping from the corner of her eye. "What you are doing will surely bring about retribution." The master of the Outyin Pavilion merely chuckled, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind her, striking her unconscious and carrying her off towards the Outyin Pavilion. Let us return to the sect. In the remote expanse of the eastern wilderness, the air shimmered with waves of energy. After a blinding flash of light, the elder of the sacred tree led the elven race to this prepared refuge. Having narrowly escaped from the jaws of death, the elves found themselves in a new sanctuary. But thoughts of their countless kin slain by human cultivators extinguished any joy from their faces. The elder of the sacred tree appeared suddenly aged, the weight of her choices evident upon her features. In the instant the teleportation array activated, she had glimpsed the profound sorrow in Suner's gaze, a look filled with desolation and disappointment. She understood that the girl had unraveled the conspiracy between herself and the Outyin Pavilion. Painfully, the elder closed her eyes. To safeguard the elven race, she had no other choice. Slowly, she opened her eyes again, directing her gaze towards Yangbai, who lay on the ground. Her expression one of unusual intrigue. The young man before her exuded an aura of mystery that captivated her. During the time Suner had brought him back, the elder had often been tempted to probe his essence, eager to discern the true nature of Yangbai. However, upon the very thought, even her quasi-imperial consciousness trembled uncontrollably, her soul teetering on the brink of fracture. It felt as if she would disintegrate under the weight of that enigmatic force. This power was unlike anything she had ever encountered. It was overwhelmingly tyrannical, capable of obliterating even the slightest inclination of thought. This mysterious force was the power of causality. Gazing at Yangbai, the elder's heart raced with increasing intensity. Days turned into weeks. The elven race began anew, establishing their new home in this land. They believed all was flourishing, progressing toward a brighter future. Yet, unbeknownst to them, countless pairs of watchful eyes lurked in the shadows, treating them as livestock. Confined within this place, in the northern plains, within the Outyin Pavilion, a dark and eerie underground palace, replete with blood and screams, served as a dungeon specifically designed for the imprisonment of the elven race. Following the recent cataclysmic battle in the primordial forest, innumerable elves found themselves ensnared here. Gazing at the captive fairies, the lord of the Proud Sky Pavilion erupted into a sinister laughter. In his eyes, these fairies represented boundless wealth. Disseminate the news. Tomorrow, the Proud Sky Pavilion shall host a fairy auction, he commanded an elder standing behind him. Within the Kunlun realm, fairies are the most coveted slaves, often of exorbitant price, yet seldom available. The relentless slaughter has nearly eradicated the fairy population, leaving but a scant few. Currently, the Proud Sky Pavilion is the sole entity with access to this rare commodity, thus reaping substantial profits. Particularly the female fairies, each possessing alabaster skin and striking beauty, serve dual purposes as both cauldrons for alchemical concoctions and ingredients for longevity elixirs. Time swiftly passed, and soon another day dawned. Have you heard? The Proud Sky Pavilion in the Northern Plains is set to hold a fairy auction again. Aye, An old man nearing the end of my days. Must seize a fairy this time. Even acquiring a fairy's heart would suffice. An elderly gentleman, evidently on the brink of exhaustion, asserted with unwavering conviction. As the news from the Proud Sky Pavilion spread, the entire Kunlun realm ignited with excitement. Countless cultivators flocked towards the north, including wandering practitioners, disciples of sects, esteemed elders, and even venerable monks known for their teachings and virtues. Ordinarily, whether they be dark and malevolent demon cultivators or righteous practitioners of light, none could resist the allure of longevity elixirs, revealing their true natures hidden beneath the surface. This included the so-called righteous sects, such as the Grand Elder of the Tianxi Sacred Land from the southern wilderness, the Lord of the Longting Sacred Land, and the eminent monks from the western desert. Shortly after the news spread, the Proud Sky Pavilion was besieged by cultivators, leaving no room for passage. Before long, the auction commenced. The event was held in a vast plaza, elevated upon a towering peak, attended by premier forces from various domains. The Tianxi Sacred Land, Longting Sacred Land, Qilan Realm, the Swanni clan, the Kuanping clan, Tiannan, Sanhai sect, and many other top-tier forces of the Kunlun realm gathered in rare assembly, all for the sake of the fairies. Each major faction brought along venerable ancestors nearing the end of their lifespans, the cornerstones of their respective sections. To extend the lives of these revered ancestors, each faction was prepared to expend considerable resources. In the center of the plaza, a colossal stone pillar rose majestically into the sky. Moments later, the atmosphere rippled, and the figure of the Lord of the Proud Sky Pavilion manifested atop the stone pillar. Meanwhile, numerous elite disciples and elders of the pavilion appeared beside the pillar to maintain order during the auction, guarding against any unscrupulous attempts at theft. Even the reclusive elder of the Proud Sky Pavilion emerged from seclusion, exuding the formidable aura of a seventh tribulation quasi-emperor, which reverberated throughout the assembly. Before the formidable titans of the Kunlun realm, the Lord of the Proud Sky Pavilion, merely a second tribulation quasi-emperor, could hardly impose his dominance. As the terrifying presence enveloped the gathering, the previously tumultuous crowd fell into an immediate hush. I never expected that this old fellow still draws breath. It has been many years since we last met. I presumed he had long since passed on. Yet not only is he alive, but he has also ascended to a higher realm, breaking through to the seventh tribulation quasi-emperor, said Chen Wuhan, gazing at the elder of the Proud Sky Pavilion from atop the peak of Tiannan, his eyes brimming with envy. For this auction, Tiannan sent their second elder, while Mu Zhe from the Qilan realm also looked on with envious admiration. Esteemed guests who have traveled from afar, I am the Lord of the Proud Sky Pavilion. Proud Sky, this fairy auction will be presided over by me. Now, I declare the auction officially commenced. With a clap of his hands, Proud Sky signaled his disciples to push forward a massive iron cage, draped in black cloth. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, he waved his hand dramatically to unveil the black covering. Inside the iron cage, dozens of fairies huddled together. Upon seeing the light of day again, the fairies exhibited no signs of joy, instead feeling the weight of countless fervent stares upon them, which made them shrink back in fear. There are a total of 23 fairies here. The starting bid is 100,000 sacred source stones. The price for fairies is exorbitantly high. Bidding was far beyond the realm of premium spirit stones. While premium spirit stones could expedite the cultivation of those below the sacred domain, they held no value for quasi-saints and above. For 100,000 sacred source stones, the anxious voice of Qiu Daoran from the Tianxi Sacred Land rang out. Having been a fourth tribulation quasi-emperor for many years, he had not made any advancements in his cultivation. With his lifespan dwindling, he was determined to secure these fairies. As a quasi-emperor, he possessed plenty of sacred source stones. Elder Qiu, judging by your demeanor, it seems your time is running short. In a decade or so, I shall personally visit the Tianxi Sacred Land to light a stick of incense for you. Chen Wuhan, who bore animosity towards the Tianxi Sacred Land, taunted Qiu Daoran, and then raised the bid, 800,000 sacred source stones. To quasi-emperors, sacred source stones were as inconsequential as pebbles on the street, hardly worth their attention. Within their sects, sacred source stones were reserved for the elders of the sacred domain. Infuriated by the taunt, Qiu Daoran clenched his teeth and managed to squeeze out a few words, 100 imperial source stones. This declaration instantly stirred a commotion in the crowd. Imperial source stones were the precious gems used by quasi-emperors during their cultivation. Each one contained enough primal imperial energy to sustain a quasi-emperor's training for an entire month. Their rarity was incomparable to that of sacred source stones. To offer 100 imperial source stones was tantamount to the cultivation achievements of a quasi-emperor over 8 years. Unbelievably, Qiu Daoran was willing to part with such a fortune simply to acquire these fairies. Oh my, Elder Qiu is truly wealthy. Since you are so intent on these fairies, I shall refrain from raising the bid further and let them be yours. Chen Wuhan, seated in his exalted position, inwardly derided Xiao Daren's foolishness for expending such a fortune on these lowly creatures. After calling out this price, Xiao Daren's heart ached. Even as a grand elder of the Tianqi sacred land, he could only receive a meager 24 imperial source stones per year. This bid represented nearly 5 years of his offerings. 100 imperial source stones. Going once. 100 imperial source stones. Going twice. 100 imperial source stones. Going thrice. Congratulations, Elder Qiu, these fairies are yours. With no one daring to raise the bid again, Proud Sky decisively concluded the auction. The fierce bidding elicited cries of despair from the ordinary cultivators below. For them, even 10,000 sacred source stones were a staggering sum. Aside from those from top-tier forces, the rest were entirely unqualified to participate in the bidding. Subsequently, wave after wave of iron cages were pushed onto the stone pillar as the auction escalated into a fevered climax, with countless fairies being claimed by the powerful factions. Alright, everyone, now comes the highlight of the auction. A colossal iron cage was slowly pushed onto the stone pedestal, and before Outyin, a wooden box was displayed, exuding a rich aura of life. Subsequently, Outyin slightly turned to the side, as the esteemed ancestor of Outyin Pavilion gracefully ascended the stone pedestal. Allow me to preside over the forthcoming auction, he declared, lifting the final iron cage with a flourish before unveiling the wooden box. The gazes of the crowd were irresistibly drawn to both objects. Within the iron cage were a group of ethereal elven maidens, each possessing beauty that could topple kingdoms. Any single one of them could be deemed a paragon of grace. Among them was Mu Sun'er, her countenance pale as she beheld the scene. The current atmosphere was a far cry from her previous experiences in Mufeng City. The aura emanating from the cultivators present caused her fragile soul to tremble incessantly. Soon, the mysterious wooden box revealed its true nature, a still beating heart. The intense vitality radiated from it. Staring at the pulsating heart, Mu Sun'er felt an inexplicable jolt within her. Her delicate hand clutching her chest tightly, her face ashen as she fixated on it. From the heart, she sensed a profoundly familiar essence. Remembering the owner of that essence, Mu Sun'er was engulfed in sorrow, tears instantly blurring her vision, as a cascade of pearl-like droplets slid down her lovely face. Ladies and gentlemen, the elves within the cage require no further introduction. Those who understand, understand. Ahem, let us now focus on this heart. Judging by the potent life force it emanates, you can surely infer its extraordinary nature. This is the heart of an elf possessing the wood spirit's sacred body. As soon as the words left the ancestor's lips, a wave of uproar erupted. It was indeed the legendary wood spirit's sacred body. The heart belonged to one of such a rare lineage. The elixirs crafted from this heart would undoubtedly possess terrifying effects, potentially extending one's life by thousands of years. The name of the wood spirit's sacred body was somewhat known among the cultivators present. Such an extraordinary constitution was a rarity to behold even once in a millennium. Even those seated at the pinnacle, such as Mu Zhe, Xiao Daoran, and Chen Wuhan, representatives of various formidable factions, gasped for breath. Their eyes fixed intently on the heart within the box. Crouched within the iron cage, Mu Sun'er wept profusely. Her heart filled with despair as she gazed at the heart of her dearest friend. Once a lively and lovable girl, now there remained only a heart. Subject to the ruthless auctioning of these cultivators, an overwhelming hatred simmered within the depths of the girl's breast, a raging fire consuming her very being. With eyes filled with endless animosity, she glared at the grotesque faces of the cultivators present. Enough with the idle chatter, ancestor. Let the auction commence. The impatient crowd urged Outyin Pavilion's esteemed ancestor, just as they yearned to bid on the heart, unbeknownst to them. A true terror was quietly awakening in a distant corner of the eastern wilderness, locking onto them with an unyielding celestial force. Meanwhile, in the newly established sanctuary of the elven clan, Yangbai lay still on the ground, his eyes flickering open. After slumbering for nearly several million years within the time-space tunnel, he awoke as if only a moment had passed. Now, having awakened once more, his spiritual consciousness had ascended to a new plane, transcending the creator god and officially entering the realm of the primordial deity. In that instant of opening his eyes, the aura of the cosmic ancestor radiated from him. Countless halos of divine law enveloped him, causing the laws of time and space within the tunnel to surge with fervor. Concurrently, in the myriad universes, countless world wills emerged, seemingly summoned by an arcane force, all bowing towards the primordial universe. The grandiose principles of the Tao erupted in an instant, as if the heavens and earth were rejoicing at the return of their master. Soon, Yang Bai's will finally emerged from the time-space tunnel. The moment his will descended into his body, He captured everything that had transpired in his surroundings while he was in slumber. Finally, Yangbai opened his eyes and rose from the ground, surveying the ill-fitting attire that clung to him, emanating the unique fragrance of a maiden. Nearby, an elf, noticing Yangbai's awakening, gasped in astonishment. He was about to rush to report this to the Elder Tree Matriarch when, in the next moment, she appeared at his side. The Elder Tree Matriarch regarded Yangbai with curiosity, introducing herself, "Esteemed guest, you have finally awakened. May I inquire your name?" "I am the Elder Tree Matriarch of the Elven clan." Upon his awakening, she sensed an overwhelming aura akin to an endless abyss, prompting her swift arrival. During this time, her divine consciousness had never left his side. Throughout his slumber, Yangbai was acutely aware of everything that transpired outside. Upon hearing her words, Yangbai cast a condescending gaze upon her, his voice icy as he replied, "You do not possess the right to address me in such a manner." The words, akin to echoes from the depths of hell, resonated in the Elder Tree Matriarch's ears, causing her quasi-empirical spirit to fracture astonishingly. Stumbling backward in shock, the Elder Tree Matriarch retreated. In the next moment, Yangbai's figure flickered and vanished from sight. "I shall settle matters there first, then I will account for you." Meanwhile, at the central square of Outyin Pavilion in Beiyuan, the esteemed ancestor of Outyin Pavilion, facing the crowd's urgings, waved his hand with a flushed face and proclaimed, "The heart of the wood's spirit's sacred body and the elves within the iron cage shall be auctioned together. The starting bid is 1,000 Emperor Source Stones. Of course, bids in precious heavenly treasures, quasi-empirical weapons, or unparalleled elixirs are equally welcome. Given the rarity of the wood's spirit's sacred body, a starting bid of 1,000 Emperor Source Stones is indeed justified." The top-tier forces had come well prepared with resources. Just as they were ready to engage in fierce competition, an overwhelming pressure abruptly descended. A terrifying force instantly bore down upon every cultivator present. In an instant, the very fabric of the real world, the boundless world, and the alternate time-space was torn asunder. Even the transcendent beings could not easily breach the alternate time-space, which now seemed as fragile as paper. The three worlds began to merge together. A terrifying tide of energy surged towards the real world. Under this overwhelming pressure, the space continuously collapsed. At this moment, all present, from the body refinement realm to the quasi-empirical realm, were forced to the ground by an invisible force. A suffocating aura enveloped them, as boundless fear instantly engulfed their beings. The powerful figures of the top-tier forces turned red in the face, struggling to gaze upward. There, they beheld a young man clad in peculiar attire, standing alone amidst the heavens. He wore a pale green dress, his raven hair cascading over his shoulders. An aura of terror faintly radiated from him. In a corner of the iron cage, Musuner, curled up with her small head nestled between her legs, awaited the cruel decree of fate. Yet she sensed the abnormality occurring in the outside world. Suddenly, the young girl peeked out, her gaze locking onto the figure of Yangbai, who stood majestically in the void. "Benefactor, it is you. You have finally awakened. Suna knew that you would come to rescue me," Musuner exclaimed, her emotions overwhelming her as tears and snot streamed down her face. Yangbai, appearing slightly flickering in the air above, swiftly descended into the iron cage. And with a mere wave of his hand, the cage vanished into thin air. Overwhelmed with excitement, Musuner could no longer contain her emotions and threw herself into Yangbai's arms, greedily inhaling his essence. "Oh, benefactor, if you had arrived even a moment later, I fear I would never have seen you again." She clung tightly to him, as if trying to merge their beings into one. Hearing her words, Yangbai smiled gently, patting the girl's head, and looked down at the trembling figure in his embrace. "Hee, since you have kissed me, you must take responsibility. How could I ever let you perish so easily? Such profound ties. You cannot escape them." At this proclamation, Musuner shuddered violently, her heart racing at his tender yet teasing words, and she sprang from his arms, her starry eyes wide with shock, her cheeks blazing with color. "Benefactor, are you serious? Please do not jest with me." To her astonishment, Yangbai stepped closer, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and firmly grasping her delicate chin. Little girl, are you willing?" "Yes. This life of mine was saved by you, benefactor. If you do not abandon me, I am willing." Musuner gazed bashfully at him, her face flushed as if she might bleed from the embarrassment. "Who are you truly?" The ancestor of the Outyin Pavilion, lying on the ground, struggled to speak to Yangbai. Yet, in the next moment, the sky darkened, thunder roared, and a massive bolt of black lightning struck down with a deafening crash. Bathed in the ominous thunder, the ancestor of the Outyin Pavilion was instantly reduced to ashes. The cultivators present for the elfin auction watched in terror, prostrating themselves as they witnessed this scene unfold. A seven-tribulation quasi-emperor had fallen, and even their soul had dissipated like smoke into the ether. Today, not a single person from the Outyin Pavilion shall escape. Sooner, keep your eyes wide open. This is how I avenge your elfin kin. Yangbai held Mu Sooner in one arm as he turned, the other hand crackling with dark lightning, his eyes shimmering with electric light. The oppressive aura intensified abruptly, crushing the Outyin Pavilion's members into a bloody mist. Millions of Outyin disciples met their end, transformed into a sky of crimson fog. The air was thick with the scent of blood as millions of Outyin elders and disciples perished with a mere gesture from Yangbai. In his sight, quasi-emperors were no different from mere insects, easily obliterated. All who participated in the bidding today shall die. His cold, domineering voice echoed in the ears of the onlookers, striking fear into the hearts of the top-tier powers such as Qiu Daoran, Mu Zhe, and Chen Wuhan, who were left in despair. Before they could plead for mercy, Yangbai summoned a tempest of thunder, unleashing an array of world-destroying bolts that spread a devastating aura across the land. As the divine thunder descended, those who had just participated in the bidding were annihilated, body and soul extinguished. The stench of death filled the surrounding space. In the face of this scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, Mu Sooner felt no pity. To her, these individuals deserved their fate. They had shed the blood of countless elves, leaving many to perish at their hands. From this day forth, in the Kunlun realm, should anyone dare to harm the elfin tribe, their end shall be the same. The resounding decree of celestial might surged from the Outyin Pavilion, echoing throughout the entire Kunlun realm. At that moment, innumerable cultivators in Kunlun were struck with astonishment upon hearing this voice filled with infinite authority. The top-tier forces from Dongwang Qilan realm, Beiyuan Tianan, Nanjing, Tianxi Sacred Land, and Longting Sacred Land trembled in fear. The three revered figures, Qilan Demon Sovereign, Qing Tsangtian, and Xianhua Dao Sovereign, gazed solemnly towards the Outyin Pavilion. Yet none dared to probe with their divine sense. Such strength was beyond their comprehension. This was a being capable of extinguishing 36 nine-tribulation quasi-emperors with a mere gesture. In truth, Yangbai's power surpassed their wildest imaginations. To him, quasi-emperors were no more significant than ants. If you harbor any further ill intentions towards the elves, Yangbai addressed the gathered powers below, his voice laced with menace. With that, an invisible pressure surged, causing their spines to crack, ribs to snap. As blood seeped from their knees pressed against the ground. Begone! The thunderous command reverberated, and as the oppressive force dissipated, the cultivators felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. Even those who had struggled to breathe moments before now scrambled to escape the Outyin Pavilion. Fearing Yangbai might change his mind. Benefactor, thank you for everything you have done for the elfin tribe. Seeing Yangbai obliterate all those who had oppressed her kin, Mu Sooner gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. Still calling me benefactor? Yangbai teased, his smile playful as he regarded her flushed face. But my dear, you are still so young. Besides, Sooner doesn't even know my name yet. Feeling bashful in front of this mischievous rogue, Mu Sooner blushed deeply, collapsing weakly into his embrace. In his arms, she felt like a gentle little lamb, completely at his mercy. Yangbai, she engraved his name deep within her heart. Just moments ago, she had been in the depths of despair, and now, Yangbai had descended like a divine being, rescuing her from her torment. The surreal experience left her in disbelief. Before encountering Yangbai, she had often fantasized in her dreams of a celestial being coming to her aid, helping her avenge her elfin kin. She had shared this beautiful dream with her dear friend, Yu Wu, who had laughed heartily in response, teasing her mercilessly. Oh my naive Sooner. Haha, is this a spring dream of yours? Who would have thought that our usually elegant and graceful Sooner would think of a man? Upon hearing her secret ridiculed, Mu Sooner pouted her lips and playfully scratched Yu Wu, feigning anger. Humph, you are the one dreaming of spring. You are the one thinking of men. As she spoke, laughter erupted between them, with Yu Wu eventually conceding defeat under Mu Sooner's playful assault. Yet, just as Mu Sooner paused, Yu Wu, without any sense of decorum, suddenly launched a surprise attack, seizing her delicate foot with glee and teasingly brandishing a blade of grass to tickle her soft soles, exclaiming triumphantly, hee hee, little one, you think you can battle against your dear Yu Wu? Sooner could hardly endure such treatment and quickly pleaded for mercy. No, let go. Call Granny Yu Wu, and I'll be freed. Yeah, Granny Yu Wu. Sooner had launched a sneak attack. Subsequently, the two young maidens enacted an epic battle within the confines of their chamber. After a flurry of tumult and laughter, the two girls finally grew weary of their antics. Yu Wu, tell me, is there truly a celestial being in this world capable of rescuing my elven kin? Mu Sooner earnestly inquired of Yu Wu. Having experienced much, Yu Wu had long since discerned the avarice of the outside cultivators and resolutely replied, such a person does not exist. The cultivators of the outside world are exceedingly greedy. Upon encountering us elves, their true natures are fully revealed. Sooner, you must remember, the resurgence of the elven race relies solely upon ourselves. You should dispel that ridiculous notion from your heart. Despite your lack of talent and cultivation, mine is not lacking. Together, we will surely witness the day of our race's revival. Throughout, Yuawu had always been not only wiser than Sooner, often conjuring thoughts that eluded her, but her cultivation talent was also significantly superior. Thus, Sooner had always regarded Yuawu as her aspirational goal. Sooner's beautiful eyes sparkled as she pondered Yuawu's words. Then she responded, "But what if I truly encounter such a person in the future? You must introduce me to them. Allow me to get to know this celestial being well." Yuawu playfully winked at Sooner, her demeanor lively and spirited. "All right, it's a promise." With that, Sooner extended her pinky towards Yuawu. "Sure, just a promise." Mischievous Yuawu playfully bumped her little bottom against Sooner's. Memories faded like the wind, gradually becoming hazy. Now, Sooner longed to proudly tell Yuawu, "I believe I have found that celestial man. But this celestial being may be even more extraordinary than I imagined." Yet alas, you are no longer here to share in this revelation. Chapter 106. The River of Time. The He Luo fish, the ancestor of Time's wheel, lying in Yongbai's embrace. Sooner's gaze shifted to him, and her previous melancholy was instantly dispelled. Seeing Yongbai clad in her gown, valiantly fighting, was indeed a comical sight. The ill-fitting attire appeared rather awkward. With a suppressed giggle, the girl ultimately succumbed to laughter. It was evident that Sooner had previously noted this particular aspect. Observing the girl in his arms, who moments ago had been despondent, now laughing joyfully, Yongbai looked on in bewilderment. After resolving his matters, Sooner wriggled free from his hold, stepping forward and delicately cradling the pulsating heart of the wood spirit. The familiar aura washed over her, memories of the past seeming as if they were from yesterday. Yongbai, having gleaned some understanding of the girl's earlier troubles, comfortingly patted her fragrant shoulder. "In truth, I can bring her back." However, upon hearing this, Sooner instantly emerged from her sorrow, turning to him with excitement. "Is what you say true? You can truly revive Yuawu? But she has been gone for over 2 years now, and all that remains is this heart." Initially overjoyed at Yongbai's assertion of being able to resurrect Yuawu, Sooner soon found it absurd. "As long as I wish it, it can certainly be done. But the question lies in whether Yuawu herself desires to return." Currently, Yongbai was the sole primordial god of the universe, equivalent to the supreme authority of the cosmos. The progenitors of all universes were the rulers of creation, capable of manifesting life with a mere thought. Yet the crux remained. Did Yuawu wish to be revived? Having endured such tragic experiences in life, perhaps entering reincarnation would not be a misfortune, but rather a form of liberation. Contemplating this, Sooner fell into deep thought. And after a long pause, she resolutely declared, "If Yongbai can accomplish this, then please allow me to see Yuawu one last time." Seeing her determination, Yongbai nodded. Taking the heart from her hands, he placed both of his hands over it, and immediately, the space around them began to transform, countless stars emerging behind them. Following this was a shift of cosmic proportions, as the resplendent stars spun wildly. The laws of time surged forth like a relentless tide into Yongbai's grasp. In that moment, Yongbai became the master of time, wielding dominion over the river of time across the cosmos. As the primordial god, the river of time was merely a plaything in his hands. The cycles of life and death were entirely within his control. He transcended the 6 realms, existing beyond the 5 elements. Since Yuawu had been deceased in the real world for a full 2 years, her soul in the underworld had likely long since consumed the soup of forgetfulness, crossed the Niha bridge, and entered the cycle of reincarnation. Thus, even as the primordial god, Yongbai needed to utilize her relic from life to trace her lingering soul imprint within the river of time. The two were now immersed within the river of time. They witnessed the furious currents of time crashing towards them, yet as they approached Yongbai, the torrent was repelled by an invisible force. Amidst the turbulent waters, shimmering fish occasionally swam past. These extraordinary fish were known as He Luo fish. He Luo fish existed solely within the river of time. To enter this river, one must not only grasp a profound understanding of the principles of time, but also require the assistance of He Luo fish. Otherwise, even a cultivator wielding formidable time laws would find themselves utterly immobile within the river. Moreover, the river of time was fraught with peril. Far from the tranquil fade it presented, beneath its serene surface lay hidden dangers. The tumultuous currents of time posed the foremost challenge. A moment's inattention could sweep one away into an unknown temporal realm, leading to inevitable demise. Even more treacherous were the omnipresent blades of time. These were hidden within the upper reaches of the river of time. If a cultivator were to unwittingly be struck by one, their lifespan could be severed in an instant. The blades of time were fearsome, capable of cutting away thousands of years of life, or even completely annihilating one's existence. In the annals of the cosmos, there once existed an ancient chaos Dao ancestor. He had once mastered significant aspects of time, wielding time laws with unparalleled finesse. He was known to the world as the ancestor of the Wheel of Time. Overwhelmed with confidence, the ancestor of the Wheel of Time forcefully breached the fabric of space-time, entering the river of time without the aid of Luo fish. Using his ultimate command over time, he boldly navigated upstream within the river of time. The fearsome currents battered against him, yet he remained undeterred and continued forward. But fate took a turn. Suddenly, a blade of time surged forth from upstream. The ancestor of the Wheel of Time, moving sluggishly, had no time to evade and was struck by the blade. In that instant, the temporal laws that protected the Grandmaster of Time were shattered by a single strike. He suffered a staggering loss of nearly millions of years of lifespan, and his youthful visage transformed into that of an elderly with white hair in the blink of an eye. To make matters worse, he encountered attacks left behind by ancient epical beings within the River of Time. The River of Time has the capacity to channel the attacks and techniques employed by formidable beings from both ancient and primordial periods into its depths. The Grandmaster of Time, having endured multiple grievous injuries, could no longer withstand the onslaught. Aware that his time was drawing to a close, he resolutely invoked the formidable temporal laws, forcibly constructing a small island within the River of Time, where he left behind his legacy, a plethora of temporal mysteries and countless treasures. Thus, the unparalleled Chaos Grandmaster fell into the River of Time, leaving behind his transcendent legacy, which immediately attracted hordes of cultivators flocking towards the river. Yet to this day, the inheritance of the Grandmaster of Time remains unfound. This underscores the perilous nature of the River of Time. Even a Grandmaster of Chaos met his untimely demise within its depths, harboring resentment. In any universe, a Chaos Grandmaster stands as an absolute powerhouse, a revered entity across the cosmos. However, in the present day, under the aegis of the primordial deity Yangbai, the young girl Mu Suner frolics joyfully within the River of Time. Curiously, she playfully grasps a Luo fish at times, while at others, she revels freely in the flowing waters. Should the Grandmaster of Time behold this scene, he would undoubtedly be infuriated beyond measure. Chapter 107. Rejection. Liberation. The mysterious orb. Guided by the sacred heart of wood spirits, Yangbai made his way upstream along the River of Time. The powerful primordial consciousness swept across the entire river. Upon sensing the soul imprint left by Yu Wu in the river, he raised one hand above his head, and the aura of the primordial deity instantly enveloped the entire river. An invisible might coalesced within Yangbai's palm. Subsequently, countless dim soul imprints converged in his hand. As more and more soul imprints gathered, they gradually coalesced into a remnant soul of Yu Wu. Observing this, Mu Suner no longer curiously surveyed the river, but fixated her gaze intently on the gradually forming remnant soul. Soon, Yu Wu's remnant soul was successfully materialized. As the familiar and dear visage reappeared before her, Mu Suner could no longer suppress the yearning in her heart and dashed forward towards Yu Wu. Alas, Yu Wu was now merely a remnant soul, lacking physical form. Mu Suner found herself passing right through Yu Wu's ethereal essence. Yu Wu, momentarily disoriented, finally regained her consciousness. What is this? Am I not already dead, reincarnated into another life? How have I returned here? Yu Wu curiously examined her body, bewildered, speaking to herself. Yu Wu. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yu Wu's body trembled, and her soul emitted intense ripples. Slowly turning around, she beheld Mu Suner's familiar face and couldn't help but shed a stream of tears. Standing opposite her, Mu Suner gazed back with tear-filled eyes. The two women exchanged countless words, and amidst their conversation, they wept, only to suddenly burst into laughter. Occasionally, they glanced back at Yangbai, leaving him utterly perplexed. How peculiar. Hello, I am Yu Wu. It brings me joy to meet you even after death. Shortly thereafter, Yu Wu approached Yangbai, extending her delicate hand with a playful demeanor. Meanwhile, Mu Suner stood beside her, her expression dim and her gaze never leaving Yu Wu. You are indeed as they say. It appears you have made your decision. Yangbai likewise extended his hand, clasping Yu Wu's delicate one. Hearing this, Yu Wu nodded, noticing Mu Suner beside her, tears streaming down her face. She hurried over and gently brushed her hand across Suner's cheek, soothingly saying, Suner, life and death are merely the natural order. This is my choice. I do not wish to return to that world filled with deceit and treachery, nor do I desire to remember the painful past. Regarding the notion of resurrection, Yu Wu was not inclined to pursue it. Each recollection of her past humiliation pierced deeply into her heart. At this moment, Yu Wu's remnant soul flickered slightly, signaling that it was on the verge of dissipating. Yangbai could only sigh softly. If Yu Wu herself was unwilling, then even with his profound powers, it would be futile. Soon, Yu Wu's remaining soul in this world completely vanished. Enough. That painful past is one that no one can forget. Let us not disturb her any further. Remembering such things brings unbearable anguish. Hearing Yangbai's comforting words, Mu Suner finally found peace. She then smiled through her tears and embraced him, gazing into his eyes. Thank you, Yangjun, for allowing me to see you one last time. After speaking, the girl swiftly pressed her lips against Yangbai's in a fleeting kiss. Following this playful act, Mu Suner shyly fled. Yangbai, his fingers grazing his lips, felt an intense fire ignite within him. Little enchantress, after such a significant favor, surely this token of gratitude is insufficient? With that, Yangbai pounced upon her like a fierce tiger, pinning the young girl beneath him. Yangjun, you MHM. Before she could finish her words, Yangbai sealed her alluring lips with a fervent kiss. Her lips hushed, Mu Suner let out muffled sounds. Shortly thereafter, she was reduced to a state of innocence akin to a little white rabbit. At that moment, the once turbulent river of time blossomed with a vibrant spring ambience. After a tempestuous encounter, Yangbai, noticing that Mu Suner was nearly unconscious, reluctantly emerged from the river of time. There stood Mu Suner, limping as she emerged from the rift in time. Her beautiful eyes cast a resentful glance towards Yangbai. This oblivious brute truly knows nothing of cherishing the delicate. Very well. Since the time here has elapsed, this place has lost its purpose. Yangbai gazed down upon the magnificent structure of the proud heaven pavilion, his eyes flashing with lightning. At that moment, the sky darkened ominously, and a terrifying aura permeated the atmosphere. The air crackled with the echoes of destructive thunder. Just as Yangbai prepared to annihilate the proud heaven pavilion completely, an unusual object suddenly caught his attention within his consciousness. He reached out, and a sky-blue orb materialized in his palm. Upon probing with his consciousness, he discovered that this orb was extraordinarily unique. Externally, it appeared to be an ordinary imperial weapon, yet internally it concealed vast treasures. How intriguing! Yangbai promptly stowed the pale blue orb, intending to examine it further at a later time. After securing the orb, he slightly rotated his fingers, and terrifying calamity thunder began to swirl around his fingertips. In the next moment, countless world-destroying divine thunders descended. A boundless aura of destruction enveloped the surroundings. The once majestic structure was instantaneously obliterated beneath the relentless onslaught of thunder. In that fleeting moment, all edifices crumbled, and even the entire mountain was swallowed into the depths of the earth. Once, the grand and magnificent Outyin Pavilion has utterly dissipated into the void of existence. Meanwhile, the realms of Tiannan, Qilin, Longting Sacred Land, and Tianxi Sacred Land learned that the formidable warriors they had dispatched to participate in the elf auction had perished within. In response, Luo Qingcong, Xinhe Daozuan, and Qilin Yaozuan, as the most powerful beings within the Kunlun realm, now found themselves rendered utterly speechless. They even issued orders for the disciples and elders of their respective factions to avoid any encounters with elves henceforth, and secretly destroyed or consumed the longevity pills retained within their sects, terrified of incurring the wrath of that terrifying entity. The events that transpired within the Outyin Pavilion spread like wildfire throughout the Kunlun realm, inciting a tidal wave of commotion, as countless cultivators echoed the sentiments of one another. Those who received the news understood that, following this incident, the elf clan would become a taboo existence within the Kunlun realm, with no one daring to infringe upon them again. Chapter 108. The Fall of the Grandmother of the Divine Tree, A Life of Desolation, Supreme Divine Hall, Eastern Wilderness. The new residents of the elf clan. The elves were diligently striving to rebuild their homeland. At that moment, a ripple of spatial distortion surged above them, and a spatial fissure suddenly appeared. Mu Suner emerged from within, arm in arm with Yangbai. The violent energy fluctuations quickly alerted the grandmother of the Divine Tree. Upon seeing the two return safely, a look of relief graced her face. The recent disturbances in the northern plains had not escaped her perception, thanks to her quasi-emperor cultivation. After a moment of relief, a complex expression crossed her features. When she caught Mu Suner's gaze, she instinctively averted her eyes. For so long, she had betrayed the elf clan while being revered by her kin, and now that her treachery was known to Suner, this old wretch felt utterly humiliated. The protection of your excellency is a blessing for our clan. We shall no longer need to fear external disturbances. The grandmother of the Divine Tree solemnly expressed her gratitude to Yangbai. There is no need to thank me. If anyone should be thanked, it is Suner. Were it not for her, I would have little concern for the elf clan. Yangbai waved his hand dismissively. Hearing this, the grandmother of the Divine Tree cast a glance at Mu Suner, sighed softly. and said nothing more. Subsequently, she took her unsteady steps towards the distance. Sooner, you have done well. I owe you and Yuwu an apology. With you, the elf clan is secure, and I can finally rest and retreat. Watching the retreating figure of the grandmother of the divine tree, Mu Sun'er felt as though she had aged considerably once more. Initially shocked by the revelation of this elder's betrayal, Mu Sun'er had been consumed by boundless rage, wishing to see her suffer 1,000 cuts for forcing her kin to live like livestock. However, after the events with Yuwu, she found herself contemplating more profound matters. Faced with the grandmother of the divine tree, she could not fathom why her hatred had vanished without a trace. No matter how she tried, she could not summon even a fraction of animosity towards her. Instead, gazing at the forlorn and aged back of the grandmother of the divine tree, a surge of compassion welled up within her heart. If one were to consider the situation from another perspective, had the grandmother of the divine tree not acted as she did back then, it was likely that the elf clan would have faced extinction long ago, and none of the subsequent events would have unfolded. With Mu Sun'er's return, the news spread throughout the clan. The elves, united in joy, wept openly. In gratitude for Yang Bai's great benevolence, they collaborated to erect a colossal statue in his honor at their new residence. Yang Bai merely smiled at this gesture, and subsequently infused the statue with a trace of his essence. Should the elf clan face invasion again in the future, the power embedded within that statue would instantly activate to annihilate any foes that dared approach. Shortly thereafter, a monumental event shook the elf clan. The grandmother of the divine tree had passed away. With the realization that no one dared to oppress the elf clan any longer, the sole belief sustaining her existence had vanished. Before her demise, she summoned the most gifted elves within the clan. Using her entire quasi-emperor cultivation, she bestowed enlightenment upon them. Exhausting her life as cultivation to elevate the younger generation, she felt the light within her dimming, murmuring, "I have no face to meet our ancestors." With this utterance, a quasi-emperor fell. Unable to bear the weight of such guilt, she could no longer continue living in the world. Before long, Mu Sun'er personally organized a grand funeral for the grandmother of the divine tree. The elves at the funeral wept inconsolably, witnessing their sorrowful expressions. Mu Sun'er could not bring herself to expose the hidden nature of the grandmother of the divine tree. The young elves who had received the benefit of her enlightenment experienced meteoric rises in their strength, with the strongest reaching the indestructible realm and the weakest attaining the escaping one realm. Soon after the funeral, Mu Sun'er was to become the new queen of the elves. This was the last wish left by the grandmother of the divine tree, and no other elf dared voice dissent. However, Mu Sun'er found herself troubled by this development. She aspired to become queen and lead the elf clan toward revival, yet regrettably, her strength was feeble, and her cultivation talent was lacking. Perceiving her thoughts, Yang Bai immediately brought her over, intending to concoct an extraordinary pill to enhance her cultivation aptitude on the spot. "Yang Jun, you can refine pills too?" Mu Sun'er exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at him. "Of course. Do you not know who I am?" Yang Bai replied with a grin. "But Yang Jun, you don't have an alchemical cauldron. I've heard that refining pills requires one." Mu Sun'er inquired curiously, "How can you refine pills without a cauldron?" "Hehe. I can refine pills even without a cauldron. Just watch," Yang Bai said, a mysterious glint in his eyes. In the next moment, his ancestral consciousness instantly spread throughout the Kunlun realm. The formidable ancestral consciousness enveloped the entirety of the Hongmeng universe. Instantly, countless rare spiritual herbs growing in the forbidden lands appeared before his eyes. Then, with a wave of his hand, a tempest of energy surged through the Hongmeng universe. Soon, the entire Hongmeng universe found itself enveloped within Yang Bai's ancestral order field, as the will of the Hongmeng universe. It sensed the universe being enveloped by an overwhelming force of Grand Tao. The invisible aura released by the ancestral order exerted a pressure that made the very essence of the universes will tremble from the depths of its soul. Meanwhile, within the Supreme Star Domain and the Supreme Divine Hall, today marked the 500,000th birthday of the Supreme Tao Ancestor. Countless forces in the universe sent envoys to present their gifts, akin to a pilgrimage. Within the opulent and lavish hall, the Supreme Tao Ancestor sat at the head, warmly welcoming the arriving emissaries from various factions. Outside the resplendent hall, a servant was announcing, from the Supreme Star Domain, "The Lord of the Holy Tian Star River brings a heavenly mysterious yellow fruit to celebrate the birthday." From the Supreme Star Domain, "The Lord of the Holy Abyss Star River brings a portion of millennial earth essence to celebrate the birthday." The realms of the Illusory Sky Star Domain and the Longyuan Star Domain, among others, reverberated with the might of the Supreme Divine Hall, which commanded the entirety of the Supreme Star Domain. The entire Star Domain bore the name of the Supreme Divine Hall. The Supreme Divine Hall was home to countless strong beings, and the Supreme Tao Ancestor was one of the top 10 powers within the Hongming universe, possessing unparalleled Tao Ancestor cultivation, an existence so supreme that even the very cosmos of the Hongming trembles at its footfalls. Even the servants shouting outside the palace possess the cultivation of emperors. This illustrates the terrifying strength of the Supreme Divine Temple. Even one of its attendants would be an invincible force within the Kunlun realm. Today marks the 500,000th birthday of the Supreme Tao Ancestor, and countless lords of star rivers and titans of the universe dare not show the slightest hint of negligence. 100,000 years ago, there was a cosmic titan who disregarded the Supreme Divine Temple. In the face of the Supreme Tao Ancestor's 400,000th birthday, he neglected to send gifts to celebrate. Upon learning of this, the Supreme Divine Temple, in a fit of rage, exterminated the entire star river under that titan's command, leaving not a single galaxy unscathed. From that moment on, no one dared to disregard the Supreme Divine Temple again. Chapter 109. The Catastrophe of the Minor Epoch. Terrifying indeed. The Supreme Divine Temple acts with unparalleled dominance within the Hongming cosmos, yet all dare not voice their grievances. After all, the Supreme Tao Ancestor is one of the 10 most powerful beings in the universe, an existence of transcendent authority. There is no one in the cosmos who can surpass him, unless the lords of the other 10 star domains unite. At this moment, countless rulers from various star rivers entered the Grand Hall, bowing respectfully to the Supreme Tao Ancestor above, presenting the rare treasures they had brought. In response, the Supreme Tao Ancestor greeted them with a beaming smile, his face aglow. "Ha! Thank you, esteemed guests, for your generous presence. Why bring gifts if you are already here?" Though he spoke thus, he waved his hand the next moment, instructing his attendants to accept the gifts. Witnessing the Supreme Tao Ancestor's unabashed demeanor, the mighty beings present, all lords of star rivers, could not help but twitch their lips slightly. Yet, due to his overwhelming might, they dared not reveal their displeasure. After the gifts were collected, the attendees were guided by the servants to the side to await new arrivals. Recently, the Supreme Divine Temple had been hosting an increasing number of banquets. Each time, the various titans felt compelled to present gifts, fearing they might become the next targets for annihilation. Whispers of disdain for the Supreme Tao Ancestor had begun to circulate in the shadows, criticizing him for leveraging his formidable strength to ruthlessly plunder the wealth of the universe. In truth, none of this was the wish of the Supreme Tao Ancestor. All of it was forced upon him. He wished for none of this. In the myriad heavens, every 500,000 years marks a minor epoch. Every million years constitutes a major epoch. Generally, those who attain the reincarnation realm possess nearly 500,000 years of lifespans. Those who reach the level of the Supreme Tao Ancestor are endowed with lifespans extending up to 2 million years. The path of cultivation itself is a rebellion against the heavenly order. Once a cultivator surpasses 500,000 years, they face a calamity of the minor epoch. This calamity is akin to a death sentence for cultivators. Throughout history, how many titans, how many reincarnations, transcendents, and even Supreme Tao Ancestors have perished under such calamities? Surviving 500,000 years, cultivators are confronted with the tribulation of the minor epoch. The higher one's cultivation, the more formidable the tribulation that descends upon them. Now, the Supreme Tao Ancestor has reached the age of 500,000, and soon, he will face his own minor epoch calamity. As a Supreme Tao Ancestor, the tribulation he faces will undoubtedly be far more terrifying than those faced by reincarnated transcendents. The reason the calamity of the minor epoch has claimed so many powerful beings, instilling fear in the hearts of cultivators, is that the tribulation thunder contains the essence of the 9 ancient laws. The minor epoch calamity faced by a Supreme Tao Ancestor is even more horrific, with the final bolts of tribulation thunder infused with the power of the primal laws. Even a mere wisp of primal law energy can easily annihilate a Supreme Tao Ancestor. The chaos laws, ash laws, and obliteration laws are recognized throughout the myriad heavens as the most destructive forces. Even the mighty Supreme Tao Ancestor, in the face of the minor epoch calamity, dares not be complacent. During the tribulation, even the slightest misstep could lead to his demise beneath the thunder. However, the minor epoch calamity is not solely perilous. It is often said that danger coexists with opportunity. Surviving the minor epoch calamity can grant cultivators profound insights into the laws. If luck permits, it is even possible to comprehend one of the 9 ancient laws. In fact, in the myriad heavens, there have been instances of cultivators acquiring significant insights into the primal laws after surviving epic calamities and successfully mastering them. In the present Hongming universe, who does not know that the Supreme Tao Ancestor is soon to face his first minor epic calamity? Currently, numerous powerful beings lurk in the shadows, their eyes fixed on the Supreme Divine Temple. Should the Supreme Tao Ancestor fall during this calamity, the Supreme Divine Temple and the Supreme Star Domain would instantly become the target of collective ire. Without the Supreme Tao Ancestor to oversee it, the Supreme Divine Temple would be akin to a toothless tiger, vulnerable to the whims of others. At that moment, the various powerful factions lying in wait could swiftly partake in the ensuing struggle for dominion over the Supreme Divine Temple. Confronted with the impending calamity, the Supreme Tao Ancestor lacks absolute confidence in his success. To ensure his safety, he has resorted to aggressively gathering cosmic resources. He has commanded his subordinates to concoct various unparalleled elixirs, defensive formations, and exceptional divine weapons. Until he is fully prepared, he will not dare to face the epic calamity lightly. Just as the Supreme Tao Ancestor intended to continue receiving gifts, an enigmatic and formless pressure suddenly descended. This oppressive force appeared from nowhere, seemingly permeating every space. The formidable ancestral order enveloped the entire Supreme Divine Temple in an instant. The ancestral laws filled the surrounding space, rendering all powers of the laws and the forces of heaven and earth utterly ineffective, creating a vacuum. The overwhelming pressure bore down upon the assembled cosmic titans. Astonishingly, the usually formidable cosmic titans, transcendent beings from other star rivers, found themselves utterly suppressed, their faces pressed against the ground in a humiliating embrace with the earth. Even the Supreme Tao Ancestor, who dominated the Supreme Star Domain, was forced to kneel. This scene left the gathered guests in utter shock. Soon after, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a gaping rift tore open within the space of the Supreme Divine Temple. The realm of the void, an alternate dimension, began to slowly merge with the real world. Subsequently, the gifts sent by the esteemed rulers of the Holy Abyss Star River and the Holy Heaven Star River inexplicably soared toward the spatial rift. Witnessing this, the Supreme Tao Ancestor's eyes nearly bulged with rage. Those were the materials he had prepared for refining the primordial celestial spirit pill. With the minor epic calamity approaching, the primordial celestial spirit pill was a crucial component for overcoming the tribulation. Fear not, I shall not take your possessions without recompense. Accept this jade slip. In the future, should you encounter any life-threatening crisis, shatter this jade slip, and you shall be assured of your safety. A voice, seemingly from ancient times, echoed in the Supreme Tao Ancestor's ears. A jade slip materialized from the alternate dimension, falling before him. Soon after, the rift in the alternate dimension began to close, and the suffocating pressure on the crowd dissipated. The moment the pressure lifted, many powerful beings from the Supreme Divine Temple sought to enter the alternate dimension to pursue the intruding enemy. Since its inception, the Supreme Divine Temple had never encountered someone so audacious as to brazenly seize spiritual treasures. Halt! Do not pursue. After retrieving the jade slip, the Supreme Tao Ancestor quickly called out to stop the eager pursuers among the powerful beings of the Supreme Divine Temple. Not long ago, he had gleaned some information from the will of the Hongmeng universe. Recently, an unparalleled powerhouse had emerged, surpassing even the Supreme Tao Ancestor. He had witnessed this individual's supreme prowess before the chaos barrier in the Longyuan star domain. Despite standing directly before him, he could not perceive their form, only catching sight of a series of footprints in the cosmic void. Such a terrifying existence possessed strength that rendered all attempts to pursue futile. It was evident just a moment ago, with merely a wave of oppressive might, they could subdue all the formidable beings present to the ground. Truly a display of terrifying power. Chapter 110, Emperor Dan, Immortal Dan, Divine Dan. The creation Immortal Spirit Dan, a heaven-defying elixir. Within mere moments, the Immortal Dan was complete. In the eastern wilderness, Mu Sun gazed in astonishment as Yangbai reached out, conjuring an abundance of rare medicinal materials from thin air. Many of these materials, upon materializing, significantly heightened the surrounding concentration of spiritual energy. The room was suffused with a delicate fragrance. Mu Sun already at the earth origin realm, found that simply inhaling the aroma emanating from these herbs propelled her from the earth origin realm to the profound spirit realm. These materials, particularly the heavenly yellow fruit and the millennium earth origin essence, were considered exceedingly rare treasures even within the vast expanses of the Hongmeng universe and the myriad celestial universes. Each could incite a frenzy among countless cosmic powerhouses, leading to violent confrontations. As she beheld the heap of medicinal materials, Mu Sun was entranced, feeling her realm break through. Her eyes wide with wonder, Yang Jun, what are these medicinal materials? Yangbai remained silent, and with a grand gesture, an ethereal flame erupted, three-flame, true fire, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space with its dreadful heat. The moment the flames manifested, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently. In the next instant, under Yangbai's adept control, the three-flame true fire transformed into a grand alchemical furnace of flames. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, countless rare herbs soared into the immense fiery cauldron. Wow, young Jun, this is actually the no-furnace alchemy. How remarkable. Musun-er's eyes sparkled with countless stars. Her lips slightly parted as she gazed at him in admiration. No-furnace alchemy. In the realm of alchemy within the Hongming universe, only a select few masters could achieve such a feat. Those alchemists who reached this level were revered as Dan ancestors by their peers. The alchemical process necessitates the use of a cauldron to gather the properties of the herbs into a spiritual liquid. Without the aid of a cauldron, the properties of the freshly refined herbs would rapidly dissipate when exposed to air. A quality cauldron provides immense assistance to an alchemist, making those capable of no-furnace alchemy exceedingly rare throughout the entire Hongming universe. Under the refining influence of the three-flame true fire, the myriad herbs were soon transformed into spiritual liquid. Then, with a grand gesture, Yang Bai summoned an invisible force that swirled around his fingertips. Various colors of spiritual liquid were gradually fused together. Once fully integrated, an intensely fragrant elixir wafted through the room. The elixir had taken shape. Should an alchemical master have been observing, they would likely have been left utterly speechless. Such rapid progress. Was it possible for a Dan to form in less than a few dozen breaths? The more powerful the Dan, the more arduous its refinement process, consuming more time. Dan grades range from 1 to 9, with the 9th grade leading to Imperial grade Dan. Beyond Imperial grade, there are distinctions based on the color and quantity of Dan tribulations. A single-colored Imperial Dan is the least desirable, while a 9-colored Imperial Dan is the pinnacle. Following Imperial grade are Immortal grade and Divine grade Dan. The Dan Yang Bai had just refined was a 5-colored Immortal grade Dan, the creation Immortal Spirit Dan. This extraordinary elixir could enhance a cultivator's physical constitution. Even those with utterly broken meridians could undergo a transformation, transcending their mortal shell upon consumption. Achieving sainthood in 5 years or becoming an emperor in 10 was not an insurmountable task. The current supreme Dao ancestor of the Hongming universe attained their status largely due to this miraculous elixir. When the supreme Dao ancestor was still an emperor, they fortuitously stumbled upon an ancient Dao ancestor's legacy cave, which contained a creation Immortal Spirit Dan. After consuming this elixir, the supreme Dao ancestor surged ahead, achieving significant milestones in just 500 years, attaining celestial destiny in 3,000 years, traversing reincarnation in 8,000 years, achieving transcendence in 30,000 years, and finally reaching Dao ancestor status in 100,000 years. Since then, the supreme Dao ancestor has become a legendary figure, often recounted and praised. It can be said that the supreme Dao ancestor's ascent to unparalleled heights was not solely due to innate talent, but significantly attributed to the creation Immortal Spirit Dan. Had they not consumed the elixir, their innate abilities would have likely confined them to being an ordinary cultivator of celestial destiny, with little hope of ever stepping into the realm of reincarnation. Subsequently, the creation Immortal Spirit Dan was ranked 3rd among the Hongming universe's 10 most extraordinary Immortal Dan. Moreover, the elixir's effects are exceedingly gentle. Even those without any cultivation can consume it. This is the marvel of an Immortal Dan. Generally, even the lowest quality of a single-colored Immortal Dan requires thousands of years for refinement. The 5-colored Immortal Dan demands even more, possibly requiring tens of thousands of years to achieve successful refinement. Throughout these millennia, any minor misstep could lead to catastrophic failure, rendering countless years of effort worthless. Refining an Immortal Dan is an exceedingly protracted endeavor. To accomplish this through sheer individual effort is undoubtedly a pipe dream. Not to mention whether one's soul power could sustain such a lengthy refinement process. Even if it could, it would be implausible for one person to engage in alchemy for thousands of years. Lacking the status of a primordial god, a cultivator's vitality remains limited, unable to rival a creator god who breathes life into existence and envelopes the cosmos with a mere thought. In contrast, Yang Bai completed the refinement of the 5-colored Immortal Dan, the creation Immortal Spirit Dan, in a mere fraction of a moment. This was not merely astonishing. It was beyond comprehension, a feat that alchemists would dare not even dream of. Then, with a mere thought, Yang Bai unleashed his formidable soul power, which seemed too immense for the very heavens and earth to contain, causing the surrounding space to fracture. A terrifying pressure surged forth toward the newly formed Immortal Dan. In an instant, Yang Bai's soul energy shattered the spiritual will of the Dan. Before the newly forged Dan could escape into another dimension, he seized it firmly. Once a Dan reaches the Imperial grade or higher, it develops sentience and possesses formidable cultivation. A sentient Dan, upon emergence, would instinctively seek to escape. Yet, That was not the most astonishing aspect. An even more embarrassing truth lay in the fact that numerous alchemists had fallen victim to their own creations, succumbing to the very Dan they had refined. The higher the grade of the Dan, such as the five-colored immortal Dan, the creation immortal spirit Dan, the more terrifying its power, reaching the realm of transcendence. The supreme Tao ancestor had been fortunate. The sentience of the creation immortal spirit Dan he encountered had been erased by the cave's master. Otherwise, with his mere emperor-level cultivation, even the slightest mishap could have resulted in his demise at the hands of such a Dan. However, in the presence of Yangbai, transcendental grade immortal Dan were no more formidable than oversized ants, easily subdued with a mere gesture. Soon after, high above the boundless starry skies of the Kunlun realm, a cataclysmic Dan tribulation began to coalesce, an aura of destruction rapidly spreading through the depths of the universe. The formidable might of this alchemical tribulation, should it be directed towards Yangbai, would not only leave him unscathed, but would also reduce the entire Kunlun realm to mere atomic particles, cosmic dust. Chapter 111. The Thunderous Tribulation. Words follow the law. Too late. A forceful annihilation. Boom. The terrifying alchemical tribulation resonated throughout the expanse of the Kunlun realm and the entire stellar river. The calamity lightning would strike again. Yet the invisible pressure it exuded could obliterate an entire planetary world. The overwhelming aura of this supreme thunderous tribulation rippled across the vast stellar river. Within the stellar system, the sovereign, Xianxiaaudiobooks, a peak reincarnation realm powerhouse, felt a shuddering presence. Without hesitation, he summoned numerous formidable allies and hastened towards the star system where the tribulation manifested. The sudden appearance of a tribulation in the cosmos inevitably heralded the emergence of a remarkable treasure. In the Orion system, Kunlun realm, Eastern Wilderness, Yangbai gazed at the alchemical lightning that had manifested in the cosmos and spoke languidly, "Disperse." At that moment, Yangbai resembled a primordial ancestor commanding the myriad realms, his words manifesting as law. The energy of the tribulation, which had been brewing with world-destroying potential, suddenly dissipated, restoring the cosmic laws to their tranquil state. Yangbai, the solitary ancestral deity of this world, commanded the will of the heavenly path, the singular true God of all celestial realms, the creator of the universe. His thoughts echoed through the cosmos, and his actions dictated the movements of the universe. Every gesture he made represented the entirety of the celestial realms. The title of ancestral deity not only denoted Yangbai's cultivation, but also his exalted identity. Holding a celestial pill in his hands, after a moment's appraisal, he presented it to Mu Suner, saying, "My dear, quickly consume the celestial pill." Mu Suner remained in awe of his terrifying prowess, struggling to regain her composure. The excitement was palpable on her youthful visage, her cheeks flushed, the modest hillocks on her chest rising and falling. Yang Jun had actually crafted a celestial elixir. Mu Suner felt as if she were in a dream, utterly unreal. Her partner could actually refine a celestial pill. She had heard of celestial pills in the ancient texts of the elven race. All along, her cultivation talent had been as unremarkable as the modest hillocks on her chest. Thus, she immersed herself in ancient tomes to enhance her knowledge. Upon receiving the creation celestial spirit pill, the girl eagerly examined the elixir. Unable to discern its secrets, she even leaned in to sniff it, resembling an inquisitive pup. Witnessing this scene, Yangbai could not help but burst into hearty laughter. "All right, my dear, you should consume it quickly. Since you are so intrigued by elixirs, I shall personally teach you the art of alchemy afterwards." At this proclamation, Mu Suner's eyes sparkled with excitement, her cheeks flushed, and she swiftly planted a peck on Yangbai's cheek before bashfully turning away. With a subtle smile, Yangbai touched his slightly damp cheek, looking at the shy girl before him, and teasingly remarked, "Ah, my dear, we have already been quite candid with one another. Why the lingering shyness? If memory serves, during our time in the River of Time, you were quite the proactive one, not at all like this." Upon hearing his unabashed words, the girl's face turned as red as a ripe apple, her earlobes flushed, and steam seemed to rise from her head. Yangbai's frankness made Mu Suner wish she could bury her head in the ground. Soon after, she puffed up her cheeks in displeasure, her little fists waving in protest. You are too wicked. How can you bully me like this?" The sight of the girl's bashfulness elicited both amusement and affection from Yangbai. After their playful banter, and with Yangbai's encouragement, Mu Suner finally consumed the creation celestial spirit pill. Upon ingestion, the girl radiated a dazzling light, surrounded by swirling celestial energy. Subsequently, under the influence of the pill, impurities began to surface on her skin. The celestial pill was continuously transforming her constitution, affecting every minuscule cell within her body. The comfort brought about by this metamorphosis elicited soft sounds of delight from her lips. Meanwhile, outside the Orion system, a gathering of cosmic powerhouses convened. Among them stood a middle-aged man, his countenance exuding an air of nobility. Star Master, the aura of the tribulation has mysteriously dissipated not long ago. Yet my subordinates can still sense its approximate location, reported the master of the Orion system to Xianxiaaudiobooks. As the master of the Orion system, he had naturally sensed the terrifying tribulation that had erupted moments before. He was astonished that it had drawn the attention of the sovereign of the stellar river. This revelation startled him greatly. As a mere system master, he usually lacked the privilege to meet Xianxiaaudiobooks. Now, standing before the master of the stellar river, he felt both exhilarated and anxious. Lead the way. Xianxiaaudiobooks' gaze briefly scanned the Orion system master before he spoke in a cold tone. At your command. Thus, under the guidance of the Orion system master, the powerhouses from the stellar temple hastened towards the Kunlun realm. The stellar temple was the most formidable force within the stellar river, and its master, Xianxiaaudiobooks, was the ultimate sovereign of the entire river, possessing peak reincarnation realm strength. This time, Xianxiaaudiobooks had brought along 3 reincarnation realm law kings and dozens of destiny realm elders, seemingly intent on seizing the opportunity for treasures. Unbeknownst to the indigenous inhabitants of the Kunlun realm, a formidable threat was advancing towards them. Yang Bai, however, observed everything unfolding before his eyes. Just as Xianxiaaudiobooks and his entourage were about to reach the Kunlun realm, an invisible barrier appeared out of nowhere, obstructing their path. Those who dare approach this restriction within 10 steps shall face death. A chilling voice resonated from the depths of the cosmos, echoing in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this authoritative and domineering voice, all present felt a shiver run down their spines. Yet, at that moment, a foolhardy individual stepped forward. The Orion system master, seizing this rare opportunity to showcase himself before the Star Master, boldly shouted at the invisible barrier, boldly, "Who dares to hide and threaten? Do you know who this esteemed individual before you is?" Before he could finish, a streak of light shot forth from the depths of the universe, moving with such speed that it surpassed the comprehension of all present. The Orion system master's lifeless body plummeted into the vastness of space in an instant. A being of causality realm had thus fallen with such ease. Within 3 breaths, should anyone remain here, this individual shall serve as an example. The cold and authoritative voice reverberated once more. Hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression darkened, and he could only let out a long sigh. The opponent's strength was unfathomable. He clearly was no match for them. Immediately, preparations were made to lead the strong individuals under his command to retreat. 3 breaths had passed. It was too late. Wait. Senior, we shall. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks shouted in a flurry of panic. Before he could finish his sentence, several figures had stealthily approached. In an instant, they ended the lives of Xianxiaaudiobooks and his companions. The bodies of the powerful floated in the vastness of space. One could see that Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes were wide open in astonishment, his expression one of utter shock. Chapter 112. The Realm of Xianxiu, the Ethereal Beasts. The Soul Source, the time for emergence has come. A month had swiftly passed. After successfully refining the creation immortal spirit pill, Mu Sun'er experienced a remarkable transformation in her cultivation talent. Within the brief span of a month, she ascended from the previous Xianling realm to her current position in the Escape One realm. Following the transformation bestowed by the creation immortal spirit pill, Mu Sun'er's cultivation speed was second only to that of Yang Yuchan, who possessed the Xianling immortal body. During this time, Mu Sun'er also learned from Yang Bai that he had a lawful wife. Was it the woman who stood beside her husband at the auction? Mu Sun'er recalled the scene from the auction in Mufeng City. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai nodded. As if it were a matter of destiny between the two. You wouldn't believe it. It was she who suggested I rescue you. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. At this revelation, Mu Sun'er's face immediately displayed astonishment. Ah, I see. I must find time to meet this sister and thank her in person. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai's expression turned rather unnatural, his lips twitching. If his wife were to discover that he had secretly taken a concubine, it was likely that Yang Yuchan would stage a dramatic act of righteous indignation. The mere thought of her expression upon learning of this sent a chill down Yang Bai's spine, making him tremble. This was dire indeed. In truth, she still remained unaware of this matter. It was the first time Mu Sun'er had seen Yang Bai display such a flustered demeanor. Regardless of the formidable foes he had faced or the apocalyptic tribulations he had encountered, he had never shown an ounce of fear, always handling difficulties with a calm and collected wave of his hand. Then, with a puzzled look, Mu Sun'er gazed at him, curious as to why he exhibited such dread at the mention of Yang Yuchan. Husband, what troubles you? Ah, it's nothing. Just residual effects from my slumber. Yes. Residual effects. Yang Bai, jolted from his reverie by her inquiry, hastily offered a defense. He could hardly confess to her that he feared his wife. Such an embarrassing truth could never be shared with this girl. Mu Suner regarded him with suspicion. Residual effects, you say? The girl's bright, sparkling eyes darted around. Being exceptionally intelligent, she discerned something unusual in Yang Bai's demeanor. Coupled with the scene she had witnessed at the auction, her suspicions were further confirmed. Then Mu Suner, as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery, gazed at Yang Bai with crescent-shaped eyes and mused. Could it be that my husband is? Yang Bai felt a prickling at the back of his head under her unwavering gaze, and sensing the precariousness of the situation, he thought, this is bad. She suspects that I fear my wife. At this utterance, Yang Bai's expression soured dramatically. Observing his face turning crimson, Mu Suner erupted into a fit of laughter, her mirth ringing out like wind chimes swaying in a gentle breeze, clear and ethereal. 3 days later, a cataclysmic event unfolded in the Kunlun realm. A fortnight prior, a disciple from the Dragon Rising sacred ground, while exploring the Xianxiu realm, unexpectedly discovered fragments of the Tao of Heaven. The disciple, upon realizing the significance of the find, immediately reported it to the sacred ground. The news sent the revered Xianxia Daoist into a frenzy. He promptly commanded all powerful figures of the sacred ground to accompany him to the Xianxiu realm to collect the fragments of the Tao of Heaven. Despite the Xianxia Daoist's stringent orders to keep this information strictly confidential, the truth could not be contained. And the news of the Tao of Heaven fragments in the Xianxiu realm inevitably leaked out. As this news spread, it caused a massive uproar throughout the Kunlun realm. Various dominant factions, upon learning of the discovery, hastily dispatched their formidable members to the Xianxiu realm in a race to claim the fragments of the Tao of Heaven. Meanwhile, the scattered cultivators could only stamp their feet in frustration. The reason being that the entrances to the Xianxiu realm were firmly held in the grasp of the major powers of the Kunlun realm. Numerous disciples and elders guarded the entrances, fortified by layers of protective formations, making them impenetrable to outsiders. The Xianxiu realm was a world fortuitously discovered by the ancient emperors of the Kunlun realm in the cosmos. It contained not only various spirit stone veins, but also an abundance of rare spiritual herbs. Thus, the ancient emperors of the Kunlun realm united to establish several spatial pathways leading to the Xianxiu realm. However, with the passing of those ancient emperors, the rights to use these pathways became concentrated in the hands of a select few supreme powers of the Kunlun realm. Yet, after countless explorations by the Kunlun realm's cultivators, the veins and spiritual herbs within the Xianxiu realm had been nearly exhausted. The sole remaining value of the Xianxiu realm lay in the ethereal beasts. Ethereal beasts were native beings of the Xianxiu realm. As the name implies, ethereal beasts possessed no physical form. They existed in the form of soul entities. Upon being slain, they would leave behind a core of soul essence. As long as the soul essence remained, the ethereal beasts could be reborn. The cultivators of the Kunlun realm coveted this soul essence. By refining the soul essence, they could enhance their soul power. Cultivating soul power is no easy feat. Yet in battle, soul attacks can yield unexpectedly potent effects. Therefore, the supreme powers sought to seal off the entrances to the Xianxiu realm, aiming to monopolize its benefits and prevent others from partaking in the spoils. Once the news spread, the entire Kunlun realm erupted in fervor. Many exceptionally gifted scattered cultivators, eager to enter the Xianxiu realm, chose to join the supreme powers. Consequently, these exalted factions rapidly gained numerous talented disciples from the scattered cultivators. Concurrently, within the Eastern Wilderness Elven clan, an unprecedented opportunity presented itself. The Elven clan proclaimed their emergence to the cultivators of the Kunlun realm amidst the chaos surrounding the Xianxiu realm. Yang Bai spoke to Mu Suner. It is time for the Elven clan to announce our presence. Hearing this, Mu Suner pondered for a moment, carefully considering her thoughts, before expressing her concerns. Husband, I desire to do so as well. However, the entrances are controlled by those supreme powers. How can I lead my kin into the Xianxiu realm? The Elven clan had endured oppression and humiliation in the Kunlun realm for countless years, and many generations of elves had perished at the hands of external cultivators. Having borne such grievances for so long, the Elven clan now had the unparalleled Yang by supporting them. It was time to strike back at the outside world. The blood debts of the past could not be settled by a mere trifling faction like the Ao Tian Pavilion. Upon realizing the girl's worries, Yang Bai chuckled dismissively. Isn't the Xianxiu realm merely a trivial matter? What is the difficulty in going there? With that, he casually tore through the fabric of reality before him. In an instant, a spatial passageway leading to the Xianxiu realm materialized out of thin air. The Xianxiu realm was but a few A's away from the Kunlun realm. Do not underestimate the mere few Aizha, even within the entirety of the Hongmeng universe. Yang Bai can traverse it with but a thought. Let us go. After a moment of stupor, Mu Suner soon found herself at peace. After all, in the proud Tian-go, he had effortlessly annihilated a multitude of quasi-emperors in a mere blink. So what did this little challenge signify? Before departing, Mu Suner approached Yang Bai, delicately rising on her toes, their lips barely brushing before parting. Immediately thereafter, the young lady led the multitude of fairies into the spatial passage. Chapter 113. Ethereal Heavenly Tao, the fragments of rebellious Heavenly Tao laws, a cataclysmic battle. The excited linger. The Heavenly Tao. Unlike the cosmic will, the Heavenly Tao has existed since the inception of the universe, shrouded in mystery. The cosmic will, on the other hand, is a later manifestation, born under the guidance of the Heavenly Tao. In essence, the cosmic will serves as the representative of the Heavenly Tao's embodiment. The Heavenly Tao is elusive and enigmatic. With an age-old saying circulating throughout the celestial realms, all occurrences within the universe are dictated by fate, immutable by mortal hands. The Heavenly Tao reigns supreme over all beings, endowed with boundless might. Yet, it remains so intangible and abstract that no one has ever witnessed it or validated its existence. Nevertheless, practitioners across the celestial realms can sense its presence in an indistinct manner. The so-called fragments of the Heavenly Tao laws do not constitute a singular law. They fall outside the realms of the 3,000 laws, the 72 supreme laws, and the 9 ancient laws, and they certainly do not belong to the origin laws. They merely exist as a substance within the universe. Their rebellious nature has led practitioners to refer to them as fragments of the Heavenly Tao laws. Their defiance lies in the fact that upon merely touching these fragments, a practitioner can instantly comprehend a law's power. However, this power only pertains to the 3,000 great laws. Although one may not grasp the 72 supreme laws, this is already remarkably rebellious. The difficulty of comprehending law powers is immense. Only upon reaching the Saint King realm can a practitioner vaguely perceive the existence of worldly laws. Typically, only an emperor can grasp a singular law's power. For a quasi-emperor to transcend to the rank of emperor, they must first comprehend at least one law's power. This underscores the formidable nature of law powers. While the mastery of law powers is exceedingly arduous, the fragments of the Heavenly Tao laws allow for instantaneous comprehension of a law's power upon contact. Their terrifying nature is nothing short of extraordinary. Even beings of unparalleled stature, such as the Supreme Tao Ancestor, would covet such entities. After all, who would ever feel burdened by an excess of law powers? To date, no one within the Hongmeng universe has simultaneously mastered all 3,000 great laws. Shortly after the news was disseminated, the venerable ancestors of various superlative factions in the Kunlun realm were roused from their seclusion in the pursuit of the Heavenly Tao law fragments. All factions unleashed their hidden depths. The Tiannan life and death ruins, which had remained hidden from the world, emerged. This place is the ultimate foundation of Tiannan. 10 venerable ancestors of the 8 tribulations quasi-emperor rank emerged and made a beeline for the Wanchu realm. The Qilan realm also mobilized its resources, with ancient Qilans long slumbering in their ancestral lands now breaking through the earth. Under the leadership of the demon sovereign, they advanced towards the Wanchu realm. The depths of each major faction surged forth, with numerous powerful beings flooding into the Wanchu realm, leading to a brutal melee. The ancestors of various factions became blinded by rage. Ironically, when the celestial demons invaded the Kunlun realm, they did not break their seclusion to confront the demons and safeguard their homeland. Yet now, with the appearance of the Heavenly Tao law fragments, they emerged from their retreats one after another, as if eager to relocate their burial grounds directly into the Wanchu realm. A cataclysmic battle erupted within the Wanchu realm. The sky stained crimson with blood. After a harrowing clash, the superlative factions finally ceased their hostilities and convened to sign an agreement. The ancestors of each faction withdrew from the Wanchu realm, opting instead to send their disciples to compete. The number of disciples sent was determined by the outcome of this cataclysmic battle. Each faction had a day to decide on their representatives for the Wanchu realm. And after one day, the competition for the Heavenly Tao law fragments would officially commence. Due to Luo Qingsong's unprecedented decision to abstain from battle, the Tiannan faction suffered grievously, securing only 5 disciple slots. Among the 10 venerable ancestors of the 8 tribulations quasi-emperor rank who emerged from the life and death ruins, 6 fell in battle. The ferocity of the grand melee is thus evident. The Qilan realm and the Longting sacred land each secured 10 disciple slots, while the Tianqi sacred land only managed a meager 5 slots. The Songhai sect and the Tianfu temple fared even worse, with only a single disciple slot available, and the elder of the Songhai sect perished. Now, the Songhai sect is left with only one aging 8 tribulations quasi-emperor ancestor, facing the ever-watchful Tiannan. The Songhai sect's situation has turned dire. Deep within the fairy clan, Yangbai is acutely aware that Yang Yuchan, as the first saintess of the Tianqi sacred land, will undoubtedly be dispatched to contend for the heavenly Tao law fragments. To prevent any discord between the two women upon encountering each other in the Wanqi realm, Yangbai decides it is prudent to visit the Tianqi sacred land personally. After all, this matter will eventually come to Yang Yuchan's attention. It would be better to inform her sooner rather than later. Without hesitation, he set forth, seizing the opportunity before the contest commenced. At the Tianqi sacred land, atop the Xinyuan Peak, the grand hall is presided over by Taoist Wuju. Linger Chaner, the ancestors have decreed that you two shall represent the sacred land in the pursuit of the heavenly Tao law fragments. I trust you will not disappoint the sacred land's expectations of you, particularly you, Chaner, as the first saintess. You are to lead the charge to secure the fragments. Below, Yang Yuchan and Lu Linger clasped their hands and responded in unison. We shall adhere to the teachings of our master and will not fail the sacred land's high hopes. Additionally, the sacred land has 3 disciple slots available. Zhou Yuan, Li Chunjun, and Li Xinyue will accompany you. To prevent non-disciples from participating, an agreement was made to prohibit all powers above the quasi-saint level from entering. The ancestors of each faction also collaborated to impose restrictions within the spatial passage, ensuring that any practitioners above the quasi-saint level would be repelled, unable to enter the Wanqi realm. The elite disciples of superlative factions predominantly reside at the quasi-saint level. Atop Xinyuan Peak, Yang Yuchan was summoned by the ancestors, leaving Lu Linger behind. Suddenly, a figure flashed at the peak, and Yangbai appeared atop the mountain. Initially, Lu Linger thought it was merely a projection of Yangbai, but upon closer inspection, she realized the truth. Overwhelmed with excitement, she could scarcely contain her emotions. Without hesitation, the young lady leapt into his embrace, exclaiming, "Young master, you finally came to see Ling." At that moment, the little girl clung to Yangbai like an octopus, her delicate form firmly entwined around him, refusing to be shaken free. Chapter 114. Linger is overjoyed. Gazing at the affectionate Lu Linger in his arms, Yangbai could not help but chuckle as he gently patted her back. "Little darling, how have you become so clingy?" In response to Yangbai's playful teasing, Lu Linger, despite her cheeks being flushed with a rosy hue, stubbornly clung to him, unwilling to let go. After all, her young master had vanished for a full 2.5 years. It was only after a considerable amount of coaxing from Yangbai that the little girl finally descended from his embrace. Young master, look how formidable little Do Ding has become," she exclaimed, immediately radiating the aura of the 1,000-question realm, surrounded by wisps of moral radiance. Eagerly, she showcased her current cultivation to Yangbai, who, in turn, feigned astonishment with his mouth agape, exclaiming, "Indeed, a remarkable achievement for the young master's little Do Ding. But tell me, has the young master brought any gifts for Linga?" At this, Lu Linger gazed at him with an expression full of anticipation, her luminous eyes sparkling like stars. "What if the young master were to bestow upon you the title of second young mistress?" Yangbai then casually revealed one of the purposes of his visit. However, the infatuated little girl misinterpreted his words, thinking that Yangbai was suggesting she should become the second young mistress. Her cheeks immediately flushed a vibrant red, her petite face glowing, even the delicate blush on her cheeks deepening. Overcome with shyness, she quickly lowered her head, gazing at her toes, her jade hands nervously clutching her skirt. Steam seemed to emanate from her head, resembling a living, breathing steam engine. Has the young master truly made up his mind? Linger has no objections. But what about Sister Yang? What will she think? Lu Linger stood before Yangbai, her demeanor awkward and fidgety, occasionally kicking at the pebbles by her feet to mask her inner embarrassment. When Yang Yuchan was mentioned, a look of guilt crossed her face. She vaguely recalled having promised Sister Yang that she would not entertain such thoughts about the young master. Yet, after years of waiting at the sacred enlightenment holy land for her beloved young master, her longing had surged like an impending flood, making it impossible to suppress her feelings any longer. Now, with these emotions finally manifesting, she found herself filled with trepidation, mingled with heightened anticipation. Upon hearing her words, Yangbai, equally unsure, stammered, "Well, the young master will surely convince the lady. You need not worry, little Do Ding." Even he lacked confidence in his own reassurances. However, upon hearing Yangbai's affirmative words, the little girl instantly lifted her head, her eyes crescent-shaped as they gazed at him. Then, to Yangbai's astonishment, Lu Linger's delicate and lovely face gradually enlarged in his view, as her lips pressed against his. In the next moment, Yangbai felt a refreshing and soft sensation upon his lips. His eyes widened. The little Do Ding's blushing face was mere inches away. The shy girl had tightly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering. Her rosy cheeks and warm breath all served to stimulate Yangbai's heart. What has come over this little Do Ding? After their brief kiss, the two parted, and the bashful Lu Linger dared not meet Yang Bai's gaze. She buried her small head deep into his chest, greedily inhaling his comforting scent. Wrapping her arms around Yang Bai's sturdy waist, she nestled against him, laughing joyfully. Hee hee. Young master. Linger is overjoyed. I've been waiting for this day. Hearing this, Yang Bai finally regained his composure. It dawned on him that the little girl had misinterpreted his words. Understanding the situation now, he felt utterly flustered, silently cursing. Oh no, another young mistress has sprung up. This predicament would complicate matters with his lady wife. Even though he thought this, Yang Bai could not bring himself to shatter the illusion. He couldn't bear to see his little Do Ding suffer even the slightest distress. Moreover, it was evident how deeply she felt for him. To reveal the truth now would be profoundly unfair to her. She might even run away, and he would be unable to coax her back. Never mind, never mind. Since we have one, what's another little Do Ding? With that, Yang Bai's mischievous side resurfaced. He playfully pulled the little girl's head from his chest, and, in the next instant, transformed himself to resemble Yang Yuchan. He then grasped her chin with a delicate hand, and, adopting Yang Yuchan's voice, indignantly exclaimed, well, Ling, I came to test you, and lo and behold, you've indeed harbored feelings for your young master. Caught you in the act. With that, he placed his hands on his hips, his eyes wide with mock anger as he stared at Lu Ling. The little girl, unaccustomed to such scenes, was left stunned. Akin to a caught kitten, as she stammered, Yang, it's not what you think. Gazing at the figure before her, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Yang Yuchan in both appearance and demeanor, the innocent little Do Ding was completely unaware of Yang Bai's playful trick. Ahem, how long do you intend to toy with Linger? Husband, you seem rather idle, came a voice from the shadows. Yang Yuchan, unable to bear the sight any longer, had returned to the sacred source peak the moment the two had kissed. Yang Bai had expected her to play along, but she had lost patience. As Lu Linger's head spun in confusion, pointing at the two identical figures of Yang Yuchan, she exclaimed, two Yang sisters. It was then that Yang Bai felt the icy glare from Yang Yuchan directed at him, which made him wince. Realizing the situation, he had no choice but to disperse the illusion, reverting to his original form. It's the young master and Sister Yang. Lu Linger finally comprehended what had transpired, her eyes darting back and forth between the two figures. Linger, you should go to your master. I need to have a serious talk with your young master, Yang Yuchan said, her gaze sharp enough to cut. At this, Lu Linger's face tightened, and she hastily explained, Sister Yang, it's all my fault. I was the one. Enough, Linger. Your sister has other matters to discuss with your young master, and it's not suitable for you to listen. So, be a good girl and head to your master. Without allowing her to finish, Yang Yuchan stepped in front of Lu Linger, gently ruffling her hair with her hand and speaking softly. Oh, very well then, Lu Linger replied in a soft voice. She turned back 3 steps, casting a worried glance at Yang Bai, resembling an ancient wife bidding farewell to her husband as he departed for battle. Under Yang Yuchan's gentle gaze, Lu Linger's figure vanished from the summit of the sacred source peak. Only then did she redirect her attention back to Yang Bai. Under the fierce gaze of his wife, Yang Bai felt a sudden unease wash over him, hurriedly exclaiming, My dear wife, I am your beloved husband. You're plotting against me. Please don't come any closer. As Yang Yuchan gradually approached him step by step, Yang Bai could not help but emit a mournful wail. If the supreme Tao ancestor, the will of the primordial universe, and the formidable beings of the underworld were to witness him in such a state, they would surely be left agape, their preconceived notions of him as an unparalleled powerhouse crumbling to dust. Is this truly the most enigmatic existence of the primordial universe? The one who shattered the chaotic barrier and single-handedly dispelled the primal laws, the foremost figure of the primordial universe? Ultimately, he turned out to be a man who feared his wife, just as Yang Bai thought he was about to receive a barrage of relentless inquiries from Yang Yuchan. Perhaps even facing her wrath, unexpectedly, she transformed her demeanor entirely, nestling gently into his embrace. Her jade-like hands encircled his neck, her eyes shimmering like the resplendent stars in the cosmic firmament, gazing at him with profound affection. Clad in the familiar crimson gown from his memories, Yang Yuchan appeared as docile as a lamb. Husband, should you encounter any troubles, please confide in me. Do not let me worry too much. Since learning from Yang Bai Ling that there was a slight issue with her true form, preventing her from appearing before them, she had been preoccupied with concern. Today, upon finally witnessing Yang Bai's safe return, the weight on her heart was lifted. Now, as long as she saw him unharmed, everything else was inconsequential. There would be no next time. Yang Bai met her gaze tenderly. Pray tell me more about that sister of yours. You mustn't confine me. Yang Yuchan rested her forehead against his chest. I do know a thing or two. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai relayed to her all that had transpired since she and Linger entered the sacred land of enlightenment. everything concerning xianxia, the holy demon, the underworld, the primordial universe, the chaos beyond, and the elven clan. In a moment of crisis, the teleportation array was overloaded. Sooner, disregarding her own safety, chose to ensure my safety by stepping out of the array alone. After hearing Yang Bai's account, Yang Yuchan realized that in just over 2 short years, he had endured so much. Upon learning that beyond the Kunlun realm lies the vast expanse of deep space, her eyes sparkled with longing and anticipation. Even more astonishing was the revelation of Yang Bai's current realm, primordial deity. According to Yang Bai's words, the primordial deity is the progenitor of all celestial universes, an absolutely invincible existence. Husband, are you truly a primordial deity? Yang Yuchan gazed at him in disbelief. In her understanding, even an emperor was an unparalleled existence. Now, with her husband as a primordial deity, encompassing the Orion constellation, the stellar river, the illusory sky domain, the primordial universe, the outer chaos, and the myriad celestial realms, everything was reshaping her perception. Indisputably true. After a long while, Yang Yuchan finally emerged from her astonishment. Subsequently, the couple shifted the conversation back to Mu Suner. After a fierce internal struggle, Yang Yuchan finally mustered the courage to say, "That girl is quite remarkable, despite being in such perilous circumstances. She did not abandon you, but chose to sacrifice herself. I suppose I can begrudgingly accept her." Seeing his wife show such consideration for him, Yang Bai solemnly replied, "Rest assured, my wife. Others are merely concubines. My true spouse is only you." Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled sweetly. Instantly, the sacred source peak was enveloped in a spring-like ambience. Their gazes toward each other grew increasingly fervent. In the distance, in a mundane city street, a coachman was driving a spirited horse, sitting at the front of the carriage, vigorously cracking a whip against the horse's hindquarters. After some time, the exhausted horse collapsed on the ground, motionless, and the coachman, weary, sat down to rest by the roadside. After a tumultuous day, the two emerged from the sacred source peak. Yang Yuchan's pretty face appeared even more flushed than usual. Standing on the mountainside, Lu Linger was anxiously waiting, her eyes darting toward the peak from time to time. Upon seeing Yang Yuchan linking arms with Yang Bai as they descended, the young girl hurriedly approached to greet them. "Linger, from now on, you will be the second young mistress of the Yang family." Before the girl could speak, Yang Yuchan preemptively declared. She had previously discussed this with Yang Bai. Linger had initially entered the Yang family as a woman. No matter what, the second mistress must be Lu Linger. Seeing that he could not dissuade her, Yang Bai ultimately acquiesced. If necessary, he could later explain things to Suner. He believed that given her temperament, she would certainly agree. Upon hearing this news, Lu Linger was momentarily stunned, unable to believe that her sister Yang had so readily accepted her identity and dispelled any misunderstandings. Throughout their time in the sacred land of enlightenment, Yang Yuchan had witnessed Lu Linger's deep yearning for Yang Bai, and she could not bear to let such a good girl be taken by another family. Thus, she relented. Before the girl could fully process the information, Yang Bai, in response to her surprised exclamation, swiftly wrapped his arm around her slender waist. The petite girl's waist fit snugly in his grasp, the sensation delightful. In this manner, Yang Bai embraced both women and, with a flicker of his form, returned to the peak of the sacred source. After a day filled with tumultuous events, the two women, hand in hand and flushed with color, emerged from the great hall of the sacred source peak. "Young master is too wicked." At that moment, Lu Linger felt dizzy, her cheeks ablaze, steam seemingly rising from her head. Yang Yuchan was not faring much better. Both were astonished by Yang Bai's audacious actions the previous night. Meanwhile, the instigator, Yang Bai, watched with a grin as the two flustered women fled. Soon after, the spatial passage to the Wanshu realm opened once more. Under Yang Bai's watchful gaze, the two women, accompanied by Zhou Yuan, Li Chunjun, and Li Xinyue, stepped into the passageway to the Wanshu realm. Chapter 116. The Birth of a Sovereign with a Single Finger. The terrified morning sun ancestor. Within the grand hall of the sacred source peak, Yang Bai sat high upon his throne, while the Taoist Wu Ju respectfully prepared tea for him, wearing an obsequious expression. His aged face twisted into a smile. The old Taoist had personally witnessed Yang Bai's formidable strength in Mufeng City. A mere thought from him could tear apart souls and drag them into the unfathomable abyss of the universe. The scenes he had witnessed in those moments were etched into his memory. "I beg your pardon for not welcoming you promptly upon your arrival," the old Taoist said. "This tea is a treasured collection of my enlightenment leaves, the only one of its kind in the entire Kunlun realm." After savoring the tea in his hand, Yang Bai nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad." He then turned his gaze toward the old man and said, "I am grateful for the care you've provided my wife and the little one during their time in the sacred land of enlightenment." During the incident at the heavenly immortal Grand Hall, when Xiao Daoran was about to cause trouble for Yang Yuchan and the others. It was this old Taoist who intervened to protect them. Yang Bai had not forgotten this act of kindness, whether great or small. Oh, it was nothing. Those two girls are, after all, my disciples. You flatter me. Though the words spoken were sweetly alluring, the venerable Wuju was at that moment rubbing his hands together incessantly, his murky eyes gleaming with fervent anticipation as he gazed at the individual before him. Yang Bai, witnessing such a countenance, could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. What a remarkable old Taoist. Fear not. I have never been one to owe a debt of gratitude to others. Having said this, Yang Bai raised a single hand slightly towards Wuju Taoist. Instantly, the Taoist energy throughout the Kunlun realm and the vast expanse of the cosmos erupted into tumult. Countless fragments of Taoist energy coalesced into a singular mass, and the spiritual essence surged with fervor. Behold, the starlight, imbued with myriad Taoist mysteries, surged forth towards the tip of Yang Bai's finger. In that fleeting moment, the energies of the Kunlun realm and the surrounding universe were summoned into his command. The radiance of the Taoist principles encircled his fingertips. In the next instant, the gathered starlight coalesced into a luminous orb, shooting forth towards the brow of Wuju Taoist. As the Taoist starlight converged upon his forehead, an avalanche of Taoist power surged forth, inundating Wuju Taoist's being. Before long, he was enveloped in a resplendent halo. Within this luminous aura, his physical form underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. The blood coursing through his veins transformed into divine, resplendent, golden, imperial blood. Not only did his physique transform, but even his soul was significantly strengthened. Simultaneously, the aura exuding from Wuju Taoist began to ascend. 4 Tribulation, Semi-Emperor. 5 Tribulation, Semi-Emperor. 6 Tribulation, Semi-Emperor. 9 Tribulation, Semi-Emperor. The surging aura surged forth like a flood breaching a dam, unstoppable in its might. Finally, within the grand hall of the sacred source peak, with a resounding pop, it was as though an insurmountable barrier had been shattered. A terrifying imperial might filled the entirety of the sacred source peak. All disciples immersed in their cultivation within sacred source peak felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, as if a mountain of immeasurable weight bore down upon them. Their faces flushed crimson, struggling to breathe. Concurrently, the venerable Chuyang, seated in meditation within the ancestral grounds, snapped his eyes open in disbelief at the instant the imperial might manifested, gazing towards sacred source peak. This pure and transcendent imperial might, it belongs to an emperor. Why does this emperor's aura resemble that of the old man Wuju? Within the grand hall of sacred source peak, as the boundless golden light emanating from Wuju Taoist dissipated, his aura finally stabilized. Feeling the transcendence of life and the boundless power swelling within him, Wuju Taoist scrutinized his own form. The faint imperial might he exuded feeling surreal. The immense grace bestowed upon me by my senior, I shall never be able to repay in this lifetime. I kneel in gratitude. In the next moment, Wuju Taoist fell to his knees before Yang Bai, who sat in the esteemed position. The usual playful grin on his face vanished, replaced by tears of reverence and solemnity. With Wuju Taoist's innate talent, it was likely that becoming a 3 Tribulation Semi-Emperor would be the pinnacle of his achievements. In the Kunlun realm, where spiritual energy was exceedingly sparse, reaching Semi-Emperor status was already a monumental feat. What is the meaning of this? As the master of my beloved, the Taoist now kneels before his disciple as husband? This is a disruption of the hierarchy. Observing this, Yang Bai felt compelled to lend his support, extending his hand to assist the venerable one. Suddenly, a figure, swift as lightning and ghostly in presence, appeared within the grand hall. Wuju, it truly is you. Your aura and cultivation. The newcomer was none other than Xiaoyang. Upon entering, Xiaoyang immediately sensed the boundless imperial might radiating from Wuju Taoist. Glancing at the elder's tear-streaked face, he was left astounded, struggling to articulate his thoughts. This is utterly surreal. It has been tens of thousands of years since an emperor has emerged in the Kunlun realm, and now, the once mere 3 Tribulation Semi-Emperor Wuju Taoist has achieved this breakthrough. However, in his haste, Xiaoyang failed to notice the tranquil Yang Bai seated in the esteemed position, whose aura was entirely suppressed, the terrifying energy contained within him. Were it otherwise, with his unparalleled mastery as a primordial deity, even a minuscule hint of his presence would obliterate the entire Orion star system. Indeed, I have attained the status of emperor, Wuju Taoist proclaimed triumphantly before Chuyang, his laughter resonating. This is all thanks to my benefactor. With that, Wuju Taoist cast a knowing glance towards Yang Bai. After a moment of stunned silence, Xiaoyang finally emerged from his shock. Overwhelmed with astonishment, he followed Wuju Taoist's gaze, directing his attention towards Yang Bai. The instant his gaze met Yang Bai's, Xiaoyang's consciousness reeled violently, even causing severe fractures within his very soul. The abyssal aura emanating from Yang Bai felt akin to that of a deity, a sovereign of the universe. Coughing and gasping, Xiaoyang hastily averted his gaze, blood spewing forth as he stumbled backward. You must be that mysterious recluse, the subject of recent fervent discussions. I apologize for my rudeness upon your arrival at the sacred land of revelation. At this moment, Xiaoyang trembled uncontrollably, bowing respectfully towards Yang Bai. His astonishment was immeasurable. Merely casting a glance at the other had inflicted such a grievous injury. The magnitude of the other's prowess was unfathomable to him. Meanwhile, numerous powerful beings, sensing the overwhelming imperial might, began making their way toward the sacred land of revelation. In Chapter 117, Intimidating the Multitude, the familiar hunchbacked elder speaks. There is no need for such trepidation. Yang Bai observed the trembling Xiaoyang with a hint of amusement. Beside him, Wuju Daoist began to elucidate his connection with the sacred land of revelation to Xiaoyang. In Xiaoyang's mind, he perceived Yang Bai as a formidable figure, possessing an unfathomable level of strength. Not long ago, the Beiyuan Outyin Pavilion had been obliterated with a mere wave of Yang Bai's hand, leading to the demise of all who contested against him, including their esteemed elder, Qiu Daoran. Thus, Xiaoyang assumed Yang Bai had come to the sacred land of revelation seeking trouble. After hearing Wuju Daoist's explanation, Xiaoyang finally felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He rose and promptly exclaimed, "Ah, I understand now. It is an unparalleled honor for my esteemed lady to cultivate within the sacred land of revelation. I have long suspected that the first saintess and the third saintess were extraordinary individuals. So, you are indeed their revered companion." Upon learning that Yang Yuchan and Lu Linger were Yang Bai's partners, Xiaoyang hurriedly sought to flatter him, his wrinkled face breaking into a beaming smile, effusively praising him. Upon hearing this, Wuju Daoist cast a derisive glance at the elder of the sacred land, incredulous that he could utter such shameless words in a bid to curry favor. Witnessing Yang Bai effortlessly assist the three-tribulation semi-emperor Wuju Daoist in breaking through to emperor status, how could Xiaoyang let such an opportunity slip away? Meanwhile, outside Sacred Source Peak, a multitude of powerful beings had gathered, drawn by the commotion, including the likes of Xianxia Daoist, Qilin Yaozuan, and Luo Qingcong, among many others. Not long ago, they all sensed the terrifying imperial might that erupted from the sacred land of the apocalypse. Such an unparalleled and pure imperial aura could not possibly be emitted by a mere quasi-emperor. It was undoubtedly the supreme power that only a great emperor could unleash. Thus, with a mixture of trepidation, they ventured forth to investigate. After all, it had been tens of thousands of years since a great emperor had appeared in the Kunlun realm. Faced with this overwhelming presence, the venerable elder Xiaoyang and Daoist Wujue could only bow respectfully to Yang Bai above them. In the next instant, they vanished, reappearing outside the Sacred Source Peak. At the moment Daoist Wujue manifested, the terrifying imperial aura that unintentionally emanated from him immediately captured everyone's attention. Esteemed guests, it would be rather unbecoming to arrive uninvited, would it not? With that, Daoist Wujue's aura surged, and an invisible imperial might instantly envelop the surroundings. Under this oppressive force, all quasi-emperors present felt their energies firmly suppressed, to the point where even the blood within them ceased to flow, as a suffocating sensation surged within their hearts. It was indeed him. The realization that Daoist Wujue had broken through to become a great emperor sent shockwaves through the hearts of figures like the celestial crane Daoist and the Qilin demon sovereign. How could a mere quasi-emperor of the third tribulation possibly achieve such a breakthrough? Among them, the most frustrated was undoubtedly Luo Qingcong. He had been laboriously waiting in the southern heavens for the blood moon night to break through to great emperor and dominate the Kunlun realm. Who would have thought that Daoist Wujue, a mere quasi-emperor of the third tribulation, would suddenly ascend to great emperor? Since you have all come, let us enter and meet the esteemed one. Witnessing the astonishment etched on their faces, Daoist Wujue felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This turn of events had truly elevated his status. Esteemed one, confusion washed over the crowd. Indeed, the reason I could directly transcend from a third tribulation quasi-emperor to a great emperor is entirely due to the esteemed one's influence. His words were startling, leaving everyone in stunned silence. They had initially believed that Daoist Wujue had concealed his true prowess. Who would have imagined that his formidable great emperor strength was bestowed upon him by another? Curiosity about this esteemed figure grew within the hearts of the crowd. Among them, the celestial crane Daoist, the Qilin demon sovereign, and Luo Qingcong were struck by an overwhelming emotion. Could it be? Led by Daoist Wujue, a group of quasi-emperor powerhouses from the Kunlun realm entered the Sacred Source Hall. Upon entering the hall, they beheld a spacious interior, where a tall, slender youth sat upon the throne, casually sipping tea from a delicate cup. The sight of Yang Bai's remarkably youthful visage astonished everyone once more. Esteemed predecessors, we have arrived. Suppressing their anxiety, the celestial crane Taoist and the others respectfully clasped their hands in greeting towards Yang Bai. I have summoned you all to discuss matters concerning the elven race, Yang Bai declared, setting down his teacup and casting a cold, penetrating gaze over those gathered below. His voice resonated with an imperceptible power that pierced the very depths of their souls. As the mention of the elven race echoed in their ears, the complexion of the crowd turned ashen. Many among the assembled powerhouses bore some responsibility for the elves' plight. Several could not endure the pressure and collapsed to the ground, utterly overwhelmed. In the next moment, the grand order of the ancestors enveloped the entire hall. A terrifying aura spread throughout the space. Yang Bai's eyes flickered with a fierce light. Under the grand order, all illusions were pierced. The gathered individuals bore signs of the heavenly mechanism, with several among them suddenly radiating green light. This was the indication of the heavenly mechanism, revealing that these individuals were tainted with the essence of the elven race. Panic ensued among those glowing with green light, and they hastily attempted to flee towards the exit of the hall. Humph! Yang Bai narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold snort. In an instant, the grand order's power flickered. Those who had rushed towards the exit were transformed into a puddle of blood. Their souls extinguished along with their lives. The air was suddenly thick with the stench of blood. Gulping, the remaining individuals, including the celestial crane Taoist, the Qilan demon sovereign, and Luo Qingtsong, could not help but swallow hard, secretly relieved that their lifespans were sufficient. Had they consumed some dubious longevity elixir, they would surely have perished today. With a mere thought, he had slain several quasi-emperors. With a glance, he could dictate the lives and deaths of others. Listen well, the rest of you. The elven race is under my protection. Do you understand? Yang Bai's voice, imbued with dominance and authority, echoed throughout the hall. In response, the crowd prostrated themselves, trembling in submission. We will heed your command, esteemed one. At that moment, all were subjugated by Yang Bai's overwhelming and terrifying might. Meanwhile, in the Wanshu realm, a monumental event was unfolding. Just as Yang Yuchan and the others descended into the Wanshu realm, they arrived at the established Taoist temple within the sacred land of the apocalypse. As the five approached, an elderly man with white hair and a hunched back, clutching a tattered broom, came towards them. His unkempt white hair hung wildly, his face was unshaven, and his murky old eyes appeared hollow. The old man was currently sweeping the temple floor. Upon arriving at the temple, Yang Yuchan did not take the time to observe her surroundings. Instead, her wide eyes were fixed upon the familiar yet strange old man before her. An invisible fury and sorrow filled her heart. Chapter 118. Old Father. You again. You decrepit old fool. As soon as they entered the temple, Li Xinyue saw the dust from the old man's sweeping settle upon her beautiful dress, igniting her fury. The aura of an immortal realm surged forth, instantly pressing down upon the old man. The old man, merely at the refining void stage, could not withstand the oppressive force of an immortal realm cultivator. His already frail body was overwhelmed, and he fell heavily to his knees, his shins shattering and blood pouring forth. Had it not been for the orders of the Holy Master and the ancestors, I would have sent this old fool on his way long ago. Li Xinyue's eyes widened in disdain as she cast a contemptuous glance at the kneeling old man. Beside her, Zhou Yuan and Li Chunjun exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly. Though they were somewhat opposed to her actions, they refrained from intervening. They had heard of this old man, who had been punished for unknown reasons and sent to the Wanshu realm to perform menial tasks. Li Xinyue, stand down. However, in the next moment, to the astonishment of Zhou Yuan and Li Chunjun, Yang Yuchan, who had been standing beside them, her eyes filled with bloodshot fury, erupted with energy and shouted angrily at Li Xinyue. Suddenly, a halo of moral light began to rise around her, empowered by the force of moral law. Her aura instantaneously overshadowed that of Li Xinyue. Before anyone could react, a pair of colossal hands, conjured from spiritual energy, forcefully propelled Li Xinyue away. As she was sent hurtling through the air, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her vitality waning. To the side. It was the first time Zhou Yuan and the others witnessed the typically gentle and elegant Yang Yuchan exhibit such a fierce countenance. Father. Without delay, Yang Yuchan rushed to Yang Tianxiong's side, her delicate hands gathering gentle spiritual energy to place upon his frail, aged back, healing his wounds. Under the scrutiny of her divine sense, she discerned that his internal organs had been shattered, and even his dantian was riddled with injuries. His continued survival was solely attributed to the strength of his cultivation at the virtual refinement stage. More critically, his lifespan was alarmingly dwindling. With less than half a year remaining, overwhelmed by the severity of his injuries, Yang Yuchan instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, unable to conceal her inner fury and despair. Father? Zhou Yuan and Li Chunjun noted Yang Yuchan's earlier address towards the elder. Their expressions turned to shock as they comprehended that this elder was indeed her father. Yang Yuchan, have you lost your mind? You would dare to ambush me for the sake of this old man. Li Xinyue, having regained her composure, looked at Yang Yuchan with a pale and twisted expression. The revelation of Yang Tianxiong's grave injuries and his limited lifespan only exacerbated Yang Yuchan's rage. Upon hearing Li Xinyue's audacious remarks, she directed all her fury towards her. In the next moment, Yang Yuchan unleashed a palm strike from afar. With a resounding slap, an invisible force struck Li Xinyue's face, sending her flying. A vivid red handprint appeared on her exquisite visage, which soon swelled, rendering half of her face grotesquely disfigured. Lu Linger, who had been momentarily stunned, quickly regained her senses and rushed to Li Tianxiong's other side. With her own delicate hands enveloped in gentle spiritual energy, she began to heal the wounded elder. At the moment of contact, she too was taken aback by the severity of his injuries, her large, watery eyes darting over him in concern. After some time, under the care of the two women, Li Tianxiong finally opened his eyes slowly. As his consciousness cleared, he beheld the beautiful and refined face of Yang Yuchan. Is that you, Yuchan? Why do I dream of you again? Upon seeing Yang Yuchan before him, a flicker of clarity returned to his once vacant gaze. He rubbed his aching head and staggered to his feet. Observing this, Yang Yuchan and Lu Linger hurriedly supported him. Father, it's me, Yuchan. This is not a dream. Yuchan has finally found you. Yang Yuchan gazed at her elderly father with eyes full of compassion, momentarily rendered speechless by emotion. Overwhelmed, she burst into tears and embraced him tightly, her tears soaking his chest. As he felt the warmth of her tears, Li Tianxiong realized that this was indeed not a dream. His frail, hunched body trembled uncontrollably, and with tears streaming down his weathered face, he clutched her tightly, murmuring, "My daughter, it's truly my daughter. This is not a dream, not a dream." Bursting into tears alongside them, Lu Linger felt a deep sorrow. "Father, please, speak to Yuchan. How did you end up in this realm of the void? And who is responsible for your injuries? Is mother also here?" Eventually, Yang Yuchan gently released him, urgently questioning. Upon inquiring about his injuries, her eyes turned blood red, and a powerful aura of murderous intent began to rise around her. Hearing her words, the joy that had just filled Li Tianxiong's heart dissipated, replaced by despair. Contemplating the might of the heavenly enlightenment's sacred land, his heart was consumed by an overwhelming hopelessness. Sensing his unease, Yang Yuchan quickly reassured him. "Father, do not hold back. Share your burdens with Yuchan. You must know that my husband, Yang Bai, is unmatched throughout the entire Kunlun realm. He is now a primordial deity, far surpassing an emperor. He will surely avenge you." Mentioning Yang Bai, she inadvertently referred to him as her husband, but then felt a hint of awkwardness, realizing this was in her father's presence. Yet, remembering her status as his childhood betrothed, that feeling quickly dissipated. Hearing her words, Li Tianxiong was filled with confusion. The concept of a primordial deity exceeded his understanding, surpassing the limits of his knowledge. However, upon hearing his daughter refer to Yang Bai as her husband, he felt a surge of relief. Tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Yuchan, you have married that scoundrel?" Yang Yuchan, who had always been a beloved and obedient daughter, blossomed into a stunning beauty as she grew. As a father, Li Tianxiong had worried about her marrying someone like that reckless Yang Bai, who had once embodied the essence of a wayward son. Thus, he had entrusted her to look after him before departing. Consequently, Yang Yuchan took on the dual roles of caretaker and betrothed. Chapter 119, A Tapestry of Past Events. In a fit of rage, "Yes, I have married my husband." Yang Yuchan replied quickly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, speaking as softly as a whisper. "Ha ha, how fortunate for the Yang family. Alas, I cannot be there to witness your joyful union." Upon receiving her affirmation, the previously somber Li Tianxiong erupted into hearty laughter. "Father, you have yet to tell Yuchan about your circumstances. Who has harmed you so grievously? My husband and I will surely assist you in seeking vengeance. Please believe that we possess the strength to do so." With that, Yang Yuchan eagerly demonstrated her current cultivation level. Her indomitable aura suddenly radiated forth, enveloping the surroundings in a terrifying pressure. The halo of moral light surrounded her, amplifying the atmosphere. The release of her indomitable essence left Zhou Yuan, Li Chunjun, and Li Xinyue utterly astonished. Wasn't she at the manifestation stage before? Has she been concealing her strength? With the Xianling celestial body, Yang Yuchan's breakthroughs were as effortless as quenching one's thirst. The Xianling celestial body was a formidable constitution, even amidst the vast cosmos. It was forged from a drop of blood by the former primordial god, Yang Bai. The might contained within that drop of blood was unfathomable. Just a single drop could obliterate the entire Hongming universe. The primordial god stood as an invincible entity in the multiverse, reigning over countless universes and countless sentient beings. Among the trillions of worlds in the multiverse, few had ever borne a primordial god. Previously, Yang Yuchan had deliberately suppressed her terrifying cultivation speed. Should she fully unleash the potential of the Xianling celestial body, it would not be surprising for her to ascend to sainthood within a year or to reach the level of an emperor within 3. However, should one proceed in such a manner, numerous obstacles would arise concerning the subsequent realms of destiny, reincarnation, and transcendence. As Yang Tianxiong sensed the terrifying aura exuded by Yang Yuchan, he gazed at her in disbelief. Under the enhancement of moral laws and the mystical celestial body, her presence was akin to that of a sacred one. Subsequently, persuaded by her words, Yang Tianxiong recounted all the events of that fateful year. It transpired that, back then, Yang Bai's mother, Lin Yining, as the saintess of the celestial revelation sacred land, was pursued by enemies during an outing, with her guardians being stealthily eliminated. Thus, Lin Yining fled towards the eastern wilderness and arrived outside Mufeng City, where she encountered Li Tianxiong, who was out and about. The ensuing events unfolded in a manner reminiscent of classical tales, leading to the birth of Yang Bai. As the saintess and the daughter of the celestial revelation lord, Lin Yining, while recuperating from her injuries, was acutely aware that this matter must not reach the ears of the entrenched elders within the sacred land. Given the vast disparity in their statuses, and in order to protect the 3 of them, father, son, and daughter, she resolutely chose to return to the sacred land. Years later, upon witnessing Yang Bai and Yang Yuchan grow up and become self-sufficient, Yang Tianxiong, who had long been concerned about Lin Yining, ventured towards the southern wilderness, ultimately reaching the celestial revelation sacred land. However, upon receiving this news, the celestial revelation lord and the elder of Chaoyang were instantly engulfed in fury. The saintess had been prepared for a union with the dragon ascendant sacred land, yet Lin Yining's unexpected actions incensed the 2 authorities of the sacred land. For generations, the celestial revelation sacred land had maintained amicable relations with the dragon ascendant's sacred land. The elder of Chaoyang, being a brother to the revered Taoist crane, sought to solidify the relationship through this union. Yet, despite the intense questioning from the elder of Chaoyang and the lord, Lin Yining steadfastly refused to divulge any information, choosing instead to face death with dignity. In a fit of rage, the elder of Chaoyang ordered her banishment to the realm of the void. At that moment, Yang Tianxiong arrived alone. In his fury, the elder of Chaoyang disregarded his own status and struck out at Yang Tianxiong. The elder, a quasi-emperor of 8 tribulations, shattered Yang Tianxiong's internal organs with merely his oppressive aura and destroyed his dantian, casting him into the realm of the void to serve as a menial, responsible for cleaning the sacred grounds. Afterward, the celestial revelation lord, despite being Yang Tianxiong's father-in-law, was unable to turn a blind eye to the injustice, and secretly, he restored Yang Tianxiong's dantian. Upon learning the entire sequence of events, Yang Yuchan was immediately filled with righteous indignation. Behind her, the petite and adorable Lu Linger also furrowed her brow in anger, her face flushed. "Do not worry, father. I fear that now our husband is aware of this matter. He will surely seek justice for us. Indeed, once the young master learns of this, he will undoubtedly teach that old man a lesson," chimed in Lu Linger, unable to contain herself. Hearing this, Yang Tianxiong regarded the little girl standing behind Yang Yuchan with a curious gaze. This young girl always exuded an extraordinary aura, didn't she? Noticing his scrutinizing gaze, Lu Linger suddenly realized she had become overly excited, and her cheeks turned a deep crimson. "Who is this?" Faced with Yang Tianxiong's inquiry, Yang Yuchan had no choice but to respond truthfully. "This is, in fact, my husband S." The implication was clear and unspoken. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianxiong looked at her in astonishment. "Yuchan, you are indulging that rascal. Do you not mind? Based on my understanding of his domineering nature, this should not be the case. Given his current strength, you alone cannot contain him. All right, father, we can reminisce later. Let us first rescue mother." With that, Yang Tianxiong nodded solemnly and led Yang Yuchan to rescue Lin Yining. At this moment, Zhou Yuan and Li Chunjun, who had been observing from the sidelines, stepped forward to inquire, "With the departure of the first saintess, what shall become of our contention for the fragments of the heavenly Tao of the celestial revelation sacred land?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Yuchan abruptly interrupted. "Do not refer to me as the first saintess from now on. The sacred land treats my father in such a manner." "Humph, do as you please." Before leaving, Yang Yuchan cast a fierce glare at Li Xianxia, who stood in the corner. In an instant, an overwhelming, invisible force of soul power erupted from her consciousness, piercing through Xianxia. Being of the same indestructible realm, Yang Yuchan effortlessly overpowered her. Already severely injured, Xianxia had no time to evade the sudden onslaught and was instantly penetrated by the formidable soul power, her hollow, icy body collapsing to the ground. The moment she had attacked Yang Tianxiong, Xianxia had been sentenced to death in Yang Yuchan's heart. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun realm, upon Yang Bai's arrival in the realm of the void and witnessing Yang Tianxiong, he comprehended all the hidden truths. After learning the entirety of the events, Yang Bai, seated upon his throne, exhibited a brief flash of astonishing crimson light in his eyes. Simultaneously, across the vastness of the universe, Yang Bai's wrath coalesced into terrifying energy storms and nebulas light years away, causing countless celestial bodies to disintegrate instantaneously. Chapter 120. With a mere gesture, annihilation ensues. The depths of hell's 18 layers. With a thunderous roar, under Yang Bai's fury, not only the Kunlun realm but the entire illusory, celestial river trembled incessantly. The myriad laws of the universe surged in tumult at that moment. Within the grand hall of the sacred source peak, the entire Kunlun realm quaked, leaving everyone astonished by the sudden upheaval. Simultaneously, they felt a tremendous pressure descending upon them. Under this terrifying weight, it seemed as though the very fabric of time and space had come to a standstill. In the next moment, the elder of Chaoyang, standing amidst the crowd, sensed a chilling gaze directed at him. Glancing up, he saw Yang Bai on his throne, retracting the oppressive aura he had emitted. With piercing, tiger-like eyes, Yang Bai fixated on the elder of Chaoyang, his consciousness slightly stirring. Suddenly, the elder found himself ensnared by invisible hands of spiritual power, grasping his neck and lifting him into the air. "My lord, what is the meaning of this?" The intense sensation of suffocation turned the elder's face crimson, his eyes rolling back as he struggled to address Yang Bai. "Humph." Yang Bai regarded him with indifference, his gaze filled with a blood-red hue. A chilling intent for murder swiftly pervading the hall. The palpable aura of death instilled terror in all present, leaving them bewildered. How could such a drastic shift occur in an instant? With a slight movement of his consciousness, Yang Bai unleashed a formidable wave of soul energy from within himself. The terrifying force sent ripples through the space, tearing apart the realms of the void and transcending time itself, rushing towards the elder of Chaoyang. In the presence of the unparalleled ancestral god, a mere quasi-emperor was but a speck of dust, easily extinguished with a breath. Amidst the overwhelming dread of the gathered crowd, the elder of Chaoyang collapsed, his vacant eyes staring blankly as he fell to the ground. His lifeless body was promptly consumed by an invisible, fearsome flame, reducing him to ashes. The once mighty Eight Calamities quasi-emperor has left nothing behind, fading entirely into the void of the universe. Yet, the tale does not end here. In the next moment, Yang Bai cast a projection towards the Hell Realm, situated billions of miles away. This Hell Realm governs the spirits of the Hongmeng universe. Strictly speaking, it does not belong to the realm of the living. In the world of the living, once a being passes away, it transforms into a spirit and descends into the Hell Realm. At the entrance of this realm, the recently deceased Chaoyang ancestor arrived. The figures of black and white impermanence were tasked with receiving the newly arrived spirits. However, before he could survey the environment of the Hell Realm, a mysterious power projection suddenly appeared before him. Upon seeing the visage of this projection, Chaoyang ancestor was rendered utterly terrified, his 7 souls nearly escaping his 6 senses. How audacious! A living being dares to intrude upon the Hell Realm. Witnessing this, black and white impermanence hastily shouted at Yang Bai. Yet, Yang Bai remained indifferent, effortlessly lifting Chaoyang ancestor with one hand and vanishing in a flash to the 18th layer of hell, governed by the 10 Yama kings. As he departed, he cast a cold, penetrating glance at black and white impermanence. Upon seeing that unforgettable visage, the two were left paralyzed in shock. "This is dire. Why has that plague god returned to our Hell Realm? We must swiftly inform the 4 supreme beings." Black impermanence suggested. "Inform them of what? That the plague god has arrived? It matters not whom we notify. We should focus on our duties. That being is beyond our reach." In response to black impermanence's words, white impermanence shot him an incredulous glance. Could 2 mere impermanences contend with such a presence? After all, Yang Bai was a terrifying entity capable of shattering the chaos barrier. In an instant, Yang Bai brought Chaoyang ancestor to the final layer of the 18th hell. Subsequently, he discarded him into its depths. The 10 Yama kings were all present. "Without my divine command, no one is permitted to release this individual. And of course, I shall not allow him to perish. You 10 must ensure his safety. Should he die, there would be no reason for the existence of this Hell Realm." With that, Yang Bai's projection vanished in an instant, leaving only his domineering voice echoing throughout the Hell Realm. It resonated with the unique ancestral pressure of the primordial god. compelling every spirit within the realm to instinctively bow in reverence. The 10 Yama kings, situated in the 18th layer of hell, could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Despite their immense displeasure, the overwhelming strength of Yangbai forced them to suppress their raging fury. After all, when the Hell Realm had united its entire might, they had not even managed to ruffle a single hair on him, nor had they stirred the hem of his garment. The 18th layer of hell was specifically designed to imprison the most heinous of criminals. Those confined within endured unimaginable torments daily. It was rumored that a transcendent being of unparalleled strength was held captive in the 18th layer. Yet now, Yangbai had casually cast the mere 8 calamities quasi-emperor, Xiaoyang ancestor, into its depths. Even the 10 Yama kings could not help but silently lament his fate. Such tortures were terrifying, even to them. Meanwhile, in the Wanshu realm, under the guidance of Yang Tianxiong, Yang Yuchan and the others swiftly arrived at the location where Lin Yining was imprisoned. Before them stood a massive energy barrier. Within the barrier, a beautiful yet weary woman could be seen, Lin Yining. Yining, mother! Yang Tianxiong and Yang Yuchan exclaimed as they rushed to the barrier. Since being exiled to the Wanshu realm, Yang Tianxiong had scarcely seen her, having been held captive by several disciples of the Tianqi sacred land. Now, upon seeing his beloved again, tears streamed down his face. Hearing their calls, Lin Yining sat up quickly, her eyes filled with astonishment as she beheld Yang Yuchan and Yang Tianxiong. Tianxiong and Yuchan, is it really you? Lin Yining could hardly believe her eyes. The three stood separated by the barrier, gazing at one another. It is I. Mother, do not worry. I will rescue you right away. Yang Yuchan declared as her aura surged, the terrifying power of moral law emanating from her. The halo of virtue ascended. She then drew the Susan Jade Girl Sword from her waist. Under the enhancement of the power of moral law, the Susan Jade Girl Sword technique unleashed its might, multiplying its strength exponentially. A fearsome beam of sword light struck the barrier. Boom. The collision sent shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. This was Yang Yuchan's full-force strike, equivalent to a full-powered attack from a lotus sage. Yet, even so, it failed to budge the barrier in the slightest. Seeing this, Lin Yining shook her head gently, a warm smile gracing her face as she addressed Yang Yuchan. Do not try anymore. It is futile. This barrier was personally set by the 8 calamities quasi-emperor, Xiaoyang ancestor. You have grown so strong, Yuchan. Just being able to see you both again brings me great joy. By the way, how did you find this place? You weren't captured, were you? Upon mentioning this, Lin Yining's demeanor shifted to one of panic as she gazed at them. Realizing the barrier could not be breached, Yang Yuchan remained unfazed. She then recounted the entire situation to Lin Yining. As Lin Yining listened to Yang Yuchan explain how Yang Bai had become the primordial god and an invincible force in the Hongmeng universe, she was left utterly bewildered. Just then, a rift in space tore open beside them, and an invisible power surged forth. The once impenetrable barrier was suddenly shattered, its fragments scattering across the ground. It is my husband. The young master has arrived, exclaimed Yang Yuchan and Lu Linger in unison. Amidst the astonished gazes of Yang Tianxiong and Lin Yining, Yang Bai's tall and slender figure stepped slowly through the rift. Upon seeing his familiar youthful face, Lin Yining could no longer contain her longing and rushed towards him. Embracing him tightly, "It is Bayer, my Bayer." Yang Bai stood there, bewildered by her embrace. As a traveler from another world, he felt little emotional connection to the parents before him, especially since they had left him at a young age, leaving him to rely solely on Yang Yuchan. After a moment, Yang Bai gently extricated himself from her hold. "Mother, father, that Xiaoyang ancestor has already been slain by me. Just say the word, and I will level the entire Tianqi sacred land for you." At these words, Lin Yining and Yang Tianxiong were left in stunned silence, suddenly feeling that the Yang Bai before them was a stranger. After all, Xiaoyang ancestor was a formidable quasi-emperor, the second strongest in the southern wilderness. In their eyes, he was undoubtedly a supreme titan. Bayer. In that moment, Lin Yining found herself momentarily speechless, choked with emotion. After a reunion of the four, Yang Bai promptly guided them back to the Kunlun realm. With a graceful flick of his wrist, he summoned a ripple of spatial energy. And in the blink of an eye, their forms reappeared within the grand hall of Shenyuan Peak. As soon as he returned, the anxious Taoist Wu Ju, pacing the hall, rushed forward. Following explanations from Yang Yuchan and Lu Linger, Taoist Wu Ju finally comprehended the sequence of events. Grasping the reason behind Yang Bai's abrupt aggression towards the elder of Chaoyang, "Master, this time, Linger and I have come to bid you farewell. I shall no longer be your holy maiden." After the two young women exchanged their farewells with Taoist Wu Ju, Yang Bai prepared to escort them back to Mufeng City. However, at that moment, he suddenly detected a familiar silhouette swiftly approaching from a distance. Is that her? How did she return to the Kunlun realm? In the distance of the Tianqi sacred land, a white figure streaked across the sky, moving as swiftly as lightning, creating ripples in the space around her. Behind this white figure, 3 shadows pursued her with urgency. "Can you please stop chasing me? I've already told you. I am not a celestial demon," Xianxia exclaimed, her face displaying a mix of grievance as she looked back at her relentless pursuers. Initially, upon successfully navigating the spatial tunnel to the Kunlun realm, Xianxia had waited for the Holy Demon Emperor and Lu Zhuo to arrive, but after a prolonged wait, she discovered that the tunnel had been destroyed. With no other option, she ventured out of the 10,000 Great Mountains, following the lingering aura, and arrived in Mufeng City. There, she wandered aimlessly, guided by her keen sense of smell, reminiscing about her beloved Yang Bai and visiting every place he had been. She retraced their initial meeting at Xuanla Pavilion and eventually found herself at Yang Bai's small apothecary. Their second encounter had occurred in that modest courtyard. Whenever she recalled the amusing incidents that transpired between them in that courtyard, a rosy hue would bloom upon Xianxia's fair, delicate face. The memory of that event often caused her to let out an involuntary huff of exasperation. She also remembered how Yang Bai had effortlessly resurrected her mother, Lu Zhuo, and later, the epic battle in the Hell Realm, which could be more accurately described as Yang Bai single-handedly overpowering the entire realm to bring Lu Zhuo back. After experiencing such a series of extraordinary and surreal events, the image of Yang Bai completely occupied the depths of her heart. In his absence, she would sit by the cliffside each day, propping her head on one hand, gazing at the resplendent starry cosmos, lost in thoughts of him. The apothecary had remained uninhabited for several years, dust settling thickly everywhere. Thus, the young girl promptly rolled up her sleeves and cleaned the space inside and out. Afterward, she found the familiar long bench and gazed at it with nostalgia. "Where are you now, dear brother?" Subsequently, the young girl resided in the apothecary for several months, eagerly awaiting Yang Bai's return to express her feelings. However, not long ago, while she remained in the apothecary, she was unexpectedly visited by 3 uninvited guests. 3 men, each carrying a tray, burst in. "See, I told you my treasure was reliable. There is indeed a celestial demon here, and such a beautiful one at that." Upon seeing Xianxia's exquisite face, one of them quickly added, "With long, snow-white hair and a charming little horn atop her head, she radiated a unique aura." The 3 had never encountered such a stunning celestial demon before, leaving them parched and speechless. Following the conclusion of the battle between the Tianhun Mountains and the celestial demons, the elite forces of the Kunlun realm had issued bounties on celestial demons. Anyone who captured one could exchange them for top-tier treasures and elixirs. Consequently, numerous cultivators flocked to hunt for these elusive beings throughout the Kunlun realm. The trio hailed from the western desert, and, utilizing a compass that could sense celestial demons, had traced Xianxia to the apothecary. Without hesitation, they launched an attack on her. All 3 were high-level quasi-saints, while Xianxia was merely a mid-level quasi-saint. As the daughter of the Holy Demon Emperor, achieving mid-level quasi-saint status at the tender age of 20 was already remarkable. However, even so, she found herself fleeing in disarray from the 3 high-level quasi-saints, relying on the life-preserving talisman bestowed upon her by the Holy Demon Emperor to escape to the Tianqi sacred land. Chapter 122, A Grand Shuricene. The frantic Holy Demon Emperor. "Little sister? Ah, brother, save me." Xianxia cried out in a frantic dash, spotting a familiar lean figure ahead. Her worry dissipated as she waved her delicate hand towards him. Seeing the girl in such a flurry, Yang Bai couldn't help but chuckle, lightly pinching his forehead in bemusement. With no other choice, he waved his hand, summoning an invisible spatial whirlwind. The 3 brothers from the western desert, who had relentlessly pursued Xianxia, were instantly swept away by the force of the spatial energy, vanishing from sight. "Ha ha ha." Xianxia approached Yang Bai, panting as she placed her delicate hand on her rapidly rising and falling chest. "Brother, I finally found you. Hee hee. Thank you for saving me." With that, she reached out to link her arm with his, but was deftly interrupted by the perceptive Yang Yuchan, who pushed Yang Bai towards her while gracefully taking hold of Xianxia's slender arm. "May I ask how this young lady is addressed?" Xianxia, with her enchanting large eyes, stared at the beautiful and dignified older sister before her. Puffing her cheeks, she rested her finger on her snow-white chin, tilting her head in a cute manner. Upon closer inspection, she was utterly adorable. "Big sister, my name is Xianxia. You must be brother's wife, right?" Xianxia's eyes sparkled with delight, a gentle smile gracing her face. "How do you know that?" Upon hearing the young girl's words, Yang Yuchan was filled with curiosity. "Sister, we met before." Xianxia pondered. "It was at Xuanla Pavilion." As she spoke, Yang Yuchan seemed to recall the events at Xuanla Pavilion, where she had learned that Yang Bai had secretly visited a brothel, infuriating her to the point of storming there with a blade. At that time, She had caught a fleeting glimpse of a white-haired girl. So it was Xianxia. Hearing her mention it, Yang Yuchan felt a flicker of recognition. I wonder what brought you here to seek my husband, despite your hardships. As soon as the words left her mouth, the atmosphere shifted to an odd tension. Yang Bai, unable to bear the scene unfolding before him, promptly turned away, unable to face the impending confrontation between the two women. Meanwhile, the recently reunited Yang Tianxiong and Lin Yining exchanged knowing glances, both thinking, that rascal has really made a name for himself. Unable to withstand the atmosphere any longer, they boarded the carriage of the little black horse and departed from Mufeng City. Before departing, the couple did not forget to drag along the little light bulb, Lu Linger. The little one, who had hoped to witness a splendid performance, was forcibly taken away by the two. My dear lady, the truth is, it is not as you think. At this moment, Yang Bai turned around, intending to engage her in a playful argument. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yang Yuchan. I didn't ask you. Why are you so involved, my husband? Let's leave this matter to Sister Qingji to explain to me in detail. Standing nearby, Xiao Qingji felt the intensity of Yang Yuchan's gaze upon her, rendering her uneasy. In the presence of the formidable Yang Yuchan, who possessed ample romantic experience, Xiao Qingji, lacking any such encounters, found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of stammering, the little girl's face turned crimson as she tightly grasped the jade arm of her companion, whispering softly. Occasionally, she would cast shy glances at Yang Bai. What Yang Bai perceived was not merely the gentle and bashful gaze of the girl, but also the piercing, icy glare emanating from Yang Yuchan, which cut through him sharply. Once she had clarified all matters concerning herself and Yang Bai, at that very moment, the sacred demon emperor, in a relentless rush towards the Kunlun realm, had endured countless tribulations and finally arrived in the West, having obtained the holy scriptures. However, he had ultimately reached the Kunlun realm just in time. Otherwise, that horde of pests from the demon realm would likely bring catastrophic disaster upon it. Recalling how Yang Bai had effortlessly subdued the 3 great demon emperors with a single hand while he was in the demon realm, the sacred demon emperor could not shake off the memory of that unparalleled terror. If Yang Bai, angered by the indiscretion of those several demon kings traversing the Kunlun realm, unleashed his wrath upon the demon realm, it would undoubtedly be tantamount to a death sentence for them. The anxious sacred demon emperor could not afford to linger and hurriedly descended into the Kunlun realm. As soon as he passed through the spatial barrier of the Kunlun realm, he felt an intense repulsion from the surrounding spiritual energy and laws, indicative of the world's will resisting his presence as an outsider. However, this trivial will of the world could not possibly restrain the might of such an extraordinary emperor. Before long, through his spiritual perception, he detected the whereabouts of Xiao Qingji and rushed towards her direction. Long before the sacred demon emperor arrived in the Kunlun realm, Yang Bai had already sensed his presence but had not paid it much heed. Qingji, my dear daughter, are you all right? Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared above the heads of the crowd, and the sacred demon emperor stepped forth, standing before Xiao Qingji. Father, what brings you here? Xiao Qingji, bewildered by her father's unexpected arrival in the Kunlun realm, queried. Isn't the space tunnel to the Kunlun realm already damaged? How did you manage to come here? Oh dear, it's a long story. After the incident, I rushed here without pause. Oh, you are here too, great lord? The sacred demon emperor, who initially intended to whisk away Xiao Qingji, finally noticed Yang Bai standing nearby. Upon seeing him, the sacred demon emperor became flustered, his speech faltering. Yang Bai remained silent, his expression calm as he regarded him. In this world, besides his own wife, no one could provoke a change in his demeanor. The more composed he appeared, the more the sacred demon emperor felt the pangs of anxiety within. For in his eyes, a being of Yang Bai's formidable caliber was always inscrutable. And the more serene one appeared, the more fearsome they were. Feeling a chill run down his spine, the sacred demon emperor, overwhelmed with panic, clasped his hands together and addressed Yang Bai. Ahem, esteemed sir, I, the emperor, have come to retrieve my daughter. If there is nothing amiss, I shall take Qingji and take my leave. With that, the sacred demon emperor dared not linger for a moment longer and forcefully pulled Xiao Qingji, attempting to soar into the sky. However, Xiao Qingji resisted vehemently. No, if you wish to return, you should go alone. I do not want to go back. Oh dear. Qingji, be obedient. Your mother is still waiting for you in the demon realm. Just as the sacred demon emperor was about to drag Xiao Qingji away, Yang Yuchan interjected. Stop. Did you not hear that Qingji does not wish to leave? The sacred demon emperor, in a state of distress, could not remain here any longer. He only wanted to swiftly take his daughter away. Hearing a young girl audaciously challenge him, he found his frustration boiling over and directed his ire towards her. Oh, you little girl, how dare you shout at me? Do you know who I am? With a mere flick of my finger, I could turn you to dust. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingji, who was being forcibly held, was taken aback and hurriedly attempted to cover her father's mouth with her delicate hand, only to be brushed aside by the sacred demon emperor. Daughter, do not stop me. I have traveled a long way and am quite irate. I need to vent. Yang Yuchan, standing opposite him, was momentarily taken aback. Then a mischievous smile crept onto her exquisite face. Oh, is that so? The emperor can accomplish such feats. But my husband can do the same, with just a light flick to annihilate you. The sacred demon emperor, upon hearing this, erupted with laughter. A little girl boasts too much. You amuse me to no end. Why don't you let your husband give it a try? Ha ha. Observing her father teetering on the brink of doom and glancing sideways at the perpetually silent Yang Bai, Xiao Qingji internally mourned for him. What a jest. A mere cultivator from the Kunlun realm could not possibly obliterate an emperor with a flick of his finger. Others might mistake her husband for a deity. Oh no, this has gone too far. The sacred demon emperor, contemplating this possibility, was enveloped by an overwhelming chill. His anger had clouded his rationality. He had gone too far. Gazing at Yang Yuchan's mischievous smile, he slowly turned his head toward the ever-silent Yang Bai. May I ask, young lady, who is your husband? Hearing this, Yang Yuchan, with her eyes sparkling, pointed toward Yang Bai in the distance. Upon hearing the emperor's words, are you inclined to test my husband's strength? Shall we have a duel? As she spoke, Yang Bai began to approach him slowly. At this sight, the sacred demon emperor was struck dumb, trembling uncontrollably. Enough, brother. Please do not frighten my father any further. Xiao Qingji finally could no longer bear it, and stepped forward to defend her father. Ha ha. All right, dear emperor. We were merely jesting with you. Yang Bai, too, wore a playful smile as he regarded him. Upon hearing this, the sacred demon emperor finally sighed in relief, the tension easing within him. This little performance had indeed startled him immensely. Immediately following this, the supreme demon emperor, under the elucidation provided by Yang Yuchan, comprehensively understood the circumstances surrounding the previous invasion of the heavenly demon at Tian'an Mountain. Upon grasping the truth, the supreme demon emperor finally felt the burden on his heart ease. Qingji has departed. Since all matters have come to a conclusion, we too should return, he urged, directing his words towards Xiao Qingji. However, the young maiden was reluctant to leave so soon, for she longed to spend more time with her elder brother. The supreme demon emperor, well aware of his foolish daughter's sentiments, recalled how, after Yang Bai's departure, he witnessed his once carefree daughter consumed by sorrow. Sitting alone at the cliff's edge, gazing at the stars, her thoughts lingering on a certain individual. Yet, the supreme demon emperor also recognized that the individual in question already had a legitimate wife. Thus, as Xiao Qingji was forcibly escorted by the supreme demon emperor, she turned back every few steps, casting reluctant glances at Yang Bai. Observing this scene, Yang Bai felt a sense of helplessness. After all, with his wife present, it was impossible to recreate the previous circumstances with the elven clan. The peculiar little elf was rather endearing, and moreover, he had been the one to first touch her in the pharmacy and at Xuanla Pavilion. Hearing all this, Yang Yuchan gently bit her crimson lip and called out, Sister Qingji, wait. Although my husband acted thus towards you without intent, your chastity remains a fact. Therefore, you may stay. Upon Yang Yuchan's acknowledgement, Xiao Qingji was momentarily stunned, unable to believe her ears. Sister, are you truly willing? Yang Yuchan nodded emphatically. In response, Xiao Qingji swiftly released herself from the supreme demon emperor's grasp and joyfully ran to take her sister's delicate hand. Sister, you are truly wonderful. Indeed. My wife is truly wonderful, Yang Bai echoed from the side, only to be met with a cold and fierce glare from Yang Yuchan. Thus, the two women clasped hands and flew back to Mufeng City, chatting and laughing along the way. Yang Yuchan recounted how she managed to keep Yang Bai in check, while Xiao Qingji shared the various experiences she had encountered with him. Watching the two women depart, the supreme demon emperor felt an overwhelming sense of joy at the prospect of his daughter uniting with Yang Bai. Was this not akin to firmly grasping hold of a formidable ally? With this connection to Yang Bai, who would dare to covet the interests of the demon realm in the future? He had heard from both his daughter and wife that Yang Bai had single-handedly traversed the Hell Realm, defeating all four supreme rulers, including the transcendent Emperor Feng and the Mother of Earth. If even the transcendent beings could not withstand him, then his cultivation must surely approach that of an unparalleled Taoist ancestor. The thought that his son-in-law was an unparalleled Taoist ancestor filled the supreme demon emperor with exhilaration. That esteemed individual. If there is nothing else, I shall return to the demon realm. Wait, the distance from Kunlun realm to the demon realm spans hundreds of aisha. How long would it take you to fly back like this? Allow me to escort you, Yang Bai replied, waving his hand. In the next instant, the supreme demon emperor vanished from sight, finding himself outside the demon realm. He was once again astonished by Yang Bai's abilities. The mere wave of a hand could transport him hundreds of aizhou away, a feat beyond the comprehension of someone of his imperial stature. After accomplishing this, Yang Bai also vanished in a flicker, reappearing in the pharmacy of Mufeng City. There, within the courtyard, a graceful figure awaited his return. "My dear," Yang Bai gently called out to the figure before him. Upon hearing his voice, Yang Yuchan turned around and immediately leaped into his embrace. Yang Bai gazed at the beauty in his arms with a warm smile. As Yang Yuchan thought of how he had taken 3 concubines in recent times, she bit his arm in a fit of pique, her eyes filled with reproach. "Husband, you must remember, no matter what, I am your only lawful wife. The others are merely concubines." "I understand," Yang Bai quickly replied, leaning down to kiss her lips, seeking to soothe her distress. Chapter 124. The Supreme Taoist Ancestor faces the minor epic tribulation. The true spirit Taoist ancestor emerges. The Grand Luo Heavenly Ancestor. In the small courtyard of Mufeng City's pharmacy, Yang Bai lay peacefully on a long bench, a petite figure nestled against his chest. Xiao Qingji, resembling a little wildcat, quietly rested there, a sweet smile gracing her lips. During this time, the young girl had become exceedingly fond of Yang Bai, often wishing to be near him. At the entrance of the courtyard, Lu Linger, having witnessed this scene, pouted her cheeks in displeasure, her cute little mouth forming a sulky pout, giving her an adorably aggrieved appearance. "Humph, the young master is truly too much. And that shameless one, always clinging to him." Watching Xiao Qingji, who had taken her place, Lu Linger felt a surge of indignation, her sparkling eyes glaring at her. "That spot was originally mine. Mine. How could it be taken by the white-haired girl? Young master too. Now that he has the white-haired girl, he forgets about little Do Ding. Humph, they are all bad." The more Lu Linger thought about it, the angrier she became, and she turned away to avoid seeing them. "Ouch, who is it?" Just as the little girl turned around, her dainty head collided with a sturdy chest. Still fuming, she opened her eyes wide, covering her forehead with her hands as she looked up. "What? Can't even recognize the young master anymore?" Humph. Seeing it was Yang Bai, Lu Linger, still miffed, quickly turned her head away, not wanting to look at him. "What's the matter, little Do Ding? Why are you angry with the young master?" Observing the stubborn little girl, Yang Bai wondered what had ruffled her feathers. "The young master spends all his time with that white-haired girl and ignores me." Upon hearing this, Yang Bai couldn't help but burst into laughter. The sight of her adorably furious expression was too delightful, prompting him to playfully pinch her chubby cheeks. Then, amidst her surprised squeals, he hoisted her onto his shoulder, disregarding her little fists raining down on his back, and strode toward the house. Time swiftly passed, and a year had gone by. This year, Yang Bai lived quite comfortably, though the nights were rather busy, as he had to attend to one thing after another. Over this period, he had become somewhat weary. At this moment, he lay idly on a bench, basking in the sun and dozing off. Suddenly, he felt a pull from the fabric of space and quickly sat up, following the thread of sensation with his gaze. His eyes radiated the supreme power of the ancestral god, piercing through countless realms of time and space, rendering the entire primordial universe insignificant in his sight. Meanwhile, in the supreme star domain, millions of Jingxians away from the Kunlun realm, outside the supreme temple, a multitude of formidable beings congregated, hailing from various star domains. In the distant depths of the cosmic expanse, the imposing figure of the supreme Tao ancestor emerged, his Tao robe billowing, radiating an aura of unfathomable terror. The very fabric of space around him warped grotesquely. A considerable assembly of powerful entities gathered here, including the other 9 Tao ancestors. Today, the supreme Tao ancestor was poised to face his inaugural minor epic tribulation. This minor epic tribulation had always loomed ominously over the cultivators of the Hongmeng universe, akin to a sword suspended above their heads. No one could evade this celestial calamity. Once a cultivator reached 500,000 years of age, they would inevitably confront this trial. To describe the minor epic tribulation as a fate of certain death would not be an exaggeration. Across the vast expanse of the Hongmeng universe, the count of those who successfully navigated the minor epic tribulation was unlikely to exceed a mere handful. Among the 10 Tao ancestors, the Deluo Tian ancestor had lived the longest and held the highest seniority in attendance. Legends spoke of his prowess having ascended to the pinnacle of the supreme Tao ancestor, a terrifying existence on the cusp of entering the true spirit Tao ancestor realm. Standing atop the supreme temple was a venerable old man with flowing white hair, his visage exuding kindness as he gently stroked his similarly white beard. His piercing gaze was fixed upon the resplendent supreme Tao ancestor before him. Behind him stood a diligent attendant, whose unremarkable appearance belied the formidable reputation of the Deluo Tian ancestor, widely recognized as the most powerful being in the Hongmeng universe, ranked first among the 10 great powers. Furthermore, he was an ancient relic of the Hongmeng universe, having reportedly lived for nearly 1,000,000 years, during which he successfully withstood 2 minor epic tribulations. Among the 10 Dao ancestors, only he had triumphed over 2 minor epic tribulations, while the Longyuan Dao ancestor had managed to overcome one, having endured 2 minor epic tribulations. The De Luo Tian ancestor's strength was terrifying beyond measure. No one had witnessed the full extent of his true power. Respected ancestor, do you believe the supreme Dao ancestor will succeed in overcoming this minor epic tribulation? Inquired the attendant, his wide, innocent eyes fixed on the commanding figure of the supreme Dao ancestor in the distance, filled with curiosity. In response, the De Luo Tian ancestor remained silent, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Beneath his aged demeanor lay a hint of worldly detachment. Gently stroking his white beard, his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon the supreme Dao ancestor. Whether he can pass this trial has long been predestined in the cosmos. Remember this. As long as one remains within the Dao, no one can escape their fate. The attendant, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, hesitated. Then, as you say, if you have survived 3 minor epic tribulations, is this not a matter of destiny? Indeed, replied the De Luo Tian ancestor with a carefree smile. While the world only acknowledged his survival of 2 minor epic tribulations, the truth was otherwise. Merely months prior, he had discreetly overcome a 3rd minor epic tribulation without anyone's knowledge, achieving a level of cultivation that elevated him to the true spirit Dao ancestor, becoming the true first among the Hongmeng universe. The true spirit Dao ancestor, while not necessarily a top-tier powerhouse across the myriad universes, certainly constituted a dominant force. Achieving the true spirit Dao ancestor level represented a significant leap in the hierarchy of life, allowing one to initially resist the encroachments of chaotic forces and their inherent laws. However, one could not entirely disregard the origin laws. Prolonged exposure to chaos would ultimately subject them to the devastating fury contained within those laws. This minor epic tribulation was undoubtedly a challenge that the supreme ancestor might not withstand. Upon hearing this, the attendant gasped in astonishment. But the supreme Dao ancestor commands a full 72 supreme laws. Can he truly not survive this minor epic tribulation? At this moment, the De Luo Tian ancestor finally withdrew his gaze from the supreme Dao ancestor, turning slowly to pat the attendant gently on the head. A fleeting glimpse of terrifying fate energy flickered in his eyes, deep and enigmatic. Chapter 125. The Terror of the Minor Epic Tribulation. In preparation for successfully overcoming this minor epic tribulation, the supreme Dao ancestor had made exhaustive preparations. As the cosmic space above him erupted in a cacophony, the intangible fabric of the universe was instantly torn asunder. Following this, storm clouds of lightning swiftly expanded across a radius of millions of realms. The terrifying aura of the lightning tribulation permeated the entire supreme star domain. The mere prelude of the lightning tribulation unleashed a horrific presence that obliterated countless celestial bodies within a 1,000,000 light-year radius. Countless sentient beings turned to ash beneath the oppressive weight of this lightning aura, their diminutive forms unaware even in death. In this world, where power reigned supreme, insignificance was the gravest of sins. To alter such a fate, one must first attain unparalleled strength. The moment the storm clouds manifested, the assembled powerhouses sensed an overwhelming pressure descending upon them, as if originating from the very fabric of existence itself. This is bad. The minor epic tribulation has commenced. Many powerful beings immediately tore through space, retreating into the void to shield themselves from the impending fallout of the tribulation. Some even deemed it insufficiently safe and chose to escape into alternate dimensions. As the lightning tribulation loomed, the supreme Dao ancestor spared no caution, unleashing the full force of his supreme Dao ancestor aura. In an instant, the surrounding space was torn apart, revealing the void and alternate dimensions, which began to overlap with the real world. Armor arise. With a thunderous roar, a magnificent divine armor materialized, enveloping the supreme Dao ancestor's form. This divine artifact was the culmination of 10,000 years of effort, forged from countless heavenly treasures and nurtured through 72 supreme laws, representing a Hongmeng treasure. Array manifest. Another fierce shout echoed, and countless formations sprang into existence, enveloping the surrounding cosmic space with banners and flags, obscuring the heavens. Many of these formations contained volatile energies capable of instantaneously disintegrating an extraordinary being. These formations had taken the supreme Dao ancestor a full 100,000 years to meticulously arrange. To successfully weather this minor epic tribulation, he had devoted an entire 100,000 years of preparation. This endeavor had nearly drained more than half of the resources of the Supreme Temple. Life and death hung in the balance. Failure was not an option. Come, I shall witness just how terrifying this minor epic tribulation, which has made countless cultivators in the Hongmeng universe bow in submission, truly is. At this moment, the Supreme Tao Ancestor's aura surged to its zenith, an overwhelming power radiating from him. Then, the long-anticipated Supreme Thunder, having brewed for ages, descended violently upon the Supreme Tao Ancestor. The annihilating lightning manifested in a pearly hue. With a resounding crash, the pearlescent lightning struck down. The Supreme Tao Ancestor, fully concentrated and daring not to exhibit the slightest negligence, fervently urged the formations in his grasp. The unmatched lightning collided with the formations with a deafening roar. In that instant, the formations, brimming with boundless power, crumbled like paper upon contact with the pearlescent lightning. Countless formations shattered under the onslaught of the lightning tribulation. As clouds of dust billowed into the air, the formidable array enveloping the innermost layer managed to tenuously withstand the onslaught of the heavenly tribulation. In the realm of the infinite void, the powerful beings from the supreme temple of another dimension collectively exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. Esteemed Ancestor, observe how impressive the Supreme Tao Ancestor is. He has successfully repelled the strike of the heavenly tribulation with merely the protective array, exclaimed a gatekeeper from an alternate dimension, directed towards the grand celestial expanse before him. However, their jubilation was premature. The other Tao ancestors, having witnessed the cataclysmic energy emanating from the minor epical tribulation, furrowed their brows in deep concern. Clearly, their insights penetrated deeper truths. They could not help but marvel at the sheer terror of this heavenly tribulation. This was merely the first strike. The horrific energy contained within it was sufficient to effortlessly annihilate a transcendent being. Even a Tao ancestor, should they be careless, could find themselves gravely wounded. Among them, the illusory Heaven Tao Ancestor wore the darkest countenance. For who in the universe was unaware that he was the next to face the epical tribulation? And then it came. In the next moment, the thunderclouds erupted, unleashing 10 terrifying bolts of divine thunder in rapid succession. Each bolt bore an aura far more dreadful than that of the initial strike. The spectators in the infinite void, observing from their alternate dimension, could not suppress their gasps of astonishment at the Supreme Tao Ancestor's plight. Confronted with the sudden onslaught of 10 world-annihilating divine bolts, the Supreme Tao Ancestor's expression darkened, his armor radiating blinding brilliance. Simultaneously, he summoned 72 halos of law, each representing one of the supreme principles he commanded. Faced with this terrifying barrage of heavenly tribulation, he was compelled to exert every ounce of his strength. Even the slightest misstep could lead to irrevocable disaster. In the following instant, the 10 milky white bolts of thunder collided violently with the protective array. The clash generated earth-shattering shockwaves, a tempest of violent energy spiraling outward from the Supreme Tao Ancestor at a staggering speed of 100,000 celestial realms per second. This horrific energy storm was rapidly harvesting life across the cosmic multiverse. Countless planets were reduced to mere dust in an instant, while innumerable beings were transformed into vapor, utterly dissipating into the fabric of existence. Within mere moments, hundreds of star systems were obliterated in the wake of the heavenly tribulation's aftermath. As the endless dust of the tribulation settled, it became evident that the very cosmos where the Supreme Tao Ancestor had stood had been entirely ravaged. Even the infinite void and alternate dimensions were thoroughly torn asunder, revealing an impenetrable chaotic barrier beyond. The powerful beings who had sought refuge in the infinite void and alternate dimensions had grossly underestimated the terror of the Supreme Tao Ancestor's minor epical tribulation. All cultivators below the transcendent realm within the infinite void had been reduced to mere ash under the residual waves of the tribulation. Even the transcendent beings bore grievous wounds. The observing Tao ancestors felt their energies churning, evidently suffering significant internal injuries. The only ones unaffected were the great Luo Heaven, appearing utterly unfazed, their garments untouched by the tempest, exuding an air of tranquility. Once again, the spectators marveled at the horror of the heavenly tribulation, and this was merely the second strike. The ferocity of the second tribulation was already so overwhelming that the subsequent strikes were unfathomable. This realization caused the Tao ancestors to cast furtive glances toward the great Luo Heaven and the dragon Abyss Tao Ancestor. In the entirety of the primordial cosmos, only these two formidable figures had successfully navigated such celestial calamities. Remarkably, the former had withstood 2 tribulations already. As the dust of the heavenly tribulation dissipated, curiosity arose regarding the current state of the Supreme Tao Ancestor. At the heart of the storm, his disheveled form gradually came into view. He was seen half kneeling in the void, the protective array having disintegrated the moment of contact. His once magnificent divine armor now appeared dull and lifeless, marred by numerous cracks. This primordial treasure was rendered utterly inoperative. Cough, 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 spit. The supreme Tao ancestor staggered to his feet, expelling a mouthful of fresh blood, his aura waning to the point of near invisibility. Chapter 126. A command to repel the heavenly tribulation. The astonished supreme Tao ancestor gazed upon the tumultuous thunderclouds that still loomed ominously, the thunderous roars of the heavenly tribulation reverberating throughout the entire supreme star domain. Despair etched itself across his pallid visage. Meanwhile, within the infinite void and alternate dimensions, an unprecedented sense of helplessness surged through the hearts of the onlookers. Each individual present was a ruler of their respective universes, yet in the face of the terrifying epical tribulation, they realized just how insignificant they truly were against the immeasurable forces of nature. A new wave of heavenly tribulation rapidly coalesced. The very essence of the primordial cosmos was frantically converging into the thunderclouds. The laws and principles of the universe became shooting stars, swiftly traversing spacetime towards the supreme star domain. In quick succession, faint traces of the primal law's aura emanated from the heavenly tribulation. As the primal law manifested, all things recoiled in trepidation. The true minor epical tribulation was only just commencing. Sensing the primal power infused within the heavenly tribulation, the once mighty supreme Tao ancestor felt his confidence thoroughly wane. The 72 supreme laws, which he had once wielded with pride, began to dissipate swiftly around him. Before the primal laws, all was rendered illusory. This was a force that the supreme Tao ancestor could not withstand. Overwhelmed by despair, he slowly closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable conclusion. In the next moment, what followed was a cataclysmic bolt of tribulation thunder, infused with the potency of the primal laws. The thunder descended instantaneously, causing the entire supreme star domain to tremble violently. The oppressive weight bore down upon him, stifling the Tao laws within his being. Just as the divine thunder was poised to pierce through him, a sudden thought ignited within him, flooding his heart with boundless hope. With a swift motion, the supreme Tao ancestor summoned a spatial jade slip that appeared in his grasp. Clutching the slip tightly, he shattered it with a fierce grip. At the moment the slip shattered, millions of celestial realms away, Yangbai, having just exited his abode, immediately perceived this thread of cosmic fate. Minor epical tribulation. Quite intriguing. Yangbai's gaze transcended the constraints of time and space, encompassing all that transpired within the supreme star domain. The next moment, he took a single step forward, piercing through the fabric of time and space, traversing millions of celestial realms in an instant, and materializing before the supreme Tao ancestor. Confronted by the terrifying heavenly tribulation above, Yangbai, with an air of indifference, extended his pale hand from his sleeve. The cataclysmic divine thunder was effortlessly grasped within his palm. Despite his slender figure appearing diminutive against the backdrop of the monumental thunder, he accomplished this feat with ease. The assembled celestial sovereigns, witnessing this spectacle, were left utterly astonished and speechless. In the next heartbeat, as the onlookers stared in disbelief, an astounding force erupted from Yangbai's hand. An unseen might compressed the surrounding cosmic space, and in an instant, the terrifying heavenly tribulation was constricted into a mere sphere of lightning, trembling in his grasp. Hiccup. Immediately, Yangbai swallowed the thunderous light in one gulp, followed by a resounding belch. A thunderous rumble echoed as the dark clouds above expanded exponentially, harboring an even more terrifying aura of the impending tribulation. A slight probe of divine consciousness would reveal that the emanating energy was magnitude stronger than the previous one, by no less than several thousand times. The thunderbolts were entirely forged from the primal laws of existence. The chaotic tribulation gradually coalesced, with the laws of annihilation and ash swirling around it. As boundless destruction spread rapidly, it seemed as if the entire primordial universe could scarcely withstand such violent energy, teetering on the brink of collapse. The epical tribulation was being intercepted by others, and the will of heaven and earth seemed to rage in fury. The chaotic tribulation embodied the infinite wrath of celestial will. The minor epical tribulation was a cataclysm directed by the heavens against the formidable cultivators of the world. None dared to intervene in the tribulation, otherwise they would become assailants of the epical calamity, incurring the wrath of the celestial will, thus amplifying its might. This was why the powerful beings of the Supreme Divine Hall refrained from offering assistance when they witnessed the impending demise of the Supreme Tao Ancestor. At this moment, Yangbai's reckless intervention undeniably augmented the tribulation's potency. How dare such a mere tribulation act so insolently before this divine being? Faced with the intensifying wrath of the tribulation, Yangbai radiated an unparalleled aura. An overwhelming pressure emanated from his being. Simultaneously, the primordial order enveloped the entire primordial universe. The ancestral laws, imbued with the mysterious resonance of the dawn of creation, permeated the primordial order. Sensing the unique aura of the ancestral deity, the once cataclysmic thundercloud trembled slightly. It appeared as though the thunderclouds recoiled in terror at the sight of Yangbai, dissipating at an unprecedented speed, taking the primal forces with it. The supreme Tao ancestor, standing behind him, was rendered speechless, unable to find words to express his astonishment, fixating his gaze upon this young man who exuded an air of superiority. He marveled inwardly. Is this the senior who appeared that day? He can even forcefully intervene in the tribulation of heaven and earth, causing the very cosmos to fear him. What level of existence is this? After witnessing the overwhelming prowess of his opponent, the supreme Tao ancestor remained in a daze, feeling as if everything was a surreal dream. Long after the tribulation faded, the supreme Tao ancestor clasped his hands in reverence and bowed deeply to Yangbai, expressing, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your timely rescue. This junior is eternally grateful." Hearing this, Yangbai waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It was merely an equitable transaction. There is no need for thanks." That day, he had used the supreme Tao ancestor's medicinal materials to concoct the immortal spirit pill for Musuner. This was merely a return of favor. Furthermore, do not address me as any kind of senior. It makes me feel ancient. In truth, in the presence of Yangbai, who was but a few decades old, all present were but ancient tricksters. The astute supreme Tao ancestor, with keen ears, caught Yangbai referring to himself as a deity. He was taken aback with his experience. He had some understanding of the world beyond the primordial universe. He knew that the supreme Tao ancestor was not the pinnacle of cultivation. Above the supreme Tao ancestor were the true spirit ancestor, the chaos ancestor, the primordial sovereign, and the invincible creator god. These other ancestors were aware of this too, having been informed by the will of the primordial universe during their previous collaboration against the chaos. He calls himself a god. Could he be the legendary creator god? It is no wonder. Only the supreme creator god could so easily repel the minor epical tribulation. It is no surprise that the will of the primordial universe offered no assistance upon learning of my impending tribulation. They must have known all along that this great deity stood behind me. With this realization, the supreme Tao ancestor could not help but silently curse the will of the primordial universe. If they knew, why did they not inform me of this divine being sooner? Gazing at the already dim and lifeless supreme divine armor and the countless formations, the supreme Tao ancestor felt a pang of regret. Had he known that this divine being could effortlessly handle the minor epical tribulation, none of these losses would have occurred. Chapter 127. The Power of Destiny. Witnessing the supreme Tao ancestor successfully navigate the minor epical tribulation, the great Luo heaven, standing in an alternate dimension, had long lost its initial calm demeanor. The stoicism that once prevailed was replaced by a face shrouded in gloom. The earlier composure was nowhere to be seen, replaced by an expression of deep discontent. Observing this, the oblivious attendant behind him chuckled in surprise. "Ha ha, esteemed ancestor. Look, your previous guess was incorrect." The supreme Tao ancestor, before he could finish his sentence, the attendant was abruptly interrupted by a searing pain radiating from his chest. Looking down, he saw a powerful hand of spiritual energy piercing through his body. His face contorted in disbelief as he gazed at great Luo heaven. Life ebbed away quickly, and soon he became a cold corpse. In his final moments, the attendant could hardly fathom that the once kind great Luo heaven ancestor would turn lethal over a mere jest. The former great Luo heaven ancestor had always embodied kindness. Even as the supreme Tao ancestor, the foremost figure of the primordial universe, he had always treated juniors and outsiders with warmth, never displaying the arrogance typical of the powerful. He would never resort to violence against juniors over trivial mockery. "Who are you?" Great Luo heaven ancestor's gaze bore into the slender figure standing before the supreme Tao ancestor, his eyes flickering with mysterious and ominous power. No one knew that the great Luo heaven ancestor, having successfully weathered the third minor epical tribulation, was no longer the same being he once was. Meanwhile, hidden within the boundless realm, the lords of the myriad stars and domains gradually emerged back into the real world. The 8 great ancestors and other powerful beings regarded the slender figure ahead with complex expressions, some filled with trepidation, others with admiration, and yet others with longing. Just as the crowd was at a loss, a radiant energy form suddenly appeared before them. The will of the primordial universe respectfully bowed to Yangbai and then addressed the assembly. "Esteemed ones, allow me to formally introduce to you. This is the supreme existence, the creator god, the one and only divine master of the primordial universe." As the words of the primordial will resonated, astonishment spread across the faces of the crowd. The creator god? Among those present, aside from the 10 great ancestors, the rest had never even heard of the creator god's name. The 8 great ancestors were slightly taken aback. They had witnessed Yongbai's astonishing capabilities during their previous encounter while repairing the chaotic barrier in the Longyuan star domain. Therefore, their shock upon seeing him again had diminished significantly. Longyuan, Huantian, Aoyun pay their respects to the esteemed divine master. They proclaimed in unison, bowing respectfully in unison. Observing this, Yongbai regarded them with a cold gaze, nodding slightly in silence. I extend my gratitude to you, esteemed divine master. Had it not been for your intervention, my primordial universe would have lost an invaluable supreme Tao ancestor. It is likely that the others are unaware that the chaotic energy that ravaged the Longyuan star domain for many years was also repelled by the esteemed lord. Subsequently, the primordial will begin to extol the various merits of Yongbai, the righteousness of the esteemed lord. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at Yongbai with profound gratitude, exclaiming in unison. In response, Yongbai remained indifferent. His actions were merely casual, not motivated by the so-called righteousness they spoke of. After witnessing the events involving the spirit race of the Kunlun realm, he gained clarity. In the face of absolute interests, the so-called principles of righteousness and justice previously upheld became utterly worthless. They could be shattered at any moment. And the only reason they remained intact was the absence of sufficient provocation to his interests. How much longer must the one hiding in an alternate space wait? In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yongbai leisurely addressed the void ahead. Immediately, the figure of the Grand Tao ancestor, imbued with an ethereal aura, stepped through the void, emerging from an alternate dimension. The Grand Tao ancestor. Everyone present recognized him as the foremost figure of the primordial universe. Ha ha ha, my friend, your formidable consciousness has evoked my envy. However, within the myriad realms of the universe, each being is bound by their own destiny. Your actions have already stirred the ire of fate. The Grand Tao ancestor, standing in the void, radiated an unspoken authority, every facet of his being shrouded in mystery. The onlookers noted that the Grand Tao ancestor before them was drastically different from the one they had previously known, exuding an aura of enigma. With a cold snort, a glimmer of destiny power flickered rapidly in his eyes. In an instant, under Yongbai's protection, the supreme Tao ancestor, who had seemingly successfully weathered the tribulation, unexpectedly disintegrated into a pile of tribulation ashes without warning. Ancestor, those nearby, who were healing him, gasped in horror. Grand Tao ancestor, what have you done? The Supreme Temple's powerful beings, brimming with fury, encircled the Grand Tao ancestor, their eyes ablaze with wrath. A swarm of ants dares to defy fate? The Grand Tao ancestor's voice, filled with awe-inspiring authority, reverberated through the surrounding space. The omnipresent and tyrannical power of destiny engulfed the scene. The Supreme Temple's elite, under the intangible might of destiny, could not even react, and were instantly reduced to ashes of fate. Such an unfathomable power compelled the assembled strong to cast wary glances. As the will of the primordial universe, it now regarded the Grand Tao ancestor with grave concern, a hint of fear seeping through its gaze. Faced with this sudden turn of events, everyone found themselves in a state of panic. An unparalleled Tao ancestor, along with several transcendent powers from the Supreme Temple, were rendered irretrievable by a mere glance from the Grand Tao ancestor. The sheer horror of such a method was chilling. What kind of power is this? How could it be so terrifying? The illusory Heaven Tao ancestor exclaimed, gazing at the unfamiliar Grand Tao ancestor before him. Intriguing. At last, I have encountered something that can dispel my weariness. The power of destiny. Heh, a rather delightful plaything. Yongbai remained composed, observing the Grand Tao ancestor with an amused expression, scrutinizing the glimmering eyes imbued with the power of destiny. Chapter 128. The 12 Aspects of Destiny. Power of Destiny versus Primordial Divine Power. Even if you are the creator god, you cannot stand against fate. The Grand Tao ancestor's eyes flashed with lightning, his aura, bolstered by the mysterious power of destiny, surged to an unfathomable degree. Subsequently, 12 gates of destiny manifested behind him, representing life, death, fortune, calamity, joy, anger, auspiciousness, misfortune, void, reality, as well as the past and the future. With the 12 gates of destiny appearing behind him, the Grand Tao ancestor seemed to embody the sovereign of the heavens, his will governing all that exists. Before the grandiosity of destiny, what is a god? They are all but ants. The Grand Tao ancestor, with an indifferent expression, lightly snapped his fingers, and the mysterious gates of the past and future emitted a blinding radiance. The law of power emanating from them transcended the mundane, and the overwhelming power of destiny swept through the entire supreme star domain. The intangible power of destiny filled filled this realm. The temporal might radiating from the gate of the past inadvertently enveloped the illusory Heaven Dao ancestor, who was spectating. In the next moment, the once youthful illusory Heaven Dao ancestor was consumed by this temporal might, instantly becoming white-haired. The once formidable visage now dulled, exuding an air of impending twilight. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was astounded and hastily distanced themselves, wary of being tainted by this mysterious power of destiny. Cough, cough, cough. The illusory Heaven Dao ancestor surveyed himself in disbelief. As a supreme Dao ancestor, his lifespan extended to 500,000 years. He had only just approached 500,000 years, a mere fraction of his potential. Yet, merely by coming into contact with a fraction of the power emanating from the gate of the past, he had squandered a full 400,000 years of his lifespan. What kind of terrifying magic is this? How could it sever 400,000 years of lifespan in an instant? The cautious Longyuan Dao ancestor, sensing something amiss with the Grand Dao ancestor, had retreated into an alternate dimension early on. Now, witnessing this unprecedented power of destiny, he gazed towards the unfamiliar Grand Dao ancestor in the real world with a grave expression. It seems the primordial universe is on the brink of monumental change. In the brief span of mere moments, the energy inadvertently released had already claimed the lives of several hundred transcendent beings present. Even the illusory Heaven Dao ancestor had nearly exhausted his lifespan. The Ouyun Dao ancestor regarded the intricate situation before him with a pessimistic outlook. Even the previously invincible Supreme Dao ancestor, in the presence of this so-called power of destiny, appeared as nothing more than an insect. What of the others? The gates of the past and future vanished mysteriously, only to reappear, enveloping Yangbai. Let me see who you truly are. The Grand Dao ancestor utilized the powers of the past and future from the 12 aspects of destiny, attempting to pierce through Yangbai's past and future. Instantly, the space surrounding Yangbai underwent violent distortion, time unraveling. Moments later, terrifying temporal might erupted from the gates of the past and future. The temporal might coalesced into a colossal storm of time and space energy. The fearsome tempest of temporal energy rapidly spread across millions of realms, nearly engulfing half of the supreme star domain. In an instant, countless grand worlds crumbled under the weight of destiny, reduced to cosmic dust. A clever trick indeed. Is this the so-called power of destiny? Nothing particularly impressive. Throughout, faced with the terrifying power of destiny continually erupting from the Grand Dao ancestor, Yangbai maintained an expression of calm composure. The swirling blades of the temporal storm relentlessly sliced at Yangbai's form, and the power of time and space sought to invade his very soul. Yet, that was the body of a primordial being, impervious to all. With a casual yawn, Yangbai's aura quivered slightly. The intangible primordial order field abruptly contracted, rendering all laws as mere illusions, leaving nothing to escape its grasp. The colossal storm of temporal energy suddenly came to a halt, its terrifying force frozen by an enigmatic power. Subsequently, an innumerable array of primordial forces of order emerged within the cosmos, transcending the heavens and converging into a celestial pair of hands. The entirety of the Hongmeng universe was enveloped in the shadow of the colossal hands of the ancestor. Immediately, under the incredulous gaze of the Deluo Tian, the mighty hand of the ancestor slowly extended a single finger, decisively pressing down upon the temporal storm of the supreme star domain. With a force that could obliterate the very essence of existence, the ancestors might shatter the boundless power of time and space. The collision between the forces of time, destiny, and the ancestors' formidable power was cataclysmic. The gates of the past and future disintegrated into dust in an instant under the weight of the ancestors' power. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the Hongmeng universe. The terrifying aftershocks surged wildly across the remaining star domains, rendering the chaotic walls as fragile as mere tofu, crumbling at the slightest touch. Impossible. Under the influence of the power of destiny, even the ancestor was unable to perceive your past and future. This cannot be. How could the beings of this world possibly contend with the supreme power of destiny? The Deluo Tian gazed at this scene with eyes wide in disbelief. As the energy waves approached, he could only raise the remaining 10 gates of destiny, laboriously defending against the horrific aftershocks. After the terrifying duel, the entire supreme star domain was utterly transformed into a desolate wasteland. The ancestors' might and the power of destiny still permeated the star domain, and it would take centuries for them to dissipate. The powerful beings hiding in alternate time and space, pooling their strength and exhausting their spiritual energy, barely managed to withstand the terrifying energy waves. In this alternate dimension, they gazed with trepidation at the eye of the storm. Their tattered garments betrayed not a trace of their former status as cosmic overlords, and their eyes were filled with profound fear. The 9 supreme Tao ancestors, along with thousands of transcendent beings and barriers from alternate dimensions, managed to barely withstand the energy released from their duel. Dragon Yuan and the others were overwhelmed with mixed emotions, their astonishment leaving them speechless. As the clouds of dust settled and the void fractured, the 10 gates of destiny had long lost their divine radiance, becoming as shattered as a dilapidated temple sign. Then, the Deluo Tian, battered and bruised, staggered to his feet. The encroaching might of the ancestor continued to erode his vitality. Even wielding the power of destiny, he could not dispel it, nor could he even suppress it. Standing opposite him, Yangbai revealed himself. Donning a scholar's cap, his garments were untouched by the storm, and he gazed upon the Deluo Tian with an air of calm detachment, not neglecting to deliver a scornful remark. Is this the power of destiny? Allow me to graciously show you what it truly means to dominate fate. With that, Yangbai extended his hand from his sleeve, slowly raising a finger towards the distant cosmos. The ancestor's divine power swirled at his fingertips. Supreme Tao Ancestor, arise. At his command, in the blink of an eye, the supreme Tao ancestor, who had perished under the influence of the Deluo Tian's power of destiny, was astonishingly resurrected. The returned supreme Tao ancestor gazed around in shock. Disbelief etched across his features. Was he not dead? How was he alive again? Chapter 129. The 9 creation gods of the heavens. The 12 palaces of celestial destiny. After this act, Yangbai pointed towards another direction. Supreme Star Domain, arise. As his words fell, countless worlds and beings that had just been obliterated by the clash of the ancestor's divine power and the power of destiny began to coalesce anew. As if the preceding events had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. Everything felt so unreal to them. With the revival of the Supreme Star Domain, even the shattered chaotic walls began to slowly mend themselves, as the chaotic essence orderly retreated back to the outer chaos. How could this be possible? The great power of destiny had been imposed upon the beings of the heavens, and even a being as formidable as a creation god could not escape the designs of fate, let alone resist it. The Deluo Tian muttered incantations under his breath. Moments later, completely succumbing to the invasion of the ancestor's divine power, he was reduced to atomic dust. The other 10 gates of destiny also fell into profound silence. The onlookers hiding in alternate time and space witnessed the demise of the Deluo Tian, yet their lingering fears kept them from stepping forward. Why are you still afraid? That fellow Deluo Tian has fallen. The great Lord Almighty is invincible. Dragon Yuan scoffed, turning to face the now timid crowd, ready to step out of the alternate time and space. Thank you. The resurrected Supreme Tao Ancestor and the other powerful beings of the Supreme Temple had yet to express their gratitude to Yangbai when he casually waved them away, sending them back into alternate time and space. Quickly hide far away, do not disturb me. Meanwhile, within the enigmatic and mysterious realm of the celestial domain, inside the Xianxia divine palace, sensing a thread of the power of destiny being extinguished in the heavens, the Xianxia creation god suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze flickered with the terrifying power of destiny. Following the heavenly principles, he gathered countless strands of the power of destiny at his fingertips and pointed decisively in the direction indicated by the heavenly signs. The thunder of destiny descended upon the heavens. The strike imbued with the essence of the creation god pierced through time and space, disregarding the barriers of time and space, and instantly surged towards the Hongmeng universe. The aura it emitted was enough to obliterate an entire universe. Indeed, the true spectacle is yet to unfold. Since acquiring this level of power, I have not yet truly engaged in a thrilling battle. This is just what I needed. Yangbai sensed that he was locked onto by an overwhelming aura, which contained an even more potent power of destiny than that wielded by the previous Deluo Tian. The attack unleashed by the Deluo Tian, a true spirit Tao ancestor, utilizing the power of destiny was sufficient to annihilate the entire Supreme Star Domain. In contrast, the Xianxia, as a creation god, could unleash a single strike of destiny capable of obliterating countless Hongmeng universes. Faced with this apocalyptic thunder, Yangbai merely raised a finger, unleashing a terrifying beam of light. The beam traversed time and space, colliding fiercely with the thunder. An overwhelming radiance illuminated the cosmos. This could be regarded as Yangbai's most formidable strike ever unleashed. Prior battles had been mere childish play, failing to ignite even a semblance of interest within him. The power of destiny. The creation god. Concurrently, across the heavenly universe, several creation gods hidden in the most secretive locations simultaneously opened their eyes. Has another creation god issued a challenge? The creation gods of the Tianxiong universe, including Zhu Xing, Dong Ming, and Ting Ru, gathered here. Although they did not know the identity of that divine being, they were certain that he was one of their own. So, what are you all waiting for? Let us march into the celestial domain together. Zhu Xing was the first to speak. No, the identity of that mysterious creation god is still unclear. Moreover, the 12 creation gods of the 12 palaces of destiny are formidable opponents. We are not even all gathered yet. It would be unwise to rashly assault the celestial domain. Upon hearing this, the exquisitely beautiful creation god Xiangqing spoke, her voice melodious and clear. Xiangqing is correct. We should wait and observe. The creation god Dongming pondered deeply before responding. The heavenly universe birthed 9 creation gods. These 9 creation gods represented the pinnacle of strength within the heavens. The collision of thee and the rumbling thunder unleashed a cataclysmic energy storm that reverberated through the cosmos. In an instant, this tempest of energy shattered the surrounding chaos, sending the chaotic essence scattering like ephemeral mayflies in the vastness of space. Even the once omnipotent laws of origin were rendered mere playthings in the hands of the creator god. In the next moment, Yang Bai's figure flickered and vanished from sight. The fierce creator god, Xianxia, intended to descend and confront his adversary, but was taken aback as Yang Bai, with astonishing audacity, deciphered the heavenly secrets and pinpointed the location of the upper realm. The upper realm existed beyond the myriad heavens, a peculiar domain shrouded in enigma. Legends spoke of a monumental secret concealed within this mysterious realm, the concept of fate itself. Fate, a term so elusive and intangible, paradoxically represented a tangible reality in the myriad worlds beyond the heavens. It was said that this entity governed the destinies of all beings across the universe, orchestrating every occurrence with meticulous precision. To the creator god, the heavens were akin to a grand chessboard, with countless beings and cultivators serving as mere pawns, while he held the reins as the master strategist. However, the existence of fate had never been truly witnessed. The only evidence of its presence lay in that enigmatic realm known as the upper realm. Between the myriad heavens and the upper realm stood an uncanny gate. Crossing through this gate led to the upper realm. Among its many mysteries, the 12 palaces of fate were the most intriguing, each presided over by a master of creator god caliber. The entire cosmos only housed 9 such creator gods, illustrating the extraordinary might of this enigmatic upper realm. Furthermore, only a creator god possessed the power to breach this peculiar gate. Centuries ago, a solitary creator god managed to shatter the gate and enter the upper realm, only to be grievously wounded by the 12 palaces of fate and subsequently cast back into the cosmos. Ever since, the knowledge he brought back from the upper realm deterred others from venturing there. At this moment, Yang Bai stood before the uncanny gate. Chapter 130, Breaking the Uncanny Gate. The sword god Dongming. The uncanny gate exuded an aura of profound mystery, shrouded in a hazy, chaotic essence. The mere emanation of its presence could effortlessly suppress a ruler of the primordial realm. Any being beneath the creator god would meet their demise upon approaching it. Allow me to behold the visage concealed beneath this enigmatic veil. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Bai slowly coalesced countless primordial divine energies within his palm, unleashing a terrifying primordial law that rippled outward. The surrounding chaotic essence recoiled in trepidation. With a swift motion, he unleashed a single punch, and the uncanny gate crumbled before the might of his primordial power, as fragile as tofu. As the gate shattered, a realm cloaked in countless ethereal violet mists emerged beyond it. This mysterious world was devoid of any heavenly secrets. In the instant the gate was breached, an influx of fate laws surged into the myriad heavens. Almost immediately, Yang Bai's figure flickered, and he stepped through the uncanny gate, entering the upper realm. Simultaneously, the cataclysmic energy fluctuations generated from Yang Bai's duel with the fierce creator god swept across half of the outer chaos, awakening countless powerful beings within the cosmos. Sensing the heart-stopping energy storm, numerous cultivators in the heavens activated their divine senses, fixating on this extraordinary confrontation. Heavens! Such a formidable energy fluctuation has directly manipulated the laws of the cosmos. It is a creator god. Yet, why does the aura of the one opposing fate seem so unfamiliar? It does not resemble that of the 9 revered gods. The clash of and thunder drew the attention of half the cosmos. The residual waves from their encounter surged wildly through the outer chaos, threatening to collide with the nearest realm, the Tianquan universe. Just as the chaotic waves were about to strike the chaotic barrier of the Tianquan universe, several figures appeared just in time to shield it. Leading the group was a scholarly figure clad in a Taoist robe, who joined his hands in reverence and chanted incantations. An imperceptible aura suddenly surged, as the unseen power of the creator god folded the chaotic space, enveloping the residual waves of the duel and averting disaster for the Tianquan universe. It was the creator god, Tingru. Alongside him were the creator god, Zhu Xing, many universe lords. Drawn by the residual waves of the duel, were taken aback upon seeing Tingru and Zuxing hastily bowing in respect. We greet the esteemed gods. However, after a considerable time passed without any response, they looked up to find that the creator gods had long since vanished, leaving no trace. The creator gods, supreme and unfathomable, towered above the myriad beings, truly the sovereigns of the heavens. In their eyes, all beneath them were but ants, unworthy of acknowledgement. Reaching the pinnacle of cultivation as a creator god, their hearts were consumed by the tenets of the great Tao. In such a state, they were referred to as divine beings. Outside the uncanny gate, the 8 creator gods of the myriad heavens congregated. This peculiar gate was situated in the outer chaos, separating the Tianxiang universe from the beyond universe. What do you think? Zuxing inquired of the others. One is still absent. Where has the Eternal One gone? In the midst of such a significant event in the heavens, where could he possibly be? Xianxia surveyed the surroundings and noted the absence of the creator god, Yongheng. Can the heavenly secrets discern where he could have gone at such a critical juncture? Tingru's eyes flickered with the radiance of the creator god as he turned to a kindly-looking elder beside him. The creator god of heavenly secrets, upon hearing this, conjured a celestial compass, its surface shimmering with ethereal mist. A faint aura of heavenly might enveloped the realm. Narrowing his eyes, the creator of heavenly secrets became attuned to the laws of the heavenly Tao. At that moment, countless enormous heavenly secrets poured into his consciousness like tributaries into an ocean. Soon after, the myriad heavenly secrets dissipated, and the creator of heavenly secrets sighed and shook his head. Alas, it is futile. That fellow, Yongheng, has deliberately concealed his aura. Even the heavenly Tao cannot capture his presence. If even the heavenly secrets cannot locate him, he must have employed the creation artifact of their eternal heavenly kingdom. The creator god Dongming, wielding a colossal sword upon his back, snorted disdainfully. Very well, since Yongheng does not intend to join us, I shall lead you all into the upper realm and unveil the mysterious veil of fate. With that declaration, Dongming drew forth his enormous sword, and a razor-sharp sword aura instantly enveloped a vast expanse of millions of realms. The terrifying intent emanating from the sword sent shivers down the spines of all who sensed it. The chaotic barrier, millions of realms away, trembled ominously under the pressure. On the verge of being pierced, this extraordinary sword intent had undoubtedly reached unprecedented heights. The creator god Dongming wielded the absolute sword principles of the myriad heavens. With a mere gesture, he could gather the sword principles of the entire cosmos. The amplification of the sword principles, combined with the first-ranked divine sword in his hand, could obliterate all illusions with a single strike. Millions of years ago, the sword god Dongming's cultivation had stagnated at the pinnacle of the primordial ruler, unable to breach the barrier to become a creator god. Subsequently, the 12 palaces of fate from the upper realm dispatched a fate envoy, intent on annihilating his beloved wife. Muxian, the East Ming sword god, whose cultivation is that of a mere primordial sovereign, stands no chance against the multitude of fate bearers, each a primordial sovereign in their own right. It is not until his beloved wife, Muxian, breathes her last in his embrace that his heart becomes consumed with boundless fury towards the heavens and their cruel fate. In an unexpected turn of events, the East Ming sword god transcends his limits, gathering the profound essence of the sword from all realms. With an unparalleled mastery of swordsmanship, he forges the first-ranked divine sword of the heavens, cleaving through the barriers of the creator god and ascending to become a creator god himself. Thus, he emerges as the 9th creator god of the vast cosmos. In his wrath, the newly ascended East Ming sword god obliterates dozens of fate bearers. Fueled by his infinite hatred for the celestial order, armed with the first-ranked divine sword, he boldly ascends to the heavens alone. He single-handedly confronts the creator gods of fortune and Lu, as well as the god of wrath, emerging unscathed from the clash. This battle sends shockwaves through the realms and draws the attention of the remaining masters of the 12 houses of fate. Fortunately, the other 8 creator gods arrive just in time to rescue the East Ming sword god. Following this encounter, his name echoes throughout the myriad worlds. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the East Ming sword god has repeatedly ventured into the river of time, seeking to reverse the cycle of yin and yang to resurrect Muxian. Alas, the forces of fate conspire against him, declaring that this is his destined path. Muxian is dead. The sword god rises. Among all present, none harbor a deeper loathing for fate than he, the East Ming. My friends, with this sword in hand, even without the Eternal One, and alongside that newly emerged enigmatic creator god, we shall surely conquer the heavens this time. We will reclaim our destinies. With that proclamation, the East Ming sword god does not wait for their response, charging forth into the heavens alone. This act clearly compels the other 7 creator gods to make a choice. Alas, Zuxing sighs, shaking his head, and promptly follows suit. Reluctantly, the remaining 7 creator gods have no choice but to follow. The forces of the cosmos are already weaker than those of the heavens. They must unite to grasp even a glimmer of hope. In chapter 131, untitled, the realm of the heavens is shrouded in a purple mist, the ground beneath their feet resembling the land of the dead, and the air thick with the potent essence of fate. Amidst the hazy fog, a slender figure strides forward, his curious gaze surveying the surroundings. This purple mist is indeed composed of the power of fate. How intriguing. Yet, do they think they can hinder my advance with this? How laughable. With a gentle stomp of his foot, the primordial divine essence radiates from him, causing the forces of fate to dissipate as if encountering their nemesis. As the purple mist clears, his vast soul power reveals a grand palace standing beyond the 10 realms. The massive sign at its entrance boldly proclaims the character for Fierce. This is the Fierce Boar Divine Palace, the temple presided over by the creator god of Fierce Boar. How ridiculous that fate would dare to stand against me. With a swift motion, Yangbai extends his hand, pushing gently towards the Fierce Boar Divine Palace. A colossal hand, conjured from primordial divine power, effortlessly sweeps through the palace, annihilating the formations capable of ensnaring a creator god along with it. In a mysterious location within the heavens, the masters of the 12 houses of fate have gathered. They are not stationed within their respective divine temples, but have congregated in the realm of the dead, within the dimly lit hall of the underworld. A massive mirror of the dead hovers in midair, reflecting the scene of Yang by effortlessly demolishing the Fierce Boar Divine Palace. The creator god of Fierce Boar, seated among his peers, gazes darkly at the image in the mirror. This is sheer insolence. Why should we cower in the realm of the dead? That man has already breached the heavens and destroyed my palace. This is a blatant provocation against the might of fate. What are we waiting for to eradicate this insolent foe? Upon witnessing this scene, the creator god of Fierce Boar's aura becomes tumultuous, a terrifying deathly energy permeating the hall. The guardians of the underworld, strong as primordial sovereigns, are instantly obliterated by the overwhelming aura, reduced to mere puddles of blood, devoid of even the slightest remnant of their souls. He had been prepared to descend and confront Yangbai, but he was compelled by the command of the true Fate Master to gather in the hall instead. Enough, Fierce Boar. This is the directive of the great Fate. The true Fate Master, having received the edict, orders them not to engage with this individual. The creator gods of life and death quickly rebuke him. Upon hearing this, not only is Fierce Boar taken aback, but the other creator gods, God of Wrath, God of Joy, God of Fortune, God of Calamity, and God of Auspiciousness, also display expressions of astonishment. Even the great Fate fears this individual. Who is this divine being? As the astonishment lingers, the mirror of the dead gradually shifts its focus to the back of Yangbai's head. The masters of the 12 houses of fate cannot contain their curiosity, eager to behold his visage. Just then, Yangbai turns his face slowly, his eyes shimmering with divine light, locking onto the 12 figures outside the mirror. With a resounding crash, the mirror shatters as his gaze sweeps over it. The powerful residual force reverberates throughout the hall of the dead. How is this possible? He can actually reverse lock onto us with his divine sense. The most terrifying aspect is that a mere glance has destroyed the mirror. The mirror is a unique divine artifact of the heavens, incomparable to any ordinary treasure. It is the ultimate artifact, unrivaled in the cosmos and the heavens alike. That it could be shattered by a single gaze is beyond belief. It appears we have severely underestimated this individual. The creator god of the future, witnessing this shocking display, speaks with unprecedented gravity. At this moment, the members of the 12 houses of fate begin to grasp the severity of their situation. Damn it! When did such a terrifying power emerge in the cosmos? Is that individual truly a creator god? The creator god of Fierce Boar cannot help but curse inwardly. Had he known, he would not have dispatched any fate bearers to the Hongmeng universe. Now, look what has come of it. A formidable opponent has arisen. Suddenly, the heavens tremble violently, the entire realm shaking in response. Outside the Hall of the Dead, Yangbai holds his hands aloft, supporting the colossal ruins of the 12 houses of fate above him. In a brief moment, he has swept through each of the 12 houses. Utilizing the aura emanating from the shattered mirror, Yangbai swiftly pinpoints the location of the Hall of the Dead. Then, the massive ruins come crashing down upon it. Not good. He is coming so swiftly. The Hall of the Dead is instantly engulfed by the falling ruins. The masters of the 12 houses of fate swiftly appear outside the hall, gazing upwards at the man standing defiantly in the void. People of the Fate Temple form a formation. As the creator gods of the future and the past unleash their formidable temporal power, a time-space tunnel begins to coalesce behind the 12 figures. From within, A multitude of powerful beings, previously slain by Yangbai, emerge. Countless strong entities from the Fate Temple surge forth, each radiating an overwhelming aura. Even the weakest among them possesses the cultivation of the true Spirit Tao ancestor, and any one of them could effortlessly sweep across the entire Hongmeng universe. Countless fated beings gathered, their hands weaving incantations, instantly surrounding Yangbai in an impenetrable barrier. The celestial world brimmed with the power of fate, which rapidly coalesced above Yangbai's head into a colossal fate divine array. Esteemed sir, the 12 palaces of fate have never provoked you in the slightest. Is it not excessive to act in such a manner? The creation god Fulu cast a shadowy gaze towards the speaker, his eyes betraying an underlying fear that even the most skilled concealment could not mask. At that moment, the creation gods who had accompanied Yangbai into the celestial realm had only just arrived. Upon entering, the sword god Dongming sensed something amiss. Strange. Where has the purple mist of fate vanished to? Soon, the likes of Tianji, Shangqing, Zuxing, and Tingru arrived one after another. Just as confusion settled in, an overwhelming force of fate surged from the distant underworld palace, causing every soul present to shudder. Reacting swiftly, the 8 creation gods flickered and hastened toward the direction of the underworld palace. Along the way, they beheld the shattered fate palaces, leaving them all in shock. Chapter 132, The Gates of Hell. Another grand array. Dare you lay hands upon this deity? Prepare to welcome your impending doom, O Celestials. The vast fate divine array enveloped Yangbai. He regarded the magnificent formation before him with a disdainful demeanor. With a command from the creation god Fulu, the fate divine array summoned a terrifying beam of fate that shot toward him. The overwhelming power of fate distorted the previously stable celestial space in an instant. The realm of the Celestials differed greatly from that of the myriad universes. The pervasive power of fate rendered the celestial space infinitely more stable than that of the myriad realms. In the myriad universes, any being who achieved the saintly realm could easily warp space. However, even a primordial ruler would find it challenging to distort the space here. The mysterious and eerie beam of fate radiated a destructive aura. Yet, Yangbai remained unfazed, offering only a slight smile. He then raised a hand, conjuring an energy barrier with his ancestral divine power. Effortlessly, he thwarted the oncoming beam of fate. Subsequently, Yangbai's gaze intensified, and an invisible aura emanated from him, sending ripples through the surrounding space. The Fate God Palace's powerful beings felt as if the world was spinning, their consciousness momentarily engulfed in chaos. Standing proud within the Fate Divine Array, Yangbai rotated his hand slightly. The entire celestial realm began to reverse in accordance with his gestures. A peculiar smile danced upon his lips. In an instant, the entire celestial world was inverted, with the underworld beneath their heads and emptiness beneath their feet. A fearsome gate to hell suddenly materialized in the celestial sky, countless abyssal hands reaching forth from within. In a flash, before anyone could recover from the overwhelming impact of Yangbai's ancestral divine aura, the colossal hands seized their ankles, dragging them and the leaders of the 12 palaces of fate into the gates of hell. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in an alien realm, no longer within the celestial world, but in a blood-red expanse. Welcome to my world. Do you not revere that so-called destiny? Come, prepare to face the judgment of your fate. Yangbai's figure appeared ominously above them. As his words fell, a horrifying and grotesque eye of hell manifested behind the members of the Fate God Palace. The creation god Huasha felt a chill run down his spine. Within the world crafted by Yangbai's ancestral divine power, even he, a creation god, found his senses dulled, unable to wield his divine consciousness or strength, unable to resist. He turned to behold the monstrous gaze of the hellish eye. In that moment, Huasha's body stiffened, as if his very soul had been drained, and he collapsed to the ground. Upon contact with the hellish rock, his form instantly turned to ash, reduced to cosmic dust, life extinguished. The onlookers from the Fate God Palace were left utterly speechless, jaws agape. One creation god had fallen so easily. This was a creation god. The hellish eye radiated a terrifying aura of destruction, and any who dared to meet its gaze would have their souls drained and bodies consumed by the flames of sin. This was an unparalleled technique unique to the ancestral god, the first time Yangbai wielded it since ascending. Witnessing this, creation god's angry sky and joyful sky attempted to look back, but the creation god's life and death, acutely aware of their peril, urgently admonished, do not turn back. In this miniature world, our divine senses and powers are severed. Life and death's expressions grew grave as they surveyed their dire predicament. They could only rely on their instincts to sense the surroundings, and their hearts sank to the depths of despair. To think that their 12 creation gods, along with several hundred primordial rulers, could be subdued simultaneously and cast into a world of their own creation. This unprecedented maneuver was something the 12 palaces of fate had only witnessed in the realm of supreme destiny. Such a display was utterly shocking. Who was this individual, capable of wielding such terrifying powers? In a mere encounter, they had lost one creation god. Had Huoxia truly reached the realm of transformation? Fear gripped the heart of Xianxia as he gazed at the spot where Huoxia had fallen. A creation god of the primordial universe had perished just like that. Moreover, they had not even glimpsed the true visage of their assailant. This was sheer terror. The realms of creation gods are naturally divided into specific tiers. Among creation gods, there exists a hierarchy of strength. Creation gods can be subdivided into 3 realms: celestial beginning of the universe, transformation, and boundless laws. The 12 leaders of the 12 palaces of fate were all situated within the celestial beginning realm. Even a small tier difference among creation gods could signify a vast disparity. A creation god in the transformation realm could easily obliterate one in the celestial beginning realm. Once one attains the rank of creation god, a minor tier difference is akin to a chasm. Now, Yangbai hovered above them, enveloped in ancestral divine light. Mere creation gods could not penetrate his form. Xianxia began to doubt whether their opponent was truly of the celestial beginning realm, as fear enveloped him completely. Regret washed over him for having previously installed fate envoys within the Hongmeng universe. Once, as one of the 10 strongest in the Hongmeng universe, De Luo Tian's lifespan had extended to 150,000 years, approaching his 3rd minor epic calamity. Few in the entire Hongmeng universe were privy to the truth of his longevity. Each minor epic calamity was more terrifying than the last. The power of the 3rd lightning tribulation was unfathomably stronger than the preceding 2, even as the pinnacle of the supreme Tao ancestor. With one foot poised upon the threshold of the true spirit Tao ancestor, he harbored not a shred of confidence in successfully traversing the tribulations of the 3rd small epic. Thus, he discreetly concealed his tribulation from the world. Ultimately, in a twist of fate, he perished beneath the onslaught of the celestial tribulations, under the primordial laws. Meanwhile, the creation god, Xianxia, who oversaw the myriad universes, sensed this ominous energy. Consequently, he dispatched a fate envoy, successfully seizing the man's corporeal form, and ascended as the new Tao ancestor of the great Luo. However, what Xianxia could never have anticipated was that this very action would plunge the entire celestial realm into an abyss of irreversible calamity. The other fate lords shared this sentiment, believing that such a feat could only be accomplished by one who had long transcended the confines of the primordial universe. A master of transformation. If they were to learn that Yangbai was, in fact, not merely a master of transformation, but a primordial deity surpassing all laws, what would their reactions be? Chapter 133, The Cataclysm of Kunlun. The true terror of the primordial deity. Within the celestial realm, the moment the Eastern Ming sword god and a cadre of powerful beings from the myriad universes arrived at the Nether Palace, they encountered a host of fate temple warriors forming a divine array of fate, directing a terrifying annihilative light towards Yangbai. Seeing this, the Eastern Ming sword god attempted to gather the profound principles of the celestial sword path, wielding his first-ranked divine sword to shatter the divine array of fate. Yet, Yangbai employed his supreme Tao techniques to invert the entire celestial realm. The colossal shadow of the sword, forged from the Eastern Ming sword god's blade, was instantaneously shattered by the intangible Tao techniques. Yangbai's primordial order had long since enveloped the entirety of the celestial realm, under the absolute dominion of the primordial rules. All Tao techniques at that moment were rendered illusory. Even those with the cultivation of creation gods were reduced to mere mortals, their spiritual power and Tao techniques utterly forsaken. The 8 creation gods of the myriad realms plummeted towards the boundless celestial skies, witnessing the fate temple warriors succumb to Yangbai's terrifying divine might. Their consciousness extinguished in an instant, dragged into the gaping maw of hell by an infernal hand, an unsettling aura of death assailed them. They silently rejoiced that they had not been pulled into the abyss. Standing proudly in the void, Yangbai had already sensed their presence. He slowly turned, his gaze cold and indifferent as he regarded the assembly. Who dares approach? An overwhelming aura of invincibility surged forth towards the Eastern Ming sword god and the others, immediately enveloping their hearts in a suffocating dread. Despite being creation gods, the supreme beings of the myriad universes, they could not help but feel a tremor of fear in the face of such an overwhelming presence. Following his words, the Eastern Ming sword god and the goddess of upper clarity found themselves gently lifted by an invisible force. Once steadied, they hastily clasped their fists in reverence and bowed, exclaiming, "I am Eastern Ming, and the goddess of upper clarity pays respects to the divine lord." As they bowed, waves of astonishment surged within them. The 12 creation gods of the Fate Temple were treated like mere ants, toyed with at will. Such a display was utterly astonishing. This mysterious powerhouse was undoubtedly a master of transformation. The Eastern Ming sword god marveled internally. The presence of a divine lord in the myriad universes was indeed a momentous fortune for all. With you leading us against fate. Observing Yang Bai's formidable strength, Zhu Xing could not help but lower himself, flattering him. Yet, before he could finish, Yang Bai abruptly interrupted, "Enough. I have no desire to hear your hollow words of righteousness. My ascent to the celestial realm was not for the sake of the so-called beings of the myriad worlds. This is entirely of Xianxia's own making. Those who dare to strike against him must bear the consequences. I am also quite intrigued by this so-called power of fate. You should return whence you came. Do not disturb me." With that, Yang Bai waved his hand towards Zhu Xing, Eastern Ming, and Upper Clarity, summoning a tidal wave of spatial energy to transport them to the entrance of the mysterious gate. Within the gates of hell, Yang Bai stood above all, his gaze contemptuous as he surveyed those below. With a towering hand, he began to gather immense primordial divine power, the terrifying energy distorting the surrounding space. Just as his hand was about to descend to probe the memories of the Fate Temple warriors, he suddenly sensed the destruction of the spiritual presence he had intentionally left on Yang Yuchan. A jolt of alarm surged within him, realizing that a significant upheaval must have occurred in the Kunlun realm. Yet, who in the Kunlun realm, or even in the Hongming universe, could obliterate the spiritual presence he had inscribed upon Yang Yuchan? Moreover, how could it have been annihilated in an instant? That spiritual presence had been inscribed when he was still a creation god, imbued with the strength of a nascent primordial sovereign. And yet it was extinguished in a single strike. Such audacity was remarkable. Upon learning that Yang Yuchan was in danger, Yang Bai's demeanor finally shifted to one of panic. His heart surged with an overwhelming fury. In a fit of rage, the terrifying aura of the primordial deity erupted forth from within him, unleashing a pressure so immense that even the heavens could scarcely bear it, descending upon the realm of hell. This unparalleled pressure instantaneously crushed hundreds of Fate Temple warriors and the remaining 11 lords into atomic particles, transforming them into mere cosmic dust. In the external world, within the ominous gates of hell, an exceptionally terrifying aura began to surge forth, as if the very will of destiny sought to reboot the universe of the myriad worlds. A cataclysmic energy storm erupted, sweeping away all the power of fate within the celestial realm. With a blinding radiance erupting forth, countless celestial worlds, each the size of myriad Hongmeng universes, were obliterated under Yang Bai's primordial aura, and all powers of fate were simultaneously dismantled. The 8 creation gods of the myriad realms, who had just departed the celestial world, were about to turn away when they sensed an extraordinary fluctuation of terrifying energy emanating from the mysterious gate. Not good. We must flee. Faced with the cracks appearing upon the enigmatic gate and the heart-stopping energy fluctuations, an unprecedented sense of impending doom enveloped their hearts. In their fright, the 8 of them hastily summoned their utmost divine powers, utilizing their peak speeds to escape into the distance. Within the span of a mere breath, they traversed billions of celestial realms, leaping across countless universes. Yet, just half a breath after their departure, the mysterious gate suddenly exploded. The primordial divine power surged forth from the other side of the enigmatic gate, flooding the myriad universes. The energy storm, capable of engulfing the entire cosmos, caused the very will of cosmic destiny to tremble. In less than half a breath, the energy storm rapidly consumed hundreds of thousands of universes. Witnessing the storm draw near, the 8 creation gods could do nothing but watch helplessly, their only thought in those final moments being, how swift. Before them loomed a cataclysmic reboot of the universe, a violent and terrifying force that even they, as creation gods, would perish from merely a fraction of its touch. Fortunately, at this crucial moment, Yang Bai abruptly halted the overwhelming surge of his aura. Employing the powers of time, he instantaneously restored the myriad universes to their original state. This was the first occasion on which Yang Bai did not suppress the outpouring of his inner energy, but rather unleashed it entirely. The mere pressure emanating from his surface was sufficient to obliterate countless universes across the celestial realms. This epitomizes the terrifying power of the primordial god. With a single thought, he could reignite the cosmos, ushering all realms into a new epoch. And this was merely an inadvertent release of his energy. Should he consciously unleash his full might, the ensuing horror would be beyond imagination. In an instant, he could likely reignite the entire celestial multiverse. Chapter 134. The Arrival of an External Foe. Having been resurrected and reconstructed, the 8 primordial deities of the heavens, after experiencing death and returning, gained a clearer understanding of Yang Bai's formidable prowess. Gazing at the cosmic space where the enigmatic portal once resided, it had transformed into an abyss of nothingness. The mysterious gate had vanished, and the entirety of the celestial realm had been reduced to dust under the weight of Yang Bai's overwhelming aura. What was once deemed the most fearsome adversary in the celestial multiverse had thus been annihilated. What realm of existence does that divine being inhabit? The sword god of Eastern Ming appeared dazed, evidently struggling to accept this reality. The power of a cultivator had reached such heights. This could only be described as a cataclysm capable of reigniting the celestial multiverse. Such formidable might, emanating from a single breath, was absolutely beyond the capabilities of a creator god at the level of the transformation of self. The creator god, with eyes shimmering with the light of the celestial Tao, intensely scrutinized the remnants of violent energy lingering in the distant cosmic expanse, pondering aloud. Could it be that his cultivation has ascended to the legendary realm of infinite laws? The creator god Ancestor Xing spoke in disbelief. A creator god at the infinite laws level has never been recorded in the annals of the multiverse. The ability to unleash such destructive energy with a single breath must signify that he has transcended the boundaries of time and space. Infinite laws. Yet, what circumstances could have led such a powerful being to this state? The scholarly creator god court had evidently taken note of Yang Bai's thunderous roar just moments ago. While the creator gods were still in a state of shock, Yang Bai had already vanished from the celestial realm. Through the perception of his primordial god consciousness, he gleaned the recent upheaval in the Kunlun realm, just as he was embroiled in the tumultuous battle against the fearsome Xianxia. The energy of the Hongmeng universe laid bare before the eyes of the celestial multiverse. All the powerful beings of the celestial realms turned their gazes toward the Hongmeng universe. The presence of the Hongmeng universe had always been minimal in the grand tapestry of the multiverse, as its strongest entity was merely the Supreme Tao Ancestor. The Supreme Tao Ancestor could barely rank among the foremost powers of the celestial multiverse. Consequently, the Hongmeng universe was perceived as a lesser universe, situated on the fringes of the celestial realms. As Yang Bai ventured toward the celestial realm, seeking to unveil the mysteries of the power of destiny, unbeknownst to him, the Kunlun realm was about to welcome a formidable uninvited guest. Not long before, a middle-aged man, enveloped in a mysterious aura, had traversed a vast distance from the Hongmeng universe, locking onto it with his energy as he crossed through countless alternate spaces, arriving at the Hongmeng universe. The moment he set foot in the Hongmeng universe, the consciousness of the universe sensed an intense feeling of crisis, just as it sought to contact Yang Bai urgently. Hoping to summon him back to the Hongmeng universe, the enigmatic man, radiating a mysterious glow, suddenly appeared before it. With merely a slight release of his aura, the mysterious middle-aged man instantaneously reduced the cosmic consciousness to cosmic dust. Subsequently, guided by his overwhelming soul perception, he quickly pinpointed the Kunlun realm within the illusory sky star domain. His purpose for this journey was evidently directed toward the Kunlun realm. My daughter, it has truly taken me an eternity to find you. That wretched knight Tian has sent you to such a desolate corner. No wonder I have searched for decades without success. However, today, that accursed palace lord of the Temple of Fate has done me a great favor. Otherwise, I would not have found this place. After muttering to himself for a while, the mysterious figure vanished swiftly from sight. Just before his departure, the mysterious glow surrounding the middle-aged man shimmered slightly, revealing a visage strikingly similar to that of Yang Yuchan. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun realm, Yang Yuchan, having just reunited with her parents, was joyfully preparing dinner in the kitchen alongside Lu Linger and Xiao Qingji. Being accustomed to the life of a little princess in the demon realm, Xiao Qingji was somewhat inept in culinary skills. Thankfully, Yang Yuchan was there to guide her. The petite Lu Linger, who had harbored some grievances against the white-haired girl, seized this opportunity to express her discontent. Pouting slightly, her little face was etched with dissatisfaction. You little white-haired girl. You can't even cook in the kitchen. I don't know what the young master sees in you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingji's hair stood on end, and she angrily pointed a finger at Lu Ling. Hey, who are you calling white-haired? Does the young master even like someone like you, little bean? As she spoke, Xiao Qingji gestured towards the small plateau in front of Lu Linger, proudly puffing out her chest. Lu Linger was momentarily taken aback, her innocent nature failing to grasp the implications of Xiao Qingji's words. Until now, only the young master had referred to her as Little Bean, a term she cherished as a unique form of affection from him. Thus, whenever she heard him call her, she would bounce over joyfully. But as she realized the mocking tone in Xiao Qingji's words, her cheeks flushed with anger, and her cheeks puffed up prominently, resembling a little pufferfish. You. Lu Linger pointed angrily at her, but as she spoke, her words faltered. Her sparkling eyes glanced at Xiao Qingji's impressive stature, which was indeed quite grand. Glancing down, she noticed her own unremarkable form and those adorable little feet on the ground. Suddenly, a wave of insecurity washed over Lu Linger. Humph. So what? I'll grow taller too, and then I'll be bigger than yours. The determined Lu Linger insisted on defending herself. Yo. This princess can learn to cook too. In no time, the two little girls began to playfully tussle in the kitchen. Outside, the couple watched with warm smiles as the two girls engaged in their playful antics. Lu Linger playfully poked at Xiao Qingji's stature, while Xiao Qingji tugged at her long, flowing hair. Not long after, Yang Yuchan, bustling about in the kitchen, observed the scene and promptly gave each of them a light tap on the head. The two girls pouted, their large eyes shimmering with tears as they cradled their little heads. Thus, they were sent out of the kitchen by Yang Yuchan. The apothecary was filled with warmth, yet unbeknownst to them, an external foe was rapidly approaching, poised to shatter their blissful existence. As they were preparing to partake in their evening feast, a mysterious figure abruptly materialized within the apothecary. What a splendid reunion it would be! Why has my seat not been prepared before the meal commenced? A distant, ethereal voice echoed from afar. Upon hearing this enigmatic utterance, Yang Yuchan and her companions swiftly rose from their seats. Who goes there? Yang Yuchan exclaimed in astonishment, drawing forth her xianxiaaudiobooks sword, her gaze scanning the surroundings with keen vigilance. Chapter 135, A Twist of Fate. Within the confines of the life and death seal, the spirit concealed within felt a sudden surge of peril. It promptly awakened from its slumber, manifesting in the external realm. Who is it? The spirit, having departed from the life and death seal, sensed an ominous presence. To its dismay, it could not detect the aura of the intruder, prompting a wave of alarm to wash over it. This is bad. The intruder is a creator god. Just as the spirit grasped the gravity of the situation, the mysterious man had already appeared behind it. A commendable spirit, he remarked. Alas, were your true form present, even I might find it challenging to prevail. But as merely a spirit, you shall be annihilated. With a swift motion, the mysterious figure pressed his hand against the spirit's back, and with a resounding command, the spirit was instantaneously reduced to ashes. A spirit of such formidable prowess, having reached the primordial sovereign level, could not withstand even a single strike from the mysterious man. In a mere instant, it was obliterated, regardless of how the primordial sovereign might struggle before the supreme creator god. It was akin to a warrior brandishing a sword before the illustrious Guan Yu. For cultivators of such caliber, the earlier notions of transcending realms were rendered obsolete. Not merely a significant realm, even a minor one presented an insurmountable chasm. What? Yang Yuchan stood aghast at the sight of this mysterious figure. She could hardly believe that Yang Bai's spirit had been annihilated by a single encounter, even if it was merely a spirit and not his true self. The shock was profound. Previously, no matter how formidable the adversary, the spirit had merely waved its hand and vanquished foes. Following Yang Bai's candid revelations to her within the celestial enlightenment sacred land, she had gained a clearer understanding of this vast world and recognized her own insignificance. She also comprehended that Yang Bai was the one and only primordial god in the myriad of universes, an invincible entity above all others. Yet now, one of his spirits had been extinguished before her very eyes. Who are you? Yang Yuchan inquired, her gaze darkening as she scrutinized the stranger. You shall come to understand in due time. But that is a matter for another day. For now, haha. The mysterious figure paid no heed to Yang Yuchan's question. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a tempest of spatial energy, swiftly whisking her away. He was acutely aware that he had just annihilated one of her spirits. As a fellow creator god, she would undoubtedly sense it immediately. Though he was cloaked in the aura of a creator artifact, he could not escape the detection of a creator god wielding their full spiritual power. Thus, he had no time for extensive explanations to Yang Yuchan. He needed to escape before Yang Bai returned. Internally, he cursed his ill fate. For the target he sought was none other than one who had just emerged in the Hongmeng universe beside the creator god. Inside the apothecary, the weaker cultivators remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. The moment the mysterious figure arrived, their consciousness was seized, freezing time itself. Where has Yuchan gone? Inquired Yang Tianxiong and his wife, seated at the dining table, their curiosity piqued. At this moment, Lu Linger and Xiao Qingji, still gripping their weapons, emanated an aura of heightened tension. Once the mysterious figure departed, the two regained their senses. Father, Sister Yang has been taken, exclaimed Lu Linger, her small face adorned with beads of perspiration. Beside her, Xiao Qingji's expression fell, her demeanor visibly dejected. Meanwhile, Yang Bai had just received news of the incident. He was hastening back to the Hongmeng universe, perplexed by the situation. As the primordial god, my consciousness spans the entirety of the myriad realms. There is no one capable of eluding my perception. What on earth is happening? He then focused his gaze, employing his primordial god powers to deduce the peculiarities of the situation. Yangbai traversed the fabric of time and space, weaving through the realms. In less than a breath's time, he returned to the cosmic expanse of the Kunlun realm. Simultaneously, his calculations yielded results. Under the scrutiny of his primordial god powers, all anomalies pointed towards the enigmatic force of fate. From the moment he reached out to the heavens, he had already been marked by destiny. The mysterious figure was none other than Eternity, one of the 9 creator gods of the myriad universes. Eternity believed that the creator artifact concealed his essence. Little did he know, such a mere artifact could not deceive Yangbai's soul perception. All of this was orchestrated by the inscrutable hand of fate, utilizing the profound power of destiny alongside the creator artifact. Furthermore, Yangbai was situated within the celestial realm, a domain suffused with the essence of fate, which had lulled him into a false sense of security. Overconfident in his unmatched supremacy over the myriad realms, he had momentarily let his guard down. Amidst these layered factors, luck had allowed Eternity to stealthily slip into the Hongming universe and abduct Yang Yuchan. It seemed as if all was unfolding under the mysterious and intricate manipulation of fate, cleverly leveraging every element. It felt as if it were predestined to occur. Fate, you say? Once I conclude this matter, I shall seek you out for reckoning. At that time, whether you are the so-called will of heaven or some supreme entity, I shall ensure your complete obliteration from this realm. After piecing together the situation, Yangbai's eyes shimmered with an unprecedented glimmer of danger. Simultaneously, in the chaotic realm where the enigmatic door resided, the door, previously shattered by Yangbai's oppressive aura, began to mend itself under the influence of the mysterious and potent force of destiny. Even the celestial realm within it was restored anew. All those who had perished under Yangbai's oppressive presence within the 12 palaces of destiny were resurrected by the power of fate. The resurrected denizens of the Temple of Destiny, faces aglow with unwavering faith, knelt towards the celestial heavens, fervently proclaiming, "O great destiny." At the same time, before the 8 creator gods of the myriad realms, an unusual and mysterious radiance descended. Upon witnessing this aura, the 8 creator gods recoiled in terror, instinctively distancing themselves. Chapter 136. The true master of destiny emerges. The laws of witchcraft. As the radiance dissipated, a vague silhouette materialized before the 8 creator gods. An elder clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal aura, suddenly appeared. Immediately, the formidable force of destiny surged forth. A vacuum zone unexpectedly formed within the chaotic expanse of space, rendering the surrounding laws and principles illusory, as if severed from the celestial cosmos. The overwhelming aura compelled the 8 primordial deities present to exercise utmost caution. They each invoked their own creative laws, bracing themselves with grave expressions as they gazed at the figure before them. The true sovereign of destiny was enveloped in a swirling aura of fate, his eyes shimmering with the principles of destiny. Fate is merciful. It is no small feat for you to ascend to the realm of the primordial deities. Yet, why must you seek your own demise? You shall bear no ill will towards the relentless nature of fate. With that, the true sovereign of destiny began to chant incantations, and countless mysterious runes of fate materialized from thin air. Quickly stop him. The East Ming sword god, witnessing the unfolding scene, could hesitate no longer. Grasping his first sequenced divine sword, he concentrated the essence of the sword path from the myriad heavens upon its blade. An invisible sword intent pierced through the fabric of time and space, its piercing brilliance capable of annihilating all in existence, aimed directly at the true sovereign of destiny. The profundities of the sword path from the myriad realms were unleashed in an instant, and even the true sovereign of destiny did not dare to underestimate this attack. With a brief flicker of his eyes, a terrifying light of fate erupted forth, colliding with the sword's radiance. The divine light of fate swiftly shattered the sword's brilliance, surging forth with unmitigated force toward the East Ming sword god. Meanwhile, the now alert ancestor Xing and others utilized their creative laws to coalesce a primordial divine arrow, which clashed with the divine light of fate. The aftermath of their collision unleashed a tempest of cosmic energy, obliterating the surrounding sacred heavens and immortal universes in an instant. The clash of powers between the primordial deities was such that even the residual waves were beyond the capacity of ordinary universes to withstand. All 8 primordial deities were sent hurtling away by the shockwave, their figures retreating over 1 billion celestial miles. At this moment, the 8 could not help but marvel at the terrifying strength of the elder before them. After their combined efforts in the first exchange, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Cursed be that elder. Who is he? Why have I never encountered him within the celestial hall of destiny? Ancestor Xing grumbled darkly. it became evident that they had grossly underestimated the power of the celestial destiny forces. This mysterious elder was a figure they had never before seen, and judging by his might, he was likely a being who had transcended the heavens and entered the realm of transformation and freedom. Amidst the frantic defense against the relentless assaults of the true sovereign of destiny, the creative god Tingru analyzed, it appears the celestial cosmos is on the brink of upheaval. Today alone, we have witnessed two beings who have transcended the heavens, and perhaps the other is even beyond mere transformation. The trifling heavens shall not withstand the judgment of fate. In the next moment, the runes of destiny surrounding the true sovereign tightened, unleashing a torrent of divine light of fate. The power of destiny instantly saturated the surrounding cosmic space. Under the influence of the laws of fate, all principles, save for those of destiny, became dim and lifeless. The sword path essence entwined with the first sequence divine sword of the East Ming sword god dissipated into nothingness, the sword no longer exuding its former splendor. Simultaneously, the heavenly laws surrounding the creative god Tingru vanished as well. Moreover, within the entire celestial cosmos, whether the 3,000 great paths, the 72 supreme laws, or even the 9 eternal laws and origin laws, all mysteriously disappeared, leaving not a trace of their essence. The laws and principles did not vanish into thin air. Rather, they had all been summoned by fate, converging into the hands of the true sovereign of destiny. The 8 primordial deities gazed in disbelief at this astonishing scene before them. The true sovereign of destiny could manipulate the entirety of the celestial cosmos's laws with a mere gesture. Such a means was undeniably defiant against the natural order. Was the power of the laws of destiny truly so terrifying? At this moment, a profound fear of fate enveloped the very souls of the 8 primordial deities. Though they were the foremost combatants of the celestial cosmos, facing the onslaught of destiny unveiled to them the insignificance of their existence. No, the law of destiny has not yet reached such extremes. There exists a principle that it cannot manipulate. The creative god Tingru, undeterred in the face of adversity, fixed his gaze upon the vast power of laws converging in the hands of the true sovereign of destiny. A glimmer of divine light flashed in his eyes. Is it possible that he speaks of the sorcerer's path laws? Do you wish to join me in manifesting them? The creative god Tingru asked with unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, the other primordial deities began to hesitate. The sorcerer's path laws were not like other principles that could be summoned at will. They transcended the mundane realm and existed beyond the intangible. Within the celestial cosmos, only a handful of laws could stand against the law of destiny, and the sorcerer's path laws were indeed one of them. My fellow deities, we have reached a critical juncture for the survival of the celestial cosmos. Rather than passively awaiting our demise at the hands of destiny, we should take this opportunity to fight back. The moment had come where they had no choice but to act. For ages, the power of destiny had ruled over all beings within the celestial cosmos. As fate dictated, every creature was forcibly assigned an unchangeable destiny from the moment of their birth, one from which they could never escape. All beings in the cosmos encountered the unseen hand of fate, which quietly manipulated their paths. The entire celestial cosmos resembled a colossal chessboard, with all individuals mere pawns in the hands of fate. Yet, throughout the vastness of the cosmos, countless prodigies had emerged. Upon realizing the machinations of fate, they resolutely sought to shatter their destinies and seize control over their fates. Yet they all met with failure beneath the weight of destiny. However, in the annals of history, millions of epochs prior, 12 unparalleled powerhouses emerged within the celestial cosmos, their strength rumored to have reached an unprecedented realm of limitless laws. These 12 extraordinary beings were collectively revered by contemporary practitioners as the sorceress ancestors. Yet, even the mightiest of sorceress ancestors could not withstand the onslaught of fate. Upon the demise of the first sorceress ancestor, he expended his entire cultivation to employ a forbidden divine ability, thus creating the embryonic form of the sorcerer's path laws. Subsequently, through the relentless refinement of the other sorceress ancestors, the sorcerer's path laws evolved into their current form, capable of contending with the laws of destiny. While the sorcerer's path laws are formidable, the cost of employing them is not one that ordinary beings can bear. The price of summoning the sorcerer's path laws is the lifespan of the practitioner as sustenance. The consumption of lifespan is staggering, requiring tens of thousands of epochs. For a being of the heavens, a mere lifespan is barely 2,000 epochs. To summon the sorcerer's path laws demands an astronomical amount of lifespan. This is precisely why the other primordial deities hesitated. Summoning the sorcerer's path laws once would equate to sacrificing half their lives, leaving them with mere epochs of lifespan remaining. Chapter 137. The Return of the 12 Sorceress Ancestors. The formidable sorceress ancestors. For For the creative gods, a handful of epics is but a fleeting moment. Typically, they would retreat for decades at a time. Yet now, confronted with the unprecedented might of the true sovereign of destiny, wielding the combined force of the entire celestial cosmos, they could not withstand the onslaught without the support of their laws. Only annihilation awaited them. Very well. Since the creation of the sorceress path laws, no one has ever invoked their power. It is evident that they had long anticipated today's predicament. I shall fight with all my might. Zhu Xing, Dongming, and Shangqing gritted their teeth resolutely. Subsequently, the 8 of them formed intricate hand seals, reciting incantations as the shamanic runes swirled around them. The 8 individuals expended nearly 10,000 epochs of their lifespan, their hair turning gray, and their divine power continuously leaking away from their bodies. Facing them was the Fate Sovereign, who had now fully cultivated the power of the myriad laws of the heavens. An unfathomable terror erupted from this power, tearing through space. Even the Fate Sovereign struggled to withstand the backlash of this violent energy, feeling his blood surge violently, divine essence spilling from his mouth. With immense effort, he invoked the laws of fate to barely stabilize the raging energy. The shamanic laws, a formidable power indeed. It is rare for mere insects to create such laws. But how could I allow you to have your way? With that, the Fate Sovereign's gaze sharpened, and countless celestial mysteries burst forth from his hands. The terrifying essence of these mysteries pierced through time and space, not directed at the 8 present creation gods, but rather at their past selves, who had yet to fully develop. Faced with such an overwhelming strike, even the current 8 creation gods could not withstand it, let alone their past selves. Should the past 8 creation gods perish, their present counterparts would likewise be extinguished. Just as the situation grew dire, the shamanic laws surged from beyond the heavens. An ancient aura rippling through the surrounding universe. A colossal and enigmatic portal, as deep as an abyss, materialized out of thin air, emanating an endless shamanic essence. The overwhelming might of the shamanic laws rendered even the boundless power of fate dim in comparison. From the abyss-like spatial passage, 12 figures gradually emerged. Their overwhelming presence surged forth, aiming directly at the Fate Sovereign. Even the Fate Sovereign, who was adept at transcending forms, felt a chill run down his spine under the weight of their aura. The 12 shaman ancestors had traversed time and space, descending from millions of epochs past into the present. In the next moment, the 12 shaman ancestors united to harness the power of the shamanic laws, piercing through time and space to intercept the Fate Sovereign's attack. Subsequently, it became evident that the Fate Sovereign's assault, which had gathered all the powers of the myriad laws, was instantly shattered by this strike from the 12 shaman ancestors. Witnessing this, the 8 creation gods breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had arrived just in time. Junior Dongming, Zhu Xing, Shangqing, and Ting Ru greet the esteemed shaman ancestors. Before long, the 12 shaman ancestors stood before the 8 creation gods. The 8, upon witnessing this, hastily bowed in respect. Among the ancestors, the Xianming shaman nodded slightly, casting a satisfied glance at the 8 of them. Indeed, the younger generation has produced 9 creation gods. As the strongest in the heavens, sacrificing oneself for the greater good is commendable, truly worthy of being gods of the heavens. The 9 creation gods referred to by Xianming shaman included Eternity, who had stealthily ventured to Kunlun realm. Very well, let us save the praises for another time. First, we must deal with the enemy at hand. The Xingtian shaman gazed coldly at the Fate Sovereign, his terrifying aura firmly locking onto him to prevent any escape. Faced with the encirclement of the 12 ancient shaman ancestors and the 8 present creation gods, the Fate Sovereign had no chance of victory. Yet, he did not display any signs of panic. Instead, mocking the 12 shaman ancestors before him, the hunted dog of yesteryear believes that gathering through the shamanic laws can shake fate? How utterly ludicrous! The fiery-tempered Zhurong shaman, upon hearing such insolence in the face of imminent doom, ignited with a terrifying divine flame. The boundless and terrifying aura rippled outward, instantly scattering the fate laws that surrounded the Fate Sovereign. Then, with a flash, the Zhurong shaman pierced through time and space with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared silently before the Fate Sovereign. His hand covered the Sovereign's forehead, and immediately, the Zhurong divine flames spread down his arm. The fearsome temperature of the flames seemed unbearable for the heavens, causing even the surrounding fate laws to ignite spontaneously. Strong as the Fate Sovereign was in the realm of transcendence, he had no time to react before being reduced to ashes by the Zhurong divine flame. A once unparalleled creation god had thus fallen silently. The myriad laws of the cosmos and his transcendence were simply not on the same level. The 8 creation gods watching from the side could not help but swallow hard, their hearts filled with shock. Is this the power of the shaman ancestors? Truly terrifying. Even the fate's sovereign of transcendence could not withstand a single blow. The Zhurong shaman's strength was indeed awe-inspiring. The younger generation has long admired you all. The sword god Dongming, in his astonishment, stepped forward to boast. Indeed, with the leadership of the shaman ancestors, the heavens will surely break the chains of fate and restore freedom to all beings. Creation god Zhu Xing echoed in agreement. However, upon hearing the flattery from the younger generation, the shaman ancestor Jumin wore a frown. You overestimate us and underestimate the terror of fate. What you see now is merely the tip of the iceberg of fate's power. The fate's sovereign has not truly perished. As long as fate endures, the heavens shall never fall, and those of the fate temple are immortal. Jumin's words were undoubtedly a cold shower for the 8 creation gods. Yet, there was no need for excessive pessimism. Now that we have returned, there is still hope for the cosmos. With the powerful return of the shaman ancestors, a certain balance has finally been restored between the heavens and the cosmos. Chapter 138, The Void of Fate. The Eternal Kingdom. In the Kunlun realm, a figure streaked through the depths of the cosmic starry sky like a shooting star. Within the apothecary, Yang Yuchan had just been abducted by the creation god Eternity. At this moment, Lu Linger and Xiao Qingji were anxiously pacing in the courtyard like ants on a hot pan. As a figure descended, the 2 girls hurriedly rushed forward. Leaping into his embrace, Yang Bai carefully caught the 2 little ones running towards him. With tears still glistening in her eyes, Lu Linger buried her head in his chest. Sobbing, "Young master. Wu, Sister Yang was just taken away." Hearing the girl's choked sobs, Yang Bai gently patted her head, offering comfort. "Do not worry. The young master will surely bring her back." Yang Tianxiong, supporting Lin Yining, stepped forward. "As long as she returns." Facing this familiar, yet unfamiliar son, Yang Tianxiong felt a whirlwind of emotions. He had not anticipated that the once wayward young man would now, in the blink of an eye, become a pivotal figure within the Kunlun realm. Yang Bai nodded towards him, and the little one in his arms ceased her crying. After calming the emotions of those present, he surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. Under the detection of his ancestral divine sense, the surrounding space was suffused with an intense power of fate. Indeed, it is undoubtedly intertwined with fate. Otherwise, how could a mere creator god traverse the depths of my divine consciousness? In that moment, Yang Bai's eyes brimmed with the radiance of time. As he resolved to employ the primordial divine power and harness the forces of the river of time to manipulate the fabric of reality. Yet, just as his ancestral divine strength was on the verge of permeating the temporal currents, he was abruptly confronted with the revelation that the river of time was besieged by a multitude of forces governed by the laws of destiny. An immense convergence of fate's principles, unprecedented in its magnitude, loomed before him. Even Yang Bai found that he required a considerable span of time to dispel such overwhelming energies. Thus, he resolutely abandoned this course of action, his tolerance for fate reaching its zenith. This matter must be resolved. I vow to ascend to the celestial realm once more. Regardless of how many times I must rebuild, I shall utterly annihilate you. With that, Yang Bai solemnly instructed Lu Linger and Xiao Qingji. I shall return shortly. Remain at home and do not venture forth recklessly. Before departing, he took care to personally establish a primordial formation within the apothecary and left behind a trace of primordial essence. This great formation, meticulously arranged by his own hand, could only be breached by a primordial deity. Furthermore, should this formation endure a powerful assault, the trace of primordial essence he left would instantaneously resonate, thus preventing a recurrence of such encounters. Having completed these preparations, Yang Bai surged towards the direction of the eternal celestial kingdom with astonishing speed. One capable of piercing through the very fabric of time and space, swiftly exiting the primordial universe and entering the vast, boundless chaos of the outer cosmos. At the moment of his appearance, all chaotic energies ignited as if set aflame. The overwhelming fury transformed into a cataclysmic event across the myriad heavens, causing the very laws of the universe to boil with uncontrollable fervor. Countless star systems retreated in his wake as Yang Bai pointed directly towards the eternal celestial kingdom. Simultaneously, in the realm of the celestial, the fate true master, who had been annihilated by the divine flames of the witch ancestor Zhu Rong, re-emerged within the divine palace of calamity. Below the grand hall, the 12 fate creator gods, recently vanquished by Yang Bai, now stood resurrected, respectfully aligned to one side. True master, the 12 witch ancestors have returned from antiquity, and now an exceedingly formidable being has emerged from the shadows. The power within the myriad heavens has surged, and we are at a disadvantage in the open. The creator god began to analyze the current cosmic situation. Mere witch ancestors. They are hardly a cause for concern. The true trouble lies with him. According to the laws of fate, His causal threads are utterly untraceable, as if he has never existed at all. The glimmer of fate within the true master's eyes flickered incessantly, conjuring the lean figure of Yang Bai in his mind. The true master could not help but speculate, as the creator god seemed to grasp the underlying implications of his words, perhaps considering a certain possibility. Indeed, it is the void of fate, an existence so transcendent that even fate itself cannot govern it. Has such an entity resurfaced? The mention of the void of fate by the true master could not conceal the dread swelling within his heart. The mere utterance of this name left the 12 fate creator gods below utterly astounded. The void of fate, as its name implies, exists beyond the constraints of any rules. It possesses neither a past nor a discernible future, embodying the most enigmatic existence within the myriad heavens. No doctrine or law can penetrate its form. Our sole recourse now is to engage it in a battle of mutual annihilation with the universe. Everything is an unseen orchestration of fate. Yang Bai does not belong to this world. Fate remained oblivious to his existence until he ascended upon the celestial realm, at which point the powers of destiny finally took notice of him. Far from the primordial universe lies a vast dominion, the eternal celestial kingdom, with its sovereign, the current creator god, at the helm. The eternal celestial kingdom possesses formidable strength. It commands not merely millions of universes, but dominates a significant portion of the celestial realm, standing as an undeniable titan among powers. The infinite laws of eternity suffuse the entirety of this celestial expanse. As Yang Bai stepped into the universe of the eternal celestial kingdom, even he could not help but marvel at the breathtaking beauty of its starry skies. Each star cluster was composed of countless eternal laws, radiating a dazzling deep blue in the vastness of space. Countless starlights adorn the prosperity of the eternal celestial kingdom. Yet, this superficial splendor is poised to be obliterated by the primordial divine power. With only a fleeting glance, Yang Bai hastened towards the heart of the eternal celestial kingdom. Soon, he arrived at its frontier, where a towering stronghold barred his path. The majesty of this border was formed by the amalgamation of several universes, creating an impenetrable defense. One cannot help but admire the grand scale of this endeavor, befitting a power guarded by a creator god. Standing beneath the imposing fortress, Yang Bai appeared remarkably diminutive. Who goes there? Depart at once. The sovereign has decreed that, effective immediately, no cultivator may enter the celestial kingdom. Those who defy this order shall be executed without mercy. The soldiers stationed upon the walls, possessing transcendent cultivation, quickly raised their voices to admonish the figures standing below. Yet, before he could finish his warning, Yang Bai's piercing gaze silenced him. The overwhelming force of his soul rippled through the surrounding space, unleashing a terrifying energy storm that tore a gaping hole in the impenetrable stronghold. Bad news. We're under attack. The enemy. As Yang Bai ascended the walls, his eyes radiated a divine light, and the terrifying primordial power coalesced in his hands. The aura of invincibility that emanated from him instantaneously extinguished the bastion formed by multiple universes. Chapter 139. A relentless advance. The prelude and consequences. With the obstacles cleared, Yang Bai wasted no time in racing towards the capital of the eternal celestial kingdom. The terrifying aura of the primordial god swiftly spread throughout the entire kingdom. In that very moment, within the capital, the creator god of eternity sensed this overwhelming presence approaching him. Dispatch the eternal divine army at once. Halt the advancing enemy. He had not anticipated that the adversary would arrive at his divine realm so swiftly. Even as a creator god, he possessed a divine artifact that concealed his aura. He should not have been so easily traced. Just as he had returned to his divine realm, Yang Bai followed closely behind. In shock, he realized there was no time left for contemplation. Issue orders to all cultivators above the supreme Tao ancestor level. Meanwhile, in a short span, Yang Bai had obliterated dozens of border defenses, resulting in the annihilation of hundreds of universes by his hands. Truly vexing. I shall see just how formidable your eternal celestial kingdom truly is. Yet another universe stronghold obstructed his path, and Yang Bai, having exhausted his patience, raised a hand in fury, unleashing the terrifying primordial divine power. With a single motion, he thrust forward, the primordial radiance surging forth with the might to crush all in its path, relentlessly advancing. Everything that stood before him was reduced to mere strands of ashes beneath the onslaught of the primordial light. In the next instant, unimpeded by any more barriers, he charged forth unabated, swiftly arriving at the foot of the capital of the eternal celestial kingdom. True to its stature as one of the titans of the myriad heavens, the eternal celestial kingdom's territory spanned an astonishing breadth of several tens of thousands of universes. At the foot of the capital, the eternal divine army stood in disciplined formation. A sea of soldiers clad in divine armor, emanating a palpable aura of bloodlust. At the forefront, a cultivator of the primordial sovereign realm wielded a divine sword. Who is this esteemed guest? You dare to brazenly invade my divine realm, wreaking havoc upon my countless borders, truly believing that my kingdom is devoid of defenders? This humiliation can only be washed away with your blood. Kill! Kill! The valiant, eternal divine army behind me erupted with a terrifying momentum. An endless intent to kill coalesced into a fearsome tempest of energy, surging forth towards Yangbai. My blood? Huh? Does a deity bleed? The energy storm surged forth in an instant, yet Yangbai scoffed at it, merely lifting his hand. Astonishingly, he rent asunder this earth-shattering strike. What? How could this be possible? The battle intent of tens of thousands of the eternal divine army, capable of withstanding even a blow from the Creator God. The eternal divine army is one of the strongest forces under the Creator God's eternal command. Then, Yangbai flashed a wicked smile at the army, his figure vanishing from sight. Be cautious, the Hunyuan sovereign at the front exclaimed in alarm. His pupils involuntarily constricted as a primordial divine light pierced through him. Along with him, countless divine soldiers were engulfed by the divine light. In an instant, innumerable soldiers were reduced to mere dust. Yangbai traversed through the fabric of time and space, weaving effortlessly among the divine army as though he were in a realm unimpeded by any barriers. This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Moments later, every last soldier was slain, leaving no trace behind. The pungent scent of blood flooded the surrounding space, staining the towering walls crimson. In stark contrast, Yangbai's pristine garments remained untainted by even a drop of blood. Now, the sole obstacle lay before this wall. Upon closer inspection, the wall shimmered with a mysterious and formidable eternal law. It even contained the power of the Creator's law, forged personally by the Creator God. Furthermore, numerous formations laid by the Creator God were inscribed upon it. Even the Creator God would find it difficult to breach in a short span of time. Truly, this is the eternal capital, a site worthy of its reputation. Yangbai smiled faintly at this. Immediately, boundless primordial divine power surged from within him, an oppressive force so immense that even heaven and earth seemed incapable of bearing it. As the primordial pressure descended, the eternal laws etched upon the wall trembled uncontrollably. Moreover, the entire cosmos quaked violently. All laws and principles bowed down as if before a sovereign, kneeling towards the direction of the eternal kingdom. The supreme aura of the primordial presence manifested, and the 12 ancestral witches, far away in the Tianxiang universe, had just adjusted to the current laws of reality. The 12 witches were, after all, not practitioners of this world, and thus were subject to the constraints of the heavenly path. Could it be that this aura, which even the ancestor feared, heralded the emergence of the fate entity? The witch ancestor Xing Tian felt a terror rise from the depths of his soul. The primordial aura reminded him of the dread he experienced millions of epochs ago before the fate entity, a feeling that lingered in his heart like a shadow, never fading even to this day. The other witches and the 8 great creator gods cast their gazes towards the direction of the eternal kingdom. What is that eternal up to? The sword god Dongming observed the direction of the eternal kingdom with a serious expression, murmuring to himself. Before he could react, the 12 ancestral witches immediately set off, racing towards the eternal kingdom. Upon witnessing this, the 8 great creator gods had no choice but to follow suit. Meanwhile, beneath the wall, the once mighty edifice now lay in ruins, a desolate spectacle. The creator god formations were obliterated under the weight of the primordial pressure. Eternal, come forth. Soon after, Yangbai stepped slowly into the eternal capital. Within the colossal barrier, countless powerful beings of the eternal kingdom surrounded in a dense circle, forming seals with their hands. The formation sustained the entire barrier, while Yang Yuchan lay within, her eyes tightly closed, a look of anguish etched upon her face. At the same time, the creator god Eternity stood on the other side of the formation. This was the legacy formation of the eternal kingdom. To reach the realm of Tian Shi Qiankuan, one must sacrifice a close kin in the ritual, complemented by the presence of 128,000 Supreme Tao Ancestors, 18,000 True Spirit Tao Ancestors, 1,800 Chaos Tao Ancestors, and 180 Hunyuan Sovereigns. Gathering the myriad powers of the strong to propel one into the state of transformation and freedom. This plan had been in the making for nearly 1,000,000 years, and the number of powerful beings in the eternal kingdom was already sufficient. However, the higher the cultivation, the more challenging it became to conceive offspring. As a being of creation, Eternity found it exceedingly difficult to father children. Over 20 years ago, his eternal empress finally bore him a daughter, Yang Yuchan. Yet, when the eternal empress learned that Eternity intended to use their children for the ritual, she could not bear to witness her own daughter perish before her eyes. Thus, With the aid of her loyal knight, Tian, she secretly sent Yang Yuchan to the distant Hongming universe using a time-space talisman. Young and fortunate, Yang Yuchan survived the temporal storm, but her eternal divine vein was shattered. This was the reason for her subsequent lack of cultivation talent. Upon learning of this, the creator god Eternity was filled with rage, ruthlessly slaying the Empress and imprisoning Knight Tian in a celestial prison, demanding to know Yang Yuchan's whereabouts. Only recently did Yang Bai's appearance expose the secrets of the Hongming universe, allowing Eternity to gain insight. Chapter 140. A thought determines life and death. Upon seeing Yang Bai breach their defenses so swiftly, the creator god Eternity's expression changed dramatically. Hurry. Increase the pace. He hoped to reach the state of transformation and freedom before Yang Bai arrived. Seeing Yang Yuchan, unconscious and pale, within the formation ignited Yang Bai's fury, nearly overwhelming him with the primordial presence within. What a splendid eternal kingdom. Since you seek death, I shall fulfill your wish. The primordial divine aura rippled across billions of celestial realms. The terrifying pressure shook the heavens and the earth, causing vast expanses of cosmic space to collapse into a desolate wasteland. In the next instant, Yang Bai clasped his hands in a virtual grip, and a colossal hand formed from primordial divine power struck towards the eternal formation. The eternal divine formation, meticulously arranged by tens of thousands of powerful beings from the eternal kingdom, crumbled under the might of the primordial divine force as if it were made of mere tofu. One touch, and it shattered. The powerful beings within the formation were all severely injured by the immense backlash of the formation. The backlash was even more ferocious for the creator god Eternity, the main architect of the formation. In the next moment, under his incredulous gaze, Yang Bai swiftly maneuvered through the encroaching eternal laws, arriving at the altar. Yang Bai looked down at the pale Yang Yuchan, his heart aching as he lifted her in his arms. My dear, I'm so sorry. I have come too late. He then slowly concentrated a gentle primordial divine aura in his palm, infusing it into her body. Only a being of indestructibility like Yang Yuchan, in this vast universe, could be so fragile. With a soft sigh, under the warm embrace of the primordial divine aura, a soothing sensation filled her entire being. Yang Yuchan fluttered her long eyelashes, letting out a captivating sigh. Finally, she slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Husband, you have finally come. Upon recognizing Yang Bai, her tears transformed into a radiant smile as she hurriedly leaped into his embrace. The two lost themselves in each other's arms, entirely oblivious to the countless pairs of eyes fixated upon them from the surroundings. At this moment, countless supreme ancestors, myriad true spirit ancestors, thousands of chaotic ancestors, and hundreds of primordial sovereigns were led by the Eternal, encircling the two individuals tightly. The overwhelming aura emanating from the powerful beings of the Eternal Kingdom was so intense that even the pinnacle of the celestial beginning and universe realm had to retreat, evading their might. Your Excellency, I bear no grudge against you. So why have you intruded upon my divine realm to abduct my daughter? The Creator God, stabilizing his injuries, wiped the divine blood from his lips and cast a wary gaze upon Yang Bai. He had come to realize that the intruder had breached the divine realm single-handedly and, in less than a few breaths, had penetrated the capital. They had barely begun to set the divine formation when he stormed in. Furthermore, with a single strike, he shattered the eternal divine array laid by so many formidable beings, an accomplishment far beyond what the celestial beginning and universe could achieve. Meanwhile, he cursed his misfortune, pondering when such a transcendent being from the myriad heavens had emerged. Despite his arduous efforts to attain the transcendental freedom realm, he found himself distracted by the commotion around him, his gaze never straying from the enchanting woman before him. My dear, are you afraid? Yang Bai asked, a gentle smile gracing his lips. As long as my husband is here, I fear nothing, she replied, shaking her head. Very well, let us return home. With that, Yang Bai swept her up in his arms. Your Excellency is rather presumptuous. The Eternal, feeling utterly disregarded, could not contain the fury rising within him. As the supreme creator god, he had never endured such humiliation. Even if you are a master of transcendental freedom, escaping today would not be an easy feat. We shall assist the revered god. As the words left his lips, the Eternal grasped the Creator's artifact, the eternal divine spear, bolstered by the collective power of the formidable beings forming the great array. The might of all the strong converged upon the Eternal, whose aura surged upward. Already at the pinnacle of the celestial beginning and universe, the Eternal absorbed the strengths of countless warriors, finally reaching the transcendental freedom level. Is this the power of transcendental freedom? Truly formidable. Yet alas, I must reclaim her. I shall become the one true deity of the myriad heavens. The Eternal, feeling his power swell within him, was intoxicated by the surge. his gaze fixated menacingly upon Yang Yuchan. With the eternal divine spear in hand, he surged forward, piercing through countless dimensions, collapsing the cosmos behind him. The spear's tip converged an array of eternal laws, aimed directly at Yang Bai. The potent force of destiny instantly locked onto Yang Yuchan, and even from a distant space, she could feel the oppressive weight of impending doom. In response, Yang Bai enveloped her with the primordial divine power, insect, seeking death. Today, I shall obliterate the eternal divine kingdom. In the next moment, the eternal divine spear arrived before him, an overwhelming aura of eternal laws washing over him. Yet, despite its terrifying nature, it could advance no further. A thin barrier of energy coalesced before Yang Bai, rendering the eternal divine spear unable to penetrate it. How is this possible? In disbelief, the Eternal watched as Yang Bai extended his hand slightly, grasping the spear's tip, the primordial divine light flickering in his palm. In an instant, the eternal divine spear crumbled to dust, dissipating into the cosmos. A creator artifact was thus annihilated. The Eternal stood aghast, staring at the man before him, who now bore an eerie smile. Instantly, a profound sense of mortal peril surged deep within his soul. Without hesitation, the Eternal turned and cast a secret technique to flee into the depths of the universe beyond the divine realm. What is there to fight? In a single encounter, my creator artifact has been destroyed. What manner of existence is he? While the Eternal marveled at his own shock, he felt fortunate that Yang Bai had spared him. For otherwise, he would surely perish today. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Bai revealed a peculiar smile from afar and gently snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the Eternal found himself back in place. Long before, Yang Bai's primordial order domain had enveloped the entire starry sky. Within his domain, the fates of all beings lay at the mercy of his thoughts. Subsequently, Yang Bai turned his gaze toward the assembled formidable beings of the Eternal Kingdom. His eyes glimmered slightly, and with a thought, he proclaimed, I, the God of compassion, shall bestow upon you the fear of death. As his words echoed, under the incredulous gaze of the Eternal, every warrior of the Eternal Kingdom found themselves gripped by terror, clutching their necks in a futile attempt to stave off the encroaching dread, ultimately succumbing. No, as the Eternal Kingdom, which had flourished for hundreds of epochs, crumbled before his eyes, the Creator God found himself utterly powerless. Chapter 141. The Fall of the Creator God Eternal. Now it is your turn. Deprived of the support of the Eternal Divine Array, the Eternal's aura plummeted, reverting to the celestial beginning and universe realm. Yang Bai extended a hand toward him, an invisible might coiling around his palm. The Eternal was then seized by unseen hands, a visceral fear of death flooding his mind. I am her biological father. Do you dare? Just as Yang Bai was about to annihilate him entirely, several terrifying auras suddenly emanated from beyond the divine realm. Your Excellency, please show mercy. The 12 witch ancestors and the 8 great creator gods of the myriad heavens had arrived in the eternal divine domain, witnessing the once magnificent eternal kingdom now reduced to ruins. The 8 creator gods bore varied expressions of shock, whispering among themselves, "It is he. How did that fellow provoke such a mysterious and terrifying being?" As the crowd appeared, the creator god eternal clung desperately to hope, gazing frantically at them. What? Do you also wish to oppose me? Cradling his beloved, Yang Bai glanced sideways. No. Your Excellency's strength is unmatched, truly the strongest in this era. My admiration is boundless. However, as the creator gods, fate is our common enemy. Currently, our myriad heavens are embroiled in conflict, precisely as the celestial deities desire. In light of this, the witch ancestor Xing Tian quickly stepped forward to elucidate. Oh, regardless of the eternal kingdom or the celestial realm, I shall eradicate them both. I grant you 3 breaths to vanish from my sight. The others were left momentarily stunned by Yang Bai's uncompromising stance. Before they could react, Yang Bai's gaze hardened, and the primordial divine power erupted. An overwhelming force surged from his being, sweeping through the cosmic expanse. The witch ancestor Di Jiang, keenly aware of the imminent threat, cried out in alarm. Not good. Retreat. The 12 witch ancestors, supreme creator gods of unparalleled power, sensed the lethal danger and swiftly flickered into motion, whisking the weaker 8 creator gods through the fabric of space. Racing away from the eternal kingdom. Boom. A terrifying tide of energy engulfed the entire eternal divine domain, under the supremacy of the primordial divine power. Every living planet and cosmic matter within the eternal divine domain was reduced to atomic particles, returning to the void. The eternal divine realm has transformed into a desolate wasteland, devoid of all vitality. This entire divine domain has become a silent graveyard, where for countless epochs to come, no life shall ever emerge. No being may tread upon this forsaken ground. Any creature that dares to enter shall be obliterated by the residual primal divine power. The terrifying tide of energy has finally receded, gazing towards the eternal divine realm, illuminated by a brilliance that shines across the cosmos. The 12 witch ancestors are struck with disbelief at this scene. In contrast, the 8 great primordial deities behind them appear relatively composed. For they had witnessed firsthand how Yangbai, with merely a breath of his aura, annihilated the entire celestial realm. The overwhelming pressure of his presence had also led to the destruction of half the cosmic expanse. Even they, the 8 creators, had been unable to escape. Most horrifying of all is the fact that he could, with a mere thought, reverse all of this. Such terrifying methods are beyond the comprehension of even those who stand as creators. Amidst their astonishment, the 12 witch ancestors are consumed by an immense fury. As ancient creators, their cultivation has reached the pinnacle of boundless laws. There are few things in the world that can elude their perception. Upon Yangbai unleashing his primal divine power, they had already begun to suspect. This enigmatic powerhouse surely does not hail from the myriad realms of the cosmos. He cannot be allowed to remain. All of you, follow this ancestor and let us return to slay him. Witch ancestor Zhu Jiuyin transforms into his true form. His colossal dragon body resembling a towering pillar that supports the cosmic expanse, grand and formidable. His bell-like pupils emit an endless divine radiance, and a terrifying aura surges forth. What does the witch ancestor mean by this? The sword god Dongming struggles to withstand the overwhelming aura emanating from Zhu Jiuyin, stepping forward to inquire. From the power he has unleashed, we can accurately deduce that he is certainly not of this cosmic realm. That aura has surpassed the limits of boundless laws. He is not merely a creator, but a terrifying existence that transcends an even higher level. Witch ancestor Xianming, wielding the Xianming ancient sword, elucidates. Witch ancestor Xianming's words, though shocking, leave the 8 great creators behind him astounded. The creator god's eyes flash with disbelief as they hurriedly inquire. Is it not true that the creator god represents the pinnacle of cultivation? There exists a realm beyond the creator god. This revelation shatters their understanding. Indeed, surely, you harbor some inkling of this within your hearts. You felt it at the moment of your ascension to creator god. This pertains to the deepest secrets of the cosmic realms, touching upon the origins and annihilation of the cosmos. Witch ancestor Zhu Rong states, "May I ask, witch ancestor, what lies beyond the creator god?" Beyond the creator god is the quasi-primal ancestor. Quasi-primal ancestor? The 8 great creators silently repeat this name in their minds. Such beings exist within the cosmos, their fates nebulous, and they have already ascended to the realm of quasi-primal ancestors, lurking in the shadows of the universe. They are foes more formidable than fate itself. Witch ancestor Di Jiang reveals this secret to them, declaring that there is no longer any point in concealing it. As the current creators of the cosmos, you have the right to know this. Now that you are aware of such powerful enemies lurking in the shadows, sword god Dongming and the others feel an overwhelming pressure. According to the witch ancestor, could he be one of those who exist beyond fate? Ancestor Su Xing queries with curiosity. Indeed, now that you are all aware of the situation, there is no need for further discussion. Follow this ancestor and let us slay. Witch ancestor Zhu Jiuyin, unable to contain his battle intent, drags his immense dragon body forward, charging towards Yangbai. Subsequently, the remaining witch ancestors and sword god Dongming follow closely behind. Upon entering the eternal divine realm, they are immediately beset by the encroaching primal divine power. At the forefront, Zhu Jiuyin's colossal dragon form experiences the fierce shedding of its hardened scales, crackling and hissing as it does so. Meanwhile, the witch ancestors chant incantations, summoning mysterious witch path laws to barely withstand the onslaught of primal divine power. Though potent, the witch path laws cannot compare to the primal divine power, merely managing to mitigate the force of the encroachment. Suddenly, a dramatic turn of events unfolds. Numerous laws of fate descend upon the eternal divine realm, diminishing the assault of primal divine power. Simultaneously, the true sovereign of fate, accompanied by the 12 lords of the Fate Palace, descends upon the eternal divine realm, launching an attack against Yangbai. At this very moment, the cosmic realms have allied with the celestial fate to jointly confront Yangbai. Witnessing this, Yangbai remains unfazed, devoid of any fear, and instead playfully teases Yang Yuchan in his embrace. The two of them, blissfully engaged in each other's company, pay little heed to the approaching formidable powers of the celestial realm and the 12 witch ancestors. Chapter 142, the 12 witch ancestors, the primordial deities of the cosmos, and the celestial deity of fate unite against Yangbai. Zhu Jiuyin is the first to break through the primal divine power, his colossal dragon claw tearing through the fabric of time and space as it fiercely strikes towards Yangbai. The razor-sharp winds of his fists stir up a tempest of divine power, the terrifying aura rippling through the cosmic void. In the face of the full-force assault from a being of boundless laws, Yangbai glances sideways. His eyes radiate divine brilliance, and an overwhelming soul power erupts forth, causing the surrounding space to appear as though it has frozen. Zhu Jiuyin's pupils glaze over, his consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse beneath the force of Yangbai's soul assault. His massive claw halts midair. Roll. With a single admonition from Yangbai, Zhu Jiuyin's immense form is sent hurtling backward, obliterating countless life planets along the way. His divine scales shatter completely, golden blood splattering across the cosmos. Following this, the Xianming ancient sword wielded by witch ancestor Xianming and the heavenly soul fire whip of witch ancestor Zhu Rong arrive in quick succession. The terrifying sharpness of these divine artifacts carrying with them countless arcane witch path laws. A swarm of pesky flies. You dare to strike against this deity? Prepare for your demise. No sooner had the words left his lips than the primal order field enveloped the entire eternal divine realm. Under the overwhelming primordial laws, the witch path laws dimmed in comparison to the shock of the two witch ancestors. The Xianming ancient sword and the heavenly soul fire whip were instantly shattered by a single sweep of Yangbai's hand. Thus, two unparalleled divine artifacts were obliterated. Subsequently, Yangbai, with one arm embracing his beloved, transcends the constraints of time and space, abruptly appearing before the two witch ancestors, casually pushing them aside with a single hand. Witch ancestors Xianming and Zhu Rong feel an immense, formless power strike at their chests. The ultimate pressure of the primal divine power descends upon them. Even as they react in time, channeling all their divine energy to their chests, it is of no avail. In the next moment, they violently cough up blood, their auras plummeting, and their forms are sent careening backward. Observing this, witch ancestors Di Jiang, Xing Tian, Zhu Meng, and Lei Shen rush forward to catch the severely injured duo. Although all 12 witch ancestors stand at the pinnacle of boundless laws, firmly positioned at the zenith of the cosmic realms, they are helpless against the might of the primal deity. The primal divine power is not something mere creator gods can withstand. Even with all four of them exerting their utmost efforts, they slide back nearly 1,000 billion times. Countless vast worlds of the cosmos are obliterated beneath the catastrophic shockwaves unleashed by the clash of the primal divine power and the creator divine power. As Yangbai repelled the 7 great witch ancestors, the remaining 5 swiftly joined forces with the East Ming sword god and others, launching an assault. Simultaneously, on another front, the master of the 12 palaces of destiny had already formed the divine array of the 12 aspects of destiny. Under the amplification of this divine array, the aura of the true sovereign of destiny surged to an extraordinarily powerful apex. Endless laws of fate swirled within his aged eyes. Even if you are a quasi-ancestor, today, under our relentless siege, you shall meet your bitter end. Such is the fate that befalls those who dare to provoke destiny. The authoritative voice of the true sovereign of destiny resonated throughout the entire universe. With that, the true sovereign of destiny gathered immense power from the laws of fate in his hands, his form flickering as he swiftly pierced through time and space, arriving directly behind Yangbai in an instant. Faced with this sudden assault, Yangbai's aura trembled. What? A formidable presence stirred a tempest in the cosmic void, instantly engulfing the true sovereign of destiny in its whirl. A violent surge of energy crashed against his chest. In the next moment, Yangbai clenched his fist, his expression indifferent, as boundless ancestral divine power erupted forth. He then unleashed a powerful punch towards the several witch ancestors and the East Ming sword god. The moment his fist was released, the ancestral divine power went into a frenzy. In that instant, both the laws of witchcraft and the laws of fate were utterly obliterated. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the true sovereign of destiny was sent flying, spitting out divine blood, and the halo of fate surrounding him was instantly shattered. Meanwhile, as the punch imbued with endless ancestral divine power collided with the divine laws of the creator and the witch ancestors, the East Ming sword goddess premier divine sword disintegrated in an instant, the profound sword principles dissolving into the cosmic expanse. The 5 witch ancestors, at the forefront, bore the brunt of the overwhelming ancestral divine power. The clash of the creator's laws and the ancestral divine power erupted in a blinding radiance. In mere moments, this brilliance illuminated the entire universe. Had it not been for Yangbai's ancestral order field swiftly enveloping the eternal divine realm, the entire universe would have surely succumbed to the aftermath of their battle. As the terrifying light gradually dissipated, divine power and dust scattered throughout the surroundings. At that moment, above the eternal divine realm, a solitary, slender figure stood proudly. Like a pillar of creation, unwavering, and eternal. Within that frail silhouette lay an unparalleled beauty. The violent aftermath of the battle had not even disturbed their garments. Yang Yuchan lay peacefully in Yang Bai's embrace, her beautiful eyes tightly shut, exuding tranquility. During the conflict, Yang Bai had enveloped the beauty in his ancestral divine power, perfectly isolating her from the tumultuous waves of battle. At such a level of confrontation, given Yang Yuchan's current meager cultivation, even being several billion realms away would have resulted in her demise from the residual shockwaves. After a brief moment, Yang Yuchan finally opened her closed eyes. Within her enchanting gaze sparkled countless stars as she beheld Yang Bai single-handedly repelling the encroaching foes with overwhelming might. The residual waves of battle had dimmed even the brightest stars in the cosmic firmament. She looked at him with admiration, finally realizing the depth of Yang Bai's strength. Seemingly sensing the fervent gaze of admiration from the beauty before him, Yang Bai lowered his head and chuckled with pride. How about it? Now you finally see that your husband is invincible, right? Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan's previous aura of an unparalleled powerhouse vanished in an instant, replaced by a playful demeanor. I know. Look at you, so cocky. But can you still defeat this lady? With a teasing glint in her eyes, Yang Yuchan playfully arched her brows, her cheeks flushing like the dawn. In the distance, the 12 witch ancestors, the East Ming sword god, and the true sovereign of destiny, along with the master of the 12 palaces of destiny, were all grievously injured. Their auras diminished, their bodies riddled with countless wounds. The ancestral divine power relentlessly assailed their injuries, rendering any healing elixirs futile. Cough, cough, cough. So this is the quasi-ancestor, an existence surpassing the creator god? How terrifyingly powerful. The East Ming sword god, with his divine sword already destroyed, gazed at Yang Bai, who stood before him, his aura unwavering, not even a corner of his robe disturbed. While effortlessly shielding an indomitable young lady, in one motion, he had cast them into an abyss from which there was no return. Faced with such a stark disparity in strength, the once mighty first sword god of the heavens was now engulfed in profound fear, his sword heart shattered. Chapter 143, A Forceful Decapitation. The True Body of Destiny. The Arrival of Death. Indeed. No matter how strong I am, how could I possibly rival my dear wife's prowess? Once we eliminate these bothersome foes, we shall return home. The little ones are quite worried about you. Hearing this, Yang Yuchan gently nodded, and under Yang Bai's somewhat surprised gaze, she shyly pressed her lips against his for a fleeting moment. With that, Yang Bai turned his gaze towards the celestial beings in the distance, his eyes brimming with unprecedented murderous intent. You lot, regarding the plot against my wife, I have yet to settle the score with you, and now you dare to strike at me. Today, if I do not utterly obliterate you celestial beings, I shall not be a deity. When the gods of destiny conspired against him, leading to Yang Yuchan falling into the hands of eternity, Yang Bai had already sentenced them to death in his heart. The dragon has its reverse scale, and his reverse scale is his loved ones. Touch it, and you shall surely perish. With that, Yang Bai's thoughts shifted, and the ancestral order field enveloping the eternal divine realm suddenly transformed. A terrifying surge of ancestral divine power erupted from the order field, instantly flooding the entire eternal divine realm. As the ancestral divine power detonated within the eternal divine realm, the 12 witch ancestors hastily formed hand seals, surrounding themselves with the laws of witchcraft. In the next moment, the 12 witch ancestors gradually coalesced within the witchcraft radiance, channeling their combined strength into the figure of the witch ancestor Xianxian, whose aura suddenly soared to a terrifying new height, reaching the unprecedented realm of quasi-ancestor. With his newfound strength, Xianxian quickly activated the laws of witchcraft, forming a solid energy barrier that enveloped the East Ming sword god and the others. Immediately, a terrifying wave of ancestral energy surged forth. The ancestral divine power filled the entire eternal divine realm. The true sovereign of destiny and the celestial gods surrounding him were unable to react in time, their forms instantly engulfed by the violent tide of ancestral energy. Not a single scream escaped their lips as they were obliterated, reduced to atomic particles, cosmic dust. Moments later, the terrifying energy wave receded. The unfortunate eternal divine realm, having endured multiple assaults of ancestral divine power, had long since extinguished all life, transforming into a forbidden zone of the heavens. The dreadful ancestral divine power rippled through the cosmic expanse, and the eternal divine realm would no longer bear the possibility of birthing life-bearing planets. As the endless radiance faded, the energy barrier formed by the laws of witchcraft in the distance had become riddled with wounds. Xianxian, now at the quasi-ancestor level, barely managed to withstand this wave of terrifying energy impact. Fortunately, the ancestral divine power was not aimed at them. They were merely subjected to the residual waves of energy, not caught at the center of the storm. After the energy barrier shattered, Xingtian finally let out a long sigh of relief. His gaze filled with terror as he looked at the frail figure ahead. He was profoundly astonished, pondering, how is this possible? With the combined strength of our 12, reaching the level of a quasi-ancestor, how could we fail to withstand even a single simple move from him? In his view, both parties were of quasi-ancestor rank, and their strengths should not differ so drastically. Sensing a lingering presence behind him, Yang Bai's eyes brightened slightly as he turned to scrutinize Xingtian from head to toe. Oh, to survive under the tide of my divine power is indeed beyond my expectations, he remarked with a hint of amusement. A quasi-ancestor, you say? This monkey has mastered such intriguing techniques. However, a quasi-ancestor is still just that, a mere imitation. With that, in the next instant, Yang Bai flickered and silently appeared before Xingtian. What incredible speed! Xingtian thought, astonished, as he realized that even with his quasi-ancestor cultivation, he could not perceive Yang Bai's form. Just as he prepared to flee, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. In that moment, his soul, divine power, and the very space around him seemed to freeze. No matter how he struggled, with his divine power and physical strength sealed, how could he possibly escape Yang Bai's oppressive aura? Yang Bai then regarded Xingtian with an icy gaze, his hand forming an invisible grip, manifesting a formless yet mighty force that lifted him effortlessly. Observing this, the 8 great creation gods behind Xingtian hastily summoned their divine power, their divine sources flickering within. They intended to self-destruct their inner divine sources in a desperate bid to take Yang Bai down with them. Upon entering the realm of creation gods, one could condense a divine source within themselves, akin to a cultivator's dantian. However, the terrifying power contained within a divine source far surpassed the ordinary spiritual energy found in a cultivator's dantian. Faced with a life-or-death crisis, the divine source was their only lifeline. The explosion of a divine source from a divine being at the heaven-beginning level could unleash a force comparable to the full might of a transcendent being. At present, all 8 creation gods were prepared to detonate their divine sources, equivalent to the combined might of 8 transcendent beings. Yet Yang Bai would not allow them to fulfill their intentions, merely with a glance. He unleashed a vast mental force that annihilated the will of several of them in an instant. The mental wills of the 8 creation gods were suppressed and destroyed in a heartbeat, causing their divine sources to fall silent. The 12 witch ancestors, the 8 creation gods, the true sovereign of fate, and the 12 palaces of fate joined forces to battle against Yang Bai, but it ended in an inevitable and devastating defeat. Just as Yang Bai was poised to strike down the remaining foes, a sensation arose beneath his formidable ancestral soul. The true sovereign of fate and the leader of the 12 palaces of fate, whom he had just vanquished, re-emerged in the upper realm, revived yet again. How stubborn! I shall see how many times you can resurrect. With that, Yang Bai casually tossed Xingtian aside and shot forth a terrifying beam of energy towards Xingtian and the sword god Dongming. Just as the beam was about to pierce them, an ethereal light of fate suddenly appeared, blocking the attack. Humph! After watching for so long, are you finally willing to reveal your true form? Countless beams of fate manifested in an instant, coalescing an unprecedented force of fate within the eternal divine realm, nearly saturating the entire expanse. Then, an energy entity radiating a halo of fate materialized before Yang Bai, exuding an aura of mystery. Grim Reaper, could you aid me in vanquishing this scoundrel? In return, the 12 witch ancestors and the 8 creation gods shall be yours. The entity's voice was androgynous, and as the words fell, a vast expanse of eerie black mist emerged behind Yang Bai. From this enigmatic mist, a horrifying scythe extended, and a figure with a mask stepped forth. Chapter 144, The Fall of the God of Fate, the Annihilation of the Upper Realm. Afterwards, I intend to consume these divine medicines now. The eerie black mist permeated every nook and cranny, and from the distant starlit sky, the entire eternal divine realm appeared ensconced in ancestral power, fate power, and death power. The Grim Reaper traversed the black mist, swiftly arriving before Xingtian and the 8 creation gods. The colossal scythe of death swung mercilessly towards the unconscious figures. Who dares to touch my prey? Seeing this, Yang Bai waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of ancestral power. Yet, in the end, the Grim Reaper seized 7 of the figures, while the remaining creation gods, aside from the sword god Dongming, were engulfed by the scythe's black mist. In the next moment, the 7 beings at the heaven-beginning level disintegrated within the mist, their divine sources and entire divine powers pouring into the Grim Reaper's form. Having absorbed the powers of the 7 heaven-beginning beings, the Grim Reaper's aura surged to an extraordinarily terrifying level. No longer merely at the quasi-ancestor stage, He was now perilously close to becoming a true ancestor god. Not enough. Far from enough. Realizing that there existed an even mightier realm beyond the quasi-ancestor, he found himself trapped at the pinnacle of that stage, unable to break through. A tremendous divine might emanated from the eternal divine realm, aiming to surge into the myriad universes. Yet, it was thwarted by the ancestral order, unable to escape even a trace of its essence. Damn it! I did not summon you merely to harvest divine medicines. The manifested essence of fate was the god of fate, whose power had also reached a terrifying pinnacle of quasi-ancestor strength. Endless laws of fate encircled him, having been scattered throughout the myriad worlds since the dawn of creation, governing the fate of existence, a force referred to as destiny by cultivators. In the face of the grim reaper's greed, the god of fate seethed with anger. Humph! Finally willing to show yourself? I have endured your insolence for far too long. Meanwhile, Yang Bai's gaze was fixed intently on the god of fate, completely disregarding the presence of the grim reaper beside him. With that, he transformed into a shooting star, instantly appearing before the god of fate. With a single fist, he concentrated a terrifying ancestral power. Seeing this, the god of fate had no choice but to give his all, fully aware of Yang Bai's formidable might. He quickly unfurled the 12 pairs of wings behind him, each representing the 12 aspects of fate. As the 12 wings, imbued with immense laws of fate, spread wide, the entirety of fate's power across the universe was summoned. At that moment, the 3,000 great paths and the 72 supreme laws converged entirely within the god of fate's hands. The next instant, the god of fate unleashed a world-shattering punch, colliding fiercely with Yang Bai's strike. Are you two really going all out? The Grim Reaper, having just absorbed the powers of the creation gods and reached his pinnacle, could not help but curse at the sight of their serious confrontation. With a sudden motion, he raised his scythe defensively across his chest. The vast black mist coalesced around him, providing a protective barrier. Boom! The forces of fate collided violently with the ancestral power, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The god of fate is the origin of all laws of destiny, wielding powers far surpassing those of the likes of the true sovereign of fate. The forces of destiny they invoke are simply not on the same echelon. In an instant, an energy storm swept across the battlefield. At the eye of the tempest, Yang Bai embraced Yang Yuchan with one arm, exuding an air of effortless mastery. In stark contrast, the god of fate, with 12 pairs of wings behind him shattered, exuded a dim light of divine fate, his form a disheveled mess as he was hurled backward, crashing violently against the edge of the primordial order realm. Coughing violently, the god of fate expelled several mouthfuls of golden blood. Witnessing Yang Bai's ferocity, it was evident that a single encounter had rendered the god of fate utterly incapacitated. Nearby, the god of death hastily sheathed his scythe, a voice of resignation escaping from beneath his eerie mask. Ahem, this seems to be your personal grudge, and it appears to have nothing to do with me. So, I shall take my leave. With that, the god of death bizarrely slipped into a mysterious alternate space, silently making his escape. The injured god of fate, upon seeing this, could not help but curse. You cowardly scoundrel! Do you truly believe he will let you go? As the master of fate, the god of fate could scarcely fathom the overwhelming strength of Yang Bai. Even while protecting a burden, he was able to crush him. This was undoubtedly a power beyond that of a mere quasi-primordial being. Who on earth are you? The myriad beings of the heavens could never give rise to a powerhouse such as yourself. The god of fate gazed at Yang Bai in disbelief. Since he took control of the cosmos, all realms had been under his vigilant watch. Should a being capable of threatening him emerge, he would annihilate them before they could fully mature. No sooner had he thought this than Yang Bai appeared before him in an instant, his large hand grasping the god of fate's crown. With a slight squeeze, the god of fate disintegrated into particles of energy in his grasp. With just the power of a primordial body, he could easily extinguish a quasi-primordial strongman. In his final moments, you shall witness the pinnacle of cosmic divine power. The god of fate, now transformed into energy particles, reassembled into his corporeal form in the next instant. Such a being at this level of cultivation was no longer bound by the physical body. With but a thought, he could instantly coalesce into corporeal form. With that, Yang Bai's eyes suddenly shimmered with the overwhelming light of the primordial, and the primordial laws surged around him. Under the sweeping force of his primordial divine power, the god of fate's body, soul, and will began to slowly dissipate. No, I refuse to accept this. Moments later, the god of fate perished at the hands of Yang Bai. Following his demise, the laws of fate that existed throughout the myriad realms gradually began to fade away. The very essence was utterly extinguished, and the celestial world crumbled to ruin. The once resurrected true sovereign of fate and the lords of the 12 houses, who had been forcibly revived by the god of fate, were reduced to mere dust, becoming a speck in the cosmos. As for the fleeing god of death, he had lost all interest in uncovering the secrets hidden within the former. Subsequently, having completed all this, Yangbai waved his hand, summoning the surviving 12 ancestors and the Eastern Ming sword god, who gradually approached him. Enough. Today I have grown weary of this slaughter, so I shall spare you. However, while your death may be avoided, your future is fraught with peril. With that, Yangbai infused a mark of servitude upon their divine sources using his primordial power, ensuring that whenever he willed it, he could take their lives at any moment. Chapter 145. The Great Cataclysm of the Primordial Era. The Void of Fate. Returning to Kunlun. Moments after planting the mark of servitude on the 12 ancestors and the Eastern Ming sword god, they gradually awoke. Upon realizing their current predicament, they all relinquished any futile resistance. The Eastern Ming sword god, the last to awaken, was still in shock. Among the once 9 creation gods of the heavens, 8 had perished in this battle, leaving him as the sole survivor. After learning of the god of fate's demise, the complete collapse of the celestial world, and the god of death's terrified flight, the 12 ancestors gazed at Yangbai in utter disbelief. The essence of fate was the god of fate, and the 12 ancestors were well aware of this. Millions of years ago, they had challenged the celestial realm, only to be repelled by the god of fate. They fully understood the immense power he possessed. The 12 ancestors, having merged their strengths, barely reached the level of quasi-primordial, even though their cultivation matched his. Their forced amalgamation could not hope to rival a true quasi-primordial being, let alone one at the pinnacle of that realm. Shortly after the god of fate's fall, many stars exuding the aura of fate scattered throughout the remnants of the celestial world. With the god of fate's demise, his dominion over the fates of all beings had finally dissipated. At that moment, the 12 ancestors finally comprehended that Yangbai was not the void of fate. Lord Ancestor, we have misunderstood you. We sincerely apologize for our reckless attack against you earlier. Your actions in vanquishing fate have granted a future to the myriad beings of the cosmos, and you have driven away the malignant void of fate. Your greatness is unparalleled. The ancestor Di Jiang stepped forward, showering Yangbai with accolades. However, Yangbai could hardly endure such flattery and promptly interrupted him, coldly stating, I spare you, but from this day forth, I shall be your master. This is the price you pay for daring to act against me. Spare me your talk of righteousness. And about that god of death, what does he know of the so-called void of fate? Speak, I am all ears. Hearing Di Jiang mention the so-called void of fate piqued Yangbai's interest, prompting him to inquire further. Upon this question, Ancestor Di Jiang pondered for a moment. As a peak combatant among the ancestors, having experienced the battle against celestial fate millions of years ago, and now traversing time with the laws of the ancestors, they were privy to many secrets of this cosmic realm. Subsequently, Ancestor Di Jiang began to reveal the hidden truths surrounding the void of fate. In truth, both the god of fate and the void of fate belong to the same category of beings. They both originated from entities not of this world. From the 12 ancestors, it was revealed that every million epochs, a great calamity would befall the universe. This is a reinitialization of the cosmos. It is known among cultivators as the Great Cataclysm of the Primordial Era. The Great Cataclysm harbors the entirety of the cosmic forces of the universe. Under this calamity, all cultivators of the cosmos cannot escape. This calamity encompasses the whole of the universe. The might of the Great Cataclysm is unfathomably terrifying, a force that cultivators cannot withstand. Even the mightiest creation gods cannot resist its power and must instead become nutrients for the new epoch. After the Great Cataclysm obliterates all cultivators, life planets, myriad realms, and all matter in the universe, it heralds the arrival of a new epoch. After countless years of evolution, from the era of the life springs that birthed the first beings of the new era, to the passage of a million great epochs, the new era is poised for a reboot once more. The celestial cosmos exists under such a perpetual cycle, and the current era that Yangbai and his companions inhabit remains shrouded in the mystery of how many cosmic resets have transpired since its inception. Yet, even amidst the cataclysm of the heavenly will, there exists a cadre of formidable cultivators whose powers have reached the zenith of the cosmos, thus fortunate enough to survive the cataclysm and enter the new era. Those who transition into the new era are referred to by the contemporary cultivators as the Fate Voiders. These Fate Voiders do not belong to this era. Hence, they are incapable of perceiving its cause and effect, past or future. Their destinies, pasts and futures, have been obliterated in innumerable epochs long gone. The deities of fate and death hail from countless eras before, having evaded one cosmic calamity after another, only to enter the new era. Despite their survival from the tribulations of heaven and earth, They bear grievous wounds that compel them to absorb the life force of myriad beings to recuperate and prepare for the next cosmic cataclysm. Thus, upon entering the new era, the deity of fate disseminated the power of his fate laws throughout the celestial cosmos. Consequently, from the moment the first being was born in the new era, their destinies have been firmly grasped in the hands of the deity of fate. To amass sufficient life force, the deity of fate manipulates the fates of celestial beings, steering them towards a preordained future to harvest ample life force. This is the reason he can command the destinies and lifespans of countless beings throughout the cosmos. The immense life force derived from the myriad beings of the cosmos empowers the deity of fate, who was once invincible within the celestial expanse. However, he encountered Yangbai, the sole primordial deity of the cosmos. Despite the fate voiders having lived through countless ages, they remain beings of the celestial realm. The apex of their cultivation is merely that of a quasi-primordial entity, forever unable to breach the threshold to primordial divinity. There can only be one primordial deity in the celestial cosmos. Upon uncovering all the secrets of the celestial universe, Yangbai could not help but feel a surge of emotions. He mused to himself, no wonder that death, upon witnessing my singular strike that vanquished the deity of fate, became so timid. After all, the longer one lives, the more one fears death. Amused, Yangbai inwardly chastised death for being overly cautious. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, Yangbai promptly set off with Yang Yuchan towards the Kunlun realm. Farewell, esteemed ancestor. Under the watchful gaze of the 12 witch ancestors, the two figures abruptly vanished from their location, and the primordial order that enveloped the eternal divine domain dissipated. In the celestial starry sky, countless stars streaked past the two as Yang Yuchan found herself tightly embraced by Yangbai, her sparkling eyes surveying the surroundings in wonder. This was her first venture beyond the Kunlun realm into the vast cosmic expanse, and she could hardly contain her excitement. Sensing her exhilaration, Yangbai intentionally slowed their pace. After half an hour, the two finally returned to the Hongmeng universe, with the Kunlun realm now within reach. Chapter 146, The Night of the Blood Moon. The Pearl of the Vast Sea. In the Kunlun realm, eastern wilderness, two silhouettes swiftly darted across the horizon. Yangbai descended into the apothecary with Yang Yuchan in his arms. Lu Linger, Xiao Qingji, Yang Tianxiong, and others hurried forward to greet them. Sister Yang. Upon seeing Yang Yuchan return safely, Lu Linger and Xiao Qingji beamed with joy. As soon as they arrived at the apothecary, they were surrounded by everyone, who treated them like stars. Linger, Qingji, father, mother, I have returned. Yang Yuchan felt a warm surge in her heart at the sight of their concern. Upon landing, Yangbai quickly noticed the increased number of people within the apothecary. Old man pays his respects to the esteemed deity. The supreme Tao ancestor, who had been waiting there for some time, promptly stepped forward, bowing in reverence. It is you. What brings you here? Yangbai inquired, puzzled by the supreme Tao ancestor's presence. Esteemed deity, I have come to express my gratitude for your previous kindness. Had it not been for your intervention, I would have perished in the calamity of the minor epoch, reduced to mere ashes. No need for such formality. I have already stated that it was merely a fair transaction. Yangbai waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Yuchan. Brother Yang, it has been a long time. Sister Yuchan. Big brother Bai. Long time no see. At that moment, Yang Yuchan noticed that Li Qingluo and her brother Li Xiaofei were also present. Qingluo. Xiaofei. What brings you here? Yang Yuchan rushed forward to catch up with the siblings. It had been several years since she and Lu Linger joined the Beiyuan Sanhai sect. The siblings had cultivated for years within the sect, thanks to the physical enhancements given by Yangbai, and had now reached the realm of Wanxiang. Actually, Sister Qingluo and brother Xiaofei arrived 3 days ago, but at that time, brother was saving Sister Yang. Lu Linger chimed in. Indeed. We came not only to see you, but also to ask for brother Yang's assistance. Li Qingluo hesitated before revealing their purpose. Sister Qingluo, brother Xiaofei, there is no need for such formality between us. Whatever you need, just ask. Do not hold back. Seeing Li Qingluo's embarrassment, Yangbai responded warmly. To be specific, our master has a request of brother Yang. With that, Ling Yifan and Su Yao, who had been standing behind the siblings, stepped forward and bowed in greeting. Ling Yifan and Su Yao of the Sanhai sect pay their respects to the esteemed deity. It is you. Yangbai was taken aback, recognizing the familiar faces before him. Brother Yang, this is our master, Li Qingluo explained. The scene flashed back to when Luo Qingcang had descended upon the eastern wilderness, forcefully abducting Luo Xia. Sensing the disturbance, Ling Yifan and his wife rushed to intervene, but were ultimately overpowered and nearly slain by Luo Qingcang. Following that, under the orders of the supreme elder of the Sanhai sect, the couple embarked on a quest to locate the sect's imperial artifact, the Pearl of the Vast Sea. After fruitless searches, they eventually arrived at the secret realm of the 100,000 Great Mountains, where they encountered Li Qingluo and her brother, who were there to train. Recognizing the siblings' exceptional aptitude, the couple took them as disciples, welcoming them into the Xianxia sect. However, Su Yao and Ling Yifan had urgent sect duties and left the secret realm shortly after, continuing their search for the Pearl of the Vast Sea. So you are the master of Sister Qingluo and Brother Xiaofei. In that case, how may this deity assist you? Pray tell. Upon hearing this, Su Yao and Ling Yifan were filled with joy and promptly recounted the situation regarding Luo Xia. We implore the esteemed deity to rescue Xia. Indeed, Brother Yang, when we were still in the Fire Origin Kingdom, Luo Xia treated Xiaofei and me with great kindness when she was still the White Tiger Xiannu. Sister, I implore you to rescue the White Tiger Xiannu. Beside them, Li Qingluo also stepped forward to beseech. Tonight marks the Blood Moon Night of the Kunlun realm, when Luo Qingsong intends to absorb the power of the Blood Moon along with the innate primordial yin of Luo Shishue's celestial body. This is his path to ascend to the realm of the Great Emperor. At this moment, the Xianxia sect has even lost the imperial weapon, the Xianxia Pearl, rendering them incapable of contending with Tiannan. Upon discovering this matter, both Li Qingluo and her brother, Li Xiaofei, were equally incensed. Thus, the siblings proposed seeking assistance from Yangbai. When Su Yao and Ling Yifan learned that their beloved disciple had profound ties with a mysterious powerhouse from Donghuang's Mufeng city, they were utterly astonished. After all, ever since the events surrounding the Outyin Pavilion in the Northern Plains, who in the Kunlun realm was unaware of the rumors surrounding the enigmatic, reclusive powers of Donghuang? Back then, countless quasi-emperor level experts from top-tier forces were annihilated in an instant at his hands, with no chance to retaliate. Subsequently, Su Yao and Ling Raobai hurriedly followed Li Qingluo and her brother to the pharmacy in Mufeng City. So it was, upon learning the entire backstory, Yangbai found himself overwhelmed. Had he known that Luo Shishue would be so intricately connected to him, he would have acquiesced to Gong Qingya's request and swiftly dealt with Luo Qingsong, thereby sparing himself from the multitude of troubles that ensued. Lately, he had been embroiled in a series of slaughters and was utterly fatigued. From the supreme star domain of the primordial universe to the celestial realm, and finally to the eternal divine domain, entities such as the Temple of Fate, the Void of Fate, the gods of creation, and the 12 ancestors of witchcraft had appeared in rapid succession, causing him considerable vexation. Now, upon returning, he was once again tasked with the extermination of Luo Qingsong, an endeavor that required his direct intervention. However, due to Li Qingluo and Li Xiaofei's earnest pleas, he reluctantly acquiesced. Upon seeing Yangbai nod in agreement, Su Yao and Ling Yifan rejoiced. The Xianxia pearl you mentioned earlier seems familiar to me. With that, he produced the mysterious pearl he had inadvertently obtained after annihilating the Outyin Pavilion. As the cerulean Xianxia pearl was revealed, it immediately elicited gasps of astonishment from Su Yao and Ling Yifan. The Xianxia pearl, how could it be in your possession, esteemed sir? In response, Ling Yifan queried with evident curiosity. Yangbai clarified that the pearl had been discovered within the Outyin Pavilion, after returning the Xianxia pearl to its rightful owner. Just as Yangbai was about to lead the four of them to Tiannan in the Northern Plains, the previously silent Supreme Dao ancestor stepped forward and declared, "Esteemed sir, is it truly necessary for you to personally confront such a mere quasi-emperor? If you do not mind, I am willing to take on the task of eliminating that arrogant quasi-emperor." Chapter 147, Jealousy and Rivalry. I shall impart a technique to you. Upon hearing the Supreme Dao ancestor volunteer, Yangbai was more than willing. In that case, very well. It would indeed be beneath my dignity to personally attend to such a trivial quasi-emperor. Therefore, you shall go in my stead. I shall heed your command, esteemed sir. This matter will be entirely entrusted to me. With a wave of his hand, the Supreme Dao ancestor summoned a surge of spatial power, whisking away Li Qingluo, her brother, and Ling Yifan. As an illustrious Dao ancestor, dealing with a mere quasi-emperor was essentially a matter of lowering the dimensional hierarchy. Thus, under Yangbai's watchful gaze, the Supreme Dao ancestor and Li Qingluo's group vanished from the pharmacy. Yangbai felt quite gratified by the Supreme Dao ancestor's understanding of the greater picture. With all matters settled, Yangbai found himself thoroughly exhausted by recent events. Finally, he could take a moment to rest and resume his life as a carefree idler. Nearby, Lu Linger noticed Yangbai stretching and immediately understood, fetching the familiar long bench from within. She served him as he reclined, dutifully kneeling beside him to massage his shoulders and back. Indeed, the little imp's technique remained exquisitely deft. A bit higher, yes, just there. Yangbai, under Lu Linger's tender ministrations, comfortably closed his eyes, thoroughly relishing this moment of leisure. Receiving his praise, Lu Linger couldn't resist making a playful face at Xiao Qingji. Hee. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Qingji could hardly contain herself, huffily rushing over. Humph. It's just a massage. Big brother Qingji can do it too. With that, Xiao Qingji hastily gathered her long, silvery hair over her shoulders and squatted down by Yang Bai's other side, eager to join in. Meanwhile, her eyes shot provocative glances at Lu Linger across from her. Observing the two mischievous girls vying for attention, Yang Bai merely smiled faintly. Having these two lively spirits around was quite delightful. Yang Yuchan, watching the scene unfold, shook her head helplessly, thinking to herself, sigh. Linger and Qingji are both such delightful girls. Look at how happy they make him. Seeing Xiao Qingji daring to provoke her, Lu Linger immediately intensified her efforts. On the other side, Xiao Qingji, refusing to fall behind, also increased her strength. Thus, the two little treasures continued to apply more force, eventually causing Yang Bai's long bench to collapse. Yang Bai stumbled, landing awkwardly on the ground. The scene shifted, and an exasperated Yang Bai once again seated himself on the long bench. Lu Linger and Xiao Qingji, with their little faces all aggrieved, lay back across his lap. Yang Bai raised both hands high and then brought them down with force. The courtyard soon echoed with the crisp sounds of slapping and the girls' squeals. Feeling the fiery sting on their little bottoms, Lu Linger and Xiao Qingji looked pitifully at Yang Yuchan, who was watching the spectacle. Faced with the two girls' silent pleas, Yang Yuchan chose to ignore them, quickly turning her head away, as if to say, "You brought this upon yourselves. Let's see if you dare again." As Yang Bai spoke, his hands came down heavily upon the two girls' pert, soft behinds. "Whoa, young master, big brother. We won't do it again," the two girls cried out in desperation. Meanwhile, Lin Yining approached Yang Yuchan with a knowing smile. Seeing her, Yang Yuchan looked on in confusion. "Mother? What is it?" For some reason, the way Lin Yining looked at her sent a shiver down Yang Yuchan's spine. "Come, my dear Yuchan, come with me." Saying this, Lin Yining mysteriously led Yang Yuchan away. They quickly entered a room, and the observant Lin Yining even closed the door behind them. Her secretive demeanor piqued Yang Yuchan's curiosity, prompting her to ask, "Mother, what is going on?" In response, Lin Yining sat beside her and took her hand, saying, "My dear Yuchan, you've been married to that big white boy for quite some time now, and your father and I are eagerly awaiting the arrival of a grandchild." Hearing this, Yang Yuchan's mind momentarily went blank, stumbling over her words. Mother, we haven't even considered that yet." Indeed, she had not given the matter any thought before. At this moment, Lin Yining's words finally reminded her of the matter at hand. "Alas, you too. Mother possesses a unique secret formula. I assure you, it is infallible. I shall impart it to you." With that, Lin Yining retrieved a book from her bosom. The title boldly inscribed on its cover read, "The 36 Stratagems of the Dragon and Phoenix in the Chamber." Yang Yuchan's lips twitched as she reluctantly accepted the tome. Subsequently, Lin Yining stealthily exited the room, her expression laden with profound significance. Once she had departed, driven by curiosity, Yang Yuchan cautiously opened the book. Upon turning to the first page, she was utterly astonished by the contents. Immediately, her face flushed crimson, and she hastily closed the book, steam practically rising from her head. The imagery described within was overwhelmingly vivid. She had been quite proper during her previous encounter with Yang Bai. Yet, the actions depicted within the tome were simply beyond description. Meanwhile, in the southern expanse of Beiyuan, the blood moon was set to descend upon Kunlun within 3 short hours. The entirety of Tiannan was bustling with activity. The number of alert disciples had significantly increased, and even the protective grand formation of the sect was in use. Deep within the main hall of Tiannan, Luo Qingtsang, clad in a voluminous brocade robe, gazed skyward with an air of grandeur. The long-anticipated blood moon was finally set to grace the night. With the power of the blood moon and the purest primordial yin from the innate Taiyin realm, he was certain he would ascend to the rank of emperor. Just the thought of this sent waves of exhilaration coursing through Luo Qingtsang. He had meticulously planned for this day for centuries. After a moment, he proceeded deeper into the hall, where behind an opulent door lay an exquisitely lavish chamber. Upon the grand bed within, a remarkably beautiful young girl lay. However, her stunning eyes appeared disturbingly hollow. Luo Xia's cultivation had been sealed, and she was bound by numerous restrictions set by Luo Qingtsang. As she beheld the man in the brocade robe enter, her long eyelashes quivered slightly, and she regarded him with palpable disdain. "Xia, you bear an uncanny resemblance to your mother. Do not blame your father. This is all for the sake of my ascension to the emperor realm. I promise you shall not be wronged afterward," Luo Qingtsang said, unable to contain his emotions as he looked at the girl by the bed. Just as Luo Qingtsang reveled in his triumph, a thunderous sound erupted from beyond Tiannan, shaking the very earth. Outside Tiannan, an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, his garments billowing, stood majestically amidst the vast sky, exuding an aura of profound mystery. The imposing presence of a supreme being radiated from his brow. Behind him, Li Qingluo, Su Yao, and others stared in astonishment, utterly taken aback by the revelation of his formidable power. They had not anticipated that this unassuming elder, who had feigned cheerfulness before Yang Bai, possessed such overwhelming strength, effortlessly shattering the protective grand formation of Tiannan. What had once been a grand and magnificent Tiannan now lay in ruins at the wave of the supreme Tao ancestor's hand. The powerful beings who had presided over the formation were reduced to mere dust. In that moment, all defenses of Tiannan became utterly futile. Sensing the commotion outside, Luo Qingcang felt an ominous cloud descend upon him. Immediately, he gestured with his hand, summoning his spiritual power to lift Luo Xia as he sought to flee. Humph! A mere quasi-emperor. Just an insect. Can you still cause a stir before me? All of this was witnessed by the supreme Tao ancestor, who merely observed with a knowing gaze. Without delay, he waved his hand, and the formidable force of spatial law began to coalesce within it. In the blink of an eye, Luo Qingcang and Luo Xia found themselves before the onlookers. Xia. Upon seeing Luo Xia emerge unharmed, Su Yao rushed forward, taking her into her arms. Upon noticing the restrictions imposed within her body, Su Yao's fury erupted as she confronted Luo Qingcang. You beast! How utterly depraved! How could you lay hands on your own daughter? Following Su Yao's entreaty, the supreme Tao ancestor waved his hand, dispelling the numerous restrictions placed upon Luo Xia. At this juncture, Luo Qingcang realized that his long-laid plans had unraveled. Yet, in the face of Su Yao's accusations, he merely laughed. Ha ha ha! In this world, power reigns supreme. My actions are solely to attain strength. Fundamentally, I stand beyond reproach. Your ability to rampage through my Tiannan is also due to your formidable power, is it not? In response to his words, Su Yao was filled with indignation, yet found herself at a loss for words. Insects, have you finished your dying words? If so, then allow me to send you on your way. With that, the supreme Tao ancestor's eyes shimmered with a divine essence. In the next moment, Luo Qingcang was consumed by an overwhelming sense of unwillingness as his form gradually disintegrated into ash, vanishing from existence. Well, my task is complete. You may proceed as you wish. Thank you, esteemed one. Subsequently, as Su Yao and the others watched, the supreme Tao ancestor's figure vanished from sight. Gazing down upon the ravaged Tiannan, Ling Yifan could not help but sigh deeply. In this moment, he realized that in the face of true strength, these so-called top-tier forces of the Kunlun realm were nothing more than slightly larger insects. Beside him, Luo Xia had yet to recover from her shock. Xia, this is fantastic. Auntie has finally rescued you. Now, even if I were to die, I could face my sister with dignity in the underworld. Su Yao, unable to contain her excitement, embraced the porcelain-like Luo Xia. At this moment, a tempestuous surge of emotions swelled within Luo Xia, as everything felt like a dream, yet was undeniably real. The grievances she had endured for years finally erupted, and she wept freely in Su Yao's embrace, releasing the pent-up frustrations of so long. After a considerable time, Luo Xia, curiosity piqued, inquired, Auntie, who was that elder who just saved me? Recalling the elder's boundless might, who could summon such immense power with the slightest gesture. She wondered how terrifying his true strength must be, having effortlessly defeated Luo Qingcang, a quasi-emperor of the 9 calamities. Xia, in truth, it was not that elder who saved you, but another. He was merely acting on someone else's orders to rescue you. This revelation sent waves of astonishment through the young girl's heart. Such an unparalleled being was merely an agent of another. Who could that formidable figure be? Who? Luo Xia pressed, her heart racing, having never encountered such terrifying strength before. Then, Su Yao pointed to the siblings Li Qingluo behind her and recounted the entire saga. In Mufeng City, within the apothecary, the esteemed deity appeared in the courtyard. Honored one, I have not failed in my duty. The so-called Tiannan was left in ruins, and the girl named Luo Xia has been rescued. The supreme Tao ancestor's figure suddenly materialized in the small courtyard of the apothecary. Well done. With that, Yang Bai casually produced a celestial pill from his bosom and tossed it to the elder. This pill shall serve as your reward. Seeing this, the supreme Tao ancestor hastily caught the celestial pill tossed his way. He was unprepared for the shock that followed. Upon inspecting it, he gasped in astonishment. The 7 Lives Mysterious Gate Pill. The 7 Lives Mysterious Gate Pill is a 6-colored celestial elixir meant for cultivators during the trials of the minor epochs. At the brink of life and death, should one find themselves unable to withstand the terrifying celestial tribulation, they may consume this elixir. Upon succumbing to the divine lightning, This potion allows one to revert instantaneously to their state prior to its consumption, thus circumventing the heavenly laws and skillfully navigating the tribulations of a minor epic. The six-colored elixir is a rarity even among the vast multiverse, coveted even by the primordial ancestors of chaos. Moreover, the 7 lives mysterious gate elixir, capable of evading the tribulations of a minor epic, is an even rarer treasure. With the discerning eye of a supreme ancestor, one would undoubtedly recognize its value. However, after a struggle of thoughts, he ultimately gritted his teeth and returned the elixir. No, esteemed God, a mere quasi-emperor force, this is but a trifling matter. I could never presume to covet the treasures of the revered deity. The supreme ancestor found himself yearning for the elixir, yet ultimately dared not accept it. If I command you to accept it, you shall accept. I disdain owing favors to others. Should you feel undeserving, simply offer me more celestial herbs. Furthermore, I intend to establish a force soon. If you are willing, you may lead your supreme divine hall to join. I assure you, you shall not be treated unfairly. This elixir was something he had casually acquired in the eternal divine domain. Reflecting on the fact that he had been personally overseeing all matters, Yangbai felt a sense of weariness and wished to cultivate a force of his own. This way, he would not need to personally resolve every trivial matter. Observing the supreme ancestor's remarkable insight, he decided to extend an olive branch using this elixir. Upon hearing Yangbai's intention to establish a force and inviting the supreme divine hall to join, the supreme ancestor recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although this would eventually render the supreme divine hall nominally defunct, recalling Yangbai's boundless power, capable of effortlessly repelling the tribulations of a minor epic with a mere gesture. He swiftly concluded that aligning with Yangbai was far more valuable than any other consideration. After a moment's deliberation, the supreme ancestor promptly agreed. Commencing his professional flattery, the esteemed deity does not disdain the supreme divine hall. This is the utmost honor for us. However, he added, I must first return to the supreme divine hall to arrange matters properly. Hearing this, Yangbai nodded slightly. Very well, off you go. Chapter 149. Ling desires a reward. News from the infinite void. After bidding farewell to the supreme ancestor, Yangbai leisurely reclined on a bench, indulging in a rare moment of tranquility. Unbeknownst to him, Ling, that mischievous sprite, stealthily approached and squatted beside him, sweetly pressing his shoulders while leaning in close. Her voice soft and melodious. Young master, are you comfortable? Quite. Very comfortable, Yangbai replied, his eyes blissfully half closed. Then, young master, look at how obedient little Do Ding is. Shouldn't there be a reward? Ling mischievously blew warm breath against his ear with her soft lips. Unable to contain himself, Yangbai felt a surge of uncontainable desire rise within him. With a playful gasp from the little girl, he swiftly wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, lifting her effortlessly as they soared into the vast expanse of the sky. With a flourish of his hand, he set up a barrier. Little Do Ding, you've been naughty. Now, young master shall grant you a grand reward. Ignoring her feeble protests, Yangbai pounced on her with the fervor of a hungry tiger. After a tempest of exhilaration, Ling's cheeks flushed with radiance, resembling a startled kitten as she shyly curled up in his embrace. The warmth of her fragrant breath brushed against his chest, tickling him. Gazing down at the now sleeping Ling, a sense of triumph welled within him. After a considerable time, Ling finally stirred from her slumber. Upon waking, the little girl recalled the intensely embarrassing moments, and, feeling indignant, her delicate hand found its way to his waist, her cheeks aglow with a rosy hue. Young master is too wicked, always bullying Ling. Hearing this, Yangbai, with a mischievous grin, looked down at her. I say, little Do Ding, you must not wrongly accuse young master. You were the one who asked for a reward. Besides, just now, little Do Ding was far more proactive than I. At his words, Ling blushed furiously, quickly covering his mouth. Her face was a vivid crimson, and steam seemed to rise from her head like a boiling kettle. Bad young master. Stop talking. If you do, Ling won't pay you any mind. Observing the adorably innocent Do Ding in his arms, Yangbai couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha ha, all right. I won't tease you any longer. By the way, what reward do you desire? I could fetch you a star if you wish. Upon hearing this, Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Earlier, young master gave that old codger an elixir. So Ling wants one too. Yangbai, intrigued, queried, with your talent, your cultivation will naturally progress. Why the sudden urgency to enhance your strength? Ling pouted. Humph, that white-haired one is already a mid-tier quasi-saint. Linger can't possibly defeat her. Recalling the recent defeat at the hands of Xiao Qingji, where she was punished by being tied to a tree and tickled with dogtail grass, Ling seethed with indignation, expressing her frustration to her young master. Upon hearing this, Yangbai found himself doubled over with laughter at the comical rivalry between the two spirited sprites, lying on the clouds, unable to contain his mirth. Seeing her young master still chuckling at her, Lu Ling puffed up her cheeks like a pufferfish, her large, glistening eyes shooting him a reproachful glance. Oh dear. Young master, you're still laughing. You mustn't make fun of Ling. After laughing until tears streamed down his face, Yangbai finally managed to regain his composure. He had never anticipated that these two little girls could be such a source of amusement. All right. First tell me what has transpired in the infinite void while I was away. Afterward, I'll concoct the elixir for you. Really? Good. As soon as the topic of the elixir arose, the little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Subsequently, Lu Ling recounted the events that had occurred in the infinite void since Yangbai's departure from the Hongmeng universe. Initially, the sudden appearance of the elven race in the infinite void had caused quite a stir among the top-tier forces. However, knowing the mysterious hidden powerhouse backing the elven race, those top-tier forces dared not voice any grievances. They even cautioned their disciples to avoid any conflict with the elven race, fearing that discord arising from fragments of celestial laws might provoke the hidden powerhouse. After all, the bloody example of the proud Heaven Pavilion was fresh in their minds. No one wished to tread the same path. Currently, the elven race holds a position in the Kunlun realm that no force would dare to provoke. Ultimately, the disciples of the numerous top-tier forces in the infinite void would go out of their way to avoid any encounters with members of the elven race. Not long ago, at the very heart of the vast void realm, fragments of the heavenly Tao laws were discovered by the masses. Unfortunately, the news reached the ears of the elven race, prompting Mu Sun'er to hastily lead her kin in a bid to secure these precious fragments. Upon their arrival, the disciples of the elite powers found themselves utterly flustered, unsure of how to proceed. Just as Mu Sun'er was on the verge of claiming the fragments, some could no longer contain themselves. After all, these fragments were capable of granting cultivators a complete comprehension of one of the 3,000 great Tao. Consequently, numerous disciples recklessly launched an assault against the elven race. In this critical moment, an elder from the sect, who had been observing the vast void realm, quickly manifested his presence and, with a single strike, subdued the offending disciples. He hastily apologized to Mu Sun'er. Witnessing this, the elders of the other elite powers feared for their own disciples acting independently against the elven race. Thus, they swiftly appeared in the vast void realm to extract their disciples. Thus, the contention for the heavenly Tao fragments came to an abrupt end. Despite the elite powers' deep-seated reluctance, the survival of their sects took precedence, and they had no choice but to relinquish their pursuit of the fragments. After all, no matter how exquisite the heavenly Tao fragments might be, they required life to enjoy them. In the ensuing chaos, all the heavenly Tao fragments in the vast void realm were obtained by the elven race. Mu Sun'er, in particular, successfully comprehended the laws of fist, gale, formation, and thunder from the fragments, while distributing the remaining laws among her fellow elves. As a result, the overall strength of the elven race surged significantly after their expedition in the vast void realm. Young master, young master, young master, where are Linger's pills? Linger wants her pills. Once the story was recounted, Lu Ling bounced impatiently before Yangbai, resembling a lively little rabbit from afar. Seeing this, Yangbai couldn't help but chuckle, gently placing his hand on the little girl's head. Wait until the supreme old man brings back the divine herbs from the supreme temple, and young master will concoct them for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Linger's face fell, her lips pouting as she softly replied, Oh. The vast expanse of the illusory sky star domain stretched endlessly, with countless stars illuminating the dark cosmos. Numerous resplendent rivers of stars stood tall within. Yet often, the more beautiful in appearance, the more perilous the hidden dangers lurking beneath. This splendid and breathtaking starry sky was no exception. A figure, akin to a shooting star, swiftly glided across the cosmos. It was the supreme Tao ancestor, departing from the Kunlun realm, en route to the supreme star domain. At that moment, a band of cosmic space pirates, aboard their spirit ships, intercepted the supreme Tao ancestor as he sought to return. Hey, you there. This path is under my command. If you wish to pass, leave your toll. The leader of the space pirates, brandishing a large curved blade, stood on the deck, shouting towards the approaching supreme Tao ancestor. In response, the supreme Tao ancestor could only let out a resigned sigh. Without a desire to engage in futile discourse, his gaze sharpened, and the law of life and death, one of the 72 supreme laws, suddenly enveloped him. At the moment the law appeared, the surrounding cosmic space erupted with astonishing phenomena. What? This is bad. The supreme law. Brothers, retreat. The pirate leader, possessing a discerning eye, immediately recognized the law of life and death surrounding the supreme Tao ancestor. Realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent, he cried out, and hastily urged his crew to propel their spirit ship deep into the cosmos. However, it was too late. The energies of life and death had already enveloped the entire spirit ship, rendering their frantic attempts futile. As the energies consumed the vessel amidst the wails of the pirates, the entire ship was reduced to mere dust, leaving no trace behind. After dealing with these reckless space pirates, the Supreme Tao Ancestor resumed his journey back to the Supreme Star Domain. Emerging from the Kunlun realm, the Supreme Tao Ancestor had already encountered numerous cosmic pirates in the illusory sky Star Domain. Currently, fierce battles erupted across the Star Domain as factions clashed over the coveted treasures. Regarding the tumultuous state of the illusory sky Star Domain, the Supreme Tao Ancestor could only let out a faint sigh. The root cause of this chaos stemmed from the recent demise of the illusory sky Tao Ancestor during a minor epic tribulation. Having lived for over 500,000 years, the illusory sky Tao Ancestor had recently faced his minor epic tribulation. Unlike the Supreme Tao Ancestor, who had yawned by shielding him from the calamity, he ultimately perished beneath the terrifying thunder of the origin law. A venerable Tao Ancestor thus fell. The demise of the illusory sky Tao Ancestor detonated like a colossal bomb throughout the entire Hongmeng universe. Countless powerful beings from other star domains within the Hongmeng universe immediately coveted the illusory sky temple and the life planets within the illusory sky star domain. The illusory sky temple, having lost its steadfast anchor, saw it standing in the star domain plummet. Faced with the aggressive incursions of formidable beings from various star domains, the illusory sky temple found itself powerless to resist. The cosmic defenses established at the front lines were swiftly breached, allowing a torrent of powerful beings to flood into the illusory sky star domain, eager to seize the opportunity for fortune. This ultimately forged the chaotic landscape of the illusory sky star domain. Witnessing this unfolding scenario, the Supreme Tao Ancestor was filled with profound sentiments. Had Yangbai not arrived in time to shield him from the minor epic tribulation, the illusory sky temple would have lost its protector. And the current state of the illusory sky star domain might well have mirrored that of the supreme star domain of yore. Reflecting on this, the Supreme Tao Ancestor felt an even deeper gratitude towards Yangbai, solidifying his resolve to integrate the Supreme Temple into Yangbai's burgeoning power. Had it not been for Yangbai's timely intervention, he would have long since perished beneath the tribulation, and the Supreme Star Domain would have been laid to waste. After a considerable time, having traversed swiftly, the Supreme Tao Ancestor finally made his way back to the Supreme Temple. At the resplendent entrance of the Supreme Temple, soldiers clad in supreme armor awaited on either side. Upon sighting the return of the Supreme Tao Ancestor, the soldiers knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "We welcome the Tao Ancestor." The Supreme Tao Ancestor nodded slightly before striding into the temple. A voice, imbued with authority, resonated throughout the Supreme Temple. Elders, stewards, and guardians within the temple, heed my command. Proceed immediately to the Supreme Hall. Upon hearing the summons, the elders of the Supreme Temple emerged from their seclusion and hurried towards the hall without delay. Within the resplendent Supreme Hall, the Supreme Tao Ancestor, adorned in his Tao robe, radiated an aura of the supreme laws, exuding the undeniable presence of an absolute powerhouse. At the foot of the steps stood a multitude of elders, guardians, and stewards of the Supreme Temple. "I have gathered you here today to convey a matter of utmost importance." As these words left his lips, every ear in the assembly perked up in attentive anticipation. Subsequently, the Supreme Tao Ancestor disclosed the grave news to all present. Upon hearing the revelation, a tempest of unrest swept through the assembly, with fervent discussions erupting among the elders. "What? This cannot be. If our Supreme Temple merges with another power, it would be tantamount to our very existence being extinguished. Indeed, this reasoning is sound." The news, uttered from the lips of the Supreme Tao Ancestor, reverberated with a profound shock, resonating deeply within the hearts of those gathered below. The Grand Elder of the Supreme Temple, standing amidst the assembly, hastily stepped forward to implore, "Respected Ancestor, this matter is utterly unacceptable. The Supreme Temple is a legacy passed down through countless generations of temple masters. If we were to suddenly merge with another power, how could we face our ancestors in the afterlife? I beseech you, esteemed Ancestor, to retract your decree." The Supreme Tao Ancestor, having anticipated such a reaction, pondered for a moment before speaking in a measured tone. "Esteemed guests, I believe you have misunderstood. I have come to inform you of my decision, not to deliberate. The dire state of the illusory sky star domain is evident to all present. Had it not been for the intervention of the revered deity who saved me, I would surely have perished beneath the thunderous tribulation of the origin laws. Much like the illusory sky Tao Ancestor. Without my presence, the Supreme Temple would have faltered, and the illusory sky star domain would mirror the former supreme star domain. Therefore, this matter is settled. My mind is resolute. Should anyone dare to voice dissent, they shall meet a fate akin to this. With that proclamation, the supreme Tao ancestor unleashed a formidable aura, shattering the towering stone pillars within the hall into fragments. Chapter 151, A Gathering of Heroes. The assembly below felt the overwhelming force of the supreme ancestor's presence, rendering the elders of the reincarnation realm momentarily breathless. Witnessing this display, the gathered crowd dared not express any further objections. As the venerated leader of the supreme star domain, who would dare to defy his will? Where's Hong Yi? Where is he? The supreme Tao ancestor scanned the crowd, inquiring aloud. In response, the grand elder quickly replied, "In answer to your inquiry, revered ancestor, the senior elder has ventured to the illusory sky star domain to contend for a precious treasure." Upon hearing that Hong Yi had gone to the tumultuous illusory sky star domain, a sense of foreboding surged within the heart of the supreme Tao ancestor. Does the grand elder know the specific river of stars to which Hong Yi has journeyed? Before departing, the senior elder invited me to accompany him, stating he was heading to the Xinghuan River. As the name Xinghuan River left the grand elder's lips, the supreme Tao ancestor's composure faltered. A bead of sweat formed on his brow as he thought, surely it cannot be so fortuitous. He then proceeded to arrange a series of matters regarding the integration with the Kunlun realm, simultaneously confiscating all the celestial herbs stored within the supreme temple. Having completed these tasks, he wasted no time and hastened his journey once more towards the Kunlun realm. In the Wanxi realm, only Mu Sun'er and her band of fairies remained within this vast little world. All the top-tier forces of the Kunlun realm had dismissed their disciples, with some even dismantling the sanctuaries established within the Wanxi realm. The various elite factions now evaded the fairy race as if they were a plague, fearful of provoking that enigmatic powerhouse. Having just absorbed 4 fragments of the heavenly Tao laws, Mu Sun'er gazed at the remaining pieces allotted to her kin and mused, "I shall reserve these for Brother Yongbai." She then prepared to stow the remaining fragments into her spatial ring. Unbeknownst to her, outside the Wanxi realm, numerous pairs of eyes had already fixated upon the fragments of the heavenly Tao laws in her possession. Beyond the Wanxi realm, countless powerful beings had converged. Recently, news had spread within the Xinghuan River that a planet in the Wanxi realm concealed fragments of the heavenly Tao laws. This revelation instantly attracted many formidable figures eager to investigate. Even those above the Destiny realm found the allure of the heavenly Tao laws fragments irresistible. For who would not desire to grasp more of the profound principles of the universe? To master even a third of the laws of the 3,000 great avenues would elevate one to a sovereign of the primordial universe, rivaling even the 72 supreme laws wielded by the supreme Tao ancestor. The fragments of the heavenly Tao laws could enable cultivators to grasp one of the 3,000 avenues in an instant. Indeed, these are fragments of the heavenly Tao laws. I never anticipated such a miraculous treasure would emerge in this remote land. As a cosmic space pirate within the crowd detected the fragments, he could hardly contain his excitement, oblivious to the numerous powerful gazes upon him. He quickly beckoned his companions, urging them to steer their spirit ship towards the Wanxi realm. A mere space pirate dares to covet the fragments of the heavenly Tao laws. When did such pests gain the audacity? Just as the pirate ship sped toward the Wanxi realm, a voice of authority resonated from the distant depths of the cosmos. As the words fell, a blinding sword light erupted into the sky, illuminating the surrounding space and overshadowing even the nearby stars. The sword light pierced the fabric of space, obliterating the entire spirit ship with a single stroke. The space pirates aboard were no weaklings. Their leader was a formidable figure of the reincarnation realm. Witnessing this, the onlookers were struck with awe and swiftly turned their gazes to the source of the voice. Suddenly, the fabric of space tore apart, revealing a young man clad in a Tao robe stepping forth from the realms of the void. His garments billowed gracefully, and he bore an air of extraordinary elegance. With star-like eyes, most striking was the enormous sword slung across his back, an embodiment of an indomitable sword intent that enveloped him. Even from light years away, the sharpness of his presence could be felt, pricking at the skin of those nearby. It was the master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. To think that the master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion from the Longyuan Star Domain had also arrived. The master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion is an unparalleled powerhouse of the transcendent realm. Alas, with such formidable beings vying for the fragments of the heavenly Tao laws, what place is there for us mere mortals? Upon making his entrance, the master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion swiftly dispatched a reincarnation realm expert, instilling a sense of dread throughout the assembly, which ignited a flurry of discussions among the gathered crowd. The fragments of the heavenly Tao laws are mine to claim. I grant all present 5 breaths to vanish from my sight, or else. The master of the heavenly sword pavilion's calm authority resonated. As his sword intent surged to a peak, the unseen sword intent enveloped the surrounding space, causing the formless stars to disintegrate into dust under its overwhelming pressure. The onlookers were left awestruck by the master's domineering display. "Ha! Young sword of the heavens, why must you be so tyrannical? Such a lack of opportunity for others demonstrates a troubling narrowness in the vision of your heavenly sword pavilion." Simultaneously, a voice of peculiar resonance exploded in the ears of the crowd. Following the sound, a middle-aged man clad in the supreme divine armor strolled leisurely from the distant river of stars towards the Xianxia realm. The man was enveloped by the laws of life and death, the laws of existence and destruction, and all 72 supreme laws swirling around him. With every small step, he traversed distances of hundreds of thousands of eons. "It is you. I did not expect the Supreme Temple would send you." This revelation greatly exceeded the expectations of those present. The master of the heavenly sword pavilion furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze laden with gravity as he observed Xianxia rushing towards him. Chapter 152. Instantaneous Annihilation of Transcendence. What? Even the Supreme Temple has arrived. Upon witnessing Xianxia's descent, a wave of exclamations erupted from the surrounding crowd. Subsequently, those formidable beings who had prepared to seize the fragments of the Tao of Heaven scattered without a moment's hesitation. The Supreme Temple is a force of paramount dominance within the primordial universe, renowned throughout the cosmos. With such a powerful force present, the lesser beings would scarcely be able to partake in any spoils, and thus chose to withdraw. The master of the heavenly sword pavilion regarded Xianxia with considerable trepidation. With the supreme Tao ancestor having successfully weathered the trials of the minor epoch, his strength had surged remarkably. Consequently, the influence of the Supreme Temple had expanded as well, reaching a zenith within the primordial universe. "Young sword of heaven, I shall claim the fragments of the Tao of heaven for myself." With that, the supreme laws enveloping Xianxia erupted violently, propelling him rapidly towards the void realm. "Humph, Xianxia, do you truly think I fear your Supreme Temple? If you wish to obtain the fragments of the Tao of heaven, you must first pass through me." Upon witnessing this scene, the master of the heavenly sword pavilion disregarded everything and hastened after Xianxia, drawing forth a colossal sword from behind him, the blade suddenly coalescing with a terrifying intent. He struck out at Xianxia with a single sword. The sword energy rippled through the space, rending the void asunder. "Do you dare to stand against my Supreme Temple?" Faced with the oncoming torrent of sword energy, Xianxia remained undaunted, quickly channeling his supreme laws to resist. Thus, 2 transcendent beings engaged in an intense battle among the cosmic stars outside the void realm. Both wielders of transcendent power found themselves at a stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand in the short term. Recognizing the potential for other powerful beings to exploit the situation, Xianxia hastily broke free from his pursuer and made his way towards the void realm, opting to evade a direct confrontation. "Humph, I did not come here to engage in battle with you." The master of the heavenly sword pavilion relentlessly pursued him. The two entered the void realm, their overwhelming transcendent pressure nearly threatening to obliterate this minor world. Upon their arrival, both sensed the dense aura of the Tao of heaven enveloping them. Soon, their formidable consciousnesses, tracing the currents of the Tao of heaven, swiftly locked onto Mu Sun'er and her companions within the void realm. At that moment, Mu Sun'er was preparing to lead her kin out of the void realm when an oppressive force swept through, locking onto her with a suffocating grip. Confronted with these two boundless auras, Mu Sun'er felt as though the world was spinning around her. The fragments of the Tao of heaven were within her grasp. With that realization, Xianxia surged forward, intent on eliminating Mu Sun'er, his own terrifying pressure cascading downwards. The master of the heavenly sword pavilion followed closely behind, his formidable sword intent instantly sealing off the entire space of the void realm to prevent Xianxia from escaping with the fragments. A profound sense of impending doom enveloped Mu Sun'er. However, at this critical juncture, within the space of the life and death talisman hidden inside her, Yangbai's spiritual form gradually awakened from its slumber, suddenly opening its eyes with intensity. Just as Xianxia's hand and the master of the heavenly sword pavilion's colossal sword were about to descend upon the girl, an invisible might surged from within her. Time and space around them seemed to freeze. Both Xianxia and the master of the heavenly sword pavilion found themselves immobilized in midair, unable to advance even an inch. Regardless of their efforts to summon their inner powers, a slender figure emerged slowly from the void. "Brother Yangbai." Upon seeing the figure's appearance, Mu Sun'er couldn't help but exclaim, joyfully bounding towards him. However, she soon realized that it was merely Yangbai's spiritual form, causing her expression to fall. "Who are you? Do you know that I am the Supreme?" "Enough, Xianxia. astounded by the overwhelming power of the newcomer, who could immobilize two transcendent beings with a single strike, sought to invoke the might of the Supreme Temple for intimidation. Yet, to his astonishment, the other party showed no regard for the Supreme Temple whatsoever. Before he could finish his words, Yang Bai's spiritual form emitted a surge of power, casting a fierce glare at him. A terrifying force of soul energy erupted from his gaze, piercing through Hong Yi's very essence. Under the onslaught of Yang Bai's formidable soul power, Hong Yi's consciousness shattered instantaneously, obliterated entirely. As the master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion looked on in disbelief, Hong Yi collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant and his body devoid of strength. "My lord, I did not lay a hand on this girl." The master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion was profoundly shaken at witnessing a transcendent being fall so easily before him. As a ruler of the cosmos, he was deeply unsettled by this scene. He silently pondered, could it be that this individual is an unparalleled Tao ancestor? In the primordial universe, only an unparalleled Tao ancestor could so effortlessly annihilate a transcendent being. After all, he and Hong Yi were of comparable strength. If the other could easily vanquish Hong Yi, he could just as easily do the same to him. Swallowing hard, the master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion gazed at Yang Bai's spiritual form with palpable fear. However, Yang Bai offered him no opportunity for explanation. With a resolute gaze, he unleashed a terrifying force of soul energy, forcibly extracting the master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's soul from his body. Then, with a single hand, he conjured a pair of ethereal hands of soul power, which clenched tightly and obliterated the master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's soul in an instant. In the blink of an eye, both transcendent beings had perished at the hands of Yang Bai's spiritual form. After completing this feat, the spiritual form turned to Mu Suner and instructed, "Leave the void realm at once. The current illusory heavenly star domain is not safe." Mu Suner nodded slightly, retrieving the remaining fragments of the Tao of Heaven from her spatial ring. "These are the leftovers. All for you, brother Yang Bai." Yang Bai's spiritual form nodded at the considerable amount of Tao of Heaven fragments in her hands. "All right, I shall accept them." Though these fragments held no significance for Yang Bai, as the sole primordial deity of the myriad realms, he could summon all the laws of the universe with but a thought. However, these fragments would prove immensely beneficial to Yang Yuchan, Lu Linger, Xiao Qingji, and others. Chapter 153, Cosmic Star Pirates, Kunlun Ruins. After Ling Shun collected the fragments of the heavenly Tao laws, Mu Suner, accompanied by a multitude of her fellow elves, stepped into the spatial passage, returning to the Kunlun realm. Meanwhile, the Kunlun realm was besieged by a band of uninvited guests. Observing from hundreds of light years away in the cosmic expanse, a fleet of cosmic pirates piloted their ethereal ships, steadily making their way toward the Kunlun realm. The Huantian star domain was in utter chaos, which had attracted the notorious cosmic bandits from the Hongmeng universe. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil, numerous cosmic pirates were reaping the lives of countless planets within the Huantian star domain. A significant contingent of these cosmic pirates had set their sights on the life-rich Kunlun realm. "Brothers, follow me to that planet and harvest everything there." The leader, Uba, pointed towards the Kunlun realm, shouting to his throng of followers. At Uba's command, the ethereal ships surged forward towards the Kunlun realm. Before long, they descended deep into the eastern wilderness of the Kunlun realm. After a forced landing, led by Uba, a multitude of pirates poured out of the ships, their eyes greedily surveying this vibrant planet of life. Long before Uba had chosen the Kunlun realm as his target, he had already conducted his research. He knew that this planet, known as the Kunlun realm, was merely a mediocre world of life within the Hongmeng universe. The strongest being on this planet barely reached the realm of quasi-emperors, and Uba himself was a formidable emperor. He could easily conquer this planet. Thus, he swiftly vowed to lead his numerous pirate subordinates towards the Kunlun realm. As an overwhelming aura suddenly manifested in the eastern wilderness, the Kirin demon sovereign, seated high in the Kirin hall, immediately sensed the presence of these powerful and unfamiliar auras. Such terrifying imperial might. It was an emperor. Yet the sovereign felt a profound sense of unfamiliarity. Could it be that a powerful entity from beyond the heavens had arrived? Just as the Kirin demon sovereign pondered, Uba, accompanied by his band of pirates, launched a grand assault towards the Kirin realm. Sensing the malevolent intent of their approach, the Kirin demon sovereign hastily issued orders for defense. "We are under attack." With the sovereign's command, the defensive array of the entire Kirin realm sprang into action. At that moment, Uba and his band of pirates reached the outer perimeter of the Kirin realm. The Kirin demon sovereign stood proudly in midair, confronting Uba and his crew across the defensive formation. The ancestor Swan and I, the golden-winged Great Pong, and the 8 divisions of the Kirin stood by the sovereign's side. Gazing at the leader of the pirates, who radiated an overwhelming aura. The Kirin demon sovereign's expression turned grave, his brow furrowing as he prepared for confrontation. Uba, positioned amongst his followers, cast a disdainful glance at the defensive formation. Insignificant savages, surrender to this emperor and willingly hand over all your celestial treasures. And perhaps I might show you mercy. But if I am forced to come in personally, humph. In response to Uba's threatening words, Ancestor Swan and I erupted in fury. You speak nonsense. Just you wait. The moment Ancestor Swan and I spoke, Uba unleashed his imperial might, his piercing gaze locking onto him. In a shocking display, Uba's soul power pierced through the defensive array, directly assaulting Ancestor Swan and I. Humph. A mere insect dares to interject. The next instant, Ancestor Swan Ni's soul was struck by a powerful psychic shockwave. Under the fierce impact, the 7 tribulations quasi-emperor Ancestor Swan and I found cracks forming on the surface of his soul. His eyes turned vacant, his body swayed, nearly causing him to lose his footing. Witnessing this, the inhabitants of the Kirin realm were filled with profound shock. The strongest being in the Kirin realm was merely the Kirin demon sovereign, a mere 9 tribulations quasi-emperor, with only Ancestor Swan and I and the golden-winged great Pung being of any significance. In stark contrast, Uba's side boasted not only himself, a powerful emperor, but also dozens of 9 tribulations quasi-emperors, alongside countless others beneath that rank. Faced with such a monumental disparity in strength, the Kirin demon sovereign felt a bitter pang in his heart. Resolutely, he stepped forward and declared, "You cosmic pirates are but mere pests in the Hongmeng universe. Scorned by all, how dare you act so brazenly in my Kunlun realm? Great sovereign, I, the Kirin realm, am willing to submit to Kunlun ruins, henceforth following your command." Recently, the Kirin demon sovereign had received news of Yongbai's desire to establish a faction. As the sovereign of the Eastern Wilderness, the Kirin realm had also been approached with a proposition to affiliate with Kunlun ruins. Fortunately, that mysterious great sovereign had not enforced their inclusion. With Yongbai's unparalleled strength, he deemed it unnecessary to coerce them into submission. Once he raised his hand in the myriad universes, the 12 ancestors would arrive with an army of powerful beings. In recent days, Yongbai had finally settled on a name for his faction, after much contemplation, deciding on Kunlun ruins. Now, faced with the assault of the cosmic pirates, the Kirin realm found itself utterly powerless to resist. Not only did the enemy possess an emperor, but also several 9 tribulations quasi-emperors. In this dire moment of life and death, the Kirin demon sovereign, with no other options, sought the aid of Yongbai, aligning with Kunlun ruins. Presently, only Yongbai could quell the formidable tide of pirates threatening their existence. As the Kirin demon sovereign made his declaration, a forceful seal suddenly soared from the distant Mufeng city, materializing before the Kirin demon sovereign. "Receive the seal." From the seal emanated Yongbai's resonant voice. Filled with authority, the Kirin demon sovereign promptly accepted the seal. The instant he grasped it, the seal fused seamlessly into his being. Following this, the Kirin demon sovereign endeavored to channel his spiritual energy to activate the power of the seal. In that moment, an unprecedented wave of terrifying energy surged within him. Chapter 154, Instant Kill of Uba. Yang Yuchan survives the quasi-saint thunder tribulation. The Kirin demon sovereign's aura rapidly ascended. The overwhelming energy within him churned violently. As his aura spilled forth, the surrounding space was forcibly torn apart, revealing the grotesque tidal waves of energy within the abyssal realm. 1 tribulation emperor, 2 tribulation emperors, 3 tribulation emperors. Early stage of causality. His aura only stabilized when it reached the initial stage of causality. The Kirin demon sovereign's eyes widened in disbelief as he experienced the surge of power coursing through him. He had soared from a 9 tribulation quasi-emperor directly to the initial stage of causality, bypassing the emperor realm entirely. The enhancement provided by Yongbai's seal depended entirely on the physical strength of the user, as long as the user's physical prowess was formidable enough. Ascending to the realm of the primordial sovereign was not beyond the realm of possibility. The Kirin demon sovereign, embodying the essence of the rare Mo Kirin, as a dominant force amongst the beast clans of the Kunlun realm, possessed immense physical strength. Thus, he could accommodate the vast power contained within the seal. Opposite him, Uba felt an overwhelming wave of terrifying energy surging toward him. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Uba stammered in terror, A being of the causal realm. How? How is this possible? In such a trifling, unremarkable wilderness, how could a causal realm powerhouse emerge? Overwhelmed by shock, Uba quickly regained his composure and, without a backward glance, hastily turned to flee, his figure darting swiftly towards the spirit ship, leaving behind a group of stunned star pirates who stood frozen in place. Utterly bewildered, before they could react, the Kirin demon sovereign, having familiarized himself with his surging power, vanished, piercing through space. In the next instant, a terrifying, boundless energy storm erupted in the wake of the Kirin demon sovereign. In the blink of an eye, the group of star pirates was engulfed by the energy storm. Not even a single scream escaped their lips as they were reduced to mere dust, perishing on the spot. Meanwhile, Uba, utilizing the distraction provided by the star pirates to momentarily escape the scene, raced across the sky, his pallid face drenched in cold sweat, muttering in a trembling voice, "As long as I reach the spirit ship, there remains a glimmer of hope. What manner of unremarkable world is this? To harbor a being of the causal realm?" As Uba sped towards the spirit ship, he cursed the informant in his heart while lamenting his misfortune. Who would have thought he would end up robbing a powerhouse of the causal realm's doorstep? Just as the spirit ship loomed before him, a pair of massive hands firmly grasped his shoulder. His figure abruptly halted in midair, and Uba, with great difficulty, turned his head to plead, "My lord, I am but a lowly creature, blind to the greatness before me. I beseech you to spare my life. I will serve you as a beast if need be." At that moment, as the Kirin demon sovereign was about to inquire about Yongbai's intentions, a voice of considerable authority resonated from the unseen void. "Annihilate him." Such insignificant ants need not be reported to this deity. Upon receiving Yongbai's command, the Kirin demon sovereign's eyes flickered with a divine light, and he tightened his grip on Uba's shoulder, concentrating an intangible force within his hand. In the next moment, as Uba's eyes widened in terror and despair, his life force was abruptly extinguished. After eradicating the group of cosmic star pirates, the Kirin demon sovereign, sensing the tranquil power seal within him, could not help but reflect, to what terrifying level has this mysterious divine being's strength ascended? Merely through a small seal, my cultivation was instantaneously elevated to the causal realm. Truly, it is fearsome beyond measure. The limits of this power seal are likely far beyond this, but regrettably, my physical form cannot currently withstand greater strength. Time swiftly passed, and after half a month had elapsed, Yongbai distributed the remaining fragments of the heavenly Tao laws to Yang Yuchan, Lu Linger, Xiao Qingji, and others. Each of them grasped several laws of the great Tao, resulting in a substantial enhancement of their powers. During this time, through her comprehension of numerous great Tao laws, Yang Yuchan finally reached the pinnacle of immortality. Today, she was to summon her quasi-saint lightning tribulation. Possessing the exceptionally formidable Xianling celestial body, Yang Yuchan opted to face the tribulation directly. Above the vast sky of Mufeng City, dark storm clouds gathered, and the terrifying aura of the lightning laws permeated the air. Concurrently, in midair, a girl clad in a red dress stood gracefully in the void, wielding the Sushin Jade Maiden sword, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. The confidence evident in her furrowed brow showcased her striking beauty. Yongbai, Lu Linger, and the others observed quietly from the courtyard of the apothecary. In the next moment, the storm clouds above slowly coalesced into a bolt of tribulation lightning, hurtling down towards Yang Yuchan with immense force. Boom! The lightning tribulation, propelled by a staggering momentum, enveloped Mufeng City in an aura of terror. Observing this, the girl standing in the void pressed her lips together, revealing a gentle smile. As she swung the Sushin Jade Maiden sword towards the incoming lightning without any defensive measures, the sword energy surged through the clouds, colliding with the bolt of tribulation lightning. For a brief moment, the two forces were at an impasse, before the piercing sword energy, with overwhelming might, cleaved through the lightning tribulation. It seemed that Yang Yuchan's audacious move had provoked the heavens, for the quasi-saint lightning tribulation comprised a total of 49 bolts. Immediately thereafter, the remaining 48 bolts of tribulation lightning descended upon her in unison. The terrifying aura of the lightning tribulation rippled through the surrounding space. In response, Yang Yuchan hastily employed the innate divine ability of her Xianling celestial body, summoning a Xianling celestial mirror above her head. The 48 bolts of lightning thundered against the Xianling celestial mirror. To her astonishment, all the bolts were absorbed into the mirror, the violent power of the lightning laws confined within its confines. After the 49 bolts of lightning had passed, the storm clouds that had shrouded the vast sky gradually dispersed. Having effortlessly surpassed the quasi-saint lightning tribulation, Yang Yuchan's dress remained undisturbed. Such is the terror of the Xianling celestial body. Wow, Sister Yang is truly incredible. Witnessing Yang Yuchan breeze through the quasi-saint lightning tribulation with such ease, Lu Linger gazed up at her with awe, her sparkling eyes shimmering like stars. Beside her, Xiao Qingji could not help but marvel at the might of the Xianling celestial body. Both young women had made significant strides in their strength after comprehending several great Tao laws through the heavenly Tao laws. Lu Linger had also reached the realm of immortality. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingji naturally ascended to a high-tier quasi-saint. Upon seeing Yang Yuchan successfully navigate the quasi-saint lightning tribulation, Lin Yining, who had been anxiously worried, finally felt her heart relax. Haha, the children have grown so powerful now. We need not worry about them any longer. Embracing Lin Yining, Yang Tianxiong felt immense satisfaction as he witnessed Yang Yuchan and the others possessing such formidable strength. Chapter 155, The 8 Desolate Divine Fire, the 9 Heavens Spirit-Infusing Pill. Haha. Congratulations to the Divine Lady for successfully overcoming the quasi-saint lightning tribulation. Your strength has advanced yet again. The figure of the Supreme Tao Ancestor suddenly materialized in the sky above Mufeng City, offering his congratulations to Yang Yuchan with a respectful gesture. After nearly half a month of travel, he had finally returned to the Kunlun realm. Divine Lord, here are the elixirs you requested. I have brought all the elixirs from the Supreme Divine Palace, he proclaimed. Moreover, the Supreme Divine Palace will officially merge into Kunlun ruins. With that, the Supreme Tao Ancestor tossed a spatial ring filled with countless elixirs towards Yang Bai. After receiving the spatial ring, Yang Bai nodded slightly. You are thoughtful. Unable to contain her excitement at this scene, Lu Linger joyfully bounded over to his side. Her small hand tugged at his sleeve. Young master, my elixir. She drawled, her voice elongated. In response, Yang Bai chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. This little bean. Be patient. I shall prepare it for you right away. With that, Yang Bai probed into the spatial ring with his divine sense and soon extracted the necessary ingredients for crafting the elixir. Instantly, numerous elixirs soared out from the spatial ring. Subsequently, Yang Bai swiftly sat cross-legged, and with a mere thought, an extraordinarily fearsome flame began to rise from his hand. The enchanting flame danced around his fingertips, flickering with purple divine lightning. The moment the flame appeared, the surrounding space became intensely heated. Witnessing this spectacle, the Supreme Tao Ancestor's pupils contracted, his expression one of terror as he pointed at the surging flames in Yang Bai's hand, his voice trembling. This is the 8 desolate divine fire. Gazing at the flames swirling in Yang Bai's grasp, the Supreme Tao Ancestor instantly recognized them as the 8 desolations divine fire. This fire had been chronicled within the Hongmeng universe, which, several hundred epochs ago, was once home to a creator deity. During that era, the Hongmeng universe was regarded as the epicenter of the entire myriad realms, a veritable hub for countless sects. It was during this same epoch that the 8 desolations divine fire emerged. The unparalleled creator deity resided within the Hongmeng universe, yet ultimately, an external fire descended. The 8 desolations divine fire inexplicably appeared within the Hongmeng universe. Upon witnessing the ferocious energy that accompanied this fire, the creator deity resolved to subdue it. However, during the process of refining the 8 desolations divine fire, the overwhelming energy of the fire pierced through the deity's divine essence. Losing his divine essence, the creator deity soon succumbed to his fate. Consequently, the Hongmeng universe, bereft of its creator deity's oversight, gradually fell into decline, eventually fading from the sight of the myriad realms. Meanwhile, the 8 desolations divine fire instilled terror across the cosmos. The Supreme Tao Ancestor could hardly fathom that this fearsome flame, capable of annihilating a creator deity, was now wielded by Yang Bai. It was rumored that the 8 desolations divine fire was a fusion of the terrifying purple sky divine thunder and the 8 desolations destruction flame, possessing formidable power. Just as the Supreme Tao Ancestor stood in astonishment, Yang Bai waved his hand, and the divine fire surged forth. Countless celestial herbs, under the influence of the divine fire, instantaneously transformed into a potent elixir. Following this, with effortless grace, Yang Bai summoned various types of spiritual liquids, all merging seamlessly under his divine power. Once the elixir took form, the thunderous rumblings of the impending tribulation echoed above, filling the apothecary with an intoxicating fragrance. The Supreme Tao Ancestor, standing nearby, was left in a state of utter disbelief at this astonishing spectacle. Remarkably, Yang Bai completed the entire process of refining the elixir in less than 10 breaths. Looking up at the 9-colored thunderclouds above, it was evident that he had concocted a 9-colored elixir, the pinnacle of celestial pills. Yet, what astonished him further was the impending 9-colored tribulation. Sitting on the bench, Yang Bai cast a sharp gaze towards the darkening clouds and declared, "Begone." At his command, the thunderclouds dispersed as if they had received a divine decree, restoring clarity to the sky. Subsequently, with a swift motion, Yang Bai summoned the elixir from the air into his hand. Observing the 9-colored rings encircling the elixir, he noted its exquisite appearance. Raising his gaze, he found Yang Yuchan, Xiao Qingji, and others in the apothecary staring at him, wide-eyed with astonishment. Is it finished? A celestial elixir? Upon seeing this, Lu Ling eagerly took the elixir with her small hands. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "Hee, thank you, young master." In a swift motion, she planted a kiss on his cheek, her large eyes keenly examining the elixir in her hands. "By the way, young master, what kind of elixir is this?" At her words, everyone present perked up, equally curious about the nature of this extraordinary elixir Yang Bai had concocted. In response, Yang Bai promptly explained, "This elixir is called the Nine Heavens Essence Elixir. It is a 9-colored elixir, ranking at the pinnacle of celestial pills. Regardless of cultivation level, even a mere mortal can consume this elixir. The primary function of the Nine Heavens Essence Elixir is to rapidly enhance one's cultivation, and it carries no side effects whatsoever. After consumption, the user will manifest 9 energy seals within their body, each containing immense energy that directly aids in elevating their cultivation. Little one, remember to unlock the first energy seal after consuming this elixir. The remaining seals should not be unsealed until your cultivation has stabilized for a while. Otherwise, an excessively rapid increase in cultivation may harm your foundation irreversibly." After Yang Bai's explanation, the crowd finally comprehended the terrifying potential of the Nine Heavens Essence Elixir. "Brother, you're biased, only giving this little dumpling the elixir. Qingji wants one too." Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Qingji immediately pouted and rushed to Yang Bai, playfully complaining. Hearing this, Lu Linger became indignant. "Hey, you little white-haired brat, who are you calling a dumpling? This was specially refined by young master for me, so step aside. There's none for you." As the two girls grew increasingly agitated, they began to bicker once more. Meanwhile, Yang Yuchan shot a slightly resentful glance at Yang Bai. Realizing that tensions were rising in his own backyard, Yang Bai waved his hand, and the Nine Heavens Essence Elixir flew back into his grasp. Then, drawing upon the supreme ancestral power within him, he activated his unparalleled ancestral divine abilities to replicate the Nine Heavens Essence Elixir several times. Following this, he distributed the elixirs to Yang Yuchan, Xiao Qingji, Yang Tianxiong, Lin Yining, and others. "All right, this way, I am not favoring anyone." Holding the elixir, Xiao Qingji proudly made a silly face at Lu Ling. Chapter 156, Kunlun Ruins. Having received the Nine Heavens Essence Elixir, everyone, urged by Yang Bai, swallowed it to refine their cultivation. For now, unlock the first energy seal and absorb it. Immediately, Yang Yuchan, Lu Linger, and the others settled into a cross-legged position, beginning to unlock the first energy seal. As they absorbed the energy from the first seal, the surrounding spiritual energy became tumultuous, and numerous laws resonated in tandem. The energy contained within the Nine Heavens Essence Elixir was immense. Even the first layer of energy was extraordinarily formidable. After absorbing the energy from the first seal, Yang Yuchan was the first to break through, her cultivation soaring from the initial stage of quasi-saint to the pinnacle of 3 Lotus Saints. She was now merely a thunder tribulation away from reaching the Saint King realm. Meanwhile, Lu Linger also experienced meteoric growth, advancing from the undying realm to the pinnacle of 2 Lotus Saints. Xiao Qingji, already at a high level of quasi-saint, now reached the second stage of the Saint King realm. As the two women underwent their respective breakthroughs, the skies above Mufeng City crackled with thunder once more. They were met with their quasi-saint tribulation and the great tribulation of the Saint King. Yang Tianxiong and Lin Yining, having unlocked the first layer of the seal, found their cultivation elevated to the undying realm. Awash in the overwhelming energy coursing through them, the couple exchanged incredulous glances, marveling at how a single pill had propelled them to the undying realm. And this was only the weakest layer of energy. In the Kunlun realm, such cultivation could easily establish a sect. Yang Tianxiong reflected, Bayer has grown to a level that I, as his father, can hardly comprehend. Young master, brother, we're going to face the tribulation. With that, the two women soared into the sky, preparing to undergo their thunder tribulation. Yang Bai observed them take flight, contemplating that fully unlocking the energy of the Nine Heavens Essence Elixir should allow them to reach the pinnacle of transcendence. Moments later, both women effortlessly passed through their respective thunder tribulations. Esteemed Lord, the Supreme Temple shall henceforth regard the Kunlun ruins with utmost reverence, but at present, our sect's residence. At this moment, the Supreme Tao Ancestor approached and spoke. Our sect's residence is quite simple. In response, Yang Bai pondered for a moment before slowly rising from the bench, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if summoned by the primordial divine power within him. He extended his hand towards the heavens, commanding the laws of the universe to bend to his will. Countless profound truths of the Tao surged forth as if beckoned, wildly rushing towards the primordial universe. In the cosmic expanse beyond the Kunlun realm, an immense array of celestial power gradually coalesced into a terrifying formation that obscured the sun and the sky. Within this grand array, the forces of 3,000 great Tao laws converged, constructing magnificent towers of monumental grandeur. Countless tiles, forged from the power of 72 supreme laws, adorned the expanse. Upon these towering edifices, an army of 9 ancient laws coalesced, standing guard with an aura so formidable it could easily intimidate any intruder. Furthermore, the laws of obliteration and chaos, mingled with the primordial energy, surged into the city, integrating into its very fabric to reinforce the spatial stability. At the heart of countless towers stood an extraordinarily resplendent hall. The plaque above its entrance bore the 4 characters of Kunlun Shrine, imbued with boundless power of the Tao, encapsulating the terrifying ancestral divine strength of Yangbai. Staring too long at the plaque would risk having one's soul forcibly drawn away. Simultaneously, behind the Kunlun Shrine, a primordial divine tree, born from Yangbai's unparalleled ancestral laws, erupted from the ground. This towering tree, with every leaf enveloped in supreme Tao power, radiated an endless aura of mysterious laws that surrounded it. The moment the ancestral divine tree manifested, the spiritual energy and the profound truths of the Tao within the Kunlun ruins became overwhelmingly dense. Cultivating within Kunlun ruins would accelerate one's progress far beyond that of the outside world, especially beneath the ancestral divine tree, where the spiritual energy and the laws were most concentrated. The air even subtly contained Yangbai's ancestral law power. In the apothecary, the supreme Tao ancestor was astounded to witness Yangbai manifest such an immense creation with but a single thought. He marveled at the hidden depths of this divine being, each revelation more astonishing than the last. Simultaneously, he could not help but wonder if such feats were truly within the capabilities of a creator god. Let us go, my dear wife and little Do Ding. I shall take you to witness the Kunlun ruins. With a wave of his hand, Yangbai summoned invisible spatial forces, instantly transporting everyone. In the next moment, they found themselves before the grand entrance of the Kunlun ruins. Before them stood the formidable array, formed from countless celestial powers. The soldiers, forged from the 9 ancient laws, knelt in reverence upon seeing Yangbai, proclaiming, "We welcome the ancestral god." Their voices thundered, shaking the heavens. And even the supreme Tao ancestor felt his heart race at this overwhelming display. Probing with his divine sense, he discovered that the array was indeed composed of vast celestial forces, and those soldiers were the very embodiment of the 9 ancient laws. The supreme Tao ancestor was utterly captivated by Yangbai's grand design. It was likely that only he could wield such magnificence within the entire cosmos. With another wave of his hand, Yangbai led the group into the Kunlun ruins. Gazing upon the numerous awe-inspiring towers, everyone was left in astonishment, surveying their surroundings. These towers, constructed from the forces of 3,000 great Tao laws and reinforced by origin-level laws, were not easily destroyed, even by a creator god. Subsequently, Yangbai instructed the supreme Tao ancestor, seek out a tower to serve as the residence of the supreme shrine. Upon hearing this, the supreme Tao ancestor, recovering from his astonishment, quickly accepted the command and began searching for a spiritually rich area within the vast Kunlun ruins. Sensing the overwhelmingly dense spiritual energy and profound truths in the atmosphere, he felt subtle shifts within his cultivation after just a brief moment of meditation. Yangbai, accompanied by Yang Yuchan and the others, strolled through the Kunlun ruins before leading them beneath the ancestral divine tree. You shall cultivate here from now on. I believe you will swiftly ascend to higher realms in this environment. With greater cultivation, you will truly grasp the insignificance of this universe. The cosmos is far more expansive. The divine tree holds my ancestral laws. Take the time to comprehend them. It will greatly benefit your training. Under Yangbai's guidance, the women sat cross-legged beneath the divine tree, attentively absorbing the myriad laws and ancestral power present in the air. Chapter 157, A Rapid Surge. After cultivating beneath the ancestral divine tree for a year and a half, combined with the assistance of the 9 heavens essence pills, the women would likely break through to the Emperor realm. 2 years swiftly passed. During this time, the illusionary sky domain remained in a state of turmoil. Furthermore, under the relentless urging of the supreme Tao ancestor, the disciples of the supreme shrine finally arrived at the Orion star system. On their journey, many disciples of the supreme shrine grumbled in dissatisfaction. What is Lord Ancestor thinking? Indeed, merging the supreme shrine with this Kunlun ruins? I've never even heard of such a power. The spiritual energy in this star system is disappointingly thin. Since the death of the great Luo Tian ancestor in the supreme star domain, only the supreme Tao ancestor and the Longyuan Tao ancestor had successfully weathered the minor epic tribulation. Moreover, 2 years prior, The illusionary sky ancestor had fallen during his own tribulation. The prestige of the supreme shrine in the primordial universe had reached its zenith. Yet, their ancestor's decision to merge the shrine with an entity called Kunlun Ruins was utterly unacceptable to the disciples. After all, when the supreme Tao ancestor faced the minor epic tribulation, these disciples, with their insignificant powers, were completely unaware of the events that transpired. Nor did they comprehend the existence of Yangbai, who assisted him through the tribulation. Hearing the murmurs of the disciples behind him, the Grand Elder of the Supreme Shrine swiftly turned to admonish them. Impudent. The decisions made by Lord Ancestor are not for you to discuss behind his back. At the Grand Elder's reprimand, the disciples promptly fell silent. Moments later, the powerful entourage of the Supreme Shrine arrived outside the Kunlun Ruins. Before them loomed a colossal city, enveloped by a fearsome array. Gazing upon the magnificence of the towers, even the seasoned Grand Elder of the Supreme Shrine could not help but swallow hard. Compared to this city, the Supreme Shrine appeared utterly diminished. Inside the city, the Supreme Tao Ancestor felt a resonance and swiftly moved to the forefront of the Kunlun Ruins, welcoming everyone inside. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming density of celestial spiritual energy and profound truths. Countless individuals felt their own energies become remarkably unstable in an instant. Many, in their astonishment, broke through their realms on the spot. The Grand Elder of the Supreme Shrine, who had been stuck in the late stage of transcendence for tens of thousands of years, found his cultivation directly advancing to the pinnacle of transcendence upon entering the city. Heavens! The spiritual energy and Tao laws here are astonishingly rich. Indeed, I just broke through from the 9 calamities emperor to the causal realm. The disciples who had been complaining prior were now awestruck by the Kunlun Ruins' ethereal cultivation environment. Not long thereafter, under the auspices of the Supreme Tao Ancestor, a multitude of formidable beings from the Supreme Temple firmly established themselves within the Kunlun Ruins. Not only did the Supreme Temple settle there, but the Qilan realm had also relocated to the Kunlun Ruins 2 years prior. Prior to this relocation, the Qilan demon sovereign was acutely aware of the previous events concerning the elf clan, which had created a rift between the Qilan realm and Yangbai. To win favor with Yangbai, the Qilan demon sovereign, fully cognizant of his methods, took the initiative to eradicate all those who had previously persecuted the elves or consumed longevity pills. Following this decree from the Qilan demon sovereign, a sweeping purge ensued throughout the entire Qilan realm and the eastern wilderness. Observing this scene, many individuals secretly rejoiced that they had refrained from partaking in the earlier commotion surrounding the elf clan. Consequently, after this thorough cleansing, the number of powerful beings in the Qilan realm was significantly reduced. However, having witnessed the unparalleled cultivation environment within the Kunlun Ruins, the Qilan demon sovereign was undeterred by such losses and insisted on bringing the Qilan realm within for training. After 2 years of diligent cultivation within the Kunlun Ruins, the Qilan demon sovereign successfully broke through to the Emperor realm. Moreover, both the ancestral figure of the Qilan realm and the golden-winged Great Peng also achieved breakthroughs to the Emperor realm in succession. The number of his subordinates who advanced to the quasi-Emperor realm was countless. In light of this, the Qilan demon sovereign felt immense gratitude for the wisdom of his earlier decision. On another front, beneath the ancestor divine tree, Yangbai had also brought the members of the elf clan into the Kunlun Ruins during these 2 years. Mu Suner had the opportunity to reunite with her 3 sisters. Yangbai was delighted to see that the 4 maidens did not erupt into conflict upon their first encounter. Over the course of these 2 years, the 4 women coexisted harmoniously. They devoted themselves to cultivation beneath the ancestor divine tree for a full 2 years, making remarkable progress in their abilities. During this time, they also unlocked the second layer of the seal on the 9 heavens immortal essence pill. At this moment, Yang Yuchan had reached the 5 tribulations emperor realm, Lu Linger the 3 tribulations emperor realm, Xiao Qingji the 4 tribulations emperor realm, and Mu Suner the 1 tribulation emperor realm. Such a pace of cultivation would be considered exceptional even among the myriad realms of the universe. Alas, it was regrettable that for the past 2 years, none of them had managed to comprehend even a fraction of their husband's ancestral principles. Sitting cross-legged beneath the ancestor divine tree, Yang Yuchan furrowed her brow in contemplation. Sister, why the sighs? You have made the most progress among us in these 2 years. Mu Suner, noticing her sister's distress, quickly offered words of comfort. Throughout these 2 years, Yang Yuchan had consistently interacted with the other 3 maidens in the capacity of the matron, a promise previously made by Yangbai. The other 3 had no grievances regarding this arrangement. My dear wife, if the ancestral principles could be so easily grasped by you, a mere emperor, then what would that say about my worth as the ancestor? At this moment, Yangbai suddenly appeared before the 4 women. The young master has arrived and is already teasing Sister Yang. Lu Ling'er pouted her cherry-red lips in discontent. All right, cultivation must also strike a balance between work and rest. Immersing oneself solely in training is counterproductive. Come, my dear wife, let us step outside for some fresh air. Upon hearing this, Lu Ling'er sprang up from the ground, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yay, we get to go out and play with the young master. This spirited girl showed no interest in the tediousness of cultivation, and upon hearing the prospect of going out, she was the first to leap up. Xiao Qingji and Mu Suner also looked at him with bright, eager eyes. However, Yang Bai's subsequent words came as a harsh wake-up call. What do you mean, Bai Ye? You three little ones. Don't think I haven't noticed your laziness and playfulness these past 2 years. Humph. You shan't step out until you reach the 5 Tribulations Emperor Realm. Chapter 158, Maple City. Little Orchid. In the Kunlun Realm, within the Wilderness State, there lies a small border town. This place serves as the juncture between the Huiyuan Kingdom and the Dazhou Kingdom, and the town is named Maple City. From a distance, this small town appears dilapidated, with crumbling walls and ruins scattered throughout. The ongoing conflicts between the Huiyuan Kingdom and the Dazhou Kingdom have never ceased, making Maple City the epicenter of their strife. Outside the city gates, a pair of seemingly celestial beings, a man and a woman, strolled into this small town hand in hand. The man donned an exquisite robe, exuding an air of elegance, while the woman, clad in a red dress, possessed a breathtakingly beautiful visage that radiated unparalleled grace. In recent days, Yang Bai, having nothing to occupy his time, had been accompanying Yang Yuchan as they explored various locales in the Wilderness State. At this moment, they found themselves in this worn-down town. Wontons. Fragrant wontons. Come see. Come see. In this somewhat desolate alley, a wonton shop called out to passers-by, beckoning them to enter. My dear, shall we go and try some? Yang Bai suddenly suggested. They then made their way to the wonton shop, arm in arm. Shopkeeper. 2 bowls of wontons, please. After a prolonged wait, the shopkeeper's weathered face twisted into a smile upon finally receiving customers. All right, please wait a moment. Yang Bai guided Yang Yuchan to a quiet corner where they sat together. Moments later, steaming bowls of wontons were served. As they enjoyed their meal, unbeknownst to them, in a secluded, dim alley, a small, pitiful figure curled up in a shadowy corner. The figure appeared ragged and frail, with a stomach that grumbled incessantly. Attracted by the tantalizing aroma wafting from the street, the poor child struggled to her feet, her little nose leading her toward the source of the scent. Emerging into the light, she revealed herself to be a dirty little girl, her clothing tattered and her complexion pale. Following the scent, she soon found herself standing before Yang Bai. The little girl carried a small bundle on her back, filled with various shabby trinkets. Gazing at the fragrant bowl of wontons in Yang Bai's hands, she gulped audibly. Her large eyes filled with an insatiable longing as her stomach let out a thunderous growl. Summoning her courage, this filthy little creature approached Yang Bai's table. With her small, grimy hand, she clutched the hem of his robe and, her voice choked with emotion, said, Daddy, Orchid has finally found you. Orchid is so hungry. Could you please share your wontons with me? As she spoke, tears welled up in her large eyes, casting a pitiful gaze upon Yang Bai. Startled by the filthy little girl calling him daddy while he was savoring his meal, Yang Bai nearly choked, quickly retracting his robe. What? What do you mean? Little girl, please refrain from such wild claims. Just as he uttered these words, Yang Bai keenly sensed a dangerously intense gaze directed at him from nearby. Daddy, Daddy, you are Orchid's daddy. How could Orchid not recognize you? You are so cruel, abandoning Orchid and Mother. Mother searched for you for so long and couldn't find you. Now Orchid has finally found you. Woo-woo. As she spoke, the little girl began to cry, tears streaming down her cheeks. Observing her earnestness, Yang Bai hastily set aside his wontons, turning to Yang Yuchan in a flurry to explain. My dear, you must listen. My attempts at justifying myself are not mere explanations. This situation is not as you perceive. However, Yang Yuchan paid no heed to his protests, her gaze sharp and menacing as she retorted, Yang Bai, you truly are something. To bring me out for a leisurely stroll only to encounter the child you abandoned. Meanwhile, Xiaolanhua, quick of hand and sharp of eye, swiftly seized the bowl of wontons from Yang Bai. In the blink of an eye, she buried her face into the oversized bowl, voraciously consuming every last wonton within. Passers-by, witnessing this scene, turned their attention from the little beggar to Yang Bai and Yang Yuchan, exclaiming in astonishment, Oh dear, it's that little beggar again, wreaking havoc on yet another couple. Indeed. Why is it always this little beggar? Upon witnessing Xiaolanhua devouring the wontons and overhearing the onlookers' remarks, Yang Yuchan finally realized she had wronged Yang Bai. Clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment, she attempted to regain her composure. Having accomplished her mischief, Xiao Lanhua hastily set down the large bowl and darted towards a dimly lit alleyway. Yang Bai, unwilling to accept this injustice quietly, waved his hand, summoning an unseen force that materialized into a pair of colossal hands, pulling Xiao Lanhua back towards him. With a fierce glare directed at the now close Xiao Lanhua, he demanded, "Speak, you little imp. Why have you wronged me? Were it not for the bystanders, I would be irreparably tarnished today." The surrounding crowd, witnessing Yang Bai's display of power, quickly deduced his identity, exclaiming in unison, "He is an immortal." In an instant, the throng dispersed, vanishing as if fleeing from a plague, desperately avoiding Yang Bai. "Ah, you are an immortal? Release me. Someone help. The immortal is bullying a child. Woe is me, who will rescue Lanhua?" Caught in midair, Xiao Lanhua trembled at the realization that the handsome man before her was indeed the fabled immortal, fully aware that she had landed herself in dire straits. "Stop it, dear husband. Do not frighten the child," Yang Yuchan interjected, now understanding the unfolding situation. She then gently set Xiao Lanhua down, no longer the mischievous imp. The little girl trembled as she hid behind Yang Yuchan, clutching the hem of her dress, peeking out with wide, terrified eyes directed at Yang Bai. Seeing her distress, Yang Yuchan shook her head softly, turning to lift Xiao Lanhua into her arms, disregarding the dirt and disorder on the child. Simultaneously, she cast a disapproving glare at Yang Bai. This exchange left Yang Bai bewildered, and reluctantly, he dissipated the formidable aura that had encircled him. Chapter 159, Taking in Xiao Lanhua. Is this little one named Lanhua? A charming name indeed. Fear not, Lanhua. While I am here, that man dares not harm you. Yang Yuchan examined the pitiful child in her embrace, her heart swelling with compassion at the sight of Xiao Lanhua's dirty visage and sorrowful eyes, evoking an overwhelming desire to cherish her. "Where are your parents, Lanhua? Why do you call him father?" Yang Yuchan inquired, gesturing towards Yang Bai. At that moment, Yang Bai also leaned in, curiosity piqued by the child's inexplicable reference to him. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Lanhua's fear began to subside, and she hesitantly revealed her story. A year prior, amidst the chaos of war between the Huiyuan kingdom and the Dazhou kingdom, many lives were lost, including that of Xiao Lanhua's parents. Since then, she had lived a nomadic existence, surviving on scraps found in the alleyways. Upon hearing the hardships Xiao Lanhua had endured, Yang Yuchan's heart ached with sympathy, prompting her to ask, "So, did you call him father just for that bowl of wontons?" Xiao Lanhua nodded slowly, her voice soft. "That was what my mother said before she died. That calling someone father would ensure I could have a meal." Yang Bai, bemused and somewhat amused, noted the numerous scars on the child's small, dark arms. Realizing these injuries likely stemmed from failed attempts to escape from harm, much like today. Suddenly, Yang Bai's keen perception detected something unusual within the depths of Xiao Lanhua's being. "What is it?" Yang Yuchan, noticing his peculiar demeanor, quickly communicated with him telepathically. "My dear, under my perception, this little girl is far from ordinary. Her soul harbors an immensely terrifying energy. She may very well be the reincarnation of a powerful being. Is that so, husband? Considering her unfortunate state, shall we take her home?" Yang Yuchan's determination to shelter the vulnerable child grew stronger upon learning of her remarkable nature. "Are you suggesting we seek a child?" Yang Bai teased, observing the affection shining in Yang Yuchan's eyes as she regarded Xiao Lanhua. In the vast cosmos, those of great strength often found it exceedingly difficult to conceive offspring. Even the eternal creator God, after countless years, had birthed only Yang Yuchan as a successor. Thus, it was evident how challenging it was for the mighty to bring forth progeny, especially for someone of Yang Bai's unparalleled stature. Though they had contemplated having a child in the past, their efforts had been in vain. "Husband, what do you think?" Yang Yuchan asked. Yang Bai chuckled lightly. "Everything shall be as you wish, my dear. I am more than capable of caring for this little girl. My only concern is how our little doe Ding will react. Will she feel threatened by this development?" At this remark, Yang Yuchan couldn't help but burst into laughter, giving him a playful glare as she tapped his forehead with her slender finger. "You. Linger adores you so much. She practically clings to you day and night. Yet here you are, jesting about her." Xiao Lanhua, nestled in Yang Yuchan's embrace, looked on in bewilderment at the affectionate exchange between the two. "Xiao Lanhua, would you like to come with us? Should you choose to join us, you will never again have to endure the pangs of hunger." Yang Yuchan turned to the little girl, her voice warm and inviting. At this, Xiao Lanhua could hardly believe her ears, staring at the beautiful older sister before her with wide eyes. "Why you truly wish to take Lanhua in?" Seeing Yang Yuchan nod affirmatively, Xiao Lanhua summoned her courage and stammered. "Then from now on, I will call you mother." Upon hearing this endearing designation, Yang Yuchan was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile, gesturing towards Yang Bai. "Then remember, Xiao Lanhua, this is your father. Not only that, but shortly thereafter, Yang Bai and Yang Yuchan also learned another piece of information from the wonton shop owner. After the demise of the Little Orchid's parents, their grand estate caught the attention of the county magistrate of Maple City. On the very first day following the tragic loss of her mother and father, he brazenly disposed of their coffins, casting them into the wilderness and casting the Little Orchid out of her home. Upon hearing this news, the two were instantly filled with fury. After paying the innkeeper for their dumplings, Yang Bai, under the innkeeper's guidance, took Yang Yuchan by the hand and made their way to the Little Orchid's home. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Orchid's estate, a middle-aged man with a corpulent visage reclined in the courtyard, surrounded by elegantly attired courtesans, reveling in a life of opulence and excess. Despite the ravages of war besieging Maple City, he lived in unabashed luxury. As the county magistrate, he undoubtedly exploited the common folk. Yang Bai and Yang Yuchan stood atop a high platform, surveying the scene below. In her embrace, the Little Orchid experienced the exhilarating sensation of soaring high above the ground for the very first time, her face alight with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. How detestable, Yang Bai thought, feeling that lingering even a moment longer on such a wretched individual was a waste of his existence. With a steely gaze, he concentrated his will, summoning the forces of the surrounding heavens and earth. Suddenly, the space within the courtyard began to collapse. The ambient energy surged violently. In no time, the corpulent magistrate and his entourage of courtesans were entombed within the infinite void. Yang Bai crushed him with the ease one might squash an ant. After concluding this deed, Yang Bai waved his hand, and together with Yang Yuchan and the Little Orchid in her arms, they vanished from the spot. In the next moment, the three appeared within a pharmacy in Mufeng City. Here you are, Little Orchid. This shall be your home from now on. After familiarizing the Little Orchid with her new surroundings, Yang Yuchan took the little one to bathe, cleansing her of the grime. Just then, Yang Bai, who had just returned, received an urgent summons from Xiao Qingji in Kunlun Ruins. Elder brother, come quickly. Reluctantly, Yang Bai bid farewell to Yang Yuchan before vanishing in a flash, reappearing beneath the ancestral divine tree in Kunlun Ruins. Chapter 160, The Holy Demon Emperor's Peril, a Revelation of the Ancestor? Beneath the ancestral divine tree, Xiao Qingji paced anxiously, her face a mask of distress. Mu Suner and the others had ceased their training, and even Lu Linger, who often exchanged barbs with her, stood up to pat her shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, little white-haired one. I believe the young master will return soon. No sooner had she spoken than Yang Bai's figure appeared before them, as if conjured from thin air. Before he could inquire, Xiao Qingji rushed into his embrace, her face streaked with tears. Yang Bai gently stroked her silken hair and asked tenderly, What troubles you, Qingji? Speak to me of your burdens. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingji gradually ceased her sobbing and replied, It is my father who is in peril. She then recounted the events that had transpired recently. It turned out that just a day prior to Yang Bai's leisurely outing with Yang Yuchan, Xiao Qingji had received a frantic call for help from her father. To avoid disrupting their blissful time together, she had informed the Supreme Tao Ancestor, who was also in Kunlun Ruins. Upon learning of the situation, the Supreme Tao Ancestor assured her, Such a trivial matter. There is no need to trouble the revered deity. I shall handle it. Rest assured, I will ensure your father is safely returned. In this small hunter star system, the strongest beings were merely at the destiny realm. As a Supreme Tao Ancestor, he had no doubt he could resolve such issues. As a loyal follower of Yang Bai, he understood well that the purpose of Yang Bai's establishment of power was to delegate such trivial matters to capable subordinates, allowing him to remain unburdened. With this understanding, the Supreme Tao Ancestor set off confidently towards the demon realm. By the way, should anything happen to me, you can use this jade slip to sense my whereabouts. Although the Supreme Tao Ancestor was confident, he could not entirely discount unforeseen events, especially in the current chaotic state of the illusory sky region, rife with hidden dangers. Thus, before departing, he left behind a spatial jade slip that would allow Xiao Qingji and the others to sense his location. The women initially believed that, given the Supreme Tao Ancestor's unparalleled cultivation, rescuing the Holy Demon Emperor would be a certain success. However, at that moment, the jade slip in Xiao Qingji's hand abruptly lost its connection to the Supreme Tao Ancestor, as if his presence had vanished entirely from the cosmos. In a state of desperation, Xiao Qingji had no choice but to call for Yang Bai to come forth. After grasping the entirety of the situation, Yang Bai could not help but feel a sense of curiosity. Logically, no one in this hunter star system should be capable of matching the Supreme Tao Ancestor's prowess. With a resigned sigh, he declared, Very well. I shall investigate what has transpired. With that, a brilliant light flared in his eyes, and the terrifying ancestral divine power began to surge from the depths of his being. He raised one hand to his chest, invoking the intangible power of time to reverse its flow. just as he was about to employ the power of time to forcibly rewind the entirety of the cosmos. An extraordinarily strange force abruptly interrupted his spell, causing the temporal energy to dissipate within his grasp. Recognizing this familiar, yet alien power sent shockwaves through Yang Bai, who exclaimed in disbelief, "Ancestral divine power." The three women, Lu Linger, Xiao Qingji, and Mu Suner, were startled by Yang Bai's sudden outburst. It was the first time they had witnessed such astonishment on his face since their acquaintance. Previously, no matter the troubles or adversaries he faced, he had always maintained an air of nonchalance, as if nothing in the world could faze him. "Young master, what troubles you?" Lu Linger, sensing Yang Bai's profound shock, approached with concern, her delicate hand intertwining with his. In response, Yang Bai quickly composed himself, forcing a smile as he turned to her. "It is nothing. The young master is invincible. How could anything trouble me?" After reassuring the little one, Yang Bai's heart was shrouded in a dark foreboding. The mysterious and eerie force he had just sensed was undeniably the terrifying energy unique to the ancestral divine power. No one understood the implications of the ancestral divine power within the cosmos better than he. If it were not for this power, it would have been impossible to disrupt his temporal abilities. Thus, a thought struck him. Could there be an even more formidable existence hidden within this cosmos? One that had reached the status of an ancestor? But was it not true that only he could achieve such a status within the vast universe? System, do not play dead on me. Come forth and explain this to me." Little did Yang Bai know that despite his fervent internal cries for assistance, the system within him remained unresponsive, akin to a frozen device. He could not help but lament the utter lack of presence of this system. Since his transmigration, this wretched system had manifested only twice, once upon his arrival in this realm, and the other during the encounter with the cosmic barrier of the Hongmeng universe. How infuriating! Faced with the enigmatic ancestor lurking in the shadows, an unsettling anxiety gripped Yang Bai's heart. After all, this was the first adversary of his caliber he had encountered. Previously, he had dominated battles with his unparalleled cultivation as the ancestor god. However, now, in a state of urgent impatience, Yang Bai cast aside all distractions as the terrifying consciousness of the ancestor rippled throughout the vast cosmos. The sole power of the ancestor god was immensely formidable, and soon Yang Bai had scoured every corner of the universe, yet he could not unearth a single trace of the mysterious ancestor. Clearly, his opponent had employed some ancestral technique to conceal themselves. At present, Yang Bai stood in the light while his adversary lurked in the shadows, a situation decidedly unfavorable for him. Yang Bai then reinvigorated his mental focus and meticulously re-examined the cosmos. Aside from the sudden emergence of endless abyssal voids throughout the universe, he detected no anomalies elsewhere. Could it be my imagination? With this thought, Yang Bai raised a hand, gathering the endless laws of time within his grasp. As the power of his temporal laws seeped into the river of time, he was utterly astonished by the sight before him. The usually tranquil river of time had transformed into a surging torrent. Moreover, the path leading to the past was obstructed by that recent mysterious force, rendering even Yang Bai unable to return to earlier moments. Turning his gaze to the future, he found it shrouded in a layer of bizarre, mysterious black mist, impenetrable even to his consciousness. In despair, Yang Bai had no choice but to withdraw from the river of time. After several more thorough examinations, he finally discerned a glimmer of insight regarding the cosmos. Under the terrifying scrutiny of his ancestral soul, he was horrified to discover that the interiors of all stars within the universe had become exceedingly unstable, as if they were on the brink of annihilation. An unprecedented aura of destruction rippled throughout the cosmos. Chapter 161. The Arrival of the 12 Ancestors. In light of this alarming situation, Yang Bai immediately surmised that it was related to the primordial calamity of the universe's reboot mentioned by the 12 Ancestors. The impending reboot of the cosmos must indeed correlate with the current turmoil within the stars. This could very well be the prelude to the cataclysmic event. Calculating the time, it had nearly been 1,000,000 great epochs since the last primordial calamity and the birth of the new era. Yet, what of that mysterious ancestor? They were undeniably not a cultivator of this universe. The pinnacle of existence within the cosmos was the creator god, and it was impossible for anyone to reach the status of the ancestor god. Who could they possibly be? Just as Yang Bai was lost in contemplation, the ancestors Xing Tian, Zhu Rong, Di Jiang, and others, who had journeyed from the distant celestial realms, suddenly arrived outside Kunlun ruins. "Great ancestor god, we humbly request an audience." Upon hearing this, Yang Bai turned to reassure the nearby Xiao Qingji. "Do not worry, Qingji, with your brother here, I shall certainly rescue your father." "Yes, brother, please prioritize your own safety." After addressing all matters, and under the worried gazes of Lu Linger and the other two women, Yang Bai vanished beneath the ancestor god tree. "Oh, It is all Ling'er's fault for being so inept, unable to keep up with her cultivation. Otherwise, I could help the young master share some burdens. Lu Ling'er lamented as she watched Yang Bai hastily depart. Soon after, the three women ceased their distractions and buried themselves in diligent cultivation beneath the ancestor god tree. Meanwhile, outside Kunlun ruins, the 12 ancestors stood at the perimeter of the grand formation. Not long after, Yang Bai's figure abruptly materialized before them. Upon his appearance, ancestors Xing Tian, Zhu Rong, and the others greeted him with utmost respect. Xing Tian, Zhu Rong, and others pay homage to the great ancestor god. There is no need for excessive formalities. Speak. What brings you to seek this deity? Yang Bai gestured lightly. At this moment, ancestor Xing Tian stepped forward solemnly and stated, "Surely the great ancestor god has sensed the recent developments. We have come to inform you that the primordial calamity, occurring once every million epochs, is imminent." Although the 12 ancestors were no match for Yang Bai's power, their extensive lifespan had granted them considerable experience. Upon hearing this, Yang Bai swiftly inquired, "Indeed, I have sensed this mysterious primordial calamity. What do you propose regarding it?" Ancestor Di Jiang promptly stepped forward, adding, "Regarding this enigmatic calamity of the cosmos's reboot, we 12 are not well informed. In the grand timeline of the cosmos, our existence is but a grain of sand in the desert. The only knowledge we possess about the primordial calamity is that prior to its arrival, the river of time in the cosmos will seal, preventing anyone from entering, while the stars will simultaneously erupt in chaos. At that point, the cosmos will not be far from the calamity. Despite their long lives, the 12 ancestors were ultimately just small players in the grand scheme. All they knew about the primordial calamity had been gleaned from the god of fate in the past." "I see," Yang Bai mused inwardly, realizing that the 12 were equally ignorant about the identity of that mysterious ancestor god. Great ancestor god. Now, all the smaller universes across the cosmos are aware of the impending calamity. Currently, there is unrest throughout the cosmos, plunging the entire realm into chaos. We have come to meet you for two reasons. One is regarding the primordial calamity, and the other concerns the sudden emergence of the endless abyss within the cosmos." Ancestor Xing Tian then mentioned the mysterious endless abyss. "Enough, I am already aware of these matters. Such trivialities, you may handle them yourselves. I have more pressing concerns. I shall address the endless abyss personally. You may disperse." Yang Bai promptly interrupted Xing Tian, sensing his desire to elaborate further. He had already thoroughly comprehended the so-called endless abyss during his investigation of the mysterious ancestor. As for the turmoil within the cosmos, if the 12 ancestors could not manage that, what purpose did they serve? With that, Yang Bai's figure instantly vanished from sight. "Farewell, great ancestor god." Time rewinds to one day prior. As the entire Huantian star domain descended into chaos, devoid of the Huantian temple's governance, disorder reigned supreme. The Qi family, as a dominant force within the Orion system, had their powerful ancestors in the Destiny realm overseeing them. Naturally, the ambitious Qi family would not let slip this fortuitous opportunity to seize control of the entire Orion system, aspiring to claim it as their own private domain, thereby establishing dominance over the Star River. The Demon realm is adjacent to the Qi family territory, naturally becoming the first stronghold for the Qi family to dominate the Orion galaxy. The mightiest warrior of the Demon realm is merely the Saint Demon Emperor, a mere emperor-level being. Faced with the formidable Qi family, bolstered by a fated being, the Demon realm finds itself utterly powerless to resist. In desperation, the Saint Demon Emperor reaches out for help from Xiao Qingji, hoping that Yang Bai will receive the news and come to their aid. Meanwhile, the Saint Demon Emperor bravely diverts the attention of numerous Qi family warriors. Upon receiving the message, the Supreme Tao Ancestor quickly follows the aura of the Saint Demon Emperor to the Demon realm. Upon arrival, he is met with the sight of Qi family warriors surrounding the entire realm. Without hesitation, the Supreme Tao Ancestor waves his hand and annihilates the Qi family warriors before him. However, upon entering the Demon realm, he fails to locate the Saint Demon Emperor. Just then, the Emperor's wife, Lu Zhuo, approaches him, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generous assistance." The Supreme Tao Ancestor hastily aids Lu Zhuo, who is bowing in respect. "There is no need for such formality. I am from Kunlun Ruins, sent by the Divine Madam to assist the Demon realm." Chapter 162, The Fall of the Qi Family. The enigmatic star cluster. Realizing he is a person of the divine, Lu Zhuo implores, "Esteemed elder, please hurry and save my husband." Upon learning that he is affiliated with Yang Bai, she clutches at hope and recounts the recent events in the Demon realm. Discovering that the Qi family is behind this turmoil, the Supreme Tao Ancestor snorts coldly. How dare the insignificant Qi family act with such audacity? With that, He envelopes the entire Orion galaxy with his divine sense. Despite his probing, the Supreme Tao Ancestor finds no trace of the Saint Demon Emperor. Humph. If I cannot find him, I shall personally descend upon the chief family. He vanishes from sight in an instant. Lu Zhuruo, witnessing this, anxiously states, "Esteemed elder, I leave everything in your capable hands." Meanwhile, within the chief family, a gathering of siblings stands proudly in a grand plaza. The ancestral figures hover in the void, gazing down at the throng of chief family descendants. Listen well, my kin. This battle will determine whether our chief family holds sufficient authority in the Orion galaxy and even the illusory sky region. We must conquer and annex the entire Orion galaxy. The ancestral figure's voice booms, filled with the terrifying pressure of a fated being. Kill, kill, kill. The chief family descendants, invigorated by their ancestor's presence, shout with fervor. In an instant, the air is thick with the atmosphere of impending slaughter. Yet at that moment, a commanding voice resonates through the cosmos. Humph. With your meager chief family, how dare you claim dominion over the Orion galaxy? Do you not dare to look in the mirror? At these words, the chief family members turn pale. An elder of the chief family, skilled in causation, steps forward and angrily demands, "Who dares to speak such insolence in our presence? Show yourself, you scoundrel." However, the elder suddenly stiffens, and in the shocked gaze of the younger chi members, he collapses to the ground. "Elder!" They rush to catch him, only to discover that his life force has been extinguished. A causation-level elder has fallen so easily? In the Orion galaxy, such an existence is a supreme powerhouse. Yet he perished without even seeing his opponent. The atmosphere becomes heavy with dread, casting a dark cloud over the hearts of the chief family. Old man Chi Daolin, may I inquire which reincarnation realm elder has graced us with their presence? I beg to know where we have offended you. I represent the chief family in seeking your forgiveness. Chi Daolin, realizing that a mere glance from this being could annihilate a causation-level elder, thinks grimly, this individual must be of the reincarnation realm. How did our chief family provoke such a powerful figure? At that moment, a white-haired elder clad in flowing robes appears above the chief family. The Supreme Tao Ancestor gazes down with disdain. Humph. What are reincarnation realm beings but mere insects? How dare you compare yourselves to me? As his words fall, the Supreme Tao Ancestor's terrifying aura begins to rise, pressing down upon the gathered crowd. The surrounding space distorts under the immense pressure, producing a cacophony of sonic booms. In the next moment, Chi Daolin and his companions find themselves prostrating on the ground, overwhelmed by the oppressive force. With a cold gaze, the Supreme Tao Ancestor strides towards Chi Daolin, who feels an intense sense of suffocation deep within his soul. If the Chi family has wronged you in any way, I am willing to make amends. He stammers, trembling as the Supreme Tao Ancestor approaches. The Supreme Tao Ancestor extends a hand, conjuring a massive force that lifts Chi Daolin from the ground. Speak plainly. Where have you hidden the Saint Demon Emperor? Chi Daolin, caught off guard by the fact that such a formidable being would come seeking a mere demon realm, curses inwardly. Had I known the demon realm had such a powerful backing, I wouldn't have dared to provoke them even with 100 lives. As the Supreme Tao Ancestor's pressure mounts, Chi Daolin feels his ribs cracking under the strain. In a desperate bid for survival, he stammers out the details. Esteemed elder, our Chi family did indeed pursue the Saint Demon Emperor. However, noticing his hesitation, the impatient Supreme Tao Ancestor presses. What is it? Speak quickly, or I shall obliterate your entire family. Just a day prior, the Chi family's strong warriors had seen the Saint Demon Emperor flee alone. Chi Daolin had chased after him, intending to toy with him. However, upon reaching a strange star cluster, he discovered that the Saint Demon Emperor, who had been within his divine sense, had suddenly vanished without a trace. The eerie star cluster was shrouded in a thick, mysterious fog, rendering any probing attempts futile. Realizing the perilous situation, Chi Daolin wisely chose to retreat to the Chi family, leaving the Saint Demon Emperor's fate uncertain. The esteemed predecessor, I am but a novice and possess limited knowledge. As for the whereabouts of the Holy Demon Emperor, I genuinely have no information regarding his location. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Tao Ancestor pondered for a moment before responding. Disclose the coordinates of that star cluster to me. Reluctantly, Chi Daolin complied and provided the coordinates to the Supreme Tao Ancestor. Upon receiving the coordinates, a peculiar smile emerged upon the Supreme Tao Ancestor's face. The moment Chi Daolin witnessed this enigmatic smile, a sense of foreboding struck him deep within. In the next instant, a halo of 72 supreme laws enveloped the Supreme Tao Ancestor. It was only when Chi Daolin beheld this halo that he comprehended the true identity of the elder before him, exclaiming in disbelief, You are indeed the Supreme Tao Ancestor. The power of the Supreme Law erupted in a dazzling radiance, and in a heartbeat, The entire star domain where the Qi family resided was submerged beneath the supreme halo, reduced to cosmic dust. After executing this act, the supreme Tao ancestor waved his sleeve and swiftly traversed the starry void, hastening towards the peculiar star cluster described by Qi Daolin. Chapter 163, The Endless Abyss. The supreme Tao ancestor transcended time and space, soon arriving at the enigmatic star cluster mentioned by Qi Daolin. As he stood there and surveyed the surroundings, he found the star systems indeed shrouded in a strange black mist, just as Qi Daolin had indicated. What is this black mist? Even I can feel a slight sense of trepidation. This place is exceedingly bizarre, but do not think you can confound me. Disperse. The supreme Tao ancestor's aura trembled, and a formidable pressure instantly dispersed the strange black mist before him. Observing this, the supreme Tao ancestor stepped forward. However, as soon as he entered that star cluster, the surrounding cosmic space was once again enveloped by the black mist. Not only that, but within this eerie black fog, the consciousness of the supreme Tao ancestor could barely extend half a foot. This was utterly astonishing. How could the consciousness of a supreme Tao ancestor be so severely restricted? A wave of ominous dread washed over him. The supreme Tao ancestor found himself thoroughly lost within this black mist. In the midst of his panic, he felt an immensely powerful force drawing him towards an unknown location. Thin black threads incessantly tugged at his form. The supreme Tao ancestor even discerned that these black threads were siphoning the spiritual energy from within him. Despite his struggles against this mysterious and peculiar force, all efforts were in vain. He could only watch helplessly as he was pulled in a particular direction. Moments later, the scene before him widened his eyes in astonishment. Before him lay an unfathomable, endless abyss. The black threads emerged from the depths of this dark chasm, and moreover, the gravitational pull emanating from the abyss was consuming all surrounding matter in the cosmic expanse. The dark aura radiating from the endless abyss instilled an intense sense of dread, even within the supreme Tao ancestor. What on earth is this? When did such a thing emerge in the primordial universe? The supreme Tao ancestor gazed in disbelief at the mysterious and eerie endless abyss. Immediately, his focus remained fixed on the chasm, to the point where even his soul was being drawn out by the overwhelming gravity. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, otherwise, his very soul would have been forcibly extracted. As the supreme Tao ancestor was entirely drawn into the endless abyss, he instantly felt an overwhelming force of spatial compression. The surrounding dark energies continued to erode the substance within him. He could barely resist this encroachment by invoking the 72 supreme laws. He was now completely ensnared in a world saturated with insatiable darkness. Surely, the holy demon emperor must have also been drawn into this endless abyss. What a disaster! In trying to save another, I have placed myself in peril. Now, I am utterly ashamed to face the divine Lord. The supreme Tao ancestor bitterly lamented his current predicament. Who would have imagined that a mere hunter star system could conceal a threat so formidable that even he could not contend with it? In the grand scheme of the primordial universe, this was indeed preposterous. Alas, at this moment, I can only hope that the divine Lord's consort swiftly conveys a message to the divine Lord. The only one who can save me now is likely Yangbai. In a desolate region at the edge of the cosmic expanse among the myriad realms, a breathtaking endless sea of stars lay nestled. Within the depths of this infinite star sea, in a long-abandoned temple, for enigmatic shadows enveloped in black mist gathered together. One among them bore a formidable, enormous scythe of death upon his back, and with a raspy voice, the death deity intoned, "The stars of the multiverse are in turmoil. The will of the multiverse has manifested. A great calamity is imminent, my friends." Opposite the death deity, a shadow with 12 pairs of massive black wings floating behind him, emanating a chilling aura that could easily annihilate a primordial sovereign, inquired, "Where has the fate deity gone? The great calamity approaches. He has significantly enhanced his power of destiny in this era. He must be on the verge of reaching the ancestral divine realm." The fallen angel, adorned with 12 pairs of corrupted wings, remarked. Upon hearing this, the death deity, who had been polishing his scythe, let out a lamenting sigh. Noticing this, another figure with an equally terrifying presence, the deity of other worlds, questioned, "Why do you sigh, dear death deity?" Reluctantly, the death deity revealed the truth. "You all remain unaware during these years of slumber. A most terrifying existence has been birthed within the multiverse. The fate deity was slain by his very hand. I was present at the time." As he spoke, the death deity felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, he had been there. Yet he had first gone to consume the 7 primordial creators of the multiverse. Who could have predicted that Yangbai possessed such horrifying strength? The fate deity had reached the threshold of the primordial ancestral realm. The moment they had crossed paths, the fate deity had been grievously wounded, even having his divine source shattered. After feasting upon a potent elixir, Death deity had intended to return to join the fray alongside the fate deity. However, upon witnessing how easily the fate deity was overwhelmed, he turned and fled without hesitation. If the fate deity, whose power was already on par with his, could not withstand a single encounter, what hope did he have? The other three were immediately taken aback by this revelation. The previously silent god of the underworld felt an overwhelming surge of energy, and the terrifying power of the underworld surged around him. Countless life-bearing planets within the external star sea were obliterated. Death deity, what are you saying? The fate deity, at the very least, is a quasi-ancestral being, augmented by his formidable laws of fate. How could there be any creature in the multiverse capable of slaying him? Chapter 164, The Convergence of Fate's Nihilists. Why would I deceive you? I was present, and all of this transpired before my eyes. The death deity's expression remained grim. The god of the underworld, seated nearby, wore a similarly conflicted expression and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. According to your assertions, it is highly probable that the other party is indeed a true primordial deity. Only a primordial deity possesses the capability to inflict such a grievous blow to that individual in the blink of an eye. Upon utterance of these words, the assembled crowd felt as though they were perched upon needles. The fallen god slowly unfurled the vast 12 pairs of wings behind him. Nevertheless, all present are acutely aware that how could any being from the myriad realms ever attain the status of a primordial deity? We have witnessed countless epochs and borne witness to the annihilation and rebirth of the multiverse. Despite the passage of such extensive time, we have been perpetually unable to advance further and transcend into the realm of the primordial deity. Unless, at this juncture, the fallen god's voice suddenly faltered. Beside him, the otherworldly deity's eyes emitted a terrifying divine light. Following a brief silence in the surrounding space, the four simultaneously exclaimed, "Unless he is an outworld demon." The term outworld demon is used by the practitioners of the myriad realms to refer to those from other universes who intrude upon theirs. From the moment of their inception, beings of the myriad realms are shackled, destined from that point onward to be incapable of breaking through to the status of a primordial deity. Thus, ultimately, there exists but one possibility, that Yang Bai is an outworld demon, inherently not a being of the myriad realms. Unfettered, he naturally possesses the ability to ascend to the status of a primordial deity. Infuriating. How could he, an outworld demon, manage to infiltrate our midst unnoticed? The expressions of the fallen god, the god of death, and the otherworldly deity all appeared exceedingly grim. Do you still have the audacity to speak? The god of death cast a dark gaze upon the other three. The four of them are the fabled harbingers of fate. The god of death and the god of destiny covertly coordinated, responsible for manipulating the beings of the myriad realms. They employed stratagems throughout the multiverse, awaiting the impending calamity of the primordial chaos, intending to devour the beings of the myriad realms alongside the other three, transforming them into potent elixirs to restore their strength and successfully weather the looming disaster. Meanwhile, as the fallen god and his companions fell into slumber, the nascent primordial souls pervaded the entirety of the multiverse, tasked with surveilling it, primarily to guard against the arrival of outworld demons. For they understood well that the absence of shackles within an outworld demon allows them to ascend to the status of a primordial deity, posing a lethal threat to them. Yet now, the shadow of an outworld demon has unexpectedly manifested in the present world. Moreover, more critically, the adversary has successfully ascended to the status of a primordial deity. As the situation spiraled beyond their control, the god of death anxiously exclaimed, "This is dire. We have already opened the infinite abyss." Although the timing of its opening was exceedingly discreet, with his unparalleled power as a primordial deity, he will undoubtedly be able to easily locate our position through the aura of the infinite abyss. When he arrives, we shall be utterly incapable of contending with him. The infinite abyss is the supreme divine art unleashed by the god of death and his allies, a grand harvest of the beings of the multiverse. Under the laws of the infinite abyss, all beings will be transformed into potent elixirs to heal their wounds, preparing for the imminent calamity of primordial chaos. Meanwhile, within the depths of the infinite abyss, the protective aura of the supreme Tao ancestor, comprised of 72 supreme laws, was on the verge of complete dissolution. The surrounding laws of the abyss, upon witnessing this, became ferociously aggressive, an aberrant force sweeping through the entire area. Infuriating. After a lifetime of brilliance, could I truly perish in this forsaken place? Moments later, the consciousness of the supreme Tao ancestor began to fade. The spiritual energy within him was rapidly being drained, and even his soul was being gradually pulled away. Just as the supreme Tao ancestor was about to be entirely consumed by the laws of the abyss, a figure emerged from beyond the strange star cluster, traversing countless dimensions to arrive in this peculiar expanse. The newcomer was none other than Yang Bai, who, upon gazing at the star cluster enveloped in eerie black mist below, merely let out a slight cold huff. Disperse. His voice seemed to command all beings and elements, as if embodying the supreme heavenly Tao, causing the ominous black mist to instantly dissipate. As the clouds parted, at the center of the star cluster loomed a colossal infinite abyss, ravenously consuming all matter within its vicinity. All substances of that space were drawn into the abyss. Even fragments of nothingness, the realms of the void, and the laws of alternate dimensions could not escape. Once again, it is those rodents lurking in the shadows that are causing trouble. Sensing the auras of the holy demon emperor and the supreme Tao ancestor within the infinite abyss, Yang Bai wasted no time. His form flickered and he charged toward the infinite abyss. Upon entering the space of the infinite abyss, the arrogant laws of the abyss and the overwhelming gravitational force surrounding him recoiled as if encountering a plague. Subsequently, Yang Bai's immense spiritual power began to search within the space of the infinite abyss. Soon, his expression darkened, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, the figure of the supreme Tao ancestor appeared by his side. The holy demon emperor, possessing only the cultivation of an emperor, was far too frail to withstand the encroaching abyssal power. It was likely that he was reduced to dust the moment he was drawn into the infinite abyss, becoming the nourishment for the god of death and his allies to regain their strength. Watching the form of the supreme Tao ancestor gradually become ethereal, Yang Bai, with no other choice, had to return him to the real world. Gazing at the slowly rotating infinite abyss below, Yang Bai's expression hardened. Father-in-law, how will I explain to Qingji if you perish? With that, the supreme power of the primordial deity within Yang Bai began to rise gradually. The terrifying and boundless power of the primordial deity instantaneously filled the surrounding cosmic space, causing the realms of the void and alternate dimensions to shatter. The laws and principles surrounding them erupted in fervor. Then, Yang Bai slightly raised a hand, the primordial deity's powers swirling within it. He intended to employ the yin-yang reversal technique of the primordial deity to forcibly resurrect the holy demon emperor. However, just as Yang Bai prepared to invoke this divine art, the mysterious power of the primordial deity within the universe began to stir once more. An invisible force from the space abruptly pressed upon him, causing the surrounding space to erupt with a deafening explosion. Witnessing this scene, Yang Bai was utterly enraged, his eyes filled with a blood-red hue, and a palpable killing intent rippled through the surrounding space. Humph. Cunning scoundrels, do you truly think this deity fears you? Today, even if your true form descends, you shall not impede me. With that, the enraged Yang Bai's primordial power surged uncontrollably, annihilating the invisible force that had surged toward him into mere dust. Chapter 165. The Resurrection of the Holy Demon Emperor. After shattering the mysterious primordial power that assailed him, Yang Bai immediately directed his consciousness along the trace of its aura, seeking to uncover the identity of the assailant. Yet, no sooner had his consciousness been released than the traces of that primordial power were utterly erased. If a primordial deity intentionally conceals their whereabouts, then, within the entire myriad realms, it is likely that no one could ever locate them. This marked the second time Yang Bai activated the primordial power within him, entering a state of uncontrollable fury. He recalled the first occasion, when he had learned that Yang Yuchan had been abducted in the upper celestial universe, igniting his wrath. Should anyone wish to oppose Yang Bai, they must descend in their true form. Otherwise, merely relying on primordial power would be wholly insufficient to pose any threat to him. After expelling the enigmatic primordial deity, Yang Bai began to once again concentrate the ancestral aura within his grasp. The moment was marked by the instantaneous enveloping of the entire starry sky by the forces of yin and yang, with the tumultuous energies of life and death surging towards the boundless abyss. Subsequently, the unfathomable depths of the abyss, akin to paper, were effortlessly torn apart by the violent surge of life and death energies. As the abyss dissipated, all the matter previously consumed by it re-emerged within the cosmic expanse. Soon after, beneath the boundless circle of yin and yang, the consciousness of the holy demon emperor gradually coalesced. Before long, spurred by the primordial divine power, the physical form of the holy demon emperor began to reconstruct itself. Under Yang Bai's manipulation, the energies of life and death relentlessly washed over his consciousness and corporeal form. Observing this process, the holy demon emperor radiated boundless powers of the great laws of the Tao. As his awareness slowly returned, he stood beneath the boundless circle, inspecting himself in astonishment and exclaiming, "Am I not already fallen? Why has this suddenly occurred?" After a moment of bewilderment, the holy demon emperor was horrified to discover that his cultivation had skyrocketed from the emperor realm to the reincarnation realm. He had transcended 2 major realms in one leap. Following Yang Bai's reformation through the primordial divine power, the holy demon emperor had indeed been reborn, experiencing a qualitative leap in strength. Sensing the surging power within him, the holy demon emperor, in a daze, then noticed Yang Bai standing not far away. The moment he beheld Yang Bai, all the bizarre events suddenly became comprehensible. The reborn holy demon emperor hastily flew before him, clasped his hands, and said, "Respected Lord, I am eternally grateful for your timely rescue. Such a great favor. The demon realm shall have no means to repay." Upon hearing this, Yang Bai quickly stepped forward to support him, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "Father-in-law, we are family. If Qingji were here to hear you address me this way, what would she think? From now on, simply call me Yang Bai, the holy demon emperor." Upon hearing this, gazed at Yang Bai with profound gratitude, mixed with a hint of peculiarity. In the multiverse, it is generally observed that the stronger the being, the more indifferent their nature, with some having completely extinguished their humanity. However, Yang Bai stood as a striking exception, possessing near invincible strength, yet retaining such genuine sentiment, truly a rarity. Reflecting on this, the holy demon emperor couldn't help but feel fortunate that his daughter had caught the eye of such a formidable individual. It was indeed a blessing for the demon realm. Now, father-in-law, not only is the Hongming universe unstable, but the entire multiverse has plunged into chaos. Soon, a tumultuous upheaval of unprecedented proportions will erupt. You and your demon realm should hastily move to Kunlun-Su. There, I have established the primordial Great Formation, which will ensure your safety amidst any future cosmic crises. With that, Yang Bai waved his hand, summoning a surge of spatial power that instantly transported the holy demon emperor to the front of the demon realm. After completing this, his gaze shifted to the supreme Tao ancestor he held. Then, Yang Bai sent a beam of rich life force into the supreme Tao ancestor's brow. A vast surge of life energy flowed into his body, and after a moment, he slowly awakened from his slumber. Rubbing his forehead, the supreme Tao ancestor regained his senses and realized that the figure before him was Yang Bai. Without warning, he suddenly knelt before Yang Bai, exclaiming, "Do you know your sins?" Yang Bai remained silent, casting a cold glance at him. In response, the supreme Tao ancestor hastily wept and pleaded for forgiveness. "Respected Lord, I recognize my errors. I should not have taken matters into my own hands. Upon learning of the news, I should have immediately notified you. However, I never anticipated that such a perilous place would be found within the mere Orion system. It was not my intention to trouble you over trivial matters. I acted without permission, and I implore your forgiveness." Yang Bai sighed softly. "Alas, it is what it is. Considering your previous contributions, you have not committed a grave error this time, as the holy demon emperor had already fallen before you received the news. However, I hope there will be no next time." Otherwise, as he spoke, a flicker of dangerous light flashed in Yang Bai's eyes. "I dare not. There will never be a next time. Indeed, the future of the multiverse is beyond even my predictions. A formidable enemy approaches, and a storm is brewing." Contemplating the mysterious primordial deity lurking in the shadows, Yang Bai furrowed his brow. The kneeling supreme Tao ancestor, upon hearing this, felt a wave of panic rise within him. Given the strength of the respected lord, the formidable enemy he speaks of must be extraordinary. Is it possible that there are still adversaries within the multiverse for one of your might? It seemed that the multiverse was on the brink of chaos. Seemingly perceiving the thoughts swirling in the supreme Tao ancestor's mind, Yang Bai warned, "Do not spread what you should not know. Your task now is to assist the demon realm in relocating to Kunlun-Su as swiftly as possible. Afterward, by my command, seal off Kunlun-Su completely. No one is permitted to leave or enter without authorization." Listening to the directive, the supreme Tao ancestor dared not utter another word, intimidated by Yang Bai's overwhelming aura, and hurriedly made his way towards the demon realm. Once he departed, Yang Bai's gaze turned towards the desolate edges of the universe. Earlier, when he obliterated the endless abyss, he had followed the traces of its power and instantly locked onto the four reapers lurking in the outskirts of the multiverse. Humph. The rats of the multiverse have lived long enough. They must surely have knowledge regarding that mysterious primordial being. Chapter 166. The Soul Pill of the Underworld God. Another primordial? In the desolate edges of the multiverse, within a dim and crumbling temple amidst the endless sea of stars, the four figures felt an overwhelming presence suddenly lock onto them with tremendous force. Not good. Let us flee. The Reaper had once personally experienced Yang Bai's terrifying power. As he sensed the formidable heavenly machinations descending upon him, he instantly materialized outside the dilapidated temple and surged toward the infinite sea of stars. However, just as he was about to breach the edge of the endless sea and enter the multiverse, a barrier materialized out of thin air, rebounding him back into the depths of the infinite sea. Yang Bai's primordial order had long since enveloped the entire endless sea, rendering it impossible for anyone to escape. Witnessing this scene, the Reaper's expression darkened to the utmost gravity. Meanwhile, the others, including the heavenly god and the fallen god, arrived late, standing behind him. As they felt the entire endless sea shrouded by an incomprehensibly powerful primordial law, the underworld god felt a severe heart palpitation deep within his soul. Is this the horror of the primordial deity? Truly extraordinary. The outer heavenly demons have arrived. The Reaper gazed with a grim expression at the primordial order before them. In that instant, Yang Bai transcended countless dimensions, surrounded by the terrifying primordial divine power. Wherever he passed, the starry sea fell silent, and countless life planets were obliterated under the invisible pressure emanating from him. The underworld god and his companions felt an overwhelming aura crashing upon them. Yang Bai, devoid of any expression, stood poised in the void. He then spoke softly, "Kneel down." The sound was intermingled with boundless might, causing large swathes of space ahead to collapse, as countless laws of the universe shattered in that moment. An unparalleled pressure from the primordial ancestors descended upon the few individuals, accompanied by the relentless compression of the surrounding space. The fallen god, drenched in sweat, struggled to flap the 12 pairs of wings behind him, desperately resisting this intangible force, striving to prevent himself from kneeling upon the ground. Following this, Yang Bai, filled with righteous fury, swept his divine consciousness across the endless abyss that was rampaging through the myriad universes and uttered a single word: devour. The unseen power of the primordial deity silently engulfed the entire cosmos, as the abyss, which had been wreaking havoc across the universe, suddenly found its nearby space fracturing, a grotesque black hole appearing to swallow it whole. In the next moment, all the endless abysses within the vast cosmos were consumed by this mysterious spatial vortex. With their powers obliterated, the four death gods immediately suffered a tremendous backlash, spitting out divine blood as their auras plummeted. The distant space and time had directly annihilated the preparations they had been cultivating for many years. Witnessing Yang Bai's overwhelming strength, the fallen god was filled with an infinite sense of despair. This was indeed a divine technique of a single word. Not only did he attain the status of a primordial deity, but he also wielded such terrifying primordial powers. This one-word divine technique had been noted in ancient tomes, which had recorded such primordial abilities. To his astonishment, Kof, the most experienced among the four, the god of the underworld, instantly recognized that the divine power Yang Bai had just employed was indeed this one-word divine technique. A rat that has lived long knows many things. I did not expect that you had heard of my one-word divine technique. It seems today I have found the right person. Yang Bai cast a slightly surprised gaze at the god of the underworld below. Humph. Do not think that you have us completely at your mercy. With that, a peculiar pill materialized in the god of the underworld's hand, and before Yang Bai's astonished eyes, he swallowed it whole. As a primordial deity, you naturally consider yourself invincible in this world, but I too have existed in this vast cosmos for countless ages. I am not a mere pawn of fate. Today, I shall defy the primordial and prove the path of my underworld. After consuming the peculiar pill, the god of the underworld's aura began to rise rapidly. It was the underworld's heavenly soul pill. To think this fellow had even such a divine pill, the scythe-wielding death god, shocked yet sensing the ominous, was the first to sneak away. This scene was precisely witnessed by the fallen god and the otherworldly god, both of whom were filled with disdain and contempt as they remarked, "Humph. This death god is truly a cowardly, inept being. How could we conspire with such a wretch?" The underworld's heavenly soul pill was a 9-colored divine pill, ranking at the pinnacle of divine elixirs. And the energy it contained was not in the slightest inferior to a full-force strike from a quasi-primordial. After consuming the underworld's heavenly soul pill, the god of the underworld's aura surged violently as it assaulted the barrier obstructing the creator god from breaking through to the primordial level. Oh, this pill is indeed intriguing, Yang Bai observed without any intent to interfere, wanting to see if this divine pill could truly assist the god of the underworld in breaking the rules of the cosmos and creating a miracle. Yet, he understood better than anyone that as long as one was a being of the cosmos, there was no way to transcend the primordial deity. These beings of fate had lived through countless epochs, enduring the baptism of time, yet they remained stuck at the exceedingly awkward pinnacle of the quasi-primordial realm. If they could have broken through, they would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? The god of the underworld, in immense agony, clasped his head with both hands, enduring the relentless bombardment from the laws of the cosmos. Alas, it seems you require my assistance. Wait, no. Yang Bai slowly approached the god of the underworld, only to sense something amiss. With a pop, the god of the underworld, relying on the pill, forcibly elevated his cultivation to the level of a primordial deity. Hmm, this is getting interesting. I can finally try my hand at you. To gauge my strength among the primordial beings. With that, Yang Bai's primordial power began to rise slowly, an unprecedented fighting spirit igniting within him. What fear did he have of a primordial deity attained through a pill? Even if the god of the underworld truly broke through, what of it? Ha! I have already attained the status of a primordial deity. Come, try to kill me. As Yang Bai charged forth with overwhelming momentum, the god of the underworld also radiated a surging primordial power. Feeling the primordial energy coursing within him, the god of the underworld experienced an unprecedented exhilaration. This was the realm he had long yearned to attain across countless epochs. The two figures collided with tremendous force. Boom! With their clash, a tempest of primordial energy instantly swept across the entire endless sea of stars. Having experienced this previously, the death god had retreated to the opposite side of the primordial order field early on, thus evading the onslaught of primordial power. However, the fallen god and the otherworldly god were not so fortunate, as they were directly caught in the heart of the primordial energy storm. These blind fools dared to look down upon me. Humph, this will teach you not to run. Now look at this. Is primordial power that easy to bear? You shall reap what you sow, the death god remarked, relishing the misfortune of the two as they were engulfed by the storm of primordial power. Chapter 167. The mysterious primordial returns, the god of the underworld falls. The storm of primordial energy finally began to dissipate. The fallen god and the otherworldly god emerged, their forms tattered and ragged, appearing exceedingly disheveled. The 12 pairs of wings on the fallen god's back had been reduced to naught under the onslaught of primordial power. The two had to expend all their strength to barely escape the energy storm, even revealing traces of damage to the divine sources within them. The primordial power continued to invade their bodies like a relentless specter. Dragging their battered bodies, they supported each other as they hurriedly made their way towards the death god. The death god watched them approach with a gloating expression. After the storm subsided, the god of the underworld appeared torn and ragged, his internal aura in utter disarray. In stark contrast, Yang Bai, adorned in a white brocade robe, showed no signs of disarray, maintaining a calm and indifferent demeanor as he gazed down at the god of the underworld. Falsehood is ultimately falsehood. Today, even if you were to break through to a true primordial deity, I would remain unafraid, let alone you as a half-baked primordial. With that, Yang Bai waved his hand, unleashing a seal of primordial invincibility towards the god of the underworld. Faced with the approaching seal, the god of the underworld hurriedly suppressed all his aura. Invoking the laws of the underworld around him, a ray of underworld light surged forth to meet it. The two forces collided fiercely, once again generating a terrifying energy storm, nearly obliterating all matter in the endless sea of stars. In the center of the energy storm, vast expanses of cosmic space began to collapse and converge. All right, this false primordial's time has come to an end. Let me send you on your way. With that, Yang Bai, having completely lost his patience, narrowed his eyes. A glimmer of divine light flashing through them, and uttered a single word, annihilate. The one-word divine technique unleashed ferociously, as the surrounding space fell silent. The supreme might of the primordial piercing through time and space. The boundless essence of the universe descended upon the god of the underworld. Subsequently, his body began to slowly dissolve into the fabric of existence. No, this is impossible. I refuse to accept this. Hiding at a distance, the three reapers gazed with trepidation at the unfolding spectacle, their hearts swelling with an infinite dread. One of the reapers sighed helplessly, lamenting. The might of the primordial deity is indeed terrifying. Beneath the primordial, all are but ants. The boundless sea of stars was enveloped by Yang Bai's primordial order, leaving them unable to fight or flee. Just when they believed the god of the underworld was destined to perish, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. From beyond the endless starry sea, a sharp arrow traversed time and space, piercing through Yang Bai's primordial order and hurtling toward him. I anticipated your meddling, troublemaker. I've been waiting for you. Yang Bai, foreseeing this event, turned slightly and grasped the arrow with a swift motion, refining the hidden primordial power within. Simultaneously, a strange and mysterious force suddenly descended upon the god of the underworld, causing his aura to surge dramatically. The endless primordial energy shattered Yang Bai's annihilation technique, halting its dissipation. Primordial power has descended. Yang Bai was taken aback, realizing his opponent possessed such divine abilities. He composed himself and declared, "Very well. Let me see just how substantial this primordial deity of yours truly is." With that, Yang Bai summoned a tempest of primordial power, unleashing it upon the god of the underworld, who, bolstered by the mysterious primordial deity's strength, had solidified his power within the realm of the primordial. The god of the underworld, surrounded by a halo of light, effortlessly pierced through Yang Bai's tempest of divine energy with a beam of underworld light. In an unexpected turn, he launched himself toward Yang Bai. This marked the first time someone had dared to attack him directly, a sensation that intrigued Yang Bai. He slowly uttered a single word, "Begone." The terrifying primordial energy erupted from Yang Bai's being, radiating outward and sending the god of the underworld flying millions of kilometers. Meanwhile, as the fallen god and the otherworldly god were engrossed in the fierce battle, they remained oblivious to the fact that the Reaper had stealthily escaped. Seizing the moment when the primordial arrow from beyond pierced Yang Bai's order, the cunning Reaper capitalized on the opportunity and silently fled toward the endless starry sea. Looking back at the two still engrossed in the battle, the Reaper couldn't help but scoff. Two fools, destined to perish within the storm of primordial energy. The fallen god soon realized that the Reaper had vanished and turned to find him at the edge of the primordial order. This fellow is truly insidious. After countless lifetimes of acquaintance, he slips away without a word. How selfish. With that, the fallen god pursued him alongside the otherworldly god. Yang Bai, aware of the situation, snorted coldly. After such difficulty in locating you, you wish to escape? As he deftly countered the god of the underworld's formidable assault. Yang Bai also channeled primordial energy to repair the order. Just as the Reaper was on the verge of breaching the order's confinement, it was restored just in time. The Reaper collided with the order, once again trapped within the endless sea of stars. Damn it! How can he still afford to monitor this situation while facing a primordial deity? The Reaper cursed inwardly at Yang Bai's persistence. The battle between the primordial deities raged on fiercely, yet the god of the underworld's power remained ephemeral, as the strength bestowed by the enigmatic deity was limited. In contrast, the primordial energy within Yang Bai resembled an unfathomable ocean, growing ever more immense with the passage of time. Ultimately, after some moments, the god of the underworld's energy was entirely depleted, causing his aura to plummet to the quasi-primordial realm. As the primordial power dissipated, the god of the underworld's form, being non-primordial, could no longer bear the burden of the excess energy and disintegrated into cosmic dust, vanishing entirely from the universe, not even preserving his quasi-primordial soul. After witnessing this, Yang Bai retracted his primordial energy, standing in the void with an unprecedented gravity in his gaze. His eyes turned toward the direction of the Hongmeng universe as he murmured, "Is it in the Kunlun realm? Who exactly are you?" Chapter 168. The Incarnation of the Will of All Heavens. As the mysterious primordial deity bestowed power upon the god of the underworld, Yang Bai, having anticipated the intervention, swiftly employed his divine senses to trace the source of that power, ultimately discovering it originated from the Kunlun realm. Realizing that the enigmatic primordial deity resided in the Kunlun realm, Yang Bai's heart raced with alarm. His parents, Yang Yuchan, Little Do Ding, Qing Ji, and Sun Er were all still within the Kunlun realm. However, upon further reflection, the primordial deity would have acted against them if he intended to. Moreover, with such vast distances in time and space, he could not possibly intervene in time. Whoever you are, should you dare lay a finger on them, I shall obliterate your primordial cultivation. After the god of the underworld's demise, Yang Bai promptly refocused his attention on the Reaper trio at the edge of the primordial order. The fallen god and his companions felt a jolt of fear as Yang Bai's gaze fell upon them. In an instant, with a mere thought, Yang Bai enveloped the three Reapers in his radiant primordial aura, pulling them before him. "Greetings, esteemed primordial deity. What brings you to summon us?" The Reaper inquired with a forced smile. Yang Bai, coldly regarding him, retorted, "Humph. You know full well why I seek you out. Spare me your pleasantries. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to send you to accompany the god of the underworld." At these words, the trio was thoroughly frightened. The fallen god hastily interjected. "You seek information regarding the mysterious primordial deity, do you not? We have lived countless lifetimes and possess some knowledge of him. If you grant us our lives after we divulge what we know, how about it?" Hearing this, Yang Bai smiled wickedly, tightening his grip on the primordial energy. "It seems you remain oblivious to your current predicament. You insignificant ants presume to bargain with me?" The power of the primordial laws surged into their bodies, and they felt their divine essence being eroded by Yang Bai's energy. At this rate, in mere moments, their divine essence would be entirely consumed, and their quasi-primordial powers would vanish. The fallen god and the otherworldly god, aghast, quickly pleaded for mercy. "No, please, we shall speak." Having just endured the tempest of primordial energy, their divine essence was on the brink of collapse. Another bout would shatter it entirely. As beings of fate, having lived through countless epochs, they certainly understood the identity of the mysterious primordial deity. Indeed, he could not be a mere being of the cosmic realms. He was the very incarnation of the will of the universe. For the past 99 million epochs, he had remained in an endless slumber. Only when the cosmic reboot of the myriad heavens commences and the cataclysm of the primordial chaos descends will he gradually awaken from his endless slumber, thus manifesting in the mortal realm. The embodiment of the will of the myriad heavens represents the entirety of the cosmic expanse. The primordial cataclysm is, in fact, an irreversible decree set forth by this celestial will for the cosmos. Every million epochs, the myriad heavens shall reboot, transitioning into the next cosmic era. As the harbingers of fate, the void dwellers have evaded countless purgings of the primordial cataclysm and, as a consequence, have naturally become prime targets for eradication by the embodiment of the celestial will. Possessing powers that transcend all beings within the myriad heavens, he has ascended to the exalted realm of the primordial god. However, the cunning void dwellers are acutely aware that the embodiment of the will shall only awaken on the eve of the primordial cataclysm, by which time they will have already harvested the essence of the myriad beings in the cosmos. After absorbing the entirety of their cultivation, the five have once again approached an infinite level, nearly reaching the primordial god's realm. United in their strength, even the embodiment of the primordial god finds himself at a loss against them. Yet, what they did not anticipate was the emergence of Yangbai, the primordial god. On that fateful day of the celestial battle, upon learning that his spirit had been destroyed and that Yang Yuchan was in peril, the primordial power within him erupted, nearly obliterating vast swathes of the cosmos. It was this complete eruption of primordial strength that roused the embodiment of the will from his endless slumber. Thus, the embodiment awakened prematurely, catching fate and the grim reaper unawares. By the time the embodiment of the will came to, they had irrevocably lost their opportunity to harvest the cosmos. At that moment, fate was not slumbering. He was actively observing the movements of the embodiment within the cosmos, having divided a part of his divine consciousness to do so. Therefore, the instant the embodiment awakened, fate was immediately informed. Realizing the embodiment had unexpectedly stirred, fate resolved to take a desperate gamble, targeting Yangbai in hopes of drawing the embodiment into an alliance against him. The premature awakening of the embodiment was tantamount to a death sentence for the five. In the vast cosmos, only Yangbai remained capable of contending with him. Thus, fate sought to find a sliver of hope amidst their conflict. However, fate did not divulge this perilous situation to the equally newly awakened Grim Reaper. He knew all too well that with the Grim Reaper's nature, upon learning of the dire circumstances, he would be the first to flee. Yet, what fate did not foresee was that the embodiment of the will did not strike at all. Consequently, he was swiftly dispatched by Yangbai in mere moments. From that point on, the laws of fate dissipated entirely from the realm. The Grim Reaper and his three companions only learned of the embodiment's awakening a few days prior, and with no chance of victory, they resolved to make a final stand. They initiated the endless abyss, aiming to consume the myriad beings of the cosmos and restore their peak strength. Ultimately, their actions summoned Yangbai, leading to a fierce battle. Upon grasping the entire chain of events, Yangbai came to a startling realization. It turned out that this so-called mysterious primordial god was none other than the embodiment of the will itself. Upon uncovering the truth, he couldn't help but chuckle at his own predicament. So this so-called elusive enemy is merely a reflection of my former self. Subsequently, Yangbai pondered the looming primordial cataclysm that hung over all beings in the cosmos. He inquired, when shall the next primordial cataclysm arrive? The fallen celestial in his grip responded obediently, cough, cough. Due to the premature awakening of the embodiment, the exact timing remains unknown. Upon hearing this, a flicker of divine light ignited in Yangbai's eyes. Wait, while the specific time eludes us, when the primordial cataclysm strikes, a sea of realms will manifest in the desolate fringes of the myriad heavens. This will mark the onset of the cataclysm, as the terrifying tides of primordial energy will surge forth from the sea, sweeping across the cosmos. Chapter 169, The Sea of Realms. Cosmic Turmoil. The Sea of Realms? Yangbai murmured. The fallen celestial, struggling to speak, managed to utter, indeed. The Sea of Realms is the annihilation site where the primordial cataclysm commences. No one has ever set foot in that mysterious place. We only know it exists at the cosmic fringes. Well then, O primordial god, this is all the information we have regarding the primordial cataclysm. Might you consider granting us? Before he could finish, a terrifying surge of primordial soul power erupted from Yangbai's eyes. The fallen celestial's words were abruptly cut off as his divine consciousness and essence were pierced through in an instant by Yangbai's soul force. Subsequently, Yangbai discarded his hollowed-out shell as if it were refuse. The Grim Reaper and the fallen celestial's expressions twisted with rage, yet they found themselves ensnared by the overwhelming power of the primordial laws, unable to move an inch. How disgraceful for a being of your stature to engage in such betrayal! The fallen celestial glared furiously. In response, Yangbai merely scoffed, "Betrayal? What is there to discuss? I have never once proclaimed that I would spare you. Moreover, do you ancient beings, who have lived through countless epochs, truly believe such verbal assurances?" He continued, "Now that I have gleaned all that I wish to know, I shall no longer squander time on your kind. Allow me to escort you on your final journey." With that, the primordial strength binding the Grim Reaper and his companion erupted violently. Under their resentful gazes, the boundless power of the primordial god annihilated their divine essence. Their forms were reduced to mere dust, dissipating completely within the vast cosmos. Thus, the 5 fate void dwellers, ancient beings who had lived through countless epochs, fell to Yangbai's hand. After completing this, Yangbai pierced through the fabric of time and space, heading towards the Kunlun realm. Meanwhile, at Kunlun ruins, the Holy Demon Emperor and the entirety of the Heavenly Demon Realm had relocated within the Kunlun ruins. Sensing a profound connection while meditating beneath the primordial divine tree, Xiao Qingji rose swiftly and flew towards the Grand Hall of Kunlun ruins. Upon witnessing her father's safety and unprecedented advancement in power, both Lu Zhiruo and Xiao Qingji were overwhelmed with joy. Just as their elation reached its peak, a sudden cataclysm unfolded within the cores of numerous stars beyond the Orion constellation. The internal stellar cores began to collapse, unleashing a tremendous burst of energy. As time progressed, the stars could no longer withstand the violent energies within, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The terrifying energy tides engulfed the entire Orion star system in an instant. The sheer force of these energy tides sent shudders through the cosmic fabric of the entire star system. Countless life-bearing planets found themselves utterly defenseless, vanishing into cosmic dust beneath the relentless onslaught of the energy tides. Such devastation was not confined to the Orion star system. Across the primordial cosmos, many stars underwent similar cataclysms. It was as though the will of heaven and earth prepared nutrients and material foundations for the birth of a new cosmic era. In the face of these horrifying energy tides, even the mightiest emperors and beings of causality were rendered as insignificant as mere insects. The life-bearing planets of the Orion star system were nearly obliterated entirely. Soon after, the energy tides reached the outer realms of Kunlun. The primordial formation of Kunlun ruins immediately responded, abruptly enveloping Kunlun ruins and the Kunlun realm behind it, shielding them from the tidal waves of energy. What exactly is transpiring? What has transpired in the Hongming universe? Standing upon the walls of Kunlun ruins, the Supreme Tao Ancestor gazed with a grave expression at the chaotic energy waves ahead. The drastic changes occurring within the stars of the Orion galaxy instilled an ominous feeling within this unparalleled figure of the Hongming universe. His intuition whispered to him that matters were far from simple. Sensing the intense disturbances from the outside world, Lu Ling'er and her companions emerged from their secluded cultivation beneath the ancestral divine tree, their beautiful eyes equally filled with astonishment at the unfolding anomalies. Meanwhile, within a pharmacy in the Kunlun realm, Yang Yuchan was joyfully playing with the little orchid flower, occasionally teaching her cultivation techniques. During their playful interactions, she discovered that the little orchid not only possessed an extraordinary aptitude for cultivation, but also demonstrated a remarkable comprehension of the principles of Tao. At that moment, she too sensed the upheaval from beyond the cosmic expanse. A surge of unease welled up within her as she faintly perceived the cataclysmic energy approaching from the outer cosmos, igniting a deep desire for Yangbai to return swiftly. Due to the inexplicable destruction of stars across the myriad universes, all beings within the vast cosmos were plunged into an unprecedented state of terror. Countless life-bearing planets were obliterated in this energy tide. While the natural collapse of stars resulting in energy tides is not an uncommon occurrence in the universe, never before had an entire star system witnessed the simultaneous annihilation of all its stars. Meanwhile, whispers of the universe's impending reboot began to circulate throughout the myriad realms, further exacerbating the chaos. In this tumultuous atmosphere, fear gripped the hearts of all within the vast cosmos. Concurrently, at the forefront of Kunlun ruins, numerous formidable beings from the Orion galaxy congregated. Leading them were 5 powerful individuals of the Destiny realm, whose home worlds had just been obliterated by the sudden eruption of energy. With nowhere else to turn, these warriors, seeing that only Kunlun ruins remained intact, congregated there. Apprehensive of another onslaught from the energy tide, "Friends within the city, please open the formation and allow us entry," pleaded one of the Destiny realm leaders as he approached with cupped hands. The Kirin demon sovereign, stationed atop the city walls, quickly responded, "I apologize, esteemed ones. Our revered deity of Kunlun ruins has decreed that no one may enter or exit. You must return whence you came, without further escort." A one-eyed middle-aged man of the Destiny realm, standing before the formation, wore a shadowed expression, and whispered to his companions, "Esteemed ones, a mere emperor dares to speak to us in such a manner? The highest cultivators on those walls are but of the cause and effect realm. This sacred ground is surely not of their making. Why not force our way in?" As these words were spoken, the remaining Destiny Realm leaders fell into hesitation. Observing their uncertainty, the one-eyed man urged once more, "Esteemed ones, we can no longer hesitate. Should that terrifying energy tide strike again, how many of us will survive to tell the tale?" At the mere mention of the energy tide, fear etched itself upon the faces of the gathered. The 5 leaders swiftly resolved to breach the formation. In an instant, the 5 Destiny Realm leaders joined forces with the numerous warriors behind them, unleashing a furious assault upon the ancestral formation. The Kirin demon sovereign atop the walls let out a cold snort. "Humph. You truly seek death. Mere Destiny Realm beings dare to storm the ancestral formation?" As the ancestral formation came under attack, it was forced to activate, ancestral divine power surging forth from the formation. The warriors of the Orion galaxy were instantly engulfed by this overwhelming divine force. After dispatching the unwelcome guests, a figure streaked through the cosmic expanse like a shooting star, descending into Kunlun ruins. The Kirin demon sovereign hurriedly approached and bowed. "We welcome the esteemed ancestor." The newcomer was none other than Yangbai. Having returned from the boundless star sea, he nodded slightly at the Kirin, then made his way to the ancestral divine tree. The women, upon seeing Yangbai's return, eagerly rushed to greet him. Yangbai scanned the surroundings, noticing that Yang Yuchan was not present. Lu Linger stepped forward and informed him, "Sister Yang is still in the Kunlun realm. Young master, what transpired outside? What exactly happened?" The observant little one had keenly detected the astonishment hidden beneath Yangbai's gaze before his departure, and now regarded him with a worried expression, apprehensive that the recent events might involve him. In response, Yangbai smiled gently at the little girl's anxious face, ruffling her hair. "Little one, fret not. Everything is under the young master's control. There is no need for concern." After greeting the women and confirming that no insidious measures had been placed upon them, Yangbai's expression turned grave as he gazed toward the Kunlun realm. That mysterious ancestral deity, the embodiment of the will of the heavens, was now concealed within the Kunlun realm. In an instant, Yangbai flashed to the exterior of the Kunlun realm, employing his vast divine sense to meticulously probe the entirety of the realm. His soul force enveloped every corner within, yet he found no traces of the ancestral divine power. Could it have anticipated this and fled? Contemplating the lack of results, Yangbai mused silently. To ensure absolute safety, he enveloped the Kunlun realm and Kunlun ruins within the ancestral order field. It appeared that this entity dared not confront him directly. Surely, it lacked the audacity. Even those 5 nascent ancestors had been unable to contend with death, surviving countless epochs by relying on the strength of the myriad beings. Clearly, this ancestral deity's cultivation was not as formidable as it seemed. Having completed these measures, Yangbai swiftly returned to the pharmacy within the Kunlun realm. Upon his arrival, Yang Yuchan approached with the little orchid flower, exclaiming, "Husband, you have finally returned." She leaped into his embrace, as he held her close. After meticulously probing with his divine sense and finding no traces of the willful entity's schemes, he let out a sigh of relief. Time flowed swiftly, spring turned to autumn, and decades slipped by in the blink of an eye. Over these years, the energy tide storms within the myriad universes gradually subsided. Since the tumultuous event, stars had remained eerily silent, returning to a state of tranquility. Observing the restoration of peace, the powerful beings of the vast cosmos gradually cast aside their concerns, and many began to forget the incident entirely. In the familiar courtyard, Yangbai still sat upon the well-worn bench. Nearby, Lu Linger was joyfully chasing and playing with the little orchid flower. Remarkably, despite the passage of decades, the little orchid had not grown, still resembling the petite figure encountered by Yangbai and Yang Yuchan in Feng City. Sensing something amiss, Yangbai reached out to probe her once more. After a thorough investigation, Yangbai discovered that the young girl before him was extraordinary, possessing an exceptionally formidable constitution known as the mixed Dao Tian Yuan body. This powerful physique is inherently attuned to the heavenly Dao and has long been legendary across the vast cosmos. Strangely, within the span of countless epochs, no individual has ever been recorded as possessing such a constitution, even though whispers of its existence have circulated among cultivators for ages. The owner of the mixed Dao Tian Yuan body experiences a unique growth pattern, distinct from that of ordinary individuals, due to its affinity with the heavenly Dao. Furthermore, the cultivation talent of this young girl, Xiaolan Hua, is remarkable. At such a tender age, she has already reached the transcendence realm, a speed unparalleled in history, eclipsing even Yang Yuchan's profound spiritual body. Decades have passed, and Yang Yuchan has now attained the destiny realm. while Xiao Ding and others have reached the pinnacle of the causal realm. Reclining on a bench, Yangbai has never forgotten the matter of the will incarnation throughout these years. He dares not relax for even a moment, knowing that a primordial enemy could threaten his existence at any time. His consciousness has roamed the cosmos, yet he has yielded no results. Over these decades, the will incarnation has not reappeared, seemingly vanished into thin air. At this moment, the playful laughter of Xiao Ding and Xiao Lanhua reached his ears, and he lay back on the bench, savoring this beautiful moment, contemplating. Even if it were to reappear, what of it? Should it dare to show itself? I shall ensure its demise. Seated nearby, Yang Yuchan observed the playful antics of Lu Ling Er and Xiao Lanhua, smiling softly as she touched her prominent belly. Under the persistent urging of Mother Lin Yining, and with the aid of unique secret methods, Yangbai has toiled day and night over these decades. At last, through their relentless efforts, Yang Yuchan has conceived a new life. Noticing the concern hidden in Yangbai's gaze, the jovial Lu Ling Er scampered over. Her small face nestled against his broad chest, her sparkling eyes looking up at him. Young master, if there is something on your mind, don't keep it hidden. Perhaps it would be better to share it with Xiao Ding. Yangbai, gazing at the impish girl before him, playfully pinched her small nose. What worries could I have, when I am so strong? You've asked countless times over the years, little one. In response, Lu Ling Er regarded him with a skeptical expression, resolutely declaring, young master must be hiding something. Just as they conversed, Yang Yuchan suddenly gasped, clutching her belly. Hearing her cry, both Yangbai and Lu Ling Er hurriedly turned to see her half squatting on the ground, cold sweat glistening on her fair face. Alarmed, Yangbai quickly rose, waving his hand to carry her back indoors. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yining rushed out to prepare for the birth. Only moments had passed, yet Yangbai's heart was filled with trepidation as he paced outside the room. Though mere moments had elapsed, to him, it felt like an eternity. His mind racing. I am about to become a father. I am about to become a father? As the sound of an infant's wail echoed from within, Yangbai's heart erupted with joy. Soon, Lu Ling Er emerged from the room, cradling the newborn, who was crying vigorously. Yangbai hurried to receive the little one, who was a small princess. As he gazed at the child, her tightly shut eyes finally opened, and she fixed her gaze on Yangbai, momentarily halting her cries to beam a wide smile at him. With warmth in his eyes, Yangbai embraced her and carried her into the room, placing her beside Yang Yuchan. My dear, look at our little one. Yang Yuchan smiled with delight and turned to Yangbai. Husband, let us name her. Hearing this, Yangbai glanced out the window, where the setting sun cast a golden hue across the sky. Shall we name her Yang Fengxia? Fengxia? What a lovely name. Yang Yuchan murmured the name with a smile, readily agreeing. 5 years swiftly passed. Seasons changed, and time flew by. On a small meteorite outside the Star River, 2 figures, one large and one small, sat atop the rocky terrain. Yangbai reclined against the meteorite wall, while Fengxia, dressed in a colorful princess dress, sat in his lap. Her bright, sparkling eyes gazed at the dazzling stars above, and she raised her hands. Her voice soft and sweet. Daddy, it's so beautiful here. Can we come here every day? In response, Yangbai playfully pinched her little nose, indulgently replying, of course. I'll bring you here every day. If you want, I'll even gather stars to hang around your neck. Upon hearing this, Fengxia gleefully wriggled in Yangbai's arms and then kissed his cheek, her voice filled with delight. You're the best, Daddy. Now go pick one for me. I want to wear a star and show it off to Aunt Ling and the others. She giggled, realizing she took his words seriously. Yangbai thought to himself, oh no, I've gone too far. The little princess truly believes me. Hesitating, he said, well, Fengxia, I have a fuzzy toy dragon for you to play with. With that, he pulled out Xiaohe, presenting it before the little princess, while subtly gesturing to Xiaohe. Understanding the cue, Xiaohe transformed into an adorably fuzzy figure, flapping its wings to impress the little girl. However, Fengxia snatched Xiaohe, shaking it vigorously until it reverted to its original form, and pouted angrily at Yangbai. Humph. It's just Xiaohe. I'm tired of it. Daddy, do you think I'm foolish? I want stars. You said you'd get me some. With that, she tossed Xiaohe aside. The unfortunate Xiaohe, now dazed, looked up at its little master with teary eyes. Why is it always me getting hurt? The big master was like this, and now the little master is as well. Woe is me as a pet. Witnessing this, Yangbai scolded himself for speaking too freely, and he coaxed Fengxia. Be good, Fengxia, if I pick the stars. They won't look nice anymore. Let us not have stars. Yet, Fengxia refused to listen, having been surrounded by endless pampering since childhood. Now, she was crying and clamoring for Yangbai to fulfill his promise. Reluctantly, Yangbai decided to take this little princess back to Kunlun realm. Yang Yuchan, Lu Ling Er, and the others had already prepared a feast to welcome the father-daughter duo back. Upon their return, they found Fengxia hanging onto Yangbai, pulling at his ears and nose, tears streaming down her face. Yang Yuchan and the others approached curiously to inquire about the situation. Upon learning the truth, they all exchanged glances, exasperated. You, as her mother, ought to comfort our little princess. My little ancestor, please cease your antics. Yangbai immediately sought assistance from Yang Yuchan and the others. However, the women paid him no heed, casting him a look of helplessness. You spoke those words as a father. Now you must find a way to resolve this yourself. This little ancestor possessed many admirable qualities. Yet her temperament was as stubborn as her mother, Yang Yuchan. Once she set her mind on something, she would not relent, proving exceedingly difficult to appease. As nightfall gracefully descended, the homes of Mufeng's city gleamed with light, wisps of smoke curling upward from the rooftops. Yang Yuchan, Lu Linger, Xiao Qingji, and the others emerged from the kitchen, bringing forth delectable dishes, adorning the small courtyard table. After a considerable time of tormenting Yangbai, Fengxia finally leaped down upon catching the enticing aroma of the food. Before doing so, she could not help but bite down hard on Yangbai's neck, leaving a distinct row of pearly teeth marks. Subsequently, at Yang Yuchan's call, she jumped into her embrace, playfully sticking out her tongue at Yangbai. Nah, naughty father. How could you deceive Fengxia? From now on, I shall ignore you. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchan, who cradled the little one, could not suppress a smile as she gently ruffled Fengxia's small head, her face radiating affection. All right. Look, Fengxia, Aunt Ling and the others have prepared all your favorites tonight. As for your naughty father, let us punish him by not letting him eat, forcing him to watch us feast. How delightful it will be for him. Fengxia's eyes sparkled like crescent moons, and with a clap of her hands, she declared, yes. No food for the bad father. Thereafter, she seated herself at the table, joyfully devouring the delicious spread while exclaiming, Aunt Ling's lobster is simply divine. Meanwhile, Yangbai began to feign sorrow, casting a pitiful glance at the little one. Moved by compassion, Fengxia, unable to bear her dear father's hunger, remarked, Fengxia and Mama Auntie cannot possibly eat all this. If you trick me again, you shall become a little dog. With that, she waved a skewer of succulent meat in front of Yangbai teasingly. Chapter 172, The Emergence of the Sea of Realms. The great calamity approaches. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Under Yangbai's guidance, little Fengxia officially embarked on her cultivation journey. As the daughter of the ancestral deity, she possessed the most formidable bloodline power in the vast cosmos. Her cultivation speed was unprecedented. Within just a year, she had reached the quasi-saint realm. In Kunlun ruins, thunderous roars of tribulation echoed as a petite figure clad in colorful garments stood beneath the storm clouds, a confident smile gracing her rosy cheeks. The entire Kunlun ruins was set abuzz with excitement. As the little princess of Kunlun ruins, her every move drew considerable attention. An elderly man donned in a Taoist robe, exuding a remarkable aura, gazed at her with admiration, stroking his beard and exclaiming, truly, she is the daughter of the ancestral deity. Merely a year into her cultivation, and she has already entered the sacred domain. Such talent is unparalleled in the cosmos. I am utterly envious. In the Kunlun realm, attaining the sacred domain was a dream cherished by countless cultivators, yet most would likely never reach such heights in their lifetimes. However, little Fengxia achieved this milestone in just a year, and that was under the careful restraint of Yangbai and the others. The one who expressed this sentiment was the supreme Tao ancestor. Decades had passed since he and his supreme divine temple were the first to join Kunlun ruins, and he had made significant contributions. Years ago, with the elixir bestowed upon him by Yangbai, he successfully broke through to the true spirit Tao ancestor, becoming the foremost figure in the cosmos, second only to Yangbai. In the next moment, a quasi-saint tribulation lightning suddenly struck toward Yang Fengxia. With a mere flick of her tiny hand, she effortlessly crushed the descending bolt. Simultaneously, countless radiant law principles swirled around her. The quasi-saint tribulation posed no threat to little Fengxia, and she breezed through it with remarkable ease. As the final bolt dissipated, the gathered strong ones of Kunlun ruins erupted into thunderous applause. Amidst the crowd's cheers, Fengxia leaped into the arms of Lu Linger, Mu Suner, and the others. Little Fengxia is amazing. Let Aunt Ling pet her. Yes, and Aunt Sun, let her pet too. The ladies, who doted on the little girl even more than Yangbai and Yang Yuchan, affectionately ruffled Fengxia's hair. Meanwhile, Yangbai observed quietly, his mind preoccupied with another matter. Gazing at the stars in the outer cosmos, he noted that the incarnations of the celestial will, which had vanished after the endless star sea battle, had left no trace behind. The longer the incarnation remained silent, the more uneasy Yangbai felt. It was perhaps the last vestige of calm before a storm. He then turned his attention back to the joyous little xianxia, nestled among Lu Linger and the others, her laughter ringing like a melody. In an instant, his expression sharpened. As long as this deity exists, whether it be the calamity of the primordial chaos or the incarnations of the celestial will, I shall not allow you to destroy this beautiful existence. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than an unexpected calamity unfolded. The entire cosmos suddenly began to tremble violently. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, along with the laws of the great Tao, began to wane and dim. The thinning spiritual energy and retreating laws heralded the impending doom of the cosmos. What is happening? What has transpired in the cosmos? The strong cultivators in Kunlun ruins exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by this sudden turn of events. All personnel of Kunlun ruins, heed my command. Immediately activate the ancestral Great Formation. During this time, unless commanded by this deity, no one is permitted to enter or exit Kunlun ruins. With that, Yang Bai's gaze turned grave, his form rising slowly into the air as he faced the desolate edges of the cosmos. Father, where are you going? Upon seeing Yang Bai's intent to depart, xianxia and Yang Yuchan rushed towards him. Hearing this, Yang Bai paused momentarily, and the next instant, xianxia leaped up, her tiny arms wrapping around his neck. Yang Bai, with a mix of exasperation and affection, patted her small head, explaining, "Be good, xianxia. There is something I must attend to. I will return as soon as it is complete." Yang Yuchan and the others approached, comforting xianxia while casting worried glances at Yang Bai. Over the decades, Yang Yuchan, Mu Suner, and Xiao Qingji had heard whispers from Lu Linger about the matter that had long troubled Yang Bai, and they understood that it had finally arrived. "My husband, it is lamentable that our strength is insufficient to aid you. Accompanying you would only serve as a burden. We can only hope that you prioritize your safety above all else, no matter the danger you face." Yang Yuchan urged anxiously. "If you must go, you must promise little xianxia that you will return safely. Let us make a pinky promise. You shall not deceive xianxia this time." Gazing at the familiar faces before him, Yang Bai's resolve to confront this calamity strengthened. After making the promise with xianxia, he gently caressed Yang Yuchan's delicate cheek, a mysterious aura cloaking her unseen. Once he had completed these gestures, he swiftly pierced through the fabric of time and space like a shooting star, heading towards the desolate edges of the cosmos. Yang Bai's speed was astonishingly swift, and soon the desolate expanse of the edge of the universes appeared before him. The recent upheaval in the celestial cosmos was indeed instigated by this very place, known as the edge of the universes. Before his eyes lay an endless, vast ocean, shrouded in an enigmatic mist. Gazing at the suddenly manifested boundless sea, which had never existed in the celestial cosmos before, Yang Bai's expression gradually grew grave. Moments ago, he had employed his ancestral divine consciousness to probe into the infinite ocean, only to discover that his spiritual awareness was hindered by the mysterious mist. Even with his formidable ancestral divine power, he found himself unable to penetrate that fog. It seemed that this boundless ocean was precisely what the fallen celestial had referred to as the Ocean of Realms. Standing before this peculiar Ocean of Realms, Yang Bai murmured to himself. The emergence of the Ocean of Realms heralded the onset of the great cataclysm in the celestial cosmos. The will of the celestial cosmos had manifested. At this juncture, evasion was utterly futile. It was time to confront the divine being in battle. Yang Bai's voice echoed across the vast expanse of the Ocean of Realms. After a prolonged silence, the surrounding space remained devoid of any response. This place was indeed eerie, befitting its reputation as the origin of the great cataclysm. Yang Bai did not dare to let down his guard. His senses remained attuned, vigilant for any sign of disturbance. Just as he was about to relax his vigilance, the Ocean of Realms suddenly underwent a transformation. The surface of the ocean surged violently, and an overwhelming aura of ancient desolation rushed forth. In that moment, Yang Bai's ancestral divine consciousness was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of crisis. Through the endless mist, the depths of the Ocean of Realms stirred, and the ocean waters were swept up, transforming into a colossal, boundless tidal wave of energy that instantaneously locked onto Yang Bai, who was situated within the Ocean of Realms. Chapter 173, A Cataclysmic Collision. The Great Calamity of the Celestial Cosmos. The manifestation of the will, crisis. A tremendous energy tide surged forth from the depths of the Ocean of Realms. The mist enveloping the ocean was violently dispersed by the terrifying energy tide, becoming part of it. As Yang Bai beheld the sky-darkening energy tide, his pupils constricted. Such immense energy was capable of encompassing the entirety of the celestial cosmos. Beneath the energy tide, Yang Bai felt as insignificant as an ant. Was this truly the great cataclysm that would reignite the celestial cosmos? It was indeed extraordinary, even eliciting awe from a being like him. Alas, in the face of the full might of my ancestral divine power, it still paled in comparison. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yang Bai's internal, tumultuous ancestral divine power surged forth in response to his furious roar, plunging into a state of unrestrained fury. The ultimate ancestral divine power enveloped him, and boundless ancestral divine radiance filled his eyes. With a mere lift of his hand, the ancestral divine power coalesced into a vast, unbounded tempest of energy, charging forth to collide head-on with the incoming energy tide. The two forces, representing the pinnacle of power within the celestial cosmos, clashed violently. The resulting energy shockwaves spiraled deep into the celestial cosmos. This level of power had transcended the very fabric of the celestial cosmos itself. The terrifying energy shockwaves surged from the edge of the universe, sweeping through the depths of the celestial cosmos, reducing entire worlds and universes to mere ashes in an instant. Their energies absorbed by the great cataclysm's tidal wave. The cultivators within those realms, unaware of what transpired, fell before the onslaught. The 12 witch ancestors, positioned at the center of the celestial cosmos, had anticipated this moment from the instant the ocean of realms manifested. The great cataclysm had indeed arrived, and the fate of the celestial cosmos rested upon the shoulders of the ancestral divine. Not good. Prepare to defend, which ancestor Xing Tian exclaimed upon witnessing a terrifying energy surge approaching from the distant cosmic expanse. The 12 witch ancestors hastily appeared in the chaotic outer space, channeling their full strength to erect an incredibly robust defense before the Tianxiang universe. In the next moment, the energy shockwave struck, and the protective barrier erected by the 12 witch ancestors shattered in an instant, unable to withstand even a breath's duration. The immense backlash forced each of the 12 witch ancestors to spit forth divine blood, their auras diminishing drastically. They were all creators of the myriad laws, yet they could not endure even a fraction of the great cataclysm's residual force. This force originates from the ocean of realms. The ancestral divine has already engaged in collision with the great cataclysm, which ancestor Dijon's expression darkened significantly. As these words left his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Simultaneously, their hearts were filled with profound despair. Even as creators, they felt little more than mere insects in the face of the great cataclysm. Merely a residual wave had stripped them of their ability to resist, and the terror emanating from the heart of that storm was beyond imagination. The clash between the ancestral divine and the great cataclysm would likely only occur this once in the entirety of the celestial cosmos. Who could possibly emerge victorious? Before the ocean of realms, the energy tides of the great cataclysm collided ceaselessly with the ancestral divine power storm. Terrifying energy overflowed, and the very fabric of the celestial cosmos began to decay, vast expanses dissolving into nothingness. Faced with the seemingly infinite energy of the great cataclysm, even Yang Bai, with his ancestral divine power fully unleashed, felt immense pressure. Unlike the 5 death gods, who, upon reaching their peak, only sought to preserve themselves, Yang Bai was directly confronting the great cataclysm, striving to impede its spread and eruption throughout the celestial cosmos. The disparity between their challenges was unfathomable. However, just as Yang Bai clashed with the great cataclysm, a mysterious figure suddenly manifested in the distant expanse of Kunlun ruins. It was the manifestation of the will of the celestial cosmos, enveloped in a halo of heavenly light. Gazing towards the ocean of realms, sensing the explosive energies therein, the will of the cosmos could not help but sneer, "Humph, ancestral divine, still foolishly attempting to defy the laws of the celestial cosmos? Absurd. Yet, even with the great cataclysm, I lack the means to extinguish a single ancestral divine. I require one more element." With that, the manifestation of the will transformed into Yang Bai's likeness and soared towards Kunlun ruins. Simultaneously, atop the walls of Kunlun ruins, the Supreme Tao Ancestor and other powerful beings were fervently activating the ancestral formation left behind by Yang Bai. The residual energy from the earlier collision had also swept into the Hongmeng universe. Now, the entire Hongmeng universe, save for Kunlun realm, had been reduced to powder. Fortunately, Kunlun ruins was protected by the ancestral formation and the ancestral order field left by Yang Bai, allowing it to withstand the energy shockwave. As they gazed upon the Hongmeng universe, now rendered a realm of utter silence, the Supreme Tao Ancestor and his companions realized that this situation was far more complex than they had initially imagined. Such terrifying energy tides. This was likely merely a residual force. It was almost unimaginable what the epicenter of the energy collision must be like. The ancestral divine must be there. The Supreme Tao Ancestor had never witnessed such a horrifying energy shockwave, his face displaying an unprecedented fear. Beside him, Yang Yuchan cradled Fengxia, her eyes filled with boundless concern. Watching the space outside Kunlun ruins descend into a realm of silence, the terrifying scene caused her to gently cover her lips, her heart continually praying for Yangbai. In her embrace, Feng Xiao witnessed this scene, immediately bursting into tears and throwing a tantrum, demanding to go find her father. Left with no other choice, Lu Ling had to knock her unconscious and return her to the palace to rest. Before departing, Lu Ling glanced towards the direction Yangbai had taken. Her eyes filled with tears as she murmured, "Young master, you must return safely. Little Do Ding is waiting for you to come back and marry me." A heavy, ominous cloud loomed over everyone's heads. However, at that moment, to the astonishment and delight of the crowd, Yangbai unexpectedly returned to Kunlun ruins, repeatedly waving his hand before the grand formation, exclaiming, "Open the grand formation, this deity has returned." Upon seeing Yangbai's return, the supreme Tao ancestor on the city wall instantly found his anchor of hope, preparing to open the grand formation to allow him entry. Yet, Yang Yuchan, who was well acquainted with Yangbai, detected a hint of something amiss and hastily shouted, "Stop! There is no need to open the grand formation." Upon hearing this, the supreme Tao ancestor and the others looked at Yang Yuchan in confusion. "You are not my husband. You may deceive others, but you will never deceive me, Yang Yuchan." Yang Yuchan was resolute that the person before her was certainly not the true Yangbai. The will manifestation standing outside the grand formation laughed heartily, reverting to its original appearance, and then helplessly said, "Ah, women are indeed troublesome. I had hoped to conserve some divine power, but it seems I must resort to more forceful measures." With that, boundless primordial divine power erupted from within the will manifestation. Chapter 174. The Primordial Ancestor, Sword of All Heavens. Danger. Witnessing this scene, the Supreme Tao Ancestor and the others atop the city wall were struck with alarm, channeling all their spiritual energy into the grand formation, urging, "Hurry, stabilize the formation." The primordial grand formation immediately rose from the ground, the waves of primordial divine power pulsating through the surrounding space. Gazing upon the grand formation, the will manifestation smirked disdainfully. "You think a mere formation can hinder a primordial deity? How imaginative." With that, boundless primordial divine power surged violently from its body, conjuring a tempest of divine energy. Under the onslaught of the divine power storm, the primordial grand formation could not withstand even a moment and was instantly shattered to pieces. How is this possible? The adversary had shattered the primordial grand formation left by Yangbai in a single move, just as the will manifestation prepared to enter Kunlun ruins. A field of primordial order materialized out of thin air, the overwhelming energy fluctuations instantly sending it flying. It seems you hold your insignificant lives in high regard. Employing various methods, after suffering a setback, the will manifestation's gaze darkened, and it thrust a hand toward the order field. The mysterious and powerful aura of the heavenly Tao principles immediately shattered the order field. As the order field was forcibly destroyed, the entire Kunlun ruins was engulfed by the terrifying aftermath of energy. Suddenly, beneath the shroud of overwhelming energy, Yang Yuchan, Mu Sun and the others were on the verge of being submerged. Witnessing this, the supreme Tao ancestor gritted his teeth, swiftly positioning himself in front of the women, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, summoning the 72 supreme laws to their utmost limit. Yet even so, the supreme Tao ancestor's form ultimately disintegrated under the energy backlash. His life extinguished. The women behind him, including Yang Yuchan, were also severely injured, their auras in disarray, under the violent energy of the primordial divine power. Everything felt as insignificant as ants. The Kunlun ruins, constructed from the power of countless Tao laws, was now utterly reduced to ruins. Scanning the horizon, only the structures beneath the primordial divine tree remained unscathed amidst the energy chaos. At this moment, Yang Yuchan and the other women staggered to their feet. As the thick dust began to clear ahead, a figure enveloped in mysterious profundity suddenly emerged, slowly advancing toward them. "Who exactly are you?" Yang Yuchan struggled to stand, her gaze unwavering despite the overwhelming strength of the figure before her. "Who I am is of no consequence. You should have been reduced to dust under the cataclysm of the primordial calamity. Yet someone in the myriad heavens dares to defy this fate, going against the natural order. I harbor no interest in you insignificant beings. I have come solely to retrieve an object." As soon as the words left its mouth, the will manifestation waved its hand, and in the astonished gazes of the women, the small orchid beneath the primordial divine tree was enveloped in primordial divine power, instantly appearing before them. At this moment, the small orchid bore no resemblance to its former self. Beneath its hollow eyes, it seemed more like an inanimate object devoid of life. In the next instant, under the manipulation of the will manifestation, the force of the heavenly Tao hidden deep within the small orchid erupted, continuously washing over its body. Soon, the small orchid began to dissolve, transforming into an unparalleled divine sword, grasped firmly in the hands of the will manifestation. Examining the divine sword closely, the will manifestation could not help but exclaim, "The primordial ancestor sword of all heavens. Old friend, it has been far too long. Today, let us use the blood of that overconfident primordial deity to sharpen you." With a hearty laugh, the will manifestation, wielding the primordial ancestor sword of all heavens, did not even spare a glance at the surrounding figures before vanishing from sight, piercing through time and space, racing toward the boundary sea. The onlookers remained momentarily stunned, still grappling with their shock. Meanwhile, in the boundary sea, the terrifying and boundless aura of the primordial surged forth from the colossal energy tide. Yangbai, utilizing all his primordial divine power, could barely hold his ground against it. The instant the order field he left in Kunlun ruins shattered, his mind sensed the disturbance, and he became engulfed in chaotic thoughts. Damn it, why must it happen at this moment? Just 3 breaths later, he detected an aura behind him, one that was no less formidable than his own, locking onto him with chilling intensity. In the next moment, a divine sword pierced through time and space, its tip surrounded by terrifying primordial divine power. The speed was such that it disregarded the constraints of time and space, firmly targeting Yangbai. There was no escaping this strike. In response, Yangbai spread his hand, channeling half of his primordial divine power to form a barrier of divine energy, attempting to block the incoming primordial ancestor sword of all heavens. However, the divine energy barrier could only withstand for a brief moment before it began to crack. Just as the barrier was on the verge of shattering, the primordial divine power was siphoned away, causing the energy storm to swiftly fall into decline. On the brink of being devoured by the tide of the primordial, faced with the terrifying dual assault of energy, Yangbai's situation became precariously dire. In the next heartbeat, the divine energy barrier shattered, the energy storm was consumed, and both the primordial ancestor sword of all heavens and the tide of the primordial surged toward Yangbai simultaneously. In that fleeting moment, Yangbai unleashed the order field of the primordial, enveloping himself within. The two terrifying energies collided with the order field, instantly unleashing a cataclysmic tempest of energy. The blinding brilliance from the energy explosion illuminated the entirety of the myriad heavens. The energy waves produced by the explosion swept across half of the myriad heavens in an unparalleled rush. Under the onslaught of this terrifying energy, half of the myriad heavens stood no chance of resistance, transforming into a realm of nothingness, a desolate void. The cosmic space there continued to extinguish, becoming a land of emptiness. As the endless energy waves gradually receded, before the boundary sea, Yangbai's form was left battered and bruised. With the primordial ancestor sword of all heavens deeply embedded in his chest, golden primordial divine blood seeping forth. From a distance, he appeared utterly disheveled. Not only that, the violently raging aura of the primordial lingered within him, continuously ravaging his body and suppressing the primordial laws and divine power within him. Cough, cough, cough. Feeling the excruciating pain coursing through his entire being, Yangbai gazed down at the primordial ancestor's sword embedded in his chest, and instead of responding with anger, he chuckled, saying, "It has been ages since I have felt this sensation. I had nearly forgotten what pain feels like. Ha ha ha. I am profoundly grateful to you for allowing me to once again experience the essence of pain." After uttering these words, Yangbai turned his attention to the figure slowly emerging from the boundless void. Upon hearing his declaration, the embodiment of Will waved a hand, and the ancestor sword abruptly withdrew from Yangbai's chest, returning to his grasp. With a disdainful snort, it retorted, "Umph. There is no need for thanks. Soon enough, I shall show you what death truly feels like." With that, the embodiment of Will flicked its fingers slightly, gathering the power of the heavenly Tao at its tip. In the depths of the boundary sea, violent tremors began anew, and the terrifying primordial tides slowly coalesced once more. Chapter 175, Annihilation of the Primordial, Decapitation of the Embodiment. Eternal Peace of the Heavens. The overwhelming primordial tides reformed, and the embodiment of Will could still manipulate the energy of the cataclysm with ease. Coughing weakly, Yangbai fell to one knee, his entire being utterly drained. This was the first time since his crossing that he had sustained such grievous injuries. Opposite him, the embodiment of Will wielded the foremost artifact of the universe, the primordial ancestor sword, possessing supreme power capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. In this moment, the embodiment of Will had transformed into an invincible force within the cosmos. Faced with this manifestation of celestial might, even at his peak, Yangbai was no match for it. The ancestor sword slowly emerged from its sheath, releasing an intensely sharp sword aura that permeated the cosmos. The intangible sword intent sliced through countless paths with ease, Today, I shall sever your existence, you who are the ancestral deity of this age. In the next instant, the ancestor sword unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy, enveloped by boundless ancestral divine power, seemingly set to annihilate all in its path, aimed directly at Yangbai, who knelt in the void. Simultaneously, the primordial tides surged from the depths of the boundary sea towards him. Confronted with these two cataclysmic assaults, Yangbai closed his eyes and sighed softly. There can be no hesitation now. In his mind, memories of the past raced through his consciousness. My husband is invincible in the world. Is the young master about to marry Linga? As my mother would say, you are but a rogue. I am fortunate to have met such a lord, yet alas, in this life, you cannot comprehend my heart. May we rekindle our fate in the next life. Familiar faces flitted across his mind, only to swiftly fade away. Father must return safely, for he has made a pact with Fengxia. Otherwise, he is but a little dog. Lastly, the adorable visage of Fengxia dissipated from his memory. As the memories of your faded, a mysterious and imposing radiance suddenly filled Yangbai's mind. At that moment, with the extinguishment of past emotions, a form hidden deep within Yangbai awakened completely, seizing hold of his consciousness. Upon reaching the status of a creator deity, a trace of divinity would manifest within a cultivator. This divine essence greatly enhanced one's power, and upon awakening it, one would abandon all past emotional ties, transforming into an unparalleled deity. Yangbai had long suppressed the divine essence lying dormant within him, and an unawakened primordial deity could not be considered a true primordial deity. Yet now, faced with certain death, he had no choice but to awaken this divinity. Suddenly, Yangbai, who knelt in the void, opened his eyes wide, and beams of astonishing energy erupted from his gaze. In an instant, he shattered the incoming sword energy. Simultaneously, boundless ancestral divine power enveloped him, and he rose to his feet, his eyes shimmering with divine light, his fist coalescing immense energy as he struck towards the primordial tides. In a heartbeat, his fist's radiance forcefully repelled the energy of the cataclysm. Standing before the boundary sea, Yangbai was surrounded by golden ancestral divine power. Threads of ancestral divine lightning crackling about him, embodying the supreme majesty of a deity. At this moment, Yangbai had truly transformed into a flawless primordial deity. Observing this transformation, the embodiment of will expressed astonishment, saying, based on my observations over the years, I never thought your nature would allow you to awaken your divinity and achieve true primordial deity status. Yet even so, with the primordial ancestor's sword in my hand, your defeat is inevitable. With disdain for the embodiment's incessant prattle, Yangbai coldly uttered two words, enough. His voice carried the terrifying weight of boundless ancestral soul power, instantly penetrating the embodiment's divine sea, causing it to momentarily lose its will. Then, Yangbai lightly stepped forward, swiftly appearing before the embodiment. With a single finger snap, the embodiment awakened in haste, hastily raising its sword to block. Yet, it felt an overwhelming force emanating from the sword, forcing it to retreat. Its surrounding heavenly Tao radiance vibrating violently. Impossible. We are both primordial deities. With the primordial ancestor sword in hand, you cannot defeat me. Divine punishment. The embodiment of will. Channeling immense divine power into the primordial ancestor sword, summoned the energy of the boundary sea to converge upon the blade, and then struck fiercely towards Yangbai. In the next instant, the depths of the boundary sea shattered, countless sword energies tearing through the void, carrying the might of the primordial world. Ancestral divine power raining down upon Yangbai. Witnessing this, Yangbai's expression remained unchanged, his voice cold and authoritative as he declared, a half-baked primordial deity daring to challenge my supremacy with the foremost artifact? Foolish and laughable. Allow me to demonstrate the pinnacle of ancestral divine power. Triple wave slash. With that, Yangbai formed a sword seal with one hand, the formless sword energy tearing through the void of the boundary sea, and then with a nonchalant gesture, he unleashed a three-layered sword energy. The triple sword energies sliced through the heavens, annihilating all space in their wake. In the next moment, the sword energy unleashed by the primordial ancestor sword was instantly crushed by the overwhelming might of the three-layered sword energies. Even the vast boundary sea began to tear apart, gradually descending into silence. Silence of the stars. Die for me. The unyielding embodiment of will launched a devastating divine technique. Summoning a myriad of stars above Yangbai's head, the terrifying stellar power locking onto him in an instant. The entire universe illuminated as the embodiment of will. The will of the cosmos frantically channeled the celestial powers of the entire universe, transforming into countless stars. With a single gesture, an endless cascade of stars descended, Faced with the onslaught of numerous stars, Yangbai's eyes remained filled with golden divine radiance, betraying no emotion whatsoever. He flickered slightly, enveloped in ancestral divine power, and charged towards the falling stars. In an instant, even the most terrifying innumerable stars were obliterated. Subsequently, Yangbai's figure appeared before the embodiment of will, his hand gripping tightly around its neck, coldly stating, "It is time for this to end." The embodiment, struggling in his grasp, managed to utter, "Truly. The progenitor deity who has awakened divine nature is unmatched. I am but a mere shadow in comparison. In essence, he has perpetually been nothing more than the will of the celestial universe, incapable of standing alongside a true progenitor deity. Although I am no match for you." Soon after, the avatar of will revealed a maniacal grin, and in an instant, detonated the progenitor source within, causing the celestial progenitor sword in his grasp to explode simultaneously. The self-detonation of the progenitor deity's divine source unleashed an unimaginable power, capable of obliterating the entirety of the celestial universe. Detonating the divine source. Indeed, in the next moment, Yangbai employed the supreme divine art of the progenitor, solidifying the surrounding space-time, and with a gentle wave of his hand, cast the avatar of will deep into the ocean of realms. Boom! With a deafening roar, the entire celestial universe trembled violently. The realm of the ocean, amidst the self-destruction of the progenitor source and the celestial progenitor sword, was utterly reduced to nothingness. As long as I, the deity, exist, the notion of a universe reboot is utterly nonsensical. Yangbai's voice echoed throughout the celestial universe. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed since the great calamity of the primordial era. In the Kunlun realm, within the city of Mufeng, on this night, Fengxia squatted joyfully by the side of Mufeng Lake, releasing a lotus lantern while clasping her hands together, silently uttering blessings in her heart. Beside her, Yangbai embraced Yang Yuchan with one arm, both gazing affectionately at Fengxia, who was blissfully playing by the lake. 2 years prior, after Yangbai vanquished the avatar of will, Yang Yuchan, under the guidance of the 12 witch ancestors, sought out Yangbai. She utilized the halo he had left upon her departure to resuppress the divinity within her, restoring her memories. "My husband, it is truly wonderful that you have returned." Leaning against a small pavilion, they admired the full moon, with Yang Yuchan's cheeks flushed and her head resting against Yangbai's chest. Yangbai tenderly caressed her flowing locks, smiling as he remarked, "How could I not return? I had already deceived Fengxia once. Should I do so again, I would surely be reduced to a mere pup." With that, he playfully ruffled Yang Yuchan's delicate nose. "Daddy, Mommy, Aunt Ling, and Aunt Sun are bullying Fengxia. Hurry and help me." From a distance, Fengxia splashed in the lake, while her 3 mischievous aunts, Ling'er, Sun'er, and Xiao Qingji, united in their antics, splashing water upon the little Fengxia. At that moment, Fengxia rolled up her sleeves, hastily retaliating while waving at Yangbai and Yang Yuchan. Witnessing this scene, Yangbai called out, "Fengxia, do not fear. Father is here. I shall punish them for you. Time for a little spank." With that, Yangbai swiftly joined the fray. Upon his arrival, the 3 women let out a startled cry and promptly scattered. Yang Yuchan, covering her mouth in laughter, surprisingly joined them, relishing in the playful merriment.